This guy spent over 100 years practicing the sword, finally reaching the very end of the immortal path of swordsmanship. But since his lifespan had run out, he passed away. In his next life, he gets bullied by the brats in his clan. Just as he's on the verge of death, he suddenly remembers his previous life. Inheriting a century of sword mastery from his past life, he already understands the profound truths of the sword as a child, truths that took his past self a lifetime to master. Now, he's the real deal. He shuts those punks up for good and becomes the head of his clan. And without further ado, let's get started. The story is already finished, and I've finished the adaptation. Hope you all enjoy it. The story begins with a muscular young man sitting on a boulder, holding an incredibly long sword. This is the last word my master left me before he passed, when he entrusted me with this blade. I followed his instructions, dedicating over 100 years to the way of the sword until I finally reached the pinnacle, practicing until I coughed up blood. But when facing death, I realized it was all meaningless. I felt so much regret. I wished I hadn't spent my whole life obsessed with swordplay. My mind drifted back to when I was just a little kid, muttering to myself, wishing I could just live an ordinary life. A white-haired kid stood tall in front of him, brow furrowed, and asked annoyingly, "What? You're the same age as me, but you think you're so tough? You act all high and mighty. You think someone like you deserves an ordinary life. Your mother already dragged this family through the mud. The fact that you haven't been kicked out yet is a miracle." He kicked and insulted him incessantly. This place is the famous Sichuan Tang Clan, masters of poisons and hidden weapons. Flames engulfed everything, burning it to the ground. It was an official decline. All because they refused to yield to someone who broke the martial arts order, which was centered around the 9 great sects, one of the rising powerhouses in the martial world, simply because they turned down an offer from the Demon King Nian Zhonghe. That's the only reason. Whenever he sets his sights on a woman, he demands her hand. If they ignore him or refuse, he uses brute force to take them. Later, he turned his sights on someone from the Tang Clan. It was a woman named Tang Zihui. Even though the Tang Clan gave everything they had and eventually managed to fight off the Demon King, after that catastrophe, the family's strength was completely drained, leading the Tang Clan toward decline. And the son of Tang Zihui is the very kid being beaten to a pulp right now. All because of that past event. 3 of them were ganging up to bully him alone. "You can't collapse now. I haven't even fought back yet." The boy was naturally defiant. Despite being beaten like that, he still glared back at them. The thug lunged forward and kicked him a few more times. "Glaring at me is useless. If you're bitter, go blame your mother." It was night by the time the boy trudged home. This was his everyday life. Everyone labeled my mother as a seductress who lured the Demon King and ruined the clan. They even took their resentment and frustration toward her out on me with whips and beatings. As soon as the boy opened the door, his mother was standing there waiting. "My son, why are you home so late?" She was horrified to see him covered in wounds. She was his mother, Tang Zihui. Anyone would be worried sick seeing him like this. "What happened to your face? What went wrong?" The boy tried to force a reassuring smile. "Ah, haha, it's nothing, Mom." No sooner had he said that than blood spurted from his mouth. Tang Zihui grabbed her son's hand, frantic, and said, "Was it those kids bullying you again?" The boy still denied it. "No, it wasn't. I was just playing with my friends and fell." Tears streamed down her face as she caressed her son's cheek, heartbroken. "What if it leaves a scar on your face?" The boy could only tell her, "I'll be more careful from now on, so please don't worry, Mom." After saying that, he pulled his hand away and, without another word, trudged straight inside. His mother called after him, "Son, have you eaten yet?" "Sorry, Mom, I'm not hungry. I want to rest for a bit." He went to his room, locked the door, and curled up on the bed. "I know this isn't Mom's fault, but I have to bear the pain I can't talk about. Because even if I shout in protest, I'll only get beaten more. That's how my father died. But even if we left the Tang Clan, who would protect the 2 of us? If Dad were still here, would things be different?" Thinking about this, tears fell uncontrollably. The next day was just like all the others. Every day, what awaited the boy were brutal beatings. It was always those same 3 faces, hitting him while mocking him. This brat is really good at playing the victim. He grabbed the boy by his hair. The performance is just getting started. He could only helplessly take the beating, asking himself countless times, how much longer do I have to live like this? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You guys are being too much. Stop it." The newcomer dropped a box full of long needles. "I prepared these especially because I wanted to play with him. Don't go breaking him just yet." The others looked over and asked, "She's at it again. What does she want to do this time?" This girl was Tang Yanming. She pulled a needle from the box. "Aren't we about to participate in the young clan head selection? Shouldn't we test the poison we're going to use then?" The big guy understood and immediately sat on the boy, pinning him flat to the ground. He was Tang Jingyi. He crossed his arms and glared, warning, If the needle hits the wrong spot, it'll leave him crippled. So you better thank me for holding you down." The girl walked up, holding the needle, ready to strike, and said mockingly, "Come on. I didn't say I wanted to kill you. Once I confirm the effect of the poison, I'll give you the antidote. So you better not die on me." With that, she smirked and drove the poison needle straight into his neck. He could only lie there and take it. The pain spread through his entire body like lightning. Purple patches started appearing on his face, and those bastards looked satisfied. "Wow, look at that. It's reacting immediately. Hang in there, you can do it." The poison spread further and further, and he was in so much pain his eyes bulged. Once again, that question echoed in his mind. How much longer do I have to endure this? Eventually, they left him discarded on a patch of dirt. Not knowing how much time had passed, it began to rain heavily. He was still lying there, his whole body racked with pain. It seemed the poison's effects were wearing off. His face was paler than a sheet of paper, his eyes vacant. He felt that it might be better to just die like this. But there was still someone waiting for his return. And if he died, who would protect his mother? He bit his lip until it bled. If only I were born with great power, I could fight them off. I don't ask for much. I just want to become strong, to protect myself and my mother, and live an ordinary life. Tears mingled with the rain on his face, his fists clenched, praying until his eyes turned redder than blood. Absolutely. Suddenly, the space around him shifted. A massive sword appeared, glowing right in front of him. He didn't understand, blankly lifting his head to stare at the thing. The sword, when did it even appear there? It's strange. Clearly, this is the first time I've seen this blade, yet it doesn't feel foreign at all. It was as if Tang Yanming grabbed it without a moment's hesitation, and the sense of familiarity only grew stronger. It felt like it once belonged to him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "I have cultivated the way of the sword for over 100 years. An image of a muscular man appeared, covered in scars, looking like someone who had seen it all. His eyes blazed with intensity as he growled, "Finally, I have reached the pinnacle." He demonstrated various sword forms, one after another. With a brilliant flash, he slashed downward, and sword energy radiated across the entire space. To reach the supreme realm, I don't know how many times I swung my sword, but when death approached, I realized it was all meaningless. Because even at the pinnacle, one cannot escape death. I regret it deeply. If I could live again, I would just want to live an ordinary life. At that moment, that man and Tang Yanming became one. He was the vessel for his future self to start over. Memories of 2 lifetimes overlapped, I understand now. So, in this life, I still crave a normal life. I remember everything. In my past life, I was the sword god. In this life, I am Tang Yanming. All the power from his past life flooded into his young body. Strength, sword, energy, spiritual power from now on, he would live a normal life. The next morning, the rain had stopped, and the sky was clear and pleasant. Venom Lady saw her son heading out and hurriedly chased after him, asking, "You were covered in wounds when you came back yesterday. Where are you going now?" Tang Yanming turned back to reassure her. "Don't worry, Mom. The things you're afraid of won't happen. I've never been as clear-headed as I am right now. I'll be going." Having said that, he left immediately. His mother didn't know what to do. She could only stay home, watching his retreating figure with hope. In the courtyard, those bastards had all arrived. They asked each other, "That kid Tang Yanming wouldn't have chickened out today, would he?" Tang Jingyi acted all arrogant. We were a bit too rough yesterday. But if he doesn't want to make things hard for his mother, he'll show up, right? He's got some backbone, after all." They laughed among themselves. "Him? Forget it. The white-haired one was always the most ruthless." He smirked maliciously. "Whatever. If he shows up, we'll beat him to a pulp. Damn it, if he doesn't show up, we'll just let everyone mock him. Ha ha ha." As they were laughing, they turned around. "Oh, Tang Yanming is walking over from afar." They caught his scent immediately. "He's here." Tang Yingling, who was perched on a tree branch, mocked. "Seriously, why are you so late?" She jumped down. "I was actually worried you wouldn't dare to come." With a gleeful face, she waved, "Tang Yanming, we're over here. Get over here." His face was colder than ice. He calmly scanned them all, and the white-haired guy stepped forward to block his path. "According to what Yingling said, you should have been in excruciating pain yesterday." He looked Tang Yanming up and down. "Unexpectedly, you're perfectly fine. Huh? What was there to fear?" The Tang Yanming of today had completely turned into a different person. "That petty trick of yours isn't enough to hurt me." Tang Wenshan and the other two were stunned, freezing in place with wide eyes. They turned to stare at Wenshan, who scratched his head in confusion. "Huh! The guy who was crying in pain yesterday, what happened to him today?" Wenshan had never been disrespected like this, being called by his full name, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "That's fine. You haven't had enough yet, have you? Looks like I need to use something stronger." Tang Jingyi, that big-headed fool, stepped forward and cracked his knuckles. Tang Yanming calmly looked at them, pointing out each one by name, Tang Jingyi and Tang Yingling. Both of them were taken aback. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately flushed with excitement and clapped. What is this? Even you dare to call us by our names? Looks like you really want to die today. Her eyes widened with menace, her smile stretching ear to ear. You don't want to live anymore? She turned to Wen Shen. Was the dosage I used yesterday not enough? Or should we double the poison today? Why are you asking me that? Tang Yanming looked at them bickering. Being ignored, Tang Jingyi angrily threw a punch. You dare to get distracted in front of me? But this time, it was different. Before his punch could reach Tang Yanming's face, Tang Yanming was faster. He gripped the guy's ugly mug tight. His 5 fingers dug in hard, not allowing any resistance. Crash. He slammed his head straight into the ground. Too fast, too dangerous. After taking one down, the other 2 stood there with their jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. It was a scene they had never witnessed in their entire lives. With one hand, Tang Yanming struck the other guy with a palm blow, leaving him flattened. What's going on? Jinyi was taken down in one hit. The 2 remaining stood dazed and confused. He doesn't know martial arts, does he? How did he do that? I don't know either. Tang Yanming asked coldly, why do you think I can't know what you know? Aren't you all planning to participate in the young master selection? Tang Yanming strode forward. You intend to go with just this level of strength? Tang Wenshen was so scared he nearly peed himself, quickly bracing for a fight, his heart shrinking in fear. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He's like a completely different person overnight. He tried to clench his fists to calm himself down. Stay calm. Tang Wenshan, Jingyi only got taken down because he was caught off guard. I trained for years for this selection. How could I lose to him? He rushed forward confidently, pouring all his strength into a straight punch at him, yelling, this little bit of strength, I want to see. After taking one move from me, let's see if you can still brag like that. Take this. Tang Yanming's face was dark as a pot, looking extremely dangerous. He gripped the other guy's fist, looking at the arrogant Tang Wenshin with mockery. If all the candidates were at this level, he could twist their bodies like wringing out clothes with just one hand. If their bones were shattered now, the result of the young master selection could already be predicted. Scene shift to the large building called the Dark Poison Hall. This place was originally the residence of the family head, and it was also where all important family matters were decided. But since the position of family head had been vacant for a long time, it had become the council hall for the elder council. An old man's voice echoed from within. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The children participating in this young master selection have basically been determined. Today, we will discuss whether to allow Tang Yanming, the son of Tang Zihui, to participate, even though he hasn't expressed any intent himself. The old man didn't know that outside, Tang Yanming was dragging the unconscious Tang Yingling in, but everyone knows he is often bullied by the other kids, and he has no foundation in martial arts. Therefore, I do not approve of his participation. Does anyone have any objections? On the way there, whoever saw him was completely blown away. Someone in the hall questioned. But isn't he the last bloodline of the previous family head? If we don't let him participate, won't the legitimacy of the selection be mocked? The old man's eyes glinted with malice. I understand what you all mean, but wouldn't letting someone who knows no martial arts lower the standard of the entire selection be a much more serious problem? He showed clear disdain. Even if he is the bloodline of the previous head, now he's just a burden. Just then, the main doors were kicked wide open by the protagonist. Everyone in the room turned in shock. It was Tang Yanming, the boy they were talking about. The white-haired man gasped, Tang Yanming. The old man erupted in rage, glaring at him. You brat, do you even know what you're doing? He stood there, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Naturally, he knew. All the people present cried out. What? As he approached, the old man jumped in shock when he saw the woman held firmly by the protagonist. Tang Yanming gripped Tang Yingling's hair, lifting her up so everyone could see her miserable state. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. The protagonist gritted his teeth. For years, I've had to swallow my pride and endure humiliation in the Tang clan. But now, I don't want to endure it anymore. An old man grabbed his head and screamed, You dare hit someone competing for the position of young family head? Tang Kikan also slammed the table. Don't you know that injuring a contestant is a grave crime? The protagonist clenched his fists, looking firm. I know the family rules. But if this is just a dispute between contestants, then it's fine, right? The white-haired man sitting in the room looked like his jaw was about to hit the floor. He stared intently at the protagonist, speechless. What did he just say? The old man's face darkened with killing intent. Tang Yanming, what do you mean by this? The competition is about to start. Why are you deciding to join now? He looked straight at the old man without a hint of fear. Don't I have the qualifications? The old man was stunned. What? You beat Tang Wenshin and Tang Jingyi black and blue. Go check the open lot outside the main hall. Following the Tang clan rules, every debt is repaid and every favor is returned. I just taught those two, who always bully me, a well-deserved lesson. The whole room fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The old man was incredibly unwilling, his hand trembling as he clenched it, but he still had to say, "Fine. Since you've proven your qualifications, it seems you must participate." The crowd immediately erupted in protest. "Elder, you can't. He's abusing the special immunity privilege granted to contestants." "That's right. Never mind the legitimacy. What he's doing will harm the other contestants." Tang Yanming glanced at them, marking those two in his heart, planning to deal with them later, when the old man raised his hand. "Stop talking," he declared coldly. "I agree to let him participate in the election." The crowd looked over, shocked. "Elder?" The old man was radiating killing intent, clearly wishing he could swallow the protagonist alive. His voice was harsh. "He dares to act so recklessly. Doesn't that prove he's confident? Since those who carry the family head's bloodline are qualified to register, what reason do we have to stop him? Tang Yanming, I hope your strength matches your arrogance. If you ultimately fail to become the young family head," he gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and warned, "you will pay the price for what you did today." Back home, Tang Zihui heard the news and squeezed her hands tightly in fear. Sweating profusely, she looked at her son in disbelief. "You actually want to participate in the election for young family head? Why would you do that?" Yanming replied flatly, "I have to, mother." She looked at her son for a long time. The boy was very determined. It seemed this wasn't a rash, impulsive decision. "Yanming, I named you that in hopes you would live a long life. I never expected the child in my eyes would grow into such a magnificent, heroic man in the blink of an eye." She knelt and took her son's hands. "Mother won't ask how you learned the mental cultivation techniques, nor will I ask how you defeated those three." Her expression was very serious. "Mother only asks you one thing. Are you confident you can win the election?" The protagonist grinned, patting his chest confidently. "Who do you think I am? I'm Tang Jiui's son." Mother was moved to tears. "You brat." She pulled him into a tight embrace, feeling immense pride. "You've really grown up. Well done." He hugged her back tightly. His mother's arms were so warm. "I must protect this simple happiness in the future." Thinking of those old men, his heart boiled with rage. Anyone who dared to destroy this, his eyes flashed with a cruel glint he would never forgive. Absolutely not. A month later, voices echoed at the door. "Big sister, are you really not going to restrain him? Competing for young family head isn't a child's game, you know that. If we don't stop him, it'll be too late." Tang Zihui smiled gently. "Let it be. The boy has his own plans. You know it too, he's not a child who acts recklessly." The white-haired man had to admit that was true. He remembered Yanming at the main hall that day. Whether it was his intelligence, charisma, or courage, he was different from ordinary people. It was hard to believe he was still just a teenager. This man was the captain of the Tang Shadow King team, Tang Chihui. But the boy's current appearance was truly unusual. The woman turned and smiled, cutting him off. "Are you worried about him? You and the Shadow King team have always protected him, and now you're even concerned about his election bid. Thank you so much, Tang Chihui." Tang Chihui brightened up. "Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Since he's caused such a scene, I naturally have to step in personally. But since everything is decided, I'm also looking forward to Yanming's performance. Come to think of it, does he need to participate in the special training?" At that moment, the protagonist was sitting cross-legged in his training room. Since returning, he had enjoyed the delicious meals his mother cooked, had a good sleep, and practiced his cultivation techniques to clear his disrupted meridians. His top priority right now wasn't just training his power or techniques. After all, he had awakened his memories as the sword god from his past life. He could practice those anytime. Now was the best time to forge a strong body, capable of enduring that kind of martial power. He placed his hands on the floor, focusing his weight on 3 fingers. After all, he was still a teenager. His meridians and body hadn't accumulated too many impurities yet, and he lifted his whole body into the air. Although he would undergo a rebirth of sorts once he reached a higher realm, physical quality would be crucial then. So, to ensure his limbs were strong, he had to focus on nutrition and sleep now to help his body develop well. That was enough. Time flies when you're having fun, and the day of the selection has finally arrived. Yanming clasped his hands together and bowed to his mother. "I'm heading out now, mother. There's only so much you and Tang Jihui can tell me." "All right, be careful and try not to get hurt." Tang Chihui also bowed. "Sister Tang Jihui, please take care of yourself." She waved at him, saying she was glad they could meet this time. The two of them left together. She stood there waving, watching her son's retreating figure and thinking of her husband, Tang Vidong. Our son has really grown up. Her gaze dimmed. If only he could see this too. Over at the Dark King Palace, Quite a few people had already gathered. Yanming sat there, munching on a steamed bun, wondering, I think I might have arrived too early. The captain of the Dark King's squad was busy preparing for the selection. It seemed like it wouldn't start for another hour. Suddenly, he heard whispers around him. Is that really Tang Jihui's son? Yeah, that's him. Tang Yanming, they say he's the one who severely injured Tang Wenshan. He looked over to see a group of men in black standing around, pointing fingers and mocking him. Do you think that's just a rumor? I heard he's never even practiced martial arts. To think someone like that wants to compete with us, this contest has really lost its prestige. Looks like someone needs to teach him a lesson. Yanming didn't say a word. He simply tossed his steamed bun directly at the guy's face to show him what real power looked like. With just one bun, the guy was knocked out cold on the spot. His group panicked like a disturbed beehive. Hey, are you okay? One of them gritted his teeth, snarling that Yanming dared to use a hidden weapon. But another one squinted and realized, wait, hold on, that wasn't a hidden weapon. It was a half-eaten rice bun. A single rice bun has that much power? The jerk still didn't get the point and arrogantly charged forward. You little brat, I'm not letting you get away with this. Yanming replied coldly. Tang Wenshan only had 2 lackeys, yet there are quite a lot of you, aren't there? His expression darkened as he stepped forward. And by the way, haven't you heard about what happened to Tang Wenshan's crew? His eyes blazed with an intimidating aura. No? Well then, why don't you experience it for yourselves? Oh right, Tang Wenshan had his arm broken by me, yet he didn't run away. If you're all here for the competition, I assume you won't run away either, right? The color drained from their faces. They were terrified, yet they still tried to act tough, shouting loudly in numbers. Everyone, attack him together. Take him down. About 10 of them charged at him at once. Yanming didn't waste time, he met them head-on. With one palm strike to the leader's face, the guy went flying back. Just then, Tang Jihui returned. He was startled by the scene, tilting his head in confusion. Wait, aren't you guys supposed to be the competitors? I rushed back. Did something happen? He shouted with wide eyes. What are you all causing a scene for? But it was too late. A bunch of brats who hadn't even finished growing up were already piled on the ground. What's going on here? Yanming continued eating his bun. You're here, Captain. The kicker was that Yanming was sitting right on top of the pile, calmly saying, I was just getting a little bored waiting. After saying that, he smirked. Tang Jihui was about to speak, but Yanming cut him off immediately. Oh, please don't misunderstand. They started this confrontation, so please don't hold it against me. Tang Jihui turned pale and quickly reported it himself. This incident reached the elder's ears in no time. The whole group was in an uproar. They couldn't let him get away with this. Great Elder, the selection hasn't even started yet and so many people are already injured. What kind of chaos is this? If he becomes the young master, there's no telling how much more trouble he'll cause. But the Great Elder, Tang Shizong, just sat there calmly, stroking his beard. He had already concocted a dirty scheme. Then, we shall change the competition rules. By now, all the young competitors were standing in neat rows outside the arena. The crowd was shocked to hear the new rules, looking at each other in confusion. What kind of competition is this? Everyone goes to the mountains to cultivate for 2 or 3 years, and then it's one-on-one duels. Wait, who are you? Why are you suddenly butting in? I only answered because I heard you ask. The long-haired girl gasped. I heard the competition format was confidential. How do you know? The pink-haired girl raised her chin high, looking extremely smug. My father works for the general manager, so I get the inside scoop. She grew more and more arrogant, claiming that you couldn't get anywhere without intelligence. Just then, someone walked out from the main building, and everyone went quiet. I am Tang Jihui, captain of the Dark King squad and the person in charge of this selection. I will now announce the selection process. The kids were all excited and amazed to see Captain Tang Jihui. They had heard he was the youngest captain, and he was indeed handsome and talented. The selection will last a total of 4 years, with 3 of those years dedicated to training. It involves throwing darts, finding a cultivation method that suits you, and training diligently. It also includes hidden weapons and poison mastery. The remaining 2 years will involve comprehensive training under the guidance of martial arts instructors. He shouted loudly. After the training is complete, the official selection will begin. The pink-haired girl chimed in excitedly, saying it would be one-on-one duels. But the old man, Tang Shizong, stepped out to interrupt. Poisonous insect battle. Everyone was shocked. The pink-haired girl froze, her face pale, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. What did he say? Poisonous insect battle? Is it that same poison battle we know? The one where you lock powerful venomous creatures in a jar and make them slaughter each other to refine a deadly poison. A poisonous insect battle is a fight for personal survival. You must kill until only one person remains. The old man continued coldly. Originally, We intended to choose the young master through one-on-one duels, but due to the incident earlier, more than 10 people are already injured. Tang Qiwei stood to the side, covering his face in frustration. If we continue with the old rules, this will never end. Therefore, the competition format has been changed to an all-out battle royale where everyone fights with all their might. Just like that, Yanming suddenly became a thorn in everyone's side. Damn it, this is all because of that Tang Yanming. The old man stroked his beard and looked down, adding, "The responsibilities of the young master are immense. He is the one who will lead the future of the Tang family. Therefore, this isn't a child's game, but a noble ritual that requires you to risk your lives and surpass your limits. Fight, survive, and claim victory. The winner will take everything the Tang family has to offer." Those impassioned words ignited a fire of determination in every child's heart. The final winner of the poisonous insect battle. Every single person present was incredibly ambitious. Tang Wenxin, Tang Tin Nat, Tang Yingling, Tang Faxthien, Tang Jilin, and Tang Yanming. Everyone knew there could only be one survivor. The old man thought he had managed to suppress Yanming, but he was wrong. The boy was laughing to himself, thinking it was as easy as pie. At the headquarters of the Taimo Jian sect, located within the Sichuan Black Evil Alliance territory, the scarred man said, "First, I'd like to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here." The scarred man leaned his hands on the table. "I hope you can all hear me out for a moment. Surely you are aware that the Tang family is planning something lately." They talked amongst themselves. "Are you referring to the competition for the position of the young family head? I heard the intelligence report say that they announced this competition a few days ago." "Exactly. And the participants, the children who have the potential to become the next head of the Tang family, have already departed in carriages. Of course, the Tang family is nothing to fear right now. If the Alliance leader wishes, he could wipe them out at any moment." The Black Evil Alliance leader, Liu Jiejun, narrowed his burning red eyes. However, they still had some value, so they would leave them be for now. But the scarred man felt that those children represented the future of the Tang family. If something were to happen to them, it would be an irreversible blow to the clan. The red-haired woman smiled sinisterly and added, "The elder of the Taimo Jian sect is right." "Ha ha," the masked man chimed in. "Even though the Tang family has declined, we must still be cautious. So, when is the best time to strike? They have already calculated everything. For now, we will hold our position. Chasing down the carriages to wipe out the children they intend to groom would be easy, but that wouldn't deal a devastating blow to the Tang family, would it? I heard that the Tang family's competition for the heir lasts for 4 years. What if the children they painstakingly groomed all died at the very last moment of the competition? That would be a truly crushing blow." The woman understood immediately. These guys were truly cunning and twisted, just like the Zhuge and Murong families currently caught in chaos. Mo Renhao of the Taimo Jian sect agreed with a wicked grin. "Exactly. So we will follow their carriages to find their destination and wait 4 years before taking action." These guys were already counting their chickens before they hatched. "I have already sent men to track them. And not only that, I have planted a seed. Who knows, the entire Tang family might end up in our hands." By this time, the children had arrived at the Motionless Mountain, the location for the selection round. The leader of the group, Tang Yanming, walked and spoke. Even though the rules have changed, the schedule and procedures remain the same. During the competition, participants will use numbers as code names. There are 4 people per group. You are Group 7, so I will call you by your numbers. Number 27, Tang Yiquan. Number 26, Tang Wiley. Number 25, Tang Liuli. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, why is one person missing? Where's number 28? That was the main character, standing blankly in the distance. He shouted, "Number 28, why aren't you following? What are you standing there for?" "Oh, you finally noticed him. Sorry, I was lost in thought." The leader put his hands on his hips and barked, "There's no time for daydreaming. Stay close and don't fall behind." Looking at his attitude, the protagonist wondered, doesn't the team leader notice? He could clearly sense an aura behind them. It wasn't just a passerby, nor a guard. He became even more certain. "It seems we are being followed." The group stood before a sheer cliff. Tang Liuli asked tremblingly, "Instructor, is it really here? Why is there nothing here?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. Group 7 read the code signal. The young girls were shocked with their mouths agape. What was going on? Was the cliff talking? The team leader shouted. "The king of poison arts, the code signal," he yelled, was loud enough for the whole forest to hear. Was it even a secret anymore? The cliff immediately opened and lit up. Authentication confirmed. The children were startled and stared intently. Only Tang Yanming remained calm. A person holding a fan appeared, welcoming everyone. It was an old man who looked quite refined. "Allow me to introduce myself." He smiled broadly. "I am Zhuge Changshin. I will be assisting you during this competition. The Zhuge family was once one of the 5 great families alongside the Tang family, specializing in formations. They were originally very powerful, but after failing to withstand an attack from the Maguang Heaven Lord, they had declined. The old man led the group deep into the cliff. Initially, the scenery was filled with blooming spring flowers. Thanks to the Tang family's support, our family has been able to survive to this day. But the further they walked, the worse the scenery became. Therefore, to show our gratitude, we have set up a formation for the competition to prevent outside forces from intruding. Finally, they reached a frozen, icy path. The children observed in wonder. Is this truly the formation of the Zhuge family? Even weather and space are indistinguishable. It's truly miraculous. Suddenly, the old man stopped. Tang Weilei's eyes, hidden behind her hair, were secretly observing the male lead. She saw the look on his face and immediately started judging. That Tang Yanming is thinking about something else again. Back in the carriage, he was the same way. At that time, the team leader had said, "After arriving, you will be teammates for the next 3 years. So, get to know each other." So they turned to chat. "You are Tang Yanming, right?" The pink-haired girl, who seemed the most friendly, waved. "I am Tang Liuli. I heard about you all the time. Surely everyone knows about you getting into a fight on the day of the competition." The mushroom-haired boy added, "I'm Tang Yiquan. Nice to meet you. You're really famous. I heard you even injured Tang Yingling." Tang Liuli was both admiring and scared. "Gosh, you got guts. Do you know her grandfather is the 3rd elder? Even though you'll be safe during these 4 years of competition." But the protagonist, upon hearing their tone, interrupted in a low voice. "What exactly are you trying to say? Are you asking for trouble because you think I dragged you into the ancient poison battle?" The girl hurriedly explained. "The rule change really panicked me, but I don't intend to blame you." Tang Weili interrupted. "Well, I really want to blame him." Tang Yuquan tried to smooth things over. "Overall, we are teammates now." She still refused to let it go. "I told you I had an opinion." She stared at his face. "Look at his expression. Is that the look of someone who did something wrong?" Tang Yanming was speechless and chuckled, saying nothing more, which made her even angrier. "What are you doing? You dare to mock me?" Even now, she was still secretly observing him. "Even if the others don't pursue this, I will. I put so much effort into today. If he dares to cause any more trouble, I will absolutely not forgive him." She was so busy watching him that she didn't pay attention to the path and slammed into Tang Liuli, who was walking ahead. She angrily asked, "Hey, why did you stop all of a sudden?" The 2 people in front were stunned. What happened? The children didn't understand anything. They looked at the empty space. Zhu Chengxin had disappeared. Tang Yiquan hurriedly looked around. Clearly, he was still here just a moment ago. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Tang Liuli shrieked in terror. "Where on earth are we going?" Even Tang Weilei's voice trembled. "I heard that in this formation," she stammered. "If you take a wrong turn, you'll get trapped in a spatial rift." "That's not right," another muttered. "This is a formation he created himself. How could he trap himself?" Their faces turned pale as they talked. "Wait, hold on. The point is, how are we supposed to get out of here?" They were all panicking. "If we just wait here, won't someone come to save us? We aren't really trapped, right?" Only Tang Yanming remained calm, scanning his surroundings, while Tang Liuli kept on screaming. "We're doomed. Does no one here understand formations?" Tang Weili noticed Tang Yanming placing his hand against the empty air. What was he trying to do? How could he be so calm? In another space, the old man Zhu Chengxin chuckled to himself, thinking they must have realized they were trapped and were terrified by now. After all, the Jia cat family's 7 stars illusory frame formation could only be solved by the creator. Then again, Long Da from the Tang family elder was really petty, demanding that he trap the whole group just because of one kid. Behind the scenes, the old man had already calculated his move, following the order. "As long as you eliminate number 28, I'll double the aid for the Jia cat family." Zhu Chengxin smirked. "Ah, with such an attractive offer, how could I refuse? The selection process isn't fair anyway, so it's the loser's fault for being weak. Our Jia cat family just needs to reap the benefits." Suddenly, he froze in place, whipping his head around in a panic. Ha! Strange noises were coming from the formation. What the hell? He turned back to see Tang Yanming using a blade to slice right through his formation. The old man's face went white as a sheet, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. "How? How are you doing this?" Young Tang Yanming just grinned. "Zhu Chengxin," he asked, "why were you in such a hurry to leave us behind? We're still young and couldn't keep up with your pace, so we'd appreciate it if you looked after us." Sweat poured down the old man's face as he stammered. "Ah, right. That was my mistake." Internally, he couldn't comprehend it. "What is going on? My formation was perfect. How did they find me?" The kids crowded around Tang Yanming. "Tang Yanming, how did you do that? You just sliced right through it. You slashed open the formation? What does that even mean? Tang Weili shouted. Is now really the time to ask that? She pointed and yelled. We had such a hard time finding Zhu Changshin. We have to stick to him this time so he doesn't ditch us again. But when they turned around, there was nothing but air. The group stood there slack-jawed. He disappeared again. Tang Yanming couldn't help but chuckle. Again. Really? The old man was sprinting away, terrified. Damn it. I'm a member of the prestigious Jia cat family, and I'm being forced to run away inside my own formation? But that kid's eyes, it's like he can see through everything. How can a mere teenager have such imposing spirit? A blue light flashed before him. He'd found the exit leading to the training grounds. He scrambled toward it, darting into the forest, and finally stopped to pant like a dog. That should do it. Covered in sweat, he thought, I don't know how he did it, but he definitely won't find me here. But before he could even catch his breath, a voice boomed from above. Zhu Changshin. The old man looked up and his heart nearly stopped. It was Tang Yuanjun, a warrior. The muscular man in black was the instructor for Group 7. He frowned as soon as he saw him. You don't look so good, and I don't see the candidates from Group 7 anywhere. Did something happen? The old man turned purple with panic, desperately trying to think of an excuse. Stay calm. Didn't I prepare for this? He started acting. Group 7. I'm afraid they won't be able to continue the competition. Tang Yuanjun frowned. What do you mean? The old man adjusted his voice, lying through his teeth. I waited for a long time, but they didn't return. They were likely attacked by bandits or wild beasts. It's a tragedy, but for the sake of the competition, we should remove Group 7 from the list. As soon as he finished, he heard a crunching sound behind him. He stiffened, terrified. Tang Yuanjun looked in that direction too. The old man paled. How is this possible? Tang Yuanjun didn't understand, shouting in surprise. What's going on? Is someone intruding? Zhu Changshen rushed to block his view. No, warrior. Wait, let me double-check. But on the other side, a sharp blade remained embedded deep in the air. Before the whole thing shattered into 100 pieces, the old man turned around in horror. It's broken. The Jia cat family's top-tier 7 stars illusory frame had been destroyed just like that. The one who did it was, of course, Tang Yanming. He appeared with an incredibly confident smile, while the old man stood there paralyzed. No way. Tears and snot were streaming down the old man's face. Tang Yanming bared his teeth in a sinister grin. This is great. His eyes glowed red, and he said in a bone-chilling tone, I was worried something might have happened to you. Tang Weili's jaw dropped. My God. His actions earlier were already shocking enough. And now he's destroying the whole formation with a sword technique? How is he doing this? Tang Yanming glanced over to explain. I didn't destroy the formation, I just opened a gap. The gap would close soon. Get out of here, quickly. Suddenly, they heard someone ask. Are you the group that was participating in Group 7? Tang Yuanjun pointed at them. Zhu Changxian stood there, white as a sheet. Tang Weili quickly replied, Yes, who are you? Yi Tong whispered. That headscarf he's wearing has the emblem of the Tang family on it. Tang Yuanjun didn't understand. I thought, just as Zhu Changxian said, you had been attacked. It's a relief you're okay. Tang Yanming immediately glared at the old man. Attacked, you say? The old man jumped, his face darkening. Tang Yanming understood but didn't press the issue, just waving his hand dismissively. Ah, it seems Zhu Changxian had a misunderstanding. Actually, we just got lost. But thankfully, he marked the exit of the formation, so we managed to find our way here. The 3 kids whispered among themselves, covering their mouths. That's not what happened at all. Why is he lying? There must be a reason. Truth be told, Tang Yanming knew exactly what was going on. He could tell the man was taking orders from the Tang family. Since I don't have physical evidence right now, I'll let it slide. But you can't hide your filth forever. He vowed to remember this grudge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. After this election ends and I find proof of your collusion with the elder, I'll wipe out your family line for good. Zhu Changxian, having escaped a disaster, quickly stammered. I made a grave mistake. How embarrassing. I'll go check on the damaged formation now. He said his goodbyes and vanished, not daring to stay a second longer. Tang Yuanjun crossed his arms before the children. Though there were a few minor troubles, it's fortunate you all returned safely. I apologize on behalf of our guide for his oversight. Let me officially introduce myself. I'm the one in charge of training you all for the duration of this selection process. The eyes of Tang Weili, a member of the Phoenix Guard that Tang Yuanjun belonged to, lit up instantly. The Phoenix Guard? I thought that organization vanished over a dozen years ago. The Phoenix Guard was the elite personal squad of the previous Tang family young master. Every member was a veteran warrior, with combat skills on par with their team captain. She looked toward Tang Yanming, who was standing there picking his nose, and wasn't the previous young master Tang Jihui, Tang Yanming's mother. Furthermore, he casually asked Tang Yuanjin, "So why didn't you people stay with the Tang family back then?" She was shocked. Did they not know each other? The man replied, "Over a dozen years ago, we fought the Ma Guangtian to protect the previous young master, Tang Jihui, but we were ultimately crushed." He furrowed his brows as he spoke, his teeth grinding in regret. He stepped forward. "Because we were those who couldn't protect our master. We are nothing more than sinners now." Suddenly, a few more figures appeared behind him, all dressed in identical uniforms. His voice turned stern. "Enough introductions. Now, I'll explain the selection rules, so listen carefully. The first year of the selection will focus on self-directed training. You must choose a training method that suits you. We will distribute martial arts, manuals, and provide guidance based on your results." Lai immediately asked in surprise. "So, the Tang family manuals rumored to be lost after the war with the Ma Guangtian, even the 10,000 flowers reign can be learned." Tang Yuanjin explained that the 10,000 flowers reign was a technique passed down to the young master, though it isn't complete. The actual mantras are taught by the elders. Does Tang Yanming realize that the 10,000 flowers reign is a technique that releases countless hidden weapons like a storm? He thought to himself, "This seems quite similar to sword flying techniques. I might be able to mimic it." At this point, his eyes lit up as he looked down at the kids. That is why only those who become the young master can learn the mantras from the elders. Whether or not you can actually learn it, however, is a different story. Enough chatter. In short, you must focus on your cultivation immediately. You can cooperate with your group members or train alone. Naturally, it was Lai who had more questions. "Sir Warrior, where will we be living?" Tang Yuanjin's response hit the naive children like a bolt of lightning. Naturally, they had to fend for themselves in this forest. "Did you think you could cultivate while sleeping on a soft bed?" The group of assassins crossed their arms, looking authoritative. "Comfort only leads to decadence. Back in my day, these kids today, you haven't reached a certain level yet, so adapting to harsh environments is the top priority." With that, he clenched his fist tightly. "Now, go decide for yourselves how you'll train." The group of children looked dejected, but suddenly a voice rang out. Tang Yanming, the only one qualified, finally spoke up, asking if he could stay in a comfortable place instead. He said bluntly, "I don't feel I need to adapt to the environment of the forest." All eyes were fixed on the kid. Is this guy crazy? Tang Yuanjin wasn't angry. He just recalled this arrogant kid. He was the one who broke the barrier earlier, wasn't he? Seems I need to test him. The other kids crowded around him, some making faces, others pulling at his clothes. "You ignorant brat, what are you blabbering about? Do you think you're that talented?" However, to their surprise, Tang Yuanjin agreed. "Fine. If you can pass the test, I'll let you live in the manor inside the array." He emanated a threatening aura. "But if you disappoint me, prepare yourself for a beating." Number 28. A real man stands by his words. Tang Yanming nodded immediately, no problem. He wanted to start right away. "The test is simple. My subordinates will fire hidden weapons at you from all sides. You just need to block or dodge them within a 5-step range." After being blindfolded, it began. Tang Yanming, completely fearless, tied a white cloth over his eyes. He could already sense the positions of every assassin. "Come and get me, then." Each of them held at least 3 hidden weapons. The 3 other children stood there, stunned. Is it really possible to do something like that? And why was no one attacking yet? Tang Wiley guessed. Are they trying to stall for time to create invisible pressure on him? But it was only quiet for a few seconds. In that very instant, all the assassins unleashed their hidden weapons at once. Tang Yanming stood perfectly still, feeling the rain of projectiles. A quick count, a total of 167. A bit much, but not too difficult. He smirked confidently and fished around in his pocket. Tang Yuanjin watched, completely taken aback. Tang Yanming began to draw his blade and activate his skills. Many people overlook that martial arts aren't just moves. They contain profound truths. They can be broadly divided into 3 principles: heavy, fast, and changing. The supreme martial arts contain breaking, scattering, cutting, and sharpness. Tang Yanming turned, his moves creating a small vortex around him. Not a single projectile could get through. Having grasped the mysteries of swordsmanship in his past life, Tang Yanming could pull this off with ease. So, when those who had only undergone training but hadn't grasped the true essence saw this, they were surely terrified. Tang Yuanjin's eyes were wide, practically falling out of his head. He couldn't believe it. He blocked all the hidden weapons with a single move? No, he didn't just block them. He deflected them. I doubt even I could evade that many projectiles so calmly. That wasn't right. The other kids looked at each other in horror. What did we just see? He swung his blade once and sent everything flying. It's unbelievable. The space returned to normal, and Tang Yanming ripped off his blindfold. Did I pass? Tang Yuanjin was still stunned, questioning himself. Actually, I wasn't even sure if I could pull it off. Tang Yiquan kept calling out Sir Warrior, but the man was still in a daze. Only when he shouted, Sir Warrior Tang Yuanjin, did the man finally snap out of it, coughing a few times. He had to admit the result. You passed. You can rest inside the manor from now on. Whether he liked it or not, he had to admit it. A monster had been born. Tang Yiquan was stunned in admiration. He had no choice but to respect such power. Lai was blushing bright red. Ugh, I'm so jealous. Meanwhile, the shameless Tang Weili pointed a finger and questioned him. Hey, you're not planning on abandoning your teammates to go enjoy the luxury alone, are you? Tang Yanming looked over. Do we look that close? Of course, it's every man for himself. He laughed wildly, standing with his hands on his hips to tease the whole group. Ah, the food at the manor must be delicious. And who's going to feed you guys in the forest, anyway? Ha ha ha. The three kids stood there, frozen in shock. Tang Weili was about to charge forward, shouting, Get back here, you bastard. But the other two held her back. Tang Yuanzhen watched the children, thinking to himself that while it was good, the others weren't discouraged. The outcome of this exam was already clear before it even began. He glanced at the boy, who was already walking away, when he suddenly stopped and said, Oh, right. Could you please give me a bit more meat every meal? I need to eat well to grow fast. He was talking about himself. Deep down, the boy had made up his mind. Only by getting strong could he help the Tang family rise once more. The next morning, the forest was deserted, save for packs of wolves on the hunt. The wolves, along with Boo, were devouring prey when suddenly the whole pack froze. Every single one of them started coughing and gagging violently. Just as they collapsed, the three children, led by Tang Weili, rushed in to fight. That night, the three had to take shelter in a cave on the cliffside. Luckily, the sleeping potion they'd prepared in advance had worked perfectly. Yeah, let's keep doing this from now on. The group roasted some meat and chatted away. Tang Yiquan, your poison-making skills are seriously impressive. Well, your aim is pretty top tier too. They said that, but the kids were clearly haggard, staring hungrily at the meat. 4 months had already passed. At first, we tried to run away, but we ran straight into a bear. After that, we couldn't catch anything and had to survive by chewing on roots. That's why the first time we finally caught something, we cried tears of joy. Later on, we even found this place up here. Tang Yiquan sighed. I wonder, Tang Yanming must be living a luxurious life right now, huh? Upon hearing that, Tang Weili gritted her teeth and yelled, Don't you dare mention his name in front of me. The boy startled and dodged. I was just curious. She was absolutely fuming. What's there to be curious about? He's definitely living the good life all by himself. She was already plotting to beat Sen Tan An to a pulp. Just wait, when I get back to the manor, I'm going to knock him out cold. Tang Yiquan still remembered the scene where he single-handedly deflected hundreds of throwing stars. He was already strong when he left, and now that he's gone through more training, I wonder how powerful he's become. Suddenly, Tang Weili jumped. Hey, wait a second, where did the meat on the fire go? Both of them spun around to look, and their faces turned pale. There was Lu Li, lying flat on her back with a round, full belly. I'm so full. She was clearly the one who ate it all, yet she dared to say, Hey friends, you're blocking my light. Could you move over a bit? Why are you looking at me like that? You didn't even need to think to know that Lu Li was in for a brutal beating that night. You know why? You damn glutton. The scene shifted to the manor, inside the Huoyan Kong formation at Kong Dam Mountain. The assassins were surrounding Tang Yanming. Are these guys trying to spar? He stood still in the center, scanning them. Tang Yuanjin glared and shouted, Begin. 2 assassins lunged at him with lightning speed. Tang Yanming didn't show a hint of fear. He leaned back to dodge, easily handling the 2 of them alone. He lifted his leg and kicked one in the face as others rushed to take their place. They swarmed him from all sides, even using weapons. At the perfect moment, a throwing knife flew straight at him, but Tang Yanming's figure vanished in a flash. The group was confused, thinking they'd hit him, but they only struck empty air. Tang Yanming dropped down from above and reached into his robe. Nice, time to test this new technique. With gold rings on his fingers, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The assassins immediately grew cautious, but he wasn't even aiming at them. He swung his hands wide. The group stared, not understanding. Was he just throwing projectiles into the air? These were rings, with 2 sharp blades, spinning wildly through the air. If one of those grazed your neck, it was game over. One guy was hit, his shoulder slashed and bleeding. The man next to him shuddered. Throwing them like that is way too reckless. He looked around to see the other assassins collapsing, terrified. What's happening? Not a single one of them escaped. Those projectiles were too fast to track. Tang Yanming didn't stop there, spinning and shouting, full-bloom dagger dance. Everyone nearby was blown away. Tang Yuanzhen's eyes widened in horror, his teeth chattering. How is this possible? He was able to take down professionally trained members in an instant, and while using a wide-range attack, he still controlled his power enough to only cause minor injuries. Did he just invent this technique himself? Tang Yanming nodded. That's right. He examined the throwing star with the ring in the middle. This technique would indeed leave an opponent with no way to counter. Too powerful. May I ask what it's called? Tang Yanming replied. Let's call it the full-bloom dagger dance, he asked. I see. But this consumes a massive amount of internal energy. How did you overcome that? Tang Yanming asked him back. Do you remember when I borrowed those books on ocular arts? Ocular arts are techniques to enhance vision. Tang Yuanzhen nodded. Yes, there were the heaven-fighting eyes and the time flow eyes. Because the records on the time flow eyes were incomplete, I recommended the heaven-fighting eyes to you. Tang Yanming nodded. I've mastered the time flow eyes. Tang Yuanzhen was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He learned the time flow eyes. That's the most ancient eye technique of the Tang family. The chants have been lost for ages. How did he do it? Tang Yanming explained. Actually, even though the chant is incomplete, I realize this is a supreme technique. If I throw projectiles along the trajectory that the time flow eyes see, I can hit the target precisely even while using very little internal energy. He was drenched in sweat and took a deep breath. This kid amazes me time and time again. He was actually able to comprehend an incomplete chant on his own. That reminds me, it's time to tell you something. 2 months from now, your teammates from the 7th squad will arrive here. They will take the same test under the same conditions as you. Actually, those kids were already qualified to take the test, but they insisted on training a bit more first. Tang Yanming smiled faintly. Is that so? He was curious and looked forward to seeing how strong they had become. Tang Yuanzhen understood he was still quite worried about his squad. Then it's best not to tell him who their training target is. The old man knew full well they were using a picture of Tang Yanming as a target for their throwing practice. Just how much did they resent him? Tang Yanming stood to one side, looking up at the sky. Fate, is it? In my past life, the only person I was fated with was my master, the sword ghost. In this life, despite my humble origins and reckless behavior, I've still managed to make these connections. I suppose this is part of an ordinary life, too. For some reason, I really want to see them again soon. In the cliffside cave, night after night, you could hear the three of them arguing. I don't know why, but I have this strange urge to see them soon. Every night, in that cave on the cliff, I can hear the three of them arguing. How could you eat everything like that? Sorry. It was so good, I didn't even notice. Anyway, in 2 months, we'll be at the manor to meet Tang Yanming. I told you to stop mentioning his name. The three of them had matured quite a bit. Tang Weili felt that when they first started training, they were just a bunch of kids, but now they had gained unprecedented strength. Veins popped on her forehead as she gritted her teeth. Just the thought of seeing Tang Yanming again made her excited. Tang Liuli picked up the bad habit too, sneering, I'm going to smash his head in. Tang Yiquan was always trying to look angry, wondering if he was doing it right. The whole group shouted in unison, down with Tang Yanming. Team 7 will win. Their instructor was startled. Bewildered, he looked at the kids burning with rage and wondered, what's wrong with them? They looked terrifying. The shouts echoed outside the inn. Tang Yanming, get out here right now. Tang Weili couldn't wait any longer. Why wasn't anyone answering? Had he run away? Heh, damn it, that's a shame. I really wanted to crush his skull. Tang Yiquan, why have you been so quiet? She turned around and realized Tang Yanming had been standing there with his arm around him the whole time, a smug grin on his face. He looked at the kids, who were pale and looked like they were about to wet themselves, and chuckled. I just wanted to scare you guys a little. That's why I hid. What was it you said you wanted to do to my head earlier? His smile widened to his ears, truly adorable. The two girls who had been talking so tough were now silent. What were they standing there hiding for? Tang Yanming teased them on purpose. Didn't you say you wanted to crack my head open? Come on then, let me see the results of your 6 months of training. Or should I make the first move? Tang Weili, who had the biggest mouth, waved her hands dismissively. No, don't, we were just joking. She was terrified. Before he walked back, she hadn't even sensed his presence. Tang Liuli was shocked too, unable to understand it. When I lived in the forest, I clearly honed my perception skills to be very sharp. He draped his arms over their shoulders. Is the gap in strength between us and him really that big? What has he been doing this whole time? On top of that, he had grown taller, and his appearance was becoming. Tang Weili stared for a moment, her face flushing red, torn between her hatred and her feelings. Huh? What am I thinking? Is it because I saw too many animals in the forest that I think he's handsome? Suddenly, his tone turned serious. Don't be too discouraged. I can feel that you've all improved a lot. He glowed with a brilliant light, looking down at them. It's just that my presence here is overshadowing your own radiance." With a remark like that, the mood was ruined, and the girl wished she could do something about it. He was always so annoying. Scene shift to a large house, where voices could be heard. "Is everyone here?" A group of old men sat around a round table. "You've arrived, Pavilion Master. It's been 6 months since we last met, hasn't it? It really is hard to get us all together." Zhu Changxin couldn't even force a smile, folding the fan in his hand. "Let's get straight to the point. Are there any promising talents in your groups?" One said immediately. "Number 2 is worth keeping an eye on. Her growth rate is clearly faster than the other candidates, and compared to the will to become strong or survive, she seems to be harboring a grudge against someone. And that hatred is her driving force." Another old man spoke up. "If we're talking about potential, you can't leave out number 10. The kid took only 1 month to pass the martial artist exam." Zhu Changxin sat quietly listening. Number 2 and number 10 indeed have exceptional talent. Any other gifted ones? Number 18 in his group, the old man couldn't forget Tang Yanming, sweating just thinking about him. But after meeting number 28, I realized those two are nothing in comparison. Not only was I amazed by the kid breaking the formation, but when I secretly watched him train earlier, his performance left me in awe. That level is truly astounding, as most experts don't even possess such martial arts skills. He racked his brains, weighing the pros and cons carefully, but the risk of recruiting number 28 was too great. After all, the kid had seen through his schemes at that time. Suddenly, someone noticed something was wrong and asked him, "Pavilion Master, your expression is terrible. Are you not feeling well?" The old man made up a flimsy excuse, telling them would only cause trouble, so he smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just that I don't have any talent on my side." Ha, he had it all figured out. It was better to eliminate number 28. We need an obedient puppet, so what about recruiting number 2? I'll introduce my grandson to her. My grandson is incredibly handsome, and I heard number 2 has a scar on her face, making her appearance quite ugly. A woman like that is easiest to win over. He laughed deviously. If we help her win the candidacy, take the position of young master, and then have her marry my grandson, they'll have children. By then, the Zhuji family will officially become the maternal family of the Tang family head. We will have the power to intervene in Tang family affairs, then raise our standing, consolidate our rights, and in the future, the Tang family will merge into our main family. That is exactly why we are supporting the Tang family candidacy. All the old men there nodded in agreement. The plan is settled, then. Let's end the meeting here. He left, but in his heart, he still remembered Tang Yanming. Number 28, whose talent was superior. Missing out on him was a real shame. Just wait until the election is over, then use his hatred to convince him, or adopt him, to make him the young master of the Zhuge family. Just like that, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was so caught up in his own calculations that he couldn't stop smiling. Haha. Meanwhile, with Team 7, the kids were still working hard. After arriving at the manor, they had trained even harder. Although the workload had increased, at least they got a good night's sleep. Tang Weili finished her throwing knives and turned to ask Tang Liuli, "Are Tang Yiquan and Tang Yanming going to the workshop today too?" "Yeah." Tang Yiquan gritted his teeth and walked in. He said he had to take down Tang Yanming. Tang Weili trembled just hearing it. "It'll be fine, right? Tang Yiquan's poison is really strong." Over there, Tang Yiquan was indeed puffing his chest out at Tang Yanming. "See this? This is a poison I created using everything I've learned in my life. Now will you acknowledge my poison-making abilities?" Suddenly, Tang Yanming reached for the bowl, and Tang Yiquan was startled. "What are you doing?" The scene was one he would never forget in his life. Tang Yanming actually lifted the bowl of poison and drank it all down. Tang Yiquan couldn't stop him and just screamed, "You lunatic. Why did you drink that?" He shook Tang Yanming frantically, on the verge of tears, begging him, "Spit it out, you damn brat. You're going to lose your life like this." Suddenly, Tang Yanming's face turned green. Blurg. Tang Yiquan stared in shock. Did it actually work? But the guy just let out a loud burp. All that green poisonous gas blew right back into his face. He just stood there, wiping his mouth with a smirk. "Geez, why do you keep shaking me like that?" Meanwhile, the other guy's face turned pitch black as he collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, our protagonist felt his body changing and burst into laughter. "Looks like this stuff isn't a lethal poison, right?" The guy, with tears and snot running down his face, turned around. "What are you talking about? This is a deadly poison that can melt your internal organs. How are you still fine?" He looked at our hero, who was still standing tall and completely unharmed, and couldn't explain it. "How are you still fine? This is so strange." He grinned maliciously and leaned in close. "That's just how it is. Could it be that your technique is just plain trash?" That one sentence was enough to make the guy absolutely furious. His face darkened like the bottom of a charred pot. The two girls standing outside could even hear him screaming, "Ah, why aren't you dead yet?" Tang Wiley guessed right away it looked like he had failed. Tang Liuli nodded in agreement. Indeed. Tang Yanming is even more ridiculous. He drank that bowl of poison like it was nothing. That guy fell to his knees, begging in despair. "Stop drinking my poison like it's liquor. It's even more insulting that you ask for seconds after finishing it." "I don't feel a thing." He stared at the empty bowl in complete hopelessness. The poor guy was so frustrated, he pounded the table and gnashed his teeth. Damn it, why is it not having any effect? Could it be that he's immune to all poisons? Our hero, however, felt that this was a little different from standard poison immunity. This was the Tang family's ancestral mental cultivation technique, known as the poison essence clear like qi, which every Tang family member possesses. It's a type of internal energy martial art that can manipulate toxins, but they say the user can also be poisoned. That part is a bit strange. So, I'm guessing, if the internal energy that manipulates poison is called poison essence, it must be able to absorb lethal toxins. So, is it actually the opposite? Must I control the poison as it enters my body? He couldn't help but feel secretly happy. It was just as I predicted. The poison entering my body is being converted into internal energy. Because the right amount of poison is like a miracle medicine to me, but this is a state that can only be reached through true comprehension. Those who only see poison as a weapon will never be able to do this, no matter how much they know. Now, ordinary poisons can no longer help me increase my internal power, so I need something stronger. Thinking of those old foxes at home, he became even more determined. Before I can live a normal life, there are still plenty of obstacles I need to clear out of the way. Even though I could deal with those elders at any time, I'm not sure if I can handle the Black Evil Alliance or Ma Kuang-Fine yet. Even if I don't have a personal grudge against the Black Evil Alliance, I can't ignore a force that dominates half of Sichuan. After all, the Black Evil Alliance once wiped out 3 of the 9 major sects and is known as a legendary talent. My past self could have faced them, but the current me isn't there yet. Thinking it over, he couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. It seems if I want to live a peaceful life, I have to become as strong as I was in my past life. If only that guy could refine a much stronger poison. Just then, he heard that idiot muttering. Sigh. If only I knew how to craft the Tang family's 10 great poisons. Tang Yanming asked immediately. What are the Tang family's 10 great poisons? He frowned, incredibly annoyed. Aren't you the son of the former clan leader? How do you not know anything about this? Those are the 10 deadliest poisons passed down by our ancestors. The higher the number, the more lethal the toxin. But it's said that more than half of the recipes have been lost. The toxicity of the 10 great poisons is extremely potent. Legend says even a master of the transformation realm cannot withstand them. That's why the current poisons are split up and kept by the elders. Our hero was a bit shocked. This was definitely a major eye-opener. Even a master of the transformation realm, who's shed their mortal shell, can't deal with it. He was practically drooling with greed. That sounds amazing. So you don't know how to craft them? He asked, lying flat on the table, looking back at our hero. Do you think just anyone can craft those rare poisons? Besides, the recipes have already been lost. Tang Yanming scratched his head and looked at him. What a pity. Regardless, the poison you make doesn't affect me at all. The guy was provoked to anger again and cursed. You little brat. In short, the 10 great poisons are extremely dangerous and are usually strictly forbidden. No matter how strong you are, you'll die if you drink them. As they were talking, 2 other people nearby were in a life-or-death struggle. That guy gripped number 2's throat tightly and growled, "What did you do to me?" Just as he finished speaking, his mouth suddenly burst into flames. The woman, number 2, warned him sharply. Say that again. What did you say about my face? The guy was clearly no match for her. His whole body was burning, and he didn't know what to do. He stood there screaming in pain, but he wasn't dead yet. As long as he was breathing, he kept trying, reaching his hand out toward number 2's face to strike, but before his hand could even touch her, it instantly turned to stone and shattered into tiny pieces. Number 2 just stood there, staring with contempt as the guy turned into hardened mud and went to meet his ancestors. She looked at the scene and laughed triumphantly. The poison Grandpa gave me is even more powerful than I thought. It truly lives up to the name Tang Family 10 Great Poisons. One of his eyes glowed a deep red as he gave a malicious smirk. Looking closely, it was Tang Yingling. I will always remember. The pain I endured that day, I will never stop fueling this rage and sorrow. The scar on her face was a gift from Tang Yanming. She held a grudge and vowed never to forgive him, swearing to pay him back in full on the day of the poison war. Tang Yanming. Time passed. Team 7 stood in the courtyard, listening to Tang Yuanjin say, "Time flies. It's been another half a year already. You have been training for the selection for a year now. Although you have been sharpening your martial arts and perfecting yourselves, now it truly begins. It's time to choose a team leader." Our hero yawned, sleepy. The two girls asked in unison. A team leader? He nodded. Yes, this is just to choose an interim team leader. We won't choose the official leader until the 3rd year of training. After that, the team leaders will represent us in the Poison War. Of course, if you register voluntarily, you can also participate. In general, the Poison War is extremely brutal, so it's best to pick the most outstanding person as the leader. Tang Liuli only now realized that not everyone had to participate in the Poison War. Tang Weili looked over that made sense, otherwise, there wouldn't be any young talents left. When it came to strength, everyone had to admit that number 28, Tang Yanming, though they were very reluctant to, was the most suitable choice. Yu Tone also looked at our hero. Honestly, calling it a selection for a team leader was more like picking the favorite to win it all. The old man's eyes twinkled, and he asked one last time, this is only to select an interim leader. Does everyone agree that number 28 should be the leader? None of the kids objected. Good. Number 28 stepped forward. Tang Yuanjin took out a box containing a gleaming pearl for him. Tang Yanming wondered, what is this? He explained, this is the Tang family's spirit elixir, the Heaven Heart Pill. The Heaven Heart Pill is a spirit elixir refined from the roots of century-old snow ginseng. Depending on the user's internal energy, it can amplify their cultivation by several times. The 3 kids stared in awe, wondering why he was handing over such a treasure to him. Tang Yuanjin explained, this is a privilege for the squad leader. After all, the Tang family has high expectations for you all. His gaze softened as he looked at him, especially toward Tang Yanming. I have great faith in you. After taking the Heaven Heart Pill, you will feel strength like never before. But the protagonist seemed unimpressed, asking right away if there was anything else. Tang Yuanjin was stunned. What? He repeated the question. I'm asking if there's anything else. Because I don't need the elixir. I need something else. The kids erupted into a commotion again. This guy is acting up again. That thing is priceless. If you're not going to eat it, give it to me, you brat. But Tang Yuanjin understood. Unless one reached the level where spirit elixirs no longer boosted their internal energy, no one would ever refuse it. He scowled and asked, what do you want? Tang Yanming looked him straight in the eye, responding seriously, deadly poison. And I want the strongest kind available. The Tang family 10 poisons. Tang Yuanjin froze on the spot, unable to believe his ears. In the underground room filled with throwing darts, that was the deal. After retrieving these items, Tang Weili knew just by looking that these were hidden weapons. Is this all there is? What about the spirit elixir? Tang Yanming picked them up to examine them. He said he couldn't give me the Tang family 10 poisons, so he gave me these instead. No sooner had he finished than the girl couldn't help but land a punch square on him. Well, it didn't really land, but she was still acting wild, scolding him as she swung. Good heavens, you should have taken the elixir, you idiot. Only Lu Li spoke up. Tang Yanming, I respect your decision. After all, you're already very strong without the spirit elixir. The guy named Tang Yiquan just laughed foolishly. The Elders' Council will be happy to save a Heaven Heart Pill. But then he added, oh, by the way, I haven't returned the Heaven Heart Pill yet. A few hours earlier, Tang Yuanjin had handed him a wooden chest and said, these are the hidden weapons you asked for. They've all been repaired. Do you really want to give up the Heaven Heart Pill for these? He held the chest in his hands. It was a shame not to get the deadly poison, but it couldn't be helped. He didn't understand. Perhaps he was the only one who didn't need the elixir but wanted poison instead. The old man felt that compensating him with this pile of gear was a bit lacking and asked, do you need anything else? But he felt it was enough. Oh, I have one question. What is it? How do you intend to handle the Heaven Heart Pill? He replied, obviously, I'll return it to the Medicine King Tang. Why? Are you regretting it? But he had already thought it through. Not exactly, I just had a good idea. The kids were shocked to hear his plan. So he and the instructor decided that if any other members could work together to defeat the temporary squad leader, the others' jaws dropped, they would choose a new leader and win the Heaven Heart Pill as a reward. Tang Yuanjin actually agreed, thinking the idea wasn't bad. It would boost morale and serve as an investment for the future of the Tang family. It wasn't a loss at all. He held up one finger and told them, in short, you can challenge me anytime. Before the Goo Poison War began, as soon as he finished speaking, the kids scrambled away. I'm going to get my darts. You're finished. Tang Yanming was truly blinded by material gain. Tang Yanming couldn't help but chuckle. This bunch is really, I've got them all calculated. No matter what, I won't lose to them. But when I become the young sect leader, I should probably share a few Heaven Heart Pills with them. However, they didn't seem to have much sense. They stood outside the courtyard shouting, filled with spirit. Tang Yanming, come out here right now. You need to change your mindset. But for now, he had to establish his authority. The crowd kept shouting, come out. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Are you that eager for a beating? Time passed, autumn faded into winter. and season after season went by. Still, no one had been able to touch a single hair on Tang Yanming. Every time, they were beaten to a pulp, groaning on the ground in pain. Tang Yanming would just lift his chin and ask, "Is this the 173rd time you've lost?" Tang Wiley and Lu Lai sat to the side, sighing. Doesn't he ever get tired? Not even his breathing is out of rhythm. You've seen this happen before. I gave up a long time ago. Lately, I don't even care about the candidacy anymore. Just looking at Tang Yanming's face is enough. The two girls were entering the age of blooming, truly refreshing, weren't they? He reached his hand out toward Tang Yiquan and asked, "Do you admit defeat?" He even provoked him. "Then the position of young master belongs to me." He knew his place inside. Honestly, you haven't even met the other squad leaders yet. But it was true. He couldn't imagine what a defeated version of him would look like. After you become the young master, don't ignore us. The two held hands, peaceful and close. Tang Yuanjin walked over. Throughout the past year, everyone had improved significantly, so the official squad leader was decided to be number 28. Time flew by so fast. Looks like there are no surprises, right? Tomorrow is the official selection round, the Gu Poison War. You must prepare well. Tang Yanming replied with confidence. The old man continued, "You have been training for 3 years now. In other squads, some have given up, some were eliminated early for not meeting the requirements, and some even lost their lives. In contrast to them, all members of Squad 7 are safe and sound. Moreover, each person's strength is comparable to our Phoenix Guard. So be proud of yourselves. Regarding the Gu Poison War, I have emphasized it many times, but I must warn you one last time." His face was incredibly serious, his eyes burning with intensity. Although the use of poison was prohibited during the training matches, in the Gu Poison War, apart from the 10 poisons, all other types of deadly toxins are permitted. This is a competition where you must use your strongest killer move, so you must give it your all. Number 28. He handed him a box containing the Gu Poison tool. "This is the poison you need." Tang Yiquan frowned as he warned him. "Even though you were fine after drinking the gut-severing heat poison, for an ordinary person, a single drop means death. You must remember, the eye-blinding poison only works if sprinkled into the eyes. Next is the 9 heat powder. That's it, I've introduced all the poisons." After saying that, he spoke on behalf of the kids. "Honestly, I have a lot of faith in you. You must win." Tang Yanming gripped his hand, shaking it. Suddenly, he pulled his hand forcefully and punched himself in the face. Thud, thud. "My nose is even bleeding. I guarantee that by the time the selection ends, no one will be able to hurt me anymore." After saying this, he turned around and waved as he walked into the formation. "Well then, I'm off. I promise you, from the moment the selection ends, no one will ever be able to hurt me again." He turned around, waved his hand, and stepped into the formation. "All right then, I'm heading out." On the other side, someone was just as eager, gripping a vial of poison with a wicked grin. Finally, the Gu Poison battle was about to begin. "I'm so lucky. Who would have thought that not only did I receive the 10 poisons from my grandfather, but someone else wanted to help me too. It was her, Ling. Even before she stepped in here, someone had come looking for her. It was quite surprising. Could it be that this huge family wants to help me? But how exactly? Did that old man try to convince them? She also knows that the arena for the Gu Poison battle is created by our formations. So for us, controlling the formation to move you to a favorable position is absolutely no problem." She was sharp, asking directly, "You wouldn't come looking for me for no reason. You guys must have a condition, right?" The old man got straight to the point. "Honestly, this huge family can no longer stand on its own, so we want to rely on the Tang family, but we don't want to lose all our autonomy." Her eyes glinted with malice. She smelled it instantly. "It sounds honorable, but aren't you just trying to use me as a stepping stone to interfere with the Tang family later? If I don't keep my word then, what are you going to do?" She spoke of the very scheme that the guy named Xiniang had plotted. "That's why I came here to negotiate, to earn your trust. Whatever you want, just say it." The more she thought about it, the redder and more resentful her damaged eye became. "I've gritted my teeth for 3 years just for today. Now I will kill you and take back the years I've lost. I really can't wait to see you." Group 1 includes Tang Yingling. Group 2, Tang Jingyi, a guy carrying a blood-stained blade with a look of contempt. "I thought the Tang family's strongest armed squad was something special. Turns out they're just blowhards. What a waste of 3 years spent playing around with you lot." Group 3, Tang Jilin. Before entering the gate, he slaughtered everyone who trained him. "I wonder if there's anyone interesting inside." Group 4, Tang Xilin. Group 5, Tang Jili. Group 6, Tang Mingxiao. Group 7, Tang Yanming. Everyone is present. He didn't feel a hint of fear and even had the mood to admire the scenery. Wow, this weather is perfect for a funeral. From now on, the Gu Poison battle begins. Yanming stood high up, looking down at the lush green field below, So this is where the goo poison battle will take place? It's so vast, finding someone will surely be difficult. He didn't know there was an eye watching him. The person Group 7 sent is indeed number 28. Even though it's a pity to miss out on such a talent, it is definitely that guy, Singyon. He was sneaking around, spying, but the Zhuge family had already made arrangements, so they just had to eliminate him quickly to avoid any mistakes. Humph! He couldn't believe he was actually noticed, and that he even turned his head to look straight at him with a deep frown. That gaze made him shiver. Why did it feel like he was looking right into his eyes? Ah, no way. There are several layers of formations there. How could he see his true form? Unexpectedly, while he was lost in thought, his vision was sliced in half. What a shock. It was Yanming, who had shattered his formation. After slashing, he asked, "There seems to be an annoying gaze. Is it the Zhuge family?" Remembering the principle that no one except the participants is allowed to interfere with the goo poison battle. The instructor said so, but they didn't just break the rules from the start. Now they're even interfering in the middle of the goo poison battle? I don't know what they're up to, but bring it on. Whatever comes, I'll handle it. As soon as he finished, he leaped away. He hadn't bothered doing anything yet. He would deal with them once this battle was over. The scene shifts to Xingyang, who was clutching his face, trembling and panting in fear. There were clearly several layers of formations, so how did he spot me? Thank goodness I managed to disconnect the Eye of Wisdom from the formation world in time, or I would have gone blind. Furthermore, his sword strike just now transcended the space of the formation and tore through its very essence. I have never seen such a high level of swordsmanship. His face went pale with terror as he realized, this is bad. This guy's level is beyond anything we can handle. If he discovers our intentions, he will definitely take revenge. I must find a way to stop number 28. In the forest, Tang Xilan from Group 4 was already wounded, covered in blood and sobbing in fear. How did it come to this? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I only wanted to join the armed squad and get top marks to support my poor parents. But why did it turn out like this? I never wanted to be the young master. I only intended to trade a few blows, then throw in the towel and surrender. But then that guy suddenly jumped out. Oh, so everyone is here? That's great. It was Tang Jilin, a madman who kills anything he sees. That maniac. She remembered the scene of him killing people and still felt terrified. It was too late to realize he just wanted to eliminate us. Even surrendering was useless. She calculated as she walked, if I run into anyone later, I'll surrender immediately. Maybe the other group leaders are still alive. After that, I'll leave the Tang family so that the guy from before doesn't become the young master. But just as she feared, a shadow appeared right behind her. He asked, "And then what?" Tang Jilin smirked mockingly. "You talk so resolutely, but you haven't managed to run very far, have you? I thought your movement technique wasn't bad, but it seems you've already run out of steam. It looks like you don't have much internal energy. You're all just a bunch of weaklings." Tang Xilan turned around and saw him holding a dangling head in his hand. She was scared out of her wits and let out a tragic scream. "You why go this far? Why must people of the Tang family slaughter each other?" But he didn't care and asked coldly, "So what?" He sneered wickedly. "I never considered myself a member of the Tang family." She was still wide-eyed when she was decapitated in one strike. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yanming was dashing through the forest. He looked around and noticed a desolate cave nearby. Surely no one would find him here. He felt no abnormalities in his ki, so he stepped right inside. All right, time to quickly break through to the transformation realm here. He sat down and crossed his legs. This was a perfect opportunity, and now that his body had matured, entering the transformation realm wouldn't have any side effects. Entering the transformation realm requires two things: enlightenment and internal energy to open the Ren and Du meridians. His Dantian glowed brilliantly. Thanks to his past life's experience, he had already achieved enlightenment. He had also accumulated a vast amount of internal energy through the poison concocted by the doctor. The spiritual energy in his body ignited. Everything was ready to begin. I must unblock the obstructions in my Ren and Du meridians, then let the long-accumulated toxic blue light energy flow through. My internal power is surging. For normal martial artists, this process is incredibly painful. Every bone in the body would constantly shatter and knit back together, only to be reborn in a completely transformed body. Since I've already lived through this once before in my past life, this wasn't an issue at all. It took me only a few minutes to finish. It was too easy. My power radiated throughout the cave. I'm glad I cleared the impurities from my meridians when I did. It would have been a real headache if they'd started purging during my transformation. Besides, I couldn't exactly head into battle wearing reeking, filthy clothes. It's only just begun, but I'd say it's not bad. Time to test my strength. Before the tournament started, I made sure to cleanse my body and keep my energy pure. Back then, the changes to my body weren't very noticeable, but then Yanming raised two fingers, and a small, round blue orb instantly formed at his fingertips. Let's try a quick strike and see how much power it's got. In an instant, the massive cliff face in front of him was sliced clean in half. My internal energy control is definitely working well. That feels pretty satisfying. Well then, time to get to work, right? Over there, that guy Tang Jilin just caught another opponent. He's perched up in a tree, looking down with such contempt. How boring. What the hell have you been doing for the last 3 years? Are you sure you're even here to compete for the heir position? Humph, say something. You've been training, haven't you? But why are you so pathetic? The guy was beaten to a pulp, covered in blood, unable to say a word. Damn it, of all people, the first opponent I meet in this tournament had to be him. I heard he was an orphan, but the Great Elder treats him like his own grandson. The Great Elder's prized disciple, Tang Jilin, really is as formidable as the rumors say. I thought if I struck first, I'd have a chance to win, but I couldn't even touch the hem of his robe, and instead, I ended up getting beaten like this. Damn it, why did I think of that guy right when I was about to die? Tang Jingyi let out a foolish, breathless laugh. Tang Yanming, I actually feel lucky that I don't have to face him. Am I going crazy? Tang Jilin didn't know what he was laughing at, but it was starting to annoy him. What's this? You can still laugh? Could it be you've got some trump card you were saving for the very end? He sneered, finally daring to talk back. Ha ha, of course not. I was just thinking of someone even scarier than you. Jilin's expression turned sinister. He was about to die, yet he still dared to provoke him. Man, that line is really irritating. Looks like I'll have to be a bit more ruthless. Oh, and here's something for you. He didn't bother hiding anything from a dying man, wearing a smug look. Actually, I'm a spy for the Black Evil Union. Jingyi was shocked, his heart skipping a beat. What? Jilin's eyes turned bloodshot. He smirked. You meddlesome brat. Now that you know my identity, you have to die. Remember the name of the man who ended you. As he raised his blade to strike, he introduced himself. I am Mo Renhao of the Tai Ink Sword sect. Just then, his entire body froze in place. Tang Jingyi looked up, confused, while Jilin's eyes widened in panic. What's going on? I can't move. Talk about speaking of the devil. And the devil himself appeared. It was Yanming. I felt the energy signature, so I came to check it out. Imagine my surprise seeing an acquaintance. He glanced at the guy about to be beaten to death and smiled. You're Jingyi, aren't you? Is the wound from when I beat you up last time fully healed yet? Jingyi was so stunned he was speechless. After being asked that, he still had a blank look on his face. Who are you? Years ago, in that house, there were voices. Did you want me to go to the Tang family as a spy? Someone patted Tang Jilin on the shoulder. Yeah, with your potential, you just need to pretend to be an orphan for a few days, and someone will take you in. Within a few years, the Tang family will have all the children compete for the heir position. When that time comes, you must eliminate all the rising talents and weaken the Tang family's power. Once you finish your mission and return, everyone in the clan will recognize your worth. But those golden days weren't going to happen. Now he was sprawled on the ground, feeling it clearly. It feels like my internal organs are melting. He stared at Yanming's back. Did he do this? What on earth did he do to me? Tang Jingyi still couldn't believe his eyes. You said you're Yanming. Tang Yanming? Yanming nodded sharply. Yeah, what about it? Do I need to beat you up like last time for you to believe me? Jingyi was already scared, quickly replying, no need. So it really is you? Yanming pointed at Jilin lying there. He just remembered that guy said he was a spy, right? Tang Jingyi shouted, that's right. He admitted it himself. He said he's from the Tai Ink Sword sect. I heard it clearly. Only now did Yanming realize, so he was the one trailing me before I entered the mountains. I should retrieve my hidden weapons first. Thinking that, he raised his hand to suck the toxins out of the man's body. Tang Jingyi finally saw the cow hair needles. So you coated them in poison. What kind of poison did you use? Such a small needle, yet the toxicity is so potent. Yanming didn't answer, only asking, have you seen any other candidates? Tang Jingyi looked blank. No, I haven't. But shouldn't we detoxify him first and then ask about his motives? He heard him mention detoxifying, and it clicked. Right, he wants to detoxify him to extract information. I could take advantage of that. Is it even necessary? A follower of the evil sect like the Black Evil Union, what other motive could they have? Suddenly, Tang Jingyi looked at him, stuttering. But you've changed so much. He scratched his head, confused. You really should hate me, but it seems like you don't hold any grudge at all. Yanming chuckled. If I still held a grudge, the one lying over there would be you. He let out a sigh of relief. True enough. Now that he was older and wiser, he quickly clasped his hands and bowed deeply. I'm truly sorry for what happened before. Yanming had already forgotten it. Why was he apologizing now? Yanming waved his hand, dismissing it as a chore. Forget it. That's all in the past. I stopped caring about it a long time ago. Even though this guy was a bit dense, he was at least showing some sense now. I don't think a mere apology can make up for my mistakes, but I've always felt that offering you a sincere apology was the very least I should do. Yanming was still saying, I told you to let it go. You don't need to worry about such trivial details. Suddenly, Jingyi's expression shifted, his eyes widening in panic. Yanming. He saw Jilin lunging at them with his blade and screamed, Behind you. This bastard was backed into a corner and desperate. He planned it all. If he was going to die, he was going to take them with him. But he was dead wrong. There was no way he was hitting Yanming. He poured all of his remaining strength into the strike, his eyes bloodshot, shouting as he swung, Just die. Tang Jingyi stood to the side, screaming in terror. Yanming. His eyes were so wide they looked like they'd fall out. Jilin finished his strike, but he froze in place, completely stunned and bewildered. What just happened? How is this possible? I definitely hit him. But in front of him, there was nothing but air. Since when was Tang Yanming standing right behind him? I didn't want to be ruthless to a man on the brink of death, but for those who won't give up their wicked schemes, it's better to send them to their graves. Tang Yanming placed a hand on his shoulder, but he added, I'll leave your body intact, so it's easier to clean up. Now, not even in his wildest dreams could he live for another second. He rolled his eyes back, only having enough time to think, this devilish guy is really dead. Tang Tin Nat stood there, mouth still agape. He was just too strong. Even though that guy was a spy, he was still one of the top contenders for the championship. Moreover, the final technique he used was the signature martial art of the Mak Kiem sect's leader. The Tai had twin sword form, a powerful technique with incredibly fast slashes. Yet, Tang Yanming dealt with it so easily. He looked like a man who had lost his soul. Tang Yanming spoke up first. Tang Tin Nat, what's your plan? He was startled and confused. Huh. What do you mean by plan? He gave him a choice. Right now, it's just the two of us left here. Do you want to spar with me? Seeing the previous match, he didn't have the guts left to fight. As long as you allow it, I surrender. Besides, do I even have a choice? This fool was still frozen, and he didn't know how to get out. Tang Yanming had to slash the formation to carve him a way out. Get out. I don't need to see you off, do I? His mind had completely stopped working. He nearly forgot his own name. Thank you for saving me, sir. But Tang Yanming didn't care and zoomed off, leaving him standing there in a daze. Suddenly, he felt immense gratitude toward him. Before leaving, he called out, I wish you smooth sailing. Scene shift to the main headquarters of the Tai at Mak Kiem sect. They received terrible, unbelievable news. What on earth happened? This was a soul-guiding insect that could track life status from afar, but it had just died. Mo Renhao was furious and crushed the insect in his hand. This insect was placed on my youngest son, which means my youngest son, he's dead. Although he was born to a maid, he was the most talented among all my children. He gritted his teeth. However, after his wife found out the truth, fearing that he would threaten the eldest son's position as heir, she had tried to harm him over a dozen times. That was why I sent him to the Tang family to be a spy. And the result is, well, regardless, he could only let out a long, heavy sigh. Father owes you so much, my son. He stood up abruptly and kicked the door open. At the very least, I must avenge you this time. He shouted, all disciples, prepare for battle. We are heading to Kongdong Mountain. We must attack the Tang family. General Manager informed the other sects. From now on, I will not allow anyone with the surname Tang to appear on Kongdong Mountain ever again. Meanwhile, in the forest, Tang Yanming was munching on meat, feeling that something was off. This is getting a bit strange. I've been running for days, and don't mention seeing a person I can't even sense a trace of aura anywhere. No matter how large the formation is, it shouldn't be like this. Unless someone is controlling it, intentionally keeping me from getting close. If that's the case, the remaining survivors must be accomplices of the Jia Cat family. But he didn't understand much. It seemed the Tayat family hadn't joined forces with the Jia Cat family yet. If we talk about the benefits the Jia Cat family gets from helping in this competition, it's ensuring they always have a say in Tang family affairs. Even guessing, you know they are greedy, like snakes trying to swallow an elephant. He cursed them so much that even Zhuge Changshin, far away, felt a sudden chill and shuddered. With nothing else to do, he lay down on the grass to gaze at the sky. The night sky here is beautiful. I really wish my wife could see it too. I wonder if she's doing well lately. He pondered a few aimless thoughts and fell sound asleep. No sooner had he closed his eyes than a shadow appeared before him. It was that woman, Tang Yingling, smiling wickedly with glowing red eyes. Found you. But she suddenly froze in her tracks. She didn't recognize him at all. Who is he? The condition I set was to leave the last survivor for me, or let me meet Tang Yanming when he's off guard. She racked her brain but couldn't figure it out. But who was he? He didn't look like Tang Jilin. Then again, she stared at him intently. He's actually quite handsome, isn't he? Is the grandson of Zhuji Changxin really this good-looking? It's a bit of a waste to ruin this face, but there's no other way he has to die. The woman pulled out her weapon, used a skill to launch him into the air, and scattered poison dust. Before stabbing down with her blade, she said, "Don't blame me. Who told you there can only be one winner? Die. You must have prepared yourself mentally before coming here, right?" Tang Yanming suddenly spoke up in reply. "Ah, it seems like you're not sure if you've prepared well yourself." As soon as he finished, his hand moved like lightning, rushing straight toward her and gripping her throat tightly. The woman was caught off guard and couldn't escape, only able to squirm. His gaze was cold as he stared at her, though he didn't recognize who she was either. "Are you an accomplice of the Jia cat family? While the others were slaughtering each other, you were always hiding in a safe place, right? Then waiting until only one person remained to seize the opportunity and attack? Was that your plan? What kind of deal did you make with the Jia cat family?" She was being squeezed so hard her eyes were about to pop out. Tears welled up and she couldn't move. She couldn't understand how this guy predicted she would come. His grip tightened more and more, and he warned in a low, gravelly voice, "If you still want to breathe, start talking right now." Seeing her not speaking, he squeezed even harder. "Looks like you don't want to breathe anymore." He looked at the miserable woman as she frantically thought of a way out. "Damn it, I was too impulsive earlier and dropped my hidden blades." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, are you Tang Yingling?" She was startled. How did he know her name? He followed up with another remark. "Your face has already been scarred to that point and you still haven't learned your lesson. Do you want me to completely destroy your face before you start listening?" By this point, she must have realized who he was. In another room, Zhu Shangxin held his head, collapsing. "Damn it, the plan has been completely ruined." He groaned, his head aching, because earlier, number 28 had slashed the formation, and he couldn't confirm the situation inside. "It's so frustrating. I had to incite the other contestants to kill each other first. Except for number 2. Number 10 could follow my wishes and quickly eliminate the competition, which would be good. But once number 28 appears, his time is up. If number 2 encountered number 10 with similar strength, that's one thing, but the opponent is number 28. Can she even beat him? Just thinking about the speed at which he took down the others made his hope seem so slim. If number 28 wins, it's all over. He bit his nails, trembling in fear. What should I do? Suddenly, his face turned pale. Outside the formation, I'm sensing a lot of people. It's an entire army. Mo Renho had led the Tai at Mac Kiam's sect here. They stood on high ground, looking down. That was Calm Dong Mountain. But sect leader Mac, is it really necessary to mobilize your entire force just to deal with the small fries of the Tang family? The one asking was the leader of the Thian Tran gang, Zhang Yansong. He looked at the formidable army behind him. "Our disciples alone are over 200, and with the reinforcements from the other clans, that's at least 300. The old man looked up at the sky. "I know, calling so many people to deal with the Tang clan is a bit much, but Mount Kongtong is our territory. I had no choice." He had calculated everything. After all, the strength of the Kongtong sect is not something a declining Tang clan can match. If our forces aren't overwhelming, we'll surely be attacked. Only by putting on such a grand show will they watch their step. Once they realize we have no intention of attacking the Kongtong sect, they'll stay out of it. Zhang Yansong suddenly touched a nerve. "So that was it. Now that I think of it, how is that spy you mentioned earlier?" The old man clenched his fists, his face darkening. "That was my best agent, but they failed. Hurry up. Enough small talk. We should get moving." The old man, Song Shin, witnessed the whole scene. "It's Mo Renho, the sect leader of the Tai Mo Sword sect. Why is he here?" His mouth fell open, and cold sweat poured down in terror. Clearly, only those participating in the selection could find their way here. Could there be a mole? Anyway, I must report to the Phoenix Guard and discuss countermeasures. Wait a minute. This guy's mind was sharp. He immediately thought of using them to take out number 28. Wouldn't that keep our plan from being discovered by the Tang clan? That's actually not bad. He couldn't help but grin smugly, deciding to play dumb. Over there, the woman, Tang Yingling, was being lifted high off the ground. Not only was her neck hurting, but she was also in shock. "Tang Yanming, I didn't recognize you, you bastard." She clutched something hidden behind her back. "I have to find a chance to pull out the fire dragon poison." Suddenly, Yanming glanced to the side at the substance coating the throwing knives. "Is that poison?" "This is the first time I've seen red poison like that." She seized the moment. He's distracted. "Here's my chance." She swung the vial of poison directly at his face. "Die, Tang Yanming." Who would have thought he'd block her hand instantly, pinning it firmly? "You think I haven't seen these tricks before? You little brat, you won't answer nicely, and you still dare to pull tricks." He snatched the item right out of her hand. "What is this?" "Poison." The color looks just like what was on those throwing knives earlier, not much left, huh? He forced her down to her knees, his arm growing tired from holding her up. Are you still going to keep your mouth shut? He moved his hand from her neck to cover her mouth. Yanming grinned wickedly and raised the poison vial. It looks like he's about to pour the whole thing down her throat. Time to give her a taste of her own medicine. Tang Yingling was terrified, struggling to keep her mouth closed. Let go. Let me go. Yanming pressed closer, looking more smug than ever. Oh, finally deciding to open up. Come on, say, ah. He forced her jaw open. She was so scared her soul nearly left her body. She couldn't resist anymore. No, don't, wait, I'll talk. But he had lost interest. The vial was ready to be poured. It wasn't needed anymore. Besides, just letting you taste a little will tell me exactly what this poison is. The woman screamed in panic. It's the Tang Clan's 10 poisons. One of the 10 poisons, the fire dragon poison. So it's good stuff. Yanming was surprised. Wait, isn't the Tang Clan's 10 poisons restricted? You can't just use them. No, that's not the point. If it really is the Tang Clan's 10 poisons, his face immediately lit up. If it's right under my nose, then this is my lucky day. Luckily, he hadn't made her drink it yet. That would have been a waste of good materials. She sobbed, pleading, I've told you everything. Please, let me go. I surrender. I surrender. I'll even help you deal with the other candidates, so please. But he wasn't stupid. He kept a tight grip on her mouth. You haven't finished answering yet. Are you an accomplice of this huge family? If so, tell me exactly what the deal is. If you hesitate even for a second, I'll force you to drink this fire dragon poison. Finally, she had to spill everything. They proposed a marriage alliance with you, didn't they? Yes, they wanted to merge the Zhuge and Tang families through marriage so that they could maintain a permanent bond of trust. Yanming frowned. He didn't expect them to think of marrying the next young master. The ambition of the Zhuge clan elder was indeed a plot for his own power, so that's it. And of course, this guy wouldn't miss such a good chance to marry. He downed the whole bottle of poison himself. What should I do with these people? Kill them or beat them half to death? Tang Yingling watched the scene, terrified out of her mind. What are you doing? Yanming glanced over. It's nothing special. Don't look at me like that. I'm not giving you any. The woman's face changed colors like a traffic light. From red to green to pale white, he actually drank it, the fire dragon poison. He couldn't help but smirk. Yes, this is truly heaven helping me. But after Yanming drank it, he didn't die. He even praised the flavor. Not bad, it tastes like strawberry. Tisk, tisk. His whole head started burning with flames. The woman watched, thinking he was about to be burned alive, and was thrilled. But all she heard was him moaning in pleasure. That feels great. She didn't know the situation and still shouted, You idiot. You voluntarily drank the Tang Clan's 10 poisons. That's a deadly toxin that even a body immune to 100 poisons couldn't withstand. You'll be burned alive until you die. Tang Yanming waited. 1 minute, 5 minutes, several minutes passed, and his head was still on fire. But she felt something was off. Why hasn't this guy let go of her? Yanming's voice returned to normal. That scared me. Suddenly, it just feels spicy. The flames are gone. He was completely fine, as if he had just downed a bottle of premium energy drink. The woman's eyes went wide. She would never forget this in her life. How is that possible? No way. The Tang Clan has a legendary realm that is completely different from being immune to 100 poisons. It's a state that can resist all poisons. Just breathing in a single drop of his blood can kill dozens of people. That is the poison human realm. Even though her grandfather had said such a realm existed, her voice trembled. Could it be that you are a poison human? No sooner had she finished speaking than he snapped her neck back. Did you think I would spare someone who wanted to assassinate me? I'm not that soft-hearted. Tang Yingling died on the spot. Yanming felt the power within his body. My azure-like chi has undergone a change because of the poison. Drinking the Tang Clan's 10 poisons feels like I just learned an ultimate yang martial art. Is this what it feels like to possess the power of pure yang? That feels so good. All right, let's go. Thanks for the poison. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A burning fireball appeared in front of him. It was clearly late at night. Why was there a sun? The formation was changing every single second. It went from pitch black at night to bright daylight in a flash. Moreover, the space was shifting unpredictably, and only he was standing still. Yanming was confused. Is it because the selection is over that the formation has been lifted? But he quickly realized something was wrong. No, I can feel a lot of strange auras. 200. No, there have to be over 300 people. This is strange. The Tang Clan doesn't have that many people here. It's truly suspicious. Even the Zhuge clan shouldn't have missed this many intruders. It seems they were intentionally lured into the formation. Is the Zhuge clan trying to get rid of me? I'm all too familiar with that petty mind of his. That's even better. I've been looking for someone to practice on. After all, I'm the only survivor of the goo poison war. There can only be one. Things are getting interesting. The old man, Zhu Chang, reported to Tang Yanming, who couldn't believe it and asked, "What did you say? You found intruders." The old man put on a worried look and nodded. "Yes, it seems a spy leaked our location." Tang Yanming panicked and quickly asked, "Did you see them? About how many?" The old man's voice trembled. "It seems there are over 300 of them, led by Well." He recalled the face and confirmed it was the sect leader of the Tai Black Sword sect. Mo Renho. Tang Yanming was terrified, his mind going blank. Tai, why are they here? And this place is shielded by the 7-lock illusion formation. How do they find our location? He was anxious to see the situation immediately. This won't do. We can't delay any longer. We have to go stop them right now. The old man's face paled, gritting his teeth, sweat pouring down. He couldn't speak. Finally, when asked, "Zhu Changshin, why are you stuttering?" He didn't even dare to look straight, glancing away. There's been an unexpected situation. They've already entered the formation world where the goo poison battle is taking place. As you know, even we can't enter that formation, so we have to rely on the team leaders currently competing to handle it themselves. We can only pray that the remaining ones can successfully resolve this crisis. But while he was standing outside talking about this, Tang Yanming had already finished off the whole bunch of assassins. Over there, the corpse of the spy, Qi Lin, was also discovered. "So you fell here, brother?" Mo Renho stared at the corpse, furious. Little brother, Zhang Yansong, standing nearby, also wore a sorrowful face. "It looks like we found the right place. Judging by the wounds, he was hit by a hidden weapon like the ox hair needle." He analyzed the body. There were few signs of a struggle nearby, guessing he was taken down with a single strike. But the more he spoke, the angrier the other man became. He was radiating murderous intent, so, because he was poisoned, he couldn't even put up a fight before dying. He roared in a fit of rage. "Everyone, listen up. From now on, search carefully for those stinking, cowardly rats from the Tang Clan. Someone must have discovered us and is hiding." The group of assassins followed orders in a flash. "Whoever finds them must report immediately. We have to wipe out everyone on this mountain." His eyes burned with a wild, Tang-hating intensity. "Wipe them all out." I don't know how much time passed, but the assassins they sent out began to gossip. "Senior brother, the sect leader doesn't seem to be in a good mood today." "Yeah, unlike usual, he isn't hiding his killing intent at all. I suspect that corpse earlier was the spy planted by the sect leader, right? The only external wound on that body was a single needle prick at the back of the neck, wasn't it? What kind of poison was on that needle to kill with just one strike?" They were terrified seeing the corpse, thinking the Tang Clan people were truly frightening. No matter how high your martial arts are, you can still be assassinated. The two agreed that if they ever ran into the Tang Clan, they had to be extremely careful of their hidden weapons. "I'll remember that," Senior Bro snapped. Both of them were hit by needles in their necks, blood spraying, and they collapsed without being able to resist. The others didn't understand what happened, only seeing those hit by needles foaming at the mouth. "Junior brother," one sharp-eyed man realized. "That's the ox hair needle." The whole group finally reacted, drawing their swords, looking around, not daring to advance, knowing someone was ambushing them. "Everyone, draw your swords. Where are you? Stop acting like a coward and come out and fight." "Don't be so." The junior brother standing next to him had a face as dark as charcoal. "It's not that. Look up, brother." Now the whole group noticed a rain of green needles descending like a storm from the sky. There was no escaping this. Their faces turned paler than paper. "Oh my God, this can't be." Thousands of needles poured down like a waterfall. Not a single one missed. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Each corpse had at least 5 needles stuck all over them. The attacker was none other than Tang Yanming, handling a whole group alone and looking pleased. So the gut-breaking heat poison has such terrifying destructive power. As long as there's enough poison, solving this small fry problem is easy. The more I fight, the better it feels. Truly amazing. He collected all the poison needles from the corpses. With my flow eye technique, I don't spend much internal energy launching the needles. These two martial arts are a perfect combination. Now, let's go find the group heading east. Over there, Mo Renhao's group still didn't understand what happened, looking at each other in confusion. "You mean all the members of the search party are dead?" The junior brother knelt down, terrified. "Yes, that's right. They have no external wounds, only the sting of the ox hair needle. The poison they were hit with is identical to the first corpse, and everyone died the same way." Zhang Yansong was about to say, "Sect leader Mo, in my opinion," when another assassin ran up, breathless, kneeling to report on the western scouting party. "The eastern flank has also been wiped out." Mo Renhu's smile disappeared completely, his brow furrowed, sweat pouring down. "The disciples I sent out all dead. Does that mean only this many of us are left?" Damn it. The whole group looked at each other in panic. They had only been searching for over an hour, and nearly 200 people had been killed using the exact same technique. Zhang Yansong voiced his shocking realization. This might be the work of a single person. Mo Renhu knew it too, didn't he? His face darkened. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't hide from the truth. True. If there were more than one person with this level of strength, the situation would be even worse. This isn't a level a junior could reach. There's definitely a Tang Clan expert lying in wait. I never thought we'd be the ones turned into prey. His hand clenched into a shaking fist. Alliance leader Zhang, I'm handing command over to you. His hidden weapons are godlike and elusive. I must personally hold the rear. Zhang Yansong stood there, eyes wide. You really want to step in yourself. He had it all calculated. Zhang gritted his teeth, making a decision. I can't let any more disciples die, so I'm counting on you. With that, they set off. Zhang Yansong walked nervously. The place was dead silent, not a trace of life, incredibly tense. He looked left, looked right, looked up at the sky, feeling more anxious by the second. The sun is setting. In another hour or two, it will be dark. If we don't find that ambush expert before nightfall, we might all be wiped out. His pants are soaked with sweat, and we've suffered nothing but losses without achieving a single thing. Perhaps retreating before we suffer even more casualties is the wisest move to regroup. He firmly turned to his subordinates and said, We're leaving in 1 hour. But as soon as he finished, a voice colder than ice echoed through the air. Who gave you permission? Tang Yanming sat casually on a tree branch, right in front of them, staring directly at their leader. I never intended to let any of you go. Zhang Yansong couldn't hide his panic any longer. How did he appear? I couldn't sense a single trace of his presence. Something's wrong. His eyes widened as he turned around and screamed, Everyone, dodge. But it was a step too late. Thousands of needles from Tang Yanming rained down on them without a moment's delay. Zhang Yansong froze, his mouth agape in terror. What? That was so fast I didn't even have time to sense his aura. His subordinates lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, not a single one spared. Tang Yanming walked straight toward him. Are you the leader? Zhang Yansong's face turned pitch black, his eyes burning red as he slowly turned his head. I've been channeling my energy to sense him the whole time, yet I didn't even notice him when he jumped down. Now, there's no doubt left, he's definitely the one responsible. He's the mastermind behind this massacre. He's so young, he doesn't even look like a high-level master. How on earth did he do it? Suddenly, a streak of green energy flashed by. He couldn't understand it. How is this possible? Is this the void grasp? The needles from the corpses were all being drawn back into Tang Yanming's hand. Zhang Yansong couldn't say a word, grinding his teeth. Impossible, only a master at the transformation realm could use the void grasp. Seeing him stop the attack to retrieve his hidden weapons, he realized the internal energy required for that technique must be immense. To abandon the advantage of an ambush and reveal himself in the light, he was being way too arrogant. He gathered all his courage, forced a twisted smile, and spat out, You're so young, yet you have such skill. You are truly formidable. How come I've never heard that the Tang clan had a genius like you? Tang Yanming coldly put the needles away. So what if you haven't? The man was shocked by such an unexpected reply, caught speechless for a moment. They glared at each other. You're going to die soon anyway, so knowing my name is useless. His veins bulged as he clenched his fists. You brat, tired of living, are you? His entire body surged with spiritual energy. Since you sought your own death, his body transformed in an instant, every muscle bulging. He lunged forward at lightning speed. If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Tang Yanming stood there without a hint of fear, waiting for the attack. When the distance was close enough, he just raised one hand to block it. Easy. Zhang Yansong went from one shock to the next, unable to believe his eyes. He had easily blocked a full-power palm strike. Tang Yanming couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. Is this really all the power you've got? I'll give you time to try again. Show me your full strength. After the Diankang sect, one of the 9 great sects, was annihilated by the Black Evil Alliance, Zhang Yansong had volunteered to join them. At that time, the leader had told him, Interesting. You say your signature technique is a palm style? Show me, and I'll help you improve it. On the day Zhang Yansong joined the demonic path and met the Alliance leader for the first time, his signature technique, the mountain-shaking palm, was improved on the spot. The Alliance leader pondered, Mountain-shaking palm? That means to move the mountain? I don't really like that name. Since it has been improved by yours truly. The new martial art the leader bestowed upon him was the Heavenly Quake Palm. After years of using this move, he was finally facing a hard counter, and cold sweat poured down his face. But how can this kid block the palm technique the leader gave me? The more he looked at Tang Yanming, the more shocked he became. Furthermore, Tang Yanming didn't even change his expression. The move he used to counter him was the Fire Dragon Poison Breath. Among the various heat poisons containing the breath of a fire dragon, this was the most toxic. If sword energy containing intense killing intent is called sword chi, then when using poison, one needs pure light energy to control the aura of the fire dragon poison breath, then infuse it with intense killing intent to create poison chi. And this small fry had no way of avoiding it. Zhang Yansong ground his teeth. What is this? Like powerful solar energy, Tang Yanming activated another skill, burning everything to ash. He was beyond saving now. His bones began to crack, and he was terrified. The heavenly quake palm was completely shattered. In immense pain, he widened his eyes and screamed, "Arg!" Finally, his whole body burned into charcoal, collapsed to the ground, and crumbled to pieces. Tang Yanming finally satisfied, retracted the flames. Not a bad result, eh? Only now did he think about naming it. If it's poison chi infused with heat, let's call it thermal poison chi. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked behind him. Mo Renhao had just arrived with his men. Tang Yanming challenged them. Does anyone else want to be burned to death? Come on. I won't spare any of you anyway. Hurry up and die so you can move on to the afterlife. The gang of subordinates was scared to death. No one dared to move, standing frozen in place. Mo Renhao finally realized, so it was you. You're the one who killed the junior brothers of the Zheng gang and my men. The X-shaped scar on his face glowed brightly. I've changed my mind. Now, it's not just about staying unmoved like a mountain. I will turn you into ashes on this earth. Who knows who is burning whom? The corpse of his opponent behind him is still emitting black smoke. Mo Renhao brandished his sword and shouted, "Deploy the Sa Lun formation. Surround him. Watch out for his poison and hidden weapons. Focus your attacks to drain his stamina." In the blink of an eye, hundreds of assassins surrounded him without a gap. Not even a fly could escape. All the assassins pointed their swords at him. Mo Renhao, looking grim, thought, I've already lost so many disciples and resources. I never expected the price of avenging the youngest brother to be this heavy. He resolved, so they don't die in vain. I must eliminate him. Tang Yanming stood there still, his face unmoved, coldly glancing around. It wasn't the first time he'd been surrounded. The Sa Lun formation, it reminded him of his training. Back then, I used the dancing clouds technique. He couldn't help but smirk with excitement. Then, let's try a different move this time. Golden flames danced in the air, and his silhouette began to blur. The assassins panicked, unable to track him. Whispering to each other, he disappeared. Watch your surroundings. Where on earth did he go? A rare assassin finally caught a glimpse of him flickering in and out of sight, swiftly flashing past. Brother, watch out behind you. But it was too late. The moment they spotted him was the moment their lives ended. Heading to the afterlife, are we? Red blood filled the air. This time, he killed them himself. No more messing around with poisonous needles. Even the strongest one here, Mo Renhao, couldn't even keep up with his movements. How is this possible? I couldn't even track his speed. The old man stared intently at him, wondering who on earth this guy was. A bunch of clueless underlings, blind and reckless, daring to charge at him in this situation. You dare kill my brothers? Tang Yanming held out his hand toward him. Mind lending me your sword for a second? Zip, the sword in the man's hand, still mid-swing, shattered into 100 pieces in the blink of an eye. With a shout of break, all the swords in their hands shattered into thousands of fragments. Mo Renhao's face twisted like a monkey's, teeth grinding together. He grew more terrified by the second. What kind of monster is this? To be able to shatter a sword from a distance, only Tang Yanming knew the trick. I used the principle of the break technique to crush the sword, then the scatter technique to send the fragments flying, and finally, I used my intent to control the generated energy, making them spin within a specific range. Tang Yanming stood in the center of the spinning vortex, as waves of sword fragments swirled around him like a cyclone. The assassins couldn't block it even if they tried. Finally, one of them realized what was happening. Isn't that the most advanced hidden weapon technique of the Tang family? 10,000 heavenly flowers? The whole group screamed in terror. He actually knew how to use the 10,000 heavenly flowers technique. But screaming was pointless. They were already headed to meet their ancestors. Blood soaked the space, the scent thick and ghastly. Tang Yanming was kind enough to inform them. Well, the power isn't quite at the level of the real 10,000 heavenly flowers, but it's perfect for dealing with small fries like you. Let's call this move Petal Scatter. After wiping them out, he stared straight at Mo Renhao. All right, those small fries wasted some of my energy, so is it your turn now? The old man was infuriated, digging his heels into the ground. You arrogant brat, how dare you? He gripped two swords, crossing them, his roar echoing through the sky. Let's see how long you can keep acting so cocky. He still tried to reassure himself. No matter how strong he is, I have nothing to fear. Because I possess the Tai Yi twin sword style and the demon sword chi created by the sect leader. Die. I'll grind you into dust. Tang Yanming didn't care at all, just mocking him with a smirk. You said that twice now. That only made him angrier, charging forward with a guttural scream. Get shredded to pieces and die. It was nothing. Tang Yanming pulled out a small, sharp blade and the old man unleashed all his skills. He attacked like a madman, the Tai Yi demon sword 10th form, but he couldn't even touch a single hair on Tang Yanming's head. What's more, Tang Yanming kept yawning through the whole thing. The old man's eyes bulged. He had lived this long and never been so humiliated. His face turned beet red. He unleashed a few more moves. The Tai Yi demon sword middle form. The demon dance sword, no matter what move he used, Tang Yanming broke it in an instant. Thwack. The battle ended, and Mo Renhao's sword slammed into the ground. He was drenched in sweat. You managed to block my Tai Yi twin sword style with just a short sword. Tang Yanming looked at him and smiled triumphantly. I've done some research on swordsmanship, so I saw through your intentions and techniques in an instant. By the way, is this how you used that move from before? The short sword in Tang Yanming's hand ignited with black flames. The old man's face went blank, his eyes wide. Why you? He looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. He finally managed to choke out the question. How can you control demon sword chi? He asked it again and again. How on earth are you controlling demon sword chi? Is this stuff called demon sword chi? It's nothing special. It's quite easy to see. Since the murderous intent of this sword technique is so heavy, I figured the sword energy was formed based on that murderous intent. Simple, right? Mo Renhao stood there completely frozen, his mind reeling in shock. What? Even I had to master the Tai Yi twin sword style before I could control demon sword chi. And he's calling it simple? Come to think of it, the spy I killed a few hours ago also used this move. So, you belong to the Tai Yi demon sword sect. Before he could answer, Tang Yanming went straight for the leader. I don't know much about these factions, but I know it's an organization under the Black Evil Alliance. Everyone knows the Alliance leader is a rare grandmaster who appears once in a century, capable of refining any martial art into a supreme technique perfectly suited for the user. That's why both righteous and demonic warriors want to join the Black Evil Alliance. The old man couldn't grasp the hidden meaning in his words. What on earth are you trying to say? The next sentence hit him even harder. I'm feeling disappointed by your little parlor tricks. Anyone who knows how to control murderous intent could probably mimic it. Tang Yanming held his head high, looking down on him with contempt. The Alliance leader bestowed this martial art upon you. It seems he doesn't have high expectations for you, huh? The old man finally realized he was being mocked, his eyes burning with rage. You little bastard. Tang Yanming ignored the old man's boiling temper and raised his short sword. Anyway, in return for your effort, even if it lacked any real power, I should return the favor by showing you a supreme technique. Don't go getting scared after you see it. Mo Renhao couldn't guess what he was planning and asked in confusion. A supreme technique? Open your eyes and watch, he thought to himself, wondering what Tang Yanming was up to. At that moment, the short sword in Tang Yanming's hand glowed with an intense blue light. For a martial artist at a certain level, the length of the weapon doesn't matter at all. The short sword seemed to transform, stretching out as if by magic. The old man's eyes nearly fell out of his head. What? Tang Yanming swung it a few times, and he immediately recognized it as sword chi. As he screamed, "What are you doing?" The tree behind him was sliced clean in two in an instant. He narrowly escaped death. Once he was spared, he didn't even know his place and turned around to ask, "Is that all you've got?" But when he looked back properly, he was shocked. For 1,000 meters behind him, there was a single sword gash stretching to the horizon. After the strike, Tang Yanming clicked his tongue, looking at the sword. This kid's body is a bit hard to control. Mo Renhao, pale as a ghost, ground his teeth. This is impossible. Even if demon sword ki and regular sword ki have different levels of power, it shouldn't be able to stand against the supreme realm of sword aura. In the old man's eyes, Tang Yanming was no different from a god descended to earth. But he hadn't just easily controlled the sword chi, he had even unleashed sword aura. This proved it, so he asked, "Could it be that you've reached the transformation realm?" But the only answer he received was, "Does that even matter?" Of course, for someone about to die, once he confirmed that, he had to turn tail and run immediately. I have to get out of here. Tang Yanming didn't even bother chasing after him. What a nuisance. This is a formation world, where do you think you can run? He thought about finishing him off right there, but his sword hand faltered. Something fell off the map and his pocket wasn't right. If he was already found by someone from the Tang family in this life, he should naturally be eliminated using Tang family methods. There was no way that guy, Mo Renhao, could have escaped into the woods like that. Mo Renhao ran for his life, his mind racing. This couldn't be happening. Who on earth from the Tang family had raised such a monster? The Tang family was supposed to be in decline, yet here was a transformation stage expert. His leader definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. But he hadn't run far before the massive trees behind him were sliced down. He turned around, only to see a circular object cutting through the air. What was that? A barrage of small, razor-sharp hidden weapons was flying toward him, and they were incredibly fast. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he was hit. The ring sliced straight into him, drawing blood. The only thing he could think now was that he couldn't outrun these hidden weapons. I have to take them all out. He stood his ground, dual-wielding his swords against hundreds of sharp, flickering rings. If he didn't go all out now, he was dead. He let out a desperate roar, pouring the last of his strength into his defense. At first, he managed to deflect a few, feeling a surge of arrogant confidence. You think I'm going to die in this backwater dump? But before he could even finish his boast, he froze, staring at his weapon in terror. The sword, which had been coated in sword chi, was actually cracking. His limbs were being shredded. For a split second, his focus slipped. A ring whizzed past, cleanly severing his arm. He tried to block with his other hand, and finally, the blade stopped. Rings were scattered all over the ground. He screamed with joy. See that? I swatted every single one of them down. The shameless bastard even stabbed his sword into the ground to emphasize his victory. Mo Renhao won't be defeated by these pathetic little tricks, he thought, secretly relieved. Losing an arm is nothing. As long as I keep my life, I still have a future. The last move must have drained a lot of the guy's internal energy. He just had to hold on. But before he could celebrate, Tang Yanming approached him, his body radiating an intense killing intent. Should I applaud you? Looking at the guy standing there without a single drop of sweat, Mo Renhao went mad with panic. How could he use such refined techniques without showing even a hint of fatigue? He saw Tang Yanming twitch his two fingers, and the blades on the ground immediately stirred, launching another attack. Now Mo Renhao had no capacity to think about anything else. What on earth was this situation? The hidden weapons were spinning on their own on the ground. This was bad. Before he could even steady himself, a barrage of projectiles flew at him like a rainstorm. Mo Renhao's eyes widened in fear. What kind of monster was this guy? A guy who once left the Wudang sect, joined the Black Evil Union, and then became famous throughout the world as a demonic cult leader like me. His vision started to blur, yet he couldn't land a single scratch on the boy. What kind of freak have I provoked? Before he could even count to three large corpses collapsed onto the ground. Too fast, too dangerous. Tang Yanming retrieved his throwing daggers. That should be it, right? I've gained a bit from this. At least I tested the power of this technique. Once I become the young master, I'll teach this to the Phoenix Guard. The clearing was littered with corpses and mingled with blood. Now that he was done, time to head out, I guess? His eyes brightened as he secretly began planning his next move. After all, there were still unsettled scores outside. Those elders who slandered his mother as a sinner, along with his huge family, were conspiring with Tang Yingling to swallow the Tang family. I'm going to round you all up in one go. Not one of you is getting away. An eye for an eye, that was his philosophy. He slashed his blade through the air. Outside, Zhuji Chengxin was still putting on a show for Tang Yuanjin, acting deeply concerned and fearful. I'm so sorry. To ensure fairness, I set up a barrier to keep outsiders out, but I never expected this to happen. Tang Yuanjin and the three kids behind him were horrified. This couldn't be. Zhuji Chengxin was full of dirty tricks. He had planned it all. Naturally, it was all a lie, but he had to keep it secret until he succeeded. Once those demonic cultists entered the formation, I completely sealed all the exits. I made sure no one would come out alive. Furthermore, by interrogating the cultists stationed outside the formation, we've confirmed the identities of those inside. It's Mo Renhao from the Taiad School, the Mo Sword School, and Zheng Yansong from the Heaven Shock Gang, plus over 300 other cultist warriors. So no matter how talented number 28 is, he's unlikely to survive. Even though he felt a pang of regret for such a talent, he couldn't let his plan be exposed, or the fact that he was tampering with the election. He continued his pathetic acting. The candidates who didn't participate are the future of the Tang family. At least we still have them. Suddenly, his eyes went wide in panic. He clearly sensed something strange. What was going on? The feeling was so familiar. The kids behind him were cheering, while his face turned as dark as a pot, his back drenched in cold sweat. He didn't even dare to turn around. Tang Yanming was standing right there, stepping out of the formation, his gaze icy. The kids ran over happily, shouting, "It's Tang Yanming. Look, everyone. I told you he wouldn't be defeated so easily." The little girl, Tang Liuli, hugged him tightly, relieved he was safe. "Are you hurt?" Seeing the kids like this warmed his heart. "Were you all worried about me? I told you, until the election is over, I won't let anyone hurt me." Zhuge Shengzhen was so panicked he couldn't believe it. Number 28, it felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Looking the boy up and down, he didn't have a single scratch on him. Impossible. How on earth did he survive? He kept staring, too terrified to say a word. He gritted his teeth, wondering where did those 300 cultists go. Even Mo Renhao and Zheng Yansong, how could they fail to take down one little brat? Just then, Tang Yanming glanced at him. That one look was enough to make the man soil himself. He quickly raised his fan to cover his face, not daring to look him in the eye. Tang Jingyi was also there. Seeing the boy, he walked over, waving and smiling. Tang Yanming smiled back at him. Zhu Chengxin started pondering again, but no matter how he looked at it, it was unbelievable. Whether it was the first time the boy broke the barrier or this moment when he caught him spying, the old man could rack his brains forever, and he still wouldn't understand how the boy managed to crack the 7-ceiling illusion array so easily. That included his family's ultimate formation, the 7-ceiling illusion array, and the formation world was specifically crafted for the battle against the ancient poison. You could call this 8-fold prison, and even an average transcendent realm expert couldn't break it. And yet, he tore through the entire formation world. Could his cultivation have already? He shot a nervous glance toward him. Has he surpassed that level already? Caught looking, he was immediately met with a cold glare from Tang Yanming. He flinched, quickly looking away in terror. Tang Yanming was thoroughly sick of that old man. Although he wanted to finish him off right then and there, he couldn't afford any rumors or controversy before becoming the young master. Just then, Tang Yuanjin approached him. Tang Yanming, are you all right? He cupped his hands and bowed politely. I've troubled you, Master Tang Yuanjin. He had made up his mind. It was time to handle those old meddlers within the Tang family. Tang Yuanjin, oblivious to his thoughts, asked, It's a relief you're safe. What happened in there? And the others? Before he could finish, a loud rumble shook the ground. The kids were terrified, screaming, What is this? An earthquake. The other black-clad assassins became alert. Look over there. The space is cracking. It's the exact spot where he, Tang Yanming, had ripped through space, and now light was pouring through the fissure. Su Xin realized instantly. All the formations, including the 7 illusionary ceiling array, had collapsed. A blue light shimmered within the void. What was that? It looked like something was on the debris. Was this all what happened inside the formation? Fragments played out like clear film footage, leaving nothing out. Shu Xin caught the exact moment the female spirit was killed. Tang Yanming spoke nonchalantly. As you have all just witnessed, this is what transpired. As the crowd swarmed into the formation, they saw the corpses of the assassins. Although some wore different attire, most were clad in the martial robes of the Tai Mo sword sect. So, Mo Renhao really did lead his subordinates to attack Kongdong Mountain. Tang Yuanjin was sweating buckets, speechless. Did he really defeat all of them alone? It's unbelievable. Even if there were only 30 of them, I would have had a hard time dealing with that. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out. Master, look over there. It was the corpse of Mo Renhao. He had the dual sword scabbard on his back. Looking at his clothes and appearance, it was undoubtedly Mo Renhao. Tang Yuanjin's voice trembled. Even Mo Renhao was defeated. What on earth is going on? Shu Xin stood nearby, clutching his head in panic. Tang Yanming walked over to explain. They were just a bunch of loudmouths. They weren't actually that hard to handle. Tang Yuanjin didn't dare say another word. He just widened his eyes, thinking. As expected of Tang Yanming, his strength, he became even more certain that Tang Yanming had already surpassed the young master. The other disciples heard this and whispered among themselves. He defeated hundreds of people all by himself, and the Tai Mo sword sect is a notorious evil sect. This level of strength outstanding junior doesn't even begin to describe him. The position of young master had been his from the start, but amidst the praise, one man was consumed with blinding jealousy. He rubbed his severed arm, grinding his teeth. You bastard! I'm a cripple with a missing arm, and you become this powerful, all on your own. Tang Yanming. This bitter man was Tang Wenshan, the bully who used to torment him as a child. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Back then, you hadn't even started martial arts. You were just a piece of trash I used to beat up. How could you? How dare you? A voice cut through his thoughts. The selection was over. Tang Yuanjin announced the winner. Contestant number 28, Tang Yanming. If anyone has any objections to the result, step forward. Tang Wenshan thought bitterly, but he was too terrified to actually step out. Damn it, he could only stand there, clutching his arm, the only thing he could do now. He was shaking with rage. Tang Yuanjin shouted again, no objections? Then I declare the selection officially over. And the entire process was fair and transparent. The Phoenix Guard immediately gathered before the winner, Tang Yanming. The massive crowd of men in black stood before him, and the kids, Tang, Wiley, and Lei, were stunned. The Phoenix Guard has so many high-level martial artists. The pressure is intense. Tang Yuanjin let out a sigh of relief. The Tang family had been in decline for over a decade, but finally, a new master had emerged to help revive the clan. He announced joyfully, Our Phoenix Guard will serve the final winner of the selection. Tang Yanming had become the young master of the Tang family. As he spoke, he knelt down. Tang Yuanzhen, on behalf of the 82 members of the Phoenix Guard, I pay my respects to the new young master of the Tang family. The others followed suit, kneeling and shouting in unison. The kids watched with wide eyes, filled with awe. So, just becoming the young master gets you this kind of treatment? Tang Weili wondered. Does this mean we have to treat Tang Yanming with formal etiquette from now on? Tang Liuli didn't know how to answer. Tang Yuanjin was filled with anticipation. He was so young, yet had already achieved such feats. If he continued to grow stronger, perhaps he could surpass the evil powers that dominated these lands and restore the honor of the Tang family. No sooner had he thought this than Tang Yanming saw right through him. I know what you all want, he stated firmly to the crowd. It won't take me long to accomplish our great cause. You just need to believe in me and wait patiently. The assassins stared with wide eyes, moved to tears. His words seemed to have pierced their very souls, cementing his position of authority. This was the true young master of the Tang family. No one could disagree. They shouted in unison, "We pledge our lives to the young master." The winner of the selection, Tang Yanming, took charge instantly, his command radiating authority. "Prepare yourselves. We're leaving." With that, he walked away. Following him were the 3 kids and his team. Only Tang Wensham remained, glaring at him with pure hatred. Why? Why is it like this? He gritted his teeth. Why do you get to have everything? He was losing his mind, his eyes burning red with uncontrollable rage. I must have my revenge. Even if I have to sell my soul, I don't care. I swear I'll drag you down to hell with me. That night, in that same forest, before the corpses of the Taimo sword sect assassins could be cleared, someone appeared. It was an elder from the Kondong sect. Tai Shu looked at the pile of bodies, wondering, did they leave that quickly? I came as soon as I got the report. Suddenly, he heard a shrill voice. Uncle Master. Dark figures appeared above him. How could you just leave us behind? The shadow landed right next to the old man, and before he was even visible, his nagging voice could be heard. You've already reached the transformation realm. Shouldn't you be a bit more composed? The old master Tai Shu adjusted his glasses. I can't sense any aura at all. Xuan Xiao, don't you find that strange? But the chubby guy replied, don't try to change the subject, Uncle Master. This fat guy who just arrived was Xuan Xiao from the Kongtong sect, who could sleep soundly in front of a mountain of corpses like this. Both of them stood there staring at the pile of bodies. If it were me, I would have walked away too. The more they looked, the more unbelievable it seemed, though the fact that over 3,000 warriors were killed was truly staggering. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. It's no wonder they were once a top-tier clan. Regardless, as far as I know, the Tang family's manpower stationed at Kongtong Mountain doesn't even reach 100 people. Master Tai Shu said bluntly, that's why I find it strange. Kongtong Mountain is our sect's territory. Something this big happened here. Don't they intend to give us an explanation? The chubby guy was a bit sharper now. You mean they intentionally avoided us to act on their own? The more they talked, the more confusing it became. They weren't a demonic sect, so there was no need for that. Besides, the Tang family had already paid the rent for Kongtong Mountain, right? Could they be hiding some secret? Ginger is indeed spicier as it ages. The chubby Tai Shu suspected all sorts of things, who knows. But then again, I didn't expect the Tang family's hidden weapons to be this powerful. Just how many did this person take down alone? The chubby guy had to agree. That's right. Wiping out this many people alone is truly shocking. As he said this, he suddenly got goosebumps, jumped in surprise, and turned around. What? Alone? You mean all of this was done by one person? The old man Tai Shu replied, certain as nails in wood. Nothing can escape my eyes. Toi Dong. Most of them only have wounds caused by needle-like hidden weapons, but the weapons themselves were nowhere to be found. This proves that the perpetrator has reached the realm of manipulating hidden weapons at will. Looking at the fact that they didn't even have time to draw their weapons, most were killed in a single blow. And experts who have reached this level can be counted on one's fingers, can't they? The old man raised his eyebrows, full of interest. I need to meet this person. Let's go to Sichuan. The chubby Xuan Xiao wanted to stop him. What? You want to go to Sichuan? That's not a good idea. What if we run into the Black Evil Alliance on the way? The old man shot him a glare as sharp as a knife. Have you forgotten that I've entered the transformation realm? The old man cleared his throat and turned to leave. If I go alone, I can escape at any time. You don't need to worry. The chubby guy stood behind him, looking troubled. But I can't do that, Uncle Master. Once the old man made up his mind, he never lacked reasons. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on me so easily. The chubby guy sighed and waved his hand in defeat. Fine, whatever. No one can win an argument against you. We should head back to the sect first. We at least need to inform the sect master. Seeing that he agreed, the old man smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. Right now, there's the Black Evil Alliance south of Kongtong Mountain and a demonic sect to the west. The Kongtong sect could be said to be surrounded by enemies. The chubby Xuan Xiao looked a bit slow, but when he needed to be smart, he could figure things out. Uncle Master is going to find the Tang family expert who caused this, surely to verify their strength. After all, the Tang family's situation is similar to ours, so Uncle Master wants the Tang family to deal with the Black Evil Alliance, while we join forces with Kunlun to push back the demonic sect. But as far as I know, the Tang family has long been in decline. I don't know if Uncle Master will get what he wants. He was a bit worried, deep down, hoping that on the way to Sichuan, they wouldn't run into anything that would force him to use the demon-subduing sword technique. Back at the Tang estate, the old man was sitting in his room practicing calligraphy with a brush when there was a knock. Third Elder, the Phoenix Guard team has brought back the candidates from the selection trials. He threw the brush into the holder, ending earlier than usual. He was already thinking about his kin. With the strength of his granddaughter Tang Yingling and the fire dragon poison, one of the 10 great poisons, winning the selection definitely wouldn't be a problem. However, before he could be too smug, he heard the subordinate outside report. But Third Elder, the young lady, is not among those who returned. This was like a bolt from the blue. He widened his eyes, startled as he turned around. What? Meanwhile, outside the gate of the Tang estate, some guards were gossiping back and forth. Who do you think will win this time? The First Elder's top disciple, Tang Kulam, has a better chance, right? Doesn't the Third Elder have a granddaughter too? I heard that after her face was disfigured, she has been training like crazy. Regardless of who it is, just returning safely is a blessing. Suddenly, he stared in one direction. Those people were the ones returning, led by Tang Yanming and Tang Yuanzhen. In Tang family martial attire, weren't they the Phoenix Guard team? Realizing this, they immediately shouted to spread the news. The participants had returned, and everyone was craning their necks. Had the selection ended? Time flies that fast? Yeah, time really passes in a flash. Who won? How would I know? The crowd looked at Tang Yanming without recognizing him. Come to think of it, who is that guy? He's a complete stranger. Look at the young ladies over there, everyone's eyes are lighting up. An old man shouted, Huai, my dear Huai. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he called out, not seeing his child. Huai, where are you? Huai. Only when he saw a girl waving did he breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I was terrified when I heard people died in battle. Lord Deputy Manager, Tin Nat is over there. These people were all parents waiting for their children. He was in a fairly good mood, but perhaps the old man knew better. It's better not to expect too much. The voices of parents calling for their children echoed endlessly. Ming Huan, you're over there, my child. Hu Duan, so you're okay. There were happy people and sad people, shedding tears. I don't see Tang Xilin anywhere. I can't find my Mintu either. Watching this scene, Tang Yanming thought of his mother. Are they the parents of those who sacrificed themselves? Mother must be worried about me too. But he immediately remembered the scene of possibly returning home. What if she didn't recognize him? That was entirely possible. Still, he was quite curious. He imagined her panicked expression, and thinking about meeting his mother, he couldn't help but smile happily. Suddenly, the little girl Tang Liuli leaned in and whispered, Tang Yanming, look over there. The people from the manager's department are out. She boasted, do you see that person wearing glasses? That's my father. Tang Yanming guessed it immediately and smiled slyly, teasing the little girl. What's this? Are you already starting to show off your father to me? This girl was suddenly sharp, not hiding her intentions at all. Of course. How could I waste a good connection like you? He had to give in. You're really too blunt. Tang Yanming sighed deeply, realizing that this brat really knew how to read the room. Although it sounded a bit arrogant, my father was actually very capable. He just never played politics, so he never got promoted. He always ended up stuck with menial tasks. Tang Yanming suddenly felt a connection with the old man, which was a good thing for me. I've already decided to win that old fool over. After all, anyone colluding with the elders would just get in my way of seizing real power. So, I might as well start pulling people over to my side now. I still need to dig deeper into the relationship between Tang Wiley and Tang Yiquan. As far as I know, Tang Yiquan has ties to the medicine hall. Just as Tang Yanming was thinking, someone appeared. He was grinning from ear to ear. The Phoenix Guard, the Zhuge family, and all the contestants, you've all worked hard. This old guy was the head steward of the Tang family, Tang Qiqan. Zhuge Chengshin immediately cupped his hands and bowed. It's been a while, head steward. How have you been lately? The old man threw his head back and laughed heartily. You're as sharp as ever. I haven't forgotten all the support the Zhuge family has given us. Zhuge Chengshin suddenly remembered. The time he tried to lock up Tang Qiqin's daughter and choked on his words in fear. Don't be so formal, sir. It was just a small matter. Old Qiqin slapped his shoulder. A heavy, intimidating pat. Excellent. The Zhuge family's 7-point illusion array really took a huge burden off my shoulders. Thanks to you, I can finally take the juniors to the competition with peace of mind. Tang Yanming stood there listening and smirked to himself, but the formation had already been broken. Zhuge Changxin could only give an awkward laugh and nod like a woodpecker. Right, exactly. Tang Qiqin finished speaking and waved them off. I've already talked to the elders. Come with me to the Elder Council. Ah, the Phoenix Guard can be dismissed to rest now. You've been on guard duty for so many years. You must be exhausted, right? Tang Yuanjin was about to answer. I'm sorry, sir, but we have to declare this right now. We won't be going to the Elder Council. Both old men were shocked, completely taken aback. They didn't even recognize the guy. Tang Yuanjin straightened his back, his face expressionless. I am Tang Yuanjin, the acting captain of the Phoenix Guard. Tang Qiqin's eyes widened, clearly displeased. Very well, Tang Yuanjin. Did I hear that correctly just now? You said you aren't going to the Elder Council? Tang Yuanjin calmly replied. As far as I know, the department in charge of selection matters is the Dark Poison Hall, so according to the rules, we should report to the Dark Poison Hall, not the Elder Council, right? Qiqin couldn't even argue. What? He shouted in anger. Just a puny guard, Captain. And you dare talk about rules with a head steward like me. His rage flared up. Dismiss immediately. Otherwise, I will consider this an act of insubordination. Everyone present panicked. Tang Yuanjin had to think carefully. Did insubordination mean he wasn't allowed to defy the elders? Although he had anticipated this, he hadn't expected them to be so rigid. The atmosphere was tense, and Tang Yanming stepped forward decisively to confront them. Insubordination. Who in the Tang family has higher authority than the young master? Old Qiqin looked at him, surprised. And who are you? Tang Yanming spoke up bluntly for the whole crowd to hear. I am the winner of the young master selection contest. He even sneered triumphantly. In the third elder's room, a piercing scream echoed. What did you say? The old men couldn't believe it. Did I hear that right? Steward, who did you say the winner was? Qiqin's voice trembled as he gritted his teeth, not daring to lie. As I just said, the winner of the young master selection is Tang Yanming. The third elder slammed the table, refusing to accept it. Impossible. How could that trash defeat Yingling? And she even had the fire dragon poison that could turn people into ash. Don't tell me she didn't even get a chance to use it. The first elder of the Tang family, Tang Shizong, stroked his beard and turned to ask, did even my disciple, Tang Jilin, get defeated by Tang Yanming? He not only has superior talent but also works incredibly hard. I was certain the position of the next young master wouldn't escape his grasp. Furthermore, before the competition started, I observed Tang Yanming, and his strength was clearly far inferior to Tang Jilin's. Could he have caught up in just 3 years of training? The old man's hands trembled as he clenched them. No way, he must have cheated. The second elder, Tang Mingxin, chimed in. Although we previously agreed not to interfere in the events of the ancient poison battle, we must investigate the truth now. The fourth elder, Tang Zhilong, shouted, I agree. How could the son of Tang Zhihui defeat all the top-tier opponents and become the winner? As long as we interrogate him together, we will surely find the truth. The first elder asked, where is Tang Yanming now? Head steward Qiqin grew even more terrified, his face deathly pale. Didn't you notify them to come to the Elder Council? Only the family head has the right to command the young master. Even if there is no family head right now, the Elder Council cannot assume that authority. As soon as he said that, the whole room went silent. Qiqin recalled being grilled by Tang Yanming earlier and still felt panicked. So he still felt they were guilty of insubordination? Back then, he had argued, you haven't been officially recognized as the young master yet. He cursed internally. He's Tang Zihui's son. Why did it have to be him who won? He knew one truth. If this guy who had a grudge against the elders became young master, his own position would be impossible to maintain. So he kept shouting, if you provoke the elders. But before he could finish, Tang Yanming's eyes flared with killing intent, cutting him off. Enough. Spiritual pressure flooded the courtyard. Qiqin didn't dare say another word, his entire body paralyzed with fear. What is this pressure? He could barely manage to stand. What's going on? His internal energy is so powerful. It seems if I provoke him any further. Qiqin was so terrified that tears and snot were streaming down his face. He knew if he pushed his luck, he'd lose his life. Tang Yanming saw him trembling like a leaf and just walked right past him. The mood of those stubborn old men has nothing to do with me. We must follow the rules. Go to the Dark Poison Hall where the competition took place and pass the message to them. Once the competition is over, accept the results. He even coldly warned him beforehand. Because your era has ended. Keegan, standing there retelling it, was still drenched in sweat. The old men were furious and interrogated him. He told the elders to go there themselves. Did he really say that? Inside his head, the scene of Tang Yanming's warning kept playing on a loop. Go past the message, your era has ended. His face was dark with fury. Yes, yes, of course. But in the end, he only managed to sugarcoat it. He really didn't dare say that sentence out loud. The old man's hand on the table radiated killing intent. A snot-nosed brat dares to act like this? Even Tang Hui didn't dare to be so arrogant in front of us. After saying that, he smashed the table to pieces. Even though he was boiling with rage, he had to keep his cool. Fine, let it go. This might actually be for the best. He hasn't been officially recognized as the young master yet, so we can use his insolent attitude as an excuse to strip him of his title. Just do as he says and head to the Dark Poison Palace. Those old geezers have no other choice anyway. The Great Elder's eyes gleamed brightly. I must confront that brat myself. The elite squad under the Great Elder was ready to follow his orders at a moment's notice. The martial force stationed outside awaited their commands. The main squad under the Second Elder and the Poison Sword squad under the Fourth Elder were all listening in, ready to depart for the Dark Poison Palace shortly. The Dark Shadow squad under the Fifth Elder, not a single unit was left behind. The teams under the Elders awaited their orders. The captain of the Dragon Breaker squad, an assassin whose movements were quick as lightning, appeared right beside him. I'm at your service. Lead the Dragon Breaker squad and follow me, he stated confidently, already declaring, I will make that arrogant fool who dared to challenge the authority of the Elder Council understand the reality of his situation. The old man's face darkened, his eyes burning with fierce intent. I'll make him realize who the real master of the Tang family is. On the other side, Tang Hui dropped his jaw, unable to believe it. He asked again, What? You actually won the selection for the young master? Tang Yanming stood there and nodded seriously. That's right, you didn't miss here. He looked at him, remembering the past. Even though he had always been different since he was young, he never expected him to grow up this fast. His aura was truly powerful. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. My sister will definitely be so happy. Suddenly, a man stepped out, biting his lip hard. He stared straight at him. You say you won the selection. This man was the captain of the Poison King squad, Tang Chi. He was the father of Tang Wenshan. The old man's face was paler than a sheet of paper. Back then, when he announced he was setting out, it was this old man who had spewed venomous words of ridicule. Do you really think you can win the selection? I'd say it's a miracle you didn't end up dead. You broke the arm of my son, Tang Wenshan. After this selection is over, I will definitely make you and your mother pay for this. Maybe in less than 4 years, you'll already be back. Tang Yanming naturally remembered those words perfectly. Now was the time to collect the debt. So, that's what you said back then, right? His eyes flared red as he glared, just as you predicted. I really did return within 4 years, but even so, you're in no position to seek revenge. I hope you'll watch your words and behavior in the Tang family from now on. The old man was scared out of his wits, biting his lip, not daring to utter another word. He threatened the old man directly. If he didn't behave, his son might not be able to keep his other arm either. He stood there as obedient as a puppy. Tang Hui watched the scene, feeling satisfied and smiling. It seems he's kept that in his heart all this time, huh? Outside the building, Tang Yuanjin was still standing in a daze. You said your name is Tang Yanming. Only then did he remember he was the son of Tang Tri Tuesday. Hearing that name, his face shifted colors like a traffic light. At that moment, he seemed to read his thoughts. I know you have something you want to ask. He spoke first to preempt him, but it won't be too late to ask after everything is over. Looking back, he was still in shock, muttering to himself, is he really the son of that person? This means that in the past, Ma Kuang-Thien caused a bloodbath in the Tang family because he was targeting our former master, Tang Tri Tuesday. The battle was intense. Thanks to the Tang family's warriors fighting with their lives, they were able to hold him off. But even then, amidst the raging fire, a figure emerged. Have you still not finished them off? The Tang Yuanjin group was terrified, especially when they saw that person holding a severed head. They could only gasp, Master. That figure looked straight down at them. Never did they expect the Tang family to prefer death over submission. The large, dark figure ordered, let them go. The memory of the slaughter was something Tang Yuanjin never forgot. They didn't care about our poison arts at all and started attacking us with their lives on the line. In the end, when we were at a disadvantage, we had to beg the elders for help. At that time, the elder calmly stroked his beard and said, if we are attacked as well, the Tang family won't be able to avoid total annihilation. But the elders hadn't lifted a finger to help. He gritted his teeth, and thinking back on it now made him seethe with anger. If they had sent the martial squads, the Tang family's losses wouldn't have been so heavy. Not only that, but after the battle, the elders had the nerve to blame everything on Tang Tri Tuesday. The great elder pointed his finger at Tang Yanming's mother and cursed. "It was you who destroyed the Tang family. It's all your fault. If you had just submitted to Ma Kuang-Thien, the Tang family wouldn't have suffered this disaster." Thinking back on everything, Tang Yuanjin gradually realized that back then, Tang Tri Tu couldn't go to the front lines and even suffered the false accusation of being stripped of the young master's title. It was all because she wanted to protect the little master in her womb, wasn't it? Thinking of this, he turned to look at the assassins behind him. "I believe you all have guessed whose son our current master is." Everyone nodded in unison. He continued, "For those of us who didn't fulfill our duties that day, this is nothing less than a second chance. So, this time, we must." Just as he was speaking, there was a loud shouting from behind. "Stop." Tang Shihui also realized something was wrong. Hearing that voice, Tang Yanming knew exactly who it was. Without a hint of fear, he walked straight out to see for himself. Outside the door, the third elder was being blocked by Tang Yuanjin's men. The old man glared angrily. "Phoenix Guard, do you think you can defy the orders of the Elder Council and remain unscathed?" "Where is Tang Yanming?" Tang Yuanjin was sweating with anxiety. It was exactly as the little master had predicted. All the elders had mobilized, but he hadn't expected them to bring their own armed squads and set up such a massive formation. Why on earth were they doing this? He had guessed a part of it. Could it be that they felt their own positions were being threatened? The whole group was seething with rage. The old man's face darkened as he shouted, "Are you ignoring my words? Call that Tang Yanming out here right now." Just then, a voice interrupted. "Stop shouting. I'm here." Tang Yanming stepped out, eyes locked coldly with them. Tang Chiwi stared at the scene, completely shocked. "Third elder, have the other elders come as well? Did you not stop by the elder council before coming here?" The old man didn't care about his question, just staring intently at Tang Yanming. "The young master is the one who will lead the family in the future, yet you dare to bypass the elder council and crown yourself king?" Tang Yanming calmly stepped down. "I have already proven my qualifications by winning this election. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, I'm currently going through the succession procedures at the Dark Poison Palace, which oversees the entire struggle. Is there something else that isn't to your liking?" That single sentence was enough to make the old man blow a fuse. He roared in a gravelly voice, "How insolent!" The other elders immediately chimed in, just as the rumors said. "He's as headstrong as they come. To think he dare speak to the clan elders in such a tone." Tang Yuanjin hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. "Young master." The third elder's eyes bulged in rage. "If you want to live, you better start explaining every single detail of what happened during the ancient poison battle." But the angrier they got, the more disdainfully he replied, "Didn't you all say you wouldn't interfere in this struggle? Does that rule only apply when it suits you? Or are you accusing me of winning by cheating?" The old man had no proof but kept shouting. "On my way here, I already heard everything from the master of the Infinite Palace. He said Mo Renhao of the Tai Black Sword sect and nearly 300 evil sect warriors interfered in the ancient poison battle. Since outsiders already intervened, there's no point talking about fairness. No matter what nonsense you old fogies are spewing, I'm challenging both of you right now." Tang Jilin and Tang Yingling eliminated the other participants, so I eliminated the two of them, thus ending the struggle. Those who intruded after the struggle ended don't affect the fairness of the outcome. Before he even finished, the elders' ears were ringing, and as if they couldn't or wouldn't understand, they asked back, "What did you say?" The old man gritted his teeth. "Who are you talking about? Who did you kill?" Tang Yanming didn't do anything wrong, wasn't afraid of a damn thing, and stood his ground. "If you don't believe me, go to Mount Kongtong and see for yourself. If the Kongtong sect hasn't cleared the bodies yet, they should still be lying there." The third elder still hoped his granddaughter was alive. Hearing this, he lost all composure. His face turned red as it beat. He let out a guttural roar and immediately shattered the nearby boulders. In a flash, he lunged straight toward the young master with a fist. Both Tang Chiwi and Tang Yuanjing gasped, wanting to jump in to intercept, but he was too fast for them to react. The old man activated his skill, summoning a massive bolt of lightning. Anyone standing in his path was struck dead instantly. He shouted as he attacked, "You brat, you brought this on yourself." The old man was driven by pure rage, convinced he could take the young man down, until he spoke up. "You're that desperate to deny that your granddaughter is dead?" The old man's face went deathly pale. He froze in place while the surrounding rocks crumbled to dust. When the dust settled, Tang Yanming was still standing there, blocking the old man's punch with just one hand, without a single scratch on him. His eyes glowed with a piercing blue light as he exerted force, crushing the old man's fingertips, and growled coldly, "Then I'll make sure you believe it." The third elder couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? Impossible. How could he block my deadly poison palm with just one hand? That palm strike was coated in a lethal toxin that would instantly blind and deafen anyone it touched. But why was it blocked so easily? His eyes widened in shock. Could it be that this boy's strength far exceeds the decades of internal energy I've cultivated? By now, the poison on his hand had vanished completely. He gritted his teeth so hard they nearly broke. No way. You brat, how dare you? He swung his other hand for another punch. Does this little punk have no respect for this elder at all? Tang Yanming suddenly let go and reached into his pocket, pulling out Yingling's poison vial. The old man's eyes widened, locking onto the vial. He muttered, that is, and reached out desperately to snatch it. How do you have that? The young man sneered. What's wrong? Do you recognize what this is? Oh, terrified, aren't you? He dropped the vial. This is the poison meant for your granddaughter, yet here it is in my hand. The vial shattered upon impact, and the poison ignited into flames the moment it touched the ground. The third elder had to shield his face with his sleeve and back away. Tang Yanming's voice continued to resonate. If it were ordinary poison, he might have had room to argue. The onlookers were stunned, but if it was the Tang clan's 10 poisons, the situation was entirely different. The old man knew this better than anyone. His eyes burned, and he couldn't utter a word of denial. The crowd watched the fire in confusion, whispering, is that really the Tang clan's 10 poisons? Tang Yuanjin hurried over to ask, young master, the contents of that vial. The young man knew what he was going to ask and nodded. That's right, they call this fire dragon breath poison. Fire dragon breath poison. The 4 words hit them like a thunderbolt, and the assassins trembled in fear. No wonder it emitted such intense, pure yang energy when it caught fire. Isn't the third elder the one in charge of the 10 poisons? How is this possible? Seeing the old man speechless and defeated, the young man turned back to Tang Yuanjin. Guardians, answer me. Has the Tang clan's 10 poisons become so cheap that it can be used for personal vendettas? He answered accordingly. Absolutely not. As far as I know, these poisons are extremely dangerous, capable of wounding even master-level experts. Moreover, since the production methods were lost, there isn't much left, making them even more precious. In the Tang clan, there is nothing more valuable than these 10 poisons. Therefore, using them for personal gain warrants the ultimate punishment. The other elders turned pale at the mention of it. What did you say? They jumped up in protest. How dare you speak of ultimate punishment to the clan elders? What are you standing there for? Seize them at once. The young man's eyes glowed, and he smirked wickedly. So that's how it is. Once you sit in the elder's seat, you think you can avoid the consequences of your crimes. He pressed down harder on the old man's hand, casually setting him on fire. Consider this a mercy, letting you die of old age. At least it's better than facing the official punishment. Your granddaughter is waiting for you in the underworld. As he spoke, the flames engulfed the third elder. Tang Chihui and Tang Yuanjin's group watched in horror, while the other elders stood frozen, not daring to charge. These elders are just like the long-rotted roots of this family. Then, Tang Yanming reached out, challenging all the elders. What right do you have to interfere with the position of the young master? The position is mine, and I will decide its fate. Tang Yuanjin was left stunned and terrified. This was truly domineering. Who else could stand so tall and defiant before the elders? His heart was filled with hope. The fate of the Tang clan might truly change from this day on. The first elder couldn't hold back anymore. How dare you? He glanced at his henchmen and roared, what are you idiots staring at? He is a criminal who killed a clan elder. Capture him for me at once. But just as the elder shouted, Tang Yanming calmly revealed a shocking secret. First elder Tang Shizong, your disciple. He's trying to push the Tang clan into a bottomless abyss. Are you aware of that? The old man frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? The protagonist gave him a chance. Are you really unaware of this? Tang Kuk Lam is a spy for the Tai Mo Sword sect. The old man absolutely refused to believe it, cursing. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Are you still trying to frame others? The protagonist ignored him and just laid out the truth for everyone to hear. I assume you've heard that the Tai Mo Sword sect has infiltrated our selection trials. The old man acted like he'd lost his mind, raving and ranting. Ha! You mean to say Cook Lam is colluding with them? Where's the proof? Just then, someone interrupted. Let me explain. The old man's face turned pale the moment he saw Tang Tennat. Aren't you the deputy manager's son? Why are you here? Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open his outer garment, smiling. Because I am the only witness who can prove that man is a spy. The group of elders and the others all turned to look. Look, everyone, he said, smiling as he exposed the crisscrossing scars all over his body. These are the wounds I sustained while fighting Tang Kuk Lam before I met Dian Min in the ancient poison battlefield. As you can see, these wounds weren't caused by poison or hidden weapons. He used a flying dagger and unleashed a specific sword technique to attack me. Although I didn't recognize it at the time, I believe his sword style is the twin sword technique. The old man's eyes widened, but his mind still refused to believe it. He weakly stammered, that's just your speculation. But the fourth elder, Tang Zhilong, standing to the side, noticed something. This isn't just speculation. Grand Elder, not long ago, I saw Mo Renhao practicing his swordsmanship from a distance. Most of those he killed were stabbed to death by chaotic strikes, while those whose bodies remained relatively intact had wounds extremely similar to that boy's. Hearing this, the Grand Elder turned pale with fear. Tang Tinnat added, "That's right, and before he tried to kill me, he personally admitted he was a spy and called himself Tang Jilin." The crowd erupted into whispers. Tang Jilin? That unwanted bastard's son? You mean the child rumored to be born from a maid? If that's true, could it actually be? Dian Men felt quite touched by the young man. He turned to look at him. "I intended to ask you to be a witness, but I didn't expect you to step up on your own." He was all grown up now, very different from before. He sighed with a smile. "I should return the favor for saving my life." The protagonist smiled, satisfied. "Thank you. Thanks to you, everything is going much smoother." The Grand Elder was completely stunned. Is that boy Cook Lamb really a spy? He thought to himself, no, that doesn't matter now. If I keep talking, I won't get out of here alive. So, he immediately shouted orders. "Guards, stop him. What is the Breaking Dragon unit doing? Do you not want to avenge the third elder?" But the truth was out, and the assassins hesitated. The old man screamed, "Other armed units, don't just stand there." But Tang Yanming wasn't about to let it slide. He stepped forward, advising them, "Don't do anything reckless." He stared straight at the old man. "The evidence is clear. Continuing to struggle will only make you lose more face." The old man hurriedly shouted, "I knew nothing of this. This is completely different from the third elder's situation." But the protagonist wasn't letting him off. "With your status, a simple, I didn't know isn't enough to brush this off. If Tang Kuk Lam became the young master and handed the Tang clan over to the Tai Mo sword sect, could you still use that excuse to clear your name? You've been far too reckless." As he said this, his eyes burned with a terrifying light. The old man was scared out of his wits, stumbling back and screaming, young master, wait." Before he could finish, an arm hit the ground. The protagonist had chopped off his right arm to pay for the debt to the Tang clan. In the blink of an eye, Dian Min didn't even use a weapon standing from a distance. He severed the Grand Elder's arm. The old man collapsed to his knees, unable to even react. Now it was time for the protagonist to uphold justice. "Grand Elder, you cannot escape suspicion of shielding a spy. According to the rules, your Dantian should be destroyed, and your martial arts crippled. But considering you had no direct involvement in the conspiracy, the punishment stops here." The old man trembled like a leaf, not daring to say another word. "Thank you, young master. He went easy on me." Now the old man was terrified, finding it hard to believe. His speed was so fast, I couldn't see a thing. Could his sword mastery have reached the pinnacle? But surely he didn't notice that I used the act of stopping the bleeding to secretly pull out a poison. Hidden in his palm was a vial of poison, the invisible poison, one of the 10 great Tang clan poisons. It was colorless, odorless, and tasteless. Just as the name implies, the victim has no idea they've been poisoned until the symptoms begin. Although this version was weaker than the real invisible poison, it was still the poison he had spent half his life brewing. The odorless, tasteless toxin drifted toward the protagonist. The old man thought triumphantly, no matter what your cultivation level is, you can't resist the invisible poison. The poison drifted forward while the protagonist stood there, staring coldly at the old man kneeling on the floor. The old man's face turned red, and he couldn't help but smirk. "Just die in your ignorance." He thought he had completely fooled the protagonist. But less than 3 seconds later, Dian Man's brow furrowed. He glared at the old man, his voice colder than ice as he called his bluff. "Enough of these tricks." The old man began to tremble uncontrollably, terrified, not understanding what happened. "Is it possible?" Before he could speak, his remaining hand was severed. The other elders, unaware of the situation, started shouting. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd show mercy? Going back on your word, what right do you have to be the young master?" The crowd, previously so loud, suddenly fell silent. "Wait a minute, what is that?" They finally saw the poison vial the old man had hidden next to his severed hand. "Is that a poison vial?" The protagonist didn't need to explain anymore. Standing high above, he looked down at the old man. "I never imagined a Grand Elder would be so despicable as to pretend to stop his bleeding just to secretly poison me." The old man was terrified, sweat soaking his entire body. Young master, please." He crossed the line. The protagonist swung his hand decisively. "Grand Elder Tang Thakstrung, you attempted to poison the young master and incite chaos within the clan. This act is deemed treason. Execute him immediately." As soon as he said that, the old man's head rolled to the ground. A dark, oppressive aura covered the area. No one dared to move or make a sound. The protagonist glanced at the remaining three elders, who stood frozen in place. Even the elders are not above the laws of the Tang clan. If anyone else relies on their power to disregard family rules, I will personally punish them. Tell everyone this. The Tang clan is currently in decline and could collapse at any moment. That is why we must change the status quo. I can promise everyone here one thing. I will protect all members of our clan from the threats of evil sects and demonic cults, so everyone can live here in peace. The crowd was moved to tears. Tang Yanming stood under the light of righteousness and shouted, "So, I want to ask those who do not belong to the Council of Elders, do you recognize me as the young master of the Tang clan?" Meanwhile, back at Tang Tri 2's residence, a voice rang out. "What did you say? The poison arts are in chaos, so stay calm and tell me exactly what happened." Bajia wiped away her tears and said, "Please calm down and listen to me slowly. Tang Yanming actually won the young master election. Who could have ever dreamed of that?" The old woman sobbed, deeply moved. "That's not all. I went to eavesdrop that morning. After he judged the elders, when he asked for everyone's opinion, oh, he was so majestic. I still can't forget it to this day. At that moment, everyone in the dark poison hall, not a single person excluded, recognized him as the young master. He is truly brilliant and looks just like the master when he was young." Tang Tri 2 finally dared to believe it, overwhelmed with emotion. "My dear Tang Yanming, Tang Vidum, if you could hear this news, you would surely be so happy." That night, the two of them chatted endlessly. "Can you tell me again?" "Of course, I can tell you as many times as you want." Meanwhile, our protagonist was elsewhere. Though he wanted to report the good news to his mother immediately, he still had too much to handle. The first thing he did was transfer the real power of the Council of Elders to the Dark Poison Hall. Barely after settling in for a meeting, Tang Chi-Wei turned to him and said, "Young master, as you instructed, all future activities and cases will be handled by the Dark Poison Hall, and important decisions will require your approval." Even though the elders looked displeased, no one dared to object. One old man even said, "I know you are outstanding, but after all, you are still young. Before you come of age, how about we implement a regency system?" Only the fifth elder voiced his concerns. Of course, he was just using the excuse of the protagonist's youth and lack of experience to hold onto his own power. So the protagonist smiled and nodded, saying the fifth elder made a fair point, and he would decide later who could act as regent. If there are no other issues, the transfer of power ends here. The old man stared, eyes wide with shock, unable to believe the protagonist had been so easy to talk to. But Tang Yanming had already calculated everything. He would not let the old man have his way. Furthermore, through an investigation, we confirmed that the third elder had taken the fire dragon poison without permission, so I questioned the management capabilities of the Council of Elders. Consequently, control over the 10 poisons was also transferred to the Dark Poison Hall. As for the elders, after losing most of their authority, they were left with only their personal armed squads. But since I wasn't interested, I didn't interfere. I told the old geezers that they could still manage their own armed squads, but from now on, the maintenance costs for those squads would have to come out of their own pockets. If they tried to request a budget through the deputy manager, just cancel it. All three old men were gnashing their teeth, feeling incredibly annoyed. The Fire Dragon squad and the elite troops whose leaders had died had no one to take them in, so I merged them into a protection squad and assigned them to the Dark Poison Hall. Their duty changed to guarding the outer courtyard, and the monthly salary previously issued by the elders was changed to the standard rate of the current guards. Although many were unhappy with my arrangement, there is a very simple way to make them shut up. Yesterday, he tightened his grip and made it clear, forget about the previous perks. At the end of the day, whether you are useful to the Tang clan or not, it doesn't matter. If you don't want to be kicked out, do your jobs well. Those who use baseless excuses to slack off or pick fights with the veteran guards will be severely punished. A few days later, having handled the internal affairs of the Tang clan, he moved on to Zhuge Changshin's group. They were summoned and stood with their hands clasped and heads bowed. "Young master, I heard you were looking for us." Zhuge Changshin was incredibly tense. His brain was working overtime. He never expected the young master to use force and excuses to overthrow the Council of Elders. If that was the case, the reports he had sent to the elders about the election were all for nothing. Although no one knew about the tricks he had played during the election, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Just one wrong word and he could face disaster. Just then, Tang Yanming turned around. Now he could clearly see who the young master was. The protagonist spoke up immediately. "I've been busy for the past few days, so I couldn't receive you. That's why I've invited you today. Besides, I have a small favor to ask." Today, the protagonist was wearing the blue robes of the Tang clan, his eyes shining bright, standing tall and imposing. Zhuge Chengxing was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Was this really the same person he had met before? Seeing the old man standing there in a daze, he asked, "Why so surprised? Is it because of this outfit? My subordinates insisted that I wear something a bit more imposing." The old man realized it too, even though he wasn't officially the clan head yet, he was already acting like one. He still had to bow and flatter him. "It suits you very well, thank you for the compliment." Sweat was pouring off him like rain as he asked, "May I ask what it is you need from us?" The protagonist got straight to the point. "I heard that the array formation of the Jia Cat clan has extremely strong defensive properties, capable not only of blocking uninvited guests but also trapping them forever. Although my experience with it was a bit different, to prevent evil sects from infiltrating, you should set up that formation here as well." Zhuge Changshin panicked and refused immediately. "I am terribly sorry, but the clan's formation requires the clan head's approval to be set up." But he didn't know the protagonist was already holding a poison needle. Furthermore, setting up the formation requires family heirlooms, and maintaining it requires several formation masters. "My family truly lacks the capacity." As soon as he finished his sentence, the needle flew out. The two stood facing each other, the room filled with killing intent. "I hope you understand." As he finished that sentence, the subordinate standing behind him was struck by a poison needle and died. "Therefore, I apologize that we cannot obey." As he finished speaking, a loud thud sent a chill down his spine. It was too late to realize it now. He was so terrified, he screamed, "What happened?" "Young master, what have you done?" Zhuge Changshin's eyes widened in horror, his face red as a monkey's butt. He tried to speak but was silenced immediately by a poison needle floating right in front of him. Tang Yanming said one shocking thing. "I know you've been making deals with Tang Yingling, and I also know you could have easily stopped the Tai at Max Sword sect from invading, yet you chose not to. Did you think I'd just play dumb and let it slide?" Each word he spoke made the old man look worse and worse, turning pale, then bright red, and finally a sickly shade of purple. He gave him a way out, though. "Cut the crap. Get the Jia Cat defense formation set up in the inner courtyard right now, and I'll spare you." The old man was still tearing up, but before he could finish speaking, he cut him off with a cold, menacing tone. "Do you think I'm asking for your opinion? You've heard of the family rules, haven't you?" His eyes flared with a terrifying, pitch-black intensity, like a grim reaper coming to collect someone who never lets a grudge go unpunished. "The elders all died by my hand for that exact reason. I'm going to count to 3, if you still don't agree. I will personally pay a visit to the Jia Cat family and make your entire clan pay the price for you." You can imagine how that ends. The man, Zhuge Changshin, sank into total despair. The two words, clan extermination, flashed through his mind, filling him with terror. Tang Yanming started counting. 1, 2, naturally, by the time he hit 2, the guy was already screaming, "I agree, I agree." His hands were shaking uncontrollably. I'll do it. Snot and tears covered his face. "Just please, spare my family. See, isn't being obedient much better?" Tang Yanming nodded immediately. "Good. Get it done quickly." The next morning at the main Tang residence, Tang Yiquan and Tang Weili were sitting on edge, listening to him. "I wanted to call you guys sooner, but there were so many things to handle. I couldn't stop worrying, so it got delayed until now." They were so embarrassed to see Tang Yanming again, they wanted the ground to swallow them up. What did you call us here for, sir?" Tang Luli suddenly asked. "Young master." He laughed out loud when he heard them calling him that. "Why are you being so formal? When it's just us, just act like you used to. Ha ha ha, you're such a worrier. Is that really okay?" But as soon as he finished, one of them propped a foot up on the table. "Oh, that's better." These guys flipped their attitude faster than a pancake. Tang Yiquan put his feet on the table, and the two girls sprawled out. Everyone felt at ease. It was best to go back to how things were. Tang Yanming was speechless looking at them. "You guys really do change your attitudes fast." Tang Liuli asked, "So, what did you call us here for? Is something up?" He calmly announced, "Tang Liuli, I just promoted your father to general manager." All three of them had their eyes wide open in shock. "What? Say that again." He looked completely serious. "Didn't you say he was very capable?" "Well, I certainly can't let talent go to waste." The kid couldn't believe it, even worrying about him. "Is this the power of the young master?" "Even so, can you just decide that on your own? There are definitely going to be people who oppose it." Tang Yanming took the chance to warn them. Making those people shut up wouldn't be hard. "But if you're lying to me, you're in big trouble," he said, his face darkening as he made a throat-slitting gesture. "If he thinks he can slack off or pocket money just because he knows me." The girl quickly crossed her hands to wave the idea away, shouting, "My father is definitely not that kind of person." He gave her the task. "Anyway, it's decided. Just help your father get used to the work at the general manager's office." She started tearing up, moved. "Thank you so much." Tang Yanming remembered that old man. Truth be told, Seeing Tang Liuli's father's reaction back then, the old man was crying his eyes out. You've entrusted me with such a great responsibility. I will definitely protect the safety and prosperity of the Tang family at all costs. Speaking of safety, it reminded me of my time as a grunt in the general manager's office. Back then, the manager only cared about his own safety. He looked at the father and daughter, knowing this man wouldn't have any issues. Next, Tang Weili and Tang Yiquan, you two share your business too. I called you here for this exact reason. If you know anyone talented, but who's being suppressed because they aren't close to the elders, let me know. I plan to recruit them under my command. Keeping the elders' council's people around is just annoying. Tang Weili thought for a moment. I don't have anyone to recommend. Tang Yanming remembered the other guy. Tang Yiquan, don't you have connections with the Tang Medicine Hall? How are things over there? The guy's face instantly went dark. He hung his head, his hands clenching white. Actually, regarding the Tang Medicine Hall, I'm not sure if I should tell you, because it involves you too. Tang Yanming's eyes widened in confusion. It involves me? But when he said the next sentence, he couldn't stay calm anymore. To be precise, it involves your father's death, because the organization that poisoned your father was the Tang Medicine Hall. Tang Weili spun around in shock. I didn't hear that wrong, right? The Tang Medicine Hall? Tang Liuli jumped up, slamming the table in a rage. They dared to conspire against the young master's family. I'm going to crush their skulls. Tang Yanming quickly held her back, his eyes burning as he looked at Tang Yiquan. Keep talking. The Tang Medicine Hall is a completely closed-off place. Even the Elders' Council's claws can't touch that place. They are responsible for researching all medicine and toxicology. Usually, they sustain their income by treating patients or selling medicine. The reason the Tang family could hold on after the Ma Kuang-Tian Chu invasion is because the Tang Medicine Hall still exists, since 9/10 of the Tang family's operating expenses come from them. By this point, veins were bulging on Tang Yiquan's face. The head of the Tang Medicine Hall used to be my grandfather. The two girls realized, is that the person who was replaced so mysteriously? That's right, you knew about that too. When my grandfather was still the head, there was someone who came to see him every day. It was Tang Yanming's father, Tang Vidong. His real name was Tang Vidong. They say after the Ma Kuang-Tian invasion, the insults directed at Tang Tri Tu became more and more frequent. Every time, he would stand up for her and fight those who spoke nonsense. But your father was just a normal scholar with no internal energy, so all the injuries from those fights and arguments were printed right on his body. Hearing this, he could picture how pathetic he must have looked. If a body with no internal energy has to endure attacks fueled by internal energy, it cannot neutralize the impact, leading to extremely severe internal injuries. But even so, he still fought. Father Tang Yiquan bit his lip, choking back tears. And then it happened. He and the deputy head at the time, the deputy head of the Tang Medicine Hall, Tang Ri, got into an argument. Tang Ri insulted your mother, Tang tried too, and your father heard it. It was clearly the deputy head's fault, but don't even talk about him apologizing. Tang Ri saw he couldn't win the argument, so he decided to use martial arts. Luckily, my grandfather saw it and managed to stop Tang Ri in time. This also cost Tang Ri the eligibility to run for the next term of Hall Master. So, Tang Yanming figured it all out, and that's why he held a grudge and poisoned my father. The boy's eyes welled up with tears as he bit his lip. That's right. Afterward, he even murdered my father and seized control of the Medicine King Hall. He also poisoned my grandfather and threw him into the dungeon. Tang Weili turned to pat his shoulder. How could something so devastating happen without anyone knowing? Even if they kept it strictly contained, it shouldn't have been like this. The boy met you back then. My grandfather lost consciousness after being poisoned, so even if I told the truth, no one cared. I entered the candidacy because of this. At least for these 3 years, it helped someone like me, who knows the inside story, stay safe from being silenced. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed uncontrollably. Even though I wanted to visit my grandfather immediately, I was too terrified to go. I'm sorry, Yanming. The talent you're looking for, I'm afraid they're no longer in the Medicine King Hall. You felt a bit puzzled. Do you know why that deputy hall master kept your grandfather alive? If he wanted to cover it up, he should have killed him to silence him, right? Tang Yiquan lowered his head. If I'm not mistaken, it's because the Medicine King Hall hides an inner core that even the elders know nothing about. It's a legendary creature living in lava, the Wan Nian Fire Carp's inner core. Both Tang Liuli and Tang Weili turned around sharply. The Wan Nian Fire Carp? Does such a thing actually exist? It's just an inner core. What's so rare about it? Isn't it just a treasure that helps boost inner energy? Tang Yiquan added, it's not that simple. Legend says that about 100 years ago, the young palace master of the intense Fire Sun Palace swallowed the inner core of the Wan Nian Fire Carp. Then she gained immense hot yang power and stepped into the transformation realm. But the intense Fire Sun Palace is now just history, thanks to the heavenly demon cult. The story might be embellished, but the fact that she reached the transformation realm by consuming the inner core is true. Since this is a legend, even juniors like us have heard, the inner core of such a creature always comes with deadly poison. If you don't remove the toxins and consume it directly, you're almost certain to die. But if you don't detoxify it properly, the core's effectiveness will be greatly diminished. Tang Yanming realized this, so the only person capable of removing the toxins while keeping the power intact is the former Hall Master, my grandfather, right? The more he spoke, the more he wept. Yes, the current Hall Master's goal is to consume that perfectly purified inner core to reach the transformation realm, then lead his followers out of the hall to establish his own sect as the master. The group listened in horror, mouths agape. Isn't that equivalent to treason? Yanming whispered to himself, what an idiot. Even if he gains higher internal energy through the core, if he can't comprehend the transformation realm, he will never reach it. You obviously weren't going to let this slide, Tang Yiquan. Thinking back, I realized that during our 3 years of training, he never showed his sorrow, so we had no idea. Turns out, despite all his misfortune, he still smiled at us. First, I want to thank you, little brother. That must have been hard to say, right? Thank you for telling me the truth. Now, let me ask one more thing. You looked at him and asked seriously, if I wipe out the current personnel of the Medicine King Hall and help your grandfather recover his strength, can the Medicine King Hall function normally again? If your grandfather is only poisoned, I will find a way to fix it. You just need to answer me. Tang Yiquan clenched his fists, full of resolve. Yes, I can. His eyes sparkled as he declared confidently, because I realize my current level is not inferior to the incumbent Hall Master. I just need to find you a few more people proficient in pharmacology to pass the knowledge on to them. With that, you had nothing left to complain about. Yanming nodded with a smile. That's good. Tang Weili, can we finish your story after we deal with the Medicine King Hall? The girl nodded quickly. Of course. Yanming stood up instantly. Then let's head to the Medicine King Hall right now. Tang Yiquan suddenly shouted, is it really okay? You just got back and haven't even visited your mother yet. You swung the door open, mother will understand. Besides, as the young master, I cannot turn a blind eye to those plotting treason. Most importantly, my mother wouldn't let me sit idly by while my friend suffers. I will completely purge that Medicine King Hall you spoke of from the Tang family. At the Medicine King Hall, the bastard Tang Ri was frowning, extremely annoyed. The son of Tang Vidong actually became the young master? That is truly a headache. Although I killed his father before he was born, he couldn't possibly know. But that kid, Tang Yiquan, still hasn't returned. This is a bit suspicious. He's not the type to abandon his grandfather. But then again, what in this world is more important than one's own life? He reassured himself and smirked triumphantly. I can kill him any time, but the problem is the inner core. Only by fully absorbing the inner power of the core can one step into the transformation realm. He thought of the old man who was barely hanging on. But that stubborn old bastard, even if he wakes up, refuses to open his mouth. It's preventing me from carrying out the plan. Should I just try to purge the toxic energy myself? Teesk. No, I might end up ruining the entire inner core. I have to find a better way. Just then, panic shouts erupted outside the door. Hall Master. He stared out, furious. What is the meaning of this? Making so much noise in the inner hall? A subordinate burst through the door. Young master. He ran out to see several assassins pinning the people inside to the ground. The one leading them was Yanming, followed by Tang Yiquan. Don't let anyone escape. The young master is clearing out the inner courtyard. The captured men were defiant, sweating profusely. You reckless fools. Why are you treating us like this? Have you forgotten whose place this is? Yanming walked beside him and asked, did you find him? Tang Yiquan's eyes were watery. Not yet. We turned the Medicine King Hall upside down, but there isn't a single trace of my grandfather. The boy couldn't take it anymore and screamed at the men, speak. Where did you hide my grandfather? But the only answer they got was, we don't know. Yanming looked at them with pure disgust and called for his guard. The guard immediately rushed forward and drew his sword. Yanming warned, who do you think you're trying to fool? Don't test my patience. But if you want to keep playing dumb, be my guest. I only need one person who can tell the truth, anyway. Finally, the whole bunch had to confess. The Hall Master gave the order after the election began. He told us to lock the former Hall Master in the dungeon. Tang Yiquan turned deathly pale, trembling with fear. He dared to lock my grandfather in a place like that. That place was meant to quarantine patients with infectious diseases. But the cold, damp environment only made his condition worse, so they sealed it off. Yet, he dared to once Tang Yanming made up his mind, he would go in there with him. Guard unit, once you finish clearing this place, move to the front and wait for orders. The crowd there finally realized the danger and started screaming in panic. Young master, please have mercy. We were wrong, please spare us. By the time he walked into the cave, the area outside was already covered in blood, and they were all dead. Upon entering, he looked around to survey the area. It was deep. Was this converted from a natural cave? It truly suited the environment of a prison. Tang Yiquan rushed ahead excitedly. Almost there, they had finally arrived. This was the entrance to the prison. Suddenly, he looked terrified, his face turning pale, biting his lip hard as tears welled up in his eyes. "Grandfather, please, nothing must happen to you." He worried. What if I arrived too late? Tang Yanming spoke up to reassure him. "Don't worry, he's still alive." The boy gasped and turned around. "Really?" Tang Yanming's eyes lit up as he stared straight at the final cell. "Yeah, I found him." Just as he had detected, the boy rushed to the door and gripped the iron bars. "It's me, grandfather. It's Tang Yiquan." He reached out, his hands radiating a killing intent, preparing to break the door. "Step back a little." With a few swift slashes, Tang Yanming shattered the iron door to pieces. The boy rushed inside. "Grandfather," he cried out miserably. "How did it come to this? It wasn't this severe before the election started. It looks like they even used a paralyzing poison." Tang Yanming quickly placed a hand on him to steady him. "Stay calm. We came here to save him." Tang Yiquan tried to hold back his tears. Besides the paralyzing poison, what other toxins did they use? They used a brain-wasting poison. It's a type of poison that damages the brain. While it won't kill him immediately, it will leave him mentally incapacitated. What? The toxin isn't lethal, but it spreads throughout the body and infiltrates the brain and spinal cord, so even an antidote would be useless. If you miss the initial phase of the poisoning, it's incurable. Tang Yanming understood now. So that was it. That's simple enough. The boy stopped crying and turned around. "What do you mean?" Tang Yanming placed his hand on the old man's chest. "Help him up. I know how to cure him." He just needed to channel his inner energy into the old man's body. It was time to use the power of the azure light chi. He activated his 10,000 poison devourer skill. A vortex of green energy surged and slammed directly into the old man's dantian. It would devour all the toxic energy in his body. The old man's body began to recover. He no longer looked purple like a corpse. Tang Yiquan's jaw dropped as he realized. His hands, Tang Yanming had calculated everything. My azure light chi has absorbed deadly toxins many times, so its toxicity is extremely potent. Therefore, to avoid harming his already frail body, I can only use the toxin absorption ability. Tang Yiquan shouted in excitement. He's starting to breathe again. His complexion is turning rosy. The old man's eyes slowly fluttered open. "You should wake up now." As soon as he said that, the old man opened his eyes. Where am I?" "Ah, isn't this my grandson, Tang Yiquan?" But when the old man looked at the person next to him, his eyes widened, and he burst into tears of emotion. Overjoyed, he called out, "Tang Vidung, is it really you?" After some explaining, the old man finally regained his senses and realized, "So you are Tang Vidung's son, and you become the young master?" Tang Yanming nodded. "That's right. Tang Yiquan told me about the past. I heard you took great care of my father." The old man teared up again. Fate was truly mysterious. "Due to my negligence, this child never got to meet his father, yet now he is the one saving my life. Tang Vidung, your son and the young mistress have raised a remarkable talent. It's a pity you couldn't see this while you were alive, but at least I hope this good news brings peace to your soul in heaven. I am old, and this body is useless. Even so, do you still want me to serve you?" Tang Yanming draped his coat over the old man. "Of course. Today, I came here to arrange new positions for you and Tang Yiquan. Let's head outside. There are still people out there you need to deal with." As soon as the old man stepped out of the cave, the scumbag Tang Ri panicked, his face turning red as a baboon's butt. How could that old man be standing there safe and sound? He finally guessed it. Could it be the young master? He screamed in frustration. Why are you launching a massacre at the Medicine King Hall? In his mind, he was telling himself that he had executed the elders so decisively. Surely he wouldn't dare touch him. Don't you know the operating funds for the Tang family are all earned by the Medicine King Hall? Are you trying to ruin the Tang family? Tang Yanming smirked, cutting him off immediately. You saw where I walked out from. Are you still going to play dumb? Or is this going to be your final words? Saying this, his eyes glared, his face dark, and the scumbag Tang Ri immediately shivered, not daring to say another word. He turned to the old man and asked, "Do you have any last words for him?" The old man shook his head firmly, not even sparing the coward Tang Ri a glance. Knowing there was no way out, Tang Ri turned to run. "Move, everyone, get out of my way. Staying here is a death sentence." Damn it all. It took so much effort to climb to this position, but after running only 3 steps, his legs froze in place. I can't move anymore." He looked down at his neck to see a small needle. This was Tang Yiquan's doing the soul-severing burning poison. Hearing this, he dropped dead on the spot. Tang Yanming smiled triumphantly as he retrieved his needle. How about that? Is his strength enough to replace you? But he could no longer hear, and he saw the rest of the gang scrambling away in terror. Are these all that's left? Small fries? The guard unit swept through the Medicine King Hall, and the rest finally understood. After saying that, Tang Yanming took the grandfather and grandson away, leaving behind a bloody scene of death. The word started spreading throughout the village and region. The Medicine King Hall had been wiped out. It's true. I heard the guard unit killed everyone at the Medicine King Hall. The news spread throughout the entire family in the blink of an eye. Everyone had the same thought. The Tang family has survived until today. Hasn't it been thanks to the Medicine King Hall? Why would he voluntarily cut off the family's source of funding? What is he thinking? Inside a room at the Medicine King Hall, a conversation echoed. Do you want to take the inner core now? The old man clasped his hands and voiced his thoughts. It's true, if you keep this, who knows? Another situation like Tang Ri might happen. Give me a few days to purge the toxins, and once I'm done, I'll give it to you. But Tang Yanming was already drooling over the toxic pill. I appreciate your kindness, but I'd rather take it directly. The old man advised, if you aren't planning to use it immediately, it's best left here for safekeeping. But Tang Yanming had already planned it out. It's fine. I'm going to use it right now. He took the pill. It's truly a spiritual treasure. I can clearly feel the intense toxic energy. Should I throw away such a precious thing? No, that won't do. I have to absorb all its power to satisfy my craving. Tang Yanming reached out to absorb it, and the moment he touched it, he knew it contained an extremely potent fire toxin. It truly lived up to its name as a creature born in lava. Still, its power didn't quite match the fire dragon breath poison I once drank. If a normal martial artist used an unrefined inner core, they would be burned to a crisp from the inside out and die. But the fire dragon breath poison is even stronger than this. This experience once again reminds me of the true power of the 10 great poisons. Is it really made from the breath of a fire dragon? Perhaps I should look into the 10 great poisons more. The pill is now dazzling and bright after refinement. The spiritual energy of the inner core is even more evident now. He smiled with satisfaction as he closed the box. Good. With this, everything can be settled, and now it's time to head home to visit Mom. He stood outside the door and called out, Mom, it's Tang Yanming. May I come in? Tang Jihui replied from inside, Yes, come in. Tang Yanming opened the door and entered. Thank you, Mom. As soon as he entered, he saw her standing there, smiling happily. She had thought she would never have the chance to return to this place again. It had been so long since he'd seen her smile like this. It was truly all thanks to her son. He smiled to comfort her. The Dark Poison Hall was originally Mom's home when you were the head of the family, so of course you should stay here. Time flies so fast, it feels like forever since we were together. She was still very beautiful, though her hair was streaked with gray and her face was etched with lines. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of sadness. She must have worried about him so much over the years. Suddenly, she ran over and hugged him tightly, moved to tears. My son, I am so grateful that you returned to me safe and sound. His eyes shone brightly. Of course, Mom, you have to remember whose son I am. Happiness like this had been such a luxury in the past. In the memories of my previous life, my heart was filled with nothing but regret before I died. Because even though I reached the peak of swordsmanship, I had no one to share that joy with. A life full of regrets. Living it once was enough. From now on, I will protect this life I have now with everything I've got. The two talked and confided in each other. By the way, Mom, have you met the Phoenix Guard unit yet? He remembered how they were crying their eyes out earlier. I have. They came this morning to help me move my luggage. Ha ha. They haven't changed a bit. It makes me feel like I've returned to the past. Suddenly, she noticed the box in her son's hand. But Tang Yanming, what is that box? He looked down at it. Oh, this is a gift I wanted to give you. Tang Jihui looked surprised. He opened it, and her eyes widened in shock. Isn't this the inner core of the 10,000-year Fire Li? That's right. Mom, you can tell I've already refined it, so you can use it directly. She hesitated for a long time, confused. Wait, this should be left for the new family head to lead the clan. But Tang Yanming had already calculated everything and laughed, saying she shouldn't worry about that. Because, for me, an inner core like this holds no more meaning. Mom, give me your hand. Since he insisted, she obliged. She gently placed her hand in his, still puzzled. It holds no meaning? Unless you've reached that realm, an inner core wouldn't be able to increase your inner strength. She was still lost in thought when suddenly, a surge of power shot into her body, making her start in shock. Could it be? Her eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. The transformation realm? Have you truly entered the transformation realm? He nodded to reassure her. Yes, Mom. Tang Jihui never even dreamed her son would enter the transformation realm. This was truly astonishing. But if members of the evil sects or the demonic cult discovered this, they would be plotting to attack. He truly hoped his mother would live a long life, living long enough to cover father's share as well. After all, she still had to watch him continue to grow. The spiritual energy of the inner core was gradually dissipating. Mom, use it quickly. Who wouldn't be moved by a son thinking of his mother like this? She bit her lip, tears welling up. What was she worried about just a moment ago? Even if he had entered the transformation realm, as a mother, she still had to protect her son. Thinking this, she accepted it. All right, since this is something you brought specifically for me, I would be failing your devotion if I didn't accept it. She made up her mind, even if he became the family head, she would continue to fulfill her duties as a mother. Son, do you know what my title was in my youth? Tang Yanming replied in surprise, Oh, from what I know, you were the #1 beauty of Sichuan. And also Tang Jihui was about to show him what a well-deserved reputation meant. A surge of power from the pill covered her entire body. That's right. Tang Jihui, this is the title bestowed upon the most outstanding descendant of the Tang family. Her body began to change, and Tang Yanming watched, jaw dropped. In the blink of an eye, she looked rejuvenated, and power flooded the room. She wasn't playing around, her skin became smooth, her lips became pink and beautiful, and she laughed teasingly. Haha, it's been a long time since I've seen you look so rattled. Though I can't compare to you, your mother isn't just some pushover, is she? She released her power, and after swallowing the inner core, she immediately began circulating her energy. Tang Yanming was a bit shocked. Looking back, he really was startled not just by the power she had been hiding, but because before she actively released it, he hadn't detected a thing. The chi sense of a transformation realm expert could perceive even the smallest movement of inner energy, so no one could hide their power in front of one. But his mother had bypassed his senses. She truly lived up to the name Tang Zihui. Her inner strength, before she released her power, had only been at the first-class level, but after releasing it, it surpassed the peak level, and every second she was absorbing the spiritual energy of the inner core. Perhaps she could even transcend her own limits. If so, it wouldn't be long before she reached that crucial breakthrough. The method of absorbing the inner core's spiritual energy was actually quite simple. Just slowly guide the spiritual energy, absorb it into the body, circulate your energy to convert it into inner strength, and repeat this process until all the spiritual energy is absorbed. Reaching this step, she suddenly felt anxious. But can I really do this? Can I withstand such a large amount of spiritual energy? At that very moment, the energy was constantly dissipating, sweat soaked her clothes, her lips were tightly pursed. What should I do? At this rate, half of the spiritual energy will be wasted for nothing. Just then, a hand reached out. It was Tang Yanming. He placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. She looked down, wondering, is this Tang Yanming's hand? He guided her. True enlightenment isn't just about thinking to yourself or digging deep within. It's about observing your surroundings, analyzing patterns and laws, and imitating them. Only then can you touch the opportunity for enlightenment. Let me help you from behind this time. She was infused with tremendous power and immediately recognized Tang Yanming's energy. With his help, everything went much smoother. Have I touched the spiritual energy of the inner core and merged with it? But the energy you're emitting is just the Tang family's signature clear light energy that everyone in the house has. Suddenly, it clicked. She finally understood. So that was it. Vital energy was pure essence that could transform into anything, so there was no need to convert it bit by bit into internal energy. Instead, she could transform it all at once into the attributes she was familiar with to absorb it. Thump. Thump. She could skip the entire energy circulation process. Now, Tang Yanming wasn't afraid anymore. Come on, enter my body. Tang Yanming felt incredibly lucky. He truly was blessed with such a brilliant mother. His hand rested on her shoulder, which was releasing faint steam, and suddenly, it glowed brilliantly. Tang Yanming let out a relieved smile. It was a success. With this, his mother was also about to step into the Huajiang realm. Now, who would dare to stand against the two of them? The scene shifts to the main hall of the Poison Pavilion. Everyone had to be present. Tang Zhihe was extremely annoyed, muttering, calling everyone together this early in the morning. We're all very busy. This is simply outrageous. The old fifth elder was also impatient and puzzled. Captain of the Shadow King unit. When is the young master finally arriving? He started grumbling, saying that even the young master shouldn't summon everyone and then show up late himself. Don't you find that disrespectful? Tang Chihui was frustrated with these people, but had to force a polite smile to smooth things over. Please wait just a moment. He will be here soon. Just then, an announcement echoed from outside. The young master has arrived. Tang Yanming walked straight in. Thank you all for gathering here so early. I have an important matter to announce, so I thought it best to summon everyone. The crowd watched him walk in, each with their own calculating expression. The old fifth elder was being mouthy again. An important matter, you say? Tang Yanming heard him and decided to settle old scores. Fifth elder, you've been quite patient. Before I came of age, I needed to choose a regent, didn't I? The old man nodded, thinking he was right. Exactly. So, which elder do you intend to entrust with this position? Tang Yanming looked at the old man coldly and replied flatly, Why would you think I'd choose one of you elders? The old man was stunned, realized he had been played. If not us, then who? At that moment, a woman's figure appeared, and everyone immediately bowed in respect. When Tang Qihui looked over, his eyes widened in shock. The other elders were even more stunned, their faces turning pale. More than a dozen years had passed, so why did she still look like that? Tang Yanming looked at the old men with a sarcastic smirk. She is the most qualified candidate, isn't she? Tang Jihui. The same Tang Jihui who had been stripped of her position as young master by the Council of Elders after being punished for the Guanqian demonic infiltration over a decade ago. She smiled gently, looking over everyone present. So many familiar faces. After her rejuvenation, she had returned. Her face hadn't changed much from all those years ago. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Tang Jihui. I've returned. The night before the announcement of the regent, she had been relaxing in her bath. Even though entering the Hua Yang realm is a good thing, I still can't get used to the foul smell radiating from my body, and I even got teased by the maid. Then again, I haven't quite mastered the circulation of my energy yet. Though it's only a matter of time, it wasn't until I entered the Hua Jiang realm that I truly felt the depth of Tang Yanming's strength. The boy has already reached the mastery stage of the Hua Jiang realm. I heard that even the current hegemon, the leader of the Black Evil Alliance, only reached Hua Jiang after the age of 20. Could it be that Tang Yanming received some kind of miracle during the selection? She smiled brightly toward the door. It had been so long, and now she could finally sit and talk with her son. Both of them had everything planned out. Tang Yanming stood there and cupped his hands. Congratulations, mother, on reaching the Hua Jiang realm. She patted the seat beside her. It's all thanks to you. Come sit here. Mother and son chatted happily until she remembered something. Tang Yanming, how did you manage to reach the Hua Jiang realm? You are so young to have achieved such a feat. It's hard for me to believe. Tang Yanming didn't know how to explain it. It was natural for his mother to be curious, but what kind of lie should he make up? If he said he gained enlightenment from his past life's memories, she would definitely have a hard time believing it. He decided to make up a story based on the selection process. So, he changed the subject. Mother, have you heard about the third elder secretly giving one of the 10 great poisons to someone else? She had heard of it. Yes, he gave the third poison, the fire dragon breath, to his granddaughter for the selection, right? Tang Yanming seized the chance. That's right, and I drank that fire dragon breath poison. Tang Jihui froze, completely shocked. What? How could you drink that kind of poison so recklessly? Your body will. Tang Yanming rubbed his head, embarrassed. As you can see, mother, I'm perfectly fine. During the poison battle, when I faced Tang Ling, I was hit by the 10 great poisons, but I realized how to convert the poisonous energy into internal power, and that's how I entered the Hua Jiang realm. The more she heard, the more confused she became. Oh my god, she was spiraling. She never knew there was such a way to gain enlightenment. Seeing her attitude, he felt less worried. Oh, good, she accepted it quickly. Suddenly, Tang Jihui remembered something. Right. There's one more thing. I heard from the maid who helps me bathe. They said you cleared out the Medicine King Pavilion. Could it be? Seeing his mother's tension, he knew it was better to be honest. After all, it involved his father. Tang Yanming confirmed that it was just as she had guessed. That night, he told her everything. Tang Jihui clenched her fists in anger. So that's what happened. Her face was filled with visible sorrow. I suspected it at the time, but I never imagined it was true. That poor child must have suffered so much. Tang Yanming, I need to ask you for a favor. Seeing her so serious for the first time after losing her husband, she was terrified of losing her only son, which is why she had endured and survived within the clan for so long. But now, I don't want to stand by and watch anymore. As long as you agree, I will strengthen the foundation for you and sweep away all those who are coveting your position. Since she had said that, it was exactly what he had been planning. Now, the crowd looked at her in shock. Tang Jihui, so many years have passed, yet she hasn't changed at all? Is it possible she really has achieved rejuvenation? Tang Jihui was probably the only one happy there. He exclaimed joyfully, Sister Jihui. Tang Yanming said loudly and seriously, Please, everyone, join me in congratulating my mother, Tang Jihui. Furthermore, I announced that starting today, she will become the new clan head of the Tang family. The fifth elder's face turned as black as a pot, his jaw dropping. Not an acting clan head, but the actual clan head, she spoke up. Thank you all for gathering here. While I bear the title of clan head, I am merely acting as a manager, handling affairs until the young master comes of age. To live up to the trust and mandate of the young master during my tenure, I will rebuild the foundation of the Tang family that has fallen apart. As these words were spoken, Qi Hui and Tang Yuanzhen were moved to tears, while the factions of the old elders were devastated. Next, let's kick off this morning's meeting and discuss the new plan. From that moment on, Tang Zihui began a large-scale reorganization, even renaming the destroyed Medicine King Hall into a medical pavilion, while appointing Tang Haolai as the pavilion master and Tang Yiquan as the vice pavilion master. He also entrusted Tang Liuli's father, who had just been appointed as the chief steward, to investigate the inheritance of the family assets. Before long, he discovered the elders' embezzlement ledgers. The massive amount of money recovered was enough to cover the family's operating costs for quite some time. The captain of the Poison King squad from the Dark Poison Hall, Tang Zihe, was also dismissed, along with him. Most of the elders who embezzled assets were removed from their positions, as were those who, while not elders, had abused their power for personal gain. Driven by greed, they were all stripped of their key posts. All of this happened in just a few days. Tang Yanming watched in admiration. She truly is a heroine among women. It's impressive. With Mother here, the internal affairs of the family have been sorted out nicely. When I first started competing for the position, I only wanted to live a peaceful life with Mother. I don't know when it happened, but I've gained so much more along the way. It wasn't just the friends and the members of the Phoenix Guard who always believed in me and stood by my side, but also hundreds of Tang family members. Now, I have so many people I need to protect. The me from the past couldn't even take care of himself, only knowing how to resent his own identity and existence. But from now on, I will never stop growing stronger, until no one dares to look down on the Tang family, regardless of whether it's the Black Evil Alliance leader or the Demon Light Heaven Lord. I won't let any faction become a threat to the Tang family. Elsewhere, the Black Evil Alliance leaders group had also received this news. You're saying the Tang family has a new young master in office? He propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I suppose that makes sense. The position of family head can't be left vacant forever. Suddenly, a girl walked in and spoke bluntly. Alliance leader, forgive me for being bold, but that new young master killed Mo Renhao and Zhang Yanson. Those two were not only members of our alliance, but also influential figures in the underworld. This woman was the leader of the Heartflower gang, Lu Suelian. Please, sir, cut the weeds by the root before the Tang family expands its influence and restores its former reputation. However, the Black Evil Alliance leader, Liu Jiejun, just smirked with contempt. Why should I do that? The woman was stunned and gasped. She hurriedly explained, because harming those two is equivalent to challenging your authority. Before she could finish, the man's hand immediately tightened, and he grew angry. No, didn't I warn you already? His eyes widened, and he was seething with rage. The Tang family still has its uses. They cannot be touched for now. But those two dared to disobey my orders and attack the Tang family. They brought this upon themselves. So, the ones opposing me weren't the Tang family, but those two, right? His killing intent filled the room, and the woman was too terrified to say another word. To make matters worse, he let out a relaxed sigh. They should consider themselves lucky to have died at the hands of that young master. Otherwise, even if they had survived and returned, I would have punished them anyway. But compared to that, the fact that the young master managed to kill those two is truly interesting. Their strength isn't something ordinary people can handle. With that, he decided to send a letter to the Tang family. I want to invite the Tang family's young master to attend the Sichuan gathering that is about to be held. At the Dark Poison Hall, where Tang Jihui resided, Yanming sat happily chatting with his mother. Thank you for all your hard work in settling the internal affairs. She had done such a stellar job, yet she remained worried. It's been a long time since I handled official duties. I'm a bit nervous, and I don't know if I did a good job. He praised her immediately. You did a great job, mother. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and sweat broke out in shock and disbelief. But mother, are you suppressing your power again? Just like last time. She nodded to confirm. It seems you've experienced it once, so you can tell right away. Why had he only now realized how incredible his mother was? Her aura was hidden so perfectly that even he hadn't noticed a thing. But he was still curious. You've already entered the transformation realm. There's no need to hide your strength anymore, she explained gently. I do this not just to hide my strength, but because the concealed pulse technique I use is a family secret. I hope that after you learn it, you too can hide your true capability. He tilted his head naively, not understanding. Oh, why? If we're talking about the reason, it starts with a very long story, because one cannot ignore the founder of that martial art. It's also the story of the Tang family's ancestor. Long ago, a plague broke out in a certain village, and even though it wasn't a year of famine, countless people died, skin and bones. Fearing the plague would spread, people didn't even hold funerals, and instead burned dozens of bodies. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later anyway. Back then, everyone in the village was infected and left to die. Except for one person, only one young boy remained perfectly fine. Why was only that boy okay? No one had the mind to think about it deeply, because in the eyes of those already infected, that boy was no different from the source of the plague, the child of the plague demon. In the end, the child was chased away. But where could he go? He ended up hiding in a cave to escape the rain, secretly eating the offerings the villagers placed at the nearby shrine to ward off the plague. That's how he struggled to survive day by day. He lived in solitude for 1 day, 2 days. By the 3rd day, no more villagers came to make offerings. They had all died because he was the only one left. The young boy wondered why he was the only one safe. But before he could think about it for long, an organization found him. The man who found him laughed deviously the moment he saw the boy. Finally, I found a child with the potential to become a poisoned human. That was the most evil assassin organization in martial arts history, the Moonshadow Gate. They kidnapped children from all over the world and trained them to be assassins. To prevent them from escaping, they forced the children to swallow poison pills, then periodically distributed the antidote. The boy grew up and became an assassin, but before long, he witnessed the tragic death of a comrade who wasn't given the antidote in time. It was then that he realized the plague that broke out in his village all those years ago was caused by the poison assassin gate. And in truth, he himself wasn't the source of the plague. From then on, to become stronger, the young boy began to give his all. Even in the most dangerous missions, he didn't hesitate to take them on and complete them. In the end, he even achieved the feat of assassinating a top-tier master. The young master praised him endlessly. "Well done. Because of you, the reputation of our assassin gate has spread across the world. Therefore, I have decided to grant you the title of one of the 5 great assassins. Just say what you want, and I will grant it all." Everyone wondered what the boy would ask for. But right then, he widened his eyes like a demon and shouted, "I don't need that. I just want to strike down the assassin's sect." That youth had already entered a certain realm. He took the insights gained from battles with peerless masters and the martial arts learned from the assassins to create his own ultimate technique. That was the first 10,000 petals falling like rain. And just like that, the Moonshadow Assassin's sect vanished overnight. Later, his descendants established a foothold in Sichuan, which is the Tang family of today. The nickname he left for the world remains the Shadowless Traveler. However, to her surprise, the lady realized after finishing the story that Tang Yanming had dozed off and was snoring loudly. She got annoyed, pinched his cheek, and called out, "You brat, how can you snore while I'm talking?" So, there's a history like that, huh? But what does the story you told have to do with the hidden lung meridian technique? The lady explained. Including the 5 great assassins and the sect leader, the assassins' sect had many masters who had entered the transformation realm, but the Shadowless Traveler was able to wipe them all out alone. Do you know what the secret was? Was it not the 10,000 petals falling like rain? This kind of hidden weapon technique can overwhelm numbers, and very few warriors can defend against it. You guessed half right. It was indeed 10,000 petals falling like rain. But it wasn't a hidden weapon technique, it was a technique to control chi. This truly surprised him. The chi you're talking about, it's not a hidden weapon technique, but a chi-based martial art? Yes. Battles in the transformation realm are battles between flows of chi. If the opponent attacks with chi, you must defend with chi, because ordinary hidden weapon techniques cannot penetrate the protective chi of a transformation realm master. Tang Yanming finally understood. So that's it, I get it now. If it's just a simple hidden weapon, no matter how many there are, they will be deflected by protective chi. Therefore, one must use chi to counter chi. And the storm created by hundreds of hidden weapons wrapped in chi will be an attack that even protective chi cannot withstand. It could be said this was the Tang family's ultimate technique created specifically to deal with transformation realm warriors. Tang Yanming stroked his chin and thought for a long time. Even though the power was certainly immense, even the dancing fan of 1,000 blossoms couldn't compare. But even for a transformation realm master, it must be hard to maintain such a massive amount of chi, right? Tang Zihui, worthy of her reputation, saw right through him. She could read him like an open book. Looks like you're thinking about how to maintain such a large amount of chi, aren't you? Haha. While I'm at it, I'll tell my son that the answer lies in the hidden lung meridian. The basic mantra of the hidden lung meridian is as follows. It is to compress all the internal energy flowing through the meridians and transfer it into one of the 12 main meridians. Then, use true chi to block the flow of internal energy, sealing it inside the meridian. From there, you can condense a large amount of internal energy wrapped in true chi. Doing this can fool the eyes of a transformation realm expert who specializes in observing the flow of internal energy. Of course, because the sealed portion of internal energy cannot be used, your internal strength will temporarily decrease. Hearing this for the first time, he looked blank. So that's how it is. But thanks to his foundation of experience and innate talent, the process would go very smoothly. When you repeat this process 12 times, until all 12 meridians have sealed internal energy, the true chi protecting that energy will interweave to form a new protective layer. That is the dragon scale protective ki. The reason it's called that is because its defensive power far exceeds ordinary protective ki, reaching a hardness comparable to dragon scales. The name says it all. Dragon scales, fire dragons, why do they act like they've seen real dragons and compare things to them? Furthermore, the hidden lung meridian isn't just for defense. If the internal energy is sealed in the 12 meridians and then released, you can temporarily unleash power 10 times stronger than the original. Temporarily? That makes sense. After all, internal energy that exceeds the body's limit will naturally dissipate. Tang Yanming widened his eyes, looking at his mother, and said, "So, 10,000 petals falling like rain can only be used after releasing the hidden lung meridian." His mother told him everything. Of course, doing just this is not enough. There are a few secrets that were passed down along with the hidden lung meridian, but they disappeared after the Ma Guangtian invasion. The oral secrets were also lost due to the passing of 2 elders. Hearing this, he felt a sudden, sharp pang of guilt. The culprit was him, after all. But his mother was still proud. "But if it's you, you will definitely master 10,000 petals falling like rain." Tang Zihui smiled proudly and placed a hand on her chest. "You are the son who makes me proud." The son who made her proud, she trusted him that much. Tang Yanming couldn't help but smile happily. Of course. There is nothing a son of Tang Zihui cannot do. He had already made up his mind. He would definitely not let his mother down, and would make her even prouder. And so, his mother taught him the hidden lung meridian. He had it all calculated. After using the hidden lung meridian, there would be a void in his internal energy. If he wanted to replenish it quickly, consuming poison was the best strategy, because poison is harmful to others, but to him, it is a miracle cure. So, he wouldn't need to rebuild his internal energy from scratch. Looks like I have to ask the doctor to prepare some poison for me. As he was lost in thought, he heard a knock at the door. "What is it?" An assassin stood outside and reported. "Ah, your friend is here. Your subordinate said you were handling official business, but she insisted on seeing you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tang Weili rushed in, barely able to breathe. As soon as she saw him, she cried out in distress, "Help me, Tang Yanming." He had never seen her this panicked. He was shocked. "Tang Weili, what's wrong? Why are you panting like that? No matter how tired you are, you have to talk." She was crying, her face soaked with tears as she shouted, "If it goes on like this, my sister will die." When it involved a human life, it was truly urgent. But he still didn't know the full story. "Your sister is going to die? Then you shouldn't have come to me. You should have gone to the infirmary first." The girl sobbed as she explained, "I've invited doctors to examine her many times, but it's not a disease that can be cured by medicine or medical techniques." He listened and partially guessed it. "What does that mean? Could it be an internal injury?" Before he could guess, she spoke up. "It's a blocked meridian. The 9 yin blocked meridians." Hearing that, he realized the situation was extremely dire. Since ancient times, apart from the Sunfire Palace, there was one strange sect that made use of blocked meridians, which was the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Just as the name implies, the Ice Palace warriors practice ice-based arts. For those born with yin-cold energy, this could be considered an innate talent, but it is a physical condition. If one does not practice ice arts, they will suffer from the blocked meridian condition. Tang Yanming followed Tang Weili home. "Are you and your sister their descendants?" She explained sadly that, to be precise, she was their descendant. "I heard that after the Ice Palace descendants settled in Sichuan, they established ties with the Tang family, the top clan there. Although practicing the ice arts could cure the extreme meridian condition, this was the Tang family, who specialized in poisons and hidden weapons. No one practiced ice arts, and there was no information about it. The ancestral ice arts had long been lost. Inherited constitutions like hers only appeared once every few decades, but there was no master to guide her." "I see. Actually, there might still be a way." Suddenly, she stopped. "We're here. This is my home." It was truly bizarre. In the middle of a scorching, sunny day, Tang Weili's house was frozen solid, just like the Arctic. As soon as she saw her sister, Tang Weili couldn't help but cry. "No, her condition is even worse than when I left." The girl lying there was frozen, stiff, completely unconscious, no matter how much Tang Weili shook her. "Sister, please, wake up." I looked around, observing. There was ice everywhere. I didn't expect the cold energy to have spread throughout the entire room. It looked more serious than I thought, but I told her, "Tang Weili, listen to me carefully. I can't guarantee that I can save your sister." The girl was stunned in despair. "What?" Although she had used her innate internal energy to seal her meridians and resist the cold, she had reached her limit. As a final act of resistance, she had even cut off her consciousness, focusing all her energy into her meridians. Tang Wiley could only bite her lip and cry. How did it come to this? Is there really no way to save her? I said that, but I still wanted to give her a glimmer of hope. Actually, there is still one way. We just need to use external force to draw the cold energy out of her body. But during that process, your sister might not be able to hold on, and I might be consumed by the cold energy. I was also in a difficult position. If I were certain, I would love to help her, but I couldn't risk the lives of those close to me, so I had to let Tang Wiley choose. Everything that needed to be said had been said. You decide, Tang Wiley. Do you want to look for another way, or do you trust me and let me try? Tears and snot were all over the girl's face. It was because there was no other way that things had reached this point. I couldn't just give up without trying. Even though this is very dangerous for you, I'm counting on you, Tang Yanming, she shouted, with her eyes squeezed shut. Please, say my sister. If that was the case, I had no reason to refuse. All right, let's give it a try. However, to treat her, she would need to be stripped of her clothes. Must we go that far? Yes, but this is a bit embarrassing. My face turned bright red. I was shy, but couldn't help it. Her clothes will block me from drawing out the cold energy. There's no other way. It was the truth. Well, compared to losing her life, she had to endure a little embarrassment. Tang Wiley stood by, watching closely as I sat down beside her, placing both hands on her forehead. All right, I'm starting. The acupuncture points on her forehead, philtrum, heart, lungs, limbs, and even her lower abdomen. I will drain all the cold energy from the 9 meridians one by one. Good. The cold energy at the forehead point is cleared. She can still hold on for now. Then I moved downwards. But that area was a crossroads. My face flushed red like a monkey's butt, and I broke into a sweat from the tension. It was my first time seeing something like this, but I had to keep a clear head. Hold on, damn it, just ignore it. I can't quit halfway through. But the more I did, the more dangerous it became. The cold energy radiated violently. I could clearly feel it fighting back crazily, so stubborn. It seems it doesn't want to leave easily. The whole house grew colder, and a layer of cold mist covered everything. Tang Wiley, standing nearby, could only say, hang in there. My own hands were freezing to the bone. Slowly, the cold spread to half of my body, but I was stubborn. I could take it. Even though I had drained the yin energy from the 6 meridians in the upper half, the amount of cold energy exceeded what my body could handle. My heart began to race. If I kept draining it, I might freeze to death first. Damn it, I remember patients who are poisoned. Wait, poison? At that thought, my head suddenly cleared. I remembered my grandfather always said, why do medicinal pills always contain toxins? Every medicine has 3 parts poison. If the concentration or dosage exceeds a human's threshold, it becomes poison. Just as life requires yang energy. The fire dragon breathes poison, the 10,000-year fire, but once it exceeds the body's limit, it becomes fire poison. Therefore, this cold energy, strong enough to freeze the internal organs, could definitely be considered cold poison. I immediately activated the toxic green chi skill. The demon inside her began to tremble. I smiled smugly. As expected, there's a reaction. Even though I've drained some of the cold energy, it's definitely furious now. But once I treat this cold energy as a toxin, it's nothing but food for me to feast on. It can't pose a threat. Just like that, the stubborn ice on my body instantly vanished. Eat it all, swallow it all up. The fire dragon devoured the ice demon, and the ice on her body melted away entirely. She slowly opened her eyes, looking a bit confused. What is this? It's so warm. The cold energy in my body is disappearing. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw she was naked, and there was a man's hand on her stomach. She panicked. What is this? Her eyes widened, her face turned bright red as she looked down at her naked body and screamed at the top of her lungs. Ah! Seeing her sister wake up, Tang Wiley hurriedly said, Sister. Only then did the girl look up. The little one was moved to tears. She stood there covering her mouth in shock. The girl asked in confusion, Tang Wiley, is it really you? Saying that, she burst into tears too. The 2 sisters immediately hugged each other tightly, crying with joy. No one noticed my hand was still placed there. Honestly, I didn't want to take it off. I didn't even want to wash my hands anymore. The girl calmed down and looked at me. So that's how it is. So this gentleman saved me? Tang Wiley nodded. That's right. Then she looked at me with annoyance. And you, Tang Yanming, how long do you intend to keep touching her? Do you not know how to act? My eyes were still shut tight. I seemed very focused. Or should I wait for him to wake up to continue? He really is absorbing the cold energy. This stuff is no different from a spiritual elixir. I didn't expect it to exceed the amount of internal energy my body can handle. Even though it would dissipate on its own if left alone, this is a great opportunity to test my hidden meridian technique. I must try to absorb all the cold energy. 1 meridian is already filled with internal energy. After absorbing all this cold energy, how many meridians can I fill? When I open my eyes, all I see is that cold energy. 4. That exceeded my expectations. This is equivalent to increasing my internal power by about 4 times. Although it's a shame that my cultivation will temporarily drop, it can't be helped. I'll just have to make up for it by consuming more poison. Only now was I startled, looking at the 2 girls who were staring at me awkwardly. I jumped back, looking at the situation before me. He finally took his hand away, sweating profusely. She was incredibly embarrassed, but she had to endure it for the sake of her savior. You don't need to be so panicked. Tang Wei already told me everything. I don't know how to thank you enough. He beamed, thinking that, as the young master, taking care of the family was his duty. Just then, the door swung open, and an old man shouted, Wei, Tang Wei, are you two okay? His eyes widened in shock. Huh? The scene in the room was indeed hard to explain. The old man's eyes immediately filled with fire, and veins popped out on his forehead. You brat. What have you done to my 2 daughters? Even with 10 mouths, he couldn't explain it. It's not what you think. Father, the cold inside them has finally stopped. The old man knelt and kowtowed before him. I am truly sorry. I didn't know you were the one who saved my daughters. I offended you and failed to recognize that you are the young master. I have made a grave mistake. Tang Yanming was embarrassed. It's fine. I would have misunderstood too if I were in your shoes. The old man sobbed with gratitude. 1,000 words cannot express my gratitude. You saved me from the tragedy of a father burying his children. My wife was from the Tang family. I met and fell in love with her while running a trade caravan, and we settled here. My wife passed away from the absolute vain condition. To save my daughters, I searched everywhere and spent all my savings, but it was hopeless. Tears and snot covered the old man's face. Your appearance was like a miracle from the heavens. From now on, whatever you command, I will give my all to fulfill it. Tang Yanming hurriedly helped him up. You are too formal. I only did what I had to do. But for a trade caravan, isn't it too quiet around here? The old man explained, since the Tang family declined and the Black Evil Alliance occupied this place, I don't go out of the city much anymore. Tang Yanming bowed his head and smiled. I see. I hope you can tell me more about this later. All right, I shall take my leave now. Suddenly, a voice called out, Benefactor. He turned around in surprise to see the 2 sisters. Tang Wei stood next to her sister, teasing, Are you leaving so soon? That's a letdown. I haven't even had the chance to thank you properly yet. Wei Xiao was completely healed, her complexion glowing, looking stunningly beautiful as she bowed to thank him again for saving her life. My family and I will never forget this kindness. She was so beautiful that Tang Yanming stared in a daze, his face flushing red. After he left, the father and daughters stood there waving, shouting, Thank you so much today. I will definitely repay your kindness. Wei Xiao looked a bit worried. Young master, is he really okay leaving like that? Tang Wei was confused. Why are you asking that, sister? She nervously clutched her collar. He looked a bit flustered just now. Could there have been a problem while he was treating my condition? Tang Wei couldn't help but chuckle, giving her sister a knowing look. What's wrong? You don't want him to leave. Wei Xiao jumped, caught off guard. What? No, that's not it. I don't. What nonsense are you spouting? But how can you hide a crush? Is it that obvious? The younger sister grinned from ear to ear. Extremely obvious. Wei Xiao blushed deeply. What should she do? The little one acted like a wise elder, patting her back. Your reaction is normal, sister. Anyone else would feel the same. Don't worry, sister. You are the most beautiful person I've ever seen. She grinned, especially recalling the dazed look on Tang Yanming's face. Besides, even if he didn't say it, his expression when looking at you was clear enough. The younger sister insisted. He definitely has feelings for you too. Tang Yanming was, at that moment, actually thinking about a family of 4. A family? He was already dreaming about naming their children. He clearly liked the sister Wei Xiao so much that he was already thinking about kids. His imagination ran wild, thinking about their son getting married. Then growing old together in just a blink, he had already imagined having grandkids. I didn't expect I could still feel moved by someone. Is this part of a simple life? I hope I still have the chance to reach that point. But the problem is, since the Tang family fell and the Black Evil Alliance occupied the area, I haven't been able to leave the city much. The Black Evil Alliance again? The Black Evil Alliance and their leader, Liu Jijun, although he is different from the Ma Guang Heavenly Master and wasn't the direct mastermind behind the Tang family's decline, his subordinates' interference in the elections and other events made him a thorn in the side. Most importantly, as long as we are both in Sichuan, conflict will inevitably happen sooner or later. Cutting to the Black Evil Alliance territory, the 100-Flower Bang leader, that woman, lay seductively on the bed, looking at her subordinate. You said the Tang family's influence is growing rapidly lately. Is that the only news you have? She still hadn't forgotten the day Liu Jijun scolded her. That guy being alive or dead doesn't concern me, but just thinking about it makes me want to grit my teeth in anger. The Alliance leader's order is for the Heaven's Heart Flower Bang leader, so before he loses his temper, you had better behave yourself. The person she was thinking about was the Super Wind Gate Master, Yi Yintian. She was fuming with nowhere to vent, throwing an apple at her useless subordinates. The new head and the young master have both reached the transformation realm, or at least have power comparable to it, yet you lot just keep watching. She bit her fingernails, anxiously plotting. As I am now, let alone avenging Mo Renhao and Zhang Yanting, it's impossible unless I take action myself. Suddenly, she remembered what Liu Jejun had said. Send a message to the Tang family. I want to invite the young master of the Tang family to the upcoming Sichuan assembly. She had come up with a dirty scheme. She couldn't help but sneer. Yes, there is still the Sichuan assembly. If that's the case, her attitude flipped faster than a pancake. Alliance leader, I still don't want to sit here and wait for death. Whenever I close my eyes, I can hear the sect Master Mo telling me to avenge him. Her eyes widened with malice. Because only by destroying the Tang family can I vent this anger. Her eyes were bloodshot. She looked like a demon. Her subordinate was so scared he almost wet himself. He hurriedly shouted, Bang leader, please spare me this once. I beg you. It was as if his spiritual energy had been completely drained by her. I've had enough of your incompetence, she cursed. You brat, young master of the Tang family, just you wait. Wait to see the show I have prepared for you. That night, 3 people sat around a table in a room. Uncle, what should we do about this? After Tang Ziji became the family head, our status is extremely precarious. The second elder, Tang Mingshan, had no choice. Why are you asking me that? He shouted at Tang Zihe. Isn't this something you and your father brought upon yourselves? He retorted. Why are you bringing that up now? The old man was fuming, his rage growing with every word. He pointed a finger at him and snapped, Tang Wenshan, you're responsible for this too. You couldn't even gauge your opponent's martial arts skills, and that's how you got hit and made an enemy of him. You and your father have ruined my life's work. Wenshan looked around at the crowd, too afraid to fight back, but filled with resentment. He cursed under his breath, You senile old fool, you don't even dare to talk back to the family head, but you blame everything on me. He shifted all his misery onto the protagonist, thinking, I must heal this arm and hunt him down for revenge. Tang Yanming, did Tang Zhihe only talk about ironclad plans? What are your intentions for the future? Just like the other elders, we can't even afford to maintain our own martial forces anymore. The old man's hands clenched into trembling fists. I know he's made up his mind to rebel. We need to get out of the Tang family. Elsewhere, an assassin led Yanming to their destination. This was where the Tang family stored their deadly poisons and the legendary 10 great poisons. This highly guarded place was the poison vault. The protagonist smirked, feeling smug. This place used to be managed by the third elder, but due to his negligence, the management was transferred to me and the dark poison hall. As the guards saw him approach, they immediately bowed with cupped hands to greet the young master. Yanming nodded. You've worked hard. Suddenly, the guard offered him an item. Young master, please keep this in your mouth before entering. This is a detox bead. It prevents the toxic fumes inside from affecting you. As long as you have it, you can filter out most of the toxins. You'll be immune to 100 poisons. But the more poison, the happier he was, so he flatly refused. I don't need it. The henchman broke into a cold sweat. What? How is that possible? Yanming waved his hand dismissively. Didn't you say everyone has to hold it, including the third elder? Surely, tons of people have already used it. The guy didn't understand and shouted an explanation. Everything is sanitized daily after use, sir. Please don't worry. The protagonist was getting annoyed. He'd already said he didn't need it. He wouldn't get poisoned anyway. Still, the guy kept shoving the thing toward his mouth, insisting, even if your body is immune to 100 poisons, you shouldn't risk it. Let's go. For his relentless yapping, he got a knock to the head, passed out cold, and the protagonist told the gatekeeper to open the door. He stepped inside to inspect the place. The jars were neatly arranged, and it seemed well maintained. Maybe the 10 great poisons are kept here? Now I understand why the old man was so worried earlier. A normal martial artist would likely die the moment they stepped inside without a detox bead. Even though I've used the hidden vein technique to seal my internal energy and weaken my power, I can still feel the intense, unique toxic aura here. Of course, for someone like me who has mastered the poison-clearing heart method, this place is nothing but a sanctuary. It's like taking a bath in a forest of poison. To him, this was paradise. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding with satisfaction. He could feel his internal energy surging. But to use martial arts like I used to, this still isn't enough. As expected, it's best to consume a deadly poison that rivals the 10 great poisons, But the problem is the family rules. I can't just use the 10 great poisons at will. If only I knew the recipe, I could ask a pharmacist to help me make it. Suddenly, something felt off. He looked at the scarred, blackened wall. Why does this feel so strange? Only the air in that specific spot seemed distorted. Yanming realized it immediately. A formation? A formation inside the Tang family's poison vault. This doesn't look like a Zhuju family formation. It's best if I check it myself. He drew his blade and slashed straight through. He was shocked at what he saw. Is this a passage? It was a long hallway lit with lamps, covered in talismans inscribed with seals and wards. He understood now this wasn't a Zhuge formation, but one made by a Fangshi. A Fangshi? My master in my previous life had connections with a few Fangshi. Just as my master was obsessed with swordsmanship, they were obsessed with mystical arts. Their ultimate goal was to master these arts, transcend human limits, and achieve immortality. I suddenly remembered that during my training, my master once made me walk through a formation created by a Fangshi. That place was crawling with nameless beasts. Then again, aside from the things they were personally interested in, the Fangshi never interfered in worldly affairs. So why is there a Fangshi formation inside the Tang family vault? My master even warned me once. Most Fangshi are incredibly selfish. To achieve immortality, they only care about ghosts and demons. You want to know how to get along with them, right? It's actually simple. Don't worry about who's right or wrong, just beat them up every day, and they'll be crying and begging to talk to you. That is some crazy logic right there. If they were that weird, he figured no one in the Tang family would have the same mindset as his master. Perhaps the Tang family had something that interested the Fangshi. This place was sealed with hundreds of talismans, yet the toxic aura was still leaking out. It's clear that whatever is inside is extremely poisonous. I originally came to find a recipe for the 10 great poisons to copy and take away. But this seems much more interesting. Why not go in and take a look? But just as he stepped inside, ominous voices began to echo. Someone has entered the seal. It's not the shadow guest. How much time has passed? Whoever you are, let me out. In front of him was an orb. The exterior was plastered with seals. They said the 10th deadly poison of the Tang family had completely vanished. Turns out it was here all along. But to wrap the whole jar in so many talismans, it felt like a bad omen. Yanming curiously reached out to touch it. What kind of poison was it that required such measures? Let's see. But the moment he touched it, a yin-yang mark appeared and knocked his hand away. The backlash from the sealing power was strong, likely harder to break than a normal formation. But once he wanted something, he had to see it through. He just needed to use his mental power to slash through them, one by one, then continue to slash the talismans on the jar. He kept breaking layer after layer of talismans. It was tiring, but not impossible. In the blink of an eye, he finished. Covered in sweat, he thought. The hidden vein technique really has weakened my internal energy significantly. Normally, I would have solved this with a single strike. After removing all the talismans, a wooden jar was revealed. With the seals gone, the toxic aura pouring out became even thicker. He placed his hand on the jar. Let's see what's inside. The demon inside sniffed rapidly. The power of the seal that held me has vanished. Ah, how long has it been since I've seen the light? Yanming was startled. Before he could even do anything, the jar shattered into pieces. A gleeful laugh filled the room. It was finally free. Even the protagonist was blown backward, unable to resist. Quickly, look at what it is. A burst of spiritual energy shot forward like lightning. Tang Yanming could barely see a thing. It was way too fast. He had to strike before it attacked, but the moment he reached out, the creature coiled tightly around his arm, holding him back. A voice echoed from behind, "Oh-ho, quick reflexes. I'm impressed. As a reward for helping me break this seal, I'll grant you a painless death." Tang Yanming stared at it, confused. What even are you? Just a snake with 2 giant fangs, puffing out your chest and shouting like you're some big shot. I am the most potent venom in the ancient scrolls, the azure-scaled white serpent, a true venomous beast. With the snake still coiled tightly around his arm, Tang Yanming stood perfectly still and asked, "Ancient scroll venom?" The snake replied immediately, "That's right. I'm shocked you managed to hit the Jianjing acupoint so quickly to stop the poison from spreading. But how long can you really hold out? Just wait for your arm to melt away." But before the snake could even gloat, it got hit with a surprise. Huh? This Tang Yanming possessed a dark-skulled demon specialized in absorbing toxins. The moment the snake saw it, it shuddered in terror. It gasped and shrieked, This energy, it's the venomous steel chi. How can you use it?" "Kid, what is your connection to the shadowless guest?" Fed up with it acting so tough, Tang Yanming squeezed its neck tight. He explained briefly, "He's my ancestor." "Now, let's see who's really scared." The snake was being squeezed so hard it couldn't breathe, and it quickly changed its tone to beg. Wait, please. Pull back that venomous steel chi. If you keep this up, I'm going to be devoured." Tang Yanming ignored it, veins popping out on his face as he threatened the creature. Why should I stop? Changing your tune now that things aren't going your way. You're basically a nutritious snack. Why would I pass that up? I might as well just drain all your poison and be done with it. The snake was panicked. Is this brat actually trying to make me disappear forever? Wait, let's make a deal. Sounds interesting. Exactly. A deal. I just want to survive and get out of this seal. If you spare my life, I'm willing to become your spirit guardian. Tang Yanming didn't think twice. A spirit guardian? The snake nodded frantically. That's right. Wouldn't this be a good thing for you, too? Don't you see? Thanks to my poison, your internal energy is constantly increasing, and it's way faster than before. Tang Yanming thought about it for a second. The truth was, this guy's poison wasn't something that could be compared to the internal core of a 10,000-year fire carp or a fire dragon. Even just a little bit of absorption significantly boosted his existing internal power. The snake was trembling, offering whatever it could to trade. As long as I become your spirit guardian, I can provide you with poison whenever you need it in the future. Compared to draining me dry right now, wouldn't it be better to save me for when you need it? But even seeing it shed tears didn't soften Tang Yanming's heart. Not necessary. I don't have a habit of letting enemies go. I can just find other sources of poison. The snake kept whining, please, just spare me. I've been trapped here, staring at this clay jar for hundreds of years. Besides, once I become your spirit guardian, I can only follow your orders unconditionally. Please, can't you show some mercy? Its eyes were wide and glistening, its cheeks even flushed. It was honestly a pathetic sight. Tang Yanming let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll trust you just this once. The snake was so happy it couldn't believe it. You really agreed? Of course, Tang Yanming had to warn it, but if you try anything funny, I will make you disappear for good. The snake was overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. Yes, I absolutely won't pull any tricks. Tang Yanming asked, if I want to take you as my spirit guardian, what do I have to do? I know absolutely nothing about spirit arts. The snake's whole body glowed with bright spiritual energy. You don't need to do anything. A glowing orb floated toward him. This is called a soul thread. Take it, and my spirit will merge with your soul. That means I've officially become your spirit guardian. Tang Yanming immediately grabbed it, clutching it in his hand as the light grew brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, outside, the assassins were losing their minds, pacing around and clutching their heads. Young Master has been in the storage room for so long. Could something have gone wrong? We're dead. If something happens to him, we should go in and check, right? Huh? But we aren't allowed to enter the storage room just like that. One of them dared to pop the stone into his mouth. At worst, we'll just be punished. We can't let anything happen to the future of the clan here. Fine, you're so stubborn. Suddenly, a bright light flashed right beside them. Whoa, there's light coming from inside the poison vault. The group got even more panicked. What on earth is happening inside? There were even tremors accompanying it. Everyone shouted in shock. Young Master, are you okay? Seeing Tang Yanming standing right at the door, they breathed a sigh of relief. What was that light on your body, young Master? He looked down at his arm. Is this the dragon scale protective chi? Unlike the initial protective energy, it felt like he was wrapped in a tangible shell. After taking the azure-scaled white serpent as a spirit guardian, he felt his internal energy filling all 12 meridians. This was truly a rare opportunity. It was a good thing he spared it. But he'd have to be careful about controlling his power when he went out later. On the way back, the attention from everyone was putting a lot of pressure on him. Walking around with this fiery aura, how could I not attract attention? Just thinking about it made him sweat. The snake was hiding inside him as they went out. It curiously asked him, why be so cautious? You're the young master now. Why do you have to care about the looks of those beneath you? The shadowless guest never hid his presence. Tang Yanming didn't say much and flicked it hard on the head. I told you not to pop out whenever you want. The snake rubbed its head, aggrieved. Anyway, as long as I don't want them to see me, they won't. And besides, with this level of chi, nobody would dare to attack you, right? Tang Yanming looked at his overwhelming power, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. But this was definitely too conspicuous. He had originally planned to live a normal life in this lifetime. The snake was sharp. It heard him and immediately asked, this lifetime? You say that as if you've died once before. Now that he thought about it, was that even possible? But what the snake said next surprised him even more. What do you mean by that? The snake noticed something. There had to be a reason why he possessed this kind of power. Just like my former master, your ancestor, the shadowless guest. Those who carry such power all have their own destinies. Tang Yanming smiled at it. Did you get bossed around like this back then, too? The snake was speechless. Don't remind me. He was even more heartless than you. He kept barking orders at me until his very last breath, and he even found a mystic to seal me inside this clay jar, saying I was too dangerous. Now Tang Yanming understood. So that's why. Since it was sealed by a mystic, this guy must be a high-level spirit entity. Someone like that, the mystic would have wanted to make it his own spirit guardian, but he actually helped my ancestors seal it instead. Are my ancestors and my master the same kind of people? Do they want to have a proper conversation, or do they want to get punched? A series of questions popped into his head. Wait, is there a reason I was born this way? Could it be related to the awakening of my past life memories? No matter how he thought about it, it just didn't make sense. He was deep in thought when a frantic shout came from outside. Startled, the young master quickly hid the snake. "What's going on?" he asked. The bandit quickly replied, "My lord, you must go outside and take a look. The followers of the evil sect are moving from the provincial capital toward the Tang sect in Sichuan." Outside, the chubby guy, Xuan Xiao, was carrying an injured man, panting heavily. Damn it, they were almost there, but before they could take a few more steps, they were blocked by men on horseback. "Where are you rushing off to?" "We're not from the Tang sect," they laughed deviously. "Don't you know who the famous martial artists of the righteous faction are? Don't you know that Sichuan is now the territory of the Black Sand League and the evil sect?" The old man, Tai Shu, covered in wounds, was still stubborn. "Xuan Xiao, leave this to me. You run." The chubby guy naturally couldn't leave him behind. "Stop talking nonsense, Uncle Master. In your condition, how are you supposed to fight them?" He was tensed up, calculating the situation. Hundreds of evil martial artists, and the one leading them was the master of the Wood Shadow Palace, Zhang Taichuan. His uncle had suffered internal injuries. It would be hard to hold them off. The bandit leader, Hach Dich, rested his sword on his shoulder. "Seeing you crawl to the provincial capital, you must be looking for the Tang sect of the righteous faction to help you, right? Don't you know? Since the League occupied Sichuan, even the Tang sect has been isolated with nowhere to turn. Ha ha ha. If you give yourselves up to the League, the master will surely use his profound martial arts to entertain you. I intended to capture you alive, but I can't guarantee you'll keep all your limbs." Just then, Dian Men was brought over. "Is this the place? Who is that in the yellow martial arts uniform over there?" "It looks like a martial artist from the Tang sect, young master." The chubby guy turned around the moment he heard the voices. The young master calmly analyzed the situation. So the people opposite them must be from the evil sect. "Invite that gentleman from the Tang sect over here. Looks like he's a guest from afar." Behind him were Tang Yuanjin and two other subordinates. The chubby Xuan Xiao looked the young master over. That uniform, he was a martial artist from the Tang sect. They had come to help, but there were only 4 of them. Despite their heroic aura, the opposition had hundreds of evil warriors. The young master walked straight ahead and said, "The gentleman you're carrying seems severely injured. You should step back first." The bandit tried to stop them. Wait. But Tang Yuanjin, standing nearby, caught the old man Tai Shu. "Leave this gentleman to me." The chubby guy was even more shocked. "Wait, you should be going to help the master ahead, not helping us. There are over 200 people chasing us." Although he was very grateful for their help, Tang Yuanjin and the others couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring him, "You don't need to worry. If you don't believe us, just watch for yourself." Dian Min stood alone against them. They whispered to each other, "Who are you? You dare block our path? Palace Master, it looks like it's him." They recognized him. The one who won the Tang sect's selection trials this time. The Tang sect's young master, the bandit leader, acting like he had no fear of death, laughed out loud. "Ah, is that the pretty boy? Did he run to the front because he wanted to deal with us?" The whole group of subordinates laughed along. "Ha ha ha, what an arrogant fool." The bandit leader yelled, threatening them. "Thanks to the mercy of the League Master, you've been able to survive until now. Fine. I'll take this opportunity to wipe you all out. If you came to provoke us first, don't blame the League for punishing you." But before he could even finish, a needle struck his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he fell off his horse. Damn it, so much talking. After taking him down, the young master scratched his ear. "Listening to this nonsense makes my ears itch. The mercy of the League Master? Wiping us out? Come on, bring it on." Both the bandit leader and the chubby guy had the same expression. Their jaws dropped open in shock. Dian Men reached into his pocket and smirked. "I might as well use this chance to wipe all of you out, too. Since you brought your lives to my doorstep, don't blame me for being ruthless." The bandit leader lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The subordinates couldn't believe it. "Palace Master, is he dead? When did he shoot the poison needles?" "I didn't even see him move." "That's nothing. He's got hundreds more in his pocket." With a powerful flick of his wrist, the subordinates whispered to each other. He threw a handful of needles into the sky. "What? Don't let your guard down." In a split second, before they could react, a rain of needles poured down from the sky. Every one of them took several hits. It was over. The whole army collapsed. Dian Men watched them fall, wondering, I was in such a rush that I clearly didn't coat them with poison. Why are they showing signs of poisoning? The snake appeared and explained, of course, because the needles you threw were already infected with my poisonous aura. There's almost no one in this world who can resist my venom. So that's it. Not bad at all. You're more useful than you look. The snake looked insulted immediately. Good heavens. What do you mean more useful than I look? The chubby Xuan Xiao was truly enlightened. Just standing there was enough to make him want to wet his pants. My God, I never imagined there was such a high-level hidden weapon technique. Could he be the one my uncle master mentioned? The one who defeated 300 disciples of the Tai sword sect alone? Any surviving bandit was terrified. What did we just see? Did he take down over 100 men in the blink of an eye? Hasn't the Tang family declined? I've never heard of the Tang family having a monster like this. Tang Hoan, no matter how powerful he is, he's still just one person. Thinking this, they gripped their weapons tightly. A scarred man, blind in one eye, still managed to yell. As long as that kid hasn't stepped into the profound realm, his internal energy won't be enough to use that technique many times. I'll leave the charge to control him. You all rush in. Saying that, he delivered his life right to the young master's face. Die, he shouted, slashing his blade down. But when his blade hit the young master, sparks just flew everywhere. The young master laughed. Ha! Kid, where did your spirit go just now? The sword in his hand was shattered by the young master's punch. The effect of the dragon scale was truly impressive. The bandit's jaw hit the floor. You can crush weapons with your bare hands? The rest of the group finally realized. Wait, could that be the myriad flower rain? But he already attacked first, now it's my turn, right? Xuan Xiao was sweating buckets, biting his lip, watching with wide eyes. I heard that after the demonic cult's invasion, the Tang family's secret manual was lost. Turns out I was wrong. Truly astonishing. Now he was even more certain that the Tang family's true strength was still very much alive. If we really follow Uncle Master's plan to have them deal with the Black Evil Union while we handle the demonic cult, things are already tense suddenly. He notices the protagonist turning back to look at him. Are you still standing there? He jumps in surprise and gives an awkward laugh. Ah, ha, ha. Your martial arts are so extraordinary, I couldn't take my eyes off them. Tang Yanming says nothing more and walks straight past him. Is that so? We'll discuss everything else once we return to the sect. He leaves him standing there, staring at a battlefield littered with corpses. Trembling, it's clear that going up against the Tang family is an absolute death sentence. A few days earlier, on the outskirts of Sichuan, Tai Shu and Xuan Xiao were sitting in a tavern, eating and chatting. Luckily, we weren't provoked by any evil factions on our way to Sichuan, Uncle Master. Word is, after the Tang family went into decline, Sichuan became the territory of the evil factions. The streets are completely deserted. Uncle Master, now he notices the old man's face is tight as a bowstring, staring somewhere else. Why are you so tense, Uncle Master? Thinking this, he turns his head to look in the same direction. Before them stands Liu Jiejun, who knows for how long, arms crossed as he asks, Is the food to your liking? This place is small, but I eat here quite often. Timap is startled, the man was right next to him, and he didn't even notice. It's clear this is no ordinary master, so he stammers, Who are you? Tai Shu is forced to speak up. Xuan Xiao, don't you know who he is? He is from the Liu family. The moment he hears Liu family, his face turns deathly pale, whiter than a sheet of paper. Could it be the Black Evil Union leader, Liu Jiejun? It is indeed him. He stands there with a smile. Forgive me for interrupting your meal, but what brings two Taoist priests from the sect to my Sichuan? The two of them are momentarily speechless. We came to this secluded tavern specifically to avoid the evil factions. Never did we expect the Union leader himself to show up at a hole in the wall like this. The man's eyes are dark as he stares straight at Elder Tai Shu. Do you have business with my Union? You seem to have already reached the transformation realm. To send a martial artist of this caliber, here it seems something big is happening. The old man finally replies, We aren't looking for the Black Evil Union. But tell me, did you come here alone? I don't see any of your subordinates. Liu Jiejun smirks, issuing a challenge. What's the matter? Do you think you have a guaranteed win if I'm alone? If you want, I'm happy to spar with you. The old man's face darkens, visibly annoyed. I am your senior by several decades. Do you expect me to treat you with courtesy? His entire body seethes with rage. A battle between those in the transformation realm depends on decades of accumulated internal energy. Do you think you can withstand the internal power I've cultivated through my sect's core techniques? Xuan Xiao looks at the spiritual aura radiating from the elder, feeling quite panicked. Uncle Master is acting abnormally agitated. Does he really want to start a fight right here? But Liu Jiejun shows no fear, only mocking him. You are far too arrogant. Chengdu, Ma, and Diankang were all wiped out by me 10 years ago. The only reason I didn't touch your sect was simply because it was too far from Sichuan. If you insist on testing that theory yourself, then follow me. There's a perfect place for a spar. With that, he puts on his hat and walks away. Xuan Xiao hurriedly tries to stop the old man. Uncle Master, don't. If something goes wrong, but the old man just grinds his teeth in fury. Hearing such insults, how can I just swallow my anger and let it slide? He stands up decisively and draws his sword. Don't stop me. I must show that arrogant, self-important brat. The Kung Tang martial arts are the best under the heavens. The fat man recounts the whole story, and after that, the two of them began their duel. Hearing the full tale, Tang Yanming asks, a duel? That doesn't match the situation from earlier. He nods in confirmation. Exactly. The people who were chasing us earlier happened afterward. In short, the Black Evil Union leader, that guy is truly terrifying. At that time, Liu Jiajun led them to an empty field. Elder Tai Shu took the initiative. Step back, Xuan Xiao. The fat man could only offer a word of caution. Be careful, Uncle Master. The other man took off his hat, tilted his head in challenge, and said, let's begin. The two collided like moths to a flame. After trading blows, Liu Jiajun even caught the old man's sword with his bare hands. He analyzed the elder as easily as reading a book. This sword style is quite practical. Is it a technique forged on the foundation of skin-to-bone qi? An amazing concept using the resonance of internal energy to disperse other currents of qi. Xuan Xiao could only stand on the sidelines. He couldn't see their movements at all. Is this what a battle between transformation realm martial artists looks like? Suddenly, in a split second, he sees Liu Jiajun surging forward to attack the elder. The two clash with profound internal power, the final result imminent. Liu Jiajun fights with increasing fervor. This isn't your full strength, is it? Put a little more effort into it. Aren't you proud of your internal power? Why are you only showing such a weak technique? Provoked, the elder grits his teeth and pours in all his power. Fine, then I'll show you. He activates his ultimate skill, the true power of the demon-subduing sword technique. Xuan Xiao, watching from the side, smiles to himself. Uncle Master has the upper hand. Maybe he can even take this chance to eliminate the Black Evil Union leader, but why the hell does he look like he's smiling? Liu Jijun is by no means inferior to the elder. He's counterattacking. Elder Tai Shu starts to feel wary of him. Is he counterattacking on purpose, or just testing him the moment he gets close? Damn evil cultist. Fine. I'll make sure you can't be arrogant anymore. The elder unleashes his signature move, the secret essence of the demon-subduing sword. Liu Jiajun sees the elder use the move and smiles triumphantly. As expected, so that's how it's used. Huh? This ultimate move from the elder is incredibly powerful, blasting flames high into the sky. With a deafening roar, the whole area seems on the verge of total destruction. He actually used the essence of the demon-subduing sword. Xuan Xiao breaks out into a cold sweat. You, Uncle Master. The old man stands his ground, leaning on his sword, proudly boasting. Did you see that, Xuan Xiao? I defeated that Liu family brat. He hurriedly supports the elder. I saw it, Uncle Master. That was a massive disturbance. We should leave quickly. But Liu Jijun isn't dead. He's still standing there, unmoving. This technique requires more technical skill than I thought. It's no wonder it's one of the pillars of the 9 sects Kung Tang martial arts. Both of them are horrified to see him completely unharmed. The man doesn't look tired at all. A glowing red orb appears at his fingertips. Is that a technique to enhance internal energy through willpower? Although it's called the demon-subduing sword, it's essentially no different from hard qi martial arts. Xuan Xiao realizes it, his voice trembling. Uncle Master, that's not from the demon-subduing sword, and it's not the primordial 1 qi technique either. It's his own aura. What is going on? Liu Jijun's eyes glow a deep red. Why look so surprised? If you've already understood the principles, surely you must know that the structure of this move doesn't necessarily require using anti-evil techniques. Is this technique called the demon-subduing sword style? I should show some respect to its origin. Tai Shu quickly shoved the fat man aside and took the fiery punch head-on, an attack even more powerful than the old man's previous move. He stood there with his smug grin. I shall rename it the Orthodoxy Restoring Divine Art. Once Tang Yanming heard that, he understood. You mean to say Liu Jiajun of the Black Evil Alliance has been using Kung Tang martial arts? To be precise, it seems he utilized the principles he grasped to apply them in a flexible manner. Xuan Xiao didn't know what to say. Although the energy he unleashed was completely different, the underlying method was clearly the essence of the demon-subduing sword style. Moreover, the power of that technique far exceeds the demon-subduing sword style. If my martial uncle hadn't used his remaining internal energy to block the blow looking back, I still tremble. I would have lost my life long ago. He touched his chin, deep in thought as he pieced everything together. That Taoist named Tai Shu is clearly a master of the transformation realm. Can he really adapt to martial arts he has only seen for the first time? Could it be that Liu Jijun grasped the martial arts of a transformation realm master after just one duel? As he was thinking, he heard a voice calling for the young family head. Shuang Xiao clasped his hands and bowed, getting straight to the point. My martial uncle and I represent the Kong Tong sect for one reason only, to implore you to cooperate with our sect in the Great Interfaction War. The Heavenly Demon sect was both a religious organization and an armed force. Their power was once so immense that they could rival the entire martial arts world, including the 9 great sects and the noble families. Even though the martial arts world has undergone countless changes, the righteous sects still cannot do anything about them. This is because the entire congregation is under the control of the demon sect leader alone. Just then, the appearance of the leader's son, Nian Zhonghe, changed the situation. As a person possessing the heavenly martial body, he had an overwhelming innate martial aura, and followers who pledged loyalty to him gradually emerged by his side. But Nian Zhonghe feared the demon sect would be divided by unintended factional wars, so he led his followers away from the demon sect to establish the Demon Guang Heaven. He sat and listened to the man speak. After the Demon Guang Heaven was established, the demon sect had yet to recover its lost elite strength. Therefore, now is the final opportunity to annihilate them. But the Black Evil Alliance located to the south of our sect is the problem. Once our elite troops set out from Kongtong, if the Black Evil Alliance marches north, they will deliver a fatal blow to us. But if we have the support of your formidable martial might, we can prevent the Black Evil Alliance from marching north. He spoke with such conviction. That is why I want to request your help. Please help stop the Black Evil Alliance's northern advance, while we go to suppress the demon sect. As soon as Tang Yanming heard this, he didn't even need to respond. I refuse. The fat man was drenched in sweat. What did you say? The old man narrowed his eyes, looking at him with disdain. I said I don't want to. Why should I help? The fat man could only report this back to Tai Shu. The old man didn't even believe it, asking, You said he refused? Xuan Xiao recalled that moment, as he himself had said, This is not something I can decide on my own. I must consult with the family head. That is what he said. So the disciple had to go outside and wait. If we cannot persuade him, what should we do? Patience, martial uncle. The old man remained calm, thinking of a plan. Let's just wait and see. After being here for a few days, he realized something. Martial uncle, on a side note, the situation at the Tang family seems completely different from our expectations. When we arrived, I observed the interior of the Tang family. Whether it was the buildings, the level of warrior training, the atmosphere among the Tang family members, it was completely different from the rumors of their decline due to the demon sect. The old man nodded in agreement. That's right. I saw it too. Perhaps the Tang family has found the motivation to rise again. In short, we must find a way to win them over. Just then, the father and daughter of the Liu family arrived. Sorry to bother you. 2 Taoists. The old man introduced himself. I am the chief steward of the Tang family, Tang Qiqan. The family head has ordered me to invite you 2 over. Inside the Tang residence, both Tai Shu and Xuan Xiao stared with dropped jaws at Tang Ji Hui. Welcome, you 2. I have already heard the report from the young family head. You 2 came to ask for our help to deal with the demon sect, right? I am the head of the Tang family. It is an honor to receive you both. I am Tang Jihui. Neither of the 2 men could say a word, silently thinking her presence was truly overwhelming. She is definitely a transformation realm master. I finally understand why the Tang family was able to rise again. Initially, just looking at the strength of the young family head was enough to surprise me, but I never expected the family head herself to be a transformation realm master. It seems that before long, the Tang family will recover its former prestige. Seeing such potential, they were even less likely to let it go. That's correct. Our Kongtong sect is in dire need of reinforcement. This is to eliminate evil factions and the demon sect. As fellow righteous practitioners, does the Tang family have any reason not to help? Therefore, please reconsider. She didn't even need to think, turning to her son. Tang Yanming, you just refused, didn't you? So, you still haven't changed your mind? He nodded immediately. Yes, mother. The fat man was even more panicked. Why is that? Young family head. If we don't stop the rampant fire of the demon sect, I fear the future will belong to the demonic path. Tang Yanming said bluntly, I understand the threat from the demon sect, but the Black Evil Alliance and the evil sects are 2 different things. I have investigated. The Black Evil Alliance does not bully the local people. Although they collect protection money, they also purge bandits and look after the people's lives, just like the righteous sects. So in this situation, we have no reason to attack them first. Xuan Xiao's jaw dropped. What was meant by that? The look on Tang Yanming's face suddenly turned dark as a soot-covered pot, staring at them with disgust. Furthermore, you just said we are fellow righteous practitioners, right? But before, when the Black Evil Alliance destroyed the righteous sects and the Demon Guan Heaven attacked my family. I heard that no one in the righteous world offered a hand to help. I understand. Everyone must prioritize the safety of their own family and sect, so I don't blame anyone. But now, you want to use the pretext of destroying the demon sect to ask for our help? Do you think I don't know that you are afraid that after the Gulen sect was annihilated, it will be Kong Tong's turn, so you are rushing to protect yourselves? The two men clenched their fists, unable to argue a single word. It was truly shameful. The boy's words were indeed very reasonable. It was masked as righteousness, but in reality, it was just fear of personal disaster. Tai Shu had to speak up. The young family head is right. I apologize for not considering the Tang family's position. Xuan Xiao was even more surprised. Martial uncle, why? If this were any other time, you would have been furious by now. The old man remained calm. It was my lack of consideration. I relied on noble-sounding reasons to ask the Tang family to sacrifice themselves. Your refusal is only natural. He decided to change it into a trade. How about this? As long as you help, we will provide commensurate compensation. This isn't me asking for your support. This is a formal invitation to collaborate. Can you reconsider? If that's the case, then Xuan Xiao has no reason to refuse. Since you've already said so, it wouldn't be right for me to keep turning you down. Xuan Xiao's face lit up immediately. Really? Then let's discuss the military forces we can mobilize first. He hadn't even finished his sentence when Tang Yanming's eyes turned into gold coins. Can you at least tell me how much you're planning to pay? The one thing the Tang family lacks most is money. Finally, reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out of the main hall looking gloomy. Xuan Xiao seemed to have lost his soul somewhere along the way. He never expected that one deal would drain the operating budget his sect had saved up for years. Old Tai Shu was much calmer than him. As long as they could protect their sect, it was worth every penny. Besides, setting such a high price proved that the young master was extremely confident. Xuan Xiao recalled that moment. The young master's martial arts were truly superior to others. However, as the two walked back talking, nothing was certain yet. Could he be on par with the head of the Tang family, or perhaps even above that level? Sensing the senior uncle's aura earlier, wasn't it supposed to be impossible for anyone to hide their true strength? It would be a different story if he managed to recruit a transformation realm master. Tang Jiui had heard all of this. Surely he couldn't have realized he was in a state of concealing his crippled meridians, could he? It seems the Taoist perception is much sharper than he lets on. He truly lives up to being a transformation realm master. Suddenly, Tang Jiui spoke up, wondering if he accepted the request just for the money. Why did you suddenly change your mind? I had it all calculated, Dian Men. It wasn't a sudden change. Though I used the Black Evil League's activities as an excuse to turn the Taoists away, the truth is, I never trusted the Black Evil League. She understood, but after the major sects' collapse, they had indeed maintained order well. He had investigated everything, and it was all thanks to Liu Jiejun alone. The so-called evil sects weren't labeled as such because they didn't join the righteous factions, but because their nature rejecting chivalry and pursuing selfish interests was no different from common bandits. Currently, the evil factions in Sichuan are only being kept in check by the order established by Liu Jiejun. Because the Tang family is weak, ever since the Black Evil League occupied this place, I have rarely left the city. If they are even slightly displeased, they bully their business competitors, plant spies to sabotage other sects, and launch sneak attacks. There is no evil deed they won't commit. Their nature hasn't changed at all. The current order is only temporary. Who knows what will happen the day Liu Jiejun is no longer around? The evil factions that thrived under his rule will swarm back into Sichuan. Tang Ziui sighed. Truly, if the small evil is not eradicated, it will become a great disaster. I understand your point, but what do you intend to do? Dian Men replied immediately. It's simple. Just don't give them a chance to move north. She was still concerned, but with their current strength, how could they completely blockade the Black Evil League? He smiled and calmly replied, It's not about blocking them from the outside. I want to stir things up from the inside so they can't get out. His aunt choked on her tea, turning to stare at him in shock. You intend to charge straight into the heart of the Black Evil League. While feasible, infiltrating them won't be easy. She was still worried, but he cut her off directly. Not long ago, the League leader personally sent me an invitation. He invited me to the Sichuan branch. I heard that unlike before, the current Sichuan branch has turned into a martial arts tournament for rising talents in the evil world. Therefore, I will attend this Sichuan branch meeting to see what their true colors are. If they are as I predicted and their evil hearts are hard to change, then I will wipe them all out. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a carriage was moving and voices could be heard. Ying Ying, once we arrive at the Tang family, you must absolutely not provoke the young master. Don't forget that the fate of our house lies in your hands. It turned out to be the carriage of the Zhuge family's Changshin. The daughter smiled confidently. Don't worry, uncle. If the Tang family's young master is truly as powerful as you say, her face flushed red, and she looked quite beautiful. Zhu Jingying, daughter of the Zhuge family head, declared prematurely, "Then I will definitely find a way to make him mine." On the other side, Tang Yiquan carried a bowl of medicine into the room. "Grandmaster Tai Shu, are you in there? Your junior brought you food and herbal medicine." The old man looked up and smiled. "Ah, young hero Tang Yiquan, you've arrived." They checked on each other, and he asked, "How is your internal injury?" "Thanks to everyone, I've improved quite a bit. The decoction your grandfather gave me is extremely effective." He beamed with joy. "Is that so? Initially, I heard that besides the medicinal herbs, some poisonous ones were added as well." At that time, old man Tai Shu had just looked at the bowl of medicine, his smile vanishing, and it scared me so much I didn't dare to drink it. But as it turned out, after drinking it, my internal injury healed rapidly. I am currently invincible. Even the hall master who personally brewed the medicine didn't expect me to recover this quickly. With this rate of recovery, I can return to my sect in a few days. Tang Yiquan blushed deeply. "It's good that you've recovered." Suddenly, hearing the noise outside, Xu and Xiao asked immediately, "Say, young hero, it's so noisy outside today. Did something happen?" Tang Yiquan guessed. "Ah, it must be because the people from the Zhuge family have returned. The Tang family and the Zhuge family have always had a very deep friendship, so in this selection period, the Zhuge family even offered their support. They came this time to set up defensive formations at the Tang family's outer courtyard." Xu and Xiao was shocked. "I've heard the two families are close, but I didn't expect them to help set up formations as well. Though I don't know much about formations, it must cost a lot of silver. Can the Zhuge family afford the expenses?" Tai Shu also seized the chance to ask. "So, the materials and costs are covered by the Tang family?" Tang Yiquan shook his head and shrugged. "Not at all. I heard the entire cost is being borne by the Zhuge family. I heard the young master say the Zhuge family's attitude is exceptionally cooperative." Both of them immediately understood. These people were being held by the throat by the Tang family, weren't they? The truth is, not only were they being held by the throat, their very lives were in his hands. Scene shift to the Tang family mansion, where Changxin stood outside advising Ying Ying. "Can you really do this?" The girl was stubborn. "I told you, there's no need to worry. Uncle, I know myself very well. No man can resist my beauty." The old man felt a sense of relief. "That's true. Looking at you, I am reminded of your older sister, who was once hailed as the greatest beauty in Hubei. So, conquering men of the same age should certainly not be a problem. Over 10 years ago, Nian Zhonghe attacked the Zhuge family because he had his eyes on my sister. Although she sacrificed herself, barely protecting the family from annihilation, she could not bear the humiliation of being turned into a plaything and ultimately chose to end her own life. I cannot let our house suffer that tragedy again." The old man was already calculating, thinking that as long as Ying Ying could forge a bond with the Tang family's young master, the main branch will be able to sustain its lifeblood through the Tang family. "I'm counting on you, Zhuji Ying Ying. The fate of the main branch rests in your hands." Just then, a voice echoed from inside. "It is an honor to welcome you. I heard that during the previous struggle for the position of young family head, the formation array of your family helped out a great deal." Both of them looked as if they had been struck by lightning. "To think you even set up a defensive formation at the outer courtyard for our main branch." The person welcoming them was Tang Zihui. "As the family head, I am truly very grateful." This group immediately guessed. Is she the mother of the young family head? Both mother and daughter are as beautiful as celestial beings. Could it be that the Tang family ancestors are truly blessed? Oh my, her aura is so overwhelming. It left me stunned for a moment. It took a while for the old man to regain his composure. He clasped his hands and bowed to the Tang family. "Family head, I am Zhuji Changxin. I had no idea you had become the family head. Please forgive my rudeness." Tang Zihui replied easily. "That happened while everyone was away, so it's only natural you wouldn't know. You don't need to worry about it. You must be exhausted from the long journey. Just rest up and recover before we start working." Suddenly, she noticed the child beside the old man, and Zhuge Changxin hurriedly replied, "Ah, this girl is my granddaughter. I brought her along to strengthen the friendly ties between our two families." "Zhu Jingying, why aren't you greeting the family head?" Zhu Jingying, however, stood there like a soul lost, her eyes glued to Tang Yanming. "He is the young family head of the Tang family. How could there be someone so handsome in this world? He is truly the perfect candidate to be her husband." It wasn't until the old man called out to her in annoyance that she snapped out of it. "Oh no," she quickly offered a formal greeting. "Apologies for the late introduction. I am Zhu Jingying. Although a bit late, congratulations on becoming the head of the Tang family." Tang Jihui smiled brightly and praised her. "Oh my, what a well-behaved and polite child. Thank you, dear, you have grown up to be quite elegant." When you grow up a little more, you will surely make countless men yearn for you day and night." She was thrilled. "Thank you for the kind words, madam." The woman covered her mouth and laughed, confidently boasting, "I had quite a reputation when I was young, so looking at you is like seeing myself when I was a child." She replied gracefully, "You are being too modest. You are still very beautiful now. When I first met you, I actually thought you were the young family head's older sister." In her heart, the girl was calculating, "Not only must I win over the young family head, but I also need to leave a good impression on his mother. After all, the madam might become my mother-in-law later on." She had successfully buttered her up. Tang Jihui also said, "Even if it's just polite talk, it makes me very happy to hear. It just so happens that you and the young family head are the same age. I hope you two will get along well while staying at the main branch." The girl put on a great act, and her eyes actually welled up with a few tears. "Your words really move me to tears. Because back at the main branch, I have a half-brother, but he is very cold towards me." The woman exclaimed in surprise, "Heavens, how could that be?" Meanwhile, the girl was just thinking that this would surely get a reaction out of the young family head. She glanced to the side, only to see that he wasn't even glancing her way, sitting there, yawning repeatedly. Both of them were absolutely shocked. They were frozen in place, utterly embarrassed. He simply wasn't interested. A beautiful young girl was recounting a tragic story, so how could he? She was extremely confused, thinking, "How strange. Back at the main branch, I only need to take a walk outside and a crowd of men will swarm to talk to me. Could it be he doesn't have his eyes on me?" It was true. Right now, the only thing in his mind was the image of Wei Xiao calling him husband. Zhu Changxin felt a deep sense of despair. It seemed like there was no hope. Zhu Jingying clenched her hands into fists. "I have never had to suffer such humiliation. He didn't even spare me a single glance." At that moment, he was being pinched on the cheek by his mother. "How can you act like that in front of a guest? Have you no manners?" The girl seethed with determination. "Tang Yanming, I will definitely make you notice me, no matter what it takes." Meanwhile, inside the territory of the Black Evil Alliance's Sichuan branch, the crowd was bustling with chatter. "Have you heard the news about this year's Sichuan branch meeting? I heard the Tang family's young head will participate." "What?" Thinking about the things he did before, the disciples of other factions surely won't let him off easily, right? At the Xinhua faction, the meeting place for the Sichuan branch meeting, the group was sitting at a round table. The previous page is the budget needed for this branch meeting. The next page is the list of factions and families participating in the tournament. My report ends here. The leader of the Xinhua faction, Evil Path Tang Mingri, had a blade of grass hanging from his mouth. That's enough of the report. You will handle it well. According to tradition, the heaven-suppressing faction should have organized this year's meeting, but it ended up causing you so much trouble. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Shuelian was also present. "You are being too polite. As a subordinate of the Alliance, this is what I should do." A masked man threw his head back and laughed mockingly, but the Alliance leaders seemed to have left before the report was finished. The old man sitting next to him chimed in, "Hasn't that person always done whatever he wanted? It's time to abandon the habits from when he lived in a poor, lowly corner and learn to be a bit more sensible." Just then, a super loud shout rang out. "Uncles, I've decided. I want to go see the Sichuan branch meeting." A young girl with pigtails ran in. She hugged Tang Mingri tightly. He turned around, intrigued. "Why the change of heart? Last time you complained that it was troublesome and said you didn't want to go." The child grinned from ear to ear. "Hee. I heard about this on the way here. Is the young family head of the Tang family participating in the branch meeting this time?" He nodded. "That's right." The little girl's face flushed red immediately. "I heard that women all over the capital yearn for him day and night. Just how handsome can he be?" The old man was speechless. "That is way too exaggerated." The two, one old and one young, were acting spoiled. "If he's a fake, I'll ignore him, but if he's the real deal, I'll make him my husband." Such words that could scare a father to death. She truly said whatever came to her mind. "In short, I can go watch, right? Sigh. Anyway, even if I didn't agree, you wouldn't listen to me. Besides, who would dare to defy the wishes of the Black Evil Alliance leader's daughter?" The scene of the two having a happy, playful moment fell into Lu Swillian's eyes, making her extremely uncomfortable. In a house, two girls were brushing each other's hair. "This hair is so beautiful." Tang Wiley teased Wei Xiao. "Sister, are you really someone who just recovered from an illness?" The girl suddenly asked seriously. "Last time, in front of Tang Yanming, you were like a green leaf to a beautiful flower. If you have any secrets, do tell me." Suddenly, in the middle of a casual conversation, she asked, "Sister, what do you think about fate?" Her younger sister, Wei Xiao, blushed so deeply she looked like she was about to explode. "Huh? What? Why are you asking me that?" The two girls teased each other. "Look at you, sister. Just hearing his name makes your breath hitch. Did you study martial arts just to listen to people's breathing? But in all seriousness, she continued, aren't you worried, sister? The sister looked blank. Worried about what? Wiley then said, Tang Yanming is going to the Sichuan gathering soon. You probably won't be able to see him for a while. The older sister was shocked. What? The Sichuan gathering is a hangout for the demonic faction. Isn't that too dangerous? Wiley was annoyed. That wasn't the point. What if the women from the sects at the Sichuan gathering set their eyes on Tang Yanming? Sister, aren't you worried? Wei Xiao looked genuinely sad. Her sister kept pressing her. Is it that you don't want to go? Then let's go too to the Sichuan gathering. The older sister was naturally timid and wanted to refuse, but she was worried about causing trouble for the young master. Not letting her finish, Wiley dragged her toward the door. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already got it covered. In the main hall, Tang Yanming was talking with Ying, so she wants to join the Sichuan gathering as a maid. Ying nodded immediately. Yes, I understand. They say it's a place where young elites fight for power. I'm very curious to see how the competition will unfold. Tang Yanming didn't refuse. He propped his chin up and said indifferently, that shouldn't be a problem. The notice says we can bring one martial guard and one maid. But remember, this trip isn't for fun. On the surface, she seemed calm, but inside, she was frantic. She had to go along to win his heart. Just then, the door swung open. Tang Yanming looked at them and smiled. I felt someone coming. It really is you. Wiley stormed into the room with Wei Xiao in tow. That's right. We're here because my sister has something to tell you. The older sister was mortified. Her sister was being way too rude to the young master. Once inside, they saw Ying sitting there. The two girls instantly locked eyes, sparks flying. Who are you? And who are you? Tang Yanming was stunned, his eyes wide with confusion. Even Miss Wei Xiao was here? What's going on? Wiley finally got straight to the point. She clenched her fists and shouted, my sister and I want to go to the Sichuan gathering. Tang Yanming looked confused. Are you both out of your minds? So Wiley wants to be the guard and Miss Wei Xiao wants to be the maid. Wiley patted her sister's shoulder and grinned. Exactly. Didn't you say we can bring one guard and one maid? Then the two of us are the perfect fit. Ying sat there, sweating buckets. What on earth was she talking about? The main issue was the girl's attitude. Does she have such a close relationship with the young master? And what was with the way she was eyeing Wei Xiao up and down? Her beauty was on par with the Tang clan head herself. If the young master went with such a great beauty, her own plans and position would be threatened. Her heart was burning with jealousy. Finally, Tang Yanming decided, Wiley, you can be the guard, but Miss Wei Xiao cannot. I've already promised the maid position to someone else. Ying turned red, watching the two sides argue. What? Why? Are you talking about her? If my sister can't go, then I'm not going either. Tang Yanming stood firm. Then so be it. I'll choose someone else from the guards. Wiley gnashed her teeth in anger but couldn't do anything. She could only curse the jerk. Wei Xiao's eyes welled up with tears, trying to mediate. Sister, I'm fine. Wiley choked up at the sight of her sister's tears. Go ahead and have fun. I'm really okay. Even though I'm a little sad, the young master has already said no, so I shouldn't throw a fit. Wiley was furious on her sister's behalf, glaring at him with a face as dark as charcoal, wanting to tear him apart. Come outside with me for a second. Outside, she stared at him like a zombie, teeth clenched. Tang Yanming, I know you're talented. Your martial arts go without saying, and your judgment is usually excellent. But why are you so oblivious? Do you know who I'm doing this for? Why on earth won't you take my sister? Don't you have feelings for her too? I paved the way for you, and yet you show no appreciation. Tang Yanming cut her off. Serious, because that's no place for games. You could lose your life there. Wiley froze, her eyes wide with shock. What? He had to make the sisters understand. When conflicts arise with young elites from the demonic faction, no one knows what will happen. If your sister comes along and gets into danger, and neither of us can react in time, who would you hold responsible? Thinking about something happening to her sister, Wiley was speechless. Besides, that's the territory of the Black Demonic Union. We might even clash with their leader. Miss Wei Xiao just recovered from her illness. Her body is still weak. It would be hard for her to handle it. She finally let go of his arm. Fine. Since you put it that way, I have no other choice. Tang Yanming felt bad about the missed opportunity. Thank you for understanding. But the younger sister decided, I'm still going. Tang Yanming didn't know how to respond. What? Didn't you say if your sister didn't go, you wouldn't go either? It turned out she had it all planned out. That was just then. I can't let some scoundrel take advantage of the situation. Tang Yanming gave up. I don't understand you. If you follow me to watch over your brother-in-law like that, who would dare try anything? Elsewhere, Zhu Changxin was holding a book, nodding off to sleep. Tang Yanming appeared behind him suddenly. What are you doing? Drowsing off? The old man jumped out of his skin. No, absolutely not. He had dark circles under his eyes and quickly explained, the formation is already set up. I'm just adjusting it. It'll be completely finished in 2 days. Tang Yanming activated his skill, his eyes glowing blue. Oh, is that so? Let me check. Let's see. Indeed, a formation was covering the Tang estate now. The old man explained, I used the dark poison hall as the center, passing through the medical pavilion to the administrative department, using these 3 main bases of the Tang clan as the core to set up the formation. And I finished it within the time you requested. I hope you're satisfied. Good work. Tang Yanming patted the old man's shoulder, satisfied. I told you, with enough wisdom, it can be done. Keep working like this on the rest. The old man was so frustrated, he felt like crying. A little praise wouldn't kill you, would it? Tang Yanming didn't voice it, but he was very pleased. It was better than he expected. Now, even if he were away, anyone who broke in would be stopped cold. The only thing left was to return to the main hall of the Tang clan, where someone asked him, You called for me, is there something you need? Besides, any intruders have already been firmly blocked. The only thing left to do is return to the main Tang family estate. Someone approached him and asked, Sir, what did you call me here for? Young master. The 4th elder, Tang Zhilong, sat there tensely watching him. We aren't close enough for us to be sitting here having a heart-to-heart, are we? Tang Yanming said calmly to him. I heard you became an elder thanks to your profound sword skills. I've been practicing the sword myself and have some thoughts I'd like to share with you. Although he felt like killing those 2 old elders, he still remembered to play along. The sword technique you displayed that day was a realm I could never hope to reach. I am well aware of how vast the gap is between you and me. He accepted that as the truth. Of course, your strength is simply no match for mine. The old man's face turned deathly pale, his veins bulging with anger. That's why I want to give you some advice on your swordplay. As he finished his sentence, the old man's heart skipped a beat. Of course, I'm not teaching you for free. The condition is that, from now on, you must obey my commands. I dare say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just consider this a stroke of fate. The old man was petrified on the spot, his eyes wide with terror. What was so hard about winning this old man over? He readily reached out, coaxing him. Don't you want to switch ships? The 2 from Tai Hu are about to head back soon. Tang Yanming and Tang Tri Tu saw them off to the gate. We must take our leave now. Thank you all for your hospitality. Furthermore, regarding your agreement to cooperate, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Kong Dong sect. The old man from Tai Hu also said, It is thanks to you that my internal injuries have fully healed. If the Tang family faces any difficulties in the future, I will definitely come to help you. She beamed with a smile. I am truly grateful to hear you say that. To contribute our small part to the crusade against the demonic sect, we will also send a few elders and martial artists to support you. The group was massive, including 2 elders and the father-son duo, Tang Wenshen. The Tai Hu elder was delighted. That's wonderful. This kindness I will never forget. Once I return to my sect, I will immediately have funds transferred to you. They shook hands. Then, I wish you success in all your endeavors. Suddenly, the elder looked at Tang Yanming standing nearby. Ah, young master, if it weren't for you, my junior brother and I would have lost our lives long ago. He thanked him sincerely, and the 2 shook hands. You possess strength far beyond your peers. I am certain that it won't be long before you surpass me. Yet, the moment they shook hands, he fully grasped the true extent of Tang Yanming's power and even caught a glimpse of his past life. The Tai Hu elders shivered uncontrollably, sweat pouring down like rain. Xuan Xiao nervously stepped forward. Grandmaster, your face has suddenly gone pale. Are you all right? The old man quickly regained his composure. No, I'm fine. Perhaps it's just the sudden departure. I'm a bit reluctant to leave. It's time to return to the sect. Let's go. Deep down, he couldn't stop thinking about that colossal figure. That definitely wasn't a hallucination. He was tense to the bone. But how could such a powerful presence exist? I only suspected it at first, but now it seems I understand part of it. The reason the Tang family can rise again doesn't lie with the Tang family head, but with this young master. Before letting the Tang group leave, Tang Tri Tu reminded them one last time that every favor must be repaid. Following the established family rules, the main family highly valued integrity. Once the Tang family decided to assist, they had to live and die alongside the Kong Dong sect during this expedition. The whole crowd shouted in unison, "By your command." Only the father and son, second elder Tang Mingxin, were incredibly annoyed. Grinding their teeth in frustration, the lady shouted out, "Then, I wish you all a victorious campaign." Time passed, and it was finally time for Tang Yanming to set off. This guy handed him a box full of medicine vials. "Take it. I've added enough of the gut-wrenching poison. I have to thank you every time, Tang Yiquan." He asked him curiously. But why do you always take the same type of poison? There are still plenty of other types of poison. He had already thought it through. After all, this is the poison I am most familiar with, and its toxicity is top tier. All right, the people coming with me are waiting. I'll go first. Tang Yanming smiled broadly. Even though I don't need to worry about you, you must survive and come back. The white snake wiggled out again. Is he really just a teenager? He asked it. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? The snake asked, still suspicious. No matter how talented someone is, this isn't strength a teenager should possess. It felt a strange source of power within him. To say he is a senior who has walked the martial arts world for decades wouldn't be an exaggeration, though he still can't compare to that shadowless traveler just yet. Furthermore, the sword moves he displayed when reeling in the Fourth Elder were even more formidable than the techniques that the shadowless traveler and I once faced. He sighed, brushing it off. There is still the leader of the Black Evil Alliance. You can grasp the truths of martial arts just by looking at him once. Ha! What's so strange about someone like me? So stop asking such nonsense. The more the snake looked at him, the less it believed him. But it could only think to itself, clearly, he's not a dragon. By this time, the two girls were waiting at the gate. As soon as she saw him, Tang Yanming waved. Ah, he's here. Where have you been all this time? He walked over to them. I went to find Tang Yanming to get some poison. The person standing in the middle immediately clasped his hands and bowed to the young master. I am Truan Cat, responsible for escorting you to the capital. I will certainly escort the young master safely. Knowing your name is enough. Very well, I'm counting on you. Tang Tree too also came to see her son off. Are you leaving now? The three others bowed in unison. Greetings, family head. She beamed. You don't need to be so formal. She suddenly said something meaningful to her son. The winds are rising. Although I support whatever you want to do, I still hope you don't overexert yourself. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed. You can rest easy. You have to see whose son I am, after all. She laughed happily. That goes without saying. Of course, you are Tang Tri-Tu's son. She turned to the others. You all must not get hurt. Remember to protect the young master well. They all shouted in unison. By your command. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Travel safely, everyone. Take care. She stood watching their backs as they departed. Scene changed to Heian Duong, Sichuan. The carriage had arrived. As soon as they stepped off the carriage, several people wearing hats to cover their faces looked around. Wow, the festival atmosphere is really lively. When I came here before, the place didn't have this vibe. Tang Yanming heard her and asked, You've been here before. Tang Yanming shrugged. When my father was still a merchant caravan leader. I came here a few times. Our family's merchant caravan used to have a large scale here in Sichuan, too. Thinking about it made her sad. Although, after the evil sect occupied Sichuan, the caravan's scale shrank suddenly. Tang Yanming knew about this. Thinking back, her father had said the same thing. Tang Yanming really had to think this through. He mentioned that the Duong family needs to keep growing. Expanding the trading guild would be great for their financial stability. They can't just rely on the elders' dirty money and the profits from the smithy forever. This makes getting rid of the evil faction even more urgent. He told her, Once we're done here, come find me with your father. Tang Yanming was confused. Why? He smiled mysteriously. I want to help him reclaim his position as the guild master. Her jaw practically hit the floor. What? Really? She was on board immediately. You better not go back on your word. Outside a large building, a burly man was dozing off with his arms crossed. He sighed deeply. Sigh, looks like only flies are visiting today. I really wish a true sword connoisseur would show up. Suddenly, a voice rang out, waking him up. Don't you hear the sound of forging? Are you guys not open? It was Tang Yanming and his group. I'm here to look at some swords. The man did a quick scan of their unique attire and his face lit up instantly. Ah, welcome, honored guests. The swords are inside. Please, have a look around. He led the main character inside to browse. I'm not bragging, but the swords here are much better than the generic stuff you find in the capital. Tang Yanming asked, Why are you looking for a sword, brother? He replied, I just feel like it's better to carry a weapon for self-defense. Tang Yanming picked up a shiny blade. He had to admit, the man wasn't bragging, the blade was in perfect condition, and the aura coming off it was no joke. He couldn't help but praise him. Your craftsmanship really lives up to your words. The smith was shocked. You really know your swords, the protagonist smiled. I've seen a few things, I know a little. Even though it isn't decorated and looks a bit rustic, the aura on this blade is incredibly sharp. That proves your forging and tempering technique is extremely sophisticated and meticulous. The old man's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe this kid figured it out just by tapping it a few times and taking a quick look. Could it be that this guy, the protagonist, thought all the swords here were pretty good? I'll just buy a decent one for now. The smith hurriedly waved his hands. No more secrets. Please, wait a moment. He rushed off in a hurry. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. He returned, carrying an incredibly long box. He crossed his arms, beaming with pride. Go ahead, open it up and see. It's been a long time since I've met someone who truly understands swords, so I got excited and brought this out. The hype was real. Let's see what it is. This is O. The old man leaned in, his eyes gleaming. This is the pride and joy of our forge. Named, he gave it a very ominous name, Demon Slayer Sword. The Demon Slayer Sword? The protagonist seemed to like it. Tang Yanming was stunned. She watched, her eyes wide with admiration. Even someone like me who knows nothing about swords can tell this is a top-tier blade. The smith began his story. My master passed away from his sudden illness while forging this sword. I inherited it and finished the final steps. What do you think? The blade was razor-sharp and shone like a mirror. It was no exaggeration to call it an extraordinary piece. I dare say it deserves to be called a legendary sword. Honestly, he didn't need to say the protagonist knew. It was on par with the sword he used in his past life. He could feel the sharp, magical aura radiating from it. But this life was different. It was a great sword, but he didn't need something that high-end. The old man's face fell, clearly disappointed. What? Why? Is it not to your liking? The protagonist chuckled and let out a sigh to reassure him. No, quite the opposite. This is a legendary sword worth being proud of. I'm actually grateful you let me see it. It's too good for me. Something that doesn't need to be that good is just a burden. Plus, carrying a legendary sword like this would just attract unwanted attention. A regular sword is better for me. I'll still take the one I picked earlier. Just name your price. The old man looked miserable and sighed heavily. Sigh, since you said that, what else can I do? Just then, a crowd of people arrived outside. What's going on? The blacksmith took one look at them and panicked. Young Master Nian, that scarred jerk causing trouble, was none other than Nian Zhonghe, the young master of the Hean Duong Gate. He growled. I made it clear you were to offer me the best sword. How dare you hide a better sword and try to fool me with some low-class blacksmith work? The smith scrambled to explain. Sir, you've misunderstood. Tang Yanming frowned at the group. What's going on? The guards-like group emitted a very strange aura. There was definitely something off. The white snake popped its head out. No wonder I smelled something filthy, its demonic energy. He wouldn't have known if it hadn't said anything. Demonic energy? I see. I've dealt with demons a few times with the shadowless guest, so I recognized it. Is this your first time seeing it? Yeah, I've only heard of it. This is my first time seeing it in person. He was curious. Why would people from the demonic sect come to Sichuan? The snake didn't know either. Just grab a few and interrogate them. You'll find out soon enough. Just then, Nian Zhonghe walked up to him and hissed, Get lost. I'm going to kill that blacksmith. If you don't move, I'll kill you first. The protagonist found his attitude incredibly annoying. He reached out and flicked him. Talking like that, you're really uneducated, kid. It was the first time anyone had disrespected him, and he was furious. What, you bastard? Before he could finish his insult, the protagonist flicked his forehead so hard his brain rattled and he fell flat on his back. His henchman turned pale and screamed, Young master. The protagonist looked at him with contempt. With your skills, even the best sword is wasted on you. Go back and train for another 20 years. Get him. The henchmen drew their swords and charged. So, he was a spoiled brat. He dared to attack the grandson of the Nam Tran Thuan sect leader, part of the Hean Duong Gate under the Black Evil Alliance. How dare you be so insolent? You won't leave here alive. His eyes shone with murderous intent. I don't care who that brat is. It's you guys I'm worried about. He asked them directly. What is your connection to the demonic sect? Just then, a tall, dark figure appeared behind Nian Zhonghe. Who's there? Tang Yanming was trembling. Where did he come from? The group turned around. The newcomer wore a black scarf over half his face, glaring at the protagonist. You dare use that filthy name to refer to our sect. Looks like you don't value your life. The henchman hurriedly stood in front. Young master, hide behind us. But the moment he finished speaking, he was slashed down. The masked man swung his sword and shouted, Thien Guyet Squad, report. We'll handle young master Nian from here. Clean up this trash. He stood opposite the protagonist, staring him down. Actually, I'm quite surprised. Our stealth was perfect. How did you spot us? Everyone else was shaking in their boots. It doesn't make sense. Our invisibility is perfect. How could you possibly have spotted us? Everyone else was trembling with fear. Members of the demonic cult appearing in the heart of Sichuan, I thought you all had some secret weapon. Yanming replied with disdain. The stench of filth on you is so strong it reeks. How could I not notice? If you want to hide your identity, you should at least hide your ugly faces first. Not only did he call them stinking, but he also called them ugly. Who wouldn't be absolutely furious? Tang Yanming had to shout, Why is this madman provoking those ugly freaks right to their faces? The masked jerk was hit hard by the insult, getting incredibly annoyed while trying to hold back his temper. He pointed at the severed heads rolling on the ground. You've already seen the state of these guys, yet you still have no sense of danger? Yanming chuckled dismissively. Danger? You guys should be worrying about yourselves. After saying that, he grabbed the blacksmith's sword. Let me borrow this for a second. From what I can see, a bunch of weaklings like you and those dead guys aren't worth much. The masked man ordered his lackeys. Take young Master Nian away. I'm going to kill this guy. One of them immediately grabbed the young man to drag him away. Nian Shaoxing suddenly turned deathly pale, scared out of his wits. Who are you people? Let me go. Yanming didn't expect that. That idiot really didn't know. He didn't look like he was faking it earlier. But since the masked man cursed him out, it must be true. Right then, the man lunged at Yanming. You dare to get distracted? You think you're something? Just a piece of scrap metal. Yanming calmly blocked the strike with the sword. An explosive surge of power erupted from his body, a massive force that sent the guy flying backward. His sword even shattered into pieces. It made no sense. What happened? He was clearly faster a moment ago, yet Yanming swatted him away so easily. Now, he finally saw Yanming's face clearly, but his vision was blurring. He was still thinking about launching a quick counterattack when, in the blink of an eye, his head was rolling on the ground. His lackeys turned pale as paper, and the two young women were so terrified they were about to faint. Nian Shaoxing, who was acting so tough earlier, was now as quiet as a mouse. With one single strike, Yanming severed his head before anyone could react. The sword he used was the same useless piece of scrap, but now, using it himself, he had to admit holding it in his own hands. He could confirm this was a legendary blade. The balance between the hilt and the blade was almost perfect, and it was so sharp that it didn't even leave a stain of blood. He turned around and praised it. What a master blacksmith. Your teacher forged a true treasure. You, the successor to his final wish, are truly amazing. The old blacksmith was moved to tears. He whispered, Teacher, remembering how his master had said when forging this sword, every item of value will eventually find an owner worthy of it. This sword will one day find its true master. Therefore, you must pass it to someone who can recognize its true value. He looked at Yanming's back and thought to himself, I have found the true owner of the demon-slaying sword. Today, Yanming naturally wasn't going to let these people off easy. He looked at them and asked, which stinking trash is coming next? Or you can all just come at me together, that's fine too. The whole gang was waiting for that, furious. They charged in for a group attack. You arrogant bastard, kill him. Don't look down on us. But they had messed with the wrong person today. A single sword in Yanming's hand was enough to slaughter them all. Blood literally flowed like a river in the shop. The bystanders stared with their mouths agape, completely shell-shocked. Zhu Jingying was frozen in place, while Tang Wiley exclaimed, unable to believe it. This was who knows how many times she had been shocked by him. She couldn't understand when he had learned such swordsmanship. She remembered being in the same training group with him since they were kids. The more she thought about it, the less it made sense. Scene shifts to a large house, where a man paces back and forth, calculating. Everything was going according to plan. It was all going too smoothly. Nian Yushang, the second son-in-law of Nam Tran Thuan, sect master of the Heian Duong sect under the Black Evil Alliance of the Heavenly Demon Cult, smiled to himself. Those fools in the Black Evil Alliance would never dream that I am a descendant of the cult. My son, Nian Shaoxing, has also inherited the talent of the Nian family. He was born with superior martial power. Although he is my son, in truth, no one his age can defeat him. He clenched his fist in triumph. As long as he demonstrates his talent at the Sichuan Assembly and enters the management of the Black Evil Alliance, we will take the first step in weakening their forces. By the time they realize it, Sichuan will have long been occupied by the demonic path. Suddenly, a lackey ran in to report. My lord, my lord. The old man recognized him immediately. Aren't you a member of the Heavenly Moon Squad tasked with protecting Shaoxing? The man knelt and stammered. My lord, young master Nian has been captured by a weirdo wearing a bamboo hat. He had seen Yanming kill a whole pile of people with his own eyes and was still terrified. Back at the blacksmith's, the two girls stood frozen, staring blankly. It seemed to be over, but who was going to clean up this battlefield? If her older sister had been brought here, she would have fainted long ago. The younger girl reminded Yanming. Now that she mentioned it, one guy had escaped. Was it really okay? If he brought reinforcements, Yanming had already accounted for that. I let him go on purpose for this very reason. As he spoke, he pointed the sword at Nian Shaoxing. This idiot doesn't even know he's connected to the demonic cult, which proves someone ordered the cult to protect him. He was still screaming, You've got it all wrong. I'm not part of the demonic cult, and I don't know who they are. Yanming didn't waste words. He tapped the sword against his neck, making him cry snot and tears. You'll know soon enough. The person coming here will give you the answer. Just as he finished, there were shouts from outside. It was Nian Zhonghe leading a whole group of people. He stood outside the door and shouted, I know you've taken the young master as a hostage. If you let him go and surrender, I'll spare your life. His face was red as a baboon's butt as he yelled, but if you dare to resist, I'll tear you to pieces and feed you to the beasts. Is that all you've got? Yanming walked out, dragging Nian Zhonghe with the sword at his neck, challenging them. What are you going to do about it? Seeing his father, the guy screamed even more pathetically. Father. The three people standing in the house watching were speechless. Who was the real villain here? Tang Wei was a bit worried. Damn it. Just looking at them, they clearly outnumber him at least 2-1. What exactly is Yanming trying to do? The bastard Nian Zhonghe shouted loudly, Do you know who you're messing with? He thought Yanming didn't know. Yanming hit the nail right on the head. The demonic cult. I know the strange aura on you is demonic energy. You hid your identities to come to Sichuan to cause trouble, right? Let's see who scares who now. Even if the Black Evil Alliance doesn't know, if they find out, I doubt they'll forgive you. The old man couldn't even argue. He was terrified and ground his teeth. He already realized the demonic energy we were hiding. All 30 members of the Heavenly Moon squad sent ahead were nowhere to be seen, yet he walked out completely unscathed. This shows he's incredibly dangerous. He must be eliminated. The old man gritted his teeth, preparing to silence him for good. In the name of the Nian family, I order the entire Heavenly Moon squad to use the inverse blood demonic art. Inverse blood demonic art? Tang Wei was terrified. Isn't that the legendary martial art Nian Zhonghe used when he attacked the path out? Those assassins charged forward, their bodies literally engulfed in flames. Tang Yanming didn't show a hint of fear. He just stood there and asked, Nian, what is your relationship with Nian Zhonghe? The old bastard was on the brink of death and still running his mouth. Is this the last question you'll ask before you die? He didn't mind telling him, I have no personal vendetta against him, but he is the one who destroyed my family. Nian Zhonghe laughed heartily and said, There are too many to count. My big brother has destroyed more than just 1 or 2 families. Was it the Zhuji family or the Murim clan? No. If we're talking about Sichuan, maybe it was the Tang family. Tell me the name of your family. Once I kill you, I'll go wipe out your entire household. He was damn right. Tang Wei gritted her teeth, desperate to charge in. But her sister, Zhu Jingying, held her back tightly. No, we'll only be throwing our lives away if we go there. You know that, brother, she said, sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Wei couldn't bring herself to rush in, but in the end, they decided to put their faith in the young master. The whole bunch charged like mad dogs. Heavenly Moon Squad, finish him. The white snake glanced at him and asked, Kid, they're coming at you like that, what are you planning to do? When they come, I welcome them. He drew his high-quality sword. Why ask when you already know? Just kill them, what is there to be afraid of? I'll show them some manners. He raised his massive blade, executing the first strike, a clean horizontal slash that cut through space itself, as if it took 0 effort. Yet, a split second later, every single assassin was sliced in half instantly. Blood painted the sky red. Nian Zhonghe's smile vanished, his eyes wide with shock. The old blacksmith and the 2 sisters were completely stunned. Nian Zhonghe's face turned ghastly pale. This is impossible. 70 warriors of the Heavenly Moon Squad using the inverse blood demonic art, even a master at the transformation realm, shouldn't have this kind of power. He gasped, memories flooding back from his time in the Heavenly Demon sect. Back then, there were 2 old men, the left and right envoys of the Heavenly Demon sect, Gong Sun Tai and Hachian Zhongshan. Both of them were covered in blood. He remembered the announcement of the young sect leader's coming-of-age ceremony reaching its end. The winner was a long-haired youth with green eyes. That was Nian Zhonghe. Just recalling it made him want to wet his pants in fear. The might of Brother Zhonghe back then was enough to crush both the left and right envoys who had reached the extreme demonic realm. Since then, I've never felt such terrifying pressure again. He looked at the young master with growing disbelief. And yet, I'm feeling that same pressure from him. This battle is impossible to win. He knew when to fold. He knelt down immediately. Please, please, spare my life. He had planned everything, but he had to at least save Nian Zhonghe. His face turned deep red as he begged for one thing. No, you can kill me, but please spare Zhonghe. Even though I don't know what grudge you have against the Lord of Nian Zhonghe, the boy is different from me. He doesn't even know this has anything to do with him. He's just an ordinary kid, so please, let him go. But Yanming wasn't blind. Ordinary? I saw everything he did. Trying to drive people insane, threatening to kill the blacksmith if he didn't hand over the sword. Is that common practice in the demonic sect? Nian Zhonghe was much stupider than his father. Even now, he dared to scream, "You bastard!" But that was the last thing he would ever say. The sword swiped across his throat, blood sprayed everywhere, and his head dropped to the ground. After killing him, Yanming looked at Nian Zhonghe, whose face was flushed with rage, biting his lip. He asked, feeling angry, "Are you?" The families of those you've killed all these years felt the same way. But looking at you now, I don't feel a shred of pity. He said it bluntly, because I won't let anyone associated with the Nian Zhonghe escape. Nian Zhonghe was so furious, his eyes were tearing up, blood vessels bulging as he let out a sky-shattering roar. Arg! It was giving him a headache. Yanming swung his sword decisively. Shut up and go to hell. With a clean, satisfying thud, he ended his life. Once everything was finished, Yanming looked awkwardly at the sword in his hand. Are you really giving this to me? The old blacksmith nodded firmly. You saved my life. Consider this a token of my gratitude. He was moved to tears. Just as my master's last words foretold, this sword has found its true master. My master would surely be happy to give it to you. He was playing hard to get. Tang Weili turned to him. Since he's offering it with such sincerity, just take it, brother. Ying Ying clapped her hands. Congratulations, young master. He continued to act all shy. Since everyone says so, I'll make sure to use it properly. But this sword is too flashy. Could you make me a more modest scabbard? The old man agreed instantly. Of course. The white snake had witnessed the whole fight and was starting to like him. This kid surprises me more and more. Calling him the Sword King wouldn't be an exaggeration. To think someone from the Tang family has such supreme swordsmanship, it suddenly felt that if he kept growing, he would become a monster even stronger than the shadowless guest. They stood in line at the gate. He wasn't wearing a mask anymore, and everyone was pointing and whispering. Hey, look at that guy. Among the descendants of the Sichuan clans, can such people exist? His guards and maids are all women. He must be a lecturer. The Sichuan assembly is so important. Why show up looking like that? Looking at him, his martial arts seemed mediocre. They were green with envy, feeling deeply uncomfortable. But why are those women so excited? It makes me feel like I've lost before the fight even begins. The old men registering people at the gate were gaping at him. I've met many rising talents lately, but I've never seen such a handsome youth. They were so mesmerized by him that they struggled to speak. Please state your family or sect, along with your name. He coldly stated. The Tang family, standing proudly with his arms crossed. I am the young master of the Tang family, Tang Yanming. News spread quickly. LV Shuilian was lounging on her bed. Oh, the little young master of the Tang family has arrived. Her subordinate knelt on the floor. Yes, sect leader. I heard he registered early this morning, then went straight to his lodging. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Very well. Let him rest comfortably for now. I will kill that arrogant fool soon to take revenge for you, Brother Mo. Her memories as a young girl flooded back the time she was covered in tears and snot. She wept as she looked at the man before her, who asked, Are you all right? Bandits often roam these parts. How could a young lady like you travel all alone? But you're quite lucky, since I'm here. That guy killed a whole heap of bandits. A classic hero saves the damsel moment. What girl wouldn't be moved? Are you hurt? That was the first time Mo Renhao and I met. I was once the favorite concubine of a powerful high-ranking official. Even though I lived in comfort, I was nothing more than a toy to him. Then one day, the Lord suddenly passed away due to an unexpected event. During his life, he had a hobby of collecting martial arts manuals. Wanting a fresh start, I acted on impulse and stole a manual before running away. That's when I met Mo Renhao. From that day on, we quickly became close. Coming from the Wudang sect, he taught me the basic techniques for self-defense, and once I mastered the basics, I started my formal training. The manual I stole was the Crimson Lotus art, but unfortunately, heaven didn't want me to be happy. From then on, I seemed to suffer from an incurable illness. My body grew weaker, and every day, sensing I didn't have long to live, I left him. I didn't want him to see me in such a pathetic state. A long time later, when I heard that Mo Renhao had become the sect leader of the Tai Mo sword and gained fame across the land, I was already on my deathbed, constantly tormented by pain, and I just wanted to die and get it over with. But my attachment made it impossible to close my eyes. Even if it was just once, I just wanted to see Brother Mo one last time. And yet, her wish came true. He appeared alongside Liu Jiejun. Leader, the girl with the innate talent I spoke to you about is her. But why is she in such a state? That man saw the problem at a glance. She was a woman trying to practice yang-dominant martial arts. With the energies clashing, it was only natural for her body to weaken day by day. If you want to live, recite the martial arts incantations you've learned. At that moment, she wondered, could this be a stroke of fate? I was as if enchanted by his words and began to open my mouth, slowly reciting each line of the incantation. After listening for less than a quarter of an hour, he pondered for a moment, then said, That will do. He then took out paper and brushed to write, modifying the Crimson Lotus art into a version that could utilize a woman's yin energy. The new Crimson Lotus art. Jae-jun also warned that once I reached the peak of the technique, all my internal injuries would heal automatically. So, he told me to work hard and keep improving. As for him, he swore loyalty to the leader who saved his life, helped found the Heart Fire Gang, and joined the Black Evil Union. Since Mo Renho was also in the Black Evil Union, I thought I could rekindle our old flame, but he coldly rejected me. I only keep you around for your talent, nothing else, so don't cling to the past anymore. His heart had long been far away from me. I didn't blame him after all. I was the one who left first, but I didn't want to miss this chance, so I suppressed my feelings, waiting for the day he would see my true heart. However, during that day, I made up my mind to kill the young master of the Tang family. Just thinking about it made the blood in her veins boil with rage. Tang Yanming, even though I just want to kill that bastard now, I heard he is an expert who has surpassed the transformation realm. If that's true, it might be very difficult to use my Crimson Lotus art against him. So I have to be patient a little longer, because at the upcoming Sichuan meeting, I have prepared something for you that you absolutely cannot avoid. Total destruction. Just the thought of it made her go crazy with excitement, and she drained the yang energy from the minion who came to report. Back at the inn, Yanming was sitting cross-legged, practicing his cultivation, while the snake watched him constantly. This guy really is like a monster. For over an hour, I've been trying to disrupt his meditation, yet he hasn't wavered in the slightest. It kept flicking its tongue and wriggling around. Is this the level of focus a kid should have? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's an expert who has rejuvenated his youth. What on earth is he doing in there? The snake couldn't possibly know he was inside his mind, training his sword technique with his master from his past life. Each swing of the sword was that very annihilation technique. The force behind the swings grew stronger. The two of them stood face to face, sparring. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened, sensing something. As expected, I can't use this Azure-like cultivation method to fully execute the annihilation technique, can I? Even though I killed 70 people with a single sword strike that day, it was actually just a weakened version. The power was reduced by half. If it were at full power, it should have been even stronger, enough to level the very space around me. In my past life, I used a technique called the Tyrant Force. Only after learning that could I unleash the original power of annihilation. The Tyrant Force has the side effect of weakening the body. A normal person would drop dead on the spot if they used it. My master and I were fine because we were born with a valiant body. Of course, after I entered the transformation realm, my body became much stronger. I only need to learn the Tyrant Force to quickly recreate the divine might of my past life. But this makes me wonder if I am still too attached to the sword. However, I know I shouldn't be. Even though the power is weakened, the current technique can still achieve the goal of annihilating the enemy. The low power is just because the current cultivation method isn't compatible with the sword technique. I just need to modify the Azure Light method into a version compatible with the sword style. Just then, he opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Tang Wiley. Drop the brush. The two of them jumped out of their skins. How the hell did they get caught red-handed? She had drawn all over his face, and he let out a startle-filled shout. What is this situation? You haven't slept. Yanming pushed off his knees and stood up. Not yet. Come to think of it, are you all ready? The girl crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Of course, we're just waiting for you. He barely woken up and was already jumping into action. All right, let's head out. Zhu Jingying suddenly asked. But how much longer do you plan on acting like friends with the young master? Tang Wiley was furious and snapped back. What business is that of yours? Yanming hadn't even said anything yet, and the two women were already bickering endlessly. If others see that the bodyguard and master don't know their place, where does that leave the young master's reputation? Why do you care about his reputation? He was getting a massive headache. Zhu Jingying is right. Tang Wiley became even more furious. You're actually taking her side? He immediately changed his tone. But you don't need to worry about what those evil sects think. She was instantly overjoyed. He nodded, still wearing his face covered in drawings. Yeah, anyway, there's no need to show off in front of a pile of corpses. But first, I have to get even. Having said that, he grabbed the brush and snatched her up. She begged the young master for mercy, but he ignored her. Outside in the main courtyard, melodic music echoed everywhere. A beautiful woman sat behind a screen playing the zither. That woman, Lu Shuelian, was also there. She looked at the crowd gathered there. Everyone already knows what kind of event the Sichuan meeting is, right? Let me be blunt. This is a place for power struggles, and those struggles are settled through martial arts duels. By custom, even a fight to the death is permitted. The Tang Mingri father-son duo is here too. Each side must write down the stakes they're offering and sign off on them. Everything will belong to the victor. The winner gains the rights to exploit those assets for the next 5 years. To ensure no one disputes this, our organization will serve as witnesses. She declared that anyone who violates these rules will be considered to have disrespected the entire Black Evil Alliance and will pay a corresponding price. The crowd gasped. Surely no one would dare act recklessly. She pointed at him. Those are all the rules. Furthermore, it is a joyous occasion to have a distinguished guest attending this Sichuan gathering, none other than the 9 illusion crossing sword, great hero Tang Yanming. The crowd gasped in awe. The 9 illusion crossing sword? Isn't he one of the strongest warriors in the Black Evil Alliance, one of the 6 venerables of the demonic path? I have always wanted to see him as a fellow swordsman. Tang Yanming also took note of him, immediately recognizing the man as a high-level expert in the transformation realm. He kept a blade of grass in his mouth, smiling. I am Tang Yanming. Today, I have come along with D&H, the Alliance leader's daughter. I hope everyone gives a stellar performance. The woman spoke again. Great hero Thang will be in charge of the death matches for this Sichuan gathering. So, anyone wishing to participate, go find him to register. The Sichuan gathering begins now. Suddenly, an arm went up. Wait, I have a request for Great Hero Thang. His voice echoed across the arena. Grant me a match. A hot-headed youngster stood up and bowed. He was the eldest son of the former sect leader, Murim, challenging the young master of the Duong family to a death match. The current leader of the Tai at Max Sword sect, Mak Thien Hui. Upon seeing him, many recognized his black training robes and his twin swords. You're from the Tai at Max Sword sect. Tang Yanming guessed he wanted revenge. I heard about the Duong family eliminating Mo Renho, which was quite a surprise, since Mo Renho was a top-tier expert in that sect. Seeing that the old man didn't reply, he shouted again. I am the successor of the Tai at Max Sword sect, Mak Thien Hui. The Duong family's young master is my father's killer, so I want to settle this through a death match. The woman, Tang Weili, found him annoying and grumbled. What is he talking about? It's clear that the one who broke in first was at fault. Zhu Yingying, standing nearby, quickly gestured, Shush, be careful. Someone might hear you. Since it was out in the open, Tang Yanming had no reason to refuse. Then, Mak Thien Hai of the Tai at Max Sword sect and the young master of the Duong family, please step onto the stage. They both walked up. Tang Yanming didn't mind he was going to kill him anyway. The two stood facing each other, eyes locked. Some people were just now realizing he was the young master of the Duong family. Even though there were many rumors about his martial arts prowess, the daughter of the scarred old man watched with stars in her eyes, fascinated. He's really handsome. Tang Yanming was speechless. Looking at her, she was so excited. If the Duong young master loses this death match, she'll probably be disappointed. The old man announced the rules. Except for the combatants and their designated guards attendants, no one is allowed to interfere. Furthermore, there are no limits on attack methods, and you have the right to ignore a surrender. Any objections? Both answered in unison. No. Additionally, since you are representing your families and sects, your guards and attendants are allowed to join the fight. Young Master Duong, do you not intend to bring your guards? Tang Yanming nodded. I brought one, but I told her not to come up on the stage. He could easily handle 100 guys like this alone. After all, the result would be the same, whether it was 1-on-1 or 1-on-3. Tang Yanming chuckled with amusement. You've got guts. Fine, then let's begin. As soon as he finished, Mak Thien Hui drew his swords. Tang Yanming, however, stood still, not moving an inch. He'd even beat his father, let alone these wet-behind-the-ears punks. As soon as they drew their swords, the crowd gasped. Ah, that sword aura, that's the signature technique of the Max Sword sect master. He has actually mastered the Tai at twin sword technique. Mak Thien Hai ordered his 2 underlings to attack first, having planned all his dirty tricks. My subordinates will distract him. Once he shows an opening, I'll use my twin swords to slash him from the front. He was just about to charge, but his whole body suddenly froze. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, Tang Yanming had already finished those 2 off. The entire crowd was stunned, including Tang Yanming and the woman, Lu Shuelian. What is this? How did the attackers fall already? Look, there were cow hair needles in their necks. Tang Yanming was also bewildered. His striking speed, could even I not see it? After taking out the 2 small fries, he glared at him, challenging him. How long are you going to keep that pose? I'm getting sleepy waiting. Mak Thien Hu was fuming, grinding his teeth. I swear I'll kill you. He lunged like lightning. Die. Get torn to shreds. But he only slashed at empty air. You're asking questions while we're fighting? He had vanished. Tang Yanming was moving like a ghost around him. Among the intruders at the clan competition, 2 used sword aura just like you. One was your father, the former sect leader. The other was a spy. But you are far weaker than both of them. He was scared to tears, his face covered in bulging veins. This is impossible. He clearly picked a fight first, yet was screaming about revenge. Tang Yanming didn't even want to hit him. He couldn't believe it was ending this easily. The crowd was confused. The match hasn't even started for half a minute, has it? Is the gap in strength really that wide? I can't tell if the young master is strong or the heir of the Max Sword sect is just that weak. His face had been struck by a poisoned needle. He hadn't been able to get his revenge, and now he was being humiliated. It was agonizing. Compared to not getting revenge, the fact that he wasn't even as good as his father or that bastard made him hurt even more. The sword in his hand suddenly radiated killing intent. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Wait, it's not over yet." A dark aura was emanating from Mac Thian Hui's sword. He was almost insane, stabbing forward with everything he had left. I will prove that I am stronger than them. But something even more terrifying happened. Tang Yanming actually blocked his sword aura with his bare hands, easier than eating candy. Mac Thian Hui froze in shock. He blocked it with his bare hands, a sword full of aura. Tang Yanming didn't say another word, directly squeezing his hand and shattering the sword to pieces. The entire crowd gasped. Lu Shuelian's jaw dropped. Vi and Zhu Yingying were sweating profusely. I'm not even surprised anymore, right? The other guy collapsed instantly. Tang Weili was speechless. Now it's getting even harder for me to imagine him losing. Tang Yanming looked down at him on the ground. I only intended to go easy on him, but I didn't expect him to still be able to move after being hit by the poisonous needles coated in paralyzing toxins. Did he have a sudden epiphany right before death? Tang Mingri had to speak up, looking truly astonished. I never expected you to be able to execute that bare-handed sword block technique in such a situation. People say those from the Tang clan usually wear gloves or train their hands to control sharp hidden weapons, but I never imagined one could block a blade infused with sword energy. Only the protagonist knew it was actually thanks to his dragon scale protective ki, but there was no need for him to explain. So he just brushed it off, saying, "My family does indeed have that technique." The old man was impressed, crossing his arms and asking, "You've truly opened my eyes. I and the Heartfire gang will personally bear witness to the Tang clan's victory. You can decide for yourself if you want to continue the duels." He agreed immediately. Of course, he had to continue. But he spoke up in front of everyone, without hesitation. "As long as you permit it, I can fight everyone from the Black Evil Union all at once." He even flashed a confident, brilliant smile. "That'll save time, and the outcome will be the same anyway." How was this any different from him, mocking all of them? The whole crowd was so shocked they had to turn and ask each other, "What did he say?" He wants to fight all of them at once. That arrogant brat. He only took down one guy, and now he thinks he's above the world? He's just the young master of a declining clan. Where does he get that confidence? I'll show him who the real hegemon of Sichuan is. The woman, Lu Shuelian, couldn't hold back and stepped out. Enough. Even though death matches are permitted, the Sichuan Assembly is not a place for street thugs to brawl. This is a martial arts competition for young talents to represent their sects and showcase their skills. Her eyes widened, glowing red. Therefore, as the organizing body of the Sichuan Assembly, my sect cannot accept your behavior of disregarding the rules and acting recklessly. But Tang Mingri agreed. There's no need to be so strict, sect leader. Lu, I'm also very curious to see how this daring young master will perform. But considering the principles of the Sichuan Assembly, if there are any issues, I will personally step in. She couldn't protest even if she wanted to, grinding her teeth in visible frustration. Fine, let's do as Lu Zun says. The old man stroked his chin, tilting his head to analyze. The Tang clan's hidden weapon technique is best suited for wiping out large-scale enemies. Having too many people attacking at once will only make them trip over each other's moves. So, I will only allow a maximum of 3 people, and the right to designate them is yours. If you aren't satisfied, you can say so now, and we'll agree on that. Yanming smirked triumphantly. No, let's go with those terms. But when it actually happened, Tang Mingri's face went paler than a sheet of paper, looking utterly startled. I guessed wrong. I thought after a few bouts, someone would figure out how to counter the oxhair needles, gradually rendering his hidden weapon technique useless and giving his opponents a chance to win. But in less than half an hour, over half of the participants are already dead. Corpses were scattered everywhere. He only used oxhair needles and direct strikes to the meridians. With just that, and yet not a single person could defeat him. He had lived this long and still couldn't understand it. Based on the internal energy he felt, there was no way he could be this strong. So why was there such a massive gap in skill? At this rate, the Sichuan Assembly wouldn't be able to continue. Crowds of people were fleeing for their lives, screaming in surrender. I quit. I want to quit. How can anyone possibly win against a monster like that? To hell with this Sichuan Assembly. I'm out. Among them, only one dared to step up. He was covered in white bandages, his face invisible, as he stepped onto the arena. Everyone fell silent. He proposed the challenge himself. The next match will be taken on by the Super Peak sect. The other sects don't need to step up. Me and my guards are enough. Your little drama ends here. Right. This guy was Yi Jiangqing, the young master of the Super Peak sect. Tang Mingri let out a sigh of relief, while the disciples of other sects were still running away, fearing for their lives, yet he actively takes the challenge. He lives up to the name of the Super Peak sect. He asked, "Young master of the Tang Clan, do you have any objections to the next death match?" He naturally stood by his answer. Yanming was busy evaluating his opponent. What an amazing physique. It never even appeared in my previous life's memories. Nothing left to say. He declared, "Fine, let the death match begin." The protagonist used his old trick, unleashing a shower of poisonous needles, but the two guards immediately rushed forward to intercept. This time, it was definitely different. His volleys of poisonous needles were bent and deflected by them. Tang Weili and Ying Ying watched, worried that the ox hair needles had been neutralized. "Look over there. Their skin looks like tree bark, starting to crack open." Tang Mingri recognized the withered body art similar to his own. It makes the user's body wither and twist like dead wood. The layer of dry skin turns into tough bark, blocking even sword energy. Additionally, muscle and bone density increases, helping to boost arm strength. The old man was truly looking forward to this. How would he handle it now? Tang Clan young Master Yanming wasn't afraid of a thing. His body movements were so fluid they seemed to flicker in and out of existence. He turned on his phantom skill, giving the old man another chance to be enlightened. What was that just now? Even I couldn't see him for a split second. Could he have mastered his movement technique to the peak? In an instant, his hand clamped onto one guy's head, and naturally, he bled to death on the spot. How could anyone survive in his hands? He even threw the guy aside with a sneer. "Turns out you aren't as invulnerable to blades and spears as you thought." Another guy rushed forward in a blind rage. "Ah, how dare you hurt my senior brother?" This fool was walking right into his own death. The protagonist took care of him with just one hand. He still had the nerve to tease his enemy. "Let me see if that tongue of yours has been trained yet." With that, he poked a finger straight into the guy's mouth. "Oh, so it hasn't been trained yet? Huh? That would have sent you to the afterlife." No sooner had he killed one than another rushed in. This time it was Ye Jiangqing's turn, but in his eyes, all three of these guys were just the same. He finished one off with a single palm strike. This guy, however, was a bit tougher. He had planned it out. "I use my internal energy specifically to break your bones." Yanming's hand clamped tightly around his throat, while the other guy also moved faster than the others, grabbing the protagonist's arm. "Your body really is quite sturdy, but aside from that, you have no other strengths? So this is what you relied on to provoke me? Just the advantage of having a hard shell. It seems you have no other tricks to show me. So, can I kill you now?" With every word, he tightened his grip. Suddenly, he let out a sinister laugh. "Heh, you think I only know how to harden my body?" Tang Yanming firmly lifted him high into the air. "I've been waiting for you to grab me." It was unclear what trick he had up his sleeve, but his entire body was radiating intense killing intent. "Now, I'll show you the true secret technique of the withered wood body art." This was the move his master had passed down to him. "Next, I'll teach you the real essence of the withered wood body art, but you must never pass it on." The master of the Super Wind sect, Yi Jiangqing, had warned him back then, "Only use this when you truly intend to kill your opponent." His face turned red as a monkey's bottom, insisting that this was the moment. Thinking he had already successfully drained some power with the withered wood body art, he laughed triumphantly and shouted, "I will drain every bit of your internal energy. Turn into a hollow husk and die, young master of the Tang Clan." The young master's eyes glowed. He smiled without a hint of fear, and calmly gave him one warning. "I advise you not to do anything foolish." In his youth, Ye Yintian traveled across the 4 seas in search of his own worth. That was when he met a lama in Tibet. The lama, seeing his potential, taught him a martial art called the withered wood body art. Since the true technique had been lost, it was only used as a form of external conditioning. But for someone like Ye Yintian, who specialized in catching blades with bare hands, it was the perfect style. However, Ye Yintian, always searching for the true technique, later joined the Black Evil Alliance and met Liu Jiejun. Meeting Liu Jiejun was exactly what he needed. After some research, he figured it out. "You want to use the lost technique of the withered wood body art? A small matter. The essence of every martial art is hidden within its name. This martial art isn't named that because it makes your appearance look like a withered tree. It's because while your skin becomes withered, your internal energy takes root in your dantian, turning your body into a barren wasteland. So, just like plants absorbing water in wetlands, it can activate a draining technique, absorbing the opponent's internal energy." Thinking he had the upper hand, he decided to use his trump card. He shouted at Tang Yanming, "I'm going to drain you dry." Very quickly, he realized something was terribly wrong. He looked at the young master, who remained as calm as ever, completely unaffected. Why hasn't he reacted yet? On the contrary, it was he who felt the sensation of being drained to the bone for the first time. What is happening? Why is my arm? His eyes widened, locking onto him. You, what on earth have you done? I told you, but you didn't listen. The young master smirked with disdain. Before the major righteous and demonic factions were clearly defined, there were three figures known as the most ruthless enemies in the martial world. The three fiends of energy draining, as their name suggests, used the energy-draining great art to absorb the internal energy of their opponents. They were inseparable, like sworn brothers, using their draining technique on anyone they met. Moreover, two of them were high-level masters, so back then, no one dared to resist. Everyone trembled in fear. Are these rumors true? Are they really them? They go around extorting people. They have no idea they're walking toward their own deaths. In his past life, his master had taken them down single-handedly. I never imagined he could defeat such powerful enemies alone. How did he actually do it? The old man with the shaved head glanced at them and replied, I just happened to take them out while I was practicing a new sword move. It was nothing special. Of course, that was before the sword demon appeared. His master said, one guy tried to absorb my internal energy, but he died because he couldn't handle the sheer force of my chi. Thinking back, he understood now. The destructive nature of his domineering chi was too much for a normal martial artist to handle. Even though I haven't fully mastered this violent chi yet, it doesn't matter. It's more than enough to kill him. Tang Yanming's voice was cold and sarcastic. I warned you not to do something stupid. Did your family not teach you not to eat random things? My internal energy is like lethal poison. My arm is tired of holding this. Hurry up and die. With that, he activated his skill, the scorching poison fire. Flames erupted, burning the disciple of the Clear River sect like a dry branch. The crowd below watched in shock, unable to utter a single word. Tang Mingri was growing curious and anxious. If this continued, it would cause a huge loss to the alliance. Let's stop this right now. Thinking it over, he turned to the woman and said, Sect leader Lu, the tournament ends here. But as he turned, he saw Lu Xuelian tightly gripping the throat of his niece, threatening him. What are you talking about, sir? Of course it must continue, until the young master of the Tang clan is dead. It was an outright challenge. Tang Mingri couldn't believe it, glaring at her. Sect leader Lu, what do you think you're doing? The strength of that Tang clan young master is beyond my expectations. The woman finally revealed her true plan, cutting him off bluntly, so please, sir, kill him yourself. The young master was just letting out a sigh. If things were only at this level, there was no need to kill everyone when a loud shout echoed across the arena. He looked toward them. What's going on? Why is the atmosphere over there suddenly like that? Tang Mingri was still shouting, How dare you take Yangshi hostage? What grudge could Amir Jr. have against her? But what she said made the old man freeze in realization. A junior? You people don't care at all about the death of sect leader Mo, do you? The woman was determined to make this a scene. But to me, that is the most important thing. No matter what happens, I must avenge him, even if I have to repay kindness with hatred. Hearing this, there was nothing more to say. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. Is that why you volunteered to organize the Sichuan branch? The woman's eyes flared red with rage. You know about my lotus art, don't you? If I want to. A weak child like Lady Yangtze, as she spoke, she actually began to exert force on the young girl. Mi Li and Zhu Jiying looked at each other, bewildered. Why are they having internal conflicts now? I have no idea. Tang Mingri was furious, but he dared not act rashly because of his niece. Lu Xuelian, how dare you commit such an act of treason? Do you think I can't kill you from afar? At the end of his sentence, his killing intent erupted violently. The woman was terrified. You have reached the supreme realm, so of course I know you can do it. But, desperate to win, she still used the girl as a shield. But I'm afraid that in your anger, you might slip and ruin the young lady's face. The little girl cried out in fear. The uncle was helpless. He couldn't make a move and could only curse in frustration. You truly are despicable. Fine, I'll consider this my loss. He drew his sword, and before leaving, he didn't forget to issue a warning. Just you wait. After I finish him, you're next. She had completely lost her mind over love. Ha, as long as you can kill that cunning young master, I'd gladly die by your hand. The onlookers were in a total uproar. What on earth? Is Tang Mingri going to make his move personally? The two stood facing each other, glaring daggers. Tang Yanming didn't think it would come to this, so he spoke to him first. I didn't intend to fight you today. The Kume Sun sect has its own pride, too. I apologize for letting things end up like this. I know this is shameless, but I have no other choice. He looked at Yangtze, who was still being tightly held by her. That child is more important to me than my own life, so I hope you can understand my decision. After saying that, he immediately drew his great blade and pointed it straight at him. In that case, I'll finish this quickly. He activated his skill and tried to act righteous, saying, "Let me send you off without any pain." Suddenly, music echoed across the arena. He was immediately on guard using music at a time like this. Moreover, this was Tang Mingri also noticed something unusual and quickly turned around, shouting, "Lu Shuelian, what do you think you're doing? You dare to use sound-based martial arts? Do you want all the innocent heirs here to suffer from chi deviation?" She covered her ears, sneering wickedly. "Is that really so important? I'm helping you. It won't affect Zishu Yangshi, don't you worry." The old man turned red with rage. But what could he do? "How much more face do you intend to make me lose? I don't need this kind of dark art. Tell them to stop it immediately." She was stubborn and wouldn't listen. "If I intended to stop, I never would have started in the first place. Get a hold of yourself. He needs to feel the fear of death, just like Mo Renhao." Over there, Tang Weili and Zhu Yingying were also affected. Her eyes widened, acting as if victory was already hers. "This is fair, isn't it? Fine. Just hurry up and finish off that damned young master of the Tang clan." Yanming, standing to the side, found it annoying. Too noisy. "I need to turn the volume down a bit." He pulled out sharp, circular rings and used the whirling breeze technique. Whoosh! A flurry of throwing stars flew out. "So much for your music. If you won't die, then nobody here is worth dying." The projectiles streaked by like lightning, but completely missed her. Too fast, too dangerous to be able to do this from such a distance. The entire arena fell silent. Only then did he look toward Tang Mingri. "My apologies for the rudeness earlier. Since the noise has been cleared away, please continue. If you want to attack, I'll be waiting." The musicians were all wiped out, and the old man couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Was that a technique of the Tang clan? It truly fits their specialty of area of effect damage. The power is immense, and his internal energy is strong enough to easily execute such a technique. One can see that once he matures, he will reach a realm even higher than mine. He reluctantly drew his sword. Could it be that I have to personally crush such a talented young successor? What a pity. Humph. The old man's eyes flashed with intensity and he froze. "What are you doing?" "Is that?" Only now did he notice a gleaming sword in his hand. "You intend to challenge me with a sword?" He didn't understand what was going on. Does this guy still not realize the situation? Right now, even using his main skill, he's not guaranteed to survive. Yanming still respected him, remaining humble. "In any case, my throwing weapon skills are nothing compared to yours. So, I'd like to ask you for some guidance in swordsmanship." The old man laughed. "You, haha, you really are absurdly bold." His eyes widened and his mouth hung open in amusement. "But I like your spirit. I'll let you take the first move. Come on." He couldn't help but smile, and the white snake immediately realized it. "Are you planning to release your internal energy seals?" Tang Yanming nodded confidently. "That's right. After all, my opponent is a transformation realm master." He pointed at the old man and declared, "I will go all out." Only then did Tang Mingri feel his massive, overwhelming spiritual energy. It's too late. A terrifying aura covered the entire space. Lu Shuelian's jaw dropped. How is this possible? Everyone was terrified, grinding their teeth. Is that a human? A human being? Can someone actually possess such internal cultivation techniques? This is what they call the non-human realm. Tang Mingri couldn't laugh anymore. The more he thought, the less he could believe it. The terrifying truth is that I didn't even realize he was hiding such profound internal energy. His realm has already far surpassed mine. He made no effort to hide his strength and just smiled. "I look forward to your guidance." The old man stood there, stunned. He is so young. How could he have reached such a high realm? This feeling of oppression, it's like facing the sect leader. Seeing him unresponsive, he had to call out to him. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd let me attack first?" From the moment he saw his true power, he immediately changed his mind and shifted into a battle stance. "That's true, but I didn't know you were hiding your strength. If I hold back now, Yangshi, who is more precious to me than my own life, will die. If we fight with full strength, one of us will surely die. I cannot just sit by and wait for death. My apologies." He remembered that in a battle of attrition, he had no chance of winning. He had to finish this quickly. He used the technique the sect leader had taught him. Back then, he had been amazed, wondering, is this truly the transformation realm? Even the way the chi integrates into the body is completely different. Liu Jiejun walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "You have finally broken through your limitations and entered the transformation realm. Congratulations. Come to think of it, when you opened your meridians, you achieved rejuvenation, but that scar on your face is still there, isn't it?" Tang Mingri laughed and stroked the scar. "My talent was poor. I am already incredibly grateful for this achievement. Besides, this scar makes me look more masculine, doesn't it?" The other man laughed heartily. "I still remember how you used to look thin and sickly, yet you always try to act tough to scare people." He felt shy and shouted in protest. That was years ago. Ha ha, I thought you came to congratulate me, but you were here to mock me instead. Liu Jijun laughed. How could that be? You have been reborn, brother. I came to guide you into a new realm. The phantom sword technique you are using has its limits. He clenched his hand, tempting him. Now that you have been reborn and possess a powerful body and skills, I will teach you the hardened sword technique. Now, he was going to use the very technique he had been taught, using softness to overcome hardness. True strength comes from suppleness. This was a sword technique that mastered the logic of softness, awakened through the phantom sword to transform into the hardened sword. Yanming watched him intently, waiting to see what else he had up his sleeve. He looks all tough on the outside, but he's actually terrified. I haven't learned this for long, and the sword manual isn't complete, but we must decide the victor in a single strike. I didn't expect him to recognize my movements after seeing them just once. Since we were exchanging strikes, I actually thought he would use some complex sword illusions. I never imagined he would use this half-baked hard sword technique. The old man panicked even more. What? How do you know the hard sword technique? He finally noticed an eerie, brilliant light glowing from the sword in my hand. His eyes widened until they nearly tore the corners. He froze in place, completely dumbstruck. It was way beyond the level of being a master. This was impossible. Even I haven't mastered the sword technique to achieve perfection with the hard sword, yet he can execute it in its perfect state. Since ancient times, sword styles are born only after mastering one of the ultimate principles: heaviness, breaking, swiftness, scattering, illusion, or severing. But a style that treats the hard essence as its ultimate goal is incredibly rare. Because with a mortal body, you can't even withstand the sword intent you're channeling. Those were the things my master taught me in my past life. Although there is a way to use softness to generate hardness, that is only for the common folk. If your body is weak, your training will be full of suffering. However, the inherent power you learned is hardness itself, so after being weakened to the absolute limit, you will achieve ultimate strength. I had calculated everything. My current body isn't like my past one, but I still retain the memories of how to execute the hard sword technique. So, I made a deal with my opponent beforehand. It's been a while since I've used this. I might not control the power well. I hope you can endure it. The whole crowd held their breath, no one daring to move. On the arena floor, the two of them lunged at each other with immense, overwhelming power. At first, they were evenly matched, barely holding their ground. But when the two swords clashed, the entire space erupted in light. The scene shifts to a large building in the distance, where voices could be heard. A powerful aura surged from the direction of the Heartfire gang. It seems like the Sichuan branch is having quite an exciting time, right? The bald old man seemed delighted. I heard that the Sixth Venerable Sword Exchange is also watching. That must be his aura. He probably got excited and released his power, trying to use this to encourage the younger generation, don't you think? The person standing next to him felt that if that were the case, it might be a bit excessive. Being this far away and still able to feel the air pressure, well, it's probably nothing. Let's keep drinking. The Sichuan branch event is supposed to last for 10 days and 10 nights anyway. Just then, someone shouted, "Wait, everyone, put your wine glasses down." The whole room full of people froze. The thin, dry guy noticed that this aura was spiking rapidly. It was true. The power on the arena side was erupting violently, shooting straight into the sky. Even from this building, they could feel the pressure. They were nearly blown away by that gale. In a small village in the forest, a man wearing a straw hat was sitting back, drinking wine comfortably. Suddenly, he was startled and looked behind him. It was Liu Jiatan. He said, bewildered, "Big brother." On the arena side, his big brother really was in trouble. After fighting him for a while, he was coughing up blood. The sword in his hand shattered, and his chest was slashed, black with blood. He staggered, unable to stand steady anymore, but he still managed to choke out. "We must protect Yangshi." The woman, Lu Shuelian, was left speechless, her jaw practically hitting the floor. The whole crowd was terrified. What on earth is happening? Master Tang Mingri, a great hero, was actually killed. The two guys from the restaurant earlier arrived, too. What is going on here? Master. Master, she screamed. Who did this? The woman immediately shrieked. The young master of the Tang clan killed Master Chang. The crowd was even more confused. The Tang clan? Is that the one rumored to have wiped out the Ink Sword sect and the Heaven-Shaking gang? He looks like just a teenager, yet he defeated the Sixth Venerable Sword Exchange. The woman dared to twist the truth, claiming, he murdered the master while he was protecting Lady Yangshi. If you don't avenge Master Chang and let the lady fall into danger, the alliance leader will be furious. Her eyes widened, bloodshot, as she ordered, "Go and kill that damned young master." Immediately, everyone present knew that even if it seemed strange, if what she said was true, they could lose their lives. The mob relied on their numbers to bully the weak. But if he could defeat the master, his martial arts were definitely no joke. We have to rush him together. Tang Weili and Zhu Jiyingying were left speechless. How many people are there? Even with enemies as numerous as ants, Tang Yanming didn't change his expression, he just drew his sword. He clicked his tongue. If your lackeys hadn't played dirty, I wouldn't have gone this far. What a pity. Even though your last move wasn't bad, the gap in our training of hard chi has already decided the winner. Still, the way you didn't let go of your sword until the very end, you truly have the spirit of a swordsman. Even though we are enemies, to show respect to an excellent swordsman. They had really made him angry now. He sheathed his sword, picked up Tang Mingri's, and fought with that. I've decided I'll find a few more people to send you on your way. The crowd grew even more enraged at the sight. He took Master Chang's sword. Attack him. He calmly tossed that sword into the air and used a single break move. Instantly, the sword shattered into thousands of fragments, blocking the charging mob, leaving them all wounded. What is this? Shards of a sword. Such a petty trick. Do you think you can defeat over 2,000 of us with that little skill? When it came to confidence, no one could beat him. I'll talk after I've done it. That was enough. The old bastard was still being arrogant. They're just shards. Everyone, don't be afraid. Before his head fell off, thousands of sword fragments swirled into a vortex around Tang Yanming's body. Someone screamed in terror. Stop. Stop. That's definitely the Tang clan's ultimate technique, the myriad heavenly flower rain. The thin guy couldn't believe it. Isn't that technique lost to time? How is that possible? The snake appeared and flatly mocked them. To mistake such a trivial move for the myriad heavenly flower rain, what narrow knowledge. None of them had ever witnessed it firsthand. Tang Weili and Zhu Jiyingying stood outside, carefully observing, but as Tang clan members, they would still be targeted. He reminded the two girls, I will stop them from getting near you, but some are bound to slip through. Can you handle a few on your own? Tang Weili, bloodthirsty, drew her sword immediately. Fine. I won't be a freeloading guard. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Don't mind us. Just fight with all you've got. Tang Yanming nodded sharply. Good. Even if you hadn't said that, I was planning on it anyway. The sword shard vortex intensified as he activated his iron scale movement skill. Next was the Shadow Wraith body. Wherever he went, bodies piled up. They even screamed, I can't even touch him. It was too fast. The old men who had been bragging earlier were all sent to the afterlife. It was too late for them to realize the truth. They couldn't fight him at all. When they couldn't touch him, he turned his sights toward the two girls. They've got martial sect members over there too. Everyone, get over here. If you can't handle that monster, then at least kill these two girls as an offering to the Alliance. Tang Weili remembered that moment, pointing at herself in surprise. You're going to help me treat my extreme meridian condition? You have the extreme meridian condition. Tang Yanming had spotted it immediately. Yes, there are 3 strands of cold energy in your meridians. The girl immediately grabbed her clothes and turned away. I have to do the same thing as my sister? Ming was speechless. You don't need to take your clothes off. If you refuse treatment, that's fine by me. It's a bit inconvenient, but at least it's not life-threatening. Ming almost had a nosebleed thinking about Tang Weili. Damn it, he couldn't help but imagine that scene. He quickly added, no, it's not just because of that. The real reason he wanted to help her was that even without knowing she had the extreme meridian condition, she had still developed enough strength to rival the Phoenix Guard. This proved she had a natural talent for martial arts. If she could clear her condition and unblock her meridians, her true power would be absolutely terrifying. Right now, she was holding off a whole crowd of people by herself. Her current strength was already on par with the clan elders. Those guys quickly realized she wasn't someone to mess with. They were so strong. Where exactly did these people come from? The woman, Zhu Jiying, stared at Tang Weili, her eyes wide with shock. I doubted her abilities before because she acted so clueless. Who would have thought she'd be even stronger than the successors of ordinary sects? While the woman was dazed, Tang Weili turned back to remind her, keep a close eye on our backs. Protecting other people is exhausting, you know. Zhu Jiying, who had only ever cared about her appearance, was now trembling and tearing up. She deeply regretted not training harder. Now, she was useless and could only stand helplessly in the back. That skinny guy was still out there shouting, we have to break through his wind pressure. No matter how high his cultivation is, his internal energy has its limits. Even if we get hurt, we must surround him together. Those idiots were practically throwing their lives away. Ming found it truly baffling. Weren't they afraid of being torn apart? Suddenly, they noticed the wind pressure fading, and they surged forward again. Great. His wind pressure is getting weaker. These people had no regard for their own lives. It was bizarre. Even to repay a debt of gratitude, surely it didn't require throwing their lives away like this? What exactly did the Alliance leader mean to them? Forget it. This wasn't the time to think. He just killed them all and figure it out later. Time for another round. Wipe them out. This time, his strikes weren't as overwhelming as a storm, but they were incredibly sharp. Every swing of his sword sent a pile of men to their graves. The place became a river of blood, and the metallic stench filled the air. The culprit, Lu Shualian, could only stand and stare, unable to believe it. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down 1,000 soldiers. It turned out that his victory over the Transformation Realm Master earlier wasn't just blind luck. Before him, mere numbers meant nothing. She immediately screamed, "Everyone, stop. No matter how many of you go, you won't be able to handle him. You should all retreat and save your lives." She shoved the little girl aside forcefully. "Forgive me, young miss. I will definitely atone for today's events." She looked at him. "Young master of the Tang family, our little game ends here. Even if thousands of people can't defeat you," tears streamed down her face. "To kill you, I have no choice but to borrow the Alliance leader's strength. Even though I never wanted to use that method just to survive and watch you die," her eyes burned with hatred as she gritted her teeth. "But I have no other choice now." Ming was confused. What was she talking about? Just then, flames erupted as she used the Crimson Lotus technique. Yanxi was instantly engulfed in fire, screaming in agony. Everyone else stood there with their jaws dropped. In the woman's twisted logic, if Yanxi died here, no one present would be able to leave alive. She went insane, laughing and crying while staring fixedly at Ming. "Even though I'll be the first to die, it doesn't matter. I'll wait for you on the path to the afterlife." People around them were stunned, unable to stop her. The flames roared, about to consume the child completely. What is she doing? Isn't she afraid of the consequences? Lu Suelian had nothing left to lose now. Tears blurred her vision. Consequences? As long as I can avenge Master Mo Ren, I'd do even dirtier things. I only regret that I was too weak to do more. She pulled a dagger from her sleeve. "Even though I regret not being able to see the Tang family young master die with my own eyes, I believe the Alliance leader will avenge me." As she spoke, she pressed the blade to her own throat, but before 3 seconds passed, slash. Her hand holding the knife was severed instantly. "If you want to die, you have to ask Tang Yanming for permission first." Her eyes widened in terror. After cutting off her hand, he arrived in an instant. He took a deep breath and, without a word, reached out to save the child first. The child was scorched black, sobbing in pain. Tang Yanming said nothing, his hand clenched, and the flames were extinguished in a split second. Tang Yanming despised this woman. "Let me tell you, your actions didn't just harm an innocent. They tarnished the sacrifice and honor of the opponent who fought me. Even if he was a life-or-death enemy, he deserved my respect. Yet you trampled on his dignity. Therefore, I advise you to prepare yourself for a miserable death." He hadn't expected it to come to this, so he had to think of a plan. Even so, he decided the Alliance leader should be the one to deal with her. He couldn't let the situation get any worse. The woman lay on the ground, laughing maliciously, mocking him. "Do you think doing this will make the Alliance leader forgive you?" "No, absolutely not. No matter what tricks you play, it's useless. Tang family, young master, head today, the Alliance leader will definitely execute you." Ming was furious, veins popping on his face. He wanted to devour her alive. "Looks like I'll have to tear that mouth of yours shut first." Just then, an immense, overwhelming wave of power descended from the sky, and the silhouette of a man appeared. Tang Yanming and Tang Weili's group turned to look. The others watched with wide, terrified eyes. Lu Shuilian laughed hysterically with delight. "You finally arrived, Alliance leader." Liu Jiatin had appeared. The two men stared at each other. Liu Jiatin's gaze first fell on Ming, who stood dead in his tracks, then shifted to the scorched, smoking Yan Sai. He looked closely, realizing who the person lying there was. Upon seeing the girl's condition, Liu Jiatin's face turned dark as coal, and his eyes glowed red like blood. Tang Yanming stood to the side, silently observing. So, he was the Alliance leader of the Black Evil Alliance. It turned out his subordinates had fought to the death, not just to repay a debt of gratitude. Liu Jishin's face turned as dark as a pot, his eyes burning red like blood. Tang Yanming stood to the side, quietly observing. He was the leader of the Black Evil Alliance. So, his subordinates were fighting for their lives not just to repay a debt, but because facing that kind of wrath is far worse than dying in battle. Everyone present bowed their heads low, not daring to make a sound. Liu Yifei felt a chill run through her entire body. The dagger in her hand clattered to the ground as she trembled. "What on earth is that? Is he even human?" Tang An quickly gripped his sword, ready to charge. With Liu Yifei and Zhu Jingying's current level, they couldn't possibly withstand such immense pressure. If a fight broke out, he would have to hold his own, and he had to keep a close eye on that man. He thought he'd fly into a rage and beat him to a pulp, but the man just brushed right past him, not even sparing him a glance. Tang An was completely baffled. When did he even walk by? More importantly, he just ignored him entirely. The little girl, Dian Hai, was still alive, breathing in ragged, difficult gasps. Liu Xijin's face was dark as a storm cloud, his expression unreadable. That woman, Lu Suelian, was still screeching. Lord League Leader, it's him. The young master of the Tang Clan is the one who killed the sect members and injured the daughter of the Tang Clan like this. Can't you hear their cries of resentment? Please, hurry and eliminate the young master of the Tang Clan. But contrary to her expectations, the man did nothing. He simply took off his cloak and draped it over the teary-eyed girl. He picked her up without saying a word, ignoring the woman's yelling. Lord League Leader, what are you doing? Hurry up and fight. Your enemy is right in front of you. Where are you going? Lord League Leader. Liu Sijun stopped only to say one word to her, meaningless. The woman was driven to madness. Everything she had done was just waiting to see him kill Tang Yanming, and now that things weren't going her way, she screamed in frustration. How is it meaningless? A debt of blood must be repaid. Where are you going? League Leader, come back and kill him. While she was still screaming, her head was slammed into the ground with such force that she began foaming at the mouth. The person who did it was, of course, Tang An. Stop yapping. My patience has its limits. Tang An was beyond annoyed with her. He glared at her, warning. Before I rip your tongue out, you better keep your mouth shut. Tang An looked around at the sea of corpses. Things had become much more serious than he had anticipated. His original plan was to wipe out the juniors at the Sichuan branch to grab their attention, thereby helping the sect leaders currently campaigning against the demon cult to stop the Black Evil League's northward advance, under the guise of a life-or-death duel. It might have worked, but the death of the League leader's daughter changed everything. This had moved beyond a simple martial arts duel and into a personal vendetta. He tied up Lu Zuelian when he suddenly heard the two girls ask, "Where are you going?" Both girls were trembling, tears in their eyes. You aren't planning to go after that League leader, are you? Tang Yanming had already figured it out. He took the woman with him. That's right. If I just go back like this, it might bring disaster upon the Tang clan. I need to settle this once and for all. You all should head back and wait for me. Liu Yifei didn't dare look at him. Offering her life, she shouted, "Don't go." You must have felt it too. That Black Evil League leader didn't. He already defeated the Great Void Master. Liu Sijun's departure is the best sign, but I can't just let this slide. I'm not going there to fight. If the League leader still has his reason, he won't strike someone who wants to talk properly. You're still arguing. But, what if a fight really starts? Tang An opened his hand and clenched it into a fist. What else could he do? I am the young master of the Tang clan. If he dares to come for the Tang clan, I have to risk my life to protect it. This time, it's all or nothing. Scene changed to Liu Sijun's quarters. The physician, pale as a sheet, bowed his head low, trembling as he stammered. I am deeply sorry, Lord League Leader. We have done everything in our power to save the young lady, but the internal fire damage has gone too deep. Furthermore, the young lady's pulse was already very weak. So, though I hate to say it, I must inform you that the young lady has passed away. In his mind, images of the two of them laughing and talking kept flashing by. Dian, hi, big brother Minnat. Old man. The girl's father had told him before he died, Sijun, after I'm gone, the Black Evil sect will have to be left to you. And my Dian Hai, I hope you can take care of her like a father. I'm counting on you. He clutched his face, overwhelmed by grief. From that moment on, something inside his heart seemed to shatter. Back then, to overcome the pain of loss, he chose to become stronger, because he thought that once he was strong enough, he would never have to lose the people he cherished again. So, he led his sworn brothers into the transformation realm, recruiting those obsessed with martial arts to increase their power, but it all turned out to be meaningless. In the end, right where he couldn't see, something like this had happened. The person he wanted to spend his whole life protecting, he failed. Diane, hi, right before you found your lost straw doll, you cried all day because it was broken. Only now do I truly understand how you felt. The sheer grief of losing you is enough to break my heart. Knowing I was unaware while you suffered only adds to my rage and shame. But what is the point of regrets after the loss? Those, too, are just meaningless emotions. As the pain overwhelmed his mind, his hands began to change. What matters is that this mistake is never repeated again. That's right. I will eliminate everyone. He said, I will eliminate everyone who could possibly harm those beside me. Half of his body was no longer human. At this moment, Tang Yanming was still dragging that woman toward this location. As they were walking, the white snake suddenly poked its head out and asked, Hey kid, do you believe dragons actually exist? Tang An didn't quite understand what it meant. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Aren't dragons just legendary creatures? I don't believe in that nonsense. People usually just use that title for talented juniors. But the snake seemed very serious. I'm not talking about human titles. I'm talking about the true dragon species. Tang An realized something immediately. What are you trying to say? The snake finally told him that the Black Evil League leader wasn't human, but a being known as a dragon. Tang Yanming wasn't easily convinced. He furrowed his brows, not understanding at all. When dragons are born, they don't take the form of a dragon. They gather the essence of heaven and earth and are born in the form of a child called a human dragon. They live a human life before eventually being reborn as a dragon. Usually, after reaching maturity, dragons begin a hibernation period that lasts for hundreds of years, but occasionally, some wake up and cause chaos. Their power is enough to easily destroy an entire nation. If what it said was true, he had to ask carefully. So, what proof do you have that the League leader is a dragon? If it's just because of his overwhelming aura, isn't that just groundless speculation? The snake dared to curse at him. You idiot. Are you really going to deny the existence of dragons in front of a demon? Do you still remember who I serve as a Shikigami? Why do you think the shadowless traveler kept me around? It's because humans possess a certain aura that is completely different, making it impossible for them to identify dragons. On the other hand, as a spirit beast like me, I can sense their aura. That's why the shadowless traveler chose me as his Shikigami. We traveled all over the place hunting down evil dragons that plague the world. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Our ancestors actually hunted dragons. It sounds harder to believe the more I hear it. But then again, this is coming from a spirit beast that has lived for thousands of years, so it feels somewhat credible. Still, more than the identity of that guy, I'm curious about our ancestor. Just how powerful was his martial arts that he could hunt down dragons? If I could execute the sword, techniques of my past life in full, would I be able to handle a dragon? So, does that mean every dragon must be destroyed? The snake shook its head immediately. Of course not. In this world, there aren't just evil dragons that harm people. There are also rare, virtuous dragons known as azure dragons. I heard that protecting against evil dragons was originally the azure dragon's duty, but back then, the shadowless traveler didn't understand dragons. He mistook the azure dragon for a threat and hunted it down. Later, when the righteous practitioners joined forces with the azure dragon to eradicate the evil ones, they came into conflict with the shadowless traveler. That was when he realized he had killed the wrong one. He decided to take over the azure dragon's duty to hunt evil dragons. The more we talk, the more interesting information comes out. So that's how he came to know those practitioners. The snake hissed with a sigh. That block-headed brute. He hadn't even subjugated me back then. Oh, I mean, he didn't even have me as his Shikigami to help him yet. So, you're still far from his level. Tang Yanming stared at the snake, which was currently looking quite smug. It looks like it's showing off. Suddenly, the snake put on a serious face. In any case, that's not the main point. Like I just said, dragons aren't born knowing they are dragons. They just live like humans, coexisting with those around them and developing bonds. Like that, their personality is formed during the process of living together. If they are influenced positively, they become virtuous dragons like the azure dragon. But if their personality is consumed by negative emotions, they turn into evil dragons. I'm starting to get it now, turning into an evil dragon because of negative emotions. What do you mean? Liu Katuo, who was acting insane just a moment ago, glared fiercely. The snake nodded sharply. That's right. That dragon is the leader of the Black Evil Alliance. In just one night, he lost his sworn brother and his own daughter. So he's about to awaken into an evil dragon. Just as the snake predicted, inside the building, the awakening had begun. A subordinate reported, Alliance leader. The young master of the Tang Clan is asking for an audience. He said he came to clear up a misunderstanding. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Katuo smashed his chair and yelled for him to get in. As soon as he saw him, he said, "You came to clear up a misunderstanding, right? Then tell me. Honestly, you seem desperate enough to have walked right into your own death." Tang Yanming looked him over. The snake muttered, "Is that right?" Looking at the Alliance leader, he's really not human. Is he? Is he a dragon? I began to speak. First, I would like to express my regret regarding what happened at the Chuyuan branch. The leader of the Heartfire sect used your adopted daughter to threaten the 9 illusion dragon's sword, forcing him into a deathmatch with me. As soon as he said that, Liu Katuo waved his hand, and the ropes binding her snapped. She was coughing up blood and terrified, desperately shouting, "No, my lord." His gaze flickered coldly over her. "You seem remarkably calm, don't you? Sect leader." She's still yelling and running her mouth. "Please, Alliance leader, let me explain." But before she could finish, her voice was cut short. "Ah, never mind." It turns out he knew everything already. "Are you afraid of what I might do?" Dinanhai must have been too scared to even speak before she died, right? He used the very same Crimson Lotus Flame technique she had used earlier to incinerate her. He knew the whole truth from the start. "Did you really think I wouldn't see the traces of the Lotus Flame technique left on D and Hai? You must have used D and Hai to threaten and manipulate Brother Min Nat just to get revenge for that kid from the Mo family. I won't let you die quickly. I want you to suffer double the pain D and Hai endured before you die." I stood by and watched him handle it. Did he grasp the whole situation just by looking? Maybe he's a reasonable person after all, but how the hell did he know everything? He still wanted to deal with me. You're next, young master of the Tang Clan. Do you know why I kept the Tang Clan around all this time, he said as he walked down. Don't be fooled by Dian Hai's healthy appearance. In reality, she suffered from an incurable disease and couldn't practice martial arts. Even just studying inner strength would make her vomit blood. Every medicinal herb and famous doctor brought from all over the place was helpless. That's why I placed my hopes in the Tang Clan's poisons, wanting to use the method of curing poison with poison. But Dian Hai, the one who needed saving, is gone. So there's no need to keep the Tang Clan around anymore. I didn't expect him to wage war for this reason. I calmly tried to persuade him. Even if you know the truth, you still won't relent? If you do this, how are you any different from falling for the schemes of the Heartfire sect leader? Liu Kechua sneered, are you trying to say I'm being manipulated by her? Kid, you brought the Heartfire sect leader here, wasn't that to prevent me from taking my anger out on you? And now you're just trying to use words to escape your crimes? That's ridiculous. Is this guy having a mental breakdown? Whatever is true, but I wouldn't bother with those petty tricks. He already made up his mind. Regardless of the process, the deaths of those I hold dear are linked to the righteous path. There was someone before, and today, 2 more have died. I absolutely will not let this slide. That includes you. Only by annihilating everyone involved in this will I be able to quench my anger. What follows has nothing to do with the Black Evil Alliance's discipline. It's just my personal revenge, and the Tang Clan will be the first. His eyes turned blood red, his killing intent and draconic power surging into the sky. I thought dealing with that woman would be enough, but in the end, I have to fight after all? Well, if that's how it is, I'll just draw my sword. He even challenged me. I advise you to make this quick. After all, the entire force of the Black Evil Alliance, including the 6 venerables of the evil path, has already marched toward the Tang Clan. Once I finish dealing with you, I'll use my movement techniques to catch up. I didn't expect this at all. If he touches the Tang Clan, I can't let him be. We clashed fiercely. Tang Yanming fought while worrying about home. If what he said is true, the main house is in danger. I have to finish him off quickly and head back. He even started counting old debts. My older brother died at the hands of the righteous factions because he was part of the evil path. After that, the Than Than, Diem Thuong, and Ngami sects, all those righteous groups that cheered at his death, have all been wiped out by me. So this time, it's just the Tang Clan's turn. But I won't stop with the Tang Clan. I will wipe out every martial arts faction in the Central Plains and root out this menace for good. So, from this moment on, the whole world will suffer my wrath. Back at the Tang estate, Tang Jihui was sitting calmly, sipping tea. That boy, Tang Yanming, I hope things are going smoothly over there. Just then, a servant burst through the door, shouting frantically, Master, Master, it's a disaster. Turning around, he saw the martial artist panting heavily, unable to catch his breath. He managed to scream, We're under attack. A large force of the Black Evil Alliance has stormed into the estate. Tang Jihui stood there, stunned. Her first thought was of her precious boy, Tang Yanming. At that moment, he was locked in an intense battle with Liu Jiejun. The two traded blows relentlessly. Tang Yanming was truly rattled. Even witnessing it himself, it was hard to believe. He had unleashed his full power with his sword, using every lethal technique he had, yet they were evenly matched. Neither was giving an inch. The great building was crumbling into pieces. After a while, Liu Jiejun realized, You truly deserve the reputation of someone who could defeat Min Nat. Your skills are even stronger than the sword arts I taught him. Moreover, you possess the physical strength and internal energy to unleash such rapid-fire combos. Tang Yanming gritted his teeth, forced to think carefully. He had parried every single one of his sword strikes. Even in this situation, he was analyzing and predicting his sword techniques. If that's the case, I have to attack at a speed faster than the eye can see. No sooner thought than done. Each sword strike flashed like lightning, tearing through the air. Finally, he managed to land a hit, drawing blood. But he noticed something. Did I fail to block everything? Still, no matter how I look at it, it's strange. Your moves are perfectly calculated, following the most efficient path to take a life. Tang Yanming was startled. Is he able to grasp my sword path that quickly? He kept attacking as he spoke. You're so young, yet you can unleash such sword techniques. Could it be due to the insight from those eyes of yours? As he finished, Liu Jiejun's dragon-like claws reached right toward his eyes. Tang Yanming barely dodged, thinking, if I lose my sight, it's all over. He managed to save his eyes, but he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and sliding a long distance. The man lunged again, still aiming for his eyes. Tang Yanming hurriedly raised his sword to parry. A blade against bare hands, a golden light exploded. With a loud crash, the ground beneath Tang Yanming shattered into dust. Seeing an opening, he surged forward. Both of them zipped around like arrows, neither willing to yield. Their eyes locked on each other. The place was being torn apart, and they still hadn't decided a winner. The entire massive building collapsed into rubble. Yet, both of them stood there, still brimming with fighting spirit. Liu Jiajun had to widen his eyes to look at him. Incredible. I never thought I'd fight you for this long and still not have a winner. Your level truly deserves the title of Sword Saint. I thought I had mastered martial arts and reached the ceiling of growth, but it seems that isn't the case. He smirked, looking smug. You might just be the perfect stepping stone for me to reach a higher realm. The more he spoke, the more confused Tang Yanming became. It was hard to believe, but the man's talent was genuinely superior. He didn't just perfectly neutralize his fierce attacks. He observed every detail, as if he had just discovered something incredibly fascinating. He was starting to enjoy the battle. Dragging this out is disadvantageous. I have to end this quickly. But if I use poison and the azure-like chi to execute sword techniques, they won't reach their full potential. Looking down, he saw his sword starting to develop cracks. After continuous use of the enhanced sword strikes, the weapon was struggling to hold up. Fortunately, it was a master-grade sword, which is why it lasted this long, but he didn't know how much longer it could hold out. As he looked down at the sword, he suddenly snapped his head up. The man was already right in front of him, grabbing his face and snarling. You're too arrogant. How dare you lose focus in front of me? If he got caught here, he was done for, becoming a punching bag for the man to beat up. Tang Yanming tried his best to hold his ground, coughing up blood, but managed to slash sideways, forcing the man away. He hacked away frantically, but all he cut in two was the man's cloak. This guy was too fast, too dangerous. The man teleported away and mocked him. As expected, I can't beat you with ordinary martial arts. I recently grasped a truly incredible technique. I'm so curious to see how you'll deal with it. As he spoke, he pointed his finger straight at him. Tang Yanming's eyes widened as a beam of light shot toward him. This technique is called the soul-severing divine art. A small, rounded orb of flame appeared on his fingertip, but when it hit the target, it exploded like a bomb. In a flash, Tang Yanming had vanished, his fate uncertain. The man thought he had finished him off. Not even you could withstand the soul-severing divine art? That's fair. After all, this is a martial art, created based on the non-movement technique, hiding a secret logic to amplify qi. Of course, you couldn't endure it, but just as he was speaking, his entire body suddenly stiffened. What is this? The qi I just amplified is disappearing? Ah, Tang Yanming was still alive, feeling no pain at all. He plummeted straight from the sky. Liu Jiajun stood there, frozen with a dumbfounded expression, his smile wiped clean off his face. Tang Yanming returned, stronger than before. He stared in shock as the sword came down. His brain was still struggling to process it. He couldn't think of a way to block, nor could he understand why the previous strike hadn't taken him down. With a thunderous boom, Liu Jiajun sat there, clutching his bloodied shoulder, wondering, what is this? How could your sword technique suddenly have such power? After the strike, he landed safely on the ground and couldn't help but smirk with pride. I'd finally realized how to execute a complete sword strike. Who would have thought I'd reach this enlightenment right on the edge of life and death? He stared straight at the man. You said you wanted to use me as a stepping stone to reach a higher realm? Too bad. That's not going to happen. From start to finish, the man's lackeys had been wreaking havoc, and yet he had the audacity to come to the estate and cause trouble. He made up his mind to kill him, declaring confidently, because today, you're going to die here. Tang Yanming looked at his sword. Even if it was just a fleeting thought, he had succeeded. If the mastery realm allows one to use powerful intent to alter the nature of objects, then naturally, I can alter the nature of my ki. Because, fundamentally, tyrant power causes problems when the body exceeds its limits. If I convert its debilitating characteristics into poison, I don't have to worry about bloodline fatigue anymore. I can finally execute the sword arts of my past life. As he said that, the man was furious, teeth grinding and eyes blazing, snarling, You say I will die. As he finished, he lunged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tang Yanming's eyes widened in surprise. He stomped, shattering the ground. Do you really think someone like you has the right to stand before me and spout such arrogant nonsense about killing me? What? His strength is truly no joke. But our protagonist already knew how to suppress him, so he hauled tail and ran. He had it all calculated. He couldn't easily get close to him. But just as he'd run a few steps, Liu Jiatun suddenly appeared right in front of him. With a crazed frenzy, he swung his massive sword straight down. Our protagonist had to raise his own sword to block it immediately. The force sent them both flying. Before he could even regain his footing, that bastard attacked again, quick as lightning. He was channeling power into his palm, preparing to strike him down directly. He was completely cornered. The protagonist's fate hung by a thread, but he had to try everything. The thing he struck was just his sword. He started mocking him. Do you think having a minor epiphany gives you a chance to win? The end remains the same. He glared menacingly. You will die here. And today, the Tang family will be completely wiped out. But our protagonist wasn't afraid. He just laughed. Liu Jitun's eyes widened as he cursed. You bastard! You still dare to laugh? The protagonist's eyes blazed as he retorted directly to his face. You seem to underestimate my family. The warriors of my clan are not weak. Ever since I became the young master, I have trained them with extreme rigor. He trusted that his people would protect the exit well. Moreover, the most important thing was that it wasn't just the Black Evil Alliance that had master-level experts. His beautiful mother had also reached that level. At that moment, she was shouting fiercely, Everyone, fight with your lives. Hold the line until the young master returns. Let them know that the Tang family will no longer let others trample on us like before. He told him that the one to be destroyed today wasn't the Tang family, but him. With that, he braced himself and shoved him backward. Liu Jitun was caught off guard and stunned. Our protagonist was tougher than a cockroach. Unable to land a hit, he gritted his teeth and cursed. You disgusting, righteous sect hypocrite. What right do you have? Not only did you kill my brother, but because this is a matter of the demonic sect, even though you had the ability to save Yangtze, you remained cold and indifferent. Now, you want to kill me? If you can do it, then go ahead and try. Come on, he said that while slamming a fist right into our protagonist's stomach. That blow was truly powerful. He vomited blood again and nearly blacked out. The white snake hurriedly poked its head out, crying, Kid, wake up. Damn it, kid. There's no other way. It didn't know what else to do besides blowing breath into his mouth. If you die, then I, whose soul is bound to yours, will lose my life too. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist was revived. Just in time, he saw Liu Jiatun descending with a killing blow. The snake was terrified. He didn't even have time to be shocked as he looked at this guy who was like a copycat machine. He had stolen the protagonist's technique. He was even gloating about it. In that sword strike you used to neutralize my divine technique, I sensed a martial art that weakens the opponent. So, that's how it's used. Try blocking this attack now. If the protagonist didn't block this, he'd be meeting his ancestors. On the other side, Tang Jihui was also fighting hard. Even though half of the clan's warriors had gone to support the non-motion sect, they were still holding on well. But, just counting the enemies he sensed with his inner energy, there were already twice as many, and looking straight ahead, there was an even more powerful aura coming from the distance, slaughtering warriors as it approached. That person's cultivation level was at least equal to, if not higher than, his own one of the 6 venerables of the evil path. She was calculating that she had to act before more clan warriors were sacrificed, but she turned around and was startled. Since when? A hulking man holding a large sword was already standing there. He turned to look around. The whole sky was glowing in that direction, visible to both the righteous and demonic sects. She was filled with anxiety and panic. That was clearly the direction of the Black Evil Alliance. Was Yanming fighting over there? But was that truly a sound a human could make while fighting? She could only pray in her heart, you must not let anything happen to yourself. Back at the protagonist's side, it felt as if heaven and earth were being torn apart. Yanming was panting heavily. The move just now was clearly his own sword technique, and its power was even comparable to his own, even though he wasn't human but a dragon. With no resistance to the nature of decay, how could he analyze the sword technique he blocked in the middle of battle and unleash its full power? If he didn't defeat him now, he would turn into an unstoppable monster. He started provoking him again. Confronting a master used to give me excitement and inspiration to create new martial arts. But even if I understand the form of your sword technique and use heart cultivation methods to make it my own, grasping it is completely meaningless. Whether it's to master martial arts or create new ones for someone you love, it's all in vain. In the end, they all die at the hands of those stronger than themselves. Anyway, the rule of the Central Plains these days is big fish eat small fish. So, I won't just stand by and watch your actions anymore. So you won't dare to bully others. I will become the new rule. His body was transforming into a monster more and more, and 2 white horns grew on his head as he declared, I am above all of you. I will rule this world. The 2 sides clashed again, shaking heaven and earth. Our protagonist was pinned to the ground as the monster gripped his sword and pressed down. Tang Yanming hadn't even recovered when he was lifted off his feet and sent flying. Both the monster's eyes and mouth were spewing fire, and he even had a skill to create fireballs in his throat. He struggled to block, unable to believe it. This madman had moved beyond the realm of martial arts. If he had dodged even a split second slower earlier, he surely would have lost his life on the spot. Too dangerous? Damn it. The divine technique he's using has too much power. It distracted me for a moment. I have to counterattack quickly. Our protagonist gritted his teeth until they bled. Trying to think, but looking around, he saw nothing but empty air. Where did he go? The snake raised its head and screamed a warning. He's up there. Yanming looked up and saw him floating, with a black snake appearing in his hand. Although my unique martial art, the black snake palm technique, is a legacy my brother left me when he entrusted Yangtze to me, it isn't actually orthodox. It's not even equal to third-rate martial arts, but that's normal. It was just a martial art for the small fry of the demonic sect who had never encountered true martial arts. The two snakes in his hand flew straight into the sky, he boasted. But I have refined it time and time again, turning it into a martial art worthy of my prestige. The protagonist looked at the black hole hovering in the air. What is that? Can a being that has transcended humanity really create such a thing? He introduced it himself. The true black snake palm is my strongest technique. Prepare to meet your end. The white snake watched the two black snakes coil together and dive down, and it panicked. Kid, even someone like you would be torn to shreds by that technique. You'd better run while you still can. Yanming could not just give up like that. He told the white snake, you just need to replenish my poison energy. Van Jack, the snake, watched as he picked up his sword and stood up, screaming in panic. You lunatic. Do you actually plan on blocking that attack? Yanming didn't have any other choice. If that massive surge of energy struck the ground, it might even shift the Earth's axis and countless innocent lives would be lost. So I have to break it. I have a plan. Just trust me. Transfer the poison energy to me. The snake stared straight into his eyes and could no longer argue. Where on earth did this baseless confidence of his come from? Now, all it could do was choose to believe him. Fine, whatever. You better make sure you stay alive. Yanming thought, if it's a martial art, I can use my dominating true energy to neutralize it. But to neutralize such a massive amount, just using the sword to slash it apart isn't enough. I need a more powerful sword technique, one that pierces right through the core of the attacker. He glanced down at his sword, the best yet most miserable blade in the world. I'm counting on you. Just hold on a little longer. The sword technique I'm about to unleash is the realization of piercing through the heaven and the sun in a single strike, creating the complete form of this martial art. Liu Jiejun stood above, looking down at the fiery scene below. His eyes filled with sorrow as memories of his big brother flooded back from when he was just a child. Back then, he was just a scrawny kid sneaking around to steal grain. While he was eating, a voice suddenly boomed from outside, finally caught the thief in the warehouse. Was it you who ate the food meant for the villagers? A crowd gathered at the door, cursing. Stealing at such a young age, you're clearly uneducated. The leader lunged forward with killing intent. Let's see if you can handle this punch. But Ming Ri stood behind him, stopping him. Big brother, wait. Look at that kid's body. Liu Jijun back then was so thin he was nothing but bones, not even as thick as a pillar. Seeing him so small and frail, they couldn't bring themselves to strike. Ming Ri even chuckled. If we save him, the black evil sect will turn into an orphanage. The leader let out a long sigh, then finally shouted, Hey kid, that's not how you eat that. He smiled warmly and reached out his hand. Come with us. At the very least, we won't let you starve to the point of stealing grain ever again. By the way, what's your name? Liu Jijun was moved to tears. His big brother had given his own family name to someone nameless and ageless like him, making him part of their family. Although they weren't a righteous sect, to help him protect himself, his brother taught him the black palm technique and became his master. Big brother, before you died, you entrusted Yanxi to me, didn't you? You meant everything to me. I always wanted to be her support too. He looked up at the sky in despair. But now, I don't know what face I have left to meet you. The only thing I can do now is slaughter everyone involved in the deaths of Yan Shi and Big Brother. Just as he was lost in thought, a light flashed from beneath the ground. He had no idea what was happening. Unexpectedly, it was Yanming piercing, straight up with his sword, unleashing his full power. The sword grazed past him. The snake on his back was in shock. He had actually pierced through such a powerful attack with just one strike. This sword technique had never appeared even in the era of the shadowless guest. Just what kind of person was he? However, midway through the strike, the sword couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. Reached my limit. Ha, you fulfilled your purpose. The devil-slaying sword is gone, but cutting off one arm doesn't mean I've completely defeated the leader of the Black Evil Union. This is the only chance to end it all, so I hope you'll cooperate with me a little longer. He placed all his hopes on the fragments. I'm counting on you, devil-slaying sword. The technique he used now was a whirlwind made of the broken blade fragments. The leader pulled out his dagger and roared, Let's settle this with this move. Liu Jijun hurriedly spun around, but it was too late. The sword strike was too powerful, slashing directly at his opponent. He tried to block, but it was too late. How could Yanming let that slide? Still, the leader held on to hope. How could my energy be broken by a mere broken sword? He gritted his teeth until he spat blood. No, I can't get revenge like this. He screamed to the heavens, I won't let you kill me. Die. Yanming's eyes glowed fiercely, seizing the moment. He's agitated. There's an opening. He slashed instantly. Liu Jiejun's arm fell to the ground. It didn't stop there. Yanming pressed the attack, his aura surging to the heavens. He delivered a fatal blow. The leader screamed in agony, blood spraying from his mouth, but he still hadn't died. To be able to move even after losing an arm, if the dominating true energy in the broken fragments hadn't shattered his protective aura earlier, they would have been back to square one. Even now, he continued to roar in defiance. It's not over yet. I haven't fallen yet. Yanming ignored him. He didn't care about the outcome, but in a martial arts duel, you couldn't be merciful. No, it's over. Leader of the Black Evil Union, pay the price for daring to provoke me. He had one move left, the dominating poison aura. Liu Jijun's eyes widened in horror. He gasped, his entire body frozen in place, devoid of all strength. He asked in confusion, "What technique is this? My body, it's growing weak. It's starting to dissolve." The white snake poked its head out, puzzled. "You created a new technique this fast?" Yanming nodded. "That's right. It's just like using the Fire Dragon Poison Heart method to unleash the hot poison aura. Similarly, I used the dominating true energy technique to release the poison aura." At this point, he didn't need to fight anymore. He put his weapon away. "It's over. Leader of the Black Evil Union. Although I didn't want this outcome, you only have yourself to blame for attacking me directly." Even on the verge of death, the leader kept running his mouth. "You think you have the right to say those things?" But as he finished speaking, his whole body collapsed on the spot. His eyes remained wide open in disbelief. I can't die so unjustly like this." He watched Yanming's retreating figure until the end, muttering to himself, "Even if it's for Yanxi and Big Brother, I had to kill him." To comfort their spirits, Yanming finally exhaled and checked his body. It was fortunate the battle ended with the Four Elements guards, but the fight had been so fierce he could have easily ended up crippled. He told the snake, "Then Jack, replenish my poison energy once more." The snake was furious. "You're bullying me again. Do you think poison energy just grows on trees? You've already sucked me dry." Today, it dared to talk back. Yanming just had to glare to threaten it. "Looks like you want to go back into the jar, huh?" The snake immediately quieted down and behaved. "I didn't say I wouldn't do it," it thought, crying silently in its heart. "Man, why is my life so miserable? How did I end up in this mess?" He gripped it tight and shouted, "Stop messing around and hurry up with the poison." Neither of them noticed the dragon behind them, mouth wide open, about to snap them up. He jumped out of his skin and spun around just as the snake came crashing down. He didn't even have time to dodge, even if he wanted to. Luckily, he managed to block its jaws with his hands. What kind of situation is this? The snake's giant head rested right on him, its massive teeth looming over. If it had been just a second faster, he would have been mincemeat. Only now did he notice did it defeat the Poison Emperor and transform into a dragon. Wait, no, it's not a full dragon yet. Damn it, Azure Horn hasn't infused me with poison yet. As this happened, Liu Jiasu's eyes widened. "I'll kill you." Right then, the white snake roared. What a pathetic dying gasp. "Die." As soon as it finished, it pumped a ton of poison into him. The snake was furious, turning into its massive form. "Are you done messing around? Just die already." He hurriedly stopped it. "Wait, Azure Horn, stop." Tang Yanming realized he had reached his limit and had no strength left. His eyes welled up with tears, thinking only of Diane H. "Big brother, I'm sorry." He stared at it, eyes wide. He didn't let his guard down, but he wasn't attacking anymore either. A moment later, the dragon's form began to dissipate. He stared at it and asked, "Is it over?" Suddenly, a sharp pain hit his head and a massive white horn had fallen right onto him. The white snake sighed. It was clear it had dropped the horn on his head on purpose, though it would never admit it. It hurt so much that his eyes watered. "Damn it, what is this now?" "A horn," the Azure Horn explained. "That's a dragon horn. It must have fallen off from the Alliance leader. Just take it. It's infused with dragon spirit. You can use it as crafting material to counter demonic energy and poison." Seeing him stay silent, it looked over and asked, "Why are you so quiet, kid?" Actually, he felt quite a bit of regret over Liu Jiasu's wasted potential. I feel like if we had met under different circumstances, we could have discussed martial arts together." The Azure Horn was speechless. "What? Even at a time like this, you're starting to sympathize with him?" "If I said I didn't feel guilty after hearing his screams, I'd be lying. After all, when the conflict started, I didn't pay attention to their conversation. Back then, he clearly saw everything, but he just thought it was an argument over different points of view. Plus, snatching her weapon and saving the kid wasn't exactly hard. The fact that the Alliance leader wasn't at the scene must have been for this reason. Aside from trusting his subordinates, he shared the same mindset as me. Honestly, if I had wanted to save them, I could have. But because of my indifference, an innocent child lost their life, and everything spiraled out of control. But the snake didn't think so. It reminded him, "Geez, Did you just form a comrades in arms bond after a fight? You know the Tang family and the Black Evil Alliance are sworn enemies, right? Even knowing that, it still drove Tang Yanming crazy. I know, but remember, at that time I was worried about that woman using her internal fire. The Azure Horn immediately cut him off to comfort him. Stop obsessing over the past. Everyone makes mistakes. Remember the story of your ancestor, the shadowless guest. He relied only on his own judgment, which led him to accidentally kill an azure dragon that was actually a benevolent spirit. Even though he didn't know the truth, the death of that benevolent dragon could have plunged the entire continent into fire. That's why the shadowless guest took responsibility and began his path of slaying evil. Finding the cause of your failure is good, but wallowing in regret is useless. What matters is who today's failure will help you become. Its words made him think, who will I become? He and the snake quickly headed back to the Tang family, bickering the whole way. But hey, Azure Horn, what was that form earlier? Would it have killed you to help me in that form sooner? The snake roared in anger. I helped you, and you're still complaining? To save you, I drained every drop of poison I had. He didn't look grateful at all, just indifferent. Oh, really? The snake was losing its mind. You're getting more and more outrageous. The least you could do is say thank you. Unexpectedly, he said, thank you. The snake's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I actually knew everything you did for me. When I temporarily lost consciousness from the Alliance leader's attack, you were the one who funneled poison energy to me. I still vaguely remember it. If not for you, I would have taken a fatal blow back there. I intended to find a time to thank you, but I ended up sounding accusatory. I really am thankful. The Azure Horn's face flushed with embarrassment. I actually thought this guy was incapable of saying anything nice. Recalling how this shadowless guest used to berate it, that's only natural. Don't think I'll thank you back. You're just a tool for identifying dragons. After all, the snake still couldn't believe it. Did you take too many hits to the head? Do you want me to shove you into a jar? I was just joking. Inside, it was still cautious. Looks like I should keep an eye on this guy a bit longer. Meanwhile, over at the Tang family, it was a bloodbath. Tang Zihui was still holding her ground against the bald guy, both of them trading blows, tense as a tightrope. She had to fight while scanning the area, plotting where the others from the 6 evil sects were. I have to end this before they arrive. Just then, he caught her opening. As quick as lightning, he lunged. You're fighting for your life and you dare to get distracted? Just that split second of neglect and she was on the defensive. She fell to the ground. He rushed over, growling. If you're worried about the other 6 evils, don't be. They won't interfere. The formation is trapped and hard to breach, so they've gone to deal with the formation master. Once the formation is lifted, an army 10 times your size will swarm in here. He didn't know the situation on the other side, so he kept running his mouth. Plus, the Alliance leader is on his way. Prepare for the total annihilation of the Tang family today. Of course, before that, he gripped his sword tightly. He raised it high, roaring, I'll take the glory of being the one who finished off the head of the Tang family. She was in a weak position and could only squeeze her eyes shut and brace for the blow. But seconds passed and she felt no pain. Opening her eyes, she saw an assassin standing between them, blocking the fatal strike for her. Poison method, sideways deflection, Duan Kezong, a martial artist. The bald guy was furious, cursing. Where the hell did this fly come from? He grabbed the assassin by the hair. Since you want to die first, I'll grant your wish. But as he faced death, he closed his eyes and resigned himself, waiting for the end without fear. He only thought, this is enough. I've always had to bow to the family because of those virtueless elders now. At least, I can die with honor. What the? The burly man froze, unable to even lower his blade. A sense of panic washed over him. What is behind me? What is that standing behind me? Crushed by that suffocating pressure, both Tang Zihui and the assassins spun around. The others turned as well, and as soon as they saw the protagonist, they let out a cheer. Tang Yanming stared at the bald man with a cold, disgusted look. Tang Yanming, he's the one who killed Ming Ri. Why is he here instead of Ji Jun? Just then, a few heads were tossed at his feet. The protagonist issued a grim warning. These were the members of the 6 venerables who had been fighting elsewhere. Take a good look. Is everyone accounted for? Since they intended to destroy my family's formation, I wiped the whole lot of them out. 4 heads, none are missing. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Although I'd love to kill you right now, I'll give you a chance just like the others. Take your men and get out of here. Choose. If you refuse, I'll send you to join your league leader. He sounded deadly serious, but the bald man still had the nerve to ask, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Join the league leader? The man's face turned paper white. That terrifying surge of energy earlier that was from his fight with Ji Jun, and Ji Jun lost. He clutched at straws, refusing to believe it. That's impossible. How could a mere brat like you? Yanming simply replied, the black blade technique. It's a formidable technique, I'll give you that. But I still managed to overcome it. He had personally finished him off. It was as simple as that. The man's face went dark, his voice trembling. Gi Jun, he really lost? His sword dropped to the floor. Finally, he choked out. Everyone stopped fighting. As his men looked on in shock, the man spoke with a broken heart. Lord Bai Lingshan, the league leader, has been defeated by the young master of the Tang family, and he has passed on. The whole group fell into chaos. The league leader is dead? How? The supreme sovereign of the evil path was defeated by a mere Tang family brat? No way. Bai Lingshan's expression turned increasingly grim. He knew the league leader's ultimate technique. The fact that Yanming survived and even took out the other 6 venerables meant that his strength was on par with the league leader himself. Bai Lingshan issued his final command. The 6 venerables of the evil path are finished. Drop your weapons, run for your lives, save yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, his men vanished, leaving him standing alone. Yanming asked, "You're not running?" Tears streamed down his face. Whether Ji Jun won or lost, I had no chance of surviving anyway. He struggled to get the words out. Even if we are despicable people from the evil sect, my sworn brothers who suffered with me and our daughters, they were all killed by you. His hand trembled as he gripped his sword. Fearful but resolved, he shouted, "At least I must avenge them." If that was his wish, the protagonist would have to grant it. Die. Come at me together. He had made up his mind. Remembering the happy days of the past, he thought, what point is there in living on like a wretch all by myself? I lived for the sake of all of you, you useless fools. I'm coming to join you. This wasn't a fight anymore. He was simply throwing his life away. The Tang family members watched in awe. With just one strike, the man was cut in two. Just like that, the Black Evil League that once dominated Sichuan collapsed in a single night. All because of one man, the young master of the Tang family. The next day, in the main hall of the Tang estate, Tang Jizong stood before Yanming. "I heard you were looking for me," the protagonist said with concern. "How is your body holding up? It must be inconvenient living with only one arm, right?" He rubbed his shoulder. "Actually, I train with both hands, so it's not too much trouble." The protagonist got straight to the point. "I see. I didn't call you here for nothing. I heard you saved my mother, and I wanted to thank you." The man looked sincere. "As a warrior of the Tang family, that was my duty. I never expected a reward." The protagonist chuckled, staring at him. "Is that so? I'm surprised, honestly, since our relationship hasn't exactly been great." Tang Jizong jumped in surprise. No, that's not it at all." The protagonist stopped teasing him. "Anyway, rewards are a must." He looked at him seriously. "Do you want to learn swordsmanship?" The man stiffened. "Swordsmanship," the protagonist continued. "Since you only have one arm, it's difficult to use hidden weapons or poisons. Considering your condition, I want to teach you a left-handed sword style. I guarantee that if you master what I teach, you will be even stronger than before." The man was moved to tears and shouted, "I am deeply grateful for the young master's kindness." Tang Yanming laughed. "Kindness? On the contrary, you're the one who did me a favor. I still have a lot of things to take care of. Once you've recovered, we'll start." The scene shifted to the old man, Zhuge Changsing. He looked like a dried husk, sighing and panting with exhaustion. "What sin did I commit to deserve this? It's all because that damn young master won't just die." No sooner had he finished bad-mouthing him than Yanming appeared right behind him. He growled, "What did you just call me?" The old man jumped out of his skin and scrambled to his feet in a panic. "You're back? Oh, thank goodness, you're all right." The protagonist didn't hold it against him. No need for formalities. The old man wept pathetically, forcing a smile. "Ha, I was just rambling earlier." Surprisingly, Yanming wasn't angry at all. "Ying and Wiley already told me. You risked your life to maintain the formation and keep the enemies out." The old man squeezed his eyes shut, sweating profusely. "It was the least I could do. Actually, I was planning to run away," he thought. But Ying had screamed at him, "Are you really going to abandon the Tang family in their moment of crisis? What does that mean? We should help during this emergency to strengthen our ties with the Tang family." Even the exhausted Wiley had dragged herself out to stall for time so the formation could be activated. The old man had argued back at the time, but Ying, stubbornly trusting the protagonist, had cut him off. "If you say the young master went to find the league leader, then there's a chance he's still alive. He will definitely return." She had even cried while saying it. "Now that things have turned out this way, I have to keep my mouth shut," the old man thought. "No need to tell him about that, right?" The protagonist said gently, "It's good that you were able to help." He patted the old man's shoulder with a smile. "Anyway, thank you for keeping your word. Because of that, I'll help the Zhuge family get back on its feet." The old man's eyes widened in shock. "Thank you, young master." With that, the protagonist left. "I'll be taking my leave now. I'm counting on you in the future." After he left, the old man remained frozen, watching him go. The young master is a man who truly commands fear, and yet he said those things as if he had become a completely different person. Right. Anyway, before he could even celebrate, Tang Yanming still had to add one final warning. Next time, you best not even think about trying to escape during the chaos. The old man's smile vanished instantly, and he broke into a cold sweat. So, he knew all along. He walked out, still calculating in his head. Thankfully, the losses to the main family weren't significant, and the urgent matters had been mostly resolved. The rest would just take time. 2 days later, beneath the Black Evil Alliance city, Tang Yuanjin followed him, eyes wide in disbelief. He never imagined that beneath the city lay a place like this. Before them sat a mountain of gold that seemed to have no peak. With this much wealth, it would be enough to sustain the family for decades to come. I can't believe it, Tang Yuanjin muttered, his eyes wide. They hoarded so much treasure. It makes me wonder even more why the Black Evil Alliance insisted on staying in Sichuan all those years. He knew the Alliance leader, despite leading the evil faction, didn't actually seek to expand his power. He was content simply settling down in Sichuan. Although he accepted subordinates by having them trade martial arts for money, judging by his personality, he wasn't doing it out of greed. He probably just set wealth as the minimum barrier for entry because there were too many people wanting to learn his martial arts. Tang Yuanzhen, I'll leave the cleanup here to you. Transport all this treasure back to the main family. I want to take a walk around here. With that, he left. Tang Yanming found a place covered in thick cobwebs, a secret room this deep underground. It looked like a strange library, but why wasn't there a single book in sight? He picked one up to examine it. Did the Alliance leader write this himself? Inside, it read, "Life is a cycle of endless repayment. When I lived in Sichuan, I took the saying, an eye for an eye, a favor for a favor to heart. But my boss, the man who gave me my name and treated me like a father, was murdered by the Qingcheng sect. So, I wiped out that man, the Qingcheng sect that produced him, and the Diankang and Ma sects that covered for them all in one clean sweep. Furthermore, to prevent their martial arts from ever resurfacing, I decided to destroy all their secret manuals. This is my final mockery and contempt for the deceased." The more he read, the more he was taken aback. Did he really research how to counter every type of martial art and compile them? It was incredible that he could distill so many counter methods into just a dozen books. The Black Evil Alliance city was once the territory of the Qingcheng sect, a place that had held the inherited secret manuals of great sects for centuries. Yet he seemed intent on denying their history and martial heritage, burning all their existing books and keeping only his own. He let out a sigh. What an extraordinary level of confidence. But just as he said that, he felt it wasn't right to call their history shallow. Rather, it was the martial arts of those arrogant, self-important bullies that were. He had barely cleared out a dozen books when it was done. That was the end of the Black Evil Alliance. Immediately after the battle with the Alliance ended, while the Tang family was reorganizing, Sichuan was in chaos. The demonic cult wanted to launch an attack from Qinghai into the Central Plains. At the same time, the Kunlun sect was struggling to hold them back in a fierce battle. One of the Kunlun elders, the Kunlun demon immortal Kui Yun, was a transformation realm master who fought decisively and stood as a firm pillar against the cult, but the demonic cult's forces were so vast they could rival the 9 sects. With their overwhelming numbers, the battle began to turn against Kunlun. But just then, reinforcements from the Kongtong sect and the Tang family arrived. With the addition of the powerful Kongtong forces and the transformation realm master, Tai Xu, the demonic cult had to temporarily retreat. The alliance between the two masters, Kunlun demon immortal Kuai Yun and subjugation sword immortal Tai Xu, helped the righteous faction take the upper hand in the war. However, no one expected that within the Tang family and the Kongtong sect that came to support them, a traitor would emerge and change the entire course of the war. Eventually, the old man discovered the traitorous second elder. "What on earth are you doing?" "Second elder?" The man just sneered with a sinister grin. "Sorry, but one mountain cannot have 2 tigers." The scene shifted to the forge, where the blacksmith was shocked, pointing to himself as he asked, "You're asking me if I want to be a blacksmith for the Tang family?" He stammered, I am very grateful for your offer." Just as Tang Yanming was about to speak, the man froze, staring intently. "Sorry to interrupt you for a moment," the old man asked, noticing something. "Where is your sword?" "The demon-slaying sword." Tang Yanming felt awkward. It broke. He didn't even dare to meet the old man's eyes. He weakly repeated, "I said, it broke." The blacksmith collapsed like an autumn leaf, tears welling up in his eyes, but after a moment, his mind cleared. "Although it saddens me that the master's final work was destroyed," the young master said, "the demon-slaying sword fought brilliantly until the very end and managed to slay the alliance leader of the Black Evil Alliance." Tang Yanming asked him directly, Because you were the one who forged that legendary sword, I personally came here to recruit you. I have one more thing I want to show you. Can we go inside for a moment? The old man stared at the dragon horn in shock. What is this? Tang Yanming didn't know how to explain. It's a long story. To put it briefly, this is the horn of a spirit beast. The old man jumped, startled. A spirit beast? I intended to have the Tang family blacksmiths use it to forge a sword, but no matter how I heated it in the forge, it wouldn't melt, so I wanted to show it to you. Why are you just standing there? The man finally came back to his senses. Ah, I was lost in thought. My apologies. He told him that a spirit beast's horn contains inherent spiritual essence and cannot be melted by conventional methods. You have to change the forging method from the root. Don't use fire, use coal to forge it. You might think this is absurd, but a spirit beast is a living creature after all, right? I think if you place it in an extremely cold environment, it might mistake it for high heat and react by using its own internal cold energy. Tang Yanming realized then, thinking it over, it made sense. Everything in the universe follows the principles of yin and yang and the five elements. Just as one uses the conflict of fire to forge Shaoyang iron, one could use the harmony of cold to temper the Shaoyin horn. He placed his hand on the horn to test it. Channeling cold energy was a simple task. While saving Wei, he had absorbed a lot of cold energy. He thought of her, the beauty. Come to think of it, he hadn't visited her since returning to the main family. I'll go visit her after I finish this. He activated the cold poison skill, and the entire room was encased in ice. The old man turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? The snake on his shoulder poked its head out. Oh, looks like there's a reaction, he said to the old man. Try tapping it with a hammer, but be careful not to touch it with your bare hands. The old man followed his lead and gave it a good whack with the hammer. Once hit, it was clear the material had truly deformed. This method is viable, Tang Yanming concluded. I'll leave the rest to you. The old man remained skeptical. But won't this size be a bit too small for forging a sword? The protagonist replied that he didn't need it to be long. A short sword of moderate length would suffice. To me, the length isn't what matters most. As the blacksmith worked, he thought to himself, the demon-slaying sword my master forged has already served its purpose. Now it's my turn to forge a replacement for that blade. I have to give it everything I've got. Over at the Xinjiang building, the old man threw his head back and drained his cup of wine, looking incredibly satisfied. He glanced at the woman beside him. Ma Yi, being with you never gets boring. I finally understand how kings must feel when they dote on their favorite concubines. She beamed and rubbed his shoulders, pouting, You're breaking my heart. How can you compare me to those femme fatales who bring ruin to kingdoms? I only dedicate myself to the cult leader, you, my lord, and our sacred cult. She gave him her all, both body and soul. Hearing her say that, what man wouldn't be pleased? He laughed out loud. Ha ha, fair enough. I used a bad comparison. Suddenly, he added, Right, there's something I need your help with. You know the sacred cult is currently at war with the Kunlun sect, right? She nodded. Of course. Isn't that the path we must take to march into the Central Plains? How is the progress over there, he asked. Well, they're still struggling to break through. It's not just the ferocious momentum of the Kunlun sect. It's because of the ones giving us the most headache are Kunlun's demon immortal Kuai Yun and the Taihu sword immortal, who just arrived with reinforcements. Because of them, our troops have been held back. But a golden opportunity just landed in our laps. An elder from the Tang family, who is currently with the Wudang sect, has reached out to our Ma Yi sect. He says he wants to borrow your power. Her eyes widened in shock. My power? The man continued, Your reputation for miraculous medical skills must have reached Sichuan, just like that incident from before. The head of the world's #1 merchant guild, the 10,000 gold merchant guild, Jiang Haicheng, even after throwing money like dirt, couldn't cure his son's terminal illness. It seemed hopeless, yet you managed to cure him in a single night, didn't you? Thanks to you, the merchant guild has always been our main source of funding. This time, we have to rely on you again. The Tang family is in desperate need of your medical expertise. She agreed immediately, batting her eyelashes playfully. Since it's your request, my lord, how could I refuse? So, who am I treating? He asked. He wants you to treat his grandson's arm. What's wrong with it? I heard one of his arms is completely crippled. She wasn't foolish enough to work for free. What do we get in return? The price offered was beyond anything she could have imagined. Her eyes went wide. He said he would give them the Tang family's 10 great poisons enough to kill even a transformation realm martial artist. But she was greedy beyond measure. Is that all the payment we get? He shook his head. Of course not. Besides, that item is something we can live without. To be precise, he isn't giving us the poisons directly. He's using them to poison the demon immortal and the sword immortal, then handing their corpses over to us. That will clear our path to march into the Central Plains. Just thinking about it made him grin from ear to ear. Back at the Zhuji family estate in Hubei, corpses were strewn everywhere, and insults filled the air. So foolish. All of the Central Plains is already in the palm of my hand. Even though this is Wudang territory, they were far too careless, weren't they? A man wearing only a coat to show off his six-pack, his body still splattered with blood, threw his head back as he spoke. Now that you mention it, I heard the leader of the Black Evil Alliance is dead. Was the opponent someone from the Tang family? A masked subordinate knelt to report that, besides poisons and hidden weapons, the person was a sword master capable of using sword chi. The man glanced over. Capable of sword chi. That takes some real skill. But based on that alone, how could he defeat the Alliance leader? Perhaps he is like me, having reached the realm of using sword chi. Or maybe I overestimated the Alliance leader. His death was truly disgraceful. I was planning on taking care of that Alliance leader myself, but I suppose this saves me the trouble. He stood up with a smirk. At least that's one less annoying person to deal with. Now, let's start taking out the trash. Where are the Murong family members? The subordinate replied honestly. I found out they've disguised themselves as merchants and are secretly building their influence. Suddenly, the man's expression turned grim as he sniffed the air. Heavenly Master, someone is heading this way. The leader, Nian Zhonghe, looked ahead. I sense it too. They're very fast. Is this the energy of Wudang? He scoffed. A bunch of cowards. Why are they only showing up now? He grabbed his blade and walked straight outside. I'll go greet the guests. You handle the Murong family. Stepping out the door, he looked up at the sky. Father, the era of the demonic path is almost here. On the woman's side, Ying had been training harder than ever since she joined Yanming. She trained until her hands trembled, feeling as if her muscles were about to snap. Don't give up. She remembered when the old man, Xiang Xin, had been shocked. You want to learn our family's martial arts? She had made up her mind. This was the martial art she had fought so hard to convince her uncle to teach her. Back at the Sichuan branch, she could only stand by and watch helplessly. She never wanted to experience that feeling of uselessness ever again. She squeezed her eyes shut and channeled her energy. The first attempt failed, so she tried again. Just then, someone approached. It was Shangxin, his face dark as a pot, looking incredibly upset. The woman ran over to him. Uncle, didn't you have important business today? Why are you here? But the old man placed a hand firmly on her shoulder. Ying, don't panic at what I'm about to tell you. I heard the main family in Hubei has been wiped out. Her face went pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. What did you say? The heavenly master of the demonic sky, Nian Zhonghe, has already destroyed 3 of the 5 great families. Once he started moving again, the situation in Hubei changed in an instant. Even though the Sword Sovereign and the Wudang Sword Cultivators tried to block the demonic sky's raid on the Zhuji family, Wudang was also threatened and held back. He openly declared that Wudang would also be wiped out before dawn. After facing him, they were forced to stand by helplessly and watch as the Zhuge family was destroyed. Tang Yanming read the letters, his brows furrowed in confusion. So they really had no choice but to stand down in front of the demonic sky master? He looked at the uncle and niece, Zhuji Ziyangxin, standing before him. I heard the news from Hubei. The noble clan has been completely wiped out. The old man couldn't stop crying. Ying's previous prediction was right. If we had run away from the Black Evil Union that day, we would likely have been killed by the demon vast Heaven Lord anyway. So, perhaps it's Heaven's will that we both survived. However, the others were trembling. The truth about the Zhuge clan's disappearance truly made me feel indignant. Forgive me. I lost my composure in front of you. But young Master Tang wasn't angry at all. He just told them, you haven't lost everything yet. Don't the Zhuge family members who came to the Tang clan like you still remain? As long as there are survivors, there is a chance to rebuild the clan. I promise to repay your trust, but I haven't fulfilled that yet. In the coming time, I will actively support you in rebuilding the clan as soon as possible. His eyes brightened as he looked straight at them. So, I won't be accused of breaking my word. Please don't give up hope either. He didn't quite understand. He pondered briefly. Why did he suddenly act? Regardless of the reason, we must prepare our defenses. Just then, someone came to announce. Young Master, guests from the Wudang sect are requesting an audience. A spark flashed in his eyes. People from Wudang are visiting at a time like this. He agreed to let him in. Naturally, he told his trusted followers, Ying, the 2 of you go and get some rest. Calm yourselves down. I want to hear what the Wudang people have to say. From now on, he had to be cautious of guests from Wudang. Whether they are guests or scoundrels, he'd only know after meeting them. He looked at the person in front of him. Are you from the Wudang sect? He clasped his hands and bowed. That's right. I am Qingyin from the Wudang Sword sect. I am here to request support from the Tang clan. You know the situation in Hubei is very chaotic right now, don't you? He nodded. Yes, I heard that the demon vast heaven has begun to stir again. He began to ramble on. Correct. In just a few short days, both the Zhuge clan and the Murim clan were wiped out, and I have heard that the Tang clan destroyed the Black Evil Union during this period. As a martial artist of the righteous path, can you use your strength to confront evil? Please help us defeat the demon vast heaven. Tang Yanming let out a scoff of disdain. It was obvious they were here to beg, but their attitude was truly annoying. I refuse. The man's expression immediately changed in shock, and he raised his voice. Why, young master? Didn't the Tang clan also suffer heavy losses because of the demon vast heaven? According to the Tang clan's rules, isn't there a grudge for every favor? He hadn't even finished speaking, but it had already enraged him. He directly cut him off. Please watch your manners. His eyes widened in cold hatred. A Wudang swordsman who stood by and watched when my clan was attacked. What right do you have to discuss our clan rules here? That alone was enough to scare the man until he nearly wet his pants. He was only trying to scare him, but he sighed. I have no intention of turning a blind eye to the crimes of the demon vast heaven. But when the Zhuge family was protected by Wudang and still suffered a miserable genocide, didn't you also stand by and watch because you wanted to avoid direct conflict with the demon vast heaven lord? You yourselves are selfish and cowardly, yet you have the nerve to use my clan's rules to lecture me. He frowned deeply, visibly annoyed, and said straight to his face, this attitude of yours leaves me extremely dissatisfied. The current situation of the righteous woolen path is in a terrible state. The man's face turned beet red as he stammered. We wanted the Woolen Alliance that used to be located in Wuhan. It collapsed in just one night, and the demonic force of the demon vast heaven occupied that position. Just like that, the demonic force began to operate openly in the center of the Central Plains Woolen. The decisive reason was that when the Black Evil Union leader wiped out 3 of the 9 sects, the demon vast heaven simultaneously attacked the Woolen Alliance. He had calculated it all. At that time, all the righteous sects were busy protecting their own territories, which was why things ended up this way. Even so, even if the demon vast heaven lord were driven away, with the righteous path having lost its center, who would manage it? Without a common enemy, it is obvious that everyone would dive back into a power struggle, right? He grew more frustrated the more he thought about it. Thinking it over, we aren't even as good as the Black Evil Union. I originally wanted to live a normal life, but everywhere I go, someone gets in my way. Perhaps I should just manage the righteous forces myself. Once the thought cleared his head, it didn't seem so bad. Thinking that, he said, after the Woolen Alliance disappeared, we lost our center. Right now, it's best to reestablish that center first. Qing Yin's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. That's right. So, does this mean you have agreed to help? Tang Yanming stood up from the table. Not yet, because the urgent matter at hand is helping the Kunlun and Ma sects attack the demon cult. Only then can we deal with the demon vast heaven. But we need someone who understands the war situation on both sides to adapt and command. He volunteered himself. That's right, so leave it to us. But he didn't plan it that way. No, the center is Sichuan. I will establish a new Woolen alliance right here, and I don't need anyone else's help. After the young master made his announcement, the second Woolen alliance was quickly established. Zhuge Changxin was in charge of overseeing the construction, and the General Affairs Department's rapid speed in acquiring land made land prices in Sichuan worth their weight in gold. The skyrocketing land prices kept the General Affairs Department people happy for a long time. Just like that, the second alliance of the righteous path was officially born. After its establishment, the Zhengtian Alliance began recruiting talent on a large scale. Tang Yanming was shocked looking at the pile of documents. So, all these people want to join the alliance. Old Zhuge Changxin standing next to him nodded. That's right. Tang Yanming stood on a high vantage point, looking at the sea of people in awe. I never expected so many people to come. The old man explained, the 6 sects, the noble families, and the small to medium-sized sects surely all came because of your reputation. After all, you are the leader of a Tang clan that was on the verge of decline, yet you destroyed the Black Evil Union and became the focal point of all of Sichuan. You even have a nickname now, which is Dark Poison Sword Dragon. Although it might feel a bit awkward, I think this nickname suits you very well. Tang Yanming laughed when he heard it. Haha, Dark Poison Sword Dragon. Ha, that's not bad. The old man asked again, should we announce the alliance master now? The Zhengtian Alliance was established by you, so if you take this position, no one will have any objections. He still felt worried. It's hard to say. Although the motto of the Zhengtian Alliance was to reject the demonic path and destroy evil sects, he looked down at the crowd below. Would those people all share the same mindset? There are definitely those with other motives. I must plan carefully. So, I need to take action. First, I must make them remember their place. The crowd below was whispering and talking incessantly. In front of him was also a large, bald old man. Old Zhuge Changxin, standing in the middle, felt extremely awkward. The young master's hunch was spot on. It's as if he had already anticipated this entire situation. Right after the alliance registration, representatives from all the major sects came looking for him. First up was this old geezer, the definition of a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Young master," he said, "to avoid rumors within the four great sects. Although I know you're more talented than your peers, defeating the leader of the Black Evil Alliance had no witnesses. We hope you'll prove your strength through a duel, while putting the Alliance leader position on the line." This old guy, Zhuge Changxin, was still itching for trouble. Yet he used such a flimsy excuse just to covet the position. It's truly speechless. At a time when demonic forces were rising like never before, causing endless chaos throughout the Central Plains, only Sichuan, under the command of the Black Evil Alliance leader, remained largely untouched by demonic influence. But after the leader passed away, Sichuan became a masterless wilderness, inevitably making others greedy and tempting new factions to take root there. Once they seized the Alliance leader position, besides grabbing the Black Evil Alliance's legacy, they could also lord over the countless disciples of the sects that just joined. The old man sighed heavily. Thinking about all these benefits, it's hard for anyone not to be tempted. Secondly, I hope through this duel, you will learn to know your own limits. After saying that, the old man introduced himself. "I am Ziyun of the Shaolin Temple." Ziyun, a top master of Shaolin's transformation realm, known far and wide, his mouth hadn't stopped moving since the start. "Though we call this a duel, I will treat it as real combat. I hear your title is the Dark Poison Sword Dragon. I'm afraid you'll have to unleash everything you know from hidden weapons and poison arts to sword techniques if you don't want to regret this." He replied coldly, "Thank you for the advice, master, but I intend to use only my sword. I don't want to cause any mishaps by using poison." As soon as he finished, the old man's brows furrowed immediately. "A mishap, you say?" Zhuge Changxin, standing in the middle as the referee, shouted, "The duel shall now begin. Are both sides ready?" Both nodded in unison. And so, between Shaolin's top master Ziyun and the Tang family's young master, the dark poison sword dragon Tang Yanming, the duel for the leadership of the Heavenly Alliance officially begins. The old guy was still yapping away. "A mishap? I admit your growth rate is faster than your peers, but you're being far too arrogant." Finishing his sentence, he stomped his foot to intimidate him. The force was immense, shattering the ground beneath him. The crowd watching was dumbstruck. That was a signature technique of Shaolin martial arts. He even activated his skill, the Vajra indestructible body. Everyone was shocked that wasn't just any Vajra body, but an unbeatable technique from the first-generation abbot of Shaolin. He carefully invoked the Vajra indestructible body purely to provoke him. "Do you think I'll get hit by you?" Even if he has the title of Dark Poison Sword Dragon, he couldn't possibly pierce the Vajra indestructible body. This was practically telling him to hand over the Alliance leader position. Why so tense? He chuckled, rummaging through his pocket. To think I'd have to test this out so soon. Previously, during a meeting, the old man Tang Qiqin asked, "So, you really intend to place the Alliance headquarters at Qingcheng Mountain?" He nodded firmly. "Yes. After the Black Evil Alliance collapsed, the place has been vacant. Isn't it perfect?" He was already talking about buying up all the surrounding land. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Young master." He looked up to see the blacksmith running in, beaming. "Master Mo, is that you?" In his hand, he held a box. "Apologies for interrupting the meeting." He was grinning from ear to ear as he presented it. "But I just couldn't hold back, knowing I had to show you this." Everyone gathered around to get a peek. "Huh, what is this?" "This short sword is so transparent and sparkling." He asked him, "Have you named it yet?" The blacksmith replied immediately. "Yes, it emits a mysterious glow and was forged with cold energy. So, based on those traits, I named it Dragon Horn White Snow. And now," he took it out to test it out while it was still hot. The crowd watching was surprised. A short sword? He isn't planning to use just a short sword to deal with the Vajra indestructible body, is he? Master Ziyun was fuming with rage. "It seems you aren't just stubborn, you're incorrigible. In that case, I'll have to let you taste it yourself." He couldn't hold back anymore, lunging forward with a massive punch. One look at his stance, and you knew he wasn't playing around. The crowd added to the tension. The shockwaves from his punch even reached outside the training grounds. Master Ziyun's aura-infused punch would be hard for even a transformation realm master to handle. But somehow, he blocked the old man's punch with just a short sword. Even the old man was panicked. What? How is this possible? The short sword didn't even have a scratch on it. Feeling that punch, he immediately realized, is this the internal energy of Shaolin? Indeed, it carries a sense of righteousness distinct from others. Time to wrap this up quickly to save some time. He pivoted, and the golden armor on the old man's arm shattered to pieces. The old man's eyes widened in shock. "What? My aura-infused fist was actually torn apart by you?" In truth, he was a man of great knowledge. The previous leader once wrote in a book, "To break a sect's martial arts, you must crush its foundation." Shaolin martial arts stem from Buddhist teachings with a smooth flow of internal energy. If so, you only need to disrupt the circulation of that energy to break it. He kept slashing relentlessly at the old man, who could only dodge, unable to counterattack. The spectators were stunned. How can this be? The aura of the Vajra indestructible body was destroyed in an instant by a short sword. A man hiding in the crowd stared with wide eyes. How did this happen? That sword technique. Finally, he forced the old man to his knees. I admit defeat. The crowd kept whispering. The Vajra indestructible body of Shaolin was broken so easily. It seems the young master killing the leader of the Black Evil Alliance was no exaggeration at all. The kid standing there was shocked, eyes bulging. It must be true. But why? How can the Tang family's young master use the sword ghost's techniques? Yanming, humble in victory, simply told the old man, "Please, get up, master." That evening, Yanming was standing alone, enjoying the view, when suddenly there was a voice behind him. Alliance leader. He couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He cleared his throat and turned away. "You don't call me young master anymore. You switched to Alliance leader. It feels quite strange." The old man, Zhu Shangxin, bowed his head. "Haven't you already proven yourself to countless martial artists? You'll be called that often from now on. You should get used to it soon." "Oh, speaking of which, the Murim family wants to meet you. Are you aware?" You just heard the name and turned back to ask immediately. The Murim clan. Weren't they one of the sects attacked by the demonic Guangtian? "We don't have any ties." The old man looked genuinely flustered, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. "So that's how it is. He said he was in a rush to meet you and even asked me to pass on a message." He rattled off a whole list of names: Sword Ghost, Valorous Physique, and Tyrant Force. My eyes widened in shock. "What? Head back to the main hall right now." I looked at the man in front of me and asked, "Are you here to see me?" He clasped his hands and bowed. "Yes, I am Murim Hui from the Murim clan. I came here quite boldly because there is something I must ask of you. It's about the sword technique you displayed at the martial arts tournament today." So, he was the one I saw standing in the crowd, watching every single move. I didn't expect him to recognize it. It looked very similar to the martial arts of the Sword Ghost, the man known as the world's greatest swordsman 200 years ago. He even asked straight out, "As the young master of the Tang Clan, how do you know how to use that technique?" My eyes sharpened as I probed him. "So, how do you know about the Sword Ghost's techniques? And how are you even practicing the Tyrant Force heart cultivation with a mortal body?" I could see his internal core clearly. Now it was Murim Hui's turn to be shocked. He couldn't believe I'd identified his cultivation method with just one glance. It definitely had to be related to the Sword Ghost. He finally spoke. "The Sword Ghost was once a member of our Murim family. Rumor has it he was the second son of the family head at the time, so he suffered cold treatment within the clan. As he grew older and revealed his talent, mastering all the family's techniques, internal divisions over who would become the next successor began to arise. He never had any affection for the family, so in that situation, he chose to leave. About 10 years later, he became legendary in the martial world under the name Sword Ghost. Later on, several elders went to find him, hoping to convince him to return home. But his answer was always the same: "My sword is not yet complete." He didn't know anything else, but that was the only sentence he ever said before disappearing for decades. Even so, our clan managed to track his trail and finally discovered a grave with the inscription, "Tomb of the Sword Ghost." He furrowed his brows deeply, saying, "So, including me, the members of the Murim family have been practicing the Tyrant Force based on the ancient texts left behind at his grave." Tang Yanming, that made me wonder, if you don't possess the valorous physique, wouldn't a person die before reaching perfection? You know that, yet you still practice it? Murim Hui, stubborn, clenched his fists tightly. "Even though our bodies get overwhelmed, the speed of progress is incredibly fast, so we cannot give it up. Furthermore, we believe the Sword Ghost must have left behind a method to perfect it." But then he recalled that horrific scene. Before we could even look for it, the demon Guangtian suddenly raided the Murim clan. He didn't touch our wealth. He only interrogated us before killing, as if he were searching for something. In the end, he took away the Sword Ghost's secret manual. This news hit like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. I couldn't just sit still anymore. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an old man held his sword, looking at his opponent. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Shang Tian took a step forward. "Has it been over 10 years? Out of all the families I've raided, only the Namgung clan remains unextinguished. Nian Zhonghe came all the way here to threaten us, but today is different. I advise you to prepare yourself mentally." The one standing there to welcome him was the Sword King, Namgung Shang Tian, the head of the Namgung family, the Sword King Namgung Shang Tian. The old man replied with a blank expression. It seems your previous failure dealt you a huge blow. Back then, you clearly used your palms. The old man's eyes flashed, sweeping over the sword in his opponent's hand. Now you want to use a sword? The villain laughed triumphantly, his face twisted with malice. Thanks to you, I have grasped the mysteries of swordsmanship, and I've also acquired an ultimate martial art. The old man didn't care at all and scoffed. You intend to use a sword style you've only been practicing for a dozen years to face someone known as the Sword King like myself. His entire aura surged with killing intent. The other man remained calm. After all, he had obtained the Sword Ghost's manual. That's right. Aren't you the perfect opponent? He didn't even try to hide his expression. Let's see who is better, the Sword King or the Sword Ghost. The old man ignored him. Regardless of what sword he used, he gestured with his hand. Come on then. The two immediately lunged at each other, the clash so intense it seemed to shake the very earth. On the other side, Yanming received the news, sitting deep in thought. He stole the Sword Ghost's martial arts, but why? Just to learn it? He was a former young master of the demonic cult. He surely had mastered the heavenly demon divine art, the strongest technique of the cult. Then was it necessary to abandon his own martial arts to learn the Sword Ghost's? Murim Hui, waiting impatiently, asked again. Although it might be offensive, I still want to ask one more time. Do you and the Sword Ghost have any connection? I obviously couldn't reveal the truth, so I just brushed it off. I have never seen him in person. It's just that when I was being bullied as a child, a phantom sword appeared before me. That's why there's a slight connection. Naturally, no one would believe that. The man asked again, what did you say? I looked him straight in the eyes, serious. I suspect that was one of the techniques the Sword Ghost left behind. Even if I told you about my past life, you wouldn't believe it. In short, through that sword, I saw his phantom and obtained the Sword Ghost's martial arts. The man grew increasingly flustered, sweat pouring down like rain, his jaw dropping. But didn't you say that without the valorous physique, learning is useless? Could it be that you were born with a valorous physique? I shook my head immediately. No, I don't have that physique. I use my own family's heart cultivation to execute the sword techniques, so the sword moves aren't complete. It was only when I battled the leader of the Black Evil Alliance that I realized my family's heart cultivation could absorb the nature of tyrant force. Furthermore, I have surpassed the transformation realm, which is why I can utilize that technique. But that doesn't mean this method is suitable for mortals. You seem to have come here looking for a way to fix the tyrant force, so I advise you to give up that heart cultivation entirely. He stood there, stunned and bewildered, for a long time before finally uttering, "Is that so?" After answering him, I couldn't help but think of the old man. Thinking back, I didn't truly understand my master in my past life. I never expected to find out his background this way. Back then, he held my hand and said, "Before I learned the sword, my life was meaningless, so my current name is just Sword Ghost. But you still haven't defined your true self. From now on, your name shall be Yon." Even though he named me, he never told me his own name. Even before he died, he never mentioned his real name or his origins. While I was at it, I asked the man, "Can you tell me the Sword Ghost's name?" He opened his eyes wide, looking at me. His name? If you call it a coincidence, it's a bit miraculous, but that man's name is also Tang Yanming. Mudung Tang Yanming chuckled when he heard the name. Is that so? Mudung Hui was speechless. In that case, I shall take my leave. As for the internal cultivation techniques, it's best to follow your advice and give them up. But he shouted to stop him. Wait, we are practically fellow disciples training in the same martial arts. I can't just let you leave like this. After all, you intend to find the demonic lord Guang Tian to seek revenge once you've mastered that explosive power, right? The Alliance's goal is to eradicate the demonic path. Why not join us and study swordsmanship? Tang Yanming didn't miss the chance to recruit him. Join the Alliance of Righteousness, and I will help you fulfill your wish. By now, it was dawn. The scene at the Namkung estate was tragic. In the end, the Sword King had been defeated by the Sword Ghost. The old man, Tuong Thien, had died with his eyes wide open. Before dying, he was full of regret. I shouldn't have let you escape that day. That bastard, Trung Haksh, just laughed mockingly. He curled his lip, sneering, "I told you. Back then I just didn't have the heart to use my palm to finish you off. As expected of the Sword King, you held out for quite a while. Now, the biggest obstacle in my path has finally fallen. Ha! With this, the demonic path's dominion over the world has taken another step forward. The stalwart defensive force of the Anhui Namkung estate had been wiped out in a single night. News spread quickly. The remaining righteous factions, Mount Hua, Chum Nam, Wudang, and Shaolin all sensed the impending threat. Finally, the news reached them. The old man, Zhuji Changxin, came sprinting in, screaming. The alliance leader, An Tang Yanming, was watching his disciples train when he turned around. He saw the old man panting, stuttering, unable to get the words out. In this way, the shocking news reached the Alliance of Righteousness. Inside the Duong family's main hall, they held an emergency meeting. The Jia Cat and Mo Dung estates hadn't been destroyed long ago, and now, even the powerful Nam Kan estate had been wiped out. Tang Yanming sat in the center, looking at the group. It's possible they were caught in a pincer attack. Besides the demonic lord Guang Tian, who else has reached the peak demon realm? An old man asked. According to our intel, all the peak demon experts of the demonic lord have been assigned to the 3 demonic families. This, he wasn't too sure about. Demonic path, 3 families. These were new families established after the demonic lord Guang Tian wiped out the previous estates. The Fuck Qian Liu family, the Kuai Chao Quach family, and the Thiem Te Hoa family. To be precise, these were families that had surrendered to the demonic lord and were reorganized, especially the Thiem Te Hoa family. Word is they've stationed 2 peak demon experts there, surely to keep Mount Hua and Chungnam in check. Even counting the demonic lord, there are at least 5 peak demon experts, but I don't think it was a pincer attack as you suspect. The Sword King is a master of the principles of weight. Once inside his attack range, an average martial artist wouldn't even be able to move due to the overwhelming pressure. Even if the opponent were a master of the transformation or peak demon realm, their movements would still be restricted. The old man frowned deeper as he spoke. It was stressful. Furthermore, even without mentioning his heavy sword technique, he is the finest swordsman of our time. He couldn't have been defeated by a simple pincer attack. So, in my view, the only possibility is that the demonic lord's martial arts have reached a level where he can face the Sword King alone. This news was not good at all. He had to think carefully. At least 5 peak demon experts, plus a demonic lord who could defeat the Sword King, and this might not even be their full strength. The situation was dire. My initial plan was to first help Kong Tong and Kunlun wipe out the demonic cult, then join forces to deal with the demonic lord. He was brainstorming quickly, but the war was at a stalemate. Must we attack the demonic lord first? We have to be able to hold our own when we face him. Because they had lost the initiative, it felt like the war was falling apart before it had even begun. How can we effectively distribute our forces? While he was racking his brain, the old man, Tu Van, turned to him. Leader? Only then did he realize everyone was staring at him intently. Everyone is waiting for my command. I can't show any hesitation. So Tang Yanming spoke. As the leader, I command. But before he could finish, someone burst in, screaming that something was terribly wrong. He looked at the man, stunned. That martial arts uniform, are you a Taoist from the Kong Tong sect? The man was gasping for air, kneeling down, exhausted. Aren't you in a life or death battle with the demonic cult? Why are you here? He looked at him, panicked and out of breath. Are you the leader of the Alliance of Righteousness? An Tang Yanming replied calmly, yes. Catch your breath and speak slowly. What happened to Kong Tong and Kunlun? As soon as An Tang Yanming finished, the man burst into tears and wailed, please, save our sect. Great Master Tai Hu and the Kunlun demon immortal had been poisoned with an unknown, lethal toxin. His mind immediately went to Great Master Tai Hu and Xuan Xiao. He couldn't believe it. Poisoned? Could it be? He remembered giving something to a certain elder earlier. What is this? He had told him it was one of the 10 most deadly poisons in existence. Rumor had it the demonic cult also had peak demon experts equivalent to the transformation realm, so one always had to be cautious. Make sure not to tell the 2nd and 5th elders. The old man didn't quite understand. What? May I ask why? Back then, he had already been on guard. Even though they weren't making any moves now, they were definitely plotting something behind the scenes. 4th elder, I have an agreement with you, so of course I can entrust you with this task, but not the others. Therefore, absolutely do not let the other elders get their hands on that poison. Yet now, things had come to this. His eyes gleamed with killing intent as he stared at the man. What happened? What happened to the reinforcement unit that this family sent to your sect? The power emanating from An Tang Yanming's body was clearly one of immense rage. The man was so terrified he forgot to cry, his eyes wide and speechless. His killing intent is too strong. A white snake appeared, reminding him, you're being too intense with your killing intent. Do you want them all to die from respiratory failure? Pull it back. Only then did he notice everyone in the room was pale as a sheet. The snake seemed quite level-headed, thinking that if what he suspected was true, that those people were behind this, would the man have even come to him for help? He might have even cursed him out instead. So, clarify the whole situation first. Duong Tang Yanming took the hint and changed his tone. My apologies. Could you explain the specific situation? The man immediately spilled the beans. The terrain of Mount Tian is treacherous, suitable for an ambush, so we decided to let the Duong family cover the rear. But the Duong family went completely silent. I went personally to check and discovered the entire reinforcement unit had been wiped out. I suspect it was at least the work of a peak demon expert. His face darkened like the bottom of a charred pot as he heard this, and the snake had to chime in again. Hey, are you going to listen to the whole story or what? My hands curled into tight, trembling fists. My suspicions hadn't faded one bit. It's best to stay calm and double-check the facts. So, I had to suppress my anger and ask, what exactly do you mean by the poison involving the sword immortals and demon immortals? After the Tang family's armed forces were completely wiped out, the demonic cult launched an attack. Shortly after, the demon lord's right-hand men, the two great demon experts, the left envoy and the right envoy personally took the field. And the ones who stepped up to face them were Uncle Master Tai Shu and the Gulin demon immortal. The clash between these transformation realm and extreme demon masters left everyone in total shock. At that moment, the battle between the four of them was a stalemate. To be precise, the anti-demonic technique created from the master's demon-subduing sword technique was gaining the upper hand in suppressing the demonic aura. But then, a wild card appeared. As soon as he heard that, the protagonist lost his cool again. Damn it, hurry up. What kind of wild card? Just as the transformation and extreme demon masters were locked in a fierce battle, someone suddenly intervened. Neither of them could defend in time. Both old Tai Shu and Shuang Xiao were struck, vomiting blood as they collapsed. They had been poisoned by that guy. He called himself the Young Poison Demon. Not long ago, when Gulin and Kong Dong launched an all-out war against the demonic cult in the basement of the Heavenly Demon Cult, that guy was covered in bandages. He seemed to have just woken up, looking around in confusion. Where am I? Didn't they say they would heal my arm? Are these demonic cult people playing some kind of dirty game while negotiating terms with my grandfather? That guy was Tang Wenshan, his arms and legs still shackled to the wall. Seeing him awake, a woman walked in and remarked, "So you're the one from the Tang family who wants his arm healed. What was your name? Wenshan, right? Nice to meet you. I'm the demon healer in charge of treating you." She was the demon healer, Bai Zhaoyan. As soon as Wenshan heard that, his eyes widened in shock. "You're that famous demon healer. I never expected you to be such a young woman." She lifted his arm with disgust. "What? You don't think I'm trustworthy? Don't worry, Big Sister will fix you right up. Man, your meridians are completely severed. There's no way to heal this with standard methods. The person who crippled you like this must really hate you, huh?" He immediately thought of Tang Yanming and gritted his teeth. Hate me? He's the one who took the position that belonged to me. He refused to acknowledge his own faults, thinking instead that he was the one who hated the protagonist. "Fix my arm, no matter the cost." The demon healer examined him briefly and sighed, "It's no use. Just cut it off completely. I'll make it quick. It won't hurt. Normally, reconnecting the chi channels and meridians would restore your martial arts, but your talent is a bit lacking. Instead of forcing a reconnection, why don't you let me cut it off? That way, you could actually become stronger." Hearing that his arm would be cut off, who wouldn't panic? Was he really going to end up a cripple? His eyes filled with tears. This can't be happening. I worked so hard to get this far. He desperately begged her. Is there really no other way? Everything was going exactly according to her plan. She was just waiting for him to ask that. Her eyes lit up instantly. Well, there is a way. Learning demonic arts could restore your arm, and even improve your poor talent. He felt something was off. A righteous sect member like me learning demonic arts, but for the sake of my arm, I have no choice. Is it really true that just by learning demonic arts, my arm will be healed? The woman let out a sinister laugh. Of course, not just any demonic art, you have to learn the Immortal God Demon Technique. The Immortal God Demon Technique contains supreme regenerative power. Even if you're decapitated, you can grow your head back. So, regrowing an arm is just a small matter. Even your body's innate talent will become much stronger. As she spoke, she lifted his chin mockingly. But even members of the cult can't just learn this technique. Just using the 10 poisons to take out 2 masters isn't enough to seal the deal. He panicked and started crying again. Then what must I do? Naturally, at this point, the woman had only one condition: sever ties with your family. He replied immediately, "We've already..." But she wanted him to cut off all connections. "No, not them. You. You must sever ties with your father, your grandfather, and everyone related to the Tang family. After all, our sect is giving you a top-tier secret manual. How could we let people who shake your resolve stay? If you want, I can send you back to your family right now. The choice is yours. What do you think?" At first, he hesitated, but now he was completely brainwashed. Is doing that really all it takes? He imagined killing the protagonist as motivation. I've survived until today all because of my desire for revenge, and now the opportunity is right in front of me. His personality flipped faster than a pancake. He was ready to get to work right then and there. He already looked like a demon anyway. I've even discarded my own surname. Why wouldn't I be able to discard my family? I am more than willing. Just like that, a night of agony passed. He successfully transformed and now had a new identity. That bastard Wenshin looked at his arm and was furious. That Taishu guy's attack contained true chi. It's affecting my regeneration. If it were normal, I would have already regenerated my body and returned to the front lines. Furthermore, without taking these pain relief pills called Biggin pills, the pain of regeneration would cause my mind to collapse and drive me insane. Even though I used blood from my severed arm to poison those transformation realm masters, it's a pity I have to stop here. He wanted to shatter his own teeth. I have to become even stronger, until I can kill Tang Yanming. I must reach the peak of the technique and use the immortal god demon technique to find him and take my revenge. When he finally woke up, both his arms were healed. The demon healer stood there, congratulating him. Congratulations, your arm has healed. I didn't expect you to have such talent for demonic arts. It wasn't a waste for the sect leader to give you the chance to learn the immortal god demon technique. He felt the surge of new power. I never imagined such a martial art existed. This is the power of the immortal god demon technique. Now that his body was normal, but he was still chained, he was puzzled. It's all thanks to you for treating me. Thank you. But why am I still chained up here? The demon healer glanced at him and replied, "Didn't I tell you before? Your foundational talent isn't enough. Even if you were lucky enough to master the immortal god demon technique, you won't make any further progress like this. The true advantage of the immortal god demon technique is its ability to change the entire body without any side effects. Thanks to that ability, the founder of the immortal god demon technique was invincible within the cult and even challenged the sect leader's position. This means you also need to transform your body and break through your own limits. Challenge the sect leader. Let me remind you, don't dream of repeating the mistakes of the past." Because the immortal demon was finally destroyed by the sect leader, he was shocked. Didn't they say that once you reach great completion, you wouldn't die even if your head was chopped off? Then why does he have weaknesses? The immortal demon art is, after all, just a martial art that uses demonic ki, but the sect leader is someone who can manipulate demonic chi itself, so it's useless against him. So, in short, only that old guy has the ability to kill someone like him, so it's nothing to worry about. So, what exactly are you going to do to me? She held up a vial, and the scent by his bedside began to entice him. You've only mastered 3 stages of the immortal demon art, just enough to reattach severed limbs. That makes you nothing more than a straw dummy waiting to be slaughtered, right? Looking at the box, Tang Wenshin realized immediately. Isn't that the creation needle in my grandfather's hands? What do you intend to use that for? She plunged the 2 needles straight into him. I already told you. I'm going to change you. The fastest way to cultivate the immortal demon art is to be beaten to the brink of death. Besides, I also want to boost your lacking offensive power. You trust your big sister, don't you? She used the Tang clan's own poison to make him cultivate. It is said that in the Tang clan, there exists a level called the poison human, and those who reach that realm can kill dozens of people with just a single breath or a drop of blood. Now I'm going to make you drink this poison. Even if the pain is so bad you don't want to live, don't be afraid. You can't die. You just need to repeat the process of being poisoned and regenerating, and your body will possess toxicity. Hearing this, he felt such intense pain that his eyes blurred and his ears rang. He couldn't see or hear anything anymore, just pain, pure pain. Now, try your best to become an immortal demon and a poison human. He repeated the process countless times, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Tang Wenshan looked at the blood steaming on the ground, unable to understand. Damn it. Has my body still not fully adapted to the poison? No. Maybe it never adapted from the start. Every time I vomit toxic blood, my stomach cramps in agony. I can never get used to it. Just then, a subordinate approached the young poison demon. He glared back instantly. What is it? We've captured some runaway prisoners from the Kongtong and Kunlun sects. How do you want us to handle them? He sneered with clear contempt. Prisoners. The Kongtong and Kunlun sects are about to be wiped out anyway. They have nowhere to hide. So what kind of prisoners are they? He coldly ordered. Kill them all. Don't let anyone who opposes us survive. Elsewhere, a group of people were carrying Tai Shu and Xuan Xiao, running for their lives. We have to run. We can't stop. If we get caught, it's all over. But the demonic sect assassins were right on their tails, and the more they ran, the more panicked they became. Damn it, nothing we do can shake them off. We're going to get caught at this rate. Xuan Xiao gritted his teeth. Just because of one young poison demon, the war had turned for the worse too quickly. The person sent to Sichuan to deliver the message must arrive. Moving quickly, he suddenly saw a dark shadow. There seemed to be someone ahead. But the silhouette disappeared in a flash, and he stopped in his tracks, bewildered. Disappeared? The ones running behind him didn't understand. Master Xuan Xiao, why did you stop? They were about to catch up. It was true. 1 second too late, and they would be captured. He shouted, I'll buy some time. You guys and the Kunlun Taoists keep running. Xuan Xiao shed tears as he looked over. Junior brother, just then, a voice rang in his ear. "Long time no see, Taoist." The fat man heard the voice but saw no one. He jumped in surprise and looked around, only to see a white shadow streaking past like lightning. A glowing blue sword appeared, slicing the throats of a bunch of assassins in an instant. They only had time to scream, "Wait, someone is coming from the front." Xu and Xiao stood stunned, only just realizing and moved to tears. "Ah, so we were saved." The person who arrived was Tang Yanming. He killed the assassins and turned to ask, "Are you all right?" The fat man was filled with joy. Our distress signal reached its destination. The injured ones were laid on the ground to be examined. Both were in very bad condition and needed immediate treatment. Luckily, other than the poisoning, there are no other external wounds. I can handle this myself. Every second is precious right now. I will start detoxifying them immediately. Xuan Xiao was still crying, hands clasped together. Ah. It's fortunate that you were the one sent to help, but he hadn't finished them all off yet. The swarm of assassins pursuing them was still huge, so he had to delegate. "While I detoxify them, please hold them back." Xuan Xiao gritted his teeth, furious. "Damn it, you lead the pursuit squad. Are they the ones?" They were the left guardian of the light, Gongsun Tai, and the right guardian of the light, Helian Zhongshan, both of whom looked fierce and treacherous. Tang Yanming turned to look when he heard their names. "Left guardian, right guardian, I heard they are top-tier demonic masters." He immediately ignored both of them and turned back to heal the wounds. "Detoxifying will take about half a quarter of an hour. Please buy me some time." But Xuan Xiao's group only had 3 people left, trembling in fear. "What? Us?" The left guardian realized immediately. Detoxifying? The Tang clan actually sent reinforcements. Killing intent radiated from his hands. "But do you think I'll give you time to detoxify? Tang Hong," he roared. "Prepare to die, all of you." Xuan Xiao's group had no choice but to charge forward to shield him while he performed the detoxification. Crying, they steeled their resolve. "Just half a quarter of an hour. Let's risk it all and fight to the end." He nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you all." Master Ziyun, it turned out he wasn't just relying on Xuan Xiao's group. He had brought Master Ziyun along. The old man heard the order and appeared immediately. "Amitabha, can I handle those 2 for half a quarter of an hour? If that's the case, then let this old monk Ziyun face them." He was extremely confident, sure it would be fine. Before Tang Yanming went to Xinjiang to the Tianming headquarters, they had discussed it. "Are you not planning to send troops to Xinjiang?" "That's right. Blindly dispersing military strength will only benefit the enemy. Think about it. If we send troops to Xinjiang, can the rest of you handle the demonic king?" The person who came to ask for help trembled and wept. Then are we just going to abandon the Kongtong and Kunlun sects?" He stood up to reassure him. "Of course not. Losing the Kongtong and Kunlun sects along with those experts is a massive loss, both in terms of morality and strategic benefit," he decided. "Therefore, I will act as a commando and go to Xinjiang personally. While I am away, the entire authority of the Tianming forces will be handed to strategist Jia Cat." Others were worried. "But if the alliance leader is not on the front lines, the morale of the members will surely decline." "That's right, and you are the strongest combatant in the alliance, too. But right now, it could only be him." This was the only way to deal with both places at once without thinning out their combat strength. "Since both of you Taoists have been poisoned, and you know I'm the only one who can cure it, I have to go." Master Ziyun immediately turned and suggested, "How about letting this old monk accompany you? I don't doubt your strength, Master, but while I'm curing the poison, someone needs to watch out for surprise attacks, right? It turns out my instinct was right. Your skills are needed now more than ever. He alone can hold off those 2. With one punch, the 2 of them were sent flying, realizing in terror that he was using the Shaolin's secret technique, the Vajra indestructible body. The evil envoy sneered in provocation. "You truly live up to the name of the Pillar of Mount Tai. Your reputation is not just empty words." Looking at him standing there like Mount Tai, they knew they were in for a fight. "We definitely can't take him down in just a few minutes." The right envoy glanced around. Not only that, but the Kunlun and Kongtong disciples who were fleeing have regained their spirit and are starting to fight back. It's as if they truly believe that young leader can cure the poison. The 2 of them consulted each other carefully. "We should still try to break the Vajra indestructible body of the Pillar of Mount Tai first. Please help me buy some time, left envoy. I need to gather my demonic gang chi." The left envoy understood immediately. "I get it. You really want to use that technique. I understand." However, the old monk heard their entire conversation. "Don't even think about achieving your goal while I'm still standing." But that bastard immediately activated his hell demonic fire hand skill. Crimson flames burned like the fires of hell. The left envoy roared in challenge. "Just bring it on. I'll burn this entire area to the ground." Master Ziyun remained unfazed, calmly dealing with the assault. Meanwhile, the protagonist was still using both hands to heal the two of them. Although he had successfully used the Qingguang poison-absorbing qi to draw out the deadly venom because they had been poisoned for so long, their blood vessels were severely damaged. Especially Taishu Zhenren, who temporarily wouldn't be able to return to the front lines. And that aura, even though I hope I'm wrong, this is definitely the aura of the 5 sins of creation, the 5th deadliest poison of the Tang family. I have an agreement with the 4th elder, so the chance of him betraying me is extremely low. He immediately thought of the 2nd elder and the father-son duo, Tang Wenshin. Was it really them? Who exactly is this poison demon? It's said that on the arm Taishu Zhenren cut off, even the blood spurting out was filled with poisonous energy. Tang Yanming also considered the possibility. Could these people be colluding with a demonic cult to create poison humans? I have a bad feeling about this. I need to finish first aid, then go help Master Ziyun. Suddenly, his keen senses picked up a massive, overwhelming burst of energy. What is that? The thing appeared right in front of Ziyun. He panicked. Master. Even the old monk was stunned, frozen stiff, looking up with wide, terrified eyes. Why is this aura so brutal? This isn't even human. It's more like a demonic beast. The weapon in the right envoy's hand was the dark demon sword. The two of them combined their attacks, grinning triumphantly. This is the pinnacle of refined demonic gang qi, forcing a demonic spirit into the sword. Do you think your little Vajra indestructible technique can withstand the power of a demonic spirit? Master Ziyun was in deep trouble now. They attacked frantically, activating the hell demonic fire hand again. As the flames struck relentlessly, Master Ziyun could only raise his hands to defend. Just as he finished blocking 2 moves from the left envoy, the right envoy attacked with the dark demon sword. Even the protagonist, sitting and watching, was terrified. He knew the old man couldn't hold on for much longer and shouted, "Master." He wanted to jump in and help, but looking at his 2 patients, he cursed. Damn it, their blood vessels are almost fully recovered. If I let go now, their lives will be at risk. Everyone is risking their lives, fighting because they trust me. Suddenly, a voice spoke up to reassure him. Please focus on healing the leader. Master Ziyun stood firm. I've only lost an arm. To save those 2, this minor injury is nothing. The 2 enemies, holding the upper hand, laughed mockingly. Only lost an arm? Do you think it's over? They lunged again. The arm is just the beginning. I'll burn you to ashes and tear you apart limb by limb. The white snake poked its head out to watch the commotion. What is this aura? Could it be that thing? But that guy isn't an alchemist. Why would his sword, even the snake, feel something is wrong? Why does it reek of demons and evil spirits? On the other side, Shuang Xiao was exhausted from fighting the assassins, panting heavily. Has it really been half a quarter of an hour already? The number of enemies hadn't decreased at all. Although Master Ziyun was still struggling to hold them off with one arm, he must be reaching his limit. Everyone had been running all night, and their stamina was spent. He looked at his shaking hands. I don't even have the strength to hold my sword anymore. He took a deep breath. Has it been 3 minutes? How long can we keep this up? Are the master and the demonic fairy done with the cure? Just then, Tang Yanming approached. Please fall back. Leave the rest to me. Seeing him standing there, Xuan Xiao's eyes teared up. Young leader, could it be that the master and Kuyun? The protagonist turned back to see they were stable. The detoxification was faster than he had anticipated. He drew his short blade. This is all thanks to you all risking your lives to hold the line. So, let me clean up the rest. He had to be quick, or Master Ziyun would be in grave danger. That bastard, the right envoy, was still fighting despite being one-armed, truly impressive. But once you die, the righteousness of the orthodox factions will suffer a major blow. Just then, a cold flash sliced through the air. The right envoy froze in his tracks, his eyes bulging with horror. What? Were all our subordinates taken out in a single blow? The 2 immediately became cautious. Is there still such a powerful sword master among them? We better be careful. Tang Yanming walked over to Ziyun. I'm sorry, master. Did I arrive too late? No, you arrived so quickly. Is the poison cured? Yes, all thanks to you. The left and right envoys looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Now their grins had completely vanished. When did he arrive? The old man let out a sigh of relief. That's good. It wasn't in vain that this old monk risked everything to hold on. He silently looked at the old man's arm and felt a pang of heartache, remembering the first time they met when the old man had sincerely said, I must admit, my previous words and actions were truly offensive to the young leader. No to the leader. To express my remorse, I, as a member of the Heaven Alliance, will definitely help annihilate the demonic path. He couldn't help but think, this person has exceptional character and strength, yet we haven't even fought the demonic emperor, and such an outstanding master has already lost an arm. Looking at the other 2, their internal energy wasn't as strong as the master's, which proved they possessed something capable of neutralizing the Shaolin Buddhist energy. Tang Yanming couldn't help but blame himself, thinking that just having the old man was enough. I can't believe it turned out like this. Was it my own carelessness in judging them solely by their energy? I had already made up my mind not to make such a wrong call again. His face darkened with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear those bastards to pieces right here and now. The loss was far too great. A lethal aura radiated from his body. Gripping his blade tightly, he snarled, "I'm saying that taking both your lives is a far cry from compensating for Master Ziyun's severed arm." Without another word, he charged in. He was done playing around. The left envoy couldn't even put up a fight, scrambling backward in a panic. How could this be? They were the demonic cult's top combatants, warriors who had reached the pinnacle of the demonic path, and yet they were being suppressed by some brat with a short sword. The right envoy couldn't believe it either. How could the righteous faction have a master of this caliber? Who the hell is this guy? With a single swing, he slashed between the two, forcing them apart and shattering that terrifying demonic aura. The two were scared out of their wits. I have to admit, ordinary techniques won't work on him. It looks like we'll have to use our ultimate move, but he still had one last card to play. I want to see how arrogant you can be after taking this. Ultimate technique, Hell Demonic Fire, Hand Solar Demonic Fire. The right envoy was startled, spinning around. Left envoy, are you trying to destroy this entire region? Even Ziyun realized things were taking a turn for the worse. If that attack landed, this place would be reduced to rubble. He had to stop it before it touched the ground, so he lunged forward, thrusting his blade straight through the man's chest. Both the right and left envoys were frozen in shock. The left envoy was sliced in two and died on the spot. The right envoy was shaking with fear. Who exactly are you? He stared at him in disbelief. Could it be? Is there someone in the righteous path like the young cult leader, a once-in-a-millennium genius? Ziyun stared at him. Though it wasn't necessary to explain anything to a dead man, he would make a special exception. I am the young master of the Tang Clan and the leader of the True Heaven Alliance. The right envoy finally understood. So he was the dark poison sword dragon. But no sooner had he thought it than his head fell right off. Swift and decisive, he quickly hurried over to check on the elder. Is your arm all right? The elder replied immediately, I'm fine. I've already stopped the bleeding. That said, you are truly extraordinary. The elder beamed, raising his stump of an arm. He never imagined they could eliminate both the left and right envoys, dealing a huge blow to the demonic cult's morale. The elder even felt that losing an arm wasn't such a high price to pay, but he was still incredibly regretful. It's all because I didn't judge the situation carefully. The elder cut him off. You don't need to blame yourself. Protecting the lives of two masters is more important anyway. Ziyun's unwavering spirit deeply impressed him. Besides, even if I've lost an arm, my resolve will not waver until we have eradicated the demonic path. Seeing that, he couldn't say anything more. If you say so, elder, then I am at ease. Deep down, he was touched. Even though the righteous faction was a bit weak, he felt lucky that people like Master Ziyun existed. Master Ziyun looked at the two corpses, but that ominous aura hadn't dissipated yet. Shouldn't a person's aura vanish along with their life force? He noticed it too. Indeed, even though they were dead, he could still feel the lingering murderous intent. The elder decided it was best to clear that aura before they left. He asked the elder if he could handle it. The elder raised his arm with a smile. The Buddhist true energy of the Ziyun sect contains the power to cleanse all that is impure. Haha, ordinary demonic energy can be easily wiped away. As he reached his hand out, he said, let's clean this up and get moving. Just then, the white snake shouted urgently, Kid, stop him before he touches that aura. That's not the aura of a corpse, it's the aura of a sword. He shouted, Master, wait, but it was too late. The aura flared up, and the elder stood there, bewildered. He lunged forward, grabbed the elder by the shoulders, and yanked him back with force, while he himself swung his blade at the encroaching energy. Today was just a streak of bad luck for Master Ziyun, one thing after another. Are you all right, Master? The elder was still shaking. Thank goodness you were here to help, Alliance leader. I'm fine. I have to deal with this disgusting thing myself. When he swung his blade, he had used supreme true energy, so why hadn't it dissipated? The elder frowned. My Buddhist true energy was swallowed up the moment it touched the sword. Such powerful resentment, this is the chi of the Buddha Slayer. Neither of them could figure out what on earth that was. Suddenly, the red mist shot up, taking on a physical form. The white snake watched intently. I find it hard to believe. I was only suspicious at first, but I never expected it to be true. He knew exactly what it was referring to. Do you know what that is? It's a Shimi Wang Liang, but not an ordinary one. If a normal one is born from the accumulation of resentment, this thing has turned into a grotesque demon crawling on the ground. The white snake explained that it was a physical entity, a collection of thousands of resentments sealed into a sword, a man-made shimmy Wang Liang. Aside from special cases like him and the shadowless guest, only practitioners of the occult arts could use shimmy Wang Liang as a shikigami, but even they strictly forbade the forced creation of such things. However, some people occasionally broke the taboo, sealing away resentment to create one. He glanced at the snake. So you mean? The snake replied directly. I'm afraid there's a descendant of those occult practitioners within the demonic cult, and someone who would break any taboo to get what they want. Those twisted practitioners. He gripped his blade, ready to fight. The monster's body stretched out like rubber, moving from one side to the other. It was crawling on the ground when it suddenly struck with lightning speed. Naturally, he didn't just stand there, unleashing several basic strikes. But even after the slashes, it didn't have a single scratch. As expected, my attacks didn't land. Is it because it's formed from resentment? It was a headache. To make matters worse, while it was immune to physical attacks, it could inflict them on others. The white snake seemed to read his thoughts. Let me give you a hint. It's no surprise you can't attack it. After all, Shimmy Wang Liang is nothing but a manifestation of evil intent. Why don't you leave it to me? He didn't trust the snake much. Leave it to you? Do you have a way? The snake gave a devious, smug smile. It seems you've forgotten just because you only see me as a container for poison. I've been a Shimmy Wang Liang for thousands of years. As soon as it finished, dense fog covered everything. The snake revealed its true form just by hissing. It was enough to make those demons and ghosts piss their pants. The people watching from the outside were clueless. They only saw the fog suddenly thicken, their vision fading. The monster stood there, frozen, not daring to attack. Tang Yanming, fearing the others might see, whispered to the white snake, "It's too crowded and complicated here. Just end this quickly." The snake, naturally agreeing, instantly grew to a massive size. Its tongue stretched out, and now it was 1,000 times larger than that hideous creature. The snake began to threaten it, just a newborn. Yet your power level is quite high. You've already surpassed ordinary ghouls and spirits. Its eyes glowed brightly, but it was still far inferior to me, one who was cultivated for thousands of years. Just behave and become my sustenance. That monster was as obedient as a bird. It just stood there like a statue, letting the snake open its mouth wide to swallow the whole thing in one bite. The snake was full and satisfied, while Tang Yanming was surrounded by the others asking if he was all right. Alliance leader, are you injured? He was speechless, not knowing how to explain it, and could only answer, I'm fine. Shuing Xiao even praised him, saying that the fog from earlier must have been one of his ultimate techniques. Tang Yanming gave an awkward smile and scratched his cheek. It was passable enough, so he just made up a random excuse to brush them off. Elder Ziyun asked, by the way, what on earth did the demonic cult create? In all my life, this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying existence. That was nothing yet. He told them to prepare themselves, as this might not be the worst of it. So I have a request, could you, Master, please take them back first. Everyone was stunned. Leaving his side meant walking into a storm, and while they were terrified, more importantly, they looked at him in confusion. Are you planning to head to the demonic cult's headquarters alone? Xuan Xiao panicked and tried to stop him. You can't, Alliance leader. We've already dealt with their key combat forces, the left and right envoys. We should know when to quit and retreat. Tang Yanming explained seriously. That thing from earlier was a ghoul, and ordinary attacks can't kill it. Plus, you all saw it. Even I didn't use a sword, but was forced to use my inner energy. I believe it's very likely the demonic cult is forcibly creating these ghouls. Xuan Xiao stood there, looking blank and puzzled. Then what if there are many more of those things? His eyes lit up. That would mean the demonic cult's fighting strength was still completely intact. And the reason he absolutely had to go was, besides, I still haven't clearly investigated the identity of the young poison demon. If he is truly related to the Tang Clan, I must eliminate him. He added calmly, you might think I'm being reckless, but I believe that while the demonic cult has lost its core strength, it's the perfect opportunity to deal them a fatal blow. Having said that, it wasn't easy to stop him anymore. Regardless of what Xuan Xiao wanted to say, the old man interrupted him, firmly shouting, I understand. Alliance leader. The old man knew when to stop. Although I trust in your strength, you are, after all, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance. I urge you to be prepared for every situation and act with caution. It should be Alliance leader, please do so. Tang Yanming smiled and turned to leave, not forgetting to add, all right then, just wait for my good news. With that, he used his light body technique and vanished. Once he was gone, Elder Ziyun laughed and turned around. Haha, I see that even if we tried to stop him, we wouldn't be able to. Who in the demonic cult could threaten our alliance leader? Haha, he was just trying to reassure the others so they wouldn't be scared, but inside, he was truly uneasy. Even though I say that, I'm still very worried. After all, apart from the cult leader, we still don't know how many peak-level demon experts there are. But instead of doubting, I've decided to patiently wait for his return. Alliance leader, we're waiting for you like a child waiting for their mother. Please, you must return safely. The scene shifts to Xinjiang, the headquarters of the heavenly demon cult. Tang Wenshen walked in, his voice ringing out. The young poison demon has arrived. As soon as Bai Xiaoyan saw him, she said, "Congratulations, I heard you've achieved a great feat on the battlefield, haven't you?" He turned and recognized the demon physician. She looked at him with increasing satisfaction. "You finally have the demeanor of an outstanding demon warrior. The head of the Yang family's poison demon faction must be very proud to hear this news." "Oh, should I call him your father now?" His expression changed instantly. He didn't seem to like it at all. A few days ago, on the second day after Tang Wenshen entered the poison human realm, she had taken him to meet someone. "Greet him. This is the head of the Yang family's poison demon faction, who is supporting our cult. From now on, he will sponsor your status." He immediately clasped his hands and bowed. "I am Tang Wenshen. Thank you for granting me a new identity." Before he could finish, the old man shouted, "No, that's not right." The old man smiled sinisterly and patted his shoulder. "Didn't you say you wanted to discard the Tang surname? Then you can't carry it anymore. I will adopt you. From now on, you shall be called Yang Tang Wenshen." He didn't like it, but he had no right to refuse, so he bowed his head. "Yes, father." The old man laughed heartily. "Good. It just so happens I don't have an heir, and to have such a reliable son, it's truly wonderful." Their conversation was practically dripping with phoniness. "I am deeply grateful to the family head for accepting someone as flawed as me." "Humph, that's a boring answer." Bai Xiaoyan spoke up. "By the way, since you've achieved a military merit, the cult leader will naturally have a reward. Have you thought about what you want?" Tang Wenshen had already planned it. "I am considering asking for the light body technique. I've heard the movement techniques of the Kunlun faction are very powerful. I intend to join the pursuit team next time to earn more merit." Her cold gaze swept over him from head to toe. Movement techniques? Movement techniques are fine, but that would be too boring. What about something else? Things like movement techniques were a dime a dozen in the cult's library. For example, the original copy of the demonic blood reversal art. This woman was truly a master of manipulation. Every word she spoke was serious. Tang Wenshan was instantly swayed. Demonic blood reversal art, I've heard of it. That's the martial art the demonic faction once used to attack the Tang clan. That demonic art can stimulate human potential, helping to increase strength several times over in a short period. But he immediately stated his concern. "Isn't that very dangerous? Exhausting your internal energy will lead to death or a deviation in cultivation." She had already planned it all for him. "That's for ordinary demon warriors. Haven't you already mastered the immortal demon art? Think about it. The demonic blood reversal art can be life-threatening, and the immortal demon art makes one unable to die. If you combine the two, the effect would surely be incredible, wouldn't it?" She said it with her mouth, but was struggling to hide a laugh, her heart full of devious schemes. Although she was just curious about what consequences would occur when two conflicting martial arts collided, there was no caring for each other in it at all. The scene shifts to the old man, Xiang Xin, standing over a war map when someone comes looking for him. "Are you here, strategist?" The old man turned and replied, "Ah, I'm here to re-verify the troop deployment. You're too modest. You've worked hard, but coordinating all this in just a few days, that was all thanks to your quick strategic deployment." The old man suddenly stroked his beard with a worried look and said, "I just remembered the alliance leader and Ziyun must have met the Kunlun people by now, right?" When asked, Chang Xin couldn't help but sigh. It was hard to say. He could only pray they weren't too late. He was already thinking that if the alliance leader could heal those two Taoists and get them back to the front lines, the alliance would have 6 transformation realm experts. Chang Xin had to use every last brain cell he had, and his head was already pounding. Nian Zhonghe has 5 top-tier demonic experts on his side, so if we can just maintain our combat strength, we'll be under much less pressure. I have to hold Nian Zhonghe back while keeping our strength intact until the alliance leader returns. But Zhuji Changsen had no idea that it would be a very long time before he could reunite with Tang Yanming. Moreover, before returning, he would take unexpected actions that would shake the very foundations of the demonic cult's headquarters. At the heavenly demon cult's main stronghold in the Tianshan Mountains, Xinjiang, Tang Wenshen stood before the heavenly demon. The old man looked down at him. "Young demonic poison, you and the left and right envoys have achieved great feats for the cult. Thanks to you, our plan to advance into the central plains has taken another step forward. Merit must be rewarded. Tell me, what do you want?" Standing below, Tang Wenshen was sweating bullets just from the sight of him. "This was my first time meeting the cult leader in person. He doesn't look like I imagined, but the suffocating demonic energy he radiates unintentionally is overwhelming. However, having been coached by the demonic physician, he spoke up. This subordinate requests the original manuscript of the blood reversal demonic art. The old man was surprised. The original manuscript. After a long silence, he sighed deeply, having already figured out the game. You've already mastered the immortal demonic art, yet you want the blood reversal demonic art. That can't be a coincidence. It seems the demonic physician told you that an immortal body can overcome the side effects of the blood reversal demonic art. That curious, mischievous nature is exactly why the demonic physician is so fascinating. He smirked and agreed immediately. Fine, then I'll be blunt. The blood reversal demonic art has no original manuscript. Tang Yanming was caught off guard, but the old man continued. The blood reversal demonic art is essentially a technique to force demonic energy into specific death points to unleash hidden potential. It's similar to how the immortal demonic art ignores death, utilizing all those death points is the true essence of this technique. His ears were ringing, he didn't understand a word. As I learned this, my face turned pale and my whole body went rigid. What? I can't move my body. A wave of killing intent crashed down on him, and his face turned whiter than a sheet. Is this the heavenly demon divine art at its peak that the demonic physician talked about? The old man remained lying in his spot, waving a hand teasingly. Am I scaring you? I feel like it's more effective if you experience it yourself. He didn't stop. He flicked his finger, and it felt like a punch landed right in Tang Yanming's gut. He let out a painful scream, but the old man remained calm. I just caused a minor outburst of your demonic energy. If it were a full outburst, you'd be suffering from key deviation right now. Tang Yanming felt as if his insides were being burned, tears and snot streaming down his face. The heavenly demon divine art contains a technique to suppress demonic energy. Once mastered, one can control all the demonic energy within a certain range. In other words, the life and death of every demon within the cult are in the cult leader's hands. But one person managed to escape my control, the immortal demonic. Even if I force his energy into an outburst and try to force him into chi deviation, it had no effect on his body. Not only that, but it actually unleashed his potential, turning him into an uncontrollable immortal monster. Though he was in agony, he forced himself to listen, looking up in shock. An uncontrollable monster? So, what happened to him after that? I heard from the demonic physician that the current cult leader killed him. The old man continued. I hadn't explained it fully to the physician. He abused the blood reversal demonic art, overstimulating the potential of the immortal demonic art, and ultimately, unable to handle his own regenerative capabilities, he caused his own destruction. So, the conclusion is, if you, who have learned the immortal demonic art, push the blood reversal demonic art to its limit, you might master the true version. The old man's eyes brightened as he stared intently at him, warning, but with your own power, you cannot open all the death points of the blood reversal demonic art. If you want the power of the immortal demonic, you must undergo the same chi deviation he did. For someone like you, who hasn't mastered the immortal demonic art, this is essentially suicide. Do you still want to learn it? He had made up his mind. There was no turning back now. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he replied, yes, great one. He was fueled by one thought. As long as he could get stronger and take revenge on Tang Yanming, what was his measly life worth? Thinking this, he emphasized again, please bestow upon me the true blood reversal demonic art. Meanwhile, Chang Xin was stroking his chin, lost in thought. How strange. Maps were marked everywhere before him. He couldn't figure out why the Nian Zhonghe forces had suddenly stopped attacking the martial arts clans after such a short time. Could the Nian Zhonghe lord have suffered internal injuries while fighting the Sword King? I hope they are serious injuries. Before he could dwell on it, a panicked scream echoed from outside. Advisor, it's bad. He looked out immediately. What could be so urgent? It was Yu Yang, a transformation realm expert from the Manhwa sect, running in, drenched in sweat. There's an urgent report. Nian Zhonghe has moved. They stormed the Shaolin Temple. It was true. The Shaolin Temple was in complete chaos. People stood blocking the gate, one shouting in protest, how dare you break in here? Shaolin is under the protection of the Imperial Court. Do you think you can provoke us and get away with it? If you keep acting like this, you won't just be an enemy of the martial arts world, but an enemy of the entire nation. But Nian Zhonghe stood there, fearless, challenging them directly. Do you really think so? He raised his sword. Compared to relying on gods, our great emperor seems to value his own interests and safety far more. The monk was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. What do you mean? But before they could even hear the answer, the scoundrel Nian Zhonghe swung his sword in one clean motion. A row of bald heads hit the ground. Whether it's the Imperial Court or the Martial Arts Alliance, no force will come to save you. After the slash, he grinned savagely with triumph. It's useless even if they arrive. From this day forward, there won't be any monks left in this world. His subordinates behind him immediately cheered. Chaos erupted. The old man, Zhu Changxian, was trembling with goosebumps upon receiving the news. Jiang gritted his teeth in fear. Could it be that the imperial court has decided to abandon the Shaolin temple? He hurriedly shouted to Yu Yang, "Please mobilize the troops immediately. Even if it's late, we must head to Shaolin." No sooner had he spoken than the sword perfection of Zhongnan, Yun, walked in. No one else is allowed to come along. Old Changxian asked immediately, "Master Yun, who is this person next to you?" Looking closer, he finally recognized him. "Sword Saint, aren't you supposed to be at Wudang? How are you here?" "This person is truly the Wudang Sword Saint, Song Qing." He spoke up. "Zhu Changxian, are you the strategist for the Righteous Heaven Alliance? At this moment, you absolutely must not send troops to Shaolin." Old Zhu Changxian couldn't understand why, wondering if even the Righteous Heaven Alliance wanted to abandon Shaolin. Song Qing immediately barked, "I don't want that either." But it's not just Nian Zhonghe making moves. The demonic forces in Shaanxi have also started moving. The crowd was startled. "Shaanxi? You don't mean only now did they learn the shocking news?" That's right. One of the three great demonic clans following Nian Zhonghe, the Hua clan of Shaanxi, has officially announced their war ceremony for the great conflict between righteousness and evil. Meanwhile, at the Hua clan in Shaanxi, the great demonic lady Hua Lianting was pouring tea and said, "The day has finally arrived." The Great War? Wolong has been waiting for this day because he needs to achieve a great feat to win his father's favor. The person standing there listening to her was the first young master of the demonic path, Hua Wolong. She looked up as she spoke. "Since this great war will affect the succession rights of the three demonic masters' sons, forgive me for nagging, but my son is the strongest candidate for the succession, right?" Nian Zhonghe's close bodyguard, Jin Ling, took a sip of his tea. After he finished, he looked at her with a smile. "Are you still worried about this? It seems that having me, the Heavenly Master's right-hand man, backing him, isn't enough." Hearing this, she finally relaxed, her face softening. What mother wouldn't worry about her children? "I just wanted to hear an honest answer," he added. "The first young master is the most capable of the three from the demonic clans. If he achieves a great merit during this campaign, his position as the heir will be even more secure." But hearing this, she became worried again. How great of a merit must he achieve? The answer was the destruction of the righteous sects in Shaanxi. He emphasized with a sinister smile. "It means wiping out the Hoshan and Zhongnan sects. The first young master will definitely become the next heavenly master." From Nian Zhonghe's attack on Shaolin, the imperial court's declaration not to protect the righteous sects, to the Shaanxi Hua clan holding a war ceremony, these events had nearly thrown the martial world into chaos once again. Old Chengxian read through the reports, his brain unable to keep up. Can so many things really happen in just one day? Now, where should I even start dealing with this? He had never missed Du Yanmin more than now. He couldn't carry this burden alone anymore. "Young master, no, Alliance leader, please come back. I beg you, the Righteous Heaven Alliance needs you." But at this moment, he was running like crazy across the desert. He had only a snake accompanying him. "You say this is a plain in Xinjiang? There's not even water or trees." "This is the first time I've seen such a barren land," he confirmed. "That's right. This is the Taklamakan Desert, an abandoned region. You could say it's dead land. I once joined the Shadowless Traveler to subjugate the evil dragon and earth dragon that resided here. That very battle turned this entire region into a desert. Whether they are benevolent or evil, dragons are born with the ability to control the chi of the five elements. Thunder dragons can control lightning, chi, and other evil dragons can control one of the five elemental attributes. Among them, the earth dragon controlled earth chi. When it fought the Shadowless Traveler, it absorbed most of the earth chi here. To stop it, the alchemists performed a formation ritual that caused the earth's energy to flow elsewhere. The alchemist's arts have a characteristic. If no one interferes, it will continuously activate. He asked, curious, if the earth dragon was already eliminated, there's no need to maintain the ritual, right? Why wasn't it dispelled back then? The snake shook its head. I don't know about that either. At that time, an alchemist opposed dispelling it, saying it would directly affect the survival of the common people. That person was the heaven-defying alchemist of the demonic cult. Even though he was a member of the demonic cult, he had the strongest power among the alchemists of that time, and one could even say the technique was cast by his own hand. So, not only the other alchemists, but even the Shadowless Traveler didn't oppose his opinion. But his methods differed from orthodox alchemists. Although I don't understand it well, I'm certain he was plotting something shady. Unlike other alchemists who rely on techniques to accumulate divinity, he captures demons and ghosts as subordinates to accumulate divinity. Because of this, it is rumored that by raising his divinity in that way, even by using forbidden techniques, he can escape divine retribution. In other words, he can use forbidden techniques at will. If you discover a formation he set up, you must be careful. Tang Yanming felt touched upon hearing this and chuckled, teasing it. I was wondering why you were suddenly talking so much. So you're worried about me. The snake became furious and hissed, arguing back. Hemph. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about myself. If you die, I, who am bound to your soul, will die too. He had to give in to it. All right, if you say so, then fine. Save your energy and keep running. But how big is this desert anyway? At that moment, on the other side, someone else was asking that same question. Just how big is this desert? As he thought that, a voice rang out, reminding him. Your steps are slowing down. It was the demonic master. He glared at Tang Wenshen, who was trailing behind. I'll warn you one more time, absolutely do not stray more than 3 steps away from me. He didn't dare show any attitude, only thinking to himself. To obtain the demonic blood arts, I've been following this sect leader for several hours now. Just a moment ago, we were clearly at the entrance of the desert, but suddenly the scenery changed, and now I don't even know where I am. He stealthily observed his surroundings, looking down. Is this also a type of formation? It's quite similar to what I saw during the young master selection trials. He looked around until the old man's voice rang out again. We're here. He was startled. What on earth? Since when did a giant door appear right in front of them without a sound? Tang Wenshen's jaw dropped. A door in the middle of the desert? The old man looked at him. It's still too early to be surprised. With that, the old man pulled out a talisman, slapped it onto the massive door, and shouted, Open. Instantly, the formation on the door ignited, and even just the motion of it opening shook the very ground. Tang Wenshan stared in shock. Behind that door lay an entirely different world. Blue skies, white clouds, golden sunshine, and lush trees. It was absolutely not the sandy desert they were in. Plus, having studied poisons at the Duongji sect, I've seen countless plants, but this place was crawling with species I'd never seen before. The old man led him inside, boasting, This is my personal training ground, and it's also where the first sect master manifested his inner world hundreds of years ago. Only descendants of the first sect master have the right to open this door. In other words, if you cultivate here, no one will be able to disturb you. So, start your training here. If you can follow in the footsteps of the left and right envoys and reach the extreme demon realm, our sect's combat power will reach a whole new level. Tang Wenshen immediately dropped to his knees and shouted, I am deeply grateful for the Supreme's favor. Now that he was inside, there was no turning back. He looked around and called out, All right, come on out. 2 shadows appeared instantly. The demon lord's eyes lit up as he greeted them. Long time no see, Fuang Lok. The 2 figures weren't human. They were 2 deer standing on their hind legs, wearing clothes. We are here at your command, Supreme. Tang Wenshen couldn't figure out what on earth they were. What is that? Are those masks, or are those actual deer heads? After a brief exchange, Fuang Lok nodded. Is that all it takes to train him? As you command. The old man turned back to Tang Wenshen. While you are cultivating here, Fuang Lok will look after your daily needs. I'll ask one last time you haven't changed your mind, have you? Tang Wenshen puffed out his chest, showing no regret. I haven't. The old man shouted a single, Good. His eyes flashed, and he activated the demonic possession technique. A wave of agony ripped through Tang Wenshen's entire body, so intense that he broke into tears. What is this? The pain from the demonic energy bursting out earlier couldn't even compare to this. It felt like his limbs were being torn into hundreds of pieces. He collapsed to the ground, unable to even twitch. The only sound in the entire space was his blood-curdling scream. The old man looked down at him, satisfied, grinning from ear to ear. I believe you can overcome this just like the undying demon. I wish you success in mastering the technique. With that, he pulled out another talisman, yelled close, and left him there to his fate. Scene shift to our protagonist and his companion, both staring blankly at what lay ahead. So, the snake was poking its head out here. Turns out it was here. A massive, colossal formation was drawn on the ground, the dragon-defying seal. The snake knew this was a high-level formation designed to suppress an earth dragon. Our protagonist spoke up. I can sense an abnormal aura coming from beneath this formation. The snake was surprised. You could faintly sense it, too. Down there are at least hundreds, maybe thousands, of demons and monsters. They probably aren't just absorbing the earth dragon's residue. This is likely another dirty trick by that sky-defying freak. Because those people will stop at nothing to capture demons as familiars to accumulate divinity. Hearing those numbers made his heart race. Thousands? Even though I suspected as much, it's still more than I imagined. Should I wipe all of these out before starting the war with the demon sect? If they are like those creatures before the ones that could ignore physical attacks, this is going to be tough to deal with. But why was he worried? He looked at the snake and saw it practically drooling with excitement. Haha, I'm definitely going to level up my divinity a ton. It turned around sharply. Master, if you don't mind, can I handle this? The protagonist nodded immediately. Go ahead. The snake was a bit stunned. Wait, are you serious? Tang Yanming explained, I'm not a practitioner, so I don't fully understand these types of demons. You are better suited to deal with them. Besides, with your power, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? The snake was dazed for a moment. That's true, but I didn't expect you to agree so easily. The protagonist wasn't joking and repeated, just go. Besides, since we have to travel through this vast desert, my internal energy and stamina are running low. Before clashing with the demon sect, I need to find a place to rest for a day. I grant you permission to reveal your true form, try to make it quick and clean. The snake was instantly pumped, its eyes glowing. In a blink, it transformed into a massive, colossal snake. Before leaving, it added, Master, a quick reminder, there is a village on the northern edge of the desert. I'm heading out. The protagonist nodded. Go, stop nagging. It didn't even wait for him to finish nodding before diving straight into the ground. Inside the formation was a web of golden talismans, all connected together. Suddenly, it perked up. It seemed to hear someone talking. What's that? A powerful aura is heading this way. Not the master. Master, this is a demonic aura. The monster inside the talisman widened its glowing yellow eyes. An intruder. An intruder has appeared. Inside the dragon-defying seal, a wolf was guarding the gate. The four-eyed divine hound perked up the moment it heard the snake's movement. Whoever the intruder is, they must be eliminated. Now that the snake was inside, it noticed that the scene before it was strangely wrong. A forest in the middle of a desert is the Earth's spiritual energy always sealed within the formation. It also saw a massive, bottomless pit in the ground. The snake landed beside it, thinking, I can feel countless auras here. Did he really seal all these demons and monsters here? It immediately thought, if I can absorb them all, my divinity will increase significantly. But at that very moment, the wolf lunged. The white snake grew alert. Something is coming. The wolf appeared and exerted its pressure. How dare you break in here? I don't know how you found this place, but as an intruder, you are definitely going to die. Now the snake could see how huge the wolf was. It even had 4 eyes and it bared its sharp, vicious teeth. The snake watched its opponent warily. This guy's divinity is at the highest level. Suddenly, the wolf froze. You look a bit familiar. Surprisingly, it hit the nail on the head. Aren't you the white snake of the azure horn? The familiar of the shadowless guest? The white snake didn't recognize it and asked, You know me. The wolf stared at the white snake. Yeah, I met you back when the shadowless guest was still active. I thought that after he died, you'd turn to dust. I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're just a pathetic tool. Why are you here all alone? As soon as the words left its mouth, the snake's forehead wrinkled in extreme annoyance. Its eyes glowed a burning red as it snapped back. A tool. You're just a pathetic gatekeeper, and you dare call me a tool? The two beasts charged at each other like madmen, skipping all pleasantries. Scene shift to the village, northeast of the Lan Ma Tang Quang Desert. Tang Yanming had arrived. Just as the Azure Horn said, there was indeed a village on the edge of the desert. Who would have thought people lived in such a remote place? I sat in my room, legs crossed, trying to meditate. The room was pretty basic, but hey, at least it's a place to crash. I wonder how things are going with Thang Jack. I can leave things to her for now, but sooner or later, we're going to run into some real demons and monsters. I can't just keep relying on her. The essence of demons and monsters is deep-seated resentment and hatred. If I can channel an intent even deeper than that into my sword. Just then, someone knocked at the door. My lord, I brought you some food. It was an old man. I was already annoyed. I told you not to disturb my meditation. He jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. I'm so sorry, sir. I completely forgot. Seeing his reaction, I sighed and told him, forget it. Just leave it there and get out. But instead of leaving, the old man turned back and asked if I needed a woman to serve me tonight. One look into my eyes, and he must have felt like I was going to kill him. He shrank back instantly. No need. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but think back to when I first arrived. I had politely asked if I could stay the night, but they must have mistaken me for some young master from the demonic cult. All the villagers started bowing and scraping, obeying every word I said. I didn't feel the need to reveal that I was from the Central Plains, so I stayed quiet, but they've been fawning over me so much it's getting awkward. I barely managed to get a few minutes of peace when another knock came from outside. My lord, are you in there? I was getting pissed. I glared at the door. They weren't giving me a second to think. What is it this time? It was a different guy, a young man. Who are you? He seemed completely different from the others. He got straight to the point. I recognize you the moment I saw you at the entrance. You're from the Tang Clan, aren't you? This guy's name was Truong Xuan Nat. Back when the Black Evil Union ruled Sichuan, he was a warrior for a demonic clan. One day, while he was away, a A superior from the Black Evil Union forced himself on his wife, and she took her own life rather than live with the shame. Truong Xuan Nat was consumed with rage. Even though he managed to get his revenge, the Black Evil Union put a bounty on his head all across Sichuan, forcing him to flee to Xinjiang. He poured his heart out, explaining his hopeless situation. He had a young daughter, but because he was a wanted man, he couldn't take her with him when he ran. So, I wanted to ask, what is the situation in Sichuan these days? If the bounty has been lifted, I want to go back and find my daughter. I looked at him with a hint of sadness. I don't know which sect you belong to, but the demonic sects in Sichuan and the Black Evil Union have all been wiped out. The bounty is obviously gone, too. This news hit him like a lightning bolt. He was in shock and let out a broken, desperate cry. What? The Black Evil Union was wiped out? Someone actually destroyed them? I told him plainly. It was me. I'm the young master of the Tang Clan, but after a second thought, telling him that might just cause more trouble, so I figured I'd play it cool. I just said, I heard it was a master from the Orthodox factions. The guy looked like he was crying tears of joy. He bowed repeatedly. Thank you for telling me. I can finally go home and find my daughter. Seeing that he seemed honest, I decided to ask him something while I was at it. This village doesn't seem wealthy, yet you all treat me so well. Why is that? He looked confused and guessed, maybe it's because of the divine pill? He told me the demonic cult distributes a type of medicine that makes people forget their troubles. The more wealth they contribute, the more they get. But since they're so poor, they only get a tiny amount. The problem is that while this divine pill works, it's incredibly addictive. Once you're hooked, there's no way to quit. That's why they all mistook me for a young master from the cult they're trying to get on my good side to get more pills. It happens sometimes when cult members come through here. So that's what it is. I see. Even though this place is outside the control of the imperial court and the Wulin, they shouldn't be selling addictive drugs to innocent people. The guy kept talking, saying that if I wanted to pretend to be a young master from the cult, suddenly, the sound of clanging bells echoed in the air. I didn't know what it was, but Truong Xuan Nat turned around in a panic. It was the village alarm, ringing frantically. It meant bandits were attacking. I was still wondering, bandits? Right when I show up to stay the night, the old man from earlier came running again. My lord, are you in there? Something terrible has happened. He pointed toward the village gate. Do you hear the bells? A gang of over 50 bandits is charging this way. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the other guy. Xuan Nat, what are you doing here? I stood up, adjusting my clothes. I called him here because I had something to ask. I looked at the old man. You said there are bandits? He nodded frantically. Yes. We have a hiding place to escape them. Please, come with us. I was getting fed up with this. I glared at him, furious. Do you really think I'm afraid of a few low-life bandits? The old man was scared out of his wits and could barely stammer out an apology. I didn't mean that. I narrowed my eyes. Take me to see these bandits. The whole village dragged themselves out to the main gate, where the bandits were already waiting on horseback. As soon as they saw me, they started laughing like crazy. They shouted, Hey, you in the middle. You don't look like one of the villagers. Where the hell did you come from? I remembered what Truong Xuan Nat had advised. In case you have to fight the bandits, use the identity of the Ma Dak Yang family. I didn't get it. The Ma Dak Yang family? He explained. The Yang family specializes in poisons and medicines within the cult, so even if you use poison, they won't suspect a thing. I nodded. I see. So the demonic cult has a family like the Tang Clan. That's it. I understand. So, I told them, I am a young master of the Ma Dak Yang family. The bandit leader scoffed. Ma Dak Yang family, you're a prestigious disciple, and you come to this god-forsaken place? He pointed his chin at me, ordering, if you're really a young master from the Yang family, hand over the divine pills. Those Yang people always carry them. I was speechless. I reached into my robe, having no other choice. The bandit leader stared at me, unable to hide his smug grin. He was planning to take me hostage and demand a massive ransom of pills from the cult. But before he could finish his thought, a whole row of bandits slumped over and fell right off their horses. The leader turned around, looking at his men in total shock. What is happening? It was me, of course. I'd had enough of this act. This is ridiculous. I said I needed to meditate and rest. Ever since I got here, I haven't had a second of peace, and now these bandits show up? I glared directly at the bandit leader, my eyes filled with killing intent. Who told you I was here? Enough with the act, show yourself. This is so strange. I told you clearly that I needed to rest to circulate my energy. Yet, ever since I started, I've been constantly interrupted, and now, out of nowhere, bandits show up? The protagonist stared daggers at the bandit leader, demanding, Who told you I was here? Confess now. If you don't want to experience gut-wrenching pain, you'd better answer me honestly. Zhang Chunri watched everything unfold, trembling with fear. He hadn't even clearly seen how those bandits were taken down. Was that his doing? I knew he was no ordinary person, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. The bandit leader's face turned pale as a sheet, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. I didn't intend to go this far. He said this with a dangerous look on his face, making the guy instinctively go on guard. Oh boy, could he have been hiding his true strength? I thought he was just talk. The bandit leader immediately jumped down, fell to his knees, and started kowtowing repeatedly. Please, spare my life. Just let me live. I swear I will remember this kindness forever, even if it means dying 1,000 deaths. Just tell me what to do. I'll do anything. The protagonist sighed, looking at the scene. Fine, that works. Let's make this quick. The bandit kept blabbering. You guessed right. Someone ordered us to do this. The person who gave us the tip was targeting the old man behind you. He said he's the village chief. The whole crowd erupted in whispers. The village chief? That's impossible. The old man's face turned purple instantly. The old man, naturally anxious, pointed a finger at the bandit leader and shouted, "This is slander. How could I possibly plot against him? Please, sir, kill him. Shut that filthy mouth of his." The bandit leader wasn't going to take that lying down. They started bickering, exposing each other's secrets. You cunning old man. Didn't you say the sect had some naive young master coming here, and that we should kill him to loot his treasures and the divine pill? Sir, I have a close relationship with the village chief. We've used this method to rob people from the sect several times. The village chief is responsible for reporting on merchant groups passing through the village. Then, we handle the looting, and we split the spoils as agreed. If that money had been used to buy food and construction materials, this village would have been out of poverty long ago. If you don't believe me, just search the village chief's house. You'll definitely find a lot of wealth. By now, there was no way for the old man to deny it, so he started shrieking. Xuanyang Ka, you really want. Before he could finish, the villagers surrounded him, completely disillusioned. Village chief, is everything he said true? You knew full well what state the village was in, yet you kept lying to us. So, the young men in the guard patrol who were killed by bandits before that was your doing too? You scumbag. How could you, as our village chief, do something like that? Facing the angry villagers, the old man couldn't argue anymore, stuttering. No, that's not it. It's all a misunderstanding. Tang Yanming, annoyed by the sight, flicked his finger. While the old man was still trying to justify himself, to survive in this place, I had no other choice. A needle pierced straight into his head. The protagonist spat out. So pathetic. The bandit leader finally realized that the ox hair needle had moved too fast to see. So my subordinates were finished off by that. But does the Tang family's poison technique really use ox hair needles? The guy was sharp. He broke into a cold sweat, looking at the protagonist in terror. Could it be that you are? As far as I know, in this world, the only one who coats needles with poison is. Don't tell me, are you really from the Tang family? Before he could even finish his sentence, another needle buried itself in his head. He died on the spot, unable to speak another word. To the protagonist, he was no different from the Grim Reaper coming to collect a soul. For someone with that look, you're quite observant. But even if you figured it out, you should have known when to keep your mouth shut. A frog dies by its own croak. Meanwhile, the villagers went to the chief's house to raid it. The bandit was telling the truth. Who would have thought so much gold and treasure was hidden here? This is enough for the villagers to move somewhere else and start over. Yanming handed the task to Zhang Chunri. Distribute this wealth among everyone. I have somewhere else to go. Zhang Chunri was stunned. What? But you were the one who defeated the bandits. The protagonist chuckled. No need. Carrying all that around is just a burden on the road. Actually, I've already calculated everything. Besides, the gold I got from the Black Evil Alliance city is already worth several times this amount. I don't need to fight them for it. Looking at the villagers busily packing up, he asked, wait, so the entire village is moving? He nodded. Yes. Now that the Black Evil Alliance is gone, wouldn't it be better for everyone to head to the Central Plains to buy land and farm? It's all thanks to your kindness. I can finally go back and find my daughter. Suddenly, he handed him a pouch. He warned him, in case you run into other bandits on the road, I prepared some poison and a few ox hair needles. This poison is lethal, even with a slight scratch, so be very careful when using it. The man took it with both hands, moved to tears. You even prepared this for us. I don't know how to thank you properly. The curious man then asked, Ah, sir, may I ask if you are from the Tang family? Since the man wasn't half bad, he answered truthfully. Yes, I am the young master of the Tang family, Tang Yanming. Zhang Chunri went completely rigid. I knew he wasn't an ordinary person, but I never expected him to be the young master. Meanwhile, the protagonist had been here for a while and still hadn't seen the white snake. He felt a bit worried. Why isn't that guy here yet? At that time, it volunteered for the job, so I entrusted it to it. Did something happen? I suppose I have no choice but to go see for myself. At that moment, near the formation, the white snake was still battling the gatekeeper dog. It was fighting more and more fiercely. However, Qingjiao was gradually losing its sanity, because of something even Tang Yanming and Qingjiao didn't know. The spiritual bond between a master and a familiar, the soul connection that allows for telepathy, has a side effect. That is, when the familiar and the master are too far apart, the familiar cannot maintain its sanity. Elsewhere, in the bottomless pit, at the deepest part of the Miquan Fenglong formation, high-ranking demons sealed there collectively looked up at the sky. They sensed the death of the gatekeeper guarding the pit, the four-eyed divine dog. Immediately after, they felt a massive aura descending into the pit. It was a strange demon that had lost its sanity and was spewing poisonous gas. Low-ranking demons near the surface vanished the moment they touched the poison mist it released. They realized that their own death at its hands was only a matter of time. In this situation, the best choice they could make was to slaughter each other, accumulate divine power, and try to get a little stronger. Among them was a high-ranking demon, Tang Yanming. At a glance, it looked like a gigantic, gluttonous toad, but as soon as it ate one prey, another one smashed its head and cursed, "Get lost. Do you really think you can level up just by doing that?" The one who killed it was an even bigger and stronger beast. It was a high-ranking chimera, the Black Keelan. It looked up toward the opening of the pit. The four-eyed divine dog actually died. Just how strong is that snake? No, now isn't the time to think about that. This is a chance to escape, it plotted. After I eat this guy to level up, I'll take care of the rest. Just then, the high divinity nether soul beast and the black-eyed tiger appeared, glaring at each other to call a truce. That's the prey I've already marked, Black Keelan. It was a case of big fish eating small fish. The two beasts hissed at each other, reluctantly released their target, and backed away. I'll grant you a painless death if you just give up. Come on, you foul cat. As they were trading insults, another creature appeared, a bunch of small, low-ranking ones. Then, a massive rumbling sound echoed as huge boulders shattered. Both beasts turned to look. What? There's always a bigger mountain. This is a supreme divinity, nether soul beast. Swallow fish, even the tiger is intimidated. The gap between our divinities is impossible to measure. A being like that was sealed at the bottom of the abyss. The swallow fish was born from the fear of the deep sea. That's why it possessed boundless divinity from birth. Even after mobilizing countless high-level spellcasters and incantations, we barely managed to capture it alive. But because it's stronger than the four-eyed god dog, we couldn't just throw it into the inverse dragon formation. The heaven-defying Fangshi had no choice but to seal it in the deepest part of the abyss. Someone set up a spell, and as long as the four-eyed god dog isn't dead, it can't escape. The whale's eyes glowed bright. My long wait is finally over. Now is the time to leave this place. It opened its maw, determined. Besides those who use magic to seal me, I will make them all pay. I want to devour all of humanity. Both the white snake and the other beasts felt its power and began to tremble. The pressure was so intense he couldn't even control his own body. The pit looked peaceful from the outside, but 3 seconds later, it exploded. Was that formation appearing at the cave entrance, an echo of the strange sound from earlier? Cracks appeared in the sky above the abyss. The monsters all looked up. As long as we get past that giant and that poisonous snake, black-eyed tiger, look around. Every one of these monsters is scheming. The swallowfish left behind a lot of resentment from the low divinity ghosts and demons that pass by. If we absorb all of that, our divinity will definitely level up, right? The tiger and the Keelan whispered to each other. Instead of fighting in vain, why don't we split that energy and escape together? Humph, I hate you, but I have no choice. Just this once, we'll form an alliance. The whale joined in too. I sense a very strong divinity. The snake arrived, and the whale interrogated it. Did you kill the four-eyed god dog? Such high divinity is worth eating. The whale opened its huge mouth, ready to devour it. After eating you, I'll break through the peak of the abyss and escape. Just then, the formation in the sky was cleanly sliced in half by a single blade strike. Both beasts froze in place, and the snake whipped its head around. After the swallowfish left, the monsters were still fighting over divinity, but only a few with high divinity noticed the anomaly in the sky. They were all confused. How is this possible? The sky created by the inverse dragon formation has it been torn open. The whale was even more incredulous. A formation strong enough to imprison dragons, destroyed? Could that guy still be alive? Indeed, someone had appeared, but it was Tang Yanming. Yet, it didn't know that and assumed, he's here. The heaven-defying Fangshi who sealed me. But that wasn't the case. Contrary to the swallowfish's speculation, the one who tore the sky apart was the young master of the Tang family, the poison sword dragon, Tang Yanming. He gripped his blade tightly and asked, What the hell is this? It's still not over. He stared intensely at the white snake. Are you being lazy? Xingjue. The whale flew straight to the cave entrance. It was still confused, having no idea what was going on. What is this? He's not a heaven-defying Fangshi. How could he slice through the spell? No, wait. The spell isn't recovering. The sky is wide open. This way, I don't need to waste energy breaking the roof. I can just rely on that guy to get out of here easily. Tang Yanming stared at the white snake. Why did it turn into that shape? It even dared to open its mouth and glare at him like he was an enemy. He ignored it, holding out his hand first. He'd deal with the details later. He called it to come back. Qingju, the white snake, was pulled by him. Her whole body felt magnetized, flying straight toward him. He caught her and checked her over. Fortunately, she wasn't hurt. You passed out? You really know how to cause trouble for me. Just then, the whale shouted, "Hey, human." It flew right up to his face. He had never seen it before. He paused to think, did that giant fish just talk? Not only could it talk, it was being arrogant. Rip the formation open wider. It's too narrow right now. I can't get out. Tang Yanming looked up at the formation he had sliced behind him. This thing, the whale had so many eyes but acted blind, daring to look down on Tang Yanming. You, do it again, just like before. If you do, I won't care what you do here. Since he was a child, no one had dared to order him around like that. He was getting annoyed. That wouldn't be hard, but your attitude is really irritating. What if I refuse? The monster dared to roar. You'll regret it. He looked down at the beasts in the pit. Listen up, everyone. The sky is open, our chance to escape is here. It even dared to shout, hurry and eliminate the human in front of us. Then we'll all get out. Tang Yanming looked at the swarm of monsters rising up. That whale was huge, but its heart was petty. All sorts of freaks are crawling out now. It looks like there are thousands of them. Won't all my effort to rest and recover go down the drain? He sighed tiredly. Time to stretch my muscles. But since it had come to this, he had to try the technique he created to deal with these monsters. He gripped his sword, deciding to deliver one clean strike. The whale looked up in panic. Where is this pressure coming from? It's from him, not his sword. Now it was finally starting to get scared. A massive power was gathering. He thought to himself, not yet. If I want to finish this in one blow, I have to be precise. He remembered what his master once said. The old man taught him this was a supreme technique that could shake the spirit with impure energy, using vibration as a foundation to amplify martial arts and magic. He naturally remembered this move could strike the soul itself. In other words, if he used his aura with decay properties to create vibrations, then even a ghost couldn't dodge it. At this point, the whale panicked. What is this? He's pointing his blade and the power is gathering. Tossed away. He didn't see wrong. That glowing blade was plunging straight toward his face. His eyes lit up as he stared down, his sword technique narrowing the distance between the oscillations, merging them back together. If he channeled his internal energy chi to boost the impact, creating vibrations, the whale monster panicked for a moment, finally catching on. It unleashed a massive skill, a huge wave of energy erupting from the depths of the pit. In an instant, the giant whale monster vanished without a trace, dead before it could even gasp. That's what it gets for being so arrogant. Even the formation was shattered into nothingness. Before it died, it could only manage to wonder, how is this possible? I held on for so long, finally breaking the seal. Is this really how it ends? In total nothingness. He stood there, icy and composed, staring ahead. After dealing with the rest, he called the white snake to wake up. Qingjiao, wake up. Qingjiao, come to your senses. Chemo had to shake it hard before it showed any reaction. The moment it saw him, it was startled. Tang Yanming, why are you here? It took a moment for it to process things. Wait, what about the demons below? It looked over and saw thousands of ghostly fire spirits raining down. Qingjiao broke into a cold sweat. There are still so many remnants of the demons. While I was unconscious, did Tang Yanming handle all of them? He gripped it tightly and asked, weren't you so confident? Why did you go so crazy that you didn't even recognize me? What happened? It slowly began to remember. I fought with the gatekeeper here. It trembled miserably. But I don't know why I lost consciousness as soon as we started. I'm sorry, but I suppose it's over now. He sighed in relief. As long as you're okay, it's fine. Let's go. We've stayed here far too long. The snake immediately panicked and pleaded loudly. Before we go, let me absorb those evil remnants. After I absorbed them, I could also. He felt annoyed and pinched its cheek. I burned through 4 of my meridian's energy just to deal with them, and now you want to waste time absorbing power. I already told you I don't want to linger here any longer. Do you have no conscience? But if we leave now, we'll die. Its eyes welled up with tears. What kind of look is that? Do you really think acting cute works on me? It had to find a way to convince him. How about this? I'll teach you the mantra. Yes, the mantra for the 10,000 heavenly petals. Tang Yanming stared at it in stunned silence, immediately suspicious. How do you know that? It finally explained. Before the shadowless traveler sealed me into the container, he told me the mantra for the 10,000 heavenly petals. Qingjiao recalled the instructions. If a descendant finds you, tell them the mantra, become their shikigami, and serve them. I know you don't want to listen to me, but that's the only way you'll survive. After that, I was trapped in the container, waiting for thousands of years. He didn't doubt it at all. So you finally decided to listen to your ancestor and become a shikigami. Then why didn't you tell me the mantra from the beginning? It flipped its attitude faster than a pancake, sobbing and choking up. I was going to use it as a bargaining chip for my freedom. I didn't want to be a tool for my whole life only to be shoved into a container for the next generation. But now I've accepted my fate. I'm willing to be your shikigami. I'll keep helping you. So, just this once. Given how much it said, he finally agreed. How much time do you need? It was startled. Wait, really? You agreed? Such a sweet deal, after all. He told it to transform quickly. If you have time to ramble about the past, you might as well just absorb it quickly. The snake dashed off. It won't take long. Just a moment is enough. He stood there watching it zip away and sighed. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Suddenly, he looked at it, his eyes softening sincerely. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say now, you've helped me a lot. Besides, I never really saw you as just a tool. Qingjiao was caught off guard, smiling and nodding. Thank you for saying that. Its body began to change. Black spots gradually spread across its white head. He was surprised, too. Your scales are turning black. It was more than that as it absorbed more. Its entire body turned darker. That's it. I'm back. I'm done absorbing. We don't need to stay any longer. Let's go. Tang Yanming stared at it. Your scales have changed color. Should I call you the black-horned snake from now on? My horns haven't changed, so just keep calling me Qingjiao. The two of them were getting closer. Thanks for listening to my venting. Tang Yanming declared, I definitely won't forget this favor. There were things only Qingjiao knew. I used to be called Shang Liu, a demon that specialized in stealing the land's energy and spreading poison across the earth. The shadowless traveler caught me. He wanted to work with alchemists to create ancient poisons. The ingredients weren't just poisons or bugs, but poisonous demons. More than 100 of us were locked in the same place. To survive, we slaughtered each other to level up, and I, the last survivor, became the true ancient poison. It was then, after accumulating a certain degree of divinity, that my form changed, and I became the azure-horned white snake. Tang Yanming understood. It sounded a bit like the situation of a martial artist reaching the transformation realm. It nodded excitedly. It really is similar, but there's one difference. Because demons are born as contrarian beings, if I have to compare it, it's perhaps closest to a demonic cultivator practicing reverse techniques. After all, they say that demonic cultivators reach the peak demonic state after achieving certain milestones. He wondered, but it doesn't seem as extreme as the peak demonic state. Is this also an influence of absorbing divinity? The two looked at each other. Yes, because the more divinity you absorb, the more you transcend toward the divine. Do you know what a master at the peak demonic level is called after transcending further? It's the transcendent demonic realm. They shed their demonic nature and are reborn as a pure and noble existence. So, after reaching that level, I should be able to escape this cage. So that's how it is. Suddenly, his brow relaxed. He couldn't help but laugh, looking the other way to tease it. So if you keep accumulating divinity, won't there be a chance you'll run away and stop being a shikigami? It seems I can't just let you manifest and accumulate divinity whenever you want anymore. The snake was startled and hurriedly explained. Hey, I said I don't have thoughts like that. Besides, the spirit bond isn't something that just breaks when you level up. It even promised him, even if I could break it at that level, I wouldn't stab you in the back. So let's go. Isn't there still a long road ahead? Fine, I suppose. He chuckled and let it go. I don't know who wasted my time, though. The two continued on their way, having to walk back down the same path within a day. I'm starting to think I might actually develop feelings for this desert. Suddenly, he felt like something was off and froze in his tracks. The snake asked curiously, what's wrong? As it looked straight ahead, it turned out to be a village. He nodded curtly. Right. After you entered the Feng Long formation, I came here to rest. He stared intently in that direction. Didn't they say they were leaving together? Why was there still the presence of people in the village? Just as he approached the village, Zhang Sunjian came running out. Panicking, he cried, my lord, you've returned. He immediately asked, Zunjin, why hasn't everyone left yet? He shouted. It's not about that. He pointed clumsily inside where all the villagers were gathered. Tang Yanming followed him in, and the moment he looked, he was shocked and started scrambling around. What the hell is this? The entire courtyard was filled with corpses neatly arranged. Zhang Sanjian frantically recalled the scene from that moment. Not long after you left, they started foaming at the mouth one by one and collapsed to the ground, moaning. In our misfortune, there was some luck, the young ones are still alive, but the elderly and children have all. He immediately asked why that was. There had to be a reason, right? It seemed the man knew some clues. Based on my deduction, it's likely a withdrawal reaction caused by the divine pill. Before he left the village, he showed him something, though he didn't even know what it was. He replied, "It's a divine pill. I found it in the village schoolhouse. Most of the villagers had taken at least one divine pill. In other words, all the villagers were poisoned, which is why I wanted to ask you if there's any way to detoxify them. I know about this. There really was a small amount of toxic energy radiating from the villagers. At the time, I just thought it was due to the lack of food in the desert." Yanming agreed. "That's not difficult. Bring everyone here." Zhang Sunjian was overjoyed. "Is that really possible? Thank you, my lord." He still remembered this. "I used the toxic Qing Wang Qi to suck out all their poison at the time, so how could there still be withdrawal symptoms? But that green horn, as soon as it looked at that thing, it knew the divine pill was doing more harm than good. Although the toxicity itself wasn't strong and wasn't lethal, it was designed to disrupt the senses. It can even lead to bigger problems after detoxing." What it said left him stunned, frozen in place. Wait, what? It explained further. The senses that were disrupted become sluggish, but what happens after they recover? The pain that was previously masked will suddenly become hypersensitive. So, just a light brush against the skin will feel like a burn. Therefore, you can only stay poisoned and wait for a slow death, or stop the drug and be tortured to death by the after effects. Although he didn't know who made it, it was truly cruel. But as he spoke, its eyes met his face, which was as dark as a pot bottom. It was terrified. This guy can actually make that expression. Veins were popping out on his forehead. Yanming snatched a white cloth off someone's face. They hadn't even closed their eyes in death. Yanming was filled with regret and sorrow as he reached out to close their eyes. "I detoxified them, intending to do a good deed, but ended up causing their deaths." He made a decision. "Sunjian, lead the survivors to the Tang family's medical clinic and find a man named Tang Yiquan. Give the divine pill to him to examine. He will definitely find a way to resolve these poisoning symptoms. Just mention my name, and he will help you." Saying that, with a boom, he leaped away and vanished, leaving the man standing there dazed. Lord Yanming recalled what Sun Jian had told him. He said the place responsible for researching medicine and poison in the demonic cult was called the Demon Poison Yang family, right? He hated those demonic bastards so much. "Once I reach the demonic cult headquarters, the first thing I'll do is wipe out the Demon Poison Yang family." Scene transition to the prestigious sect of the demonic path, the Demon Poison Yang family. Several members were masked, concocting medicine in piles, constantly telling each other, "The sap from the poisonous tree here isn't enough. Bring more over." Who is in charge of providing the herbs? The severed intestine grass hadn't been processed at all. "Focus, will you? You all know how valuable the divine pill we're refining now is, right? The family head will be here soon. Hurry up and get more materials." Just then, a man walked in, and the crowd shouted, "The family head has arrived." One person stood up to pay respects. "You've arrived, family head." The man waved his hand. You've worked hard. Is the production of the divine pill proceeding smoothly?" The underling bowed his head. "Yes, it's all thanks to your guidance." The old man laughed smugly. "Your flattery skills are getting better. I'm very pleased." He was extremely satisfied. Lately, good news had been pouring in. Not only was the demand for the divine pill increasing, but he had also gained the sect leader's trust because of it. Tang Wenshan, whom I adopted, is also performing exceptionally well. I never expected him to be able to defeat 2 Transformation Realm Taoists. Although the current status of their family still wasn't on par with the left and right envoys' families, as long as he continued to accumulate merit like this, just thinking about it made him unable to hold back a wicked laugh. "The top family of the demonic path will be our Demon Poison Yang family next." The underling cautiously asked a question. "Forgive your subordinate for speaking out of turn." Tang Wenshan, no. Is the young master still safe? The old man's eyes crinkled with a smile. The sect leader is personally teaching him martial arts. Ha ha! His military achievements are brilliant after all. The sect leader seems very happy, but why do you ask about his recent condition? The underling bowed his head, sweat breaking out in nervousness. "Nothing. It's good if he's fine. It's just that it's been a long time since the young master last took the Bian Huan." The old man was startled. "It's been that long?" Bian Huan was a drug that reduced pain by cutting off sensations to suppress it. The divine pill was actually a diluted version of Bian Huan, modified and refined. You could say it was the base of the divine pill, so its pain-relieving effect was incredibly good. He knew that, without Bian Huan, Tang Wenshan wouldn't have been able to suppress his condition. This was the core tactic I used to adopt him. Could it be that he's found something to replace Bien Huan? Or perhaps the old man immediately turned to leave. I will discuss this matter with the demon doctor. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed outside the courtyard. What was that sudden noise? Moreover, the ground was shaking. Is it another tremor? Could it be an earthquake? A subordinate burst through the door and shouted, "It's a disaster. An intruder." The old man rushed out to the courtyard. Who was bold enough to barge in like this? The moment he stepped out, he was shocked by the scene in his own courtyard. Yanming was standing there, and there were corpses and blood everywhere. He finally managed to choke out, "Who are you?" His face went from pale to sickly green. The family guards had all been wiped out. Tang Yanming looked at them coldly. "To find this place, I've been searching everywhere since dawn, just to see the true faces of the demon poison Yang family, the people who create the divine pills that harm the common folk." Killing intent radiated from him, filling the sky, aimed straight at him. He gritted his teeth. "Are you the head of the demon poison Yang family?" The old man stared blankly, sweat pouring down his face. "What was that?" It took him a long while before he stammered. "Did you come here to see me?" He scanned him from head to toe, noticing the righteous character embroidered on his uniform. Isn't that the uniform of the righteous heavenly alliance? Why would someone who should be in the Central Plains appear here? His face darkened as he glared at him with pure hatred. "You bastards distribute toxins to the poor, ruining their lives just to exploit their blood and sweat. I'm here today to wipe you all out." He was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" But his expression quickly shifted, and he let out a sigh. "I thought it was something important." Still pale, he dared to talk back. "How ridiculous. The innocent people here all rely on our sect. What does that have to do with someone from the Central Plains like you? Besides, the power of life and death over everyone who follows our sect lies entirely in the hands of our sect leader." He brazenly stared him down, questioning him. "On what grounds do you think you can demand to destroy our sect?" "Our sect has never harmed the Central Plains," the thick-skinned bastard. He drew his blade without hesitation. "You declared war on the Goryeo forces in Qinghai. Wasn't it to march into the Central Plains and build a world ruled by the demonic path? During that process, those divine pills must be very effective for missionary work, right? Because once you eat one, you're poisoned, becoming dependent on them, eventually forcing you to surrender to the demonic sect." The more he spoke, the angrier he grew, swinging his blade horizontally as he shouted, "As the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance, I will never allow that scourge to spread into the Central Plains." The old man froze the moment he heard his title. The righteous heavenly alliance leader? Could he be the one who poisoned the Long family's sword? Even though the Central Plains and Xinjiang are worlds apart, news can still travel thousands of miles. First, the news that the leader of the Black Evil League, who dominated Sichuan, had been defeated by the Tang family's poisonous sword reached Xinjiang. Later, he learned that a new righteous faction, the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, had formed around that very sword. But even with those shocking rumors spreading, the side in Xinjiang hadn't reacted significantly. Because the young master of the demonic heavenly sect, Yeon Jung-hyuk, was active, they believed that no matter how strong the righteous forces in the Central Plains were, they couldn't influence Xinjiang for the time being. Knowing his identity now, he panicked, unable to think of a way out. "But why are you here?" "Wait, him being here means," he stammered, wanting to be sure. "Didn't you run into our sect's left and right envoys?" Of course he did, and he even sent them to the afterlife. The left and right envoys? Oh, those two small fry? Might as well tell him. I killed them all. Speaking of which, I had no reason to spare those demonic sect experts who intended to kill Alliance members. Ignoring the old man's ashen face, Yun Myung gripped his sword tighter. "I'm done answering your questions. No matter how much you stall, you won't escape the destruction of your sect." Suddenly, he glanced to the side, sensing countless demonic auras approaching. Seeing those reinforcements, the bastard felt confident again and fumbled into his pocket. "Looks like the other families saw you causing trouble on our turf and came to assist. Your courage to storm in here alone is commendable, but..." He pulled out 4 glowing red pills. "You dared to lie about killing our sect's left and right brightness envoys. You've gone too far with that joke." This guy was so stupid he didn't even believe it. "You surely passed by each other and never actually fought. I'll bury you right here." He tossed all 4 pills at once. They exploded upon hitting the ground, and pink smoke enveloped him. At a glance, he knew it was poison. Poison? That stuff doesn't work on me. But as expected of a poison-making family, this was no ordinary toxin. His sword hand dropped. One hand clutched his face, and his entire body stiffened in an instant. He couldn't even stand, swaying unsteadily. The white snake appeared immediately, asking, "What's wrong? What happened to you? Is it because of this poison?" It was suspicious. His azure energy could resist any poison in the world. Could it be? Just as Cheongak thought, the old bastard laughed triumphantly. This is the other shore pill. My family created it as a painkiller. I heard you were from the Tang family, so this is easy to explain. The other shore pill isn't a poison. It's completely harmless to the human body. Haha. Therefore, those with sensitive ki perception will actually suffer from dizziness. He glanced in a certain direction. Ah, they're here. Our elite troops of the heavenly demonic sect. A crowd of assassins dressed in black landed. They landed and said, Master Yang, we heard the commotion and came to help. Leave the rest to us. The courtyard was now packed, surrounding him so tightly that not even a fly could escape. Seeing reinforcements, that bastard Yang grew confident and couldn't stop grinning. Thank you all for taking the time to help. I just caught the intruder. It's the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. The leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance? Why would he be here alone? Isn't he busy dealing with the demonic heavenly forces? Master Yang ordered. He revealed his identity himself. Just capture him and interrogate him for the reason. Before you arrive, I made him inhale the smoke of the other shore pill. Even though it's a painkiller, if you come into contact with it while your body is fine, your senses get disoriented. Just then, his eyes flashed with blue fire. The others were shouting. In other words, now is our chance. Everyone, charge. Is that all you've got? You think this is enough? Yumyong smirked, completely fearless. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The small fry looked around in confusion. What's going on? Where did he go? Someone finally looked up. Hey, look up there. He was hovering above them, smiling. The old bastard was the most shocked, stumbling back a few steps. No way. He managed to readjust his chi, which was clouded by the other shore pill. To unleash his martial arts, he reached into his pocket. Even if he didn't know if that smoke was medicine or something else, the range of flow he could perceive with his flow-time eyes had been enhanced several times over. This is actually pretty good. The poison is like a tonic to my body. He held a large metal tube in his hand. I should take this opportunity to test the martial arts technique I've been imagining. He spun his body perfectly, firing the needles. The assassins watched in horror. What the hell? How can he perform such moves in midair? He had it all calculated. After fixing his internal energy in midair like acupuncture needles, he used the flow visible through his chrono eyes, spinning them in an instant to fire them off. Those bastards were so busy gawking instead of running that they just stood there, stunned. My god, is this for real? The skill he was using was the storm of needle point. Thousands of needles rained down. The old man from the Yang family stood there with his jaw dropped, his face turning pale. What did I just see? It's like a deadly rain just poured down on us. Tang Yanming didn't even have a scratch. He just looked at them with a smirk. I came here to wipe you out, but I never expected you to hand me such a perfect opportunity. The Yang family thug was so panicked he couldn't think straight. An opportunity? Did he say an opportunity? Who in the world is this guy? The murderous aura radiating from him grew thicker, and he gave a sinister laugh. Let's wrap this up right now. As for that painkiller that makes the user numb, the Bijan pill had a side effect. If used incorrectly or abused, it would sharpen the user's senses to an extreme degree, essentially destroying their nervous system. But no matter how good a medicine is, an overdose makes it poison. That's why his azure light energy absorbed the excess toxins from the Bijan pill, adjusting its potency to the maximum level Tang Yanming could handle before seeping into his body. The final result manifested in Tang Yanming as intense mental stimulation, effectively acting like a stimulant. He actually loved it. What a miraculous experience. I feel like there's nothing I can't do. I've never felt this way before. Meanwhile, the old Yang guy looked like he'd seen a ghost, refusing to believe his own eyes. Impossible, no one has ever overcome the side effects of the Bijan pill. Tang Yanming just drew his blade to show him a thing or two. So what if there was no precedent? I can just test it now, right? I'll just become the precedent myself. The old man gritted his teeth, terrified out of his mind, trying to put up a fight. I can't just sit here and die. Even without the sect leader's permission, I have no choice but to use that. With a few strikes, his body was reactivated, bursting with power. He lunged forward like a lightning bolt, reaching out to attack. I won't let you get your way. Tang Yanming was actually terrified, but even as the man lunged, he managed to think, I have to test this before the pill's effects wear off. Otherwise, I'll never get the chance to reach this state of enlightenment again. The flows he saw through his chrono eyes were definitely not illusions. They were real, existing trajectories. The blue energy in his eyes flared up. Finally, I understand. These are the sword paths I carved before I reached the sword god realm as the dragon in my past life, a collection of trajectories. I'll flow along with these paths for now. As he channeled his internal energy into those flows, time and space seemed to stand still, and he visualized countless sword strikes. Just as the old man was about to reach him, thousands of sword strikes bloomed with blinding light. The old man looked absolutely terrified. He hadn't even swung his sword yet, but he was already being bombarded with sword energy. That's what you call a difference in skill. The two forces collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Dust and debris filled the air. There was no sign of anyone left. Even the buildings nearby collapsed. The Azure Spirit looked out, impressed. To think you destroyed an entire clan with a single move. You really surprised me. It even suggested to him, Tang Yanming, you just wiped out everyone in this area. Wouldn't it have been better to keep one alive for intel? But Tang Yanming had other plans. There was no need to leave behind any potential threats, and he didn't need to fish for information anyway. He stared at the dark purple aura drifting in the air. I can already feel a massive presence on the other side of the heavenly mountains. That has to be where the demonic sect leader is hiding. But why does something feel off? Why hasn't he come yet? At that moment, the bastard sect leader was sitting there, chin resting on his hand, deep in thought. My left and right envoys are acting too slow in capturing the people from Kongtan and Kunlun. I expected them to return as soon as they trapped the lesser poison demon in the formation. Could there be reinforcements I didn't account for? Even so, there aren't many people in the Central Plains who can handle the envoys. The head of the Namgung clan in Anhui isn't even there. At most, it's just Zi Yun from Shaolin. But even if he came to Xinjiang himself, I don't see it being a problem, because I sealed the fiend fire which burns away the Buddha into the right envoy's sword. No matter how powerful their Buddhist internal energy is, they can't defend against it. But despite all that, they still hadn't returned. He suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. What on earth was going on? As if his head wasn't already hurting enough. The sect leader flinched, his brow furrowing deep. All the demonic energy from the poison demon Yang suddenly vanished. At that exact moment, the demon healer rushed in, looking uncharacteristically panicked. Sect leader, we have a problem. The poison demon Yang, seeing her drenched in sweat, he cut her off coldly. Calm down, demon healer. I felt it too. Go hide somewhere safe. If that guy's target wasn't just the poison demon Yang, he'll definitely come for me next. Even though he didn't know who the intruder was, he crushed the armrest of his chair into splinters. He was radiating murderous intent, furious and uncomfortable. His eyes glowed like a starving demon waiting for its prey. But if you dare mess with my sect, I'll make you regret it. Meanwhile, in that strange forest, Tang Wenshin was still training like a madman. He'd endured countless sessions of his body being torn apart. Every day, he just gritted his teeth and pushed through. He was in so much pain he had to ask, how much time has passed? I still can't adapt to this rampaging demonic energy. My regeneration has its limits. My mind will collapse long before my body does. If this keeps up, I'll turn into a monster and lose my sense of self. The only thing keeping his will alive was that one face. Absolutely not. Duong Tang Yanming, I won't accept this. I can't die before I take you out with my own hands. He thought about him countless times every day. I can handle any amount of pain. I can regenerate, so I'll just surrender my body to the agony. He sat cross-legged, trying to calm his mind. I'll use this very demonic energy that's spinning out of control. Yes, he would use this violent surge to open his Ren and Du meridians and pierce through the barrier between life and death. This is the only way to escape the pain, to step into the path of the ultimate demon. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. He had made up his mind. No matter how much it hurt, he had to reach that realm to kill him. Bring it on. Let's gamble. His head felt like it was shattering, but he was getting used to it. The pain, it's gone. No, wait, his mind felt clearer than ever. He even felt a sense of lightness. As time passed, his entire body and soul felt like they were being broken down and rebuilt from scratch. Clenching my fists, I can feel it. I've succeeded. This is demonic energy. I've truly entered the extreme demonic realm, but I don't feel happy. If anything, I'm even more on edge. I shouted, Fuang Lak. The old deer appeared immediately. You called for me, master? I asked him right away. How long have I been here? It's been half a month. Hearing that, I smiled with satisfaction. Half a month? It only took me half a month to reach the extreme realm. Excellent. If I keep getting this strong, I'll definitely have my revenge. I pushed myself up to a standing position. But is this because of the poison in my body? Why is this whole area in such ruins? I was just thinking I should put on some proper clothes and go see the cult leader. Suddenly, the sky went pitch black. I looked up in confusion. Dark clouds were churning in the sky, and lightning began to flash. Tang Wenshan was puzzled. Demonic thunder clouds? This suddenly? This is the first time the weather has ever changed here. Fuang Lak, what's going on? The old deer tilted his head back, and after a long moment, he spoke. The master of 10,000 demons is descending. I didn't understand. Are you saying the cult leader is coming here himself? The deer explained. The cult leader is only responsible for managing demons on this earth. He is not the master of 10,000 demons. That title has many names, but there is only one that perfectly describes him. The heavenly demon. Just then, A beam of light shot down from the sky, and a dark silhouette emerged. I stared up, dumbfounded. You mean to say besides the cult leader, there is someone else who holds the authority of the demonic path? Fuang Lok didn't say another word. He just knelt respectfully and bowed his head. Seeing that, I started to understand. Fuang Lok, you didn't even kneel for the cult leader, but you ignored my question and knelt for him. Could it be? The figure above descended closer and closer, radiating a gloomy, oppressive black aura. I couldn't see his face clearly, only a physique as powerful as a god's. I stood there, stunned and stiff, not knowing what to do. Is he truly a being akin to a god? As he draws nearer, my senses become even sharper. The pressure from his demonic aura is on a completely different level than the cult leader's. Suddenly, he raised a hand in warning. You're holding your head too high. Instantly, my stomach felt like it was being ripped apart, and I was overcome by a gut-wrenching pain. His voice echoed, a practitioner of demonic arts must bow and kneel when in the presence of the true authority of the demonic path. I was slammed to the ground, yet I felt no pain. Perhaps because after entering the extreme demonic realm, I have trained my immortal body to the peak. Moreover, because I reached the extreme realm, I realized that this person is an entity that, even if I were reborn 1,000 times, I could never hope to move by even a hair. Could it be that even after reaching the extreme realm, I am still this weak? The figure called out to Fuang Lok again. In this space created by his mind, why is there a mere insect instead of the Nian family bloodline? The deer replied immediately. He is a disciple of the current sect leader Nian, O master of 10,000 demons. The heavenly demon's eyes widened in obvious displeasure. A disciple. With such a pathetic creature, Tang Wenshan staggered to his feet. The heavenly demon tilted his head. Oh? An interesting body. Is this what you've trained using the demonic arts you've learned? But that look in your eyes, it makes me extremely dissatisfied. Is it because you can regenerate even after your head is severed? I was smarter this time. I immediately knelt, clasped my hands, and bowed my head. Disciple of the divine cult, the poison demon, Duong Tang Wenshan. I pay my respects to the supreme being of the demonic path, the master of 10,000 demons. He let out an annoyed huff, mocking, Hemph. You don't even know the true meaning of that title, yet you throw it around. But I cannot punish everyone who is ignorant, so I will spare you. Saying this, he reached out, and countless tree branches around me wrapped tightly around my body. So, you specialize in demonic arts that focus on body regeneration. Strange methods like this didn't exist in my era, but ultimately, they are just heretical arts born out of the fear of death. Very quickly, he discovered my weakness. It is clear that if I strip you of your control over demonic energy, your immortality will become useless. But for a mere mortal, you possess something that could summon me here. The resentment is intense. Even if you aren't of the Nian bloodline, your resentment is worth my attention. I was lifted into the air right before him. I need to see where your deep-seated grudge comes from. The heavenly demon reached out a finger, intending to touch my forehead. Don't be afraid. I only wish to see your mental world. You've ingested lethal poisons. Your blood is saturated with toxic energy. An immortal body combined with a poisonous human body. So it was infinite desire that molded you into who you are today. Let me see all your desires. Memories from Tang Wenshan's mind flooded out. In his thoughts, there was only one thing. I must do this with my own hands. Tang Yanming, Duong, I must kill you. The heavenly demon realized, Duong, oh, he even knows the void shadow technique. Is he a descendant of that man? The more he saw, the more satisfied the heavenly demon became, laughing. It is truly destiny. I was meant to help the Nian descendant reach enlightenment, but he is not here. This must be retribution. You brat, you are truly lucky. With your natural talent, you cannot escape the demonic path, so I will bestow upon you a drop of blood containing my own divinity. From this day forward, you are a true immortal. Even if your body is shattered to pieces, you will be able to revive through the power of your resentment. Keep trying, boy. He finished speaking and poked a finger directly into the center of my forehead, emitting a flash of light. The light erupted violently, so powerful that it shattered the very seal of this place. With a thunderous boom, the gate shattered into pieces. The golden light continued to shine intensely. Everything vanished in an instant, and I was left lying exhausted in the middle of the desert. I gasped for air, unable to comprehend what had happened. Damn it, what did I just encounter? Suddenly, I looked ahead. What is this? I can sense two powerful auras over by Heavenly Mountain. Did that experience just now make my ability to sense energy sharper? One is the cult leader's demonic energy, the other feels somewhat familiar. Could it be the predecessor of the heavenly demon divine cult, the Ming cult? Their leader was the world's greatest alchemist and the ancestor of the Nian family, contrary to what the public believes. Back then, the Ming cult belonged to the righteous path and cared deeply for the people. In fact, one of their followers even went on to become the emperor. Because of that, the influence of the Ming cult soared, reaching the peak of prosperity. At this rate, becoming the royal state religion was only a matter of time. However, the Ming cult leader, dreaming of the honor of becoming the state religion, quickly paid the price for his own arrogance and complacency, because that follower who became the emperor had betrayed him. At that time, the founding emperor feared that the Ming cult's influence would overshadow the royal family, so he gathered the entire nation's military to eradicate them. The sect leader, betrayed and furious after losing his disciples, felt all his negative emotions surge. Blinding himself with a desperate thirst for revenge against the imperial court, he unleashed a forbidden technique he had once vowed never to use. This was the very reason the first-generation heavenly reversal Fangxi could no longer remain in the Central Plains, and why the heavenly demon divine sect took refuge in the desolate Xinjiang region. While popular rumors only go that far, the truth is that their ancestors established themselves in Xinjiang to seek a new way to ascend their divinity. This method served as a replacement for borrowing the power of demons and spirits, to cast spells or forbidden techniques in order to break through their limits. By relying solely on the core spirit derived from human faith, one can also upgrade their divinity. After accumulating divinity and transcending the boundaries of humanity in this way, becoming a god is well within reach. Because the emperor ruined his plan, the ancestor moved to Xinjiang, a place ignorant of the affairs in the Central Plains, hoping to gather followers and form a new faith. However, relying only on the faith of the people in Xinjiang was too limiting. Therefore, we must march into the vast Central Plains. Once that succeeds, everything else will be as easy as turning over one's hand. I can release all the demons and spirits I have collected, plunging the Central Plains into chaos. Then, as the master of those demons and spirits, I will become the savior of the masses, leading them to worship me and eventually ascend as a god. To lay the foundation for the invasion of the Central Plains, I had my son, Zhang He, establish the Ma Guang Tian to weaken the Central Plains' power from within. That is the full extent of this sect leader's scheming. Now, by destroying Kongdong and Kunlun, I will be able to build a world ruled by the demonic path. Yet, what is this current situation? Tang Yanming is a variable he never anticipated. Tang Yanming is standing right in front of him. As their eyes lock, the old man sneers. So, the noble alliance leader of the Heavenly Alliance came here alone this early in the morning? Is it to eliminate the demonic sect? Tang Yanming nods firmly. On my way here, I found enough reasons for you all to die, so many that there's no need for further delay. I'll be sending you on your way along with those two left and right envoys. That's a shocking piece of news. Could it be that they truly were defeated? That attitude, exactly like those bastards from the Yang family, really pisses him off. Why does everyone's first question to him always sound like doubt? Then see for yourself. With that, Tang Yanming swings his blade with tremendous force. But he doesn't pin all his hopes on this single strike. The opponent is the demonic sect leader. He already guessed that he wouldn't be hit so easily. The sect leader pulls out a talisman and sets it ablaze. Instantly, a protective barrier appears around him. Tang Yanming is frustrated to see the man without a single scratch. He didn't expect the guy to just stand there and remain completely unharmed. Qing Zhao immediately realizes that based on his demonic energy and talisman usage, he is a heavenly reversal Fangxi. You must be careful. His fighting style will be completely different from those in the martial arts world you've dealt with before. The sect leader puts the talisman back into his pocket. Well, this was bound to happen eventually. I would have had to face this in the Central Plains anyway. Consider this me taking the initiative. Perhaps this is a good thing. Now, it's my turn. I'll show you. Open your eyes and watch how a Fangxi fights. He draws another talisman and shouts, "Summon." Three-headed, one-footed eagle. Instantly, the space shifts and a massive, towering shadow appears. It's a giant eagle, and to make matters worse, it has 3 heads. As soon as Qing Zhao sees the 3-headed, one-footed eagle, he realizes he never expected the guy to be able to tame such a powerful demon as a familiar. Its rank is arguably on par with his current self. The moment the eagle appears, it glares at the master beside him. Right, a demon. He's clearly not a Fangxi, yet he can command demons like Shikigami. They spot Qing Zhao. The bastard sect leader points his finger and commands, "Three-headed, one-footed eagle, grab that snake." As the beasts fight and the men clash, Qing Zhao warns Tang Yanming before moving. "You focus on dealing with that Fangxi. Leave that stinking bird to me." It lets out a piercing cry, its body swelling to a massive size, transforming into a jet-black giant snake. The two beasts fight with intense ferocity. Watching this, Tang Yanming simply thinks that Qing Zhao seems to be testing his strength after his recent level up. With that kind of power, he should be fine, right? The sect leader immediately targets Tang Yanming. "You said you're from the Tang family, so this must be the azure-scaled white snake, right?" Although I don't know why it turned into a black snake, if you're an opponent capable of bringing such a demon, then I must bring out my own. Tang Yanming immediately steals his resolve, eyes wide with vigilance. What trick is he planning now? But for some reason, he just keeps standing there like a statue. Nothing is happening. Suddenly, a massive, gargantuan hand erupts from the ground, grabbing hold of his body. Before he knows it, too fast, too dangerous, another giant horned demon appears. That old geezer sure has plenty of tricks. The giant monster roars as soon as it appears, "I won't let you hurt my master." As it speaks, the hand gripping him swings high into the air and slams him straight into the ground like he's nothing more than an ant. A normal person would have been crushed to bits by now. Qing Zhao is panicked, glancing over at Tang Yanming. But the moment he looks away, the bird grabs him by the neck. Do you still have the luxury of being distracted? The eagle spreads its wings, pinning the snake to the ground and trampling it. I advise you to stay still and be obedient. Qing Zhao is beaten until he bleeds, his vision spinning. That hurt. You stinking bird. The sect leader stands on high, looking down, beginning to boast arrogantly. The Demon King is my most powerful monster and the guardian of the divine sect, passed down through the generations to the descendants of the Nian family. Being able to fight it is your honor. After all, no one has seen it for hundreds of years. The massive creature lifts its foot, intending to stomp on him again. The vicious sect leader growls the order. Finish him. The Demon King, where did it pull that huge blade from? Both hands grip it tight, slashing straight down. The impact shakes the earth, shattering the entire courtyard. The snake watches from the side, terrified, thinking there's no way a human could survive that. It ignores being pinned down and looks up. Tang Yanming realizes it was worried for nothing. His voice rings out, "Seems like you're having a pretty easy time over there. Focus on your own fight." As Xing Zhao finishes, a blast erupts like a bomb. Tang Yanming suddenly appears, deflecting the Demon King's blade with a single counter-strike. The old geezer's eyes widen in disbelief. Unbelievable. He deflected the Demon King's attack. Tang Yanming already knows what's going on. After clashing with it, he realizes the monster was created by combining thousands of spells. Unbelievable. Did he just deflect the Ghost King's attack? He could see through it all with a single glance. Once we traded blows, I realized this guy was created by combining thousands of different techniques. Furthermore, these techniques are on a whole other level. To break them, the best way is using the three seals technique, but the attack radius is too large. If I'm not careful, I'll end up hurting the serpent, so I have to compress the energy of the three seals and keep the range to a minimum. The blade in his hand gleams brilliantly. He unleashes his first skill, teaching this Demon King a lesson. 4 suns, 3 seals, 1 strike. The Demon King howls in agony. The cult leader stands on the sidelines, completely bewildered. He didn't even use a spell, yet he managed to wound the Demon King. Where the hell did this guy come from? Looking over at the 2 creatures, even the 3-headed, 1-legged bird, the azure bird seems to have regained its spirit now that it sees its master is safe. Meanwhile, the snake is coiled tightly around the bird, having already bitten off one of its heads. The protagonist, however, continues to shine like a god in the heat of battle. The bastard cult leader just stares in disbelief as the protagonist turns the Demon King into a pincushion. After landing the strike, Tang Yanming looks on with contempt. So, this is the strongest monster? Is that all you've got? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? The cult leader is speechless. I'm genuinely surprised you managed to defeat the Demon King, but to get arrogant just because you gained a little advantage, you're still far too naive. He sneers. Did you really think I was just standing there like an idiot while you were dealing with the Demon King? Suddenly, the space goes terrifyingly silent. The cult leader vanishes in an instant. This isn't just movement technique, even his presence has completely disappeared. Where did he go? Suddenly, the protagonist hears the azure bird cry out and quickly looks over. The snake is being blasted by thousands of lightning orbs. The protagonist is furious. He still can't sense the man's presence. Is this because of his sorcery? And to think he controlled the azure bird with just a single talisman. Now he sees the bastard standing right in front of the bird, scolding it. You couldn't even capture him, and now you're getting beaten? You are a huge disappointment. The bird hangs its head in shame, unable to face him. As for the master, he decides to pull the bird back into the talisman. Tisk, tisk, useless creature. If you die here, my godhood will suffer a critical blow, so just get back. Although this is a heavy loss, if I can just capture you as my familiar, it will compensate for the loss of the azure bird and white snake. The snake glares at him with disdain. Don't act like we're close. The old bastard laughs sinisterly. Of course we are, because my ancestor once helped your master, the Void Traveler, capture an Earth Dragon. So, if you really think about it, you've already benefited from our sect's grace. The snake glares back, mocking him. I can't believe you're still holding onto a grudge from 1,000 years ago. What a pathetic family. If you're so desperate to make me your familiar, then you'd better watch out for the guy behind you. Sure enough, the protagonist is already lunging straight for him, forcing the cult leader to scramble for another talisman. Just as the protagonist brings his blade down, he feels a pang of disappointment. He didn't feel any impact at all. As the dust settles, several strange objects appear in the courtyard. Where the hell did these coffins come from? No. More importantly, he used a coffin to block my sword strike. As he takes a closer look, he freezes. It wasn't the coffins themselves. Inside every single one, he can sense the presence of a master capable of reacting to his sword. A row of coffins now separates him from the snake. The cult leader looks smug. You asked if I had any stronger trump cards, didn't you? While the Demon King is the strongest beast, that wasn't my best card even if I didn't want to reveal this one just yet. At that exact moment, the coffins burst open. A swarm of corpses emerges. They were all masters of the transformation realm and peak demon realm, contemporaries of his own ancestors. And that's not all, they were the best in the world back in their day. There are 30 of them. This is his ultimate trump card. This time, the protagonist is forced to go all out. This is a technique that turns the corpses of ancient masters into jiangshi, sealing them away and awakening them all at once. This is the great art of the extreme demon soul recall. Now, face the full force of 30 masters. Don't underestimate them just because they're corpses. Even I, the caster, have a hard time controlling their speed. A demoness lunges forward first, moving at blinding speed. As powerful as she was in life, she's just as dangerous now. Even Tang Yanming feels she's incredibly fast. The slash she unleashes is even stronger than the Demon King's, but the protagonist manages to dodge, of course. While his eyes are fixed on the woman below, he suddenly looks to the side. 3 more are charging in. More than 30 of them are ganging up on him at once. He's fighting everyone with just one short blade. He manages to hold them off for a moment, but as soon as he dodges, more rush in to surround him. The battle is intense, pushed to the brink. On top of that, these things are already dead, they can't die again. Their arms are sliced off, yet they can still counterattack without hesitation. Don't they feel pain? Well, they aren't alive anymore, so that's to be expected. Since that's the case, he decides to block the woman's face with his bare hand. If you're already dead, stop bothering me. He triggers his energy-shattering skill, crushing her head into nothingness. The bastard cult leader thinks he's got the protagonist finished, so he turns to gloat at the snake. This is the 5 elements sealing formation. No matter how high a monster's divine status is, once you're trapped inside, you can never rely on your own cultivation to escape. He continues to demand the snake submit. Stop struggling and obediently become my spirit beast. I will make sure your value is fully realized. The snake trembles in rage, not knowing how this will end, but refusing to back down. If you're so capable, then go ahead and try. You're only keeping me trapped because you can't actually touch me, right? The snake sees through him. And you have to control all those jiangshi at once, so you have no energy left. Besides, those jiangshi don't even breathe, yet they can still use internal energy. You're the one providing it, aren't you? The cult leader can't deny it. Ha, so you know a thing or two about jiangshi arts, but this isn't ordinary sorcery. Summoning a soul into a body is simple enough, but if the soul and body don't match, they'll reject each other. If they are the same person, the soul will rebel against the caster. However, my ancestors found a way to suppress their willpower, so even if I'm not focusing, they'll still carry out my orders. The white snake is speechless. You're already dead, and yet you still have to serve as slaves. You people are truly terrifying. But even so, they still can't breathe. The cult leader nods with a sinister grin. You're not wrong. But our sect has spent ages researching this. Finally, I found a way. Using soul absorption to provide them with demonic energy. He nodded eagerly. You're not wrong, but after endless research, our sect finally found a way. It's by using spirit absorption to supply demonic energy, which means absorbing the demonic energy of others and storing it within their spirits. Qingjue felt increasingly nauseous and furious, grinding his teeth. Is that even possible? That bastard even bragged. I found the remains of the 3 soul-absorbing freaks who died at the hands of the ghost sword, extracted their soul-absorbing technique from their spirits, and then imprinted it onto their very own souls. In other words, as long as I periodically supply them with demonic energy from living, low-level demonic thralls, they can use their martial arts from when they were alive, even without me controlling them. Even a creature like Qingju was disgusted by how vile this man's actions were. You madmen, do you have no respect for the living or the dead? But the cult leader didn't care. He was surprised that a creature born from deep-seated resentment could be so soft-hearted. Whether alive or dead, it is an honor for them to sacrifice themselves for the cult. He dug his fingers deep into the snake's head. If you won't willingly act as my spirit beast, then I'll have to forcibly extract your spirit threads. Qingju immediately wept from the pain, his body writhing uncontrollably. unable to resist. The cult leader kept his hand pressed firmly on the snake's head. Being forced to extract spirit threads was agonizing. I haven't even officially started yet. You better behave. Suddenly, the cult leader faltered. Huh, what's this? Spirit threads? That was truly unexpected. He shook his head. Could it be that you've actually accepted that Tang Brat as your master? Even if that were true, he had ways to deal with it. The Tang Brat couldn't possibly sever the bond of the spirit thread himself. To prevent any future trouble, it's best if I just make you vanish completely. The snake placed absolute trust in Tang Yanming. The old man scoffed in disdain, brimming with overconfidence. Do you think he'll be defeated so easily? I admit his strength is astonishing, but no matter how strong he is, his internal energy has its limits. Conversely, these undead warriors never tire. How much longer do you think he can hold out on his own? It was true. Tang Yanming was getting a massive headache over there, still unable to find a way to deal with these corpses. This was bad. Since they kept moving, even after their limbs were severed, their numbers effectively never decreased. Furthermore, although they were dead, they could still manifest protective demonic armor to block his sword strikes. To destroy them thoroughly, he probably needed to target their heads or hearts. But taking them out one by one, killing 30 of them would drain too much of his energy. If he used a powerful ultimate technique to finish them all at once, he risked being ambushed from all sides. Though they lacked the intelligence to coordinate their attacks and only acted on instinct, they were truly troublesome. If he released all his blocked meridians and went all out with his internal energy, the toll would be enormous. With Qingjue not here, it would be disastrous if another threat emerged later. In the end, he had to defend from all sides while preparing an ultimate move to wipe them out. As he fought, he racked his brain for a solution. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. I'll only say this once. Listen closely. He recognized it instantly. Qingjue, this is me speaking to you through our spirit bond. We don't have much time. Just listen. Take everything you have mastered, accumulated, and believe in all the things you have seen, along with your life's experience and your willpower, and fill the sky with them. If you can't endure it, then you might as well give up. That was the advice the snake gave him. As soon as the snake finished speaking, the old bastard's hand poked straight into its head. It was finally over. But to be able to hold on for that long, he truly earned his position as the alliance leader. Suddenly, the old man noticed something wrong with the corpses. In the blink of an eye, they all exploded into nothingness. The corpses were blown into 100 pieces. The cult leader watched, terrified. Tang Yanming understood what Qingju meant. Fill the sky with everything I have seen. So that was the meaning behind those words. The essence of myriad heavenly flower rain is myriad heaven. Because after thousands of threads of energy pierce the enemy, the blood spray looks like a flower rain, hence the name Flower Rain. In the book left behind by the Black Evil Union leader, Liu Jiajun, there is a line. The essence of every martial art is hidden within its name. His master often said the same thing, no matter the style, as long as the sword holds the true essence of martial arts, it is swordsmanship. But he had only been focusing on the form and the techniques created by the shadowless guest, ignoring its core meaning. Hidden weapon techniques aren't just that. They require turning a lifetime of martial arts accumulation into a single moment, using conviction to condense it into energy. Even though we are both using the time flow eyes to observe the flow that I see is different from what the shadowless guest ancestor saw. Just as the ancestor could see the trajectory of the hidden weapons he spent his whole life researching, I can also see every sword stroke I have ever swung, from my past life until now, pouring everything I have into that trajectory that is myriad heaven. Tang Yanming succeeded, but he still felt that Flower Rain didn't quite suit him. I will create my own myriad heaven technique. The entire space turned a terrifying shade of green, filled with countless sword auras. Any enemy who dared to step inside would be shredded into 1,000 pieces. With the corpses dealt with, it was time for the cult leader. The move Tang Yanming used against him was the myriad heaven sword technique. A brilliant green pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Tang Yanming hovered in mid-air, surrounded by thousands of shimmering swords. The cult leader couldn't stand still anymore. He gaped, looking up at the sky. He had actually shattered the protective energy of the elite demonic experts so easily. Is that the legendary Tang family technique, Myriad Heavenly Flower Rain? Even that brat Qing Ju recognized it. Even though it's a technique from the shadowless guest that I despise so much, this scene is always so shocking to behold. Tang Yanming looked over. 3 undead warriors remained, still capable of moving under the pressure of such a powerful technique, proving that they were top-tier experts when they were alive. I've thought this through. You guys probably didn't want to become like this, right? So, I'll give you a peaceful death. The Myriad Heaven sword technique finished them off. If he could handle a dozen, 2 was nothing. The cult leader was terrified. His jaw nearly hit the floor. That move was dangerous. It wasn't just a simple attack anymore. White waves of sword energy poured down like a waterfall, growing stronger and stronger, with an explosive force greater than an atomic bomb. As Tang Yanming glared at the two remaining corpses, he suddenly heard that woman's voice in his ear. "Thank you. I have finally been set free." Tang Yanming finally understood that those corpses could not rest in peace. They had been tortured and drained to the very end by the old man. Only in this way could they finally die in peace. It was over. He pulled the snake back to his side to make sure it was safe. Qing Jue flew right into his arms. Tang Yanming mimicked the cult leader's tone and cursed him out. "You were so confident when you headed into battle, so why are you getting beaten up like this? It's embarrassing." The snake was furious, its body drenched in sweat. "If the alchemist hadn't been there, I would have won a long time ago." Seriously, he was just teasing him, suddenly changing his tone. "But if you hadn't told me the incantation for the myriad heavenly flower petals, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly." He even smiled at it. "This is all thanks to you, Fan Jiak." The snake, which was happily laughing along, had its face slapped by his sudden attitude shift as he continued to scold it. "But it would have been better if you told me before the battle started." The snake's smile vanished again. This guy is always playing both sides. Looking at the desolate scene, the surroundings had all turned into rubble. The power of the myriad heavenly flower petals is truly not to be underestimated. But it seems the person who needs to die is still alive. He's crawling out from the rubble. Duong Tang Yanming looked at him with extreme annoyance. "I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're certainly worthy of being called the demonic cult leader, but it seems you've run out of tricks. Wouldn't it be better to just stay buried under there?" The old man was furious, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Ignoring him, he pulled out another talisman. All these things were the foundation for their march into the Central Plains, yet you've destroyed everything. "Do you think I'll hide in this pile of rocks out of fear? I will never forgive you." He activated his skill to summon the pillar of ghostly demons. His internal energy surged in an instant, the pressure radiating so strongly that he thought he was going to be blown away. A layer of armor etched with strange, intricate symbols appeared on the leader's body. While this demonic object has no power of its own, as soon as the caster wears it, they can unleash its true value. He went all out. Any powerful technique he had, he brought it out, while boastfully declaring, "I will use this to kill you." Suddenly, he raised his hand. The rocks began to move according to his hand's movement, eventually gathering into a colossal stone blade. He carried the blade on his shoulder, staring intensely at him. "For the future of our cult, I swear I will kill you right here. Prepare yourself, leader of the Orthodox Alliance." Tang Yanming was terrified of him, his hand gripping the blade tightly, his face emotionless as he watched the guy jump down like a demon to slash at him. But in a flash, he dodged it. That strike was strong, sure, but it only hit the air. It was useless. The old man kept attacking but couldn't land a hit, becoming even angrier. His massive, muscular frame stood before him, continuously swinging the blade tirelessly. He didn't even need to make many moves. He just had to time it right to strike and pierce holes all over the guy's body. But the armor on his body wasn't just for show. It healed completely in the blink of an eye. He was a bit shocked. Regeneration? Impossible. The guy, completely healed without a single scratch, charged again. Fan Jiak realized that not only was the guy's body incredibly sturdy, but thanks to the regeneration ability, the poison had no chance to take hold. The cult leader heard that and laughed triumphantly. "Ha! You're not wrong. As long as I have internal energy, this pillar armor of the ghost god can regenerate infinitely. During the fight earlier, you consumed a vast amount of energy, but my energy has yet to be used." But before he could finish his sentence, he, who was completely indifferent, unleashed a slash. He grinned maliciously and cut him off. "So, as long as I let you exhaust your energy, it'll be fine, right?" This time, combining it with the beast's power, Fan Jiak the snake lunged forward immediately, blowing the poison from its body onto his blade. "I've been waiting for you to call me out." Empowered by the snake, his spiritual energy surged significantly. The enemy was astonished. What? His internal energy is skyrocketing. The two clashed head-on once again, engaging in melee combat. But this time, his slashing power was much greater than before. By the time the cult leader realized it, it was too late. Demons and evil spirits can supplement his power. How could he possibly do something like that? His attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Is this guy even human? The old man could only grit his teeth and curse. Damn it. But he still flew up and dodged it. He was surprised. This is really unexpected. He's actually running away. The cult leader, who was always so full of himself, was now tucking tail and running. Even a creature like Fan Jiak cursed, "That coward. I've met many heaven-defying alchemists, but I've never seen anyone like this." Naturally, he wouldn't let him escape, pursuing him immediately. Meanwhile, on the side of the demonic cult, all of the leader's subordinates were watching the situation ahead. They were all terrified. One person turned to ask, Ma Wai, who on earth is the leader fighting? The cult's main headquarters on the peak of Heaven Mountain has completely vanished. The woman was also standing there with them. She had never met Tang Yanming before and could only shake her head. I don't know either. The leader only told me to summon the demon lords to stand by at the foot of Heaven Mountain. She looked over at the elders standing there. Do we really have to just wait like this? Does no one intend to go check on the situation? The demon lords are the veterans of the cult. Their strength is only second to the leader and the left and right messengers. I originally thought that bringing them would be enough to drive away the intruder, but after seeing that scene, my mind went blank. Because the sight on the peak of Heaven Mountain is truly not something a human can endure. The demon lords must be the same, which is why they don't dare to advance, as they understand it better than I do. Intervening recklessly now would mean a miserable death. Even if no one intervened, she's still worried for the leader. But if this continues, the leader will. Just then, a shout rang out. Look up there. The leader is coming down. It was true. That old man couldn't win, so he was running back to bring the pack. Ma Wai was moved to tears. That's great. It turns out he's okay. The leader, but he wasn't acting normally at all. He made an earth-shattering leap, dust swirling everywhere. She hurriedly covered her face, squeezing her eyes shut, not understanding what was happening. Leader? He appeared right in front of her. Well done, Ma Wai. In such a short time, you've completed my orders. After speaking, he hugged her tightly. Excuse me. With one hand, he blocked the overhead slash from him, and with the other, he held her tight. All the old men present were shocked. Is that person who just fought the leader that boy? It's Tang Yanming, the one who caused all that trouble. Who else could it be? After this blow, even the old bastard had to cough up blood. Don't you even give me a moment to breathe. Mai didn't understand anything and exclaimed, Leader. He coughed up blood, but was still holding on. I still can't take his life. He looked at the crowd, tougher than I thought. Plus, the demonic cult still has so many remnants left. Thon Jack realized immediately. Based on the aura I can feel, they're just many in number. Their strength is far inferior to yours. One of the men in the crowd pointed and shouted, Demon lords and warriors of the cult, hear me. Support the leader, fight to the death, and eliminate the intruder. But the cult leader was still clear-headed. He raised his hand to stop them immediately. No, stop. Even if you all rush him together, it's useless. I won't let you throw your lives away for nothing. Sacrifice is only meaningful if it gains something in return. That bastard didn't just come back here. He's already planned his dirty tricks and escape routes, so just being reckless isn't enough. You all have to offer your lives to help me unleash the 5th stage of the anti-blood demonic art. Unleash the 5th stage? The demon lords immediately understood the gravity of his words. Reaching the 5th stage of that art meant certain chi deviation, with the demonic energy spiraling out of control. Unless one has reached the ultimate demon realm where they can enter the demonic state at will, like the left and right messengers of light, using the 5th stage is nothing but a death wish. Seeing that none of them moved, the sect leader's voice turned ice cold. Besides, after he kills me, he's going to kill you all anyway. We've reached the point of no return. If you're still hesitating, then I'll give you a hand. There was no brotherhood left now. As the group had their blood drained dry, they realized too late, tears of pain streaming down their faces. This is the demonic control technique of the heavenly demon divine art. He wants to force us into chi deviation. Does he really intend to sacrifice every single one of us? The group looked back and forth between the sect leader and Liu Yifei, who stood there like a stone statue. But could using the anti-blood demonic art really defeat that monster? Even the sect leader couldn't handle him. With their veins bulging and eyes bloodshot, those old veterans finally steeled their hearts. They were out of options. It was a fight to the death either way. With no other choice, they charged at Liu Yifei all at once. The protagonist didn't even blink. From start to finish, his eyes burned with deep-seated hatred. Just standing there was enough to cut them all to pieces. Any of them who dared to rush forward met the same end. With just a single slash, he turned them all into a bloody mess. The sect leader was panicking now. How can you take down demon lords who have already activated the anti-blood demonic art with just a single strike? Suddenly, he noticed the beauty in his arms was silent. Looking down, he realized she was dead, and he himself had been slashed several times. He realized his ghostly azure pillar defense couldn't even withstand that last blow. But why is the demon lady? Could my internal energy be so exhausted that I can't even maintain my complete form anymore? He looked up at his massive blade, now shattered in half. He had to find another way. The protagonist had finished off his minions and seemed to be watching, thinking, You're just stalling for time to pull another trick, aren't you? Do you think I'll let you have your way? This ends now, demon sect leader. He had to finish this quickly to avoid any further complications. He didn't know what other dirty tricks this fraud had up his sleeve. And just as he predicted, the guy was already pulling another stunt. Domain of the returning demon. As soon as he shouted, blood-red spiritual energy erupted from his body. Liu Yifei was caught off guard. The backlash was intense. Even the last of his internal energy can still counterattack me. But then he saw a black hole-like vortex forming in the sky. What was that? Liu Yifei had to stay on high alert. The sky was slowly turning red, spreading from that dark red cloud. Was this related to the backlash from before? He felt a strange, unsettling aura. He looked at the bodies strewn across the ground. Was the demonic energy being drained from the corpses? That red energy was all surging toward the sect leader. Is he absorbing them? Before doing this, the sect leader had personally closed the eyes of the deceased demon lady. I at least wanted to save you, hate me all you want, so you can rest in peace. He steeled himself to take revenge for her. I will kill him. His power was surging rapidly now. All together now. Liu Yifei saw the sect leader's armor rapidly regenerating. To destroy it, he had to focus all his attacks. He blocked full sky once before, so he needed a more powerful blow. If he could concentrate and overlap his sword intent within a small area, he could maximize his attack power. He unleashed his skills, full sky and little full sky, raining attacks down on the guy, but the man was shielded by a ring of golden light. He couldn't believe even little full sky couldn't break through. Seeing him stand tall as if he hadn't been injured at all, Liu Yifei was at his wit's end. What is this? The sect leader's eyes glowed fiercely as he finally explained. The domain of the returning demon is a secret technique of the heavenly demon divine art. Whether living or dead, under this red cloud, everyone's demonic energy will spiral out of control and be absorbed by me. Once the red cloud spreads, the demonic energy of all the demonic practitioners in Xinjiang will be sucked dry. He spoke with such arrogance. I didn't want to use this method, but to kill you, sacrifices are mandatory. Liu Yifei couldn't believe how ruthless this bastard was. Beyond your underlings, you intend to slaughter innocent civilians too? The man didn't feel a shred of guilt, just a twisted smirk. Confidence can be built back up. You're only worried about the commoners because your clothes have the word righteous on them, aren't you? What a hypocrite. The Azure Snake didn't quite understand wasn't the death of demonic practitioners a good thing for them, but the protagonist didn't see it that way. If it were just members of the heavenly demon sect, he wouldn't care. The problem was that the people living in this desolate land had absorbed demonic energy. They just saw it as a way to nurture their health and practice these breathing techniques. Moreover, after feeling the effects of the Other Shore pill, he completely understood. Even if they didn't learn the demonic arts, just by being constantly exposed to the toxicity of the divine pill, demonic energy would accumulate in their bodies. If he just let those people die, he'd be repeating the same mistake from before. He was haunted by the memory of the young child he couldn't save. That wasn't how a leader responsible for all the people in the Central Plains should act. His face flushed red, his eyes shooting sparks. I've decided. I won't have any more regrets. I have to finish him before that red cloud spreads, even if it means using the dragon scales and my core energy. Suddenly, the Azure Snake calmed down. No, that's not necessary. Like you said, we just need to keep the red cloud from spreading, right? Seeing its expression, the protagonist understood. You have a way? The snake flicked its tongue, feeling smug. Of course, when it comes to magic and formations, I know much more than you. Besides, we're connected by a spiritual thread. How could I just watch you walk into a death trap? It muttered to itself in disbelief. I've really changed a lot. Is it because I've been by his side for so long that I'm being influenced? Anyway, let's worry about the immediate problem. The snake flew up into the sky and shouted instructions at him. You just keep his attention and don't let him get near me. I'll find a way to break that technique. The sect leader saw the snake flying up and grew wary. The azure-scaled white snake? Why is it approaching the spell? The giant snake flew straight toward that black vortex. It is throwing its own body directly at the pit to attack. Tang Yanming followed its instructions perfectly, aiming straight for the cult leader. You don't have time to be distracted now, do you? The cult leader was furious at being blocked. You filthy little bug. Qingjia realized, looking at the size of the hole, it's probably only spreading to the area near Mount Heaven right now. It told itself it had to act immediately. There's only one way for me to stop this technique. I have to drain the divine essence of the Simi Wang Liang. To neutralize the technique, it paused, opened its mouth wide, and spewed out a massive cloud of pitch-black smoke. Its dark, greenish-blue spiritual energy soon completely blanketed the black pit. The cult leader finally understood its goal. The red clouds stopped spreading. Could it be? Had it sacrificed its own divine essence to stop this? This madman, he actually dared to sacrifice the divine essence he's built up all this time. If he unleashed his divine essence without regard for the consequences, he would surely die. Just as the cult leader was focused on the snake, him as protagonist slashed down. The cult leader couldn't dodge in time. He only had a split second to raise his massive blade to block the blow above his head. Tang Yanming also understood what the snake was doing and couldn't help but praise it with satisfaction. Qingjia was truly reliable. If it weren't for the snake, this battle would be a huge mess. The more Tang Yanming gloated, the more the cult leader seethed with rage. You damned brat! How dare you use such a trick to stop me from channeling the demonic energy? In truth, the snake was thinking. Thinking back on it, it's really strange. I ended up giving up my own divine essence to fight for someone else. I never expected that after that day, I would still be able to open my heart to someone again. It had never forgotten the day it was trapped in that jar by Wu Ying. At that time, it had asked with tears streaming down its face. Why? Didn't you say you'd let me go once the job was done? At the very least, you could give me a reason, right? But the answer it received was, because you are too dangerous. He locked it away and said, just accept it, Qingjia. This is the only way for you to survive. After his mouth was sealed, he seemed to say something else, but at that moment, it couldn't hear anything anymore. Still, thinking back, it was bitter, thinking, he probably just called me a tool or something like that. Wu Ying, at least your descendant doesn't treat me like a tool. Even though he likes to boss me around, he knows how to say thank you and how to respect me. I didn't do this because my spirit was stolen according to your schemes. I did it because of friendship. He truly values Yanming. Following my own will, that day, I begged him for a lot. I beg you, I'm not asking for complete freedom. I just ask that you don't keep me locked up here, Wu Ying. But he still closed the lid. I'm sorry, White Snake. It didn't hear this apology. I will use a sealing technique to keep you here. Even if you can't hear me anymore, you really have helped me a lot. It's a pity I couldn't treat you better. But now that you have reached the realm of the true ancient poison, those heaven-defying mages will not let you be. And that was the truth. Qingjia didn't know that outside, there was a whole horde of enemies waiting to take its life. Wu Ying. Where is it? Hand over the Simi Wang Liang. At that time, Wu Ying had placed his hand on the jar, silently wishing it well. If my descendant finds you, I hope that by then, you will be free. I will deal with those who stand in the way of your freedom in the future. Thank you for the time we spent together. Its friend, Wu Ying, had treated it that well. It was just a pity it never knew. Fortunately, Wu Ying's descendant had treated it kindly. Tang Yanming stood below, looking up. The clouds were clearly thinning. It seemed things were going very well on Qingjia's end. Suddenly, he felt that from now on, he couldn't just think of it as a poison gas supply station. Come to think of it, let's finish off this trash first. Then we can end this on our side quickly. The cult leader was beaten to a pulp, panting heavily as he still tried to speak. Wait. Leader of the Tianming Alliance, if you kill me, you will definitely regret it later. His words made Tang Yanming hesitate. Could it be that you still have a backup plan? The old man's face was twisted in pain, yet he still dared to threaten him. That's right. You crossed the Taklamakan Desert in Xinjiang to get here, right? Right in the middle of that desert, there is a formation sealing countless Simi Wang Liang. It's called the Reversing Dragon Sealing Formation. As long as I wish, I can release it at any moment. When that happens, countless Simi Wang Liang will escape, wreaking havoc on Xinjiang and perhaps even the entire Central Plains. Therefore, your choice will determine the safety of all the people in the Central Plains. If you are truly a person of the righteous path, Tang Yanming grew tired of his blabbering and directly cut him off. Just deactivate it then. The cult leader was taken aback. What did you say? Tang Yanming challenged him again. I said, deactivate it. He wore a look even more arrogant than a suicide soldier. If you really can do it, the old man looked at him, completely failing to understand where this confidence came from. He thought Tang Yanming was reckless, but since he challenged him, he decided to do it, smiling smugly. Still trying to put on an act. If you insist, I'll do as you wish. But he was in for a shock. What is this? I can't feel the aura of the reversing dragon sealing formation anymore. Underneath that spot, there was nothing left but dust. What was there to cry about? Qingjia and Tang Yanming had already taken care of it beforehand. He didn't forget to tell him, is this the only kind of trick you can come up with? Haven't you realized the situation yet? The reason Qingjia could evolve into a black serpent is thanks to the reversing dragon sealing formation. He added one more remark. It ate every single Simi Wang Liang inside that place. The old man turned bright red with rage upon hearing that. Ate them all? You filthy snake. That's something I worked so hard to collect. Tang Yanming replied, why care so much when you're about to die? So what? Finishing his sentence, he slashed him twice in a cross pattern. If he could even eat the old man's flesh, there wouldn't be a single bone left of him. Tang Yanming declared, anything that sows disaster in the human world must be destroyed. The cult leader's eyes gradually glazed over, and he couldn't move anymore. It's clear that the demon realm's dominion over the world was right before my eyes. I hate this so much. Now he could only lie there and howl in agony. Ancestors, why didn't you wipe out the path completely? Why? Tang Yanming watched him lie there in a heap, looking like he was about to go ask his ancestors himself, before letting out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. But he didn't celebrate too soon. Even though I've killed the cult leader, I cannot let my guard down. What a long and exhausting battle. In the end, the war between me and the demonic realm will still continue. Now that I mention it, the clouds in the sky have almost completely dissipated. What on earth is Qingjia doing? This guy never knows how to return on time. He had to summon the white snake, which came falling straight down from the sky. He was scolding it. You finished the mission, so hurry up and come back. Where were you wandering off to? As he reached out to grab it, he realized something was wrong. The snake shrieked in response. I was already planning on coming back. Did you have to force summon me? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The snake had to ask immediately, what is it? What are you looking at me like that for? Is something wrong? Man, it's definitely a problem in just a few days. It's already shifted from black to white. And now 2 dragon horns have sprouted, too. I have to explain this. Back then, to stop that cloud from spreading, I burned through all the divinity of the Li Mi Wang Liang, without caring what would happen to me. But just as the divinity vanished and I thought I was going to turn to dust, I felt the heartbeat of a new divinity. I get it now. So you're not a Li Mi Wang Liang anymore. You've turned into a dragon. You look pretty proud of that. Yeah, I didn't expect breaking those chains would lead to this. But I've still got a question. Didn't you say dragons were born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth? So, are you a sub-dragon? It shakes its head. I guess not. Even it doesn't really get what's going on. This is the first time I've ever seen a Li Mi Wang Liang turn into a dragon, so I'm just as lost. But back when I was a Li Mi Wang Liang, that must have been my growth stage as a sub-dragon. So, do you have any new skills? Can you still use poison? The dragon brags. I can use plenty of new skills now, and I can still use poison. But my dragon divinity is still only on the level of a newborn baby, so I'm probably not much help right now. It says this with a noticeably sad look on its face. Tang Yanming smiles to reassure it. You've already helped me a lot, so why the long face? The dragon, rarely one for sentimental talk, adds, Anyway, I should be thanking you for making me your spirit beast. I never thought I'd be able to attain a new divinity so quickly. The 2 of them head off, bickering all the way. Man, what a haul. Time to head back. After all, our war with the demonic cult has only just begun. He turns his back, missing the corpse behind him starting to twitch. The body suddenly sits bolt upright, and another figure appears behind it. Tang Yanming is startled, stopping in his tracks and glancing back. What is that? Who is that guy? When did he show up? It's Wensan, finally back, and he's currently clamping his jaws onto the cult leader's neck, draining his poison. The cult leader wakes up, recognizes him, and gasps. You're the young poison demon. What are you doing? Wensan doesn't even spare the old man a word, just slams his head straight into the ground. He finishes, draining the man's blood, and feels a rush. Not bad at all, as expected of the blood of someone with divinity. Just one drink, and he can feel his own divinity ascending. I really have to thank him for this. What a snake biting the hand that fed him while thanking the guy's ancestors right after smashing his head in. Now, his only focus is Tang Yanming. Long time no see, huh, Tang Yanming? I never thought I'd run into you here. It's not until the guy speaks that Tang Yanming recognizes that voice. Is that Tang Wensan? The guy glares at him. Oh, you recognize me after all? How touching. I thought you'd forgotten a small fry like me. Tang Yanming remembers now the cult leader called him the young poison demon, didn't he? So, he really was the one who interfered in the battle between the Kongtong and Kunlun sects. Tang Yanming decides to ask right away. The warriors our clan sent to support Kunlun, was it you who killed them? At this point, Wensan stops hiding it. Those guys, my grandfather did that, but feel free to pin it on me. I personally slaughtered everyone who opposed surrendering to the demonic cult that day, and just thinking about the losses you and the Tang clan suffered because of it, it feels so damn good. He grins, flashing his teeth with pure delight. And of course, that's not even close to enough. Before the bastard can finish, Tang Yanming slashes him clean in half. He's furious. His face is practically black with rage. Sending your whole family to Kunlun was the final act of mercy from the Tang clan head, my mother. That was at least a chance for you to keep the Tang name and restore your honor. But somehow, he can still talk even though he's been sliced in two. The Tang name, what does that even mean to me? You think we give a damn about that pathetic name after being exiled? His body is knitting itself back together so fast it's visible to the naked eye, his mouth curled into a mocking smirk. And that damn family honor, you want it so bad, you keep it. Tang Yanming is speechless. Is this guy even human anymore? Qingju senses something. I can only be sure that he's used a technique far more powerful than ordinary magic on his own body. It's faint, but I can sense a kind of spiritual intelligence in his blood. It's not magic, and it's not a standard core. It's incomprehensible. There are even traces of divinity in there, higher than my own dragon body. How is that possible? What on earth has he been through? Before they can inspect him further, he lunges forward. I've been waiting for this reunion for a long time. What kind of idiot is he, trash-talking the main character like that? You took everything that was supposed to be mine. Today is the day I get my revenge. Tang Yanming doesn't even blink. In a heartbeat, he vanishes without a trace. He teleports behind him. While the guy is still looking around, confused, his body is shredded by hundreds of slashes. This time, he doesn't just slice him, he blows him apart. Only the lower half remains standing. Tang Yanming thinks it's over and doesn't even bother listening. If you wanted to kill me, you should have gotten stronger before showing your face. But why the hell is his voice still ringing in his ears? Is he actually like a leech? Looks like even after stepping into the realm of extreme demon, I still can't take you down. Tang Yanming has to turn around. Are you kidding me? This guy is worse than a parasite. He's completely healed, not a scratch on him. Tang Yanming can't help but ask, what are you, a monster now? The ugly bastard Wen San just keeps on acting tough. A monster? That really hurts, you know. Can't you think of a cooler title? You were pretty creative back in Xinjiang. What was it again? The venomous sword dragon. I should come up with something similar. How about the undying blood demon? Absolute death to anyone before I kill the venomous sword dragon. A guy who uses blood spirit energy to stain the world with zero talent of his own, shamelessly bragging and naming himself the undying blood demon. The two of them clash again. In terms of sheer level, Wen San couldn't even graze a hair on Tang Yanming's head. But the guy has an indestructible body, he just won't die. And day after day, Tang Yanming still hasn't found a way to put him down for good. The guy keeps on mocking him. What's wrong? Your hands are slower than yesterday, aren't they? Keep cutting. Tang Yanming dodges his punch. I've been hacking away at him for almost a day now, but he keeps regenerating. And not only that, he's getting tougher with every rebirth. The speed of his regeneration is picking up, too. Damn it all. Fighting someone like this is a real headache. I don't know how long it's been, but even after slashing him who knows how many times, he just keeps getting stronger. He grinned smugly. Finally landed a hit on you, didn't I? You seem a little tired, huh? He clenched his fist tightly, looking thrilled. So, what are you going to do now? I haven't even started yet. With that, he threw a punch that felt like it could shake the heavens. But what was that? The guy was nowhere near strong enough to land a hit on him. After the punch, he asked, what was that? Where did he go? He had somehow teleported into the air. Using a skill that filled the sky with afterimages, he struck the guy directly. A blinding light erupted. Was it enough to kill him? How the hell? Tang Wenshan was still standing there, neck craned, looking cocky. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. It'd be boring if you got tired so fast. Keep fighting me. Duong Tang Yanming looked at his body with disgust. The freak was holding his own severed arm, then tossed it right at him like a challenge. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you. It was Duong Tang Yanming's first time fighting someone this gross. Seeing the arm flying through the air left him speechless. He had torn off his own arm and thrown it, yet he hadn't used any internal energy at all. What was the point of that? Before he could figure it out, the answer came. He blew up his own body on the ground and then reincarnated from that flying arm. Seeing that face appear right in front of him, he understood immediately. He could regenerate from a severed arm. The guy grabbed both of his arms in a flash, holding him tight. It wasn't over yet. He poured all his strength into his hands, trying to pin him down to prevent him from teleporting, then quickly activated his skill to explode, blasting him down to the ground. He took the full brunt of the hit, slamming into the earth with a cloud of dust, rolling several times. Then Jiak was worried sick. Tang Yanming, are you okay? The snake was panicking too. Could he really not handle an opponent like this? Was it because they had been fighting nonstop for days? Her supply of venom was running low, too. Before he could even get up, that bastard jumped down nearby, ready to attack again. I'm starting to get used to this new body. He stood there, looking down at him with contempt. Our heights are finally back to what they were when we were kids. I understand how you feel. It must be infuriating to be held up by someone as small as me. The battle between the Central Plains and the demonic forces was incredibly fierce. You already took out the demonic cult leader. You should have gone back to deal with Ma Kuang-Thian. The guy grew more unhinged as he spoke. Now, they were stuck here, with someone who just wouldn't die. Then Jiak urged him, Tang Yanming, these continuous battles have exhausted us both physically and mentally. Maybe we should retreat for now. But he wouldn't hear of it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up decisively. No. Even though it's tough, give me a final boost of venom. He had figured out a way to stop the regeneration. The snake had no choice but to pour more power into him. Fine, this is all I have left for now. Duong Tang Yanming felt his body improve significantly. Thanks. Tang Wenshan charged again. He gripped his blade tightly, staring the guy down. I can sense the spiritual essence and the aura of creation in his blood. He must be using his regeneration power to shield that venom. He had it all calculated. He just needed to break that balance. Tang Wenxian saw the power erupting from him and immediately backed away in fear. His aura widened it suddenly. He closed his eyes tightly. I'm going to crush that crumbling armor until it turns to dust. He activated the poison fog skill, his power surging even higher. The guy didn't see him teleporting right behind him and was still looking ahead, wondering, what is this, fog? Realizing something was wrong, he threw a punch behind him. Are you there? But there was nothing around. Nothing. Himph, I get it now. You're trying to recover your internal energy in this fog, aren't you? Whoosh. The kid kept throwing punches, but he couldn't land a single one. He couldn't even see a shadow of him. Not only could he not land a hit, but suddenly he was slashed across the chest. He'd lost an arm, but he was still arrogant. Ha, don't you get it? Slashing me is useless. It's just an arm. But his smile faded quickly as he looked down at his severed limb in confusion. Yeah? What's going on? Why is the regeneration so slow? He finally understood the problem, and his spiritual essence wasn't weakening. Could it be because of this fog? Tang Yanming's voice rang out right behind him. I've mixed a substance that weakens the body with countless types of deadly poisons into my aura, letting them disperse through the fog. No matter how strong your regeneration is, it's hard to counter that many poisons at once, right? And before your body can adapt to this dose of poison, I'm going to mince you into pieces and make you disappear forever. He was a man of his word. His blade kept slashing nonstop. The guy was shredded, unable to defend himself, and could only scream in agony. He even whined, I worked so hard to gain this spiritual essence. Am I really going to lose here? No, I've already become so much stronger. It absolutely cannot end here. He racked his brain, desperate for a way to survive. Think of something. Duong Tang Wenxian has been compromised by the poison and can't regenerate, so I'll just explode all the poison parts. He used whatever he had left. He activated the blood explosion skill. Fire and smoke exploded across the sky. He had to jump far away to avoid it, and that was how the bastard escaped death. His hair was burned bald, his limbs were covered in cuts, and one arm was mangled. But it had worked. The explosion had pushed the fog back about 20 feet. This was the moment that would decide the victor. He shrieked, Duong Tang Yanming, I'll make you die in the most miserable way possible. He looked at him with pure contempt. Humph, don't dream about it. The guy screamed his name. Duong Tang Yanming and his opponent charged straight at each other. Just then, a figure appeared between them. Both he and Tang Wenxian were caught off guard. The demonic cult leader, he's still not dead? The leader stood there with his remaining strength. Before I take my final breath, I'll take all of you down to hell with me. He smiled with sinister satisfaction. As he finished speaking, clouds of black and purple smoke surrounded them both. He was shocked. Damn it, what is this? There's no way to dodge it. The move he's using is the Mind Demon Sealing Technique. All three disappeared, leaving only 2 purple stones on the ground. It was an ultimate sealing technique that required the caster to sacrifice their life. It imprisoned the target in the form of a gem, trapping them in an eternal mind demon. If they couldn't defeat the demon inside the stone, they would never be able to escape, even in death. 2 gems, 1 for each. Both he and that bastard were locked inside. Only Fan Jack managed to escape. She frowned, looking at the giant orb trapping him. Damn, demonic cult leader, even when you're about to die, you still refuse to give up. What on earth is this thing, since it has no effect on me? Is it a technique meant only for humans? But even so, for someone as strong as Tang Yanming to lose consciousness, it kept screaming his name over and over. Tang Yanming, wake up. You're the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Alliance. How can you just collapse here? Wake up already. If you don't wake up, It suddenly froze. Wait a minute, if he doesn't wake up, doesn't that mean I'll be free? It had been waiting for freedom for who knows how many years. Now that it was finally within reach, it didn't know how to act. It looked completely stunned, deep in thought. If he just left him here and ran away, couldn't I live the rest of my life in peace? But it still had a shred of conscience as it looked at him lying there unconscious. But if I do that, what will happen to this guy? Finally, it let out a long sigh. I'm not doing this because I like you or anything. It was clearly lying to itself. I'm just afraid someone might use a technique on you and take away my spiritual thread, that's all. Thanjak then transformed into a white dragon and scooped up the poison orb. I don't know what you're going through in there, but you have to wake up before we reach the central plains. Ever since my body gained the dragon's divinity, there have been some changes. I can't explain it, but I can understand it instinctively. There is a space of unknown size existing within my body. It decisively bit down on the poison orb, swallowed it straight down its throat, and looked at the remaining one. Should I take that guy with me? But even Tang Yanming couldn't kill him. If he gets released in the heart of the Central Plains, wouldn't that be the end of everything? Anyway, There's no rush. I'm sure Tang Yanming will be fine. It comforted itself, thinking, wait until you wake up, then don't blame me. It dashed away like lightning. Time to head back to Sichuan. Meanwhile, at the main medical ward, Elder Tai Hu was receiving treatment. After finishing the medicine, they fed him another dose 3 hours later. This part still needs bandaging. Xuan Xiao was also there recovering from his wounds, gritting his teeth and telling the doctor to wrap it tight. Once finished, he smiled broadly. Thank you. Sorry to bother you again. But the old doctor replied, no need for formalities. This is just the duty of a physician. Xuan Xiao knew very well that before coming to the Heavenly Alliance, they had come to the Tang family to heal. The Tang family head was more than happy to provide a medical room and have her doctors treat them. But upon hearing that the Alliance leader had gone straight to the demonic cult's headquarters, she couldn't help but be deeply shaken. After all, even if he were the Alliance leader, to a parent, he was still just a child they couldn't help but worry about. Alliance leader, you must return safely. At the dark poison hall, Duong Tri Tu sat with her hands clenched, worrying about her dear son. Is this kid Tang Yanming just starting his rebellious phase? He's getting more and more reckless. Even though I want to support his choices, I feel like he's drifting further and further away from me. He should think about the people who are worried about him. Suddenly, there was a voice outside. The lady turned to ask, what's the matter? Family head, there is a guest here to see you. Duong Tri Tu agreed immediately. A guest. Show her in. It was Vai Hu who walked straight in to pay her respects. Even the assassin guarding the door couldn't help but stare in admiration. So bold. The girl introduced herself. My name is Duong Vai Hu. After listening for a while, Duong Tri Tu was stunned and asked, so, you and Tang Yanming know each other? The girl nodded shyly. Yes, I was once in life-threatening danger due to the absolute pulse, and he was the one who saved me. Although I've always wanted to repay him, I've never had the chance. By chance, I came to the medical ward today and heard the wounded soldiers talking about the young master facing the demonic cult alone. The situation is critical now, and I don't want to stand idly by just because I'm weak, so I want to help the Tang family. Before she could finish, Duong Tri Tu cut her off. Oh, I just remembered something. Could you call me Aunt? The lady's face was dark with anticipation, making the girl jump in surprise. Pardon? The lady forgot all her worries and laughed playfully. Ho ho, I'm kidding. This kid Tang Yanming has such a beautiful sweetheart and didn't even introduce her to me. Vai Hu blushed bright red. Ah, it hasn't reached that stage yet, but in her heart, the lady had already figured it all out. This kid Tang Yanming actually dared to hide such a beautiful girl from me. That's right, once he settles down, he'll have to take responsibility for his actions, right? Suddenly, the lady asked. Come to think of it, the person from the Ice Palace who once had an engagement with the Tang family also suffered from the absolute pulse. Are you a descendant of hers? Is your absolute pulse the 3 yin or 5 yin type? The girl replied immediately. No, it's not. It's the 9 yin. This news was truly shocking. Duong Tri Tu's eyes widened. What? She stared at the girl intently. Even in the Ice Palace, anyone with the 7 yin or higher is a rare talent seen once in 100 years. Yet, a branch member like this child has the 9 yin physique, and she even cured the absolute pulse. Duong Tri Tu pondered for a moment. You said you wanted to help the Tang family, right? I have a very good idea. The girl was slightly surprised. Really? Is that true? To her surprise, the lady asked, Tell me, do you want to learn martial arts? The girl was stunned, her eyes wide. Learn martial arts? Isn't it a bit too late for me? The lady smiled broadly, hitting the nail on the head. But learning martial arts will make a great impression on Tang Yanming, you know. That one sentence was enough to convince Vai Hu. What did you say? Duong Tri Tu continued. As a mother, I worry a lot about Tang Yanming, but I can't be by his side forever. Once he becomes the family head, he will need more people by his side, such as someone who can help him manage and protect the family whenever he is on the front lines. Duong Tri Tu seemed to really like this daughter-in-law-to-be. Leaning her chin on her hand, she seriously tempted her. As long as you are willing, I can personally teach you. Of course, the final decision is yours. In her heart, she had already closed the deal. I can't let such a good daughter-in-law candidate slip away. Vai Hu agreed immediately. Then I will have to rely on you, madam. While the two were still talking, we'll start training tomorrow. Come here tomorrow morning. Just then, a man rushed in frantically. Family head, urgent report. The poison expert looked up. What's the matter? Why are you so panicked? The assassin looked paler than a sheet of paper as he reported. Word has it that the Heavenly Alliance leader of the demonic cult has attacked the Shaolin Temple. Upon hearing this, both women's eyes widened. They froze in place, shocked and trembling with fear. Meanwhile, in the medical ward, the group of Tang family physicians was buzzing with excitement. My God, is that really possible? I had only heard of it, but to see it with my own eyes, he's pouring tea midair. Is this the void-grasping technique? It turned out that the old man Tu Van, who had a severed hand, was performing the trick of drinking tea without fingers. The teacup just floated into his mouth. Seeing everyone in awe, the old man laughed heartily. Ha, I didn't think it would attract so much attention. Young master, how is the condition of Cook Fan and Taoist Tai Hu? The girl replied immediately, you don't need to worry too much. The old man chuckled, his eyes crinkling. Ha, I never expected to attract this much attention. Young hero, how are Ku Vuan and the Taoist Tai Shu doing? The boy replied immediately, you don't need to worry too much, sir. Their damaged meridians have stabilized. They'll wake up soon. Would you like some tea and pastries? The elder accepted them immediately. That's good. Please continue their treatment. Oh, thank you. The old man relaxed, sipping his tea and nibbling on a pastry. It was such a peaceful moment, it almost makes me forget about the war against the demonic cult. True. After all, this is Sichuan, the headquarters of the Tang Yanming alliance. The demonic cult's claws can't reach us here. He looked at the group from Taihu. Those two need to wake up quickly. Outside, the flames of war are spreading, yet I'm here enjoying this comfort. I feel so uneasy. Suddenly, someone asked him, excuse me, do you know about Tang Yanming? No, when is the alliance leader coming back? Elder Ziyun turned. It seems you and the alliance leader have quite a close relationship. He scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Yes, back when he was competing to be the young master, we were in the same unit. Back then, we didn't pick fights with each other. So you're comrades in arms who faced life and death together. It's not quite that dramatic. You're being too humble. You should be bragging about having such a strong friend. Just as they were having a good time, a voice cut in sharply, Master Ziyun. The entire group immediately bowed to the master of the house. Elder Ziyun turned in surprise. Master Tang, what happened? Your face looks so grim. It was true. Tang Jiwi looked like all the blood had been drained from his face. The master looked at him, lowering his voice. Urgent news from Henan. Don't be too shocked when you hear this. He had hesitated to say it. Shaolin has been wiped out by the demonic Guang Heavenly Lord. Even the nearby secular martial arts sects weren't spared. This news felt like a death sentence to Ziyun. The teacup in his hand shattered into pieces, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? That's a cruel joke, Master Tang. The elder's face went dark as he stood tall. Shaolin has thousands of years of heritage. How could it be wiped out in just a few days? Besides, Shaolin has the imperial court's backing. It's the cradle of the Chan sect. His eyes bulged with murderous intent, his teeth grinding as he growled. Please explain yourself clearly. If this is just some street rumor, this old monk will not tolerate such an insult. The pressure from Tang Jiwi's aura was even more overwhelming than his own. The master only had to say one sentence. The agreement of non-interference between the military and the martial arts world has been broken. Only then did the old man snap back to his senses, retracting his murderous aura. The master spoke with a solemn face, telling him that the demonic Guang Heavenly Lord had obtained the non-interference agreement from the Pang family and the imperial court. After that, he immediately attacked Shaolin. Ziyun collapsed, completely drained of strength. How could this be? Did the imperial court abandon Shaolin? Tang Jihui spoke up again. Although you are shocked, that is not all. Ziyun looked up like a lost puppy. What do you mean? There is more shocking news. The demonic forces in Shaanxi have mobilized the Hua family. They are currently heading toward Mount Hua and Zhongnan. The total war between us and the demonic cult has officially begun in the Central Plains. After the demonic Guang Heavenly Lord's invasion, Shaolin was destroyed in less than a day. Even so, the demonic Guang Heavenly Lord hasn't left. He continues to sweep through the remnants of Shaolin and Henan, as if he wants to wipe every trace of Shaolin from this world. The one doing this is a man named Nian Zhonghe. After slaughtering a mountain of people, he sat there with his legs crossed, drinking wine. Why hasn't that guy, Yin Ling, returned yet? It seems there are still some experts left among the remnants. If I had known, I would have handled it myself. I didn't expect you all to show up this late. As he spoke, he glanced to the side. I heard that you high monks of Shaolin live in seclusion and only appear when Shaolin is in danger, but you arrived way too late. Before him stood 6 bald Shaolin elders, every one of them radiating murderous intent. But Nian Zhonghe wasn't afraid at all, sneering. You all seem to be experts of the transformation realm, right? I was just extremely bored. I wonder if you can keep me entertained. As he spoke, he drew the sword at his waist, his eyes glowing. This guy was completely addicted to slaughter. The bald elders charged forward, engaging him in close combat. But even with all 6 of them, he wasn't rattled in the slightest. He analyzed them while fighting. Fast, but your flank is exposed. Wherever there was an opening, he exploited it instantly. A horizontal slash across the waist should be enough to finish you. But he didn't expect the old man to block his sword. His eyes widened in surprise as he marveled at the golden aura. Oh ho, so this is the Vajra indestructible body? The bald elder still had the composure to talk to him. Correct. Buddhist Qi is the essence of righteousness. With the strength of a demonic cultist like you will never pierce through this defense. He nodded. I truly feel that my demonic arts were dampened, but what's the point if you can only block this one move? The old man unleashed a punch, quick as lightning. He activated his massive thunder fist technique, the 100-step combat fist. How on earth could they keep attacking him so relentlessly? Oh, so this is the 100-step divine fist. It's not just a long-range attack, but the infusion of intent into the aura to create a technique that bypasses space. Sure enough, not only does it save aura, but it achieves the exact same effect as close combat. But is that all you've got? With one hand, he blocked the old man on the right. With the other, he stopped a punch from another old man all with ease. Every elder present was shocked to the core. He had blocked them completely with just one hand. Is the 100-step divine fist enveloped by the Vajra indestructible body? The pressure on his sword grew even stronger. I've always been curious. Why do people called experts like you waste so much time studying things like righteousness and intent? Isn't it easier to just use overwhelming power to crush everything? With that, he slashed one of the elders to death, infuriating the others who charged at him, cursing him. The sword in his hand emitted black smoke. Still using intent to bypass space, wouldn't it be the same if you just use more aura to slash? For example, like this. As he finished, he swung his sword horizontally, and the two elders charging at him were cut in half. From this point of view, the sword ghost's martial arts were efficient and direct. Isn't slaughter the core of martial arts? It doesn't attack as far as the 100-step divine fist, I suppose, but if I just increase my aura by 5 times, that should do it. The other elders stood there stunned, their ears ringing, unable to process it. What on earth was he babbling about? Ignoring the true essence of martial arts and simply using raw strength to increase power? The scariest part was that he didn't seem to be pretending. Is the creature we are facing really human? No, he has surpassed the limits of humanity. You could say he is a demonic god. While the old man was thinking this, the sword in his hand descended once more in a devastating blow. This time, even the Shaolin temple towers behind the old monks were slashed in two, collapsing into nothing. After slashing them, he even stepped on the old monks' corpses and mocked them. Did I go a bit too hard? I really like these buildings and intended to keep them, but thanks to that, I've gotten the hang of slashing through buildings. Next time I just need to control my strength better. Just then, someone approached. Heavenly Lord, forgive me for interrupting your mood. Nian Zhonghe, he didn't need to turn around to know it was Ngan Lin. You're late. He was still holding a head in his hand. Yes? I just finished cleaning up. The other man immediately asked, what is that gift you're holding? The subordinate explained. This man is the next head of the Shaolin branch. He was summoning the monks around here to prepare a counterattack, but I've rounded them all up. Nian Zhonghe. His face lit up. Good work. And so, the matter in Henan was resolved and the two kept talking. By the way, what's the situation in Shaanxi? After the mobilization ceremony, Kim Ming has already set out with the demonic demon and demonic blade. He laughed provocatively. Aren't you impatient? Nan Lin, maybe Kim Lin and the Hua family will take the credit first. Yingo Lin ignored his provocation and just lowered his head, calmly replying, I abandoned personal feelings long ago. Kim Lin and I are merely your left and right arms. But unexpectedly, he encouraged him, having a little more ambition is fine. Who knows, you might even have a chance. Saying that, he waved his hand and left. All right, enough idle chatter. Let's head back. The Shaolin Temple, which had stood for 1,000 years at the heart of the martial arts world, was thus completely destroyed. And this news quickly reached the Tang family. Before this news spread, the Zhengtian alliance had always been stationed at Zhushan. But because of the Hua family's mobilization ceremony in Shaanxi, they couldn't send reinforcements to Shaolin. The strategist of the Zhengtian alliance, Zhu Chengxin, had to find the best way to handle this situation. After learning of the Hua family's mobilization, he sent Yu Yang and He Yun to Mount Hua and Zhang Nan, specifically to persuade the two great sects to block the Hua family's attack. Although Mount Hua and Zhang Nan were both orthodox sects in Shaanxi, their relationship was far from good. However, the masters of both sects were transformation realm experts. If they joined forces, they could stop the Hua family's invasion. It's said that recently, Mount Hua had a young disciple with exceptional talent who had reached the transformation realm. So, if you add Yu Yang and He Yun, the Shaanxi orthodox side would have 5 transformation realm experts. While the Hua family in Shaanxi had 2 fierce demonic experts, Even though they were strong, they weren't monsters like the demonic Sky Lord. The old man Changshin was now racking his brain over and over. Just by dealing with those two, the orthodox side couldn't fail in this battle. Meanwhile, the remaining forces of the Zhongtian alliance could advance to Henan. Of course, that was on the condition that Manhwa and Zhongnan could temporarily shake hands and make peace. They could only pray that Yu Yang and Heiyun would successfully persuade them both. Just then, at the Manhwa sect, a voice shouted, "What is that supposed to mean?" Yu Yang asked, stunned. "You don't want to help? Senior sister, are you listening to me?" She stubbornly sneered, "I heard you. But they've only just held a mobilization ceremony. The Hua family's forces haven't attacked anywhere yet, but we have to blindly strike first and even cooperate with that Zhongnan crowd." As she spoke, she was furious, grinding her teeth. She was the leader of the Manhwa sect, Yu Yan. Old Yu Yang just had to accept it. "Even though I knew this process would be difficult, I didn't expect you to explode the moment I mentioned Zhongnan." Remembering the past, his senior sister had once been teased by the crane disciples of Zhongnan, so at the time, Liu Yuyi had taught them a lesson. Later, the current leader of Zhongnan, Hedu, found out and retaliated against Mount Hua. Ever since then, after repeated retaliation, the grudge between the two sides had only deepened. But was now the time to settle those scores? He pondered, but still had to say. After the Namkung family head, the demonic Sky Lord has even laid hands on Shaolin. If Shaolin falls, the next target will be us. Don't you understand? Suddenly, someone else spoke up. Could this disciple say a word? The sect leader crossed her arms and glared. What do you want to say? This person was the direct disciple of the Mount Hua sect leader, Qingming. He seemed very eloquent, looking at his master and then at old Yu Yang. Disciple understands the uncle's concern, but the 1,000-year-old Shaolin won't fall easily. That invading demonic Sky Lord might actually end up meeting his own defeat, don't you think? So, we can just wait until the Shaolin affair is settled before deciding. The old man heard this and immediately replied, Don't be so complacent and forget the danger. Waiting until Shaolin is wiped out before acting will be too late. Qingming countered every word. So, does Shaolin being wiped out mean the demonic Sky Lord is very strong? It could just be that Shaolin is too weak, but Mount Hua is different. Honestly, if they come to attack Mount Hua, I could already prove the strength of Mount Hua. It was a pity. Once he said that, the old man had to stay silent. Qingming was a rare talent. He had entered the transformation realm at such a young age. If it were in the past, I might have been persuaded by his confidence and trusted him, but he's still too childish. I can't believe they are the same age. But this demonic cult is just too terrifying, the old man sighed. You still don't understand the situation, he thought to himself. I used to think you could match the Black Evil League leader or the demonic Sky Lord. After a long talk, the old woman Yu Yan still concluded, Mount Hua cannot cooperate with Zhongnan. If those Zhongnan people feel regret, tell them to come and kneel and beg. Having said that, old Yu Yang had no choice but to stand up. All right then, I'm leaving. The old woman called after him. Where do you think you're going? He said bluntly, If you won't do it, I at least have to go to Zhongnan to seek reinforcements. Daring to talk about seeking reinforcements made the old woman furious. Yu Yang, that guy, he was still stubbornly defiant. If you haven't changed your mind, don't stop me. Today, I didn't come here as a member of the Mount Hua sect, but as an envoy of the Zhongtian alliance. The old woman was boiling with rage, staring him down. Insolent. You're itching for a fight, aren't you? Do you want to be beaten into remembering your place? The two were tense, like a stretched string, when suddenly a thunderous explosion rang out. The old woman looked out in confusion at this presence. What's going on? She hurriedly grabbed her sword and ran out to the courtyard. What happened? As soon as the three of them came out, they heard a mocking voice. Are the Orthodox sects this weak lately? The guy was carrying the corpse of a Mount Hua disciple he had killed. I haven't even finished warming up yet, and you have zero fighting spirit. Are you so weak because you've been neglecting your training while relying on power and influence? Just two of them had already wiped out a whole group of disciples here. The old woman screamed, Where did you come from? The two men looked at her and kept on smirking. Oh my, the energy coming from the new arrivals today is quite impressive. I suppose we should introduce ourselves politely. I am Han Han, and we are the personal bodyguards of the Hua clan. As soon as he heard the name, Nog Duong immediately went on high alert. The Hua clan, huh? Then I'll be straight with you. We are here under orders from the demon sect's great lady, Hua Lian Din. They were there to wipe out the Mount Hua sect. These two men were known as the Yama Demon Blade, Bak Huyen, and the Death-Snatching Fist Demon, Bak Lai Fan. Over at the Chungnam sect, an old man was holding a teacup and discussing the situation. After Thu Lam was attacked by the demon sect leader, Ma Kuang, the Hua clan immediately made their move. You're right. Hack Van really shouldn't just stand by and watch. They are launching simultaneous attacks in many different locations. There must be a reason for it. Does Mount Hua know about this yet? This old man was the sect leader of Chungnam. Hack Du. Hack Van clasped his hands and bowed. Yes. The Qin Thean Alliance has already dispatched their disciples and Nog Duong. Old man Hack Du listened and guessed. With Ngakyan's personality, I'm afraid Mount Hua won't intervene. But since the Shaanxi righteous path is in danger, she might just set her pride aside. As the two were talking, screams erupted outside. The enemy had attacked. The sounds of slaughter roared, and blood stained the ground. A young disciple, terrified by the scene, huddled in a corner and wept. Master, the senior brothers were torn apart like pieces of paper. How could this happen? Handsome senior brother is gone, and junior brother Hua Lam was training with me this morning. Everyone died so unjustly. You're trembling, the man said. The one who had come to fight was Kim Lin. He glared and threatened, a coward without even the will to fight. I wouldn't have bothered killing you. But today, the situation is different. With a flick of his hand, he raised his weapon. So, I'll grant you a swift death. The kid watched in horror, his eyes wide, thinking, no, don't. Just then, a hand reached out from nowhere and blocked the blade. The one who saved the kid was the sect leader, old man Hack Du. Kim Lin's eyes widened with excitement. The sword sect, the Chungnam sect leader, has finally shown himself. Just then, another old man appeared and knocked him far away. Old Hack Van had made his move, roaring. How dare that guy harm my disciples? Who the hell are you? Kim Lin looked back and realized, you're the Chungnam sword saint, Hack Van, right? Didn't you join the Qin Thean Alliance? Did they send you? I didn't expect you to react so quickly. Suddenly, a man riding a horse behind him spoke up. Their presence is no small matter. Can you handle them alone? After all, dealing with Chungnam will take everything we've got. Kim Lin didn't show a hint of fear. Don't worry, young master. For a master who has reached a certain level of cultivation, numbers mean nothing. Just trust me and sit back. The remaining forces are enough to handle the encirclement and chase down any survivors. After this, the entire credit for wiping out Chungnam will be yours. The young man nodded, though he still looked uneasy. Fine, I'll leave it to you then. That man was none other than the great young master of the Shanxi Hua clan's demonic faction, Hua Vu Long. Hearing the two of them talk, old Hack Van grew furious and shouted, What kind of filth are you spewing with that dirty mouth? Dark, sinister energy surged all over Kim Lin. You'll find out soon enough if I'm just spewing nonsense. Now, show me what you're really capable of. Both old men were shocked. His aura was truly savage, as if he were a demon incarnate. But that was all the better. The merit for killing two transformation-level masters would be even greater. He glared and challenged them. You'd better come at me together. I hate wasting time. Demonic energy covered the area in the blink of an eye. Old man Hack Du gave orders immediately. Hack Van, before they surround us, take the disciples to Mount Hua. But the other refused. What are you talking about, brother? Let's face him together. No, I thought I had solid intelligence on all the masters of the three demonic families, but I have no idea about the identity or the level of that masked man. He was acting alone right now, which meant the other masters were elsewhere. Hack Van finally understood and headed toward Mount Hua. Old Hack Du was quite sharp. Exactly. They want to attack both places at once, likely to prevent one side from fleeing when they hear the other has been attacked. If we've confirmed the enemy is spreading their forces thin, we have to go help Mount Hua and take them out one by one. As the two were still discussing it, that scoundrel had already attacked. Old Hack Du went into battle himself, ignoring Hack Van's shouting, Senior brother. He used his own body to block Kim Lin's path. Don't hesitate. The two clashed in close quarters, initially evenly matched. Old Hack Du turned back and urged, I'm leaving the disciples to you. Hack Van ran off. All Chungnam disciples, follow me. That scoundrel Kim Lin smirked mockingly. You couldn't even handle me together, and now you think you can take me on by yourself? Didn't that first strike already show you the gap in our levels? Old Hack Du wasn't blind. He could see that Kim Lin's demonic wave power was far beyond his own internal energy. He couldn't understand how someone of this caliber could have hidden for so long. It's been a long time since I've felt this suffocating pressure. He gripped his sword tightly. But I must hold out until the disciples have safely retreated. He gathered all his strength and roared, I'll show you the consequences of underestimating Chungnam's sword techniques. Kim Lin didn't back down either, releasing his spiritual energy and laughing wildly. Ha ha, good. Hurry up and satisfy me. On the other side, the small fry demonic soldiers were chasing after old Hack Van. Chase them. Don't let a single Chungnam disciple get away. The old man made the disciples run ahead while he stayed behind to cover the rear. Damn it, even though I anticipated this, I didn't expect them to pursue so quickly. He kept yelling at the disciples, don't look back. Keep running. I'll hold the rear. But as soon as he spoke, his eyes widened in horror behind him. In the direction of Cheongnam, a massive explosion rocked the sky. Old Hack Van stared in that direction and prayed silently, "Brother, you must survive this." Starting with the massacre of the Thulam sect, the Hua family of Shaanxi had simultaneously targeted Mount Hua and Cheongnam, launching a fierce assault. Just as both sects fell into critical danger, high in the Heaven Mountains, the Green Horn was sprinting frantically, sweating nervously as he calculated. "When I came here with Duong Tang Yanming, it didn't seem this far. Why is this place so huge? I'm a snake. I'm not used to long-distance flying. Wake up." Tang Yanming was still trapped inside the orb, eyes shut tight. After who knows how long, his eyes suddenly snapped open. He stared at his hands in confusion, then at the scene before him. What was going on? He was clearly fighting Tang Van Zan, and then he was engulfed by the strange spell of the demonic cult leader. "Has that spell been broken?" he asked Than Jiak, wondering how much time had passed. Suddenly, he jumped in shock, his eyes widening as he took in the familiar surroundings, and he stood frozen, stammering. "Could this place be? That's impossible." A familiar voice rang out. Throughout history, sword arts have always been based on one of the 7 great principles: speed, change, break, scatter, sever, and art. But that is what mortals who cannot cultivate the ultimate intent choose, because the principle of strength brings backlash. It is very difficult to endure. Tang Yanming turned toward the sound. That is why the world chooses the simpler principle of softness, but only by using brute force to resist the backlash can one truly comprehend the principle of ultimate strength. The scene was incredibly familiar. His old master was sitting on a rock on his back, while his past self was frantically doing push-ups. He clearly remembered this as a scene from the past. Was he dreaming? He never expected to see the two of them together again. Was it because his subconscious always missed the time he spent with his master? Suddenly, the old man looked toward him. "Hey, you. Why are you just standing there, peeking at others' training? And more importantly, how did you find your way here?" The old man didn't recognize him at all and threatened, "If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you." Now Tang Yanming was even more certain that this wasn't a memory from the past. The old man glared at him. "How did you find this place? I advise you to answer carefully, or you might just lose your life." He was stunned, his eyes wide. This wasn't a dream. He could actually sense him and talk to him. Could he have truly returned to the past? He decided to find an excuse first. So, he replied, "Junior is Tang Yanming of the Tang family." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man drew his sword. Junior heard there is a master swordsman here. The old man's sword moved like lightning, slicing toward Tang Yanming. The old man growled in anger. "I asked you how you found this place." That blow was direct and merciless. Naturally, he dodged it. The old man's sword only sliced through the air. Seeing him dodge, the old man looked surprised and asked, "You can see my sword path." Tang Yanming irritably adjusted his clothes, gritting his teeth as he looked at him. He had briefly forgotten the master's eccentric personality. The old man was a handful. Dodging that blow must have certainly piqued his competitive spirit. There was no other way. Using sword arts to fight back would only attract more of his interest. But why were his pockets empty? Bak Tuyet was gone. Not just Bak Tuyet, but he couldn't even sense Than Jiak's presence. This meant he had no sword and no companion. The old man, just as he thought, stood there laughing sarcastically. "Interesting. Haha. Was it luck that you dodged, or did you really see through my sword path? I must test your strength a bit more." This time, he was truly terrified. On the Cheongnam side, the battle was not yet over. The old man Hakdu was covered in wounds, but his refusal to give up infuriated Kim Lin. "I didn't expect it to take this long. You are harder to deal with than I thought. A sect leader's strength truly cannot be underestimated. But your fate is sealed. The lifeblood of the Cheongnam sect will end with your generation." The old man clutched his wounded chest, bitter. "So, you think you have victory in your grasp, so you started acting arrogant, talking about exterminating my sect and cutting off our lineage. Do you think a sect is just dust that can easily vanish? Even if I die, Cheongnam will not fall." As he finished, the spiritual energy in his body erupted violently. He glared, gritting his teeth. "As long as one Cheongnam disciple survives, our will shall continue to be carried on. So, I will risk this life to fight you." Even Kim Lin had to respect this stubbornness. He's already on his last legs, yet his spirit hasn't faded at all, huh? So he replied, "I've changed my mind. I will beat you until you have only one breath left, and then make you watch as those fleeing Cheongnam disciples die one by one." Having said that, he lunged again. The old man still had enough strength to use his sword to block the attack. This bastard was nowhere near as good as him when it came to swordsmanship, but he had the 9 Dragons demonic technique, using demonic energy to move quickly. How pathetic. Third move, 3-headed great wheel. These moves were truly powerful, knocking the old man back several meters. His body could barely hold on, He was bruised and in immense pain. His hand gripped the sword tightly, using all his remaining strength to unleash the Galaxy 36 swords. The sword paths formed intersecting squares in a counterattack. This move was no joke either, but it still wasn't enough to finish Kim Lin. He lunged again. Fourth move, Nine Dragons Demonic Technique. Nine Dragons Thunder Strike. Fire combined with demonic energy shot straight at the old man. This time, the old man panicked. His offensive left no room to breathe, but he thought he could hold on well. He could hold on for 3 seconds, but by the fourth, he was sent flying. His mind reeled. He could only think about whether his disciples had managed to escape Chungnam. Then I have no regrets and nothing left to worry about. But the Huashan leader, Ngakien, I still have words I haven't said to her. That is my only regret. Hakdu of Chungnam, Ngakien of Huashan, the two of them were once the rising stars representing two great sects, known as the Ling Feng of Shaanxi. On the day the Huashan and Chungnam sects held their exchange assembly, I accidentally caught her eye. A smile at that moment, I fell in love with her at first sight. To leave a good impression on her, I practiced diligently before the next exchange assembly. Because she liked dumplings, I went around scouting all the dumpling shops in Shaanxi. To express my feelings, I revised my love letter countless times. But at the exchange assembly the following year, something beyond my expectations occurred. Jia Qian had actually severed the limbs of all the hack generation disciples of the Chungnam sect, and her rampage hadn't stopped yet. She even lunged toward me, but after dealing with my fellow disciples, she was exhausted, so I easily subdued her. Initially, I wanted to ask why she suddenly went on a rampage, but before I could speak, a series of urgent voices echoed around me. Senior brother, our fellow disciples and masters have all been severely wounded by that woman. Senior brother, you must avenge us. But I could not ignore the accusations of my fellow disciples, so I also severed the limbs of the Ingok generation disciples of the Huoshan sect. Just like that, Huoshan and Chungnam completely cut ties. Later, I learned that the year Ngok Yen went on a rampage. It's because my fellow disciples teased her. Back then, aside from feeling guilty toward her, I felt disillusioned and ashamed of the Chungnam sect. Even though I desperately wanted to clear up the misunderstanding with her, the relationship between our two sects was beyond repair. Ever since I was designated as the next sect leader, I made a vow to change the current Chungnam sect. I had to work hard on my martial arts, but also place importance on etiquette and respect to change the Mount Hua sect's impression of Chungnam. Only then could I hold my head high when facing Ngok Yen. Decades have passed since then. Now, as I'm about to die, there's still something I want to say. I'm sorry, sect leader, Nok. I should have cast aside my pride and the sect's stance. Even if just for myself, I should have apologized. But it wasn't until I was on the brink of death that I realized this truth. Just then, that bastard Kim Lin came rushing over, laughing wickedly. It's over, Sword Sect. Suddenly, a reddish-purple light bloomed around him. He immediately became alert. Could it be? A massive surge of energy descended, forcing him to dodge to the side instantly. Kim avoided it, but his cheek was still slashed. He couldn't understand weren't Bak Kung Huiyan and Bak Lai Than already at Mount Hua? So why was she here? It was her, the plum blossom goddess, Njak Yen. The old man, Hakdu, was slightly panicked. Njak Yen, why are you? She turned her head to look at the old man, relieved to see he was still alive. Before she could say anything, that guy Kim Lin asked, strange. We clearly sent troops to Mount Hua, so why is the Mount Hua sect leader here? Did you abandon Mount Hua? The lady was so angry, her face turned blue. She interrupted him. Hey, the Chungnam sect leader and I were in the middle of catching up, and after all these days apart, didn't your parents teach you not to interrupt your elders? Her eyes were burning red, glaring as if she wanted to pierce right through her opponent. She growled a warning. This is the only way to deal with someone with no manners. Get ready to be beaten. Around the hour of the rooster the previous day, when Mount Hua was attacked, the lady just smirked after hearing what those two had to say. The Weaver sect? You've barely set foot in Shaanxi for a few years, yet you're already shouting about destroying major sects. Just because you're following Ma Kuang Thian and got a taste of some power, you're getting cocky. So, you want to wage a full-scale war against the righteous martial arts world. That guy, Bak Kong Haiyan, said bluntly, the war has already begun. Your intel doesn't seem very sharp. Let me give you a heads up. The Heavenly Lord has already destroyed the Shaolin Temple. He is currently on his way to Shaanxi. Old man Ngok Duong was horrified. Shaolin couldn't hold them off. Considering their history and the scale of their sect, Shaolin is the center of Central Plains martial arts, yet they were wiped out that quickly. He clenched his fists, struggling to think. I sent advisors here to prepare for defense, but it's too late. The tide of war is changing faster than I anticipated. That Bak Kung Huyen looked quite smug, stroking his beard with a mocking smile. Our Heavenly Lord is about to grace us with his presence. As his subordinate, shouldn't I clear the path for him? Things might already be finished over at Cheongnam. The lady's eyes widened in anger. They're going after Cheongnam too? Do you have that many troops? I only just found out from you too. The Cheongnam side is being handled personally by the Heavenly Lord's bodyguard, Kim Lin. Even though it's just him, the two of us couldn't compare to his strength. Maybe Cheongnam will be destroyed even before Mount Hua. The lady grit her teeth, her lips trembling with worry. Finally, she had to compromise. Ha! Now is certainly not the time to be stubborn about my own opinions. Ngok Duong, Fan Min. She had made her choice. I have to make a trip to Cheongnam. Sorry, but can I leave this place to you too? As soon as Bok Lai Thane heard that, his fist began to emanate demonic energy. Is the sect leader planning to abandon the battlefield and run? He lunged forward to punch. Don't even think about it. Die, all of you must die. The one who caught his blow was Fan Min. He grinned, happy to comply. Since the sect leader has given the order, how could I dare not to obey? You can safely leave it to me, master. The lady looked back at the old man. I'm sorry. Ngok Duong. I shouldn't have been so stubborn and wasted our time, and now I'm leaving such a heavy responsibility to you. The old man nodded immediately. Senior sister, don't be so formal. I understand why you're doing this. Hurry and go. The lady was still visibly annoyed. You knew about this beforehand? Then everything is up to you. The old man decisively charged forward, screaming, Mount Hua disciples, join me in purging these demonic forces. And just like that, the lady flashed away. Having arrived, the lady spoke bluntly. Sister, I left my disciples and fellow brothers to come here. My heart was already burning with anxiety. Plus, before this old Cheongnam man dies, there is something I absolutely must tell him. So stop yapping and get ready to take a beating. As soon as she revealed her killing intent, he realized immediately that reddish-purple energy on your face is that the purple mist divine skill. Are you the Mount Hua sect leader? The lady, Ngok Yen, retorted immediately. What's the matter? Does the thought of being beaten to a pulp by a female sect leader get you excited? Even Kim Lin was left speechless. How unexpected. You're a sect leader, yet you speak with such a lack of decorum. Looking at the tragic state of the sword sect, and you're still so thick-skinned and shameless, aren't you being too arrogant? The lady, already furious, glared at him without missing a beat. Thick-skinned and shameless? That title belongs to someone like you who doesn't even dare to show his real face. By the time I beat you until you can't speak, you'll understand. Right at that moment, that guy Ho Vu Long came riding in from the distance. Kim Lin, are you all right? He turned back to call out, young master. The lady seized the opportunity to strike, unleashing her skill. 34th form, Plum Blossom Sword Technique. Ho Vu Long had no actual skill and was just putting on a panicked show as he rode back. I saw a cloud of reddish-purple energy descending from the sky. Could it be that the Mount Hua sect has come to reinforce them? The lady didn't care who he was going to be in her sights. 15th form, thousands of plum blossom petals danced in the wind. Kim Lin immediately turned and ran back toward the guy to shield himself. Pardon my rudeness. The lady followed up with the plum blossom dispersion move, and this side was beyond saving for them. The power was so terrifying that the old man, Hak Du, standing behind her, was stunned. Are you trying to kill me too? When he asked that, the lady scolded him instantly. You lunatic. I'm at this age. Do you really think I can't control my energy? I haven't even touched you yet, so stop whining for no reason, you old geezer. The bastard Kim Lin stood up. Plum Blossom Goddess, do you know who this is? How dare you? Do you have any idea who he is? Look at him. He's so scared he's practically peeing his pants. Who would have thought the lady already knew? Isn't this the eldest young master of the Hoa family? On her way here, she had met disciples from the Cheongnam sect heading toward Mount Hua. They told her it was Hak Van Bao, alias Kim Lin, who claimed the merit for destroying Mount Hua, and Cheongnam belonged to the eldest young master. But don't you find that a bit strange? Protector of the Heavenly Lord, why go to such lengths? Who would have thought the older the ginger, the spicier it gets? She glanced at both of them and scoffed. I don't see a protector and his master here. You two look more like lovers to me. Jin Ling's eyes bulged with rage, and he roared, shut your mouth. His demonic energy is suffocating. I'll make sure you never spout such garbage again. Turns out, the old lady was just playing dumb to drive him insane. She chuckled and said bluntly, you're the one talking nonsense, not me. It only took a quick probe to uncover the truth. He's the Heavenly Lord's son. If you kill him, won't the Heavenly Lord punish you, and then have your head? Wow, how interesting, isn't it? Her expression turned sharper than a blade, enough to unnerve even the demonic cult. You spineless cowards. Do you even have the nerve to call yourselves a righteous sect? She didn't care. The more she cursed, the more she laughed. Spineless? Has your intellect been crushed along with your martial arts? Every word you speak right now is just exposing your own weaknesses. You jerk! Plus, what right do you ambushers have to talk about righteousness? Or should I just slash that brat and show you what spineless really looks like? Jinling couldn't take it anymore and flew at her like a flash. You dare? She wasn't afraid of any punk, and she lunged right back. But just as they were about to clash, Hidu suddenly leaped in to block the strike. The old lady was speechless, staring at him. Hidu, you're already wounded. Why are you jumping in? He replied nonchalantly. You gave me time to recover. I can move now. I'm almost exhausted. But, even now, he was still trying to act cool in front of a woman. No matter what, I can't let a lady be put at risk. Yu Yan didn't care. She grabbed her sword and charged forward anyway. Ha! You used to lecture me when we were younger, and now you're still making a fuss about men and women. She fixed her gaze on Hoa Yulong, who was cowering in the back. Jinling clearly couldn't hold them both off. He had to make a choice. Without the protection of the Plum Blossom Goddess, I can finally finish off this guy from the Sword Sect. But Hua Yulong couldn't handle the Plum Blossom Goddess's attack on his own. So, just as her blade came down, Jinling was forced to jump in to protect him, taking the fatal blow meant for Hua Yulong. The old lady didn't expect that, but the hit wasn't enough to kill him. He still managed to unleash a final move that blasted her away. Seeing him exert that much strength, she realized, yeah, I really should have gone for that brat. Jinling gritted his teeth, thinking, if this drags on any longer, it'll only work against me. He decided to tell the other guy, young master, it's truly shameful to say, but we need to retreat. Seeing the situation, Hua Yulong still dared to open his mouth. What do you mean by that? With your power, you could easily take both of them out. Jinling had reached his limit and snapped. Your safety is what matters most to me. He made up his mind, looked at the two of them, and said, I admit defeat, but the Heavenly Lord will be here soon. Still arrogant, he glared to save face. Wait until then, you'll regret not dying by my hand. Yuyan, with her short temper, glared back. Who said we let you leave? Grab him. I swear I'm going to kill that brat this time. But a hand landed on her shoulder, stopping her. Hidu, what are you doing? Why are you holding me back? He was old, but his mind was still sharp. Because that brat is his weak point, that's the only reason we're still alive. If you had killed him just now, the other guy would have definitely fought us to the death. He bowed his head, looking troubled. Of course, if the two of us teamed up, we might have a chance to win. But before he could finish, he couldn't even stand steady anymore. As he collapsed, the old lady asked immediately, Are you okay? Hidu's voice was fading. I'm fine, my leg is injured. In the end, I've only dragged you down. Seeing her sigh, he tried to reassure her. Don't worry. I can recover if I use the great heavenly cycle. She grabbed his arm, helpless. Oh, you really are stubborn to the end, even acting like friends after all that old grudge. She draped his arm over her neck to help him up. So, can you even walk? Is the Shangxi spirit crane not what he used to be? He chuckled, his eyes crinkling. That nickname, how long has it been since anyone called me that? Haha, thank you and I'm sorry. She spoke bluntly. I didn't do this just for the Zhongnan sect. It was also for the principles of the Cheng sect. Suddenly, Hidu took a deep breath and said solemnly, and not just that about the martial arts exchange conference from before. Remember, I've always wanted to apologize for that day. I'm just glad I could say it before I die. Hearing this, she couldn't help but smile, satisfied. Ah, of course I remember. Even thinking about it now, I still want to teach those Crane sect brats another lesson. The old man's eyes went wide. It was that serious? What exactly did my juniors say? He was part of the Crane generation too, but as soon as she mentioned it, her face twisted in disgust. It's not a big deal. I'm just too embarrassed to repeat it. The old man looked like he was about to cry, feeling incredibly wronged. My juniors, what kind of disrespectful things did they say? Nobody would tell me. Now Yuyan finally said it. They found the love letter I wrote to you and started mocking me. Hearing it was about that, the old man sighed deeply. Ah, the love letter, how truly infuriating. I spent an entire night writing it, too. But right after saying that, he jolted in shock. Wait, a love letter. But before he could react, Yuyan just acted like it was no big deal and hoisted him up. Fine, I'll use my movement techniques. Hold on tight. The old man ignored everything else. His mind was stuck on one thing, begging her to tell him more details about that love letter. Over at the Mount Hua sect, the fighting had lasted until dawn and was still going strong. Both sides were taut as bowstrings, screaming at the top of their lungs. Eat my attack. Even Cheng Mayang was being pushed to his limits, spitting blood, yet the enemy didn't seem fazed at all. He got whipped by the enemy and sent flying, half dead. The old man, Yu Yang, looked over and screamed at the top of his lungs, Cheng Mayang, you still have the focus to look elsewhere? How sloppy. But as he said that, he got distracted during his own fight and was slashed by Northern Palace Xuan. The enemy is right in front of your face. Yu Ying himself was struggling and gritting his teeth. They are much stronger than we expected. Cheng Myung has only just entered the transformation stage. He can't handle them. The other disciples are under attack too. If this war of attrition continues, we'll definitely suffer heavy losses. He looked at the brat who was lying crumpled on the ground and prayed, "You have to survive, Cheng Myung." Surprisingly, Cheng Myung was still breathing. Even he couldn't believe he was still alive. Fighting like this, I finally realized that I've barely entered the transformation stage. I thought my talent could rival the Black Snake Union leader or the Heavenly Lord Nian Zhonghe. But now I finally understand why my senior brother was looking at me with such distrust. I never expected that my lack of real combat experience would leave such a huge gap between us. The man named Bailey Ching, radiating a murderous aura, stalked toward him. Is it really over this quickly? How boring. For your age, this skill level isn't bad at all. But kid, you're far too inexperienced. You won't even get another chance to show off your skills after this, because today, you're going to die by my hand. As he said this, he leaped high into the air, clearly intending to land one final, crushing blow to end the poor kid's life. Cheng Myung summoned every last bit of strength he had to dodge. He barely escaped with his life, only for his enemy to turn around and mock him. What are you doing? Those moves are pathetic. Are you playing a game of rolling on the dirt? Have you no shame? How pitiful. You really want to live that badly. The kid managed to dodge a few more strikes. Just by rolling around, it was actually quite effective. Too bad he had to listen to the taunts. You look just like a bug, which suits you perfectly. Cheng Myung was seething with rage. The guy's attitude only fueled his anger even more. But rolling around like this couldn't last forever. Eventually, the guy would land a hit. His eyes blazed with fury, thinking, time to finish this. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the man froze in his tracks. An earthquake. The two combatants on the other side also stopped. What was going on? It was he won, leading the disciples of Zhongnan, pointing and shouting, "The demonic bastards are right ahead. Zhongnan disciples, charge and help Mount Hua clear out these demonic scum." The massive crowd came thundering in like an earthquake. Both villains looked on in panic. Zhongnan? Why are they here? Could Kimling have failed? How is that possible? Yu Yang watched the scene and let out a sigh of relief. What a dramatic entrance, huh? But where are you guys looking? The two villains were startled as they turned back. Damn it, I let my guard down for a second. It's all those Zhongnan guys distracting me. Getting caught off guard during a fight like this is bad. In that split second, Yu Yang and Cheng Myung immediately launched a counterattack. The arrival of Zhongnan had turned the tide of the battle, and once Wang Modao and the life-taking Fist Demon received critical wounds, they chose to retreat. This was the first victory the Orthodox Murim had secured in this long-standing war against the demonic faction. After the battle, the group finally had a chance to check on each other. Are you okay? We actually managed to deal a critical blow to a high-ranking demonic expert. Everyone's contribution was massive. The Lady Yu Yan was still carrying the old man. He due from Mount Hua, especially Cheng Myung, even though it was his first real combat, he performed very well. By the time they reached their destination, she still wouldn't let him go. Despite the old man being so embarrassed, he was covering his face with both hands. Everyone watching was speechless. The lady didn't even notice the issue, asking, "Why is everyone staring at me like that?" Cheng Myung barely managed to mutter, "It'd be weird if they didn't stare." The master is inside. Everyone, let's sit for a roundtable meeting and summarize the situation. After the demonic Guangxian lord destroyed the Shaolin sect, he began advancing into Shaanxi. Even though we repelled the forces of the Hua family in Shaanxi, the losses were heavy. The badass lady said this while resting her arm on the bewildered He-Du sitting beside her. Furthermore, besides the demonic experts who have already revealed themselves, we still don't know how many more experts are under Guanxian's command, especially that guy named Kim Ling. We had to use the Lord's own son as a hostage just to force him to back down. If we had kept fighting, neither He-Du nor I would have returned alive. The rest of the group had no energy left to care about the awkward tension between their two former mortal enemies. They only felt dazed and worried. Even an expert like our master is saying this. And she actually fought to a draw against two experts of the Huizhong realm. She had made her decision. For now, we've only bought ourselves a little time. The situation is not optimistic. They will surely regroup quickly and return to launch a counterattack. If the demonic Guangxian lord himself arrives by then, we won't have the strength to stop him, the old man He-Du added. After much hesitation, Headmaster Yu Yan and I have come to a conclusion. Mount Hua and Zhongnan must abandon Shaanxi. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Obviously, Shaanxi was the symbol of Mount Hua and Zhongnan. This place was like their homeland. They felt powerless, But the demonic forces had become so strong that the two sects could no longer hold their ground. Therefore, the top priority now is to restore the balance. Both Manhwa and Zhongnan must provide support to the Orthodox Tianming alliance. Hang Fan asked anxiously. This is indeed the best way. But what about the innocent civilians who have always supported our sects in Xi'an? What will happen to them? I've already accounted for that. We have to take them all with us. After all, without them, there would be no two great sects. She furrowed her brows. Before the demonic forces recover, there should still be some time. We must convince the commoners to flee with us before they arrive. Yu Yang, he won. You two take this message to the Tianming alliance. Chung Myung will join us in persuading the civilians. Old man Yu Yang wasn't appreciative at all. Sighing and shrugging, senior sister, with your temper. Who are you going to persuade? It'll be a miracle if you don't end up attacking them, which infuriated the lady. You little brat, are you still holding a grudge just because I didn't listen to you the other day? He decided, fine, whatever. You and E1 go to Xi'an. I'll send a message to the Tianming alliance via carrier pigeon. The lady was suddenly out of a job. Huh? Then what do I do? To everyone's surprise, he dared to say, just focus on healing Headmaster Hidu's internal injuries and try not to beat him up anymore. The next day, at the main camp of the Tianming alliance in Zhushan, Chiang Ti received a letter. Mount Hua and Zhongnan reported that after battling the Hua family, they decided to leave Shaanxi and join the Tianming alliance. He was shocked, too. The two great sects of Shaanxi wanted to join. It seems He Wan and Yu Yang had been very successful in their mission. They even managed to repel the mysterious expert Kim Ling and strike a heavy blow to the Hua family. With this, the demonic forces' strength in Shaanxi has been greatly reduced. However, I'm afraid they won't have time to worry about Shaolin. What should we do about the situation in Shaolin? If the Shaolin monks who joined the Tianming alliance find out about this, their morale will surely crumble, but I can't keep it from them forever. The burden on my shoulders is too heavy. Whenever he felt tired, he remembered the alliance leader. Where are you? Really? Tang Yanming was still trapped in the past, facing the dark, fake master. The old man glared at him as he was beaten bloody, clicking his tongue. T-esque, what a waste. I actually had some expectations, but you're just a mere mortal after all. Truly disappointing. He'd already inflicted quite a severe wound on the boy's shoulder. Seeing him sitting there, motionless, the old man sighed and turned away, grumbling about wasting his time. But Tang Yanming didn't care. He just needed to confirm that this place wasn't real, and that was enough. He didn't hesitate, unleashing his ultimate skill, the Mantian technique, with a single kick that blew the old man to pieces. He realized the truth because the attacks from his master in the past were far more painful than this, and besides, the wound on his shoulder was already healing. My body and internal energy have fully recovered, which makes no sense at all. My physical body must be taking all the pressure. He looked back at the old man. It hit him back when his master was alive. He could never win against him during sparring. By the time he felt he had finally surpassed him, his master had already passed away. Although he was happy to see his master again, the joy vanished as soon as it appeared. Wait, that smile, it was terrifying. He realized something. In short, if he wanted to escape, he had to defeat him. If it had come to this, he would show his master how much he had grown. With his resolve hardened, he was ready to fight. He unleashed every technique his master had ever taught him. Every single strike was filled with killing intent. In the real world, this would be a death sentence. But since this was a virtual world, he could slaughter the old man without a shred of guilt. As he fought, he had to think just using the dragon scale fragments wouldn't be enough to hurt a master like him. He needed a more reliable attack, but he didn't have weapons like Mao Cham or Bak Tuet here. He could only rely on his aura. If so, the best way to strike him was by combining his aura with the Mantian technique. He acted instantly, leaping from above to deliver a crushing blow, adding the haunting effect of the dragon scale. He could use the properties of the dragon scale to solidify his aura and use it as a foothold to change direction. Even though it drained a massive amount of internal energy, if he could condense the aura fragments before they dissipated, whoosh. Thank goodness he managed to get this as a weapon, or he might never have defeated the old man fighting with bare hands. Though its power wasn't equal to the spirit-imbued Bak Tuyet, it was more than enough to serve as a sword. The two clashed repeatedly, shattering the surrounding hills. He struck without holding back. With a weapon, it was much easier to gain the upper hand. A lightning-fast slash. The old man stood no chance. He sliced deep into the old man's shoulder, ripping through him completely. Tang Yanming smirked. Since you took that hit to the shoulder, let's call it a draw, master. But the old man just stared coldly, silent. With a thunderous boom, a pillar of light descended from the heavens. The fake master flashed a sinister grin. Hey, 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 the sound made his skin crawl, and he grew even more vigilant. Was it really impossible to treat this thing like a human? The fake master threw his head back and laughed. How interesting. That sword strike was truly excellent. Few in this world could pull off such a move. But why? Tang Yanming was staring at him normally, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. How the hell did the kid, D and Hai, appear here? He looked at the cut on the master's body, then turned to her, his heart sinking. You clearly have such great power, yet you stood by and watched me burn to death? His whole body froze. He recognized her. Why was the child here? He gripped his weapon tightly. No, I can't let myself be shaken. I know this isn't reality. The girl's gaze grew dark. Are you going to use that sword to kill me, too? Just like you killed everyone else behind you? As she finished, a swarm of dark shadows appeared behind him. Every single one of them had glowing red eyes. He turned around in a panic. They were all people who had died by his blade. He stood there, stunned. What is this? They were all cursing his name. I curse you. I died so unjustly. Truly, monsters and demons daring to show their faces here. Enraged, he swung his sword in a wide arc, scattering them all. He tried to calm himself. This is just the residue of past memories, but they clung to him like leeches. Do you really think that? The black, grimy hands wouldn't let go. Do you feel no guilt at all for those you've killed? Even for those who didn't share your path, you always struck them down mercilessly, not even bothering to see if they had a reason. Sometimes, even if you knew, you chose to ignore it for your own gain. Don't hide from it. The resentment of those you've killed is what chains you. The things holding your feet back are the quagmire of doubt, self-blame, and the arrogance you created yourself. All of this is your inner demon. The ghosts turned into a sea of mud, dragging him down, forcing him to accept it. That's right, these negative, dark thoughts drowned his mind. Actually, I always knew that. Everything I did from the moment I regained my past memories was resolved through sheer force. Tang Yanming's eyes grew heavy, almost giving up. Whether it's my past life or this one, it's always been the same. I never thought to learn any other way to solve things. Even though I was determined to live a simple, mundane life the second time around, I still ended up sinking deep into a whirlpool of blood. So, even with a second chance, have I not changed at all? If that's the case, why did I even remember? His vision faded, but suddenly, Than Jiep's words flashed through his mind. At that time, you said you wanted to live a mundane life. That's a tall order. After all, those with talents beyond others who come to this world usually have a reason. That's right. His eyes snapped open, enlightened. I get it now. A reason? Huh? That's right. It's not like I was given a second chance for no reason. The girl, Diane Hai, stood there coldly, but her eyes flickered. Tang Yanming had finally cleared his head. He refused to be swallowed by the black mud and unleash his internal energy, blasting the crowd of ghosts away. The master and Diane Hai stood watching him, seeing his spirit rise once more. Very well. Is this your choice? Of course. He chose to face it. I have too much to lose now. In the beginning, because I wanted a mundane life, I intended to eliminate anyone in my way, but somewhere along the line, I formed many bonds. In my past life, I was always alone. He remembered his gentle mother and his foolish but sincere friends. Now, he didn't just have brothers, disciples, and allies. He had friends, Than Jiao, who was always by his side, and the girl he loved. That alone was reason enough to keep living. If I ask myself why I remembered my past life, it must be so that I can cherish these bonds. Even if there were no reason, it wouldn't matter. Because I have made these connections my reason for living. Even if you insult me as someone who deceives the dead, it doesn't matter. He declared to them, I will definitely get out of here. Meanwhile, Ha Van and Gok Duong headed to nearby villages and to Xi'an to warn the locals about the current situation in Shaanxi. He also warned them that after destroying the Shaolin sect, the demonic cult even planned to wipe out Mount Hua and Zhongnan, so this place was no longer safe. From this day on, all of Shaanxi would be swallowed by the flames of war. Although battles between martial arts sects usually didn't affect civilians, it was a different story if the demonic cult got involved. Just like that, a crowd of refugees was quickly gathered. Xian witnessed an unprecedented scene, a massive evacuation. To prevent beasts or bandits from blocking the path, He Yun, Yu Yang, and Qiao Myung took the lead. Meanwhile, to guard against the demonic cult pursuit, He Du and Yu Yan took the rear guard. As they trekked through the forest, the lady asked, So, where are we heading? The main force of the Justice Alliance is in Zhoushan, but the refugees can't all go there, can they? Old He Du replied, Everyone will travel together until we leave Shaanxi, then we'll head to Zhoushan. As for the refugees, He Yun will lead them to Sichuan. The Tang Clan and the Justice Alliance are both there. It's the safest place in the Central Plains right now. Once the refugees reach there, they'll be safe. The lady sighed, Humph. It'll be a miracle if we aren't ambushed along the way. The old man immediately scolded her, telling her not to jinx it. Hey, don't you think that Jin Ling guy is a bit strange? The old man clearly wasn't asking where he was strange. Seeing this, the lady shook her head. Forget it, it's nothing. Thinking back, if that guy was actually the Heavenly Lord's son, he was far too mediocre. Was there any need to protect someone as useless as that? Judging by the demonic cult's style, this was a worthless move. But considering the bodyguard relationship, he acted far too emotionally. She immediately dismissed the thought, I'm probably just overthinking it. Back at the Tang Clan, Vi Hiu was meditating. She recalled the book Doc Fuong had given her. It was the Ice Heart Internal Technique, a secret art created from the combined martial arts of the Tang Clan and the Ice Palace. Although the Nine Yin body made learning normal martial arts difficult, learning the Ice Palace's technique was perfect for her. The lady warned her. In other words, this technique is useless to anyone without the Nine Yin body. That was why, when the Ma Kuang Heavenly Lord invaded years ago, it hadn't been destroyed. Since she had the book, she just had to learn it. Vi Hiu sat cross-legged, deep in thought. After breathing and circulating her energy several times, she fully understood. Trying to learn this technique with a mortal body would only lead to self-inflicted injury. Even Doc Fuong, who was watching her practice, thought, with this kind of martial art, it's no wonder the Ma Kuang Heavenly Lord didn't bother with it. But for me, this is a precious opportunity. I must train hard. Fate was truly miraculous. Who would have thought that the only martial art not lost that day could help her? Thinking back, there was still a suspicious point. 17 years ago, the Ma Kuang Heavenly Lord had taken her father's head, and the Tang Clan had been completely defeated, yet he whispered something only she could hear. If the Heavenly Lord had insisted on that, he said those words and immediately retreated. Was it really the Ma Kuang Heavenly Lord himself who came that day? The lady couldn't understand. Meanwhile, in the deep forest, a group of people knelt nervously, including the two, Gong Xuan and Li Qing, who had attacked Mount Hua earlier. Jin Ling was also kneeling there, his head bowed and trembling. Jin Ling's guards, along with the entire Hua family in Shaanxi, were there, and the person they were bowing to was Mian Trung Haksh. We pay our respects to the future of the demonic cult, Lord Heavenly Lord. Hua Vulong hid behind a tree in terror, looking out. That is my father, the Ma Kuang Heavenly Lord, Nian Trung Haksh. I never expected a father like that to have such a useless son. He kept hiding, afraid to show himself, especially right after failing to destroy Mount Hua and Zhongnan. He had no face to see him. Jin Ling, still kneeling, continued to confess, it was my negligence that led to the failure of the Shaanxi campaign. I am willing to accept any punishment. Nian Trung Hak didn't care. His eyes glowed as he stared ahead. He had discovered that the Mount Hua and Zhongnan groups were evacuating. As he released his energy, Yu Yan and He Du noticed it immediately. They looked back, startled and worried, asking themselves, what was that just now? Their images were etched into his mind. He simply ordered the remaining masked man, Nen Lin, go to Guizhou and prepare to march. As you command, I will handle the matter in Shaanxi. Next would be the Guo family's turn. Jin Ling, ignored by him, hurriedly pleaded, Heavenly Lord, please give me one more chance. This time, I will definitely annihilate both sects. But the answer he received was that this was already the second time. 7 years ago, when you infiltrated the Tang Clan, you were too arrogant, bringing only a few men, and as a result, you failed to destroy the Tang Clan. I forgave you then because the leader of the Black Evil Alliance, who governs Sichuan, had acted to defend against us. But now that the Black Evil Alliance is gone, you still stubbornly repeat the same mistakes, gaining nothing in the end. So why should I give you another chance? Hua Vulong felt like he had just lost his right to compete for the succession from this moment on. Just that one sentence turned his face deathly pale with fear. Right then, someone ran out to stop him. Please wait a moment. Demonic cult's eldest young master, Hua Vulong, pays respects to the Heavenly Lord. You are my heaven and my father. Jinling saw him doing this and panicked. Eldest young master. But he couldn't stop him now. The man's mouth was faster than his brain. The reason for the failure of this campaign is all my fault. It was because the sect leaders used me as leverage that Jinling was forced to retreat. Father, please don't ignore Jinling's plea. Give him another chance. Nian Trung Hakshi was already sick of this guy. You called me just to say those words? Fine. If you are responsible, then pay the price. He finished his sentence and stabbed his sword out immediately. But the person who took the sword was Jinling. He still stubbornly protected the useless Hua Vulong, not even sparing his own life. After that strike, he died on the spot. Hua Vulong could only sit there and scream, Jinling, while Nian Trung Hatch coldly cursed, how foolish, to throw away your life for such a pathetic child. I spent so much effort training you to be my shadow, yet you wavered for a petty emotion. After saying that, he turned to leave. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Wasn't there a saying, if the child is not taught, it is the father's fault? Hua Vulong finally learned the truth, his eyes welling up with painful tears. Am I not the Heavenly Lord's son? Jinling was actually my true son. This story had to go back to the past. Jinling and Ganlin were twins, differing only in the position of the birthmark near their eyes. At that time, they had caught Nian Zhonghe's eye. These two kids look like me. I choose these two. From now on, you will be my personal bodyguards. At that moment, they caught the eye of Nian Zhonghe. These two kids look just like the ones I wanted. From now on, you two will be my personal bodyguards. Within the heavenly demon cult, many children were sold off in exchange for divine pills. Among them, my twin brother and I were chosen by the young cult leader. Under his guidance, we mastered demonic arts and consumed spiritual herbs to reach the extreme demon realm. We each donned masks of gold and silver, becoming his personal bodyguards, serving as shadows to clear his path, protecting him in secret or occasionally acting on his behalf. But one day, the man sitting on the throne looked down at the two of us and ordered, "Go and create some heirs. Let the noble women who surrendered to us carry offspring to inherit my position." Kim Ming was still young back then. I couldn't understand that order at the time. Why would he suddenly want heirs and force his personal bodyguards to conceive them? But the command of the future of the demonic path is absolute and cannot be disobeyed. As a servant, I could only obey. He had sought out a beautiful woman, so I cast aside my curiosity and personal feelings. I treated it simply as a mission, but 10 months later, the moment I held my own child in my arms, I couldn't help but develop feelings a shadow should never have. Because I knew it was forbidden, I longed all the more to hear him call me father. My son, even if I could never tell him the truth. I had made my resolve. I will wait until you become the Heavenly Lord. No, even after you become the Heavenly Lord, I will protect you for the rest of my life. It's just a pity his son is so useless. Just like that, wherever the heavenly demon path passes, only void remains. Now, that brat Hua Yulong just sits there crying and calling for his father. The scene shifts to Guizhou at the Guo clan manor. A voice speaks, "Do you intend to go to Shaolin?" "Yes, serving the Heavenly Lord is my mission." "Then must the Guo clan in Guizhou still wait for orders? How long must we wait?" Manling also found a woman for himself. Just after they were together, he had to leave, and she worriedly held him back. "I heard the Hua clan has already held their troop dispatching ceremony. What if they achieve a great victory? Will our Yanner then lose his eligibility to compete for the heir's position?" He replied coldly, "This is the Heavenly Lord's order. There is nothing I can do." But he lifted her chin and kissed her to reassure her. "I understand your anxiety. Calm down. Because I love Yanner just as much as you do, so please be patient and wait a little longer. I will definitely find a way." Now, Ngan Lin felt even more joyful. Kim Lin had actually failed. Thanks to that, we have our chance. I will have the Guizhou forces march to attack the Tang Clan and the main headquarters of the Zheng-Tian Alliance. After all, most of the Zheng-Tian Alliance's forces are at Jushan. They won't be able to reinforce in time. After annihilating the Tang Clan, the next Heavenly Lord position immediately filled his mind with the image of his darling son, the demonic young master of the Guo clan. Guo Yan will be the son of my Yanner. Just thinking about it, he couldn't stop grinning. Meanwhile, inside the forest, the Mount Hua sect and the Nam Trung sect were discussing. "We have to part ways here. I will escort the civilians to Sichuan." Hakdu agreed. "All right, let's meet again at Jushan. Take care." With that, the two old men and Chengmin left. Old Hakdu watched their backs, filled with worry. "I hope we can meet again safely." The four of them sped away like the wind. Nagayan asked anxiously, "Is it really okay for Hakfan to go alone? He's leading so many people. What if they get ambushed?" Old Hakdu turned to reassure her. "The experts of Kim Lin and the Hua clan have both suffered internal injuries. They need time to regroup. That should be enough time for us to escape. Even if we run into bandits," Hak Van and the others were talking when suddenly they felt eyes staring at them. They all realized this pressure immediately and stopped in their tracks. It wasn't an illusion. Someone was hunting them, and it was a superior expert. Just as they thought that, he appeared. "Are you only separating now? How slow." Old Hakdu immediately recognized that this demonic pressure was many times stronger than Kim Lin's. This man was the demon radiant heavenly lord, Nian Zhonghe. Nian Zhonghe stood there with an evil grin. "I've been waiting for you until my eyes were nearly going blind." Nokyan was trembling. Not only did he arrive in Shanxi faster than us, but he also anticipated our route and was already here waiting in ambush. Chum Min stood to the side, staring at him, shivering. He was the demon radiant heavenly lord. This terrifying pressure was on a completely different level. Now he felt how pathetic he truly was. How could he have been delusional enough to think he was in the same league as someone like that? He didn't need to look to know. Even if they all attacked together, they would be completely wiped out. The most important thing was to ensure at least one person escaped. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he had to stall for time to open an escape route. Old Hakdu reached for his sword, but he saw Nian Zhonghe turn away. So, the civilians are heading towards Sichuan, are they? I have no interest in them. What I care about is you, the ones planning to rendezvous with the main Zhang Tian alliance forces at Jushan. The old man tried to stay calm, listening to him. He knew their intent perfectly, and it was as if he had seen those people with his own eyes on their way to Sichuan. How could that be? Could his ability to sense energy be strong enough to cover all of Shaanxi? After looking at them, he turned back. I had considered whether or not to kill you, but I changed my mind. Nian Zhonghe acted like the king of hell, granting mercy. I've decided to spare you for now. The old man stared at him vigilantly. It couldn't be that easy, could it? He asked directly. What are you planning? But he denied it immediately. Planning? I have no plans whatsoever. It turned out it was simply because he was too confident. Killing them and chasing down the refugee group would only take the time it takes for a cup of tea to go cold. I'm not doing it simply because I don't see the need. As he spoke, he walked over and patted the old man's shoulder. Even I don't slaughter without reason. All four were shocked, eyes wide. Since when? Indeed, standing before a man like Nian Zhonghe, the four of them combined were no more than ants. No matter how you struggle, once I decide to act, I could turn the Central Plains into the demonic paths domain in less than half a month. But that would be too boring. Only through fierce battles to conquer the Central Plains can one feel a sense of achievement. That is why I have always delayed the battle with the Black Evil Alliance. He and I both wanted to challenge each other when we were at our peak, but he died at the hands of that brat, the alliance leader of the Zhang Tian Alliance. What can you do? At least that brat should provide me with some entertainment. So for that moment, I am only leaving the most elite forces from both sides. Whether it's the righteous path or the demonic path, neither needs allies that hold them back, right? From this perspective, you have all proven your worth. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn them. I won't kill you, but you are not to take a single step out of Shaanxi. If I catch you, you'll lose your lives. Only now did they dare to breathe. Lady Ngakyen stared in shock. Had he really said those things and just walked away? Hakdu also felt that his warning wasn't just an empty threat, but this woman had a fiery temper. She couldn't take the humiliation. Glancing at the young man behind her. So we really have to listen to him and just sit here waiting to die? Nokduong, you've met both the Orthodox Alliance leader and the demonic Heavenly Lord. What do you think? Can the Orthodox Alliance leader defeat him? Nokduong couldn't give a certain answer to that. The Orthodox Alliance leader's true strength is indeed unpredictable, but I wouldn't dare guarantee the leader would definitely win. He already spared us, why not leave? Don't say foolish things that might provoke him further. He paused in his tracks. Wait, is keeping all four of them too many? It's all because of that Kim Lin guy. He loved to stir up trouble for no reason, so I killed him. The elderly couple jumped in terror. Had he personally killed such a powerful talent? Nian Zhonghe changed his mind and drew his sword. Things were getting tense. He glared at the group. Maybe it would be better to keep the numbers balanced. Killing one more person here would do. And the person he targeted was naturally the loud-mouthed Ngakyen, daring to run her mouth behind his back. She stood frozen. Before she could even process what was happening, she saw thousands of broken sword shards falling everywhere. It was old Hakdu who rushed to block the attack for her. It wasn't until he collapsed that she realized. Hakdu. Before dying, he only had time to say, Sect leader Ngak, please don't come to join me too soon. Blood splattered everywhere. The lady's face went dark. Her whole body turned cold. Hakdu. The old man was dead, his head still turned, his eyes staring fixedly at her. Nian Zhonghe had killed two people, and both times it was like this, so moving, wasn't it? Both sides had someone willing to take a sword for the other. After killing them, he turned and walked away. Do you know fear now? Don't leave Shaanxi, wait obediently. Ngakyen lifted Hakdu's body. Why did you do that? Tears streamed down her cheeks. I haven't even apologized to you yet. How could you leave first? The other two turned away, unable to bear the heartbreaking sight. The woman sobbed, shaking. It took us so long to finally open up to each other. Tears soaked her face, grief surging. I cannot forgive him. I absolutely must. Finally, it turned into hatred. She gritted her teeth and declared, I must kill the demonic Heavenly Lord. Elsewhere, it was pouring rain, and a woman was running through the downpour, looking incredibly panicked. It was Hua Lianden, and seeing the scene before her, she was stunned. Hua Wulong brought the man's body back. The moment she saw it, she recognized him immediately. Kim Lin, her face went deathly pale. The young man's voice rose, Mother, it hurts so much to look at him. You said he wasn't the Heavenly Lord. He bit his lip hard, tears mixing with the rain. Please tell me the truth. Am I really not the Heavenly Lord's son? It was a massive blow to his life, a total collapse of everything he believed. That night, she told him everything. Not just him, but the sons of all three houses weren't the Heavenly Lord's children. She only said that much. No one knew why he didn't pass on his lineage. Even Kim Lin said he didn't know, only mentioning that in the 20-plus years he served him, he often felt the Lord lived alone in a different world. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He seemed to view himself as the only existence in the world. Others were not even worth as much as beasts. Tears streamed down her face. That was all I said about the Heavenly Lord. Hua Long couldn't help but ask, Kim Lin, when he was with you, did he ever mention me? She nodded. Of course, he often mentioned you, because you were the descendant he was forced to produce by command. So at first, I was worried. But he said he could defy the Heavenly Lord's command for your sake. He remembered then, Kim Lin had said, all the credit for destroying the Jiangnan sect would belong to him, that his safety was the most important thing to him. The old man always protected him, regardless of the cost. Kim Lin, the only person who valued his life more than his own, was dead. His mother comforted him. He wouldn't regret protecting you. He looked back on his life, how he had struggled for half a lifetime trying to gain the recognition of a father he had never truly met. Thinking about it now, it was so foolish. It made him feel deeply ashamed, not even knowing that his true father had been right by his side the whole time. His hands trembled as he clenched them. Mother, she told him another truth. Once he lost the eligibility to compete for the successor position as a demonic martial arts family, the Hua family in Shaanxi had no future left. But no matter what path you choose in the future, you will always be the son I am proud of. He had nothing left to say. Leaving the room, he asked to be excused, leaving his mother to sit and weep. His heart was filled with bitterness and burning rage. The scene shifted to the Kwok family in Guizhou. A young woman was sitting at the mirror applying makeup when someone burst through the door, sorry to disturb. She looked up and immediately widened her eyes, shocked. She threw everything aside and ran into the man's arms, smiling brightly. My husband, you are the head of the Quach family in Guizhou, Quach Hoa Yen. Why have you come here personally? Is it the thing I'm thinking about? Tengan Lin smiled and confirmed. Yes, finally the Quach family has its chance. The entire Quach military is preparing to march. On the side of Truck Sun, commanding the Orthodox Alliance, a thunderous shout rang out. Do you intend to ignore my opinion forever? The Shaolin sect has been destroyed. How can Shaanxi be at peace? It is likely they encountered a catastrophe before even reaching Truck Sun. Tong Fan screamed at old Zhuge Changxin. Maybe we should go to Wuhan right now. Along with Wudang, deal with the demonic Heavenly Lord's attack. The old man could only sigh. The forces in Shaanxi that said they would come have truly lost contact. The man looked gleeful. See? What did I tell you? But old Zhuge Changxin was fed up with him. His face grew stern as he turned to him. Do you find this situation funny? Is losing contact with an ally something to be happy about? The man froze in confusion. What are you saying? I didn't mean that. Old Zhuge Changxin had seen through it long ago. Was it not that you don't care about the lives of other sects, but want to use the forces of the Orthodox Alliance to protect Wudang, which is why you suggested going to Wuhan? Tong Fan was hit right in the sore spot. His face darkened, veins popping out. Turning hostile. Let me tell you, Zhuge Changxin. He also unleashed his internal energy. Watch your tongue. Even if I spoke out of turn first, I will not tolerate further disrespectful insults from you. Xu Changxin just stared at him without saying a word, but his mind was already racing. The killing intent radiating from him was undisguised. Can I really trust him? I still remember when the old man broke the news, everyone was shocked. What did you say? The Shaolin sect has been annihilated. Master Sin furrowed his brows, heavy with grief. Yes. Due to the situation in Shaanxi, we couldn't send reinforcements. I am deeply sorry for only telling you the truth now. This is all my failure. Anyone who wishes to leave the Alliance of Justice is free to go. I have no right to blame those who want to leave. He even knelt on the ground, truly apologetic. But the elders were very understanding. They didn't utter a single word of complaint. This is the evil of the Nian Zhonghe. Why should our strategist have to kneel? The group cupped their hands in respect, remaining calm. We are already grateful that you told us the truth. No one blames you. You don't need to blame yourself. Please continue to lead the Alliance of Justice. Xu Chengxin was moved to tears. We will vent our hatred for our sect's destruction in the great war against the demonic cult. He had calculated everything. Even for their sake, he couldn't accept Song Qing's proposal. The decision was made, the plan remained unchanged. They would not go to Wuhan. Song Qing, failing to get his way, flew into a rage. So, strategist, we just keep waiting for orders at Zhushan? He shook his head. Of course not. The target for our march has already been decided. Song Qing looked blank. A march? Xu Changxin finally explained. That's right. I just received a secret message. It says the Guo family's forces in Guizhou are marching into Sichuan. They must know our troops are at Zhushan and are planning to attack our headquarters. Song Qing asked in astonishment. You just said we'd ignore Wuhan, and now you want to defend Sichuan. Xu Changxian retorted, listen, clearly it wouldn't be shameless otherwise. I want to take advantage of the Guizhou army's arrival. The old man's eyes glinted with a sinister light, aiming to attack Guizhou. In Qinghai, the commoners were terrified, but a voice reassured them. There's no need to be so afraid. Just cooperate obediently, and we won't kill you. Zhang Chunjin gritted his teeth, feeling the panic rising. Damn it, this is Kunlun territory. Why are there mountain bandits here? And there are so many of them, brandishing weapons to threaten everyone. Did you hear me? Just hand over your valuables, and you won't get hurt. Chunjin gripped the pouch of ox-hair needles given to him by the young master. There wasn't much left. Could he really deal with this many people? No, I have to do this. I have to get everyone to Sichuan safely. He remained determined, drawing his sword to protect the villagers behind him. The bandit opposite him tilted his head in contempt. What's this? Want to fight? Well, no choice then. I'll take down those three first and go from there. Just then, a streak of light flashed. As he turned, he saw the azure dragon roaring toward them, and he was scared out of his wits. What is that? Before he could even register that it was a dragon, the dragon stirred up a massive commotion. The group scrambled to run, but there was no escaping. Zhang Chunjin and his group stood frozen in fear, still gripping their swords. He didn't understand what was happening. Was he hallucinating? Clearly, that was a dragon heading toward the central plains. It was the azure dragon. It flew with everything it had, finally reaching the central plains. At this speed, it would reach Sichuan by tomorrow. He still had time. But wait, those people from earlier looked familiar. Suddenly, his stomach churned. The aura emanating from inside the space wasn't right at all. What on earth is he going through in there? The main character is the life-sustaining fish. He must be safe. Wake up. Inside the orb, the protagonist was still fighting like a maniac. You want to leave this place? He spoke as if leaving were that simple. The two stood face to face, locked in a gaze. The fake master sneered. You may have solidified your inner spirit, but that only means you haven't lost to your inner demon yet, not that you've conquered it. With that, he swung a powerful strike. The two clashed intensely. The protagonist didn't know how long he would be trapped here. He only knew he had to pour everything into defeating him before anything else. The bastard laughed mockingly as they fought. Ha ha ha. You think you can leave with just that? No matter how you act, your swordsmanship is useless. But as he was speaking, the protagonist struck his sword straight down. The man's face went blank. What? The force of the strike sent him flying. Light exploded across the sky. The fake master realized immediately that the protagonist's aura had suddenly changed. Tang Yanming suddenly appeared out of nowhere, bringing both hands down with his sword. The man still blocked it, gloating defiantly. You want a duel to the death? Fine, if you're seeking your own end. While he was rambling, his mouth suddenly snapped shut. Humph, he realized it now, but it was too late. Did the protagonist just activate a new skill? This strike from Tang Yanming had no technique, no sword arts, and no patterns. It contained only his belief, the path leading to the sole way within the realm of selflessness. The fake master realized it too. His mouth stretched into a wide, eerie grin. The ultimate intent? The protagonist went all in on this blow. A single sword strike split the man in half in an instant, and his body dissolved into nothingness. However, the protagonist could still hear him speaking. Your heart truly no longer wavers, but it still isn't enough. Even if you dare to stare your sins in the face and recognize your true self, you cannot easily defeat your inner demon. Half of his body was still talking as if nothing happened. The protagonist didn't expect this was what I saw, just an illusion. This move could clearly condense all my intent into an attack against everything I see. Using the heaven-filling skill again, could the inner demon posing as my master have understood the profound principles of the heaven-filling? No. His eyes widened. Looking up into the void, another figure appeared behind the old man. I thought it was finally over, but I hit another obstacle. Only he could force me to perform the heaven-filling in this mental world. The ancestor of the shadowless guest, it really was him. There was no mistaking it. In southern Shaanxi, near the Hubei border, the Huashan sect members were just finishing the grave for Old Crane Umbrella. Yu Yang stood behind Yu Yan, who was crying, and spoke softly, Senior sister, it's time to get up. She nodded. Yes, it is time to get up. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with a bellyful of hatred. I have to go kill that bastard, Nian Zhonghe. Yu Yang was panicked. What are you talking about? Are you going to throw away the life we barely managed to save? You know it, don't you? He spared us only because he temporarily changed his mind. Instead of being played in the palm of his hand, I'd rather hold a blade to his throat and die on my own terms. The old man couldn't bear to watch this scene at all. Now you guys need to stay calm and find a way to handle this, not just throw your lives away. Get a grip, senior sister. Do you really want sect leader Hakdu's sacrifice to be in vain? He gritted his teeth, They had to find a way to escape his sight and get out of here. But his senior sister looked completely broken. Her eyes were hollow and sunken, her face pale and devoid of life. Not doing bitterly realized those weren't the eyes of someone ready to face death. They were the empty eyes of someone who had lost everything. Just then, someone approached. "Excuse me, are you all from the Mount Hua and Zhongnan sects?" Than Min turned around, glaring. "Who are you?" "Just a bald guy," he answered honestly. "I'm here to deliver a secret message from the Shangxi Hua family." Than Min asked in surprise. A secret message from the Shangxi Hua family. Not Doing was also puzzled. "Aren't they demonic cultivators? You still have the nerve to show your face here?" The young man reasoned quickly. Seeing the messenger was alone, he figured he probably wasn't lying. "Why did the Shangxi Hua family send you here?" The bald man looked a bit nervous. I'm just a low-level demonic cultivator. I don't know the inside story. My superiors just told me to pass this message to the survivors of Mount Hua and Zhongnan. Leave Shangxi immediately." Everyone was stunned. Over there, Nian Zhonghe's group was still gathered in one spot. Somehow, Hua Wulong gathered the courage to draw his sword and stand before Nian Zhonghe. Regarding the losses that the Shangxi Hua family had caused for Mount Hua and Zhongnan, he dared to declare, "I will make up for my sins by stopping the Ma Guang Tian Lord." It must have been to avenge his father's murder. Nian Zhonghe stared them down. How strange. I sensed a massive surge of demonic energy coming from the Hua family, so I came to check it out. But why did you lot come out? Didn't I tell you the Hua family clan was finished? Where do you think you're going to march to? You dare to act without receiving orders. His cold gaze swept over them. If you're thinking of making up for your sins, forget it. I won't give you a second chance. Hua Wulong gripped his sword tightly. What was the point of this succession war? Wasn't it meant to inherit the title of the Heavenly Lord's son and become the master of the demonic path? The man sighed in disgust. You only want to ask that? You made me come all this way for nothing. But since I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you. The Ma Guang Tian was just a tool for the Heavenly Demon sect to lay the groundwork for their invasion of the Central Plains, and I am the young master of the Heavenly Demon sect. Once the Central Plains fall under the demonic path, I will return to my rightful position as the master of the demonic path, and naturally, I'll need someone to stay in the Central Plains and manage the Ma Guang Tian for me. In short, this competition is just to select a regional commander for our sect. He looked bored and annoyed. Does that answer your question? Hua Wulong gritted his teeth, still having more to ask. Then why did you lie to us, telling us we were your biological sons? The man replied nonchalantly, because it makes it easier to manipulate the demonic masters. Can't you use your head for once? If I didn't claim you were my sons, would two people like them have been willing to be your dogs, given your commoner status? As soon as he finished, both Kung Huan and Li Than were so angry their veins were popping. It was all just a joke to him. Answered your question. Now get lost. With that, Hua Wulong had no reason not to strike. It's actually a relief. Since a heartless person like you isn't my father, my mental burden has lightened quite a bit. Actually, a whole lot. You just asked where I plan to lead my troops, right? He gritted his teeth, his face red with rage. He spoke bluntly. I came here to avenge my father, Kim Ling, you bastard. But against someone like Nian Zhonghe, they probably couldn't even touch a hair on his head. He smirked sarcastically. Revenge? Fine, I get it. The Shangxi Hua family is going to lose everything anyway, but why are the Yama demonic blade and the life-taking fist demon here? The two of them were willing to fight him head-on because they were disillusioned. The death of Kim Lin had affected them. Even though we've been loyal and devoted to you for decades, as soon as we were no longer useful, you didn't hesitate to throw us away. Even his earlier words had hit them hard. He had used lies to manipulate his subordinates. You feel no remorse at all. How could we ever trust and follow someone like you? Since joining the demonic path, I have always prided myself on acting openly. Witnessing the pettiness of a lowlife like you today really makes my blood boil. Nian Zhonghe clutched his face and burst into mocking laughter. Ha! You joined the demonic path for power, and now you're talking to me about righteousness. Kim Lin was the same. Have your brains all rotted? I thought you were still somewhat useful, but now I see. He decided right there, he would just kill them all. He even declared that by sunset today, the Shangxi Hua family would be wiped out. The killing intent radiating from him made Hua Wulong feel beaten before the fight even started. Just facing him felt like being swallowed whole. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder to reassure him. Stay alert. Both Kung Huan and Li Than said, even in our absolute best, we cannot defeat the Heavenly Lord. Don't forget our goal. That rainy day, after talking to his mother, Hua Wulong had stormed out, telling his followers, I've lost my eligibility for the succession, and furthermore, I am not the Heavenly Lord's son. So, you don't need to treat me with such formal courtesy anymore. Both of them remained on their knees before him. Young master, Don't say that. Even if you lost your right to the succession, our bond of teacher and student still remains. To their surprise, Hua Wulong dared to ask, even if I want to fight against the Heavenly Lord, I know my strength is far beneath his, but I can't just stand by and watch my father be murdered. As long as I can disrupt the Heavenly Lord's plans even a little, I am willing to trade everything to get in his way. The two elders agreed without hesitation. If you have made up your mind, young master, then I am willing to die by your side. Even now, they remained his sturdy support. Believe in me. Everyone following me is right behind us. Hua Wulong suppressed his fear and shouted, "Listen up, everyone. We are about to start a battle where victory is far from guaranteed. I am truly grateful that you are willing to face life and death with me. The Hua family clan will break free from the protection of the Ma Guangtian, whether future generations call me a fool or not, and even if I don't go down in history compared to being the Heavenly Lord's fake lineage. I would rather die as a fool who dared to face the truth, counting on every demonic cultivator of the Hua family clan. Join me in being fools." With that, the whole group charged into the attack. Nian Zhonghe had death firmly in his grasp. Meanwhile, the members of the Mount Hua sect, having received the news, couldn't help but wonder, are they having internal conflict? Elder Ngok Duong gritted his teeth, racking his brain. We're trapped here, and now this happens. If it's true, isn't this the perfect chance to escape? Ngok Yen stood up immediately. Internal conflict, that's perfect. Does that mean they're slaughtering each other? Without thinking it through, she drew her sword. Amidst the chaos, that Nian Zhonghe will surely show an opening. I'll take out the Hua family clan. Once I finish with those who invaded Mount Hua and Zhongnan, I'll slice Nian Zhonghe's head off. But before that, she stared straight at the messenger. You bastard. You were there when the Hua family clan invaded Mount Hua, right? The messenger was terrified, shaking in his boots, until Ngok Duong stepped in and slapped Ngok Yen hard. He shook his hand out, questioning her. Even the four great masters of the Huajiang realm don't dare to face him. Do you think you can just launch a sneak attack during the chaos? Being the most level-headed of the group, he told her the cold, hard truth. Sister, do you really think that's possible? By the time you get there, the Hua family clan members will likely all be dead. Ngok Yen trembled, unable to hold back her grief. Then what do you want me to do? He killed sect leader Hack right in front of my eyes. She grabbed his collar, screaming, how am I supposed to get revenge? Just because I'm weaker than him. I don't even have the right to try. Suddenly, he spoke. Look down at your feet. Both of them looked down. Hakdu's sword was shattered to pieces, with only the hilt remaining. Ngok Duong urged, we can only take Hakdu's belongings if we stay alive. He pleaded with her. If we lose our lives too, then who will carry on his final wishes? What we need to do right now isn't revenge, but making sure sect leader Hakdu's sacrifice wasn't in vain. To honor his will, she clutched the sword fragment to her chest, tears streaming down her face again. We must survive until the end. The two comforted each other. Than Min and the other guy just stood there stunned. He had to turn to him and prompt, you still haven't left? Only then did the man snap out of it, wiping his tears. What kind of martial arts world is this, where things fall apart like this? Finally, Ngok Yen calmed down and let go of her immediate desire for revenge. I'm sorry. Hakdu, for now, this is all I can do. After this battle ends, I will hold a grand funeral for you, so that everyone in Mount Hua and Zhongnan will remember you. She turned and walked away decisively. Just as Ngok Duong said, on the other side, both Kung Hoyan and Lai Fan were getting beaten to a pulp. How disappointing. Even if you all attack together, is this all the strength you have? Nian Zhonghe grabbed Hoa Wulong by the neck and lifted him up, confused. You should have known from the start that you couldn't even scratch me, right? All the people the Hua family brought were dead. Blood flowed like a river. This is a meaningless sacrifice. You could have done nothing and at least kept your lives. Hoa Wulong, unfazed, chuckled. Nian Zhonghe demanded, what are you laughing at? Even as he was being choked until drool leaked out, he forced himself to speak. Curious. Why don't you use your brilliant mind and guess? 3 seconds passed, and Nian Zhonghe realized, wait, the Mount Hua sect members are no longer within the range of my energy perception? Now he understood. You sacrifice yourself and your subordinates just to help the enemy escape? Hoa Wulong glared. Enemy? My enemy is you, Heavenly Lord of the demonic cult. Even if I can't hurt you, as long as I can ruin your plan and strike at your pride, I am content. Naturally, for daring to play such a trick, he was punched into near death by Nian Zhonghe. How stupid, thinking this trivial matter could harm me, but your courage is worthy of praise. You aren't just a useless fool. If you had shown this much spirit when attacking Mount Hua and Zhongnan, it would have been much better. A single punch from him tore a hole through his body, but at least you provided me with some amusement. When you go to the afterlife, keep your eyes open and see how meaningless your actions were." He went on a rampage, declaring, "I will deal with them myself and make everyone in the Central Plains wake up." Recalling their earlier conversation, Ngakian asked, "You said we shouldn't go to Zhu Mountain?" The messenger told them, "There is a master guarding the Heavenly Lord and the Golden Spirit, named Silver Spirit. The Heavenly Lord has ordered him to lead the Guizhou Guo family forces into Sichuan. Your strategists must know this, so they have helped the troops retreat to Sichuan. Therefore, if you go there now, you might miss the main force. That is all I have to pass on. I will take my leave." After speaking, he bowed and immediately left. The Mount Hui sect members discussed while walking. The Guizhou forces are only acting now. Does that Heavenly Lord really treat this war like a game? Ngok Duong felt. Isn't that lucky for us? If the three demonic sect families and the demonic cult acted with full force at once, the righteous sects would have been wiped out long ago. Suddenly, the three felt something pressing behind them. Wait. Ngok Duong noticed the anomaly immediately. The movement of the clouds is not normal. It's as if they have consciousness and are gathering in one place. Ngakyen felt that few people could do such a thing. The demonic cult Heavenly Lord, he is looking for us, and he can even interfere with the flow of nature. It seems his strength can no longer be measured by martial arts levels. Nuk Zong, Pan Ming, we must speed up. We cannot enter the range of those clouds. But if you look closely, you would realize it was the blue-horned dragon flying like crazy. The three just ran for their lives, needing to get out of Shaanxi quickly. Shifting the scene to the southern part of Sichuan, the Heavenly Alliance headquarters, Zhu Ying lay slumped on the table complaining, not only having to confirm periodic reports, but also having to patrol the outer perimeter, manage internal affairs, and train in martial arts. She was exhausted, surrounded by piles of books, truly ready to collapse from fatigue. She was now the acting grand strategist and temporary manager of the Heavenly Alliance, Jiakat Zhu Ying. Her uncle had been out of contact since last week, and the Alliance leader was also nowhere to be found. It was very frustrating. Thinking of Tang Yanming made her worry. Could something have happened? "Young master, where are you right now?" Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "May I come in?" She looked at the person entering, a bit surprised. Guild leader Mo Dong? Mo Dong-hu smiled and greeted her. "Haha, you've worked hard. I was worried you might be hungry, so I brought you something to eat." As he spoke, he held up a bag, scratched his head with a bashful smile, and added, "Would you like to eat with me?" On took a big bite right away, her whole expression full of relief, all her worries seemingly forgotten. "Finally, I feel alive again. Thank you." He then looked concerned and asked, "Have you been sleeping on time lately? I'm really worried about your health. You should delegate some of your work to others and get some rest." An smiled to reassure him. "I'm fine. Compared to those on the battlefield, this is nothing. But is it really nothing? You've already done so much." "Ha. Thank you. I'm not just saying that to flatter you. Don't worry. This is what I must do as a member of the Qin Thian Min." Since she said that, he couldn't object. "Let's keep working hard together, then." Just as he said that, someone rushed in, shouting loudly, apologizing for interrupting their intimate moment. But it was urgent news, and they both nearly choked. "Intimate moment? What are you talking about?" The assassin, Durung K. Trung, looked extremely serious. But the urgent news was what mattered, what was happening. He was the captain of the patrol team for the Qin Thian Min headquarters. Breathing hard, Durung K. Trung gasped, "The forces of the Quash family from Quichou are advancing in this direction." This news came like a bolt of lightning from the blue. Both of them were stunned, eyes wide with shock. Not only that, but on their way here, they had completely razed everything in their path. Countless people were dead. A man riding a horse, holding a long spear, he was the demonic young master, Quach Dian. Seeing the carnage only fueled his resolve. "Yes, this is exactly what I wanted." Back at the main family, I was monitored by my mother and had to maintain a fake persona. I was always forced to live a repressed life, but there was an old man always shouting to boost his morale, saying, "The most important thing in war is momentum. Since people's dignity will be trampled on the battlefield anyway, then just indulge your own desires." The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't help but laugh. "I'm really starting to like this war business." He gave the order, "All troops, listen up. From now on, there are no restrictions for the next hour." His face twisted into a sly, wicked grin. "No matter what you do to the commoners here, I will not punish you. Indulge yourselves in the slaughter, loot as you please. Enjoy their despair and their fear. Freely unleash your desires." His underlings cheered and began killing even more frantically than before. Looking at this scene from the outside, the other two wondered, "An hour? I fear that is a waste of time." But the other man didn't care. "You don't need to worry too much, Lord Mon Lane. Looting is an indispensable crime in war. This little bit of time can be spared. It not only boosts morale, but also allows everyone to gather their own supplies. The wretch with a mouth like a mad dog was none other than the Kui Shao Quach family elder, Quan Thien Nak. He then turned to Nan Ling Beach and said, "Flexibility is the hallmark of wise military leadership." The other man said nothing, just turned to observe in silence. Although Quan Thien Nak had joined the demonic path, he was once a general in the military. Rather than calling him a martial artist, calling him an old veteran would be more accurate. He had fallen into Qigong deviation due to some past event. After being saved by the Heavenly Lord, he joined the demonic sect and had been serving the Quach family ever since. But his words and evil actions always felt different from the usual demonic path, making me feel uneasy. However, his strength was truly exceptional, so I had to keep an eye on him for now. Just then, a bird flew in. A courier hawk has arrived. It looks like it's from Lady Quach. The elder immediately took it to read. Ingan Lin, standing nearby, asked, "Has something major happened?" He replied vaguely, "You could say that, and yet, not quite." The letter says that the Qin Thien Min main force in Truk Son is marching toward the Quach family in Kui Shao. Upon hearing this, Nan Ling realized immediately. Could it be that the elder continued reading? Seeing that they couldn't return to defend in time, they are attacking the enemy headquarters to force us to send reinforcements? Even though they were the enemy, this strategy wasn't bad, he smirked triumphantly. Everything is going exactly according to my plan. That woman wrote the letter just as Lord Quan Thien Yek said. The Qingting Min forces are heading to the Quet family in Quichou. I have followed the Lord's suggestion to withdraw all troops from the crossroads, luring them into a false sense of security. The Liu family in Fuqian has also agreed to support us with hundreds of troops. The most important thing is that the Liu family's strongest combat force, the Ice Grandmother backed to Lian, is also coming. She is the Heavenly Lord's strongest subordinate and will certainly be a great help. Looking at the Heavenly Lord's attitude toward the Hoa family, perhaps this time he will also stand on the sidelines and watch. Now it is just a matter of seeing who gets the enemy leader's head first. You don't need to worry about my safety. Please, you must defeat the Qing Tianming and the Durng family. Ingan Lin read it and couldn't help but think of Ho Yen. Even though this had been anticipated, it still carried life-threatening risks. He didn't expect her to be so determined, nor did he expect the Ice Grandmother to intervene. This was truly an unexpected situation. The elder turned and laughed. Lord Ingan Lin, the lady has said as much, so feel free to prepare for the march. As long as we defeat the defenseless Durng family and the Qin Tianmin, the next Heavenly Lord will be our young master, Quack Dian. Thinking of this, they became even more determined. Yes, you are right. They have been planning this for countless years. Exactly. Now is the moment to help the young master earn credit. If we make a mistake now, we will end up just like the Hoa family in Thiem Te. Therefore, we must quickly destroy the Durng family and the Qin Tianmin headquarters. The elder immediately roared at the top of his lungs. All troops, advance. Just when the wretch Quach Dian was at his bloodthirsty peak, on the other side, Oan and her two companions, Dong Hai and Durung K Trung, were also on their way. With the way those wretches were slaughtering, wouldn't everyone be wiped out soon? It seemed so. The wretch Quach Dian sighed and clicked his tongue. Tisk, I was just starting to get excited. He looked at the desolate, death-filled scene and said, "What a pity." An underling turned to him and said, "Master, since you aren't satisfied yet, I've captured a few women who aren't bad-looking. They were all handpicked by yours truly. They definitely won't disappoint you." As he spoke, he pointed to three girls tied up, kneeling on the ground. "Please, relieve the fatigue of the battle before you go." Quach Dian looked over, his tongue darting out to lick his lips. "Is that so?" His face was lewd beyond belief. "It would be disrespectful to ignore your thoughtfulness. So, who should I start with?" Just then, a voice called out, "Young master." His underling ran up. Elder Quan Thien Nak sent a letter. He says the Qin Thien Min army is advancing on the Quach family headquarters in Quichou. He needs to hurry up and attack the Zheng Tian Alliance headquarters. He definitely didn't see this coming. Is the enemy approaching my location? He glanced greedily at the three young women. There's no other way. I can't let my desires ruin the mission right now. Kill them all, bringing them along will only be a burden. The three women were terrified, pleading, "Please, my lord, spare our lives." But in the end, they were executed on the spot. The group resumed their march. He was still sighing deeply, clearly thinking with his lower half. Man, what a waste. Should I have enjoyed myself a little first? Does it even matter if we're in a rush or not? The outcome of the battle wouldn't change much anyway. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. No, I can't. Even Mother is risking her life right now. At the very least, I have to show some diligence so the others will recognize my worth. Besides, this wasn't going to be the only opportunity he'd get. He had no idea that several pairs of eyes were watching him from behind the bushes. Suddenly, he noticed something rising from the ground. What is that? It looks like a rope. No sooner had he spoken than a series of thorn-covered ropes sprang from the ground, forming a deadly web. The whole group was caught off guard. Guo Yan pulled on his horse's reins and backed away. Huh? What's going on? More rows of thorny ropes snapped upward. His lackeys were caught off guard, and those who got grazed by the barbs were in immense pain. Before they could regain their senses, a swarm of Tang family assassins leaped out, letting out war cries. They had walked right into a trap and were immediately under attack. Guo Yan was furious. He gripped his spear tightly. You small-time pests, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Are you looking down on me? As he spoke, he slashed wildly, cutting down several assassins in an instant. The others watched in horror. Even a top-tier warrior shouldn't be able to cleave a person in two with a single strike. They finally realized he had at least reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, but they were in too deep to turn back now. He scanned the area with a crazed look, growling. You dare use such cowardly tactics? Where did you come from? As he spoke, a woman stepped forward and retorted. You're part of the demonic faction, yet you have the nerve to call others cowardly? You are truly shameless. Thinking about the atrocities you've committed in Sichuan, I only regret not having more time to prepare something even more ruthless. It was Yingying. Your days of committing evil are over. I am here representing the Zhang Tian alliance. Two others stood behind her. Yingying was different now. She stood tall and pointed her fan directly at him. We will execute you right here. The two sides faced off. Guo Yan's face was livid, sweat pouring down like rain. This is impossible. The moment I saw her, I stopped breathing. My mother was a famous beauty from Guizhou, so I've never been interested in ordinary women before, but I really want to make her mine. He fixed his gaze on her, his heart pounding like a drum, drool dripping from his mouth as he gave a sinister grin. If you are with the Zhang Tian alliance, I don't need to rush anymore. Since the demonic experts I heard about aren't here, are they, at the Tang family estate? Even though he had already sent word to the Tang family, he chose to focus on flirting first. Hey, you there, miss. He spoke without a hint of shame, his eyes glowing with lust. You're beautiful. What's your name? I want you to be my concubine. Yingying was disgusted. How could he still be thinking about such lewd things at a time like this? Even if we didn't have a feud, I wouldn't tell you my name. He pointed his spear at her. Oh, do you want to talk in private instead? Fair enough. In such a chaotic situation, it's hard to open up. I should take care of these pests around us first. With that, he slashed down a few more Tang family assassins. Yingying's face turned pale as a sheet. It was her first time in such an intense real combat scenario, and she had no experience. She frantically shouted, all troops, prepare to fight. The man looked over at his own followers, who were still stuck in the traps. How long do you plan on lying there? Get up and fight. He roared his orders, demanding they capture the girl with the fan alive. Kill everyone else. Both sides charged at each other like a storm. They fought from daylight until deep into the night, yet no victor was decided. However, Murim, Hui, and Tang Jizong were looking ragged, their faces ashen, sweating profusely, gasping for air. How can this be? Even Yingying had been wounded, and nobody could understand it. Even if their difference in cultivation was huge, they had set up traps beforehand. It didn't make sense that they still weren't able to overpower him. Guo Yan stood there, his demonic energy surging to the sky without a single scratch on him. Upon closer inspection, they realized his red protective aura was strong enough to reinforce his warhorse, as if they were fighting a heavy cavalry unit with their bare hands. He finally hopped off his horse leisurely. You didn't do your research on the enemy's strength, did you? And you dared to challenge me to a fight on open plains? He walked directly up to Yingying. All right, answer my question from earlier. He reached out to squeeze her cheek and lift her chin. I won't ask for your name anymore. Looking at you this closely, I like you even more. He asked craftily once again, are you willing to be my concubine? Murim Hui saw this and, red with rage, drew his sword to save the damsel. You bastard, take your filthy hands off her. But the hero wasn't up to the task. Two of Guo Yan's lackeys immediately blocked him. Don't even think about it. You're not allowed to disturb the young master. Murim Hui was brutally beaten by them. Tang Jizong rushed in, worried, to rescue Captain Hui. Yingying refused to say a word even if it cost her life. The bastard squeezed harder. You should answer me now, shouldn't you? My patience is running thin. She couldn't take it anymore and cursed right to his face. You're so cruel. Who would ever like you? I don't know where you get the confidence to propose. Her eyes flashed with contempt. Get lost. Compared to the one I love, you don't even come close. The scumbag didn't waste time. Whether she liked it or not didn't matter. He grinned. Oh, is that so? He tore her clothes open. Then, let's stop talking. I'll use force to make you submit. He glanced at the other two, who were still struggling to fight. Your companions don't seem to have the strength to help you anymore. Let's play together slowly. Compared to those who are obedient, your fiery personality is much more interesting. Yingying's eyes welled with tears. All she could think about was the young master. Please, save me. Just then, the sound of rustling leaves changed. White snowflakes began to fall from the sky. They were both stunned. What is this? Snow. Guo Yan rubbed his eyes. I'm not seeing things, right? How can this be? It's not the season for snow. Just as he was distracted and off guard, a woman lunged from behind and shoved him aside. She moved with lightning speed to save Yingying, and in a flash, that guy Guo Yan was sent flying. He couldn't even process what had just happened. This technique is simple, but her internal energy is incredibly powerful. Who is she? The others looked on, stunned. A young woman stood before Yingying. I'm sorry I'm late. As soon as I heard about the situation, I rushed over here, but I haven't quite mastered my movement technique yet. But don't worry, you're safe now, she declared. I'll protect you. I am Wei Xiao, the direct disciple of Tang Clan master, Tang Wei Xiao. Back at the Tang Clan, she had been training diligently every day. Suddenly, beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, her brows furrowed in concentration, and when she opened her eyes, she could clearly sense a surge of energy. She turned around. Master, you've arrived. It was Tang Jihui. I'm sorry to interrupt your meditation, but the situation is urgent. I hope you understand. I just received a letter. The Guo family's troops from Guizhou have arrived in Sichuan. She was shocked. What? The intelligence report said they split into two groups. One part is heading to Tang Yanming, while the main force is moving toward the Tang Clan. Even though the Tang Clan is currently short on troops, Tang Yanming is even more vulnerable, with only a few staff members left while the rest are at Jushen. Could you go and provide support to Tang Yanming? She was stunned. What? Do I have the ability to do that? Most importantly, if the main force is heading to the Tang Clan, shouldn't I stay here? Tang Zihui had already calculated everything. Don't worry about us. You know the Tang Clan has the formation masters of the Zhuge family. Even if it's a tough fight, we have the advantage in a defensive battle. I've heard that among the main force heading here, there are two extreme demon experts, but the group heading to Tang Yanming has at most only one novice extreme demon. She placed her hands on the girl's shoulders. I don't want to force you into a dangerous battle, but I hope you can help Tang Yanming win, then lead them back to support the Tang Clan. You must believe in yourself, because you have more talent than you think. And so, Wei Xiao set off. Back to the present, even Yingying was shocked. The last time I saw her, she didn't know any martial arts at all. Since when did she become so strong? That scum, Guo Yan, was still dazed. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Not one, but two women who catch my eye. He shouted his order. Catch that one too. The crowd rushed forward. Yingying was panicked, sensing the danger, but Wei Xiao quickly activated her skill, Frozen Poison. The cold frost spread instantly, and the attackers couldn't push forward any further. What is this? Snow. Aside from feeling cool, I don't feel a thing. They laughed loudly. Haha, you call this an attack? Yingying looked clearly disappointed. Oh well, it really is useless. That bastard Guo Yan sneered. Heh, what a cute move. But within 3 seconds, the smile faded from his face. What is happening? The entire group couldn't move. They hugged their bodies as they began to freeze. It's so cold it feels like the cold is piercing my bones, like my internal organs are turning to ice. In the end, they were literally freezing to death, no fighting required. That scum Guo Yan was furious seeing his men go down. How disgraceful. A group of martial artists getting frozen to death? What a bunch of losers. But before he could finish, he heard the girl's mocking voice. I don't think you're an exception, are you? My frozen poison doesn't just freeze the skin, it freezes your internal energy too. And the longer you wait, the deeper it sinks in. Suddenly, he realized his own hand was completely frozen. Wei Xiao threatened him. If you don't want to lose that arm, run away now. I just learned this move, and I still don't know how to control the strength behind it. As she spoke, her eyes blazed, and the ice orb in her hand grew even larger. Meanwhile, at the Tang Clan, Tang Zihui was pacing in the courtyard. Tang Yuanjin, the captain of the Phoenix Guard, appeared. You've arrived, master, the master asked. What's the situation? He looked at the assassins behind her. All troops are prepared for battle. They are ready to act on your command. The master asked again to be sure. The extreme demon experts from the enemy's main force sent to. The Guo family in Guizhou are Thai Thuong Ma Quan Thien and Gan Lin, right? As far as I know, that Nan Lin is the same person who, along with Ma Kuang Tien Chu, was the mastermind behind the Shaolin massacre. Their martial arts are unfathomable. Although we are lucky to have Master Tu Van to help, this level is still not enough to change our disadvantageous position. Yuanjin asked anxiously, are there still no updates on Kook Van and Tai Hu? The master could only shake her head helplessly. They have both regained consciousness, but old Tai Hu said, I'm sorry, although our wounds have healed. I don't know if it's a side effect of the poison. We cannot use our internal energy. Both old men are powerless now. In this state, even if we went to battle, we would just be a burden. The master didn't know what to say, only frowning deeply. In general, it's hard for them to contribute. Let's just focus on defense and wait for reinforcements. Suddenly, a man ran in to report, Master, Captain, urgent news. The scouts monitoring the Guo family's troops in Guizhou just sent word. Not long ago, an extreme demon expert wearing a silver mask left the enemy's main force and headed towards Tang Yanming. This was like a bolt from the blue. The master's face turned pale. On the other side, Gan Lin had always been with Elder Thean Nak. They had been moving for a long time, and nothing had happened yet. It seemed the Tang clan couldn't even handle themselves. At the crossroads, there were no ambushes or traps. At this rate, they would meet Nyan Lin before dawn. I'm sorry, I have to go check on Guo Yan. The elder didn't quite understand and frowned uncomfortably. Nan Lin, the young master, has already learned my Thuan Ma armor technique. Furthermore, the defensive situation at Zhang Tianming is even worse than here. Why do you need to worry? But he had been keeping a close eye on his son, revealing a goo worm crawling out. I don't want to worry, but looking at the goo worm's reaction, something must have happened to him. He had to protect his precious son, even if it cost him his life. He decided instantly, the Tang clan's troops, you alone, are enough to handle them. I must go to young Master Guo Yan. He left immediately. Elder Thean Nak knew it. He could only silently judge, planting a goo worm to monitor his own son. This possessiveness is too much. After all, to the outside world, he is the son of the Heaven Master. It's the same with the Hua family in Shaanxi. I guess this is a father fighting for his son, right? Back on Wei Xiao's side, her group was gaining the upper hand. That scum Guo Yan was running for his life, still gritting his teeth and cursing his useless men. Just watch. Once this young master unleashes the heavenly demonic armor arts, you lot won't stand a chance. He swung his spear, roaring, get out of my way. Tang Kezong noticed he was becoming increasingly desperate. Moreover, perhaps affected by her ice techniques, his movements were slowing down. But then Murong Hui also made his move. It was 2-on-1 over there, a fight they were destined to win. As for Wei Xiao on the other side, she was holding her own against all those ruffians. Luckily, with the Tang family reinforcing them, the common soldiers couldn't even get close. We've completely seized the initiative. Everyone, stay focused. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Tang family warriors, move out. The two of them gave Guo Yan a beating of a lifetime. He was pummeled, unable to even retaliate. Cough, damn it, no way I can't die here. Just then, the one known as Silver Spirit rushed in to help. The moment they felt his aura, everyone looked over, stunned. Even Wei Xiao stopped fighting, taken aback. What was going on? She turned to see that both Tang Kezong and Murong Hui had been knocked away. One was pinned to the ground, and the other was being choked and lifted into the air. It's impossible that the young master couldn't beat this lot. So, the strange insect in his body really was caused by ice techniques. The scumbag Guo Yan saw his savior and screamed, Silver Spirit, you've arrived just in time. Please dispel this chill from my hand. Hearing him call out, Wei Xiao trembled with fear. Silver Spirit? Is he that terrifying demonic master who wears a silver mask? Isn't he supposed to be with the army heading toward the front lines? Why is he here? He noticed her too. Your martial arts don't seem very high level, yet your internal energy is surprisingly deep. Demonic energy flared around him as he glared at her, holding her accountable. And this icy aura everywhere. Was it you who attacked the young master with ice techniques? Meanwhile, over on the side of that middle-aged man, he was still wandering around, searching with his sinister smirk. Run all you want. If you want to escape my sight, you better keep running until you're out of the Central Plains. Suddenly, he looked down at the ground. He spotted a fresh grave and waved his hand, shattering it instantly. Seeing the corpse inside, his eyes lit up with a wicked grin. Heh, that's right, they're still this way. The corpse of old He-Du was revealed. Although the materials weren't perfect, it should still work. It's been a while, but let's see if this still holds up. The scumbag immediately activated his skill. The demonic soul retrieval art truly, even in death, one finds no peace. On the Tang family side, the elder was feeling a massive headache. This was a fatal mistake. The Silver Mask Master had suddenly abandoned his unit. I sent Wei Xiao to Zhang Tianming specifically to keep the girl away from the dangerous front lines, but as it turned out, I ended up sending her straight into the most dangerous battlefield alone. but we can't defeat the Zhang Tianming troops quickly enough to go reinforce her. Because his cavalry tactics are too dominant in open terrain, we are forced into a defensive siege strategy. She was so worried. She couldn't help but blurt out, "If I had known, I would have sent Master Ziyun to Zhang Tianming instead." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Oh, clan leader, what a coincidence." Master Ziyun was the first to receive the messenger hawk. After handing the letter to me, he left immediately. She asked in surprise, "He left at a time like this?" He scratched his head and replied, "Yes, he said it was an emergency and he had to go first." She asked in a panic, "Where did he go?" "To Zhang Tianming." Meanwhile, the situation over there was dire. Both Tang Kejong and Murong Hui were lying flat on the ground, their fate unknown, leaving only Wei Xiao to face that scumbag, Silver Spirit. Ice techniques? That physique is quite rare. If the ice granny of the Liu family in Fujian knew about this, she'd surely be delighted. Wei Xiao was too tense to speak. I can feel the gap in our strength. I can't defeat him as I am now. And he had already made his decision. In that case, I'll just have to capture you alive. Suddenly, Guo Yan shouted, "Silver Spirit, wait." His face was twisted in malice as he seized the chance to mock them. "And there are the women of the Zhuge family in the back, to capture them both. They've made me suffer more than enough. They even destroyed my arm." Now, the obsession in his eyes turned into a mix of twisted love and hatred. "I'll have to love you both properly." Silver Spirit was speechless. "Fine, if that's what you want." He couldn't help but think, you still have the energy for such desires at a time like this? Even though I'm just the young master's personal guard on the outside, as a father figure, I really want to give him a good beating. Despite that thought, he spoke up. "I'm sure the granny wouldn't mind the chastity of an ice user. Things have reached this point. I advise you two to surrender obediently." Wei Xiao refused. "And what if I refuse?" He threatened them using the two dying men. "Then those comrades you worked so hard to keep alive will die." He had calculated everything, but even if they surrendered and left them behind, they would die anyway. He glared at her. "You don't want to save them?" Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in terror. Wei Xiao hadn't felt anyone behind her at all, wondering what could have scared him so suddenly until old Master Ziyun spoke up. "Please, step back." She jumped and turned around. "Ah, there are too many variables tonight," Wei Xiao thought. "I heard he was supposed to fight alongside the master to repel the forces attacking the Tang family, so why is he here?" The old man's eyes widened as he ground his teeth. "Leave that one to me." "So the old man came here for a personal vendetta. It was you, wasn't it? The one who destroyed the Shaolin sect alongside the Heavenly Lord. The silver-masked demonic master, Silver Spirit, was actually slightly caught off guard. Master Ziyun, I thought you were at the Zhang Tianming headquarters, or that you had fled after Shaolin was destroyed." He still tried to act tough, tilting his chin. So what if it was? As soon as he admitted it, the old man stomped his feet, threatening, "Pray to the gods, for Ziyun will show you no mercy." The old man glowed with a brilliant golden light. Just by channeling his internal energy, the whole forest lit up, visible even from a distance. Silver Spirit blocked with his arms. He was worthy of being called a Grandmaster, bearing the title of Diamond Great Monk. His power was overwhelming, several tiers above the abbot. Even though he had lost an arm, his combat strength hadn't diminished in the slightest. Not giving the scumbag time to think, the old man immediately unleashed the Diamond Ice Fist. But the man had a way to deal with him. Although he was impressed, he wasn't invincible. He still had a ton of demonic energy left. Unleashing it all now should finish it. Master Ziyun was sent flying back. The two locked eyes and surged forward. It was his turn to retaliate. 9 dragons, demonic force. 9 dragons, attack. A series of demonic energy dragons lunged forward. The old man immediately clenched his diamond ice fists tight. A barrage of punches met the swarm of demonic dragons. A deafening explosion shook the earth, and dust clouds billowed everywhere. The other 4 quickly helped each other to the side. Wei Xiao felt the wind pressure was so intense that absolutely no one dared to intervene. This is a clash between grandmasters at the Transcendent Realm. That bastard Nan Lin stood aside, screaming in a panic. Is Nan Lin being overwhelmed again? When Thu Lam's sect was destroyed, why didn't that guy die? Even Ingan Lin realized that Thu Lam's demonic energy and Buddhist energy were practically canceling each other out. If we keep battling with internal energy, I'll only be at a growing disadvantage. I must find a weakness and seize it. Just then, the old man reached out to grab his face, lunged forward, and pinned him flat against the ground. I've been sick of these bastards for a long time. I could eat them alive. Die, you demonic trash. Just in the nick of time, a burst of energy swept past, and the old man started in shock. What the hell? Why does this feel wrong? Elder Tu Van was bewildered. My blood is flowing in reverse, yet, clearly, I'm not being affected by his demonic arts. Could it be that the principle of Buddhist energy is to use inner peace to suppress chaotic flows? But the destruction of Fu Lam's sect had left too much murderous intent in Tu Van's heart. This hindered him from controlling the flow of his energy and the final conflict between reason and action. The old man stood there stunned, tripping over his own feet, on the verge of falling into demonic deviation. That bastard Ngan Lin immediately seized the chance to counterattack. One strike overwhelming him, it seemed the outcome was decided. Tu Van, you are too foolish. You lost yourself because of your impatience for revenge. As the old man stumbled to the ground, he muttered, "It is because my cultivation is not yet deep enough that I brought this upon myself." Then, a figure stood in front of the old man. "You are lucky. The distance between us is it's time to end this." Just then, Vai Hiu lunged from behind to save him. But Nam Lin only needed to turn around and grab the girl instantly. His eyes turned red, and he hissed, "You're too slow. If you decide to ambush someone, you should strike immediately." Elder Tu Van's face turned pale. It really was too late, and the grip on the girl grew tighter. "Ha, did you hear what that old monk said? Ugh, he's already succumbed to demonic madness, so he's starting to talk nonsense. Don't worry, I still won't kill you." Just then, right beside him, two glowing blue eyes appeared. He jumped back in fright, but behind him, there was nothing but Elder Tu Van. What was that? What was that aura that just flashed by? Although it only passed in a split second, the crushing pressure made one tremble with fear. This presence was only second to the Heavenly Lord. His own hand was shaking involuntarily. Elder Tu Van laughed with relief. "You've arrived too late, sect leader." Since when was Dian Man standing right there? He held Vai Hiu tightly. In his hand, the bastard Nan Lin's fingers were crushed one by him. His face was dark as he looked at the girl crying in his arms. "Everyone, forgive me for being late." He glanced at those before him and thanked them for their perseverance in facing hardship until the very end. From now on, there is no need to worry. The Heavenly Alliance sect leader is here. Dian Man told everyone, "Because I have arrived. This is how a hero saving a beauty should look. You dare lay a hand on my woman? You're as good as dead." Ngan Lin stood still, not daring to move. "I've reached the level of extreme demon, yet I didn't sense even a shred of aura before he got close." That person was indeed the Heavenly Alliance sect leader. The girl was moved to tears, staring at him in disbelief. Is it really the young master?" He looked down at her, Miss Vai Hiu, and gently wiped her tears. "Unlike the last time we met, your use of internal energy has become much more natural. It seems you have been training very hard." Vai Hiu sadly shook her head. Yes, but she still couldn't hold on. Dian Man felt more pain the more he looked at her, gritting his teeth, his face turning grim. "So my absence caused everyone such hardship, to the point where Miss Vai Hiu had to fight herself." Just as he was fuming, Ngan Lin stood behind him, surging with demonic energy, preparing to fight. That fool thought instinct told me he was very dangerous. Even if I have to die with him, I must kill him here. He intended to finish it quickly. He told Quach Dian, "Young master, please go to Quan Thien Nok's side. I cannot both protect you and deal with him." That idiot didn't even understand what he was seeing during the beauty rescue scene. Is he really that strong? Dian Man now let the girl go, staring at the person before him, that silver-masked guy. His strength is even greater than the right and left evil envoys. Does the demon Quang Thien have so many transcendent masters under his command? He decided to use him as a punching bag to vent his anger. He gripped his saber tightly. "It seems we'll have to put our conversation on hold, but whoever you are doesn't matter. I will deal with you first." The silver-masked man and he faced off. In a flash, they both lunged forward, the tension palpable, their battle shaking the very earth. After a few exchanges, Ngan Lin vomited blood. He had to think of a way to escape. Damn it, the power gap between us is too huge. It seems impossible to escape during the battle. But he was stubborn. "No, I can't run. This guy will hinder the Heavenly Lord." Although he had no chance of winning, at least he had to risk his life to wound him. But the more he watched the man fight, the more panicked he became. What is that? Void-walking steps. Dian Man is at such a level that even if his father crawled out of the grave, he wouldn't be able to fight him. The crowd, Tu Van and Vai Hiu, stood watching in awe, their mouths hanging open, unable to close. This was what you call a real fight. With one final kick, a huge hole appeared in Ngan Lin's stomach, and he was sent to meet his ancestors. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open. This couldn't be. Elder Tu Van laughed joyfully. "Truly, he never fails to amaze me. The might of the sect leader is truly unfathomable." Both girls ran over. "Young master, sect leader." Zhuji Yingying was moved to tears. "It's good that you're okay." Elder Tu Van also approached. "Your safe return means that the matter in Xinjiang has been resolved, right? Quick, tell us, how much loss did the demon sect suffer?" The old man never expected the answer to blow his mind entirely. The demon sect has been completely wiped out. I originally intended to just deliver a blow to them, but they were concocting a poison to harm the world. Realizing that sooner or later they would threaten the Central Plains, I attacked their base directly. Although those bizarre dark arts were difficult to deal with, I managed to eliminate their core forces and their leader. Elder Tuvan sighed in relief upon hearing this. Is that so? I never expected you to pull out the demonic roots like that. Now we can finally rest easy. In truth, the man's heart was still heavy with worry about the bastard Tang Wenshan being trapped in that orb. Although leaving that person in Xinjiang makes me uneasy, as long as he doesn't obtain the same fortuitous opportunity as I did, he surely won't escape. Now, first, we must. He looked over at the others and said, "Stay here for a moment, I still have some business to take care of." Over there, that scumbag Guo Yan was galloping away on horseback, his mind in complete chaos. He couldn't believe Nan Lin had been killed just like that. Didn't they say the forces of the Zhangtian alliance and the Tang family were already at Zhushan? Tears streamed down his face. If he had known a monster like that existed, he never would have led the charge in the first place. Just as he thought that, a hand grabbed him by the neck from behind. "Who gave you permission to leave?" A needle pierced straight through his cheek. "You touched the Tang family and the people of the Zhangtian alliance, and you even dared to lay a hand on my woman, all while thinking you could just walk away? Guess you've never heard of the family rules. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood." Just like that, he sent him to meet his ancestors along with his old man. Once it was over, he returned to Tuvan's group. "I'm back." The old monk was stunned. "Did you just go to hunt down that guy who fled on horseback?" He nodded. "Yeah, luckily he hadn't gotten far." The old man teared up, clearly impressed. "Come to mind, I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, but I want to express my gratitude to you for punishing the silver mask guy who destroyed the Shaolin temple, along with the mastermind from the demonic sect." He hadn't heard the news yet and was completely shocked. "You're saying the Shaolin temple was destroyed?" Zhu Jingying stepped forward and said, "It's not just that, Alliance Master. While you were away, the three demonic families declared war. Even though the Huashan and Jiangnan sects managed to push back the Hua family in Shaanxi, protecting their main peak, they couldn't handle the subsequent attacks, so they led the commoners to safety. Shortly after, the Guo family in Guizhou marched into Sichuan, splitting their forces to head this way and toward the Tang family. Although your uncle and the main forces of the Zhangtian alliance went to deal with the Guo family's base in Guizhou, they had to fight a bitter battle against the Liu family from Fujian who came as reinforcements, and now we've lost contact." This was truly serious, nothing but bad news. Tang Yanming felt his stomach churn. "So many things happened while I was away. I'm sorry. It's my ambition that caused everyone to suffer." The old man, though sad, reassured him. "What are you saying? You're the one who helped us stop, worrying about the demonic cult and the Western Front. You've done so much for us, so please don't blame yourself for the recent situation. The most important thing now is to destroy the Ma Guang Tian and save the Central Plains, right?" A blue horned beast suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The monk is right. I often feel like you act too much on emotion. Everyone stared at it, frozen in place as if they'd seen a ghostly alliance master. What on earth is that creature? The blue horn shrugged, eyes blinking in confusion. "Huh? What's going on?" "You guys can see me too." Before it could finish, its neck was grabbed by Tang Yanming. "I told you not to manifest in front of others." It shrieked in pain. Wait, it's not my fault. I'm currently a spiritual entity. They shouldn't be able to see me. Did my identity change after the dragon transformation? That's impossible." He sighed heavily, the atmosphere turning chaotic. "Ha. The blue horn didn't seem to do it on purpose. Maybe it's not a big deal if we go public. Well, since they've already seen it, I might as well explain. It's a guardian spirit that has existed since the ancestors of the Tang family. When I dealt with the demonic sect, it helped me a lot. When the demonic sect leader used dark arts to trap me in a mental demon battle, it was this spirit that helped me return to the Central Plains in time." The little creature puffed out its chest, clearly proud. Old Tu Van couldn't help but admire him. Even though the guardian spirit was amazing, he had been trapped in a mental demon. "So, you're okay now? Does that mean you've overcome the mental demon and successfully transcended?" He laughed and rummaged through his pocket. "Haha, is that so? I truly did win, but I didn't do it alone. I had help." At that time, Tang Yanming had to fight two powerhouses, the old master and that guy Vo An. He was getting beaten to a pulp. How could I stand a chance? 2 against 1 is impossible. One after another, the master and the ancestors kept attacking. I even used my best skills, my dragon scale techniques and everything else, but still couldn't defeat them. Far away on the mountain peak, the young girl and the sect leader were watching, wasting so much time. A normal person would have lost their will long ago and become a cripple. Who would have thought his desire to live would be that strong? But he's reaching his limit. If he had surrendered his body to the mental demon earlier, maybe it would have been less painful. But next, you have to fight the fear, the pressure, and every other emotion in your body. Fighting the mental demon is fighting for enlightenment. Fighting alone will certainly have its limits. Suddenly, the creature looked up in surprise. A streak of light appeared in the sky. Just then, Tang Yanming had been beaten to the point where he couldn't even breathe. So tired, how long have I been fighting? How much longer does this go on? His eyes were losing their spark, his hope fading as he couldn't see the end. The more he doubted, the stronger the mental demon became. But he couldn't control it. In my eyes, they are practically the strongest beings in the world. What else can I possibly do? But then he thought of his loved ones and his family. Everyone was waiting for him. I'm sorry. Just as his eyes were closing and he was about to give up, a voice and a figure lunged toward him. Look up and see what's in front of you. The person dove down, kicking up rocks and dirt, glowing brightly. He tried to see who it was and heard him say, "You managed to defeat me, yet you can't handle this kind of opponent? Stand up. What you're consuming here isn't stamina or physical strength, it's your determination and will. In other words, you just need to pull yourself together and you can get out of here." Who could have guessed the person coming to save him was Liu Jiejun? Tang Yanming was wide awake now, eyes bulging. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? The Black Evil Alliance leader, he rubbed his eyes 99 times. It was still him. How can you be here? He glanced at him. You're trapped in the mental demon prison. You aren't the only one. He looked down at his own hands. There are others here carrying their own lingering obsessions. But to enter your mind, my spiritual energy has been exhausted. I've seen everything you've been through recently. You clearly have overcome the erosion of the mental demon. I don't understand why you're struggling here. To think you're still swayed by these illusions. I'm sick of watching this. I really couldn't stand it anymore. So I came to help. After saying that, he tossed the white snow blade to him. With it in hand, he was like a tiger granted wings. White Snow saw the two guys rushing over, but with the blade in his hand, he wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I'll give it everything I've got. Neither my master nor the shadowless ancestor could have guessed that someone on the verge of losing their will could snap back to their senses. Could they? How is this even possible? Are you finally taking hold of the sword that was shaken by these illusions? I see, I understand now. It's finally time to end this. You've understood everything. Deep down, these inner demons aren't an unavoidable part of martial arts cultivation. They were created by the shackles I placed upon myself. The illusions of my master and my ancestors are just fragments of those demons. What I need to cut through isn't just the phantom before my eyes, but the thing that's held my will captive, that insidious trap urging me to give up. This manifestation created by the world's own will, I will shatter it to pieces. The master could no longer stand. Humph. So you finally figured out where to strike. By the way, that sword technique clearly looks like a mere thrust, but its power is far beyond anything you've shown before. Have you named it yet? I have. It's the heaven-breaking thrust. The conviction behind it is to sever the world that goes against my own will. I created it by skillfully fusing my master's teachings with the profound truths of the heavens. The old man laughed, fully satisfied. Ha, is that so? That's truly a marvelous sword technique. With that, he finally dissipated, letting me go. Then there was the shadowless ancestor. He told me, I can feel a familiar aura within your soul. Sword core, I'm leaving this in your hands. That was his final request. After everything, I ended up being the one to soothe their regrets before they passed on. Yanming didn't understand. What just happened? How could illusions created by my inner demons talk like real people? I even answered him in a daze. And the progenitor's words, did he mean that he didn't see the sword core as a mere tool? That feeling just now was truly miraculous. Perhaps once I get out of here, I won't be able to use the heaven-breaking thrust again. Is it because I was inside the inner demons? What's going on? Where did White Snow go? I looked down, and my hands were empty. I didn't let go. Did I? Suddenly, he saw Liu Junji standing nearby with a young girl. The girl was staring at him, questioning him. Why would you help him? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. With tears in her eyes, she screamed, when I needed you, you didn't appear. Why? He was speechless. What kind of situation was this? He was about to step forward, but the alliance leader stopped him. Young master of the Tang Clan, don't move. Although this is your inner demon, I want to handle this myself. The girl saw him approaching and resisted even more. Stay away. But no matter how much she tried to stop him, he was determined to reach her. The girl was screaming, frantic, don't come any closer. But Liu Junji ignored her and hugged her tightly. He patted her head gently, and the girl's rage simply melted away. I'm sorry, my daughter daddy arrived late, didn't he? I am truly, truly sorry. That's all. The two of them just hugged and cried, and the girl wasn't angry anymore. I stood there, stunned, watching them. This time was the same. They weren't just illusions of the heart, but seemed to talk and act exactly like the real Yan Hai. Liu Junji turned to explain to me. You probably understand now, don't you? They aren't just mere phantoms from your inner demons. They are fragments of souls summoned through the soul-capturing technique. In other words, they are their spirits. That's why I wanted to deal with this myself, because I couldn't ignore Yan Hai's pain any longer. What he did was beneficial for both of them. Yanming sighed in relief. To be honest, I feel lucky that I didn't have to intervene, because even if it's just an inner demon, I don't want to relive that day ever again. But I still had a question. Alliance leader, don't you hate me? If you were a soul fragment inside White Snow, you should have all the same memories and emotions, right? He darkened his expression and replied, to say I don't hate you would be a lie. But I'm not so narrow-minded that I would let the past overshadow the pain of the child right in front of me. Moreover, I'm actually a bit grateful to you. Even if it was just a remnant, at least I was able to say to Yan Hai the things I never could before. Next, we should all go our separate ways, I asked immediately. Where are you planning to go? Where else can someone who is already dead go? By the way, look at this. A bug wriggled on the ground. This was the mastermind behind these illusions. He was created by a sorcerer who cut off pieces of his own soul and fused them with the soul-capturing technique and demonic arts. Although I really wanted to interrogate him, rather than venting my anger on this soul fragment that has already lost its consciousness, making him serve the very thing his creator despised most is the best form of revenge. I caught it immediately. I have used the Samadhi True Fire to purge his evil energy and refined his spirit into a pill. While it doesn't strengthen your internal energy or your body, all the knowledge and wisdom he had while alive will be fused into your consciousness. When you leave, you should take a trophy with you, right? We really have to part ways now. Take care. I am prepared to head where the departed belong. He picked up the girl, a glowing portal appeared before him, and they left just like that. One more thing, because I intervened here, I've exhausted almost all my spiritual essence. White Snow, which contained me, is likely out of energy too, so you will never see me again. The one who defeated me shouldn't be beaten to a pulp by someone else the moment he steps outside, right? I wiped my tears away. Besides, while it's not that I don't hate you at all, I know you have never forgotten this regret. Even if I can't forgive you, I believe that you truly don't want to end up like me, losing the connections you built up until now. This guy was truly kind, even giving advice until the very end. So that you don't regret it later, protect those around you well. Yanming stood watching their backs until they disappeared completely. The Black Evil Lotus Master and Yan Hai, even though they weren't the real versions, just parts of their consciousness, thanks to their comfort, my heart feels a little lighter. Well then, let's get out of here. Maybe it's because I absorbed the spirit of the demonic cult leader, but I can create an exit just by thinking about it. Suddenly, he heard a sound. What's that? Yanming, can you hear me? I recognized the voice immediately. Sword Core, it really is you. I was wondering why the spiritual connection suddenly reacted. We're almost at the main headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance. If you can get out, hurry up. I couldn't believe it. Sichuan, while I was trapped by that sorcery, you flew all the way here. The Sword Core took the chance to vent. Yeah, I haven't even mastered flying, so don't even ask how tired I am. All right, I know. I'm coming out now. Just as I lifted my feet, I heard a voice. Carry the enlightenment of today and show the world your resolve. Our successor. But there was no one behind him. I couldn't help but smile and nod. Thank you. Everyone, Master, Ancestor. The fact that you both appeared in my inner demon, it certainly isn't a coincidence, is it? Because I am the disciple who was taught swordplay by you in my previous life, and I am also the descendant who will lead your clan in this life. So, you both wanted to guide my intentions, then take advantage of the situation to borrow the demon sect leader's curse to manifest yourselves. Please watch over me. I will win this war against the demonic path, protecting your sword, your clan, and the people by my side as well. Right now, the situation at the Tang Clan is extremely intense. Tang Yuanzhen looks at the army that T Nok brought. There are just too many of them. A rough estimate is several times the strength of the main clan, while that Lady Tang Tri too only cares about the fact that it is just like the report. The guy wearing the silver mask has arrived at the Zhengtian Alliance. Although Master Tu Van has chased after him, is it really okay? Let's leave that to worry about later. Let's handle the immediate problem first. She screams, issuing an order. In the name of the clan head, I command you. Even though I know this order is very difficult to fulfill, facing the enemy's numerical superiority, we have no other choice. Her hands are also holding a bunch of long, sharp throwing darts. Before you die, each of you must kill 10 enemies for me, by any means and methods necessary. Although, when the demonic forces invaded this place before, our losses were so heavy that we were almost wiped out. Today we will show them the changes in the Tang Clan. According to our clan's rule, kindness must be repaid, and vengeance must be exacted. On the other side, that Thianak also points his finger and shouts to charge. Both sides are burning with rage. Why wait any longer? The whole crowd is fighting like crazy. Never mind disciplined training, just their determination alone is extraordinary. After fighting for a while, Nak can no longer stand still. Obviously, our side has the advantage in numbers, yet we are being overwhelmed. Damn it! He stabs and kills a Tang Clan assassin. How interesting. Quan Nak. Never expected to miscalculate in troop deployment. But in a battle among martial artists, the martial power of the commander is the most important thing. He activates his skill immediately, the pure demon armor technique. Lady Tang Tri too is ready to fight. Before throwing her darts, she recognizes that it is a martial art researched by the Imperial Guard, the pure demon armor technique. Just like the rumors, it has created an impenetrable wall of inner energy. The old man laughs triumphantly. Stupid idiots. Humph. Can 3 measly throwing knives penetrate the defensive layer of the pure demon armor technique? But are the ladies throwing darts just ordinary items? She even deliberately throws them to pierce the ground around him instead of hitting him. The guy thinks he's so clever. Ha! What the hell is that? Missed everything. This is hilarious. The lady's eyes are cold and sharp. Really? You think I missed? At this very moment, the darts stuck in the ground suddenly spin wildly. That is the floating flower dancing knife energy technique. Tang Tri 2 now says, the battle at the transformation realm is a confrontation of inner energy. The throwing knives just now were only guide points to control that energy. But one can still hear him responding. A whirlwind of inner energy like this can only tie up the horse's legs, and you don't need much, but that is enough. Seizing the opportunity, she uses her second skill, throwing a series of huge blue spheres. The blue spheres merge with the swirling tornado. The old man looks and understands. As expected, she wants to use the inner energy whirlwind containing poison gas to suppress my inner energy. My horse's legs are bound by the wind pressure. If I don't deactivate the pure demon armor technique to escape, I will die from exhaustion of my inner energy. She must be thinking that. Well then, I will show you the true use of the pure demon armor technique. Tang Yanming seizes the opportunity and screams, signaling. The clan head has pinned down the enemy general. Wipe out the remaining demonic remnants. The two sides clash again, fighting relentlessly. The lady stands from above looking down at the scene, also surprised. Their fighting strength is even higher than I anticipated. Indeed, although after being attacked by Ma Kuang-Thian, it was thanks to everyone's hard work and training, but the real combat experience from the previous battle with the Black Evil Alliance really helped everyone become much more seasoned. Just as she felt at ease for a moment, suddenly a blinding beam of light shoots down from the sky. The lady is startled and panicked. What the hell is that? Is that Quan Tianak's spear? Indeed, he is countered. The pure demon armor technique was originally a martial art created specifically for chaotic warfare. It can accumulate all the damage I take while riding as inner energy, then release it all in a single blow. He madly unleashes extremely powerful demonic energy attacks. How could the poison phoenix let him wreak havoc? You think I'll let you have your way? A series of the ladies throwing darts fly in, but they cannot stop the massive, gigantic dart from that guy. The throwing knives not only fail to change course, but even the energy on the knives dissipates. The power of that spear is truly that strong. Tang Tri 2 is getting worried. If that thing falls to the ground, both friend and foe will suffer extremely heavy losses. She has decided, I must personally step in to stop it. Quickly screaming, all forces, hide immediately. Tang Yanming only now notices the clan head. One guy asks, what is that? Everyone, hurry and dodge. But now that we've seen it, what do we do? Tang Yanming stands frozen, feet unable to move. The power is too strong. If we run now, will we make it in time? At this rate, it'll be too late. At that very moment, a black shadow streaks past faster than lightning. The lady also has to pause for about 3 seconds before realizing it is actually Tang Yanming. He only needs to charge forward and swing his sword horizontally once to settle it. One only sees a flash in the sky, followed immediately by a massive explosion, scattering fire. The assassins look over in bewilderment. That is Lady Tang Tri 2 tears up, you're back. That wretch Thian Nak grinds his teeth. This is impossible. He is as tense as a tight string. The ultimate attack of the pure demon armor technique is a blow on par with a decisive weapon. How could he blow it away with just one strike? Who exactly is that guy? One only sees Tang Yanming appear and toss down a cloth bag. So you are the leader of this group of demonic beings. He also recognizes the martial uniform. You are from the Zheng-Tian Alliance. Your martial aura is as terrifying as the alliance leader mentioned in the reports. Tang Yanming says directly, I am the alliance leader. Thian Nak is speechless on the spot. The reports clearly stated the alliance leader had gone to the Xinjiang front line in the west. Tang Tri 2 panics and runs over, shouting, Tang Yanming. Although I am very grateful you came to help, The Zhengtian alliance needs you more than we do. He quickly reassures the lady. Calm down, mother. The members of the Zhengtian alliance are about to arrive too. Just then, several people riding giant birds fly in, waving and shouting, Master, the snake is furious and scolding. You brat, how dare you run ahead by yourself? Everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Thianak's face changes colors like a traffic light. What is that? A dragon? Even a veteran of the battlefield like me has never seen one before. Is this world in front of me even real? And how are the members of the righteous Heavenly Alliance still safe and sound? He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. What are Lin Ling and young Master Guo Dian doing? Before he could even say a word, Tang Yanming turned to look at the expression on his face. He seemed pretty confused, didn't he? Fine, I'll toss this to you. Is this what you're looking for? The bag rolled right to his feet, and a head tumbled out of it. Nian Lingong, the one sent to support young Master Dian Hao. Tang Yanming understood immediately upon hearing the name. Young Master Dian, if you mean that useless brat, he's currently rotting on the side of the road because of poison. Even the wild beasts won't touch him. Naturally, receiving such a blow would make anyone furious. He disregarded everything and charged forward. You bastard. Do you really think you can just do that? Before Quan Thian Nak joined the demonic sect, he had watched his own precious daughter die during a battle with nomadic tribes. Although he became corrupted by demonic energy after that, leading him to meet the demonic sect leader, the real reason he joined was because of Hua Yan, who looked exactly like his late daughter. To him, Guo Dian wasn't just a disciple. He shouted at the top of his lungs, he's like a grandson to me. Even if I have to die, I'll take you down. Before he could finish, his head rolled away. Tang Yanming politely apologized for interrupting. It's just because I've heard too many regrets from the dead already. It's annoying, so I'll just kill you to clear the air. The death of Quan Thian Nak dealt a heavy blow to the demonic cultivators' morale. Without their commander, they lost control and fled in a panic. The Duong family warriors, who had been nursing a desire for revenge against the demonic sect, didn't miss this opportunity. They pursued them without hesitation and ultimately won a complete victory over the demonic forces. Cheers echoed across the night sky. The crowd gathered around to watch. You say this little dragon is the clan's 10 poisons. Who knew the 10 poisons would take the form of a legendary creature? Duong Tri too even reached out to pat its cheek. So, you've been helping Tang Yanming all this time. As a mother, I am truly grateful. Let's return to Han Haiyan to celebrate our victory. I have many things I want to ask you. Before she could ask a single thing, he stopped her. I'm sorry, let's talk about Han Haiyan later. Tang Yanming pulled something out of that guy's body. According to the letter found on Engan Lin, they had carefully prepared to deal with the righteous Heavenly Alliance's advance on the Guo family in Guizhou. The supreme demonic expert, Ice Queen Mother of the Yu family in Fujian, had been dispatched to Guizhou. Rumor has it that her strength in the demonic sect is second only to the sect leader. If that's true, the valuable forces of the righteous Heavenly Alliance are in danger. To avoid heavy losses before the war with the demonic sect leader, he told his people, I must go save them. This is my responsibility as the Alliance leader. Scene changed to the Guo family in Guizhou. Song Fan, standing behind old Zhu Changxin, asked anxiously, just as we predicted, they have gathered their remaining forces and are ready to resist. What should we do now? The old strategist turned his head to look at him. The strategy is simple. When the main troop and the Guo forces clash, use experts who have transcended the realm. Experts who can be counted on the fingers of one hand within the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Song Fan. You must infiltrate and capture Lady Guo alive. Song Fan was still skeptical. But even if we succeed, what if Quan Thian Nak and that silver-masked expert turn the tide back against us? He gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. If by then the Alliance leader you trust so much still hasn't returned, wouldn't we just be walking into a trap? Because of the rumors you're spreading here, there are no supreme experts, so our odds of winning are very high. That's why I even brought the guard, Ban-sun, with me. Old Zhu Changxin refused to back down, glaring at him. Don't worry, the Alliance leader isn't like some people. He won't break his word. Song Fan was hit where it hurt. His face turned red. Are you still holding a grudge about our argument earlier? I'm just worried because you're putting all our hopes on the Alliance leader. He will definitely come. The bastard Song Fan insisted on not believing it. You say he will come, but he's not here yet, is he? As the two were bickering, suddenly, ice frost covered the entire space before them. Both were startled and turned around in unison. What? This cold air, it's coming from the Guo house. What on earth is happening? Before they could understand, a voice rang out. Your bickering is loud enough for me to hear. Since you're here, why don't you just come in? Why are you infighting like this? The person who appeared was the Ice Queen Mother, Box Tu Lian. Both old men turned pale as sheets, frozen in horror. Ice Queen Mother, The legendary supreme expert I've only heard about in rumors, why is she here? Before they could recover, she tossed a corpse in front of them. Are you here to retrieve this? The old man's face went from pale to ash gray. Lady Guo, the Guo family in Guizhou? That head, there's no mistaking it. The old woman's eyes glinted as she raised an eyebrow in contempt. I initially intended to wait for you all to start the war with the Guo family before killing her. But you arrived too late, and I couldn't wait. Ha ha ha. Old Zhu Changxin didn't understand what game she was playing, killing a leader of the allied faction. What are you trying to pull? The old woman smiled sinisterly and spoke bluntly. Allies? The goal of this war is to fight for the heir position of the three demonic clans. Do you think something like an alliance actually exists? The position of the Liu family in Fujian was already isolated, and Lady Liu couldn't bear a son. The Liu family has become a disposable pawn. Back then, in the room, the woman asked the lady, if we help Guo Huayan, will their house marry into ours? The old lady nodded. That's right. But even if we help, the Guo family will be the ones gaining the most. Can I trouble you to make a trip? She was shocked. What? You really want to marry into the Guo family? That woman had calculated everything. She shrugged and smiled. How could that be? I want to create a mutual enemy. If we do nothing because we lack competitive strength, would the sect leader be pleased? Besides, in war, don't accidents often happen? For example, Lady Guo of the demonic sect dying in an accident, right? The old lady recalled it now and had to praise it as hitting two birds with one stone. Lady Liu was always sharp in this regard. Both Zhu Changxin and Song Fan finally realized the truth. After all, the dead can't speak, so after killing us, she could stage it as the Guo family and the righteous heavenly alliance destroying each other. Bak Tu Lian had been waiting and was getting impatient. She spread her arms and shouted, enough small talk, now just die. Old Zhuji Changxin never expected an expert of this caliber to show up here. This is the worst-case scenario we didn't see coming. But since it's here, we'll have to face it. No other choice but to shout it out, team. Get ready to fight. Understood. Don't be afraid. There's only one opponent. We have Song Fan, a master of the transformation realm, so stay calm. As soon as they heard that, the three families got even more excited. A transformation realm master, do you even know which side he's on? What the hell? Right now, that guy Song Fan is already at the throat of Zhu Changxin. Confused, he turned and asked immediately, Song Fan. But he cut him off. Don't blame me. His face darkened, lips bitten tight. This is all because of you. This all started back when the Jia Cat family was wiped out by the demon sect leader. Nian Zhonghe stood amidst a sea of flames. Wudang sect, you slowpokes, finally arrived. Stay there. Don't move. Song Fan actually stood perfectly still. I saw with my own eyes the killing intent radiating from Nian Zhonghe. That aura was no joke. I haven't planned on wiping out Wudang yet. Standing before him, he looked like a puppy. That was when he realized there was an existence beyond human reach. Zhu Changxin stared at him, questioning. Yeah, but I can't let you leave empty-handed, right? Sword Saint Song Fan, you're the strongest in Wudang, aren't you? Do you want to spar with me a little? I'll let the others go. Why struggle when you know you'll lose? Song Fan dropped his sword and knelt down. I surrender. Please have mercy. That was quick. Nian Zhonghe's eyes lit up. How boring. But this isn't bad. He called his subordinate, Mu Lin. Get it out here. They threw something in front of old man Song Fan. It was a black worm, still wriggling. He ordered, eat it. This is a demon goo. From now on, you are not to participate in the righteous demonic war. I won't interfere with anything that doesn't look suspicious. He warned him. But I advise you not to recklessly resist or try to force the demon goo out. Because once the demon goo senses the demonic energy of a peak master, your body will explode. Old man Zhu Changxin understood now. So that's why you avoided advancing into Shaolin and Shaanxi before. Song Fan only knew how to cowardly save his own skin. That's right, because if I ran into a peak demon master, I'd be dead. What's done is done. At least we have to stay alive. Old Zhu Changxin was speechless. He was just doing it to save himself. Song Fan yelled back, what do you know? This battle is nothing but a game to him. Thinking back, Nian Zhonghe still makes me tremble. If he wanted to, the entire righteous martial arts world would be wiped out. Even if the leader you're desperately searching for is strong, they still can't defeat him. Then he looked at the old lady and shouted, Grandma Ice, if we knew you were here, we wouldn't have come. Wudang requests to withdraw. We hope for your mercy. Bajia didn't even think. She agreed immediately. Hey. Good. You're humble and sincere, so I won't refuse. But I'm old, and dealing with the righteous heavenly alliance personally is too much trouble. Yet, she insisted. Why don't you and Wudang give it a try? That was that. Song Fan had no choice. He screamed, All of Wudang, draw your swords and aim them at the righteous Heavenly Alliance. The whole crowd shouted in unison, as you command. Old man Zhuge Changshin was furious at being stabbed in the back. Song Fan, you bastard. Ba Jia's eyes sparkled as she watched from the side, absolutely loving it. The real show is about to start. Suddenly, her gaze caught Tang Weili. Oh ho? That kid. The girl didn't care about her. She just shouted, you Wudang scum. I knew something was suspicious when you showed up late to the meeting point. The shameless Wudang people retorted. Damn it, you think we wanted to do this? This concerns the survival of our sect. Don't blame us. I advise you all to just surrender. But what the hell? The old lady suddenly switched sides and attacked the Wudang people. Move. Song Fan's jaw dropped. What? What are you doing, Grandma Ice? Didn't you say you wouldn't harm Wudang? But the old woman just stared at Tang Weili without blinking and muttered. The descendant of the Ice Palace, Grandma Ice, Bok Tu Lian, she was a legendary master of the ice arts, still alive, and also a peak demonic master. No one knew what circumstances led her to the demonic path, but it was related to the decline of the North Sea Ice Palace, one of the 5 great powers in the Outer Lands. She was born with the 7 yin physique and had high achievements in martial arts, once the youngest candidate for sect leader. But one day, realizing the limitations of practicing ice arts with yin energy, she tried a dangerous experiment. The basis of demonic arts is the principle of inversion. Is it similar to using a yang physique to harness yin-based ice arts? She thought, if I can use demonic energy to master the ice arts. But the result of that experiment led to the destruction of the Ice Palace. The 2 currents of energy collided and went berserk. Even Bok Tu Lin couldn't control them. By the time she managed to regain control, she was the only survivor of her family. Filled with crushing self-reproach, she locked herself in a cave. After a few decades, a man arrived. He appeared and said, no wonder I sense fluctuations of demonic energy. The man was the heavenly demon sect leader, Nian Zhonghe. He asked her, so you're the one who caused the Ice Palace to vanish. You've experimented, so you must know that ice arts and demonic arts can complement each other perfectly. Cooperate with me. Besides, our sect is experimenting with altering innate constitutions. If you become a force for our sect, I promise to help you rebuild the Ice Palace. That was the connection that brought Bok Tu Lian into the demonic cult. Later, she received orders from the sect leader, along with Nian Trung Hak, to enter the Central Plains as a key asset for the demon sect. She never imagined that her partnership with the demon sect would be to create an ice body. And now she found the innate 3 yin-severed meridians right here. With this girl, the plan to rebuild the Ice Palace could start sooner. So the old lady smiled and said, little girl, I have a proposal. Your body is definitely flowing with the blood of the Ice Palace. Are you willing to be my disciple and rebuild the Ice Palace with me? As long as you agree, I will spare the righteous Heavenly Alliance and wipe out Wudang. Song Fan was furious. The situation turned upside down. He roared, what? Grandma, this isn't the agreement. The old lady glared at him with an icy face. Wasn't it Wudang who broke the covenant first? The leader made it clear you weren't allowed to interfere too deeply in this battle. The guy was furious but couldn't argue back. She just kept her eyes on Tang Weili. All right, make your choice, little girl. As long as you come with me, I will slaughter all the people from Wudang immediately. But she shook her head and refused. Even if the blood of the Ice Palace flows through my veins, I'll tell her straight. I belong to the Tang family. I am a warrior of the Orthodox Heavenly Alliance, and I will never compromise with the demonic arts. The old lady narrowed her eyes. Is that your choice? With a flick of her hand, she froze the girl's feet to the ground. Don't be afraid. I don't intend to harm you, but as punishment for being an eyesore, I'll have to kill every member of the Orthodox Heavenly Alliance and the Wudang sect as well. She pressed forward, step by step. Have you changed your mind yet? I advise you to make a wise choice, because whether they die or not, you are coming with me. Just then, 2 glowing blue eyes appeared behind the old woman. Tang Weili froze, staring in shock. Huh? The rest of the crowd looked over, joyfully calling out the name of the alliance leader. The leader of the Orthodox Heavenly Alliance, Tang Yanming. The old woman turned around and asked, are you the leader of the Orthodox Heavenly Alliance? Old Zhuji Changshin looked dumbfounded, asking, leader, why are you here? The woman, Bok Tu Lian, was even more panicked, her eyes wide. How can this be? I have cultivated both the 7 yin ice arts and the demonic arts, yet I cannot see through his aura. What kind of being is standing before me? Tang Yanming didn't even bother speaking to her and walked right past. Tang Weili was moved to tears. Is it really you, Tang Yanming? Why are you here? He confirmed she was okay and said immediately, I received intelligence that a battle was about to break out, so I rushed here. Thankfully, the Alliance's losses aren't too great yet, But then, Tang Yanming's gaze turned sharp as a blade toward Tong Fan. Wudang sect leader, why are you holding a blade to the throat of strategist Kojia Cat? I have many questions, but first, let's deal with the extreme demonic master. Saying that, he looked at the old woman with a gaze that could kill. Bak Tu Lien, naturally, wouldn't back down and struck first. Do you think I'm that easy to deal with? But before she could finish, she saw the flames radiating from Tang Yanming and froze in terror. What? That yang energy, that fire dragon toxin. This is impossible. This he can actually resist the cold of the 7 yin arts. Since she couldn't win, she had to call for allies. She glared at the other man and shouted, Tong Fan, why are you just standing there? Stop him. Go cut down those strategists. And mark my words, if you don't act now, I'll use the demonic parasites to kill you. Tang Yanming understood immediately. So you were colluding. It seems I have a lot to ask once this is over. It's best to make sure you have no strength to resist. Red demonic energy surged around her. Then suddenly, a blue light appeared. Everything passing through her disappeared without a trace. Her whole body trembled. No, I can't move anymore. He isn't the sect leader, so how can he seal someone else's demonic energy? In a flash, Tang Yanming was right in front of her. So, the knowledge from the former sect leader is useful in this way. The woman's face darkened, and she didn't dare say a word. Huh? Who did he say was dying? He slapped Bak Tu Lien's shoulder. You seem specialized in ice arts. I have also faced a tremendously powerful cold energy. I'm curious to see how long you can hold out. He activated his skill. The cold poison on her shoulder froze instantly. She couldn't comprehend it. How is this possible? Why is someone like me, who controls the 7 yin ice arts, feeling this chill? How can a mortal body simultaneously control supreme yang energy and cold energy that transcends the 7 yin? He knew she would wonder, so he answered. There was once a young lady who suffered from the 9 yin affliction just to spend one more day with her family. She endured the cold for over 10 years, but you don't seem to have the same will to live as she did. Old Zhu Changxing stood by, his eyes wide. Bak Tu Lien had no power to resist and was being controlled so easily. The Tang family members cheered. The alliance leader has eliminated the enemy's demonic expert. Long live the alliance leader. Tong Fan looked frozen stiff. What did I just see? He took down a demonic expert without any effort, but it would be his turn soon enough, as there was no one left to stop him. Tang Yanming looked straight at him and asked, Now, let's continue our previous conversation. Why were you holding a blade to the strategist's throat? Recalling the words of the ice and snow matriarch before she died, you two must have made some kind of deal, right? In that case, can I consider you a traitor to the Orthodox Heavenly Alliance? Seeing the look on his face, which seemed ready to devour him alive, Tong Fan realized his fear was too late. Damn it, the situation is bad. What do I do now? So he made up an excuse that even a child wouldn't believe. We just had a minor misunderstanding. He didn't expect old Zhu Changxin to turn and defend him. The ice and snow matriarch suggested both sides retreat. We only had a difference of opinion, which led to an argument. The original goal of sect leader Tong Fan was to minimize our losses, not to secretly collude with the enemy. Please do not pursue this further. But Tang Yanming wasn't going to let it slide. Was it just because of this that all the Wudang warriors pointed their blades at the members of the Orthodox Heavenly Alliance? You are a representative of the Orthodox Heavenly Alliance. Threatening you and your members is equivalent to challenging me. And yet you tell me to believe you and not pursue it? Old Zhu Chengxian was speechless and terrified. Yes, but he still felt that. The Wudang people were only acting on Tong Fan's orders. You should show mercy for their loyalty. If you are truly angry, please wait until the war with the demonic cult is over to settle the score. He even used himself as an example. Just as I changed after meeting you, they will show you their change. Since it had come to this, Tang Yanming didn't press the issue further. He chuckled, patted Tong Fan on the shoulder, and said, Fine, I'll let it slide. Because this is the strategist's request, I will not pursue it this time. You better thank him. Oh, and one more thing. Tong Fan jumped, his face pale, not daring to move. Somehow, the hand Tang Yanming had placed on his stomach suddenly released a surge of powerful energy, so intense that Tong Fan collapsed to the ground. Old Zhu Changxin was stunned. Alliance leader. Tong Fan's cheeks puffed up, and he vomited out a large mass. Old Zhu Changxin stared, dumbfounded. Tang Yanming explained. I sensed an abnormal energy within his body. This must be the source of the division, right? In the pile of vomit was the parasite that the enemy had planted inside him. Old Zhu Changxin stared at him in confusion. You knew all along? Tang Yanming nodded, confirming, I only discovered it when I put my hand on his shoulder just now. He looked at the others. In short, as the strategist said, I won't punish you for now. Rest easy, everyone. He looked down at Song Fan with a polite smile. My apologies. I was a bit rough. He understood. didn't he? He wiped his mouth and replied, "No, it's fine." He even took his hand to stand up. "You saved me." But how on earth could his body feel so different? Was there some kind of toxic energy gathering in his danchin? When he looked over at the protagonist, he saw him whispering a warning. "The master strategist might have truly forgiven you, but I haven't." His eyes blazed with a threatening blue light. "If this were before, I wouldn't have hesitated to kill you. You should consider yourself lucky that I decided to go easy on you. Watch your step from now on. If I become convinced you're an enemy, the Wudang sect will disappear from the Central Plains." Hearing that, he could only shut his mouth. He wouldn't dare make a sound. After saying that, the protagonist turned on his heel. "All right, let's head back." Old Zhuge Changshin also called out, "Everyone from the Righteous Heaven Alliance, assemble." Everyone was overjoyed to be heading back to Sichuan. Tang Yanming was leaving with the others when she suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. The young girl, heir to the Ice Palace, turned around sharply. "What was that just now?" She stared at the old woman. "This is a sound transmission that only you can hear. Don't panic. Listen carefully." Tang Yanming was terrified, but what could she do? "You're still not dead." The old woman comforted her. "Even if you didn't scream, I was already dying anyway." Both she and the old woman were frozen, yet they still managed to transmit their thoughts. "Even though we walked different paths due to different convictions, our desire to rebuild the Ice Palace was equally sincere. So, please take good care of these two treasures. If you ever meet the girl who once suffered from the 9-yin affliction that the Alliance leader mentioned, you must give them to her." She sent over a spherical object and a diamond-shaped one. Both were made of ice. Tang Yanming frowned deeply. "I don't even know what these are." The old woman replied, "They are the water jade and the 10,000-year ice crystal. I wish I could explain the details to you, but I truly don't have the time. Child of the Ice Palace, I have made many mistakes in this life. To make up for those mistakes, I pushed myself into a corner, which eventually led to this outcome. But I have no regrets, because everything I did was for the Ice Palace. I hope you, the last person I chose, can become the hope of the Ice Palace." After she finished speaking, her body shattered into pieces. She was dead on the spot. Tang Yanming looked at the two items in her hands, feeling conflicted. Even though it was hard to trust her completely, she could actually feel a strange power emanating from them, surely not a trap from someone about to die. Still, the girl wanted to be clear on one thing. "I will respect your legacy, but not for the sake of the Ice Palace. I will forever be a person of the Tang Clan." 2 days later, at the Righteous Heaven Alliance headquarters in Sichuan, after the war with the 3 demonic factions had ended, the remaining key figures of the righteous sects had gathered there. Everyone huddled in the Tang Clan's main hall to listen to Tang Yanming. "Even after going through so many calamities, I am glad we can all meet here safely. I called everyone here to update you on the situation and to prepare for the future." Old Zhuge Changshin looked down and spoke. "Kuk Van of Kunlun and the Taoist Tai Hu of Kongtong are still recovering. Are there no representatives from Zhong'an?" Old Lady Ngak Yen mentioned it with a heavy heart. "When we left Shaanxi, the demon sect leader killed the Zhongnan sect leader, Hak Du, and Hak Van seems to have been hit hard by Hak Du's death. Therefore, I will relay the situation on behalf of Zhongnan." Zhu Changxin was about to speak, but the protagonist reached out and stopped him. Looking at the old man delegating tasks, the Huashan sect leader had already said he would help relay it. "First, let's update everyone present here." Old Zhu Changxin had to bow his head. "Very well." He folded the fan in his hand. "Then I will begin my report. After the demon sect annihilated the Shaolin Temple, they gained the upper hand and ignited the righteous demonic war. Since then, the 3 demonic factions have mobilized with full force, launching attacks all across the Central Plains. In Shaanxi, there was a conflict between Huashan, Zhongnan, and the Hua clan. Despite some casualties, we managed to drive back the elite demonic experts of the Hua family. Kim Nin, with strength far surpassing that of other sect leaders, was likely executed by the leader for his failure. The force invading Sichuan consisted of the Guo clan of Guizhou and the demonic troops of the Tai Thuong faction. Additionally, there was Ingan Lane, whose strength matches Kim Lane's. They simultaneously attacked the Righteous Heaven Alliance and the Tang Clan. The old man meticulously recounted how they had all been defeated by the Alliance leader who had just returned. The core fighting force of the Guo clan in Guizhou has also been completely wiped out. Furthermore, Ice Goddess Bak Tu Lian of the Liu family in Fujian, having betrayed her organization, went on to annihilate the remnants of the Guo clan in Guizhou. Immediately after, the Alliance leader personally went to Guizhou and slew the Ice Goddess. According to intelligence, the Liu family in Fujian has vanished without a trace since this event. In short, the 3 demonic factions have been completely destroyed. The bottom line is, the only dangerous figure left is the demon sect leader, Nian Zhonghe himself. Next, we will rest for a few days. waiting for Tai Hu and the Taoist Kuk Van to return, and then we can. As he was speaking, old lady Ingok Yen interrupted. Wait, all of us here, plus Tai Hu and Kuk Van, might reach the combined strength of over 10 transformation realm experts. But Alliance Leader, what exactly is your strength? She actually dared to ask that. Is that old lady blind, or does she just not understand what old Zhuji Changshan is saying? She is always so blunt. I apologize if this makes you feel offended, she added. But I, along with Hakdu, Ngok Duong, and Fan Min, faced the demon sect leader directly. However, her concern was valid as she had met Nian Trung Hatch. Even with 3 transformation realm experts at that time, we realized we didn't have a shred of hope for victory. That is why, even when he killed Hakdu, we couldn't even avenge him. To him, the number of transformation realm experts doesn't matter. Honestly, I can't even understand why he hasn't made a move himself. You might not like hearing this, but please think calmly. Everyone present here, including me, cannot defeat the demon sect leader. We need faith to follow you with peace of mind. Surely, you must have reached a realm that only exists in legends. She really held him in high regard, the 7 demon realm, or perhaps even higher. Old Zhuji Changshan's voice trembled. The 7 demon realm that could be considered a non-human realm. Tang Yanming remained as calm and confident as ever. I apologize for not being able to meet your expectations. I don't even know how strong I am myself, but I don't think I defeated the demonic experts because I was stronger. It was simply because I was forced to win. A few words from him were enough to convince her, as she had been silently observing and evaluating him from the start. He wasn't bluffing. Even while saying such things, he was keeping his aura contained, and there wasn't the slightest tremor in his eyes. Old Man Ziyun also mentioned that before the 3 demonic lords began their move, the Great Monk and the Alliance leader had gone to Qinghai to help the unmoved sect in Kunlun. The old man looked down at his severed hand. Back then, I had to return early because I was injured, while the Alliance leader proceeded alone to Tianshan in Xinjiang. After that, he wiped out the Heavenly Demon cult and its leader all by himself. The entire group from the Manhwa sect stared in shock, completely stunned. What did he just say? He wiped out the Heavenly Demon cult alone, the very cult that had been opposing the 9 sects for so long. They watched him intently, thousands of questions flooding their minds. If this was true, then he was just like the Heavenly Demon Lord, not caring how many high-level experts the enemy had. Old Man Ziyun continued, after hearing of the Alliance leader's feats, how do you feel? I hope this can improve your current pessimistic outlook. Yu Yan was still tense, her brows furrowed, sweat dripping down. I didn't say these things to discourage everyone, Master. It's just that holding onto false hope could put everyone in danger. Old Man Chang Xin spoke decisively. Then, allow me to continue. To deal with the final enemy, we must be united as one. According to intelligence reports, the Heavenly Lord disappeared in Shaanxi. His whereabouts are currently unknown, but now that the 3 demonic lords have fallen, he only has one place to go. The original base of the Heavenly Demon, the former headquarters of the martial arts world. Our main combat force will assemble for the first time at Yushan after resting and regrouping. Then we will advance to Wuhan. Furthermore, between us and the demonic forces, this will be the final battle. Scene shift to the Heavenly Demon's headquarters in Wuhan, Hubei, the former base of the martial arts world. Nian Zhonghe sat on his high throne, looking down at his subordinate kneeling before him. You're saying they're all dead? He asked furiously. Not only were the Taishang demonic group and the Yinling Guo family in Guizhou wiped out, but Ice and Snow Grandma by Xu Lian is dead too? What is the Li family in Fujian doing? The subordinate trembled like a leaf, sweat drenching his entire body. He remembered the demonic mistress Lu Shui Lian of the Fujian Li family and Wan Jin, Gui Qiang Hai Chang. Wasn't it rumored that the relationship between those two was very special? The rumors were probably true. After the news of Grandma Ice and Snow's death spread, the Fujian Li family became deserted overnight. Both of them had completely vanished. He didn't even dare to look up, his head bowed low to the ground. Yes, Heavenly Lord, the subordinate replied, terrified. Because of the repeated failures, everyone else had fled. He was the only one left. What should I do next? Nian Zhonghe looked at his pathetic, fearful appearance and laughed out loud. He never expected such a disastrous defeat. Those who enjoy the power and prestige of my throne haven't just been defeated, they've run away. In the end, only a third-rate demonic pawn like you remains, and you're useless. Fine, forget it. It doesn't matter. Even if the 3 demonic lords and the demonic venerable have been defeated by unleashing the demonic soul retrieval technique, I can find others to help me deal with those righteous sects. He gestured downward as he spoke, activating his skill. The space began to rumble and shake, and a series of coffins rose from the ground, scaring the subordinate half to death. His face turned deathly pale. What was this? Coffins emerging from the ground. This must be Nian Zhonghe's summoning. He sat there, watching as the 5 coffins opened. Although he couldn't summon more than 30 people like his father, quality was more important than quantity. They were all notorious experts, some even reaching the transformation realm. He looked at them and sneered. From now on, you 5 shall be my blades. Time flows back 20 years. A quiet, moonlit night. 2 figures stood on a high mountain, looking down. It was Nian Wu Lai, who turned when he heard a call. Father, were you looking for me? The old man nodded. Yes. Young cult leader, no, my son, Zhonghe. It's been a long time since we've met like this. Nian Zhonghe didn't look very happy. If this is about the rumors in the cult, please don't concern yourself. I have no intention of replacing you as cult leader. The old man seemed indifferent. How could a father not know his own son's thoughts and grow distant from him? You have always been a child devoid of desire. This reminds me of the first day I met you. That day, I sensed an immense burst of energy from the dragon reversal formation at the border. When I went to investigate, I found you standing on it. At that moment, I was deeply shocked, because if you had wanted to, you could have shattered the dragon formation right then, and absorbed its power to your heart's content. Nian Zhonghe nodded. I remember that day too. After that, you adopted me. The old man told him, I am not like you. I am a man of burning ambition. This is an ambition passed down from our ancestors. He turned his head to look at the sky. Ascending to immortality, transcending human limits, rising to the heavens to become a god, that is my ambition. Just thinking about it made him grin uncontrollably. Therefore, to accumulate divinity, I created a following, but relying solely on the faith of the people of Xinjiang is not enough to satisfy my ambition. So far, only one person in our cult has successfully ascended. What, in the end, is the difference between that person and us? After a short time of agonizing reflection, I suddenly realized invading the Central Plains is the answer. But as long as the 9 sects of the Central Plains and the 5 great families stand, our cult will never be able to advance into the Central Plains. His eyes gleamed as he glanced at his son. Therefore, Zhonghe, are you willing to use the current rumors as a pretext to help me lead your subordinates into the Central Plains? He understood exactly what his father meant. You want me to weaken the righteous factions? Since that is your wish, as your son, I naturally have no choice but to comply. He stood there, reflecting on that day. Ascension. Father, no. Humans are truly fragile lives, endlessly chasing after hollow illusions. He looked down at his own hand, dominating the Central Plains. What is so great about that? Why spend so many generations trying to achieve it? Even if you do, what you receive in the end is just death, wrapped in the facade of ascension. He hadn't even achieved it yet, but he was already delusional with power. But regardless, that was his father's lifelong wish, and he couldn't just give it up easily. I must pretend that it was incredibly difficult to achieve, and then it will be done. Finally, it's nearing the end. Before the sun sets tomorrow, I will make the righteous alliance vanish from this world. At this moment, on the Tang family's side, Tang Weilei's eyes went wide as she shouted, Wait, when did you become a direct disciple of the Tang clan leader? Why were you keeping it a secret and training alone? Vai Hu gave an awkward, sheepish laugh. Aha, I'll try to find a moment to talk to the clan leader about it. Tang Yanming was sitting right there, but since they were completely ignoring him, he had to jump back into the conversation. Ahem, Tang Weili, the office isn't the place for gossip. Didn't you and Miss Vai Hu have something you wanted to discuss with me? Tang Weili finally snapped out of it. Yes, it's about this. The old woman from the ice palace we met in Guizhou gave this to me right before she passed away. She said these are the water jade and the 10,000-year ice crystal. Tang Yanming's eyes widened in confusion. Grandma Ice? Did she try anything else when she gave these to you? Vai Hu didn't know what to say. She admitted she had been suspicious too. But since it was the last request of someone on their deathbed, I don't think it's a fake. The old woman said, I am a member of the North Sea Ice Palace, and my lifelong wish has always been to see the Ice Palace restored. Still, since it came from an enemy, we should let you take a look at it. Tang Yanming stared at the 2 items. I truly can't sense any trace of dark arts. However, Vai Hu gasped the moment she heard it. You said that's the 10,000-year ice crystal. Tang Weili immediately looked over. Huh? Big sister, you know what this is. It turned out she actually did. In the second half of the martial arts manual the clan leader gave me, there's a note in the annotations. The 10,000-year ice crystal is a treasure passed down by the Ice Palace. It's not just a spiritual medicine. It can help those with the absolute meridian condition, maintaining the yin body while simultaneously overcoming the meridian blockage and ensuring that 3 generations of the yin lineage won't suffer from the absolute meridian defect. Tang Weili broke into a cold sweat. My God, if that's true, it's incredibly precious. It must be perfect for you, since you possess the 9 yin body, right? Tang Yanming looked at Vi Hiu and made the decision. If this is true, then this ice crystal should be given to Miss Vi Hiu. Vi Hiu was slightly shocked. Give it to me? Tang Yanming had already thought it through. Exactly. Even if you don't care about restoring the ice palace, it can ensure you don't pass the absolute meridian defect down to your descendants. Isn't that a huge benefit? Of course, if every generation has someone like me around, it wouldn't matter. Unexpectedly, Vi Hiu nodded eagerly. Ah, if that's the case, then I'll accept it. Her face turned bright red with shyness. Whether in the past or now, I'm truly grateful for your care. What young master wouldn't be happy hearing that from his girl? It's nothing. The two of them just sat there, blushing and smiling at each other, leaving Tang Weili feeling like a massive third wheel. She tried hard not to get annoyed. Can't you two go somewhere else to be lovey-dovey? Though, I still support you guys. Suddenly, someone walked in. Alliance leader, you have guests. Yes, members of the Diankang sect are requesting an audience. Tang Yanming was caught off guard. The Diankang sect, I heard they were wiped out by the Black Evil Alliance, so there are still survivors. What do they want with me? Tang K-Trung looked a bit flustered. They said they want to join the Orthodox Heaven Alliance. The two women eventually left. Tang Weili couldn't help but think it was ridiculous. They want to join now? We've already finished the war against the 3 demonic factions, don't they feel a bit shameless? But tell me, big sister, you agreed to train not just because he's the clan leader, but because he's Tang Yanming's mother, so you want to make a good impression, right? Vi Hiu had her heart's secret touched on and defensively brushed it off. What? No, that's not it at all. Tang Weili kept teasing her relentlessly. Really? Not even a little bit? You mean you didn't have any personal motives at all? Vi Hiu sighed and explained. It's not that I had none, but the biggest reason is that I want to prove myself. If I just stand still, the world between us will grow further apart, and eventually, I won't be able to stand proudly by his side. So you did have some personal motives, didn't you? Tang Weili understood her sister's heart perfectly, so she loudly laughed and said, Not at all. In the Tang clan's main hall, Tang Yanming looked at the group before him. I hear you want to join the Orthodox Heaven Alliance, but why should we accept you? The old man seemed to have some dignity left. I can understand that in the eyes of you and the members of the Orthodox Heaven Alliance, our Diankang sect looks like opportunists who just go whichever way the wind blows, waiting to see who wins before choosing to follow the victor. Tang Yanming stared at him intensely. You understand your situation quite well, but regardless, you have an ulterior motive for wanting to join, don't you? The old man didn't beat around the bush anymore. That is correct. To be honest with you, we want to restore the Diankang sword technique, the sun-shooting sword technique. As soon as he heard sun-shooting sword technique, Tang Yanming became interested. Over 10 years ago, the Diankang sect had a transformation realm master, the divine sword Zilong. At the time, he was one of the top 10 experts in the world. Though he wasn't the founder of the sun-shooting sword technique, through his refinements, the depth of this technique reached a new level. Tang Yan mentioning this, the old man sadly bowed his head. But one day, he suddenly left the sect and vanished. After that, we were dragged into the incident with the Qingcheng sect and invaded by the leader of the Black Evil Alliance, leading to our sect's destruction. At that time, he took all of the Diankang manuals, including the sun-shooting sword technique. With our strength, we truly couldn't stop him. Even though the surviving disciples formed a small martial arts hall, trying to revive Diankang, hearing this, Tang Yanming understood. But without the authentic manuals, relying only on the martial arts you learned, you can't build a sect that has a proper standing. At this point, the man suddenly knelt, showing his sincerity. I heard that although you are from the Tang clan, you have profound insight into swordsmanship. Please, help Diankang restore the sun-shooting sword technique and rebuild our sect. He put his hand over his heart and declared, even if we didn't contribute in this last battle, from now on, we will be the vanguard of the Orthodox Heaven Alliance. Tang Yanming had to think about it. He couldn't just say yes immediately. Even in hard times, they tried their best to rebuild the sect. They were very determined, but the leader of the Black Evil Alliance had destroyed the manuals, meaning they were likely lost forever. After some deep thought, he finally agreed. I understand your sincerity. I agree to help you rebuild the sect. As for restoring the sun-shooting sword technique, I will do my best to help. However, we are about to face the Demon Lord in a final battle. As soon as he said that, Tang K-Trung rushed in, Alliance leader. I apologize for interrupting, but there is an urgent report the enemy is attacking. Tang Yanming was surprised. Speak of the devil and he appears, The enemy is attacking? Where? It turned out the enemy was already at their doorstep. Right here. They are charging toward the headquarters of the Orthodox Heaven Alliance. High-level experts of unknown origin are attacking from different directions, slaughtering our troops without mercy as they push forward. This was like a bolt from the blue. Even he doesn't understand what's going on. Didn't the demonic sect's forces get completely wiped out? Why are there still mysterious masters appearing? Suddenly, the saintess appeared and asked Tang Yanming, "Can you feel this energy? This is the same technique we've encountered before." She reminded him, and only then did he notice. What is going on here? It can't be wrong. It's identical to the energy the demonic sect leader used to wield. This isn't the energy of a living person, he realized, but something created using zombie reanimating soul-trapping techniques. Old Man Ziyun and Tang Jihui had already stepped out to intercept. Ma Guang, Tian, and the three demonic clans have already been purged, so why are there still these unidentified masters? Even the old man was breaking into a cold sweat. He could feel the pressure coming from all sides. Where on earth did the Heaven Master find these underlings? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Master Ziyun, clan leader Tang." Turning around, he saw Yu Yang, Qingming, and He Yun. "Are the representatives from Mount Hua and Zhongnan here already?" The saintess nodded solemnly. "That's right. I never imagined Nian Zhonghe would make his move this soon." Old Man Ziyun was still optimistic, thinking the outcome would be the same regardless. The opponent isn't Nian Zhonghe himself. If they are just his puppets, we have more than enough power to defeat them together. He looked over at the person from the southern sect. Has Elder He Yun's condition improved at all? The old man nodded sadly. "I'm better now. I apologize for making everyone worry." Just then, a voice rang out. "Thank you all for gathering here. Due to the emergency, I will be brief." Everyone recognized the Six Harmonies voice transmission. "Ah, is that the alliance leader? Tang Yanming. Where is he speaking from?" Tang Yanming was standing on the rooftop, transmitting his voice down. "I am sure you are all aware that unidentified masters are converging on the Heaven Alliance from all sides. They are not living people. Not long ago, when I fought the demonic sect leader in Xinjiang, I saw him use a soul-trapping technique to summon zombies. I suspect these are zombies summoned by a similar technique, undoubtedly orchestrated by Ma Guang Tian. Furthermore, behind those zombies, in a distant place, he stared intently ahead. I can feel other auras with completely different cultivation levels approaching. That must be Ma Guang Tian himself." As soon as that name was mentioned, the saintess gritted her teeth in fury. "Nian Zhonghe, you have to tell them. If these are like the zombies I saw in Xinjiang, they will retain the martial arts and strength they had while alive. I will act with the Dian Kang sect, who just joined the Heaven Alliance, and head toward Ma Guang Tian. We'll divide the tasks so everyone has a role. Please help the Alliance members fighting everywhere and stop the zombies. This battle will be the conclusion of the conflict between us and the demonic path, so please give it your all." After Tang Yanming gave the order, the main forces of the sects split into groups to hunt down the zombies. Qingming and the saintess were together, talking as they moved at high speed. "Zombies, honestly, I can't believe the enemy is the demonic sect. Even though it's hard to accept, they are fully capable of doing this. They have no respect for the dead at all. It's truly cruel." The saintess looked over and replied, "That's why they are called the demonic sect. There's a reason the martial world has shunned them for so long." Suddenly, she started, her eyes widening. "What the hell is that?" They both stopped dead in their tracks. The saintess was staring in one direction. Qingming was confused. "Master?" He only saw her bolt away, ignoring his calls. "Where are you going?" The master was over in that direction. Dozens of people had been slaughtered. A man stood there, dazed, looking at the mummy before him. "This sword technique, why? You are a man of such prestige. Why would you attack us?" The mummy, hidden behind blood-red eyes and bandages, held his sword high. The old man knelt on the ground, closing his eyes, fearfully awaiting death. Just then, a flash of pink light arrived with the 24-petal plum sword technique. The saintess had arrived just in time. The mummy hurriedly dodged to the side. The old man's life was saved. Sect leader saintess, but she was only staring at the mummy. It can't be. Tears rolled down her cheeks, her lips trembling as she sobbed. "It can't be the person I'm thinking of, right? Nian Zhonghe, you bastard, don't play around like this." Ever since the alliance leader warned them about the zombies, she had had a bad premonition, but she prayed it wasn't him. But as the white bandages tore away, she realized the truth. "Why are you here? He Yun? It can't be, it really was him. Fate truly loves to mock people." Elsewhere, another group was being absolutely crushed. I can't move." A man knelt on the ground, begging, "Please, I beg you, spare my life." But the mummy didn't care at all. He swung his sword in a straight line, and the head fell right in front of old man Ziyun and Tang Jihui. They both froze. Are we seeing things? With pressure this heavy, it couldn't possibly be anyone else. There is only one person in the world who can wield this heavy sword. Could he have turned into a zombie? Just as the old man guessed, this mummy was the Sword King, Nam Kung Thung Thian. Nian Zhonghe stood elsewhere, gloating. Perhaps the battle has truly begun now. I can already imagine their panicked faces. The ultimate demonic soul-returning technique was meant to be used like this. Reanimating powerful martial artists isn't the only point. The real point is to force them to turn their blades against the very family or comrades they once loved and respected. I'm curious, how long can sentimental people like you last in this challenge? Please, don't let me down. You must give it your all to survive. He held a massive sword in his hand, wondering what dirty schemes he was planning. Tang Yanming led the old man, dashing forward while speaking. You just joined and you're already being attacked. I haven't had time to explain. We are heading toward the source of the strongest aura. If you are scared, it's okay to retreat now. But the old man wouldn't back down, acting confident instead. How could we? This is the perfect opportunity to prove our worth, isn't it? Thank you, Alliance Leader, for your consideration. Tang Yanming liked that attitude. You've got determination. Then, let's speed up. No sooner had he finished speaking than a flash of light startled him. Someone had ambushed them, and the attack was incredibly powerful. They clearly intended to end it in one blow. Tang Yanming gripped his white snow sword tightly, ready to fight to the end. If they wanted to come at him, he'd be ready. One slash was enough to intercept it, tearing through the air and saving the people behind him. Having narrowly escaped death, he was still in shock. If I hadn't had the flowing eye, I wouldn't have even noticed that attack. Even though they're zombies, I couldn't read his killing intent at all. The power of this master is beyond doubt. His blade is long and slender, and the sword he wields is truly unique. As for the title carved into the blade, his eyes are locked onto it. Dian Kang's sword? Is that the title? The old man behind him also chimed in, confirming it. There's no mistake. The sword technique he just used is none other than the shooting the sun's sword art. The old man's face turned ghostly pale, trembling with fear. Uncle Master, why are you? Recalling the last time they met, the Dian Kang Master had said, recently, the movements of the evil forces in Sichuan have been abnormal. To prevent a disaster, I must personally intervene. He had also instructed, before I return, you and your fellow disciples must train diligently. After all, you are the future of our Dian Kang sect. Thinking back, the old man couldn't hold back his tears. He had vanished after leaving those words. Uncle Master Zulong, why are you here? Tang Yanming watched the scene, realizing that the disappearance of the Dian Kang divine sword was indeed related to the demonic sect leader. But before he could finish his thoughts, the old man attacked again. Tang Yanming was caught off guard a few times, but thankfully, he managed to draw his sword in time. His eyes lit up. He had to stay fully focused. This time as well, I can only use the flow of the time flow eyes to predict his attacks, but I still can't see through the sword intent when he executes his moves. Is this the brilliance of the shooting the sun's sword art? Despite the danger, Tang Yanming felt no fear. On the contrary, his spirit was ignited. This is getting interesting. Might as well learn a move or two. The group behind him stood confused, not daring to charge. Why did you appear in such a state? Hearing them, Tang Yanming realized who he was. Is he really Zulong? Could he have been placed under some sort of soul control by the sect leader? Since appearing, the old man hadn't stopped swinging his sword, but every move was parried by Tang Yanming. The old man screamed in terror. Uncle Master, it's me, Ri. Don't you recognize us? Tang Yanming didn't care anymore. He focused entirely on the fight, truly amazed. This time, I witnessed every movement of the sword technique, but even after 3 consecutive times, I couldn't grasp the sword intent. That must be the core essence of the shooting the sun sword art. Seeing the old man keep at it, he said, unfortunately, your Uncle Master is already dead. What's before you is just a soulless husk being controlled by a soul manipulation technique. However, this is a rare opportunity, since we can see him personally demonstrate the lost, shooting the sun sword art. As the Alliance leader, I order you all to observe this battle carefully. Following the Alliance leader's command, the members of the Dian Kang sect began to watch the duel. It was a clash between the dark poison sword dragon and the divine sword. The sword strikes were rapid, with a speed the naked eye could barely track. It was truly a battle between the extraordinary, but strangely, Tang Yanming only focused on blocking the divine sword's attacks. After about 20 exchanges, the Dian Kang martial artist finally understood his intention. Ri gasped in amazement. The Alliance leader wants us to memorize the entire form of the shooting the sun sword art. Of course, that's just one of his intentions. The longer the shooting the sun sword art is used, the more interesting it gets. At first glance, this sword art seemed based on brilliant reasoning, pouring all its power into speed, but in reality, it could be considered on the same path as the heaven-piercing sun sword style. Since it's hard to distinguish the difference with just the eyes, he had to block the moves personally. The crowd gradually began to understand. Just now, the Alliance leader used a thrust to break the shooting the sun sword art. Tang Yanming was still calculating carefully. Although I still can't understand the sword intent, I can see the sword path. Maybe I should increase the speed of my blocks a bit until I can see the end of the sword path. The two clash head-on, producing a continuous cracking sound. The disciples hurriedly covered their ears, unable to stand it. Ugh! It's so piercing. My eardrums feel like they're about to tear. Tang Yanming finally saw it. So, that's it. It's not that I can't understand the intent of this sword move, but that he himself has no intention to attack. Shooting the sun isn't about shooting the actual sun, it's about the desire to head toward the unknown world on the other side of the sun. This is the shooting the sun sword art transcendence of emptiness. Once he understood, Tang Yanming immediately broke through it. Ri shouted in a panic, while the Alliance leader felt bewildered, rubbing his ears. What was that move just now? It was clearly a sword move I'd never seen, yet it was extremely similar to the Dian Kang style. Compared to the sword moves the Uncle Master displayed, this felt even closer to the ultimate essence of the shooting the sun sword art. Tang Yanming struck the body until it was riddled with holes, white bandages falling apart. It really was that old man. The old man suddenly spoke. I cannot fall. If I die, the future of Dian Kang will. He didn't even realize he was already dead. Tang Yanming knew this. Ending his soul's torment wasn't difficult at all. Since I've grasped the essence of the shooting the sun sword art, there's no point in continuing the fight. As he turned to dust, it was also a form of liberation for his soul, returning his freedom. But was doing this enough? He looked down at the dark abyss in his hand. The flames of the demonic sect leader he had absorbed from his inner demons contained knowledge and memories of various demonic arts. Those memories told him that if a soul is released through physical destruction, the resentment in their hearts might still linger. So, he placed his hand on the old man's forehead. Let me see. What is your final regret? Memories from his mind began to surface. Over a decade ago, at the Diankang sect, half a month before the attack of the Black Evil Alliance, everything started when I received those two secret letters. The first letter was, news of the Qingcheng sect being destroyed, sent by the Ma sect. To avenge the Qingcheng sect, they wanted to join forces with Diankang to deal with the Black Evil Alliance. The second letter was sent by the leader of the Black Evil Alliance. He said attacking Qingcheng was to avenge his foster father, and he declared that if we accepted the Ma sect's proposal, he would attack Diankang as well. I had heard rumors of that. Even from an objective standpoint, our sect should have accepted the MA's offer. But this matter was indeed the Qingcheng sect's fault. I had to go and negotiate with the Black Evil Alliance leader to prevent unnecessary casualties for Diankang. On my way to Sichuan, a man blocked my path. He made a strange request. Back then, the old man realized the youth's posture was terrible, and even his basic sword grip was poor. At that time, he smirked and challenged me. Does it look that strange? Lately, I've just become interested in swordsmanship. Don't worry, I won't accidentally kill you or injure you. That line infuriated the old man, who immediately drew his sword. Then let me see what you're really capable of. The unnamed boy and I, he only called himself a member of the Nian family, didn't spar for long. This was the 13th move, but perhaps it was because I saw his burning passion for learning. I was accidentally sparring with him for a long time, and the old man even asked, "Are you not giving up yet?" His strength was truly mediocre, but shockingly, even that crude swordsmanship grew more overwhelming with every exchange. I can't help but think, perhaps this is a fated encounter that allowed me to meet such an outstanding talent before the rest of the Jianghu. Nian Zhonghe back then even praised the old man. Ah, this so-called swordsmanship is so profound. At this rate, when will I ever be able to take revenge on that Nam Kung family head? Then, please, enlighten me further. The old man was quite gullible, at least until I learned his true identity. Someone from the Nian family had clashed with the Nam Kung family head, the demon pavilion master, Nian Zhonghe. He made up his mind instantly. I must kill him right now. But it was too late to think about it. Nian Zhonghe was faster. He used demonic energy to kill the old man in an instant. Just like that, he was murdered by the three of them. Only upon dying did the old man see Ngo Lin and Kim Lin standing behind him. Had those two been hiding their presence the whole time, their strength was so great that even I hadn't sensed them. Apologies, Pavilion Master, he wanted to kill you, so we subordinates had to act. Nian Zhonghe nodded. It's fine. His sword technique was too hard to learn. I was already considering whether or not to kill him. Just as I said before, I didn't kill you by accident. Thank you for enlightening me about swordsmanship today. Now, the mummy was finally coming to his senses. My hazy consciousness seemed to be clearing up. I remembered the swordsmanship duel with you. Your strength was immense. What impressed me most was that during the duel, you grasped the essence of the shooting sun sword technique. You even lifted the dark arts so I could meet my sect members again. Although I don't know who you are, I am deeply grateful. May I have your name? Duong Tang Yanming replied, I am the alliance leader of the newly emerged True Heaven Alliance and also the young master of the Sichuan Duong family, Duong Tang Yanming. Seeing the old man wake up, the young man shouted hurriedly, Grandmaster, it's me, Nat Diep. Do you recognize me? After you left, a still lacking child like me has been working hard to maintain the Dian Kang sect. I recognize you now. Oh, Nat Diep, has the child from all those years ago started leading the Dian Kang sect? How wonderful. I won't ask what happened anymore. The current Dian Kang sect was built by you children, so I trust you. As he said this, the body slowly dissipated. Alliance leader, thank you so much. To be able to let go of my regrets after death, I am truly blessed. I wish you success on your path ahead. May your martial arts reach new heights. He could only say, rest in peace. Now he had to quickly check other areas. With this side settled, I need to see the situation elsewhere. He activated his aura perception. Let's see. His eyes seemed to pierce through space. The main gate of the True Heaven Alliance was being handled by Mother and the Great Master. The two Taoists, Hap Van and Nok Duong, had headed west. On the small forest path to the east was the Hua Sun sect leader and his disciples. Why were they so shocked? Finally, he saw the person he needed to find. His whole body jolted in surprise. Seeing his expression change, Nat Deep had to ask immediately. Alliance leader? He clenched his fists so hard he wanted to devour the man alive. Although this was his first direct encounter with him, his instinct told him he is the Demon Pavilion Master. Nian Zhonghe, so it was you. He stood there, waiting for him. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but he's heading this way too. Even if he had gone somewhere else, as long as I recognized him, he would surely recognize me and change course to head here. He decided not to go anywhere else and told the old man, Nat Diep, I will pass on the essentials of the shooting sun sword technique and the method to destroy the zombies. You are responsible for teaching the Alliance members. The old man sensed something unusual. This subordinate understands. As for the rest, he naturally had to stand here and wait for the enemy to arrive. I must finish this once and for all. At this moment, on Nian Zhonghe's side, he felt it too. Oh, to think I could sense his aura from such a distance. It seems there are still experts among the righteous faction. His eyes gleamed with madness as he grinned. Although he wouldn't do it, just in case he tried to flee and cause more trouble. I should increase my speed a little, shouldn't I? He flew like the wind so as not to lose track of him. How exciting. What kind of person will I have to face this time? Every mummy that appeared today had an unforgettable, dark memory with Nian Zhonghe. It's unbelievable. I spent my whole life studying swordsmanship, a man hailed as a sword king. Yet I lost to a brat who has only practiced for a few years. I should have killed you that day. Not pulling up the weeds by the roots, I ended up bringing disaster upon myself and caused my own death. The old man couldn't close his eyes in death, filled with infinite regret. I can't let it end like this. I can't let him leave like that. His body strained. Stand up. Move. I cannot fall in a place like this. I absolutely cannot lose to that wretch. But all that resentment was channeled into the people in front of him. Now fighting, Tu Van sensed an unusual killing intent and shouted loudly, Everyone, fall back. He activated his skill, the Diamond Indestructible Body. It was a top-tier skill, yet he was still blasted back several meters. The ground was torn up. The weaklings standing on the sidelines were terrified. It was just a normal attack, yet it had already devastated the ground. That is the Transcendence realm. Duong tried to also signal for retreat. This was definitely a battle for experts. The lady used 3 flying daggers, activating her unique skill, and both hands turned into lethal claws. A barrage of darts struck the mummy straight on 2 against 1. You're bound to take a hit. Tu Van seized the opportunity to rush in an opening. He used his 100-step divine palm, hitting the opponent with a combined strike. The lady quickly threw her daggers, followed by a cloud of dust, and the opponent was nowhere to be seen. Both jumped down next to each other, puzzled. Did we take him down? Tu Van's face remained tight as a bowstring. I tell you, Madame Duong, after you say that, he will surely stand right back up. Just as the old man finished his sentence, the opponent stood there, looming tall. The old man sighed. I have to admit, the Nam Kung family head's aura is too thick. My attack couldn't penetrate it. Only in the moment he swings his sword does his wall of aura weaken for an instant. Using a frontal attack to clash with his blade is no different than walking into a trap. Duong tried to suddenly said, Master, please force the Nam Kung family head to reveal an opening one more time. He immediately turned to ask, You have a way? The flying daggers in her hand emerged. That's right. Although this is my first real combat, I believe I can weaken the Nam Kung family head's aura. She looks super confident, her eyes shining brightly, because I will unleash my ultimate technique. Tu Van could only choose to trust her. If so, this monk will give it a try. He also spoke in advance. But even if I give it my all, could only create an opening for a split second. Sweat rolled down the lady's cheek. I, the junior, definitely won't miss this chance. All right, with both of them ready, the new round begins. The bald monk appeared right before that guy. What a pity. Sword King, you, who were once hailed as the greatest swordsman under the heavens, have now become a puppet of the demonic cult. Tang Ziyun clenched his fists, brimming with internal energy. I'm not doing this to defeat you, but to protect your honor. So, accept my mercy. Diamond indestructible body, Tathagata Prajna art, the old monk didn't hold back, immediately unleashing the unbound sword technique. The Emperor's sword formation, the two locked eyes, sparks flying. They lunged simultaneously, clashing head-on in close quarters combat. Initially, the old monk's golden armor held up, though he was desperately struggling on the outside while filled with anxiety on the inside. This is the first time since the era of the true Heaven Alliance leader that I felt this, the feeling of being overwhelmed by the sheer density of a righteous sect's internal energy. He was gradually getting worn down. This was the secret technique of the Namgung family. This power, this level, it's enough to rival the martial arts of Shaolin, the pinnacle of the martial world. But as he was thinking this, a momentary lapse in focus, and that sword slashed, drawing blood from the old monk's arm. The indestructible diamond body was shattered. The situation was dire. The blade sliced straight through, cutting deep into the old man's shoulder. Tang Ziyun was forced down onto his knees, yet his face showed no panic. His hands gripped the sword even tighter. The sword won't go down anymore. You're very confused, aren't you? Furthermore, you can't pull it out either. A dead man like you must find this quite strange, right? The old man grinned, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Because ever since I reached the transformation realm, I have been diligently training my external arts. Even if my internal energy isn't as strong as yours, don't even think about crushing the fruits of my lifelong training. The old monk didn't do this for no reason. He had calculated everything. Now, it was time for Tang Zihui to enter the fray. The lady recalled when I taught her the hidden needle life-extending pulse technique. He mentioned unique insights he had deduced during the process of testing the 10,000 flowers rain against the demonic faction. Because I hadn't considered martial internal energy before, I used martial hidden weapon techniques to reanalyze it. Scatter, that is. My son focused on a cycle of attacks utilizing these three great principles. Later, when I applied those principles myself to simulate the 10,000 flowers rain, I became even more convinced that using this method to integrate with martial internal energy had clear limitations. However, the synergistic effect between the principles was quite significant. What if, instead of simulating, I focused on maximizing the connection between these principles? The left path is the principle of break. The right path is the principle of scatter. The lady closed her eyes to feel it. At the same time, her internal energy contained the principle of hold, creating the non-returning whirlwind martial art. Everything was perfect. A powerful sword strike, like a super-strong tornado, surged forward, aimed straight at the Sword King. The closer it got to the opponent, the larger the vortex grew. The Sword King realized it too late. The old monk, Tang Ziyun, held on firmly, refusing to let go. Where do you think you're going? If you want to leave me, then leave the sword behind. Both of the old monk's hands were holding the sword now. It wouldn't be easy to pull it out. The Sword King could only stand there, watching the sword tornado strike. He even tried to block it with his bare hands. But the lady hadn't unleashed her full power yet. Using the axis of rotation as the center, she gathered internal energy containing the principles of break and scatter, crushing all energy and flesh within this narrow range. The old monk, Tang Ziyun, had to exert all his strength to keep holding the sword. If he let go, everything would be ruined. But that guy no longer had a chance. Tang Zihui had succeeded. With one decisive sword swing, the old man was split in two, off to meet his ancestors on the spot. The old monk looked at the lady, panting heavily after the battle. I truly had my eyes opened. It turns out the family head is also a master, second only to the alliance leader. That last move, even my indestructible diamond body couldn't completely block it. In short, thankfully, this side was handled. Now, he dared to breathe a sigh of relief. But the Sword King's silhouette hadn't disappeared yet. He couldn't set his heart at ease, especially when he saw the guy's head turning back and forth. Can he still move in that state? Tang Zihui didn't dare to be careless. This is bad, I have to act immediately. But she had just exhausted her rage energy and couldn't escape the influence of the Namgung family head's sword aura. The situation was super intense. The old monk rushed in to save the day, but before he could reach her, boom, a pillar of light struck down from the sky. The old monk, Tang Ziyun, was terrified out of his wits, shouting loudly, "Tang family head." Just then, on the other side, the Sword King also stopped. It turned out there were three assassins who had arrived from somewhere to block the blow. saving Tang Zihui's life. The lady turned around and immediately recognized them. It was those familiar faces. Warrior Qi Zhang, along with warrior Tang Yuanjin and guild leader Mu Rong. Everyone was straining so hard they were about to burst. Their bodies hadn't reached the transformation realm, and under the pressure of the heavy sword, even moving was extremely difficult, yet they still sacrificed themselves to protect her. However, a sword was broken to pieces. Even though they were only at the absolute realm, the reason they were able to stop him was because his body was already half shattered. As long as the internal energy in the heavy sword's strike wasn't neutralized, they would continue to be crushed. At this rate, all four of them would be cut in two. But from that last move, Tang Zihui quickly looked over to the roof where the Rie group was. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily, we didn't arrive too late. The old monk also took action, thanks everyone for buying time. Activating his skill, Diamond Indestructible Body. Channeling Buddhist internal energy, he delivered a super powerful palm strike directly into the center of the Sword King's chest. This time, he was much more confident. After his body was half destroyed, the Buddhist internal energy finally took effect. Can you hear me? Namgung family head, someone with a peak, transformation realm, like, you cannot be consumed by this small bit of demonic energy. The Sword King still hadn't woken from his trance, muttering, I have to kill him. Only I can stop him. The old monk had to tell him straight, no, you've lost. Even if you deny reality, it won't change anything. Peace for too long has caused the righteous martial world to only focus on raising their cultivation realms, while their actual combat ability is too weak. That's why it was destroyed to this extent by just two small fry. But the old makes way for the new. There is someone surpassing you, who has comprehended the ultimate sword art to lead us. Trust in the new generation and let go of your obsession. Neither you nor I are the protagonists of this era anymore, right? The Sword King was rendered speechless, his mind gradually calming down. Actually, I know. I don't feel resentful because I lost to the demonic forces, but because I can no longer continue to use the title of Sword King to dominate the martial world. It was this very emotion that drove me to turn into a jiangshi. I just didn't want to admit it. I couldn't escape these shackles. But I suppose when your time is up, you have to accept it. Ah, how pathetic. In the end, I become a pitiful wretch struggling against the flow of time. As he finished that sentence, his entire body crumbled into dust. Old Ziyun watched with tears in his eyes. I will follow you soon enough, my friend. When I do, I'll tell you all about today's decisive battle against the demonic sect. The three of them finally gathered after the fight. That strike just now was incredibly helpful. May I ask who you are? The man cupped his hands and bowed. I am Rie of the Dian Kang sect, and I've joined the Heavenly Alliance starting today. After the Alliance leader defeated one of the Jiangshi, he ordered me to pass on the method to defeat them, so I came here. The others are already busy clearing the battlefield. The old man also passed down the secret technique he was taught. The most effective way to eliminate a Jiangshi is to channel pure internal energy directly into their Baihui acupuncture point, thereby disrupting the reverse flow of energy that sustains their dark magic. Fortunately, the Great Master used his Buddhist internal energy to deal with the Jiangshi here, but if you cannot use purifying energy like the Buddhist arts, or if you don't have the chance to channel it, you must destroy their three vital points simultaneously, the head, the heart, and the dantian. But doing so will destroy the soul of the deceased. Elsewhere, Yu Yan's group was also battling the Jiangshi of the old man He Du, but none of them knew that technique yet. Cheng Myung stared at the old man in front of him, feeling panicked. It was hard to believe. The dead coming back to life was shocking enough, but what was even more staggering was that the sect leader He Du was this powerful. He feels even stronger than when he was alive, he thought, before immediately dismissing the idea. No, even though I know he was a master of the transformation realm and a sect leader, it's natural for him to be strong. However, sect leader He Du of the Zhongnan sect was always famous for his excellent teaching methods and his philosophy of valuing harmony among his disciples, so I assumed his martial arts prowess would be inferior to my master's. Turns out that wasn't the case. I wonder what he'd think if he knew the old man was just holding back during their usual spars. Suddenly, the lady spoke. The 36 Swords of the Heavens, the Orthodox Shield. So that was the name of the formation glowing brightly beneath the old man's feet, taking oneself as the center, covering the upper, middle, and lower levels from 12 directions. It was an all-encompassing sword technique, offensive and defensive, with no openings whatsoever. Cheng Myung was so terrified he nearly pissed himself. A Jiangshi that doesn't get tired is using an all-encompassing sword technique. Can we really break through this with our illusion sword? The lady answered firmly. We can't. He stood there, completely stunned. What? The Mount Hua sword technique can't break through. The Zhonghan sword technique is perfect. Yu Yan recalled the past, This story began when she irritably ruined a friendly sparring match and the sword ceremony of Hedu. After the match was ruined, for a while, she became the laughingstock of the entire Shaanxi region. Everyone mocked Mount Hua, saying it wasn't a match for Zhang Nan. Since her skills were genuinely inferior, she had no room to argue. Just a sword style without philosophy, relying only on basic techniques. I must get my revenge. Carrying that thought, she began studying the Zhang Nan sword style. By now, she had mastered the 3 talents and orthodox sword techniques and concluded that the illusion sword couldn't break through the Zhang Nan style. But even so, Mount Hua still gained fame to this day, not because of their sword style, but because of their ability to crush their opponents. Hedu's character was as upright as his sword style. Although that was his charm, this time, it would become his fatal flaw. The lady's eyes burned as she stared at the old man. We haven't sparred in a long time, have we? Let's reminisce about the old days. Come at me. In a flash, Yu Yan vanished right before the old man's eyes. A bright pink glow mixed with thousands of flower petals dancing in the wind. The two traded blows, evenly matched. Now, neither was holding back. No matter how many strikes the lady unleashed, Hedu could stand his ground and defend. The two were so fast that bystanders couldn't even keep up, one attacking, one blocking. Cheng Myung, watching from the sidelines, realized something. Master clearly said that changing sword stances couldn't break the sword net of the 36 swords of the heavens, so why is she stubbornly using fake strikes mixed with stance changes? He also keenly noticed that along the path of the sword, remnants of the purple mist energy still lingered. Old Hedu was just as he used to be, so comfortable. Yu Yan, in this moment sparring with you, I am incredibly happy. The memories of our youth are coming back. This is the sparring match between the great sects of Shaanxi. The elders and our fellow disciples are watching from the sidelines, but compared to their expectations and cheers, I care more about what you think. How do you feel? In the moment they traded swords under the title of the Dragon and Phoenix of Shaanxi, but as happy as he was, the lady's tears flowed even more. He couldn't understand why her expression was so sorrowful. Suddenly, he snapped out of it. Those were tears of the present. Just as she was distracted for a moment, the lady delivered a world-shaking strike. Yu Yan flew straight toward Cheng Myung, but his face remained tense and fearful as he stared ahead. Master unleashed such a powerful attack, yet he didn't suffer a scratch. Old Hedu is still standing there. The lady repeated, I told you, the illusion sword cannot break a complete 36 swords of the heavens. Mount Hua's illusion sword is not a sword meant to break an opponent's technique, but a sword that pierces through the human heart to exploit weaknesses. The attack I just used on Hedu was actually all just to set up the energy formation. She had planned it all. From the beginning, she never intended to defeat Hedu's sword technique head-on. Now, after he stepped into the formation, the true attack revealed itself. A world-shaking light exploded. Cheng Myung finally saw it. All those attacks were leading to this. So that was it. This was the ultimate technique of the Plum Blossom sword style. This skill was the 24-petal Plum Blossom sword, Plum Blossom fragrance for 10,000 li. Although it looked like beautiful petals of internal energy blooming, in reality, every petal carried the force of a powerful sword strike. But why? Within that storm of energy, there was an opening. There was no way the master wouldn't notice this mistake, and old Hedu certainly saw it. His eyes glowed red as he stared through the gap. Cheng Myung jumped in shock as he watched. The old man used that hole to shatter the entire formation. Cheng Myung couldn't stand by any longer and rushed forward. Unexpectedly, just one strike shattered the Plum Blossom fragrance for 10,000 li, but Yu Yan calmly stopped him. Don't panic. I intentionally created that opening so he could break through. I told you, the Mount Hua sword isn't about the sword technique itself. It's about the person wielding it. The Taoists in Shaanxi were influenced by the Quanjin sect, merging the flow of Taoist internal energy with their own philosophy. So, what do you think that philosophy really is? It's not something you gain just by thinking hard. It comes from the martial arts you've built up through conversations with others and your daily interactions. All those experiences form a mindset that bears my name. So, even if he lost his sense of self to demonic arts, stimulating his muscle memory with similar actions, the Taoist energy will flow back on its own. On one hand, you stimulate the Bai Hui acupoint. On the other, you restore his true self. She braced herself but didn't rush in. Instead, she tilted her chin and asked, Well, Hedu, do you remember this situation? Cheng Myung stood nervously in the back, calling out, Master. Even so, he's still a being resurrected by demonic arts. Before he could finish, she cut him off, annoyed. Stay out of this. Even if he's a hollow shell awakened by demonic arts, Hedu's inner strength is enough for him to find himself again. Trust in Hedu. Look, the old man's expression is actually changing. Memories flooded back to that day. He was confused, wondering, what is this? How do I know the weakness in her sword strikes? That's right. The duel between Yu and me at the exchange convention today wasn't the first time. Before that, she was already picking fights with the fellow disciples of the healing sect. It was true. That was the day before the convention began. That was the day I first witnessed the plum blossom thousand-mile fragrance. Wait, his mind is clearing up. Watching her rush toward him, he wondered, where am I now? Why am I only remembering this now? He saw tears streaming down her face. Yu, why are you making that face? He remembered. They had just made up the other day, and they were even embracing each other intimately. How could he have forgotten? But the moment he remembered, the sword in her hand pierced straight through his chest. After stabbing him, she wailed, "What are you doing? Why didn't you dodge?" Her face darkened with agony. "Didn't you counterattack instantly back then? Do it like you did before." Her voice could no longer remain steady, breaking into sobs. "Why die in my place? Even after turning into a zombie, you couldn't even dodge my sword." He remembered everything now and pulled her into a tight embrace. "I'm sorry. Even in death, I only brought you more trouble. But the fact that you could stay on the boundary between life and death and find your true self, it was all thanks to you." "Thank you." She trembled as she cried. Before fading away, he gave her final instructions. "Don't get sick, don't get hurt, and please live a truly happy life." Meeting you one more time and being able to say these things to you, it was wonderful. She was teary-eyed but determined now. "Even if you don't tell me to, I will live for 100 years. I will kill that bastard Nian Zhonghe and rebuild our sect. When the rest of my life becomes too boring, I'll go find you to chat, so don't go anywhere. Just wait for me in the underworld." The old man didn't answer, just tried to smile as a farewell, and finally, his body vanished. Chung Myung hurried over to her side. "Master, she's fulfilled her wish now." She wiped her tears, becoming as tough and firm as ever. "Let's go. We still have to fight the subordinates of the demonic heaven lord." But before they could take a few steps, the ground shook violently. What was that? An earthquake? No, it didn't come from the ground. It came from a massive explosion right in front of them. Even Yu was startled, not expecting the shockwave to travel from so far away. In my entire life, I've never seen a clash so intense. The rocks in the distance were constantly cracking. Just what kind of battle was happening over there? It could only be the clash between the powerful Tang Yanming and Nian Zhonghe. While Yu and Heidu were having their final battle, Yuqiang and Heiwan also encountered a nameless zombie, forcing them into a grueling fight. This zombie had long white hair and used a sword, but their face remained hidden. A single sword swing sent sparks flying for miles. Yuqiang felt a strange sense of familiarity. He clearly recognized this sword technique. Even though the weapon was from a demonic sect, the footwork was very familiar. While he was stunned and trying to remember, the opponent appeared in the air in a flash and struck down. Luckily, he managed to block it with his sword. After that strike, Yuqiang realized who it was, and that footwork a bit slow, but incredibly steady and powerful. There was no mistake. This person was, just then. Heiwan charged in. "Look over here. Block this." But the opponent immediately drew their sword hilt, using the signature 36 world-defying sword strikes. Left dragon, right phoenix, cloud dancing sword. Now they realized something. It wasn't a double-edged sword. It was dual-wielding. Were they actually using two different sword techniques at the same time? Yuqiang seized the opportunity to use the 24-movement Plum Blossom sword technique, a Plum Blossom bloom strike that sent the opponent flying back. Both old men finally had time to talk to each other. "I think I know who she is." "Me too. I just realized it." The wind-sweeping sword wolf, she had immense talent for footwork and energy cultivation since she was young. She was of the same generation as the current sect leader of the Kunlun sect, Masi and Kuoyun, and hailed from Kunlun herself. When Kuoyun was set to be the next sect leader, she decisively left Kunlun and began the life of a wanderer. After that, no one ever saw her again. It turns out she had fallen into the clutches of the demonic heaven lord. Although she surely had her own reasons, we don't have time to worry about that now. Let's attack together again. If she's using two swords, both of them have to go in. Just as the three were locked in an intense fight, the ground rumbled again. "Stop it already." "What is this? An earthquake?" They finally saw a scene like the one Yu saw, an explosion that tore the sky apart. Yuqiang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. That energy shockwave was so powerful. Is that really a battle between humans? Both of them stared in that direction, and when they turned back, their opponent was gone. Looking at the silhouette of that woman flying through the air, was she trying to escape? Heiwan was cautious. No, she's heading toward the source of the shockwave. It must be an order from the demonic heaven lord. Both of them shouted and gave chase, but in a blink of an eye, there was nothing but air before them. Her movement technique was truly fast. In an instant, she was gone. They had to catch up before her energy signature disappeared. Suddenly, Heiwan looked to the side. Wait, stop. There were people coming from this side too. It turned out to be fellow allies, Master Ziyun and the Tang Clan leader. Who was that behind them? The five of them gathered together. Did the zombie just run away in the middle of the fight? It seems the demonic heaven lord is plotting something. I think so too. If I may ask, who exactly was the zombie you three were dealing with? The zombie we're dealing with is Nangong Shangxian. This Taoist Ri Yi, along with the alliance leader, once defeated the divine sword Zi Long of the Dying Kang sect. Nangong Shangxian and the divine sword Zi Long. Yao Yueyang also said the actual zombie we have to deal with is the wind sword Wu Lian. Tang Jihui caught on immediately. Just as he thought, these zombies aren't just lackeys. They're meant to break the morale of the righteous sects. Pick up the pace. The remaining zombies are heading that way, which means Nian Zhonghe must be there too. After walking a few steps, they ran into Yu Yan's group. Yu Yang called out, "Senior sister." She turned back immediately. "Yu Yang? And the others? You kids got here fast. Since you're here, why don't you lend a hand and finish them off?" Everyone finally noticed. Them? Those two zombies? Only then did she reveal, "I exhausted almost all my inner energy dealing with the resurrected He-Do." Yu Yang was shocked. Even sect leader. He was exploited? Don't worry, I already helped him pass on peacefully. As for those two, the larger one is Jiang Shi Nan, and the other one doesn't have a single scratch on him. It seems no expert could handle that big guy where he passed. The person she was talking about was Song Qing. He was lying in a corner, bitter. If he could hear this, he'd definitely feel wronged. When he first clashed with the giant zombie, he thought his sword technique using stillness to control movement would perfectly counter a zombie. At the time, he even sneered, "Your swordsmanship lacks all restraint. I don't know who you are, but this kind of sword style that relies solely on brute force can't possibly withstand the Tai Chi sword's strike after the enemy." So he leaped up, triggered his skill, the final Tai Chi sword move, Tai Chi Wisdom Sword. Just as he was fighting hard, his body suddenly gave out. He spat blood and clutched his stomach, crying inwardly, "Is the poison acting up right now?" The poison Tang Yanming planted to ensure I wouldn't betray the righteous sect again. It flares up whenever I channel my internal energy to use forward-flowing qi. Even when the target is a zombie, it still happens. He grew more frustrated and enraged. Luckily, if I focus only on defense, the poison won't spread further. I barely managed to save my own life. Looking at it, if it weren't for that qi burst on the other side of the mountain drawing the zombies away, I'd be dead by now. What kind of massive battle is happening over there? It was a clash between the two monsters of the martial arts world, Tang Yanming and Nian Zhonghe. The two of them were still locked in a stalemate. Dumo stood below, watching, her heart twisted with anxiety for her man. Ziyun looked at the group. It seemed everyone had exhausted much of their energy dealing with the zombies, but fortunately, they seemed to be under a spell. As long as they didn't cross a certain boundary, they wouldn't attack. Everyone finally noticed a long, white line separating the two sides. "Since someone has arrived, leave them to us." As soon as they heard the voice, everyone turned in surprise. The Taoists. The two old men, the motionless sword, immortal Tai Shu, and the Kunlun demon immortal Kui Yun, have finally recovered. Old Tai Shu said immediately, "We too will handle them." Kui Yun added, "We have a debt to settle with those two. Choose your own opponents, Wu Lian. I never expected this to be the end result of you leaving the sect. Had I known, I never should have let you go." Old Tai Shu stared at the other one. "Breaking the sword, Lu Han, it's been a long time. As a member of the nomadic tribes, yet you learned righteous sect martial arts, caused riots in Gansu, and opposed me time and time again." Yu Yan was worried. "Is this okay? The other zombies require at least two experts to handle. Do you really want to go one-on-one?" Kuyun glanced over and replied, "Since ancient times, Kunlun has suffered enough from the demon sect's cunning tricks. This little matter is nothing at all." He gripped his sword tightly. "Everyone, try to conserve your strength. After all, once this battle ends, we still have to go deal with the Demon Abyss Heavenly Lord together." We two old men volunteered, "Leave those two zombies to us." The scarred man looked at old Tai Shu. "You guys go help the alliance leader." But Tai Shu just sighed. "I don't really agree with that. Even though I've always worked with you, our physical conditions aren't great, are they? I understand you're agitated when you see someone from your own sect, but it's still more beneficial if we join forces to deal with the zombies." Looking toward the glowing mountain ahead, "Look at that battle formation over there. Is that really a place where one or two of us can help?" Yu Yan agreed. "The motionless sword immortal is right. Only if we go together can we help the alliance leader." The scarred old man was overruled and hung his head, admitting, this humble Taoist didn't think it through. Finally, they sealed the deal. "In that case, let's solve this together. Once we destroy these two stubborn zombies, the only one left is the Demon Abyss Heavenly Lord. Charge." The whole group shouted and surged forward. Dealing with these two zombies should be more than enough. But before they could even land a strike, a deafening explosion echoed from the distant mountain. Both Yu Yang and Yu Yan stared in shock. Did the mountain just disappear? The woman's face was filled with utter disbelief. Not only that, but Nian Zhonghe and the Martial Alliance leader, Tang Yanming, who were just fighting there, their energy signatures had both vanished simultaneously. The entire mountain was hollowed out into a massive arc, as if it had been bitten by some monster. But from a distance, you couldn't tell. The two were still evenly matched. The two were chasing each other intensely, flying straight toward the lake in Wuhan, Hubei. Nian Zhonghe even looked at him and said, "When did we fly all the way here?" He didn't look tired at all, and looked down with a smug smile. "Do you see that place? That is the ruins of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, and also my home. Looks like I accidentally brought a guest home." Tang Yanming immediately glared, his hand tightening around his blade. "Today will be the last time you speak such insulting words. That isn't your home, it will become your grave. Damn you." He plunged his blade down, a light flashed, and he lunged straight at Nian Zhonghe. He saw him fall straight to the ground. With a massive explosion was he blown to pieces. Our protagonist hovered in the air, squinting down, waiting. Surely that wasn't enough to send him straight to his father in the afterlife. Suddenly, a black streak slashed down in front of him, a super powerful strike. It was shocking, but the protagonist still managed to dodge it. Not bad, that didn't do much. A glance told him, "Is that fallen chi? So the rumors about you digging up the sword ghost's grave were true. I didn't expect that." He had combined demonic ki and fallen chi to unleash a lethal strike. Could it be that he's mastered more than two types of inner arts? Even so, Nian Zhonghe remains completely calm. He grips his sword and glares down at him. "Oh? You were actually able to identify the corrupt power chi right away. Could it be that you're familiar with the sword demon's martial arts?" He even has the nerve to say, "The old man's legacy really is fascinating. No need for all those tedious principles. As long as you have the talent to control the corrupt power chi, that's all that matters." He dares to speak about his master like that. It's infuriating. Don't go making careless remarks. That's not a sword technique. It's just relying on natural talent and physical strength. But on the contrary, it's precisely because the technique is simple that it's so profound. He just scoffs after hearing that. "Oh, looks like you've been studying hard. But you don't even know half of it yet." He isn't just going to show him, he's going to prove it. "This is the martial art passed down to me by my master himself." As he finishes his sentence, he settles into his stance, perfectly balanced. Nian Zhonghe truly never expected to see this. His eyes widen in shock. "Humph, let's see if your brain can process this." He triggers his skill immediately. Sword technique. 80 strikes at the gate. He lunges forward like a bolt from a crossbow. Nian Zhonghe dodges, looking confused. Corrupt power chi, what is going on here? The sword demon died a long time ago. Is it really true that he taught you personally? He isn't done yet. And here's heaven-piercing Sunday. Let me open your eyes a little. Their weapons collide with a violent flash, the sound of metal clashing never ending. They engage in close quarters combat, and the longer they fight, the more intense it gets. Haha, this is actually fun. Whether or not it's a direct inheritance doesn't matter anymore. He finds the guy disgusting, but wait, he blocked that. Looking up from the ground, all one can see is a light flashing as bright as a shooting star. Within 3 seconds, it explodes with the force of a bomb in the sky. Yeonmyeong has never doubted himself like this before. Have I really been overwhelmed by his power? I clearly didn't sense internal energy this deep from him. Before he can even recover from the shock, Nian Zhonghe is already right in his face. "You dare to recklessly use your power to oppose me? You really underestimate my limits." Luckily, just as he strikes, he manages to raise his broadsword to block in time. A beam of light pierces straight into the ground. This time, the tables are turned, and he's the one being beaten. Yeonmyeong lies pinned to the ground, his head spinning. Damn it, he's a different kind of nuisance than the Black Evil Union leader. Just by relying on the gap in power and physique, he's managed to block his attacks. Nian Zhonghe stands high above, looking down with a sneer. "Why have you stopped moving? This surely isn't your full strength, is it?" He doesn't notice the white shadow lurking behind him. It's Cheonggak. It transforms into a giant dragon and bites down on him, but then suddenly shrinks back to a tiny size and hides on his shoulder. Humph. As expected, that didn't work. He realizes that trying to catch him off guard won't work. Suddenly, the dragon stares intently ahead, and so does he. At this point, maybe it's just fate. Like the Black Evil Union leader, he's truly a cut above the rest. No wonder he's so hard to deal with. Even with such shocking news, he only nods. "So that's how it is." The Cheonggak glances at him, losing interest. "You aren't even surprised. That makes sense. After all, you've got a dragon on your shoulder, so this probably isn't anything strange to you. Seeing the Qianggak, Nian Zhonghe asks immediately, "Is that dragon a spirit beast? You aren't a spirit master like my father, are you? Though, with your strength on par with mine, it wouldn't be strange if you had such skills. The important thing is, that dragon has become a spirit beast. It would make a perfect gift for my father." Hearing this, the Qianggak is speechless. That guy seems completely unaware of the situation at the demonic cult. That's probably because Yuan Myung cleaned up everything so neatly, leaving no witnesses behind. It's only natural he wouldn't know. After saying that, the guy finally catches a whiff of something wrong. "What are you talking about? Has something happened to the cult?" He decides to let him in on the secret. "Oh, something big happened, all right." He launches back into close quarters combat. Their swords clash again. "Including your father, Nian Wolrail, the heavenly demon cult in Xinjiang has been completely wiped out by me." Nian Zhong, his eyes widen in sheer disbelief. He never saw this coming. Not letting him recover from the shock, he threatens him in a low voice. "And starting from today, the Ma Guang Qian will vanish as well. It's time to unleash the sword skill." Flash. The sky lights up once again. The pressure, maybe it's the news of his father's death, but Nian Zhonghe's momentum suddenly weakens and blood trickles from his mouth. He deliberately mocks him. "Why are you so surprised? Did you not know that by using vibrations as a base, you can use corrupt power chi to disrupt an opponent's pulse? Right, a guy like you who only uses brute strength to train would never understand. Today, I'll teach you a proper lesson. People like you only rely on having a heavenly martial body. No, you only rely on having a dragon body, so you look down on the history and knowledge accumulated by martial artists. A person like you is nothing more than third-rate." As he says this, his entire body glows with an overwhelming blue light, as if he's about to drag him straight to hell. Nian Zhonghe falls helplessly. Completely confused, he asks, "I am the three heavens." He still dares to doubt him. "You say you wiped out the heavenly demon cult in Xinjiang?" Such a tall tale. "The cult doesn't just consist of simple demonic beings. Is that all you've got?" Yeon Myung recites it all right to his face. "Are you talking about the three great demon corpses of the great demon soul returning technique?" Hearing that, he starts to tremble. His eyes widen, and his voice shakes. What did you just say?" He ignores him, listing off the three-headed, one-footed eagle or the Ghost King's reverse wind dragon formation and the wide area demon summoning. Reciting all this is like child's play to him. The cult leader used too many techniques, listing them all is a pain. But there's a simpler way. Hearing that, the guy is completely terrified, blood streaming down, his head spinning. Forced to listen. "If you win, feel free to go straight to Xinjiang and verify it yourself." Unlike him, he is brimming with spirit, eyes wide, pointing his blade straight at him. "And if I win, you can go straight to the underworld and ask the demonic cult leader yourself." Now, even if Nian Zhonghe doesn't want to believe it, he has to. "As expected, with your strength, what you're saying must be true." He says this with a sad face, tears streaming down his cheeks. A man acting like this? And to think he's a cold-blooded devil like him. He widens his eyes in surprise. Is he actually crying? Not only is he crying, but he starts wailing. "Ah, father, how could you leave so easily? You were only one day away from realizing your dream of marching into the Central Plains." Seeing this, Yeo Myung dashes forward like an arrow piercing the wind. His emotions are wavering. This is the perfect chance. He has to strike him down right now. But just 3 seconds later, the bastard lowers his hands and flips his expression faster than a pancake. There isn't a single tear left on his face, only eyes as sharp as knives. "All right, the standoff ends here." He finished his sentence and immediately raised his sword to block. His plan was ruined, and once again, a thunderous explosion rocked the entire area. Nian Zhonghe still stood tall, completely unfazed as if his father's death meant nothing to him. "I told you, a guy like him would only shed crocodile tears." But he still managed to slash Nian Zhonghe's shoulder, drawing blood. Your master, was momentarily distracted because of Mo Ren, but to think you'd actually land a hit," he spat, his eyes filled with nothing but hatred. "How interesting." Tang Yanming seized the momentum and attacked again. Sword techniques, thousands of them, filled the air, all aimed directly at his opponent. But this Nian Zhong had truly had skills. He actually dodged the thousands of sword strikes that rained down like a storm. The ground was so dazzlingly bright you couldn't even see a shadow. The two of them were like flashes of lightning, clashing back and forth from left to right. They were perfectly matched, fighting for a while without a clear winner. But now, with one strike, he forced Nian Zhonghe to tense his muscles just to barely parry the blow. When he finished the move, he sent him crashing headfirst into the ground. Yet, Nian Zhonghe was still in one piece, his injuries seemingly negligible. It was clear that wasn't enough. His eyes darted around, staying alert. Just as he expected, Yanming didn't stop. He was nowhere to be seen, but thousands of sword beams once again surrounded his target. He dodged the initial blows and arrogantly challenged him. "You've impressed me, but I've seen through all your tricks. Is this really all the strength you have?" Those words provoked him instantly. Killing intent radiated from his entire body. "I'll finish you in one strike." Every sword stroke sliced through the air as gracefully as a butterfly, but they were deadly. Nian Zhonghe didn't even blink, countering with his demonic energy. The entire forest suddenly fell deathly silent. But it was the silence before the storm. The resulting explosion was 1,000 times more powerful than all the previous ones combined, leaving a massive, deep crater in the earth. Yanming lunged like a hungry wolf, grabbing his sword and leaping high. He could clearly feel the immense power, but it wasn't over yet. Could this guy be? Nian Zhonghe glanced over. "So you figured it out?" "That's right. The true essence of all martial arts is qi." Looking down from above, he could clearly see the sword patterns he was weaving. Both Yanming and Qingjiao stood frozen, observing. Was the sword energy he was unleashing beginning to converge? Even the snake recognized this and grew frantic. Gritting its teeth, it realized he was channeling demonic energy and chaotic power into sword intent generated entirely by his internal energy. This wasn't just martial arts, nor was it magic. Only by defying the laws of nature could someone achieve such a thing. Nian Zhonghe stood in the middle of a massive circle, surrounded by streaks of black sword energy. He looked at Yanming, his sword still pointed toward the heavens. "What should I name this ultimate technique? I've got it. It's better to carry on my father's legacy." The black and red pits in the sky began to merge into a strange ring. It felt as if he were summoning hell itself. His face was twisted and dark as soot as he declared, "The Ascending Demon Arts." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ziyun's group was still struggling with 2 zombies. The old man wiped sweat from his brow, looking at his companions with frustration. Why am I always the one stuck with this role? The rest is up to you guys." The old man held the zombie's sword tightly so his companions could strike. Yu Yang and Heion understood and charged forward together. With a strike smoother than silk, they sliced off one of the zombie's arms and legs. Tai Shu also rushed forward. "Please step back, Master Ziyun." The technique the old man used was the demon-purging divine art. The zombie was incinerated, leaving not a single scrap behind. Even Ziyun looked on in awe. The destructive power was intense. Tai Shu explained, "The Hunyuan Qi art has the effect of dispelling evil, which works exceptionally well against dark arts. We're done here, but looking at those 3 over there, it sounds like Hu Yun is still fighting a tough battle." "Yu Yan, stop getting so frustrated. You slowpokes, hurry up. Who takes half a day just to gather their qi?" The scarred man looked embarrassed, holding his sword tight. "I apologize. The most important part of this technique is maintaining a calm mind." Finally, he unleashed the Jade Heart Unification technique, leaping up and shouting, 8 Dragon Clouds technique, supreme clarity." With that, he delivered a crushing strike from above. The woman was cut in 2, and white ice scattered. She wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. The scarred man sighed. "The Jade Heart Unification can also dispel evil. Rest in peace, junior sister." Master Tai Shu walked over. "Is it over here, too?" Yu Yan looked anxiously at the light in the distance, apologizing for ruining the celebratory mood. "The clan leader's aura has vanished. What do we do now?" The scarred man guessed. The aura disappeared toward the east. "Let's chase after them in that direction." Master Tai Shu stroked his beard and argued, "Where exactly in the east? If we just blindly head east, we'll end up in the Yellow Sea." Suddenly, Tang Jihui looked up at the sky, his voice trembling. "I don't think we need to go looking for them." Sweat poured off the woman like a waterfall. Only Yanming and the Demon Lord could unleash something like this, right? Indeed, in the distance, a black pillar was descending from the heavens, looking incredibly dangerous. The group stood there, helpless. The space around them was turning blood red. Things were looking grim for Tang Yanming. He tensed every muscle in his body, but the protective barrier made from dragon scales was already weakening. It wouldn't last much longer. If I lose focus for even a second, I'll be crushed into dust by this storm of demonic and chaotic energy. Blood spewed from his mouth. Qing Jiao hurriedly shouted, "Yanming, can you hear me? Even if I supply you with venom, your internal energy will run dry first. Even if you use your internal energy to resist, it will be pierced through sooner or later. It's better to use your body to endure it for now. So, bear with it." Right after Qing Jiao said that, it jumped off his shoulder. Yanming didn't have time to react. He didn't know what it was planning. Just then, a massive, cavernous mouth opened right behind him. Qing Jiao clamped its jaws around him, hiding him away. Yanming was caught off guard and shouted, "What are you doing?" He only heard it reply, "You need to save your strength." Qing Jiao, As he shouted its name, the dragon was forced to endure the demonic energy pouring down from the sky like a waterfall all by itself. I wonder if they'll make it out of this alive. The black pillar of energy continued to pour down for a long time before slowly dissipating, leaving only Nian Zhonghe standing there. Suddenly, a long, dark shape fell to the ground. It was King Jiao, completely drained of all its strength, its body covered in wounds. Yanming crawled out from its mouth. He understood now, it had done that to protect him. If it weren't for Qing Jiao, he surely would have suffered a fatal blow. But he was so worried about her. What if she passed away? As soon as he came out, he had to check on her condition immediately. Then Jiak, why did you act on your own? Her eyes were dim, her breathing shallow, and she showed no reaction at all. Tang Yanming was frantic, his eyes wide with shock, trying to pull himself together. Then Jack, he was on the verge of tears when he finally heard her voice. Tang Yanming, are you all right? As beams of light began to radiate from her body, he went berserk. Then Jack, your body. She hurriedly reassured him. Don't worry, I won't die. I've just exhausted too much of my divinity to maintain this physical form. Her eyes grew heavy. I need to rest until my divinity recovers. As she finished speaking, a ball of light flew into his hand, shrinking into a dragon no bigger than a small snake. I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help you. This is already more than enough. How much more should you have to sacrifice for me? All Tang Yanming wanted was for her to be safe. Then Jack, it's thanks to your help that I've made it this far. Hang in there a little longer. I need to take this guy down as quickly as possible. His eyes narrowed as he glanced directly at his opponent. Just over there, he saw the blue light emanating from the enemy's body. I've found something that can help you recover your divinity. The essence of divinity was approaching. The moment they locked eyes, they both drew their blades. Seeing that he was still alive, the enemy was utterly disappointed. This is the divine technique I poured my heart and soul into, yet you're still standing. The enemy's expression darkened with frustration. You're hurting my pride, you know. In a flash, they both vanished. Naturally, they had rushed off to engage in a brutal fight. After what happened to Thon Jiak, he was absolutely furious. There was no way he would let this guy go. He had almost lost his precious companion. They traded blows until they were bloodied, but he held the initiative, slamming his dragon blade down to force the enemy to defend. However, Nian Zhonghe's sword was radiating a sinister black demonic energy, which caught him off guard. What? With a loud boom, the black blades slashed right past him. Luckily, he tilted his body to dodge. He almost lost his head, but thankfully, he was still in one piece. That was a close call. Even after unleashing such a powerful strike, the enemy's blades still carried an incredibly dense aura. He wasn't tired at all. As he thought this, the enemy lunged at him again. It seems you still have time to be distracted, huh? The longer this fight dragged on, the worse it would get. He had to win this quickly. To deal with this guy, he couldn't afford to show the slightest opening. It wasn't just him. Nian Zhonghe was also having his eyes opened, encountering things that surpassed his imagination. In the enemy's eyes, he was also incredible. Under my relentless assault, you're still holding on? Why is it that I'm only meeting such a strong opponent now? All my life, humanity has been nothing more than ants to me, mere dust that couldn't stop my advance. That's why I pity those ants and played with them using these rules called martial arts. But you're different. You aren't an ant that needs pity. You are an equal to me. Even as he looked at Tang Yanming, he imagined a majestic blue dragon gripping a sword, an opponent he couldn't possibly defeat. As Sword Dragon thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Fighting for his life and the guy starts laughing, he paused for a second, staring at him. What exactly are you so happy about? Nian Zhonghe grew increasingly arrogant, smirking. In my entire life, this is the first time I've met someone I don't have to pity. How could I not be happy? The killing intent radiating from him turned pitch black. In a grand gesture, he tossed his sword to the ground. Next, I won't use my sword anymore because there's no need to follow the rules of ants. He didn't know what kind of trick the enemy was planning. What is he doing? The power around the enemy surged violently. It turned out he had been hiding his strongest technique until now. I'm sure you'll be able to withstand my true power. Watch closely. This is my true strength. Blue lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The enemy clenched his fists, and a black weapon appeared. No wonder he threw his sword away. What he had brought out was the demonic thunder, which he hurled directly at Tang Yanming. He quickly retreated, dodging just in time. But it wasn't just one. Hundreds of them were raining down from the sky. These lightning bolts were packed with dense demonic energy. He can actually fire lightning like a hail of arrows? Damn it. He was forced to scramble left and right to dodge. But this wasn't sustainable. He couldn't keep avoiding them forever. He stopped to launch a piercing strike, but it didn't work. He hadn't expected this was his piercing strike being suppressed. After an interception, he still had to leap to the side to dodge. In the enemy's hand, a black sphere appeared. darker than his future. You're fast at dodging, but how long do you think you can keep that up? You've probably realized it by now. For me, this is as easy as breathing. I won't get tired even if I fight until you die. A sinister glint flashed in the enemy's eyes. The reason I channeled demonic energy into my lightning is to let it corrode this land. This place will erupt with demonic power and become a desert even more barren than the Gobi. You ants will starve to death. The weak will go insane as the demonic energy bursts from the ground. The more the enemy spoke, the more wildly he laughed, lost in his own delusion. Although this isn't the path my father wanted, a world where the demonic path rules the Central Plains has effectively become a reality. He gritted his teeth, barely holding back his rage. This madman, if this keeps up, the entire Central Plains will be in danger. Tang Yanming calculated his options. To finish him off, he had to use the technique he once used in his mind, heaven-shattering pierce. He looked down at the short blade in his hand, but the spiritual essence of white snow was gone, and he had little internal energy left. Could he still do it? It was a desperate gamble, but he thrust the blade straight into the sky, shattering the enemy's black lightning. Although it was weaker than his previous heaven-ascending demonic strike, if he let it pass, the ground would be polluted by the demonic energy. What else could he do? He suddenly remembered what Lu Cat Tuan had said back then. If you truly wish to protect your loved ones and friends, then you must protect them well. Watch over me from above. Emerging from the illusion, he promised himself, I will definitely win this battle against the demonic path. Thinking of this, a light bulb went off in his head. That's right. I've known how to handle this all along. Nian Zhonghe looked down at him with a sneer. Your efforts are running dry, aren't they? Even if you seem to have transcended human limits, in the end, are you just dust? Well then, let's end this. But before he could finish his sentence, a streak of light cut sharply through the air, tearing into his shoulder and drawing blood. The enemy didn't even understand what had happened, only to see him point his short blade and shout, I'm giving that line right back to you. You've underestimated my limits for the last time. I'll show you exactly what happens when you mistake human potential for mere dust. Once I go all out, no one can stop me. He didn't understand, just stood there looking down. Human limits? At this point, I'm beyond speechless. I'm absolutely livid. You've only managed a few scratches. Do you really think you've narrowed the gap between us? No matter how dangerous you try to look, I can see right through you. You forced every ounce of internal energy from your blood vessels, right? Your limits are fully exposed now. Tang Yanming was hit exactly where it hurt, so he knew about the dragon scales from the start. Tang Yanming stared back, deadly serious. He still had plenty left. The power surging from him erupted into a pillar of light, piercing the sky. Seeing that massive, seemingly bottomless well of spiritual energy, the opponent panicked. What's going on? His internal energy should have been exhausted by now. Could this be? It was too late when he realized it was primordial true chi. He let out a mocking laugh. What a lunatic. Is your final move really a suicide mission? What's the point of fighting if you're just going to throw your life away? He told him, this isn't some desperate, last-ditch move. That's only how someone like you would see it, someone who bullies the weak and treats combat like a child's game. But I'm different. I've been serious since I was a kid. From the beginning, I've had to deal with superiors, powerful forces, and disasters beyond human control. Masters of profound cultivation, non-human entities, countless dark arts, and foes much stronger than me. But I've never known the meaning of fear. I'm not just bragging in countless battles. I've always been ready to trade my life for victory. The dark-robed enemy couldn't stand it anymore. He unleashed a barrage of black lightning, the Ma Gong thunder. Every bolt was aimed straight at him. Seeing the wall of dust and smoke, he assumed he was finished. He began to mock him with disdain. How arrogant. Always ready to throw your life away. Huh. But so what? He didn't even notice that he was already right behind him. Do you think sacrificing the life of a pathetic human can bridge our innate gap? Honestly, this guy was no joke. He managed to dodge. He sneered, saying he didn't need a counterattack because Tang Yanming would just burn out his life force and die first. You've chosen a foolish path, Tang Yanming retorted with contempt. You talk big, but didn't you just dodge my sword strike a moment ago? What's the matter? Are you afraid of this sword, which carries the weight of a human life? That hit a nerve. The enemy, Nian Zhonghe, turned beet red veins bulging in his eyes because he knew he couldn't deny it. Tang Yanming pressed the attack right to his face. Keep dodging if you want, but it'll only get harder. Just like a candle nearing its end, primordial true chi burns brightest right before it runs out. White scales appeared all over his body, more and more. A horizontal slash tore through the air, and his voice echoed across the space. I'll give you that. You bet everything, while I was too careless. Hearing that, Tang Yanming knew sure enough, he was just like Lu Jie. He finally shifted into his true, dark form, with two curved horns sprouting from his forehead. To show you the proper respect, I've decided not to face you in human form anymore. Even Tang Yanming felt a chill. As he morphed into a draconic shape, his power skyrocketed. Meanwhile, in the central Chongqing region, the locals were chatting. Ha! The weather is truly unpredictable. Nothing but thunder and not a drop of rain. An old man waved to his grandson in the yard. Kid, stop playing and come inside. The boy pointed toward the sky, smiling wide. Grandpa, look, those stars are moving. The old man thought the boy was joking and took a look anyway. Stars? In the middle of the day, during a storm, don't be silly. But when he actually saw it, he was stunned. What on earth is that? A black light and a white light were clashing in the sky. Bolts of lightning danced around them, enough to make anyone's blood run cold. While history would later call the event at Zhu Mountain the collision of spirits, those who saw it up close described it as two dragons dancing with blades amidst the thunderclouds that was Tang Yanming and Nian Zhonghe. Back and forth they went, neither gaining the upper hand. The enemy even tried to parry Tang Yanming's piercing blade with his bare hands. They lunged at each other, and a flash of light blinded the sky. This was a battle that shattered their limits. And yet, the first one to hit his limit and cough up blood was Tang Yanming. Nian Zhonghe laughed maniacally at the sight. Haha, your true chi is spent. He drove a fist into Tang Yanming's gut, channeling his heavenly demon divine arts. He celebrated far too early, completely full of himself. This is a parting gift for you. I forced my demonic energy into your depleted body die from ki deviation. But even in death, he wouldn't realize he had accidentally created a perfect opportunity for Tang Yanming. Thanks, buddy. Whether it's demonic energy or something else, I just happen to need some internal fuel for my final blow. Nian Zhonghe's expression froze. He couldn't even cry. Tang Yanming struck him with a palm technique, the devil breaking heaven, and it wasn't a light hit either. He stared at the strike, hitting his chest, completely dumbfounded. This brat, he can use demonic energy? Does he know about the demon arts? But how? Who taught him that? And to take that energy and use it all against me, what terrifying resolve. But you're the one who will die. A body drained of all its energy will fade away until your very existence is erased. In reality, Tang Yanming looked pale as a sheet, falling through the air. The enemy's eyes widened, mocking him. You're worth praising for being able to wound me this much. For a lowly human, your strength isn't bad. But again, he celebrated too soon. When he looked closer at Tang Yanming's face, he realized the man was smiling. Tang Yanming still had a trump card, a massive giant skull with razor-sharp fangs, its eyes glowing bright. It swallowed up the dark energy, the poison, and the demonic energy from his gut until there wasn't a trace left. The enemy stood there, utterly blank-faced. What just happened? Only Tang Yanming knew that to a body pushed to the brink of non-existence, that energy was nothing more than poison. So, I'll turn the wind in the sky, the earth beneath us, and all of nature, even the backflowing demonic energy, into poison. All the toxic energy from above and below was sucked into the skull. Nian Zhonghe was stunned. This is impossible. His dantian was empty. How is it full again? Piles of poisonous mist from the ground and sky were all sucked into that skull. Nian Zhonghe stood there, dumbfounded. This is impossible. The dantian is supposed to be an empty void. How has it been filled up already? The abyss in Yanming's stomach is gone now, clean, spotless, as if nothing had ever happened. That is the new law born from accumulated karma. Both retrograde and forward flow are ultimately just flow. Within that filled reservoir, demonic energy, internal energy, and natural essence energy are all just flow. He used his spirit and essence to completely harmonize the flow of all manifestations, transcending both retrograde and forward movement, far beyond mere understanding. Just like his breakthrough from the demonic realm, he has completely surpassed the transformation realm. After coming infinitely close, he reached the immutable truth that all things are mutable. The blue, red, purple, yellow, and even black lights were all sucked into that bottomless hole. The martial artist watching from the ground had no idea what was going on. Everyone stood there with jaws dropped, witnessing a scene that defied description. It was a realm in martial arts history that only a few had ever touched, a state the world hadn't yet grasped, lacking even a name. Some inquisitive souls who witnessed it described the mysterious glowing aura as 5 elements rising to the origin. Others believed they had glimpsed a realm beyond human reach. They called it supreme equilibrium, but later generations, finding Yanming's realm too profound and unfathomable, dubbed it the mysterious realm. Yanming's physical appearance had changed too. He looked even more handsome. While Nian Zhonghe, who knows? Nian Zhonghe was definitely going to lose. He was lying flat on the ground, still unable to process what had happened. What? You say you've become an existence that transcends limits? Merged into one entity, is this what it means to go beyond human limitations? Being this handsome, he must be feeling pretty good, right? Normally, It's impossible to fuse reverse-flowing demonic energy with forward-flowing essence energy. That's why Nian Zhonghe, who once wanted to master the defeat force, had been forced to temporarily discard the demonic arts and energy he had cultivated his whole life. After that, he repeatedly went through the process of practicing the defeat force and discarding demonic energy. He alternated between the two types of energy until his heavenly feather body, a dragon's body, could adapt to both existing simultaneously. After about 10 years, he finally reached the demonic release realm, where demonic and righteous energies harmonize. This realm, too, surpasses human limits, just like the transformation or extreme demonic realms. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Yet, a mere insignificant human could cross that line and reach a realm without a name? It's impossible. My talent simply cannot be on par with an ant. He wasn't willing to accept it. Power surged within him as he prepared for a final, desperate move. Yanming didn't even blink, watching him play his game. Is he really using demonic arts on himself? He heard him bark. If you surpass human limits, then I shall shed this human form and use my true body to deal with you. The ground exploded and shattered as he began to show his true form. Look closely. This is my true form. Why should I keep hiding it? I am the law of this world, the incarnation of the demon. He transformed into a massive, pitch-black dragon, threatening Yanming. I will let the demonic path consume the world, and I shall reign over all. The black dragon stood towering as bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. It opened its fang-filled maw, an orb appearing inside, and fired straight at him. That move actually looked pretty decent. Yanming realized this wasn't demonic energy, but pure natural essence energy. This guy had fully reached the realm of a divine beast. After landing one hit, he started gabbing and showing off again. My power, you, as a mere human, no matter how deep your enlightenment, it's useless against power that rivals the laws of nature. Yanming's eyes flashed as he stared right at him. No matter how strong power is, if you don't know how to use it properly, it's meaningless. He drew his short blade again. I'll show you why you can never defeat me. I will carve this lesson into your body with this strike. Yanming's aura was even more overwhelming than the dragon's. The dragon's eyes bulged in rage. You're just putting on a show, he roared, throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, the group led by Yu Yan was sprinting toward the scene. Even though the black lightning has vanished, the weather feels even stranger. Nothing happened to the Alliance leader, did it? I hope he's all right. Suddenly, the group stopped dead in their tracks, staring at the scene ahead. The ground was littered with countless dead animals. Are all the beasts dead? There are no bite marks or wounds. Durung Tree Tui guessed it was the influence of the demonic lord. Old Master Ziyun agreed. That must be it. Look, demonic energy is rising from the ground. That seems to be the cause. Before they could recover from the shock, several villagers appeared out of nowhere. The whole group stared in horror. Oh God, the commoners have been corrupted by the demonic energy too. Dozens of civilians were staggering around like living corpses. Since they were still technically alive, they were much harder to deal with. They couldn't just kill them. Old Master Taishu guessed they had no internal energy and couldn't resist, so they didn't pose a real threat. Should we just walk right past them? Otherwise, dealing with them one by one will waste too much time. But the tree wants to be still, yet the wind won't stop. The villagers grabbed weapons and charged at them first. Old Master Ziyun shouted quickly. Ignoring them isn't hard, but we can't just leave them be. Even if it goes against the Alliance leader's plans, we have to do what we can. Let's move. We'll figure it out as we go. Just pull your punches so we don't kill them. Back to Yanming. Anyone with eyes could see what was happening there. After surpassing the limits, I can clearly feel the energy from dozens of miles away. Even though he was in a rush, he hadn't abandoned his spirit of justice. All that's left is to finish what I need to do. He just had to handle this black dragon, Nian Zhonghe. He stood straight, pointing his short blade to the sky. It wasn't a demonic art, but pure natural essence energy, the very law of nature itself. The dragon was sure he would win and smirked arrogantly. Are you going to try to suppress me with that again? Is this so-called law of nature all you've got? What I am cutting isn't just the dragon before me, but the very world being crushed by your power. He slashed with a power that could shatter the heavens and split the earth. The dragon was caught off guard, its eyes flashing, but it quickly broke into a smug grin. Ha ha ha, you fool. Your blade just shattered into pieces. You've got nothing left. The dragon thought it had won. Your luck has run out. Now, die. It swung its tail, aiming a strike straight at him. But Yanming didn't care. Still, clinging to that blade, it seemed it was all over. Bai Shui gripped the few remaining fragments in her hand. Seeing him didn't even bother to dodge, that loudmouth Nian Zhonghe started spouting nonsense again. At the end of the day, without a sword, you're nothing. But let's see how long that lasts. 3 seconds, tops. He was caught completely off guard. What? Who said he couldn't take him down without a sword? A piercing blue light shone from above, specifically wrapping around the white glow circling Tang Yanming's wrists. Before he could even process what was happening, his entire body was racked with unspeakable pain. He let out a blood-curdling scream, eyes wide with utter disbelief. How is this possible? Wasn't your sword shattered? What kind of dark trickery are you pulling? Clearly, his hands were empty, grasping only air, yet he moved like a man without limits. Sword arts aren't limited by a blade. Just because I don't have a sword doesn't mean I don't have sword arts. Every strike was precise and flawless, the culmination of a lifetime of training. It was the crystallization of his entire life's work. Even with empty hands, his sword intent remained absolute. Every technique from the past, the sword paths, the sword intent, the ultimate mysteries all released at once. A single, brilliant sword strike slashed straight down from above, shattering the heavens and destroying the strongest defenses, literally slicing the dragon apart. Nian Zhonghe's head was split right down the middle, despite the fact that, from start to finish, he hadn't been holding a thing. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend it. How could this be? I, the Great One, defeated by a mere ant? Tang Yanming, eyes glowing with golden spiritual energy, replied, I already told you, didn't I? Give it up. You're nothing but third-rate. To Nian Zhonghe, a sword was merely a tool for slaughter. I've always been curious what value is there in the weak dying by this blade. What is the point of their lives? I don't need to understand it, but I could never wrap my head around those ants. Whether it's the cultists, the common cattle, the masters who transcended the demonic realm, the puppets I enjoy, or my own father, the great cult leader, none of them are worth mentioning. All those low lives display are just delusions, such empty dreams. Even though the one who raised me was a fragile, mortal man who could never hope to ascend, I truly loved him, but I could never understand him. In the end, he was an existence entirely separate from me. Tiny, dusty mortals, that's what humanity is. After coming to the Central Plains, everything just got even worse. You dare try to punish the demonic path? Why do you all throw yourselves into the fire like moths? Whether it's your intellect or your centuries of martial arts, all of it is just something I can wipe away with a flick of my wrist. Even though, admittedly, there are times when I come across people I can't quite fathom, but what good does that do them? I only need to learn a little, and I can crush them in an instant. How useless. Were they born just to die? If they're only fighting an unbeatable foe like me for something as trivial as faith or spirit, then it's utterly nonsensical. When will I ever understand them? How many more must I kill before I finally get it? I've decided to just accept it and enjoy the show. This must be the law of nature. But why is he so different? Why, no matter how I attack, does he still stand back up and keep fighting? How dare he look at me with those eyes? You tiny speck of dust, what right do you have to oppose me? At that moment, he really wanted to scream. Don't look down on me with those eyes. Don't you dare look down on me. But by now, his own eyes could barely see. Tang Yanming walked over to him. You're still alive? Being a dragon really gives you a hardy constitution. But thanks for still being alive, it would be a pain if you turned into a deity and vanished just like that. His lower body had been completely severed. He gritted his teeth in pure rage. This bastard, even at death's door, he won't behave. I should just slap him. His eyes were still glaring, while Tang Yanming had yet to land the final blow. Let me tell you this first, don't you dare pass out. You have plenty more suffering to endure for all the sins you've committed. He looked up and sneered defiantly. So arrogant, even in death, he refused to accept this humiliation. You shouldn't torture me, you should just cut my head off. Before Tang Yanming could even act, a massive red vortex appeared in the sky, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Who's looking up? Are you summoning demonic energy on a massive scale? Looks like you want to use demonic arts to absorb the remnants buried around here, huh? He bared his teeth and let out a wild laugh. Exactly. And this isn't just your ordinary demonic soul-returning grand technique. I'm going to absorb both your true chi and the demonic energy to snatch the lives of everyone currently infected by this curse. Is that all? You think that's enough to scare me? Tang Yanming scoffed in contempt. Insulted and increasingly desperate, he shouted with 2 fingers raised, watch closely. The demonic energy and true chi will converge in an instant. Suddenly, he froze. Huh? You figured it out already? What's wrong? Surprised there's less demonic energy than you thought? Only now did Tang Yanming reveal the truth. From the very start, this wasn't a fight he was waging alone. Right this second, the people of the Orthodox Heaven Alliance were already cleansing those infected by the demonic energy. How does it feel? Being thwarted by the ants you look down upon. Tang Yanming raised his hand, preparing to deliver a thunderous blow. And even without them, I would never just sit by and watch. Nian Zhonghe was completely spent, teeth grinding in bitter, blood-red frustration. You're using the pure azure spirit chi. Tang Yanming countered easily. When it comes to condensing demonic energy, I am currently not inferior to your demonic soul-returning grand technique at all. Thousands of strands of demonic energy flared up with a crimson glow. It was his first time seeing such a thing. He couldn't comprehend how it was possible. As the demonic energy gathered in his palm, the malevolent ki was transformed into righteous ki. Is that true ki? He stared intently at the blinding white orb in his hand. Could it be that he was gathering the essence of the entire universe in his palm? Tang Yanming gave him one final chance. Is that really all you've got? No other tricks up your sleeve. With that, he clenched his fist, and the other's demonic energy vanished into thin air. Nian Zhonghe could only collapse in defeat, tilting his head to the sky and sighing, I lost. I never thought a mere human could be this strong. I finally understand why you were able to kill one of my kin, Liu Jiatun. The more I realize that, the more I regret never having sparred with him while he was still alive. Fine, I'm dying anyway. Tell me your honest opinion. As someone who has faced 2 dragons in the mortal realm, who did you find more interesting? Even as he lay dying, Tang Yanming didn't offer a single kind word, his tone stinging like a slap to the face. Don't get it twisted. You never fought Liu Jiatun. It was a mercy of the heavens that you didn't. He didn't lose to me because he was weaker than me, but because until his very last moment, he fought as a human. If he had known from the start that he was a dragon, I would have died before I could even catch up to his strength. Because he loved so deeply, the people around him didn't even realize he was a dragon. At that time, I wasn't strong enough yet to force him to awaken his true dragon form. Honestly, if I'd faced you before fighting the Black Evil Alliance leader, with my level of comprehension back then, there's no way I could have stopped your cataclysmic power. But if you had met the Black Evil Alliance leader before me, he would have discovered his true identity while fighting you. Regardless of his status as a martial artist or his life force, he would have reached the absolute peak and become an invincible existence in this world. You even mocked him before turning away. Interesting, right? The encounter you delayed changed my life. I see the group led by Yu Yan has arrived, and this time, I'll be the one to delay your judgment. Everyone looked confused, not really catching what the Alliance leader was saying, but it was clear he was perfectly fine. Even his hairstyle changed. Is that the leader of the Maguan Heaven standing before him? Why does he look like that? Ran Zhonghe was initially clueless, wondering what was even going on. Once it finally clicked, he snapped. You dare let these ants decide my fate? There's a limit to how much you can humiliate me. Tang Yanming was so annoyed he frowned, loftily tossing him into the air. Wrong. You should have been begging them for your life just a moment ago. Friends, family, comrades, they had to sacrifice themselves because they were weaker than you. Whether you want to live or die, since you're the weak one now, you're the one who should be begging. If you don't want to, then kill them yourself or just end your own pathetic life. Only now did he notice everyone staring at him coldly. What's with those eyes? You dare look at me like that. When I wasn't injured, you wouldn't have even dared to look up at me. Lady Yuyan spoke up first. At first, I was struggling with how to kill the Heaven Leader to vent my rage, but now I realized that worry was just stupid. I only wanted revenge for the one who killed. Heju? I didn't want to kill a useless piece of filth with no shred of dignity left. I'll ask you one more time, are you really sure doing this will satisfy you? She looked at everyone else. Look, even though we've lost so much and tasted defeat time and again, we are still martial artists of the Murim. I don't want to waste my time on a speck of dust, not even worth the effort. Ran Zhonghe was devastated by her words. A speck of dust. That woman called me a speck of dust? Qingming smiled in relief. Since the master said so, I should follow his lead. Ha Yun agreed, saying the sect leader was right. Tai Shu also added that he had no interest in such trash. Scarface nodded. I don't want to lower my status just to kill him either. Old Shuo happily agreed. This humble monk has no regrets left. Since the revenge against the demonic path is complete, I await your further orders, Alliance leader. Tang Jihui was nothing but joyful. As for his mother, more than the family grudges or personal vendettas, what mattered most was him, the one who led all of this. You are a son I am incredibly proud of. Let's go home, son. It was simple, and everyone was willing to let it go for his sake. If that's what everyone wants, then so be it. I'll show a little mercy. The guy gritted his teeth, growling, You little brat. Even at the very end, why don't you want to tear him apart? If no one else is going to kneel for you, then I'll just have to end you myself. Don't worry, I won't damage your godhood. I'm going to use it as food. The man was so terrified he nearly wet himself, biting his lip in a panic. What did that even mean? Only when facing death did he fearfully beg for mercy. Ag, please, spare my life. He crushed him on the spot. How pathetic, not even a single soul to mourn for you. He was still screaming, his voice strained. No, I can't, this isn't possible. I can't die like this. Jinling, Yinling, what the hell are my guards doing? Where is the sect? Where is the demonic trio? Where did everyone go? Someone come and kill him. Damn it, you useless idiots. You can't do anything right. Like ants, like dust in the end, he was crushed into nothingness, living a life of absolute futility. With everything resolved, he woke his pet up. Qingzhu was still alive, eyes blinking open, groggy. Tang Yanming, did we win? He pinched the creature's cheek. You know the answer, don't you? I used his godhood to heal you. Hurry up and get up. He wore a radiant smile. Time to go home back to Sichuan. At the main headquarters of the Heaven Alliance, many were injured, but thankfully, very few were in critical condition. Because the zombies of Ma Guang Heaven were top-tier experts, the damage, inside and outside the headquarters was quite severe. But fortunately, the Alliance had its own transformation-level experts who stepped up, so the civilians didn't suffer too much. Old man Zuji Xiangshen was worried sick, pacing back and forth. Now, only the battle between the Alliance leader and the Ma Guang Heaven leader remained. He chewed his nails, racking his brain, but there was no way to know the current situation. Because of the interference from the Zhuge formation, he had no way of knowing how the battle outside was going. The Sichuan Alliance leader and the members were fighting for their lives, and yet, as a strategist, this was all he could do. He had never felt so helpless in his life. Just waiting, he hated this weakness. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed out. The strategist jolted, instantly rejuvenated, and rushed out into the courtyard. As soon as he reached the yard, he heard a familiar, teasing voice. Seeing you forget your dignity and rush out like this, you must have been really worried. It was Tang Yanming and the others, back at last. Were you going to cry? Tears were literally about to fall from the old man's eyes. Alliance leader, how hard must you have been biting your lip to keep from crying out loud? He rubbed his eyes several times, still in disbelief. Then he shouted, I knew you could lead everyone to victory. A month later, voices echoed in the great hall. Tell me Tang Yanming lay sprawled across the desk, sighing. The Black Evil Alliance, Ma Guang, Heaven, and the demonic cult have all been wiped out. Aren't all the people who used to stir up trouble in the Central Plains gone now? So why is there still so much on my desk that gives me a headache? It turned out the desk was covered in paperwork stacked higher than a person's head. Dealing with this pile was more exhausting than fighting. He hadn't even finished complaining when Zhu Shangshan piled even more papers onto the table. As the number one in the world, how can you be so lazy with this paperwork? You haven't even finished half of it yet. He adopted a stern posture. It's not just you. Every member of the Alliance is working hard every single day. Don't you remember? Before peace can be fully restored, the war between us and the demonic path can't truly be considered over. The words you said in front of the Alliance members a month ago, I still remember them clearly. Tang Yanming thought back to that day and felt like crying. He thought he was being so cool back then, but now he just wants to shed tears. Why did I ever say those things? The old man, Zhu Changxin, alternated between threats and comfort, softening his voice to coax him. Come on now, buckle up. We have to finish everything within 2 months, no matter what. Yet, the old man kept piling more stacks of paper onto the desk. These were reports on the damage caused by the Great Demon War and the budget estimates for reconstruction. This is the plan for taking in refugees from Sichuan. And this is the proposal for liquidating the remaining assets and personnel of the 3 demonic sects. At first, Tang Yanming could still manage a smile, but 3 seconds later, he felt like crying his heart out. His back slumped automatically as he collapsed onto the desk. Why did the paperwork keep pouring in like a relentless river? I'd rather go slay another dragon. The old man kept smiling, trying to sweet-talk him. Please, sir, don't say that. The fact that you don't have to lift a finger anymore just proves that peace has returned to the Murim world. Isn't that right? Hearing the old man say that, it did make sense, and Tang Yanming regained his motivation. If you think so highly of me, then I guess I have no choice. I'll give it another go. Oh, by the way, what about news from the other sects? Tang Yan mentioning this, Zhu Changshin's face turned serious. Well, after the battle with Ma Kuang-Thian ended, the key members of the Zheng-Tian Alliance split up to go everywhere and rebuild their own sects. Master Ngak-Yen of the Huashan sect, along with his disciple Fan Min, led the way as they returned to Mount Huashan in Shaanxi. Although they suffered heavy losses, the survivors are determined to continue the legacy of Hushan, believing that before long, the Hushan sect will return to being the #1 sect in Shaanxi. There were also some who traveled to Shaanxi with them, but their destinations differed. Even though Ngak Duong is a Huashan disciple, he decided to leave Huashan for the time being. Ngak proposed that they join forces to establish a new sect at Jiangnan, where the sect leader had passed away and the headquarters had been destroyed, but Hakvan refused, fearing that the sect would be divided. To support Jiangnan, Ngak Duong decided to go with Hakvan. This is seen as a symbol of exchange between the 2 great sects. Ngak happily accepted the offer. On the other hand, at Shaolin, including Master Tu Van, The monks who joined the Zhang-Tian alliance have all returned to Mount Song to clear away the ruins and bodies. The place was a tragic sight. Even though the thousand-year lineage of Shaolin had collapsed, they didn't fall into despair or anger. They just quietly practiced their cultivation while rebuilding Shaolin. Reading these lines, Tang Yanming felt a sense of relief. He remembered Duong Tri too. Sichuan and the Duong clan were being taken care of by his mother. Surely Wudding wouldn't be up to any mischief, right? Thinking back, Kong Dong and Kunlun just said their goodbyes and disappeared. Even though they didn't join the Zhangtian alliance, those two made no small contribution. Suddenly, the old man Zhu Changxin spoke up, alliance leader. On a side note, Chongqing seems to be in urgent need of support. He looked quite troubled. The little bit of residual demonic energy seems very tricky. We need to cleanse this land at its root. His words reminded him of Chongqing. When he fought Nian Zhonghe, that guy had unleashed a massive amount of demonic energy there. Even though I used the medicine to try and cleanse the light energy, the remaining demonic energy is still corroding the land. Even though I sent people from the medicine pavilion to save the commoners, their mission isn't to restore the land from the roots. Still, it's mostly handled. It should be fine. He reassured the old man. Don't worry. By now that guy has probably arrived. What? Aside from you, is there anyone else who can deal with demonic energy? At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, although no human can deal with it, that guy can. You're so busy, why would your pet be left to play around freely? It's hard at work doing manual labor right there, isn't it? The dragon gritted its teeth and cursed. This kid, Tang Yanming, dares to order the great Thanjak out here to act as a cleaner? After Nian Zhonghe passed away, the pearl containing all of his divinity not only helped restore Thanjak's divinity, but also brought about a huge change. Thanjak, who had been drained of his divinity twice, just like Tang Yanming, has now become a being that has broken free from the shackles of dragonhood, just like the five elements dragon. At least as far as Thanjak, know. I'm now immune to demonic energy. Never before has any demon, ghost, or dragon reached this realm. It howled and complained. A powerful being like me has to stay here cleaning up demonic energy? I've already reached this realm. Why hasn't the mental bond disappeared yet? Even though it could keep its sanity, as soon as it started to wail, a soft, gentle hand stroked its head. This shows that the young master trusts you a lot. He must have been handling official business for several days straight, so he couldn't break away. Besides, this isn't something just anyone could do. It was Vaihu sitting on its head, gently coaxing it. The dragon loved it and stopped crying immediately. She added, "Thanks to you, we are all truly grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts." But it was only moved for a few seconds before shouting again, "Humph! I didn't do this to hear your thanks. Like you said, since no one else could do it, I had no choice but to step in." On the other side, Tang Yanming told the old man that since Vaihu said she would go, there shouldn't be any problems. The old man was surprised and often lamented that Vaihu's talent was truly immense. If only my grandson were a bit more bold. He sighed deeply to himself after speaking. Forget it. Let's not talk about that anymore. He saw Tang Yanming lying flat again, his face darkening. Please, sir, hurry up and process the official business. Tang Yanming regained his motivation for a few minutes but felt discouraged again. Anyway, it's not like I wanted to see this. Suddenly, a subordinate slammed the door open and rushed in, shouting, "Alliance leader, urgent report." Tang Yanming's face fell. Urgent report? At a time like this, what could it be? Unexpectedly, bad news had really arrived. Gansu was under a large-scale attack. His face turned dark, and the veins on his forehead popped out. He felt a headache coming on. Tell me the details. What did the Kong Dong sect in Gansu do? Who are the invaders? Tell me everything you know. He heard that Master Tai Hu and the entire Kong Dong sect had joined forces to fight back, but they still failed due to the disparity in numbers. Moreover, the invaders attacking Gansu were a nomadic tribe. It was true that there were some bare-chested, muscular guys on the other side, holding weapons and blocking Master Tai Hu's path, and they had beaten the old master pretty badly. Even though he had reached a high level of cultivation, he had been beaten by these nobodies until he spat out blood. Shuang Xiao, standing nearby, hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" The old master tried to hold on. "I'm fine." Instead of focusing on that, he looked at the subordinates behind him. Every one of them was bruised and battered. The wounds of the other disciples are too severe. We need a place to rest. He couldn't believe it. Although this wasn't the first time the nomads had invaded, this attack was particularly fierce. Who would have thought they would be pushed back to the point of retreating right at the base of the Kong Dong sect? Why did it end up like this? But before they could even move, they heard a loud roar in the distance. Look, those disgusting Taoists from the Kong Dong sect are over there. Wipe them all out. A whole group of massive, muscular men on horseback charged in, shaking the very ground. The old man looked at Demon Emperor. How did they track us here so quickly? Seeing those guys shouting, no need to take them alive. Anyone who knows martial arts must not be spared. Arrows rained down like a damn storm. Elder Tai Shu had to throw himself forward, shouting, Xuan Xiao, quickly take the disciples and get to safety. The old man stood alone with his sword, blocking the barrage of arrows. Black blood spewed from his mouth. He had no time to circulate his energy to heal, but he had to hold them off at all costs. But he was exhausted, his body riddled with arrows. Xuan Xiao panicked, standing on the side, just screaming for his martial uncle. Martial uncle. Finally, the old man was forced to his knees, struggling to hold on while two muscular men stood before him, swords drawn. He looked at the elder's pathetic state and sneered. So it's true, the rumors that the martial world has lost its edge. As he finished, he raised his sword to strike. In that case, let me see if the head of the famous Kong Tong sword immortal is worth anything. Now, no one could save the old man. He thought in total despair, is this the end? Just at that critical moment, a needle flew from nowhere and pierced the bald head of that guy. Poison entered his system. The big guy's eyes rolled back, and he dropped dead. All his lackeys saw him fall straight off his horse and had no clue what the hell just happened. Elder Tai Shu recognized it immediately, the needle. Could it be? His guess was right. A literal rain of green needles descended from the sky. The army of 100 men could only stand there frozen, waiting for death. One of the leaders looked around in a panic. What is this? A familiar voice rang out next to the old man. Every time we meet, it's always like this, isn't it? Since the savior, Yanming, had arrived, Xuan Xiao was moved to tears. After the evil factions and demonic cults collapse, this time it was nomadic tribes. The Kong Tong sect had truly suffered, but there was no need to worry anymore. The protagonist stood tall and declared, I will handle this. Elder Tai Shu finally stood up unsteadily. Your Excellency, you saved me once again. I am deeply grateful. Looking them over, the protagonist said, I can sense a small amount of demonic energy and potent poison in their bodies. That must be why you've been struggling. The old man broke into a cold sweat and admitted, they are indeed stronger than usual, but that's not the real reason we failed. The protagonist was a bit surprised. Could there be another issue? To his shock, the old man said bluntly, because we have no money. We're broke. What did you say? The protagonist remembered the sparkle of the old man's eyes for gold coins back then. Before that, to stop the Black Evil Union, didn't we spend a fortune? That amount was a significant burden for us, so this year, we couldn't recruit any disciples. We're just too poor. Yanming felt a bit embarrassed. The old man's face was visibly sad, his head hung low in helplessness. Of course, I don't mean to blame you. On the contrary, I want to thank you. I'm being honest. It's just that I didn't want to owe the Justice Alliance anything else, and that's how we ended up like this. The protagonist stood there, speechless, clutching his face, thinking, it is partly my fault. I have to settle this once and for all before I can leave. So he told him to go back to Kongtan and handle the situation in Gansu first. The old man nodded immediately. Understood. What are your plans? The protagonist had already thought it through. You were attacked. This is an issue for the entire martial world. As the leader of the Justice Alliance, I need to resolve this thoroughly. Scene shifts to the northern plains of Gansu, where several horsemen stood on a high mountain looking down. There's no news from the subordinates who entered Gansu. Did they fail? Even if that bespectacled Taoist is strong, he shouldn't be a match for this vanguard. The leader was the great chieftain of the nomadic Ba clan, Tugan. His dark, sunken eyes stared ahead. Are we really going to have to use that? Suddenly, a disheveled man behind him beat his chest and volunteered. Great chieftain, please give me 200 warriors. I will make up for the vanguard's mistake and take Gansu. The guy bragging was Ban Tu-mon, the captain of the nomadic tribe's elite force. But the tribe's advisor, Yulin Tasi, chimed in, we should figure out who defeated the vanguard first. I heard recently that the Justice Alliance leader killed the demon lord Ren Zhonghe. Ren Zhong, he was the one who killed the strongest warrior and destroyed the sword tower. If that alliance leader is truly here, retreating is the smartest move. Ban Tu-mon turned and mocked him with a smirk. Huh. You don't even know who the opponent is and you're already scared enough to want to run. Yulin Tazi sighed, speechless. My point is, don't provoke a powerhouse whose strength we don't know. The great chieftain found it annoying and spoke up. You both have a point. Stop arguing. Our people have long created invincible strength through our connection with horses, using natural energy to fight, but dealing with martial artists is bound to be a tough fight. He sneered. These things can't change overnight, but there's no need to be impatient. His eyes glowed with a purple light. Ha! At least we have a supplier, a solid backer. Suddenly, a man ran up from behind to report, Great chieftain, something bad has happened. The subordinate was covered in wounds, dragging himself along. A martial artist has wiped out all our warriors and is causing chaos. All three of them turned pale upon hearing this, their eyes widening in shock, and they took off like the wind. As soon as their feet touched the border, they heard someone ask. The leaders finally decided to show up. Huh? Standing there was Yun Myung, surrounded by corpses. I was getting impatient waiting for you. Ban Tu-man, hot-headed as they come, gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you do this?" He charged in with his sword. "I'll kill you." Even if the advisor wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Stop. But he wouldn't listen, cursing as he charged. "After I kill you, I'll wipe out your whole clan and skin your mother. You pathetic piece of trash. To dare insult me like that, I won't let that slide so easily. Then I'll use one of you to kill and scare the rest." The protagonist gripped his sword energy, ready to teach them a lesson. Just as Ban Tu-man was running, he froze mid-stride, his entire face sliced right down the middle. One down in a heartbeat, quick and clean. The other two stood frozen in terror, eyes wide, sweat pouring down like rain. But the important thing was, they saw he didn't even have a sword, yet it was as if he was using one. With just a single strike, he had sliced Ban in two. His face slowly darkened like the bottom of a pot. With this level of power, could it be? Before arriving, I had already looked into the situation in Gansu. Tang Yanming ignored their shock and said directly, "Your vanguard has been consumed by demonic energy. They've been looting recklessly and even massacring civilians." His face was stern and humorless. Normally, dealing with you wouldn't require the Heavens Will sect to intervene personally. But since there's suspicion of involvement with the demonic arts, this has become a matter for the entire martial world. The leader was terrified upon hearing this, his whole body trembling as he stammered, "Could you be the Heavens Will sect master? Tang Yanming? The one who killed Ren Zhonghe? Who else could it be?" He clenched his fist, his eyes glowing blue, radiating an intense pressure. "So you've heard of me? It seems my name has spread across the martial world, hasn't it? Well, what are you standing there for? Kneel and beg for mercy." But these guys were stubborn, rushing at him all at once. The leader hadn't been hit yet, so he wasn't afraid, clutching his bow and glaring with murderous intent. He couldn't have defeated all our warriors single-handedly. Direct combat won't work, I have to use that. As he thought this, he grabbed an arrow from his hip and fired it straight into the sky. Yanming followed it with his gaze, not understanding what he was doing at first. Firing an arrow into the sky, is he signaling reinforcements nearby? Just as he thought that, he saw the two of them turn their horses around and gallop away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seriously, they're really running away now? This is a first for me, but they won't get far. Suddenly, he saw something zip past his face. What was that? Who uses arrows to attack from this far away? He tilted his body effortlessly to dodge those pathetic arrows. While dodging, he stomped his foot, sensing the area. They've opened up a distance of 80 shang, about 240 meters. Within 100 zhang, 300 meters, there are only those two. But why does something feel off? His vision was incredibly sharp. They were over a mile, 400 meters away, yet they could still aim directly at him while riding horses without relying on sensing his energy. Their skills were truly impressive. But when it comes to vision, I'm no slouch either. He activated his time flow eyes. There was no killing intent on the arrow. They weren't trying to hit him. They were trying to lure him into a trap. And then a surprise attack? Did they really think I wouldn't see through these cheap tricks? Tang Yanming swirled around and caught the pitch-black arrow flying toward him. Is this your goal? Seeing him catch the arrow, the leader couldn't stop grinning. But when he looked back, he saw Tang standing there perfectly fine, holding the arrow up to his chin. What's the matter? Are you not running anymore? This fatal arrow your subordinate shot has already been caught by me. The two men looked tense, but quickly grinned. Heh. The arrow didn't matter. The poison on it was enough to kill him. There were indeed some mud-like stains on his cheek. Poison? You stopped just for this? You really don't understand me at all. With a snap, he broke the bow in half. A dark, eerie skull appeared. His pet was going to have a feast. It just sucked all the poison right into itself. Elsewhere, Qing Jue was working hard when it suddenly looked up at the sky. It immediately thought of Tang Yanming. Yanming, Wei Xiao, standing on the ground, looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" The dragon shook its head. Nothing. Just nothing. But in truth, it felt something. What did I just feel? Through our spiritual link, a familiar feeling. But I shouldn't worry, right? After all, nothing could happen to Tang Yanming. And that was true. Tang stood there, his body still covered in the residue, wondering, what is this? This toxicity can actually erode internal energy. It wasn't ordinary poison. The black marks on his body were spreading. The leader laughed maniacally. Ha! Once you touch that poison, it spreads through your veins immediately. For someone in the martial world like you, it's absolutely fatal. Go ahead and die here. Tang looked at him with clear disdain. This black poison can't do anything to me. Though, it is quite extraordinary. It feels like a living creature with a will to consume me, quite similar to the azure light chi of the poison demon. Even with the purest chi or internal strength, it would be hard to resist. Of course, for me, someone who has transcended the samsara of all things, even if this poison has a life of its own, I just need to alter its nature. His body erupted in a brilliant light. The leader stared in shock, eyes wide, watching as the black marks vanished. The poison spreading through his body was slowly dissipating. In an instant, Tang Yanming was perfectly clean. The leader couldn't understand it even as he faced death. This poison should have been able to kill even a master of the transformation realm. Tang clenched his fist, looking at them with a smirk. Honestly, I'm surprised. With such powerful and exotic poison, the fact that you haven't conquered Gansu yet is hard to believe. His eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to pierce through them. That's why I'm even more curious. What about the demonic energy on your subordinates? Why do you have this stuff? I advise you to speak the truth. If this isn't related to the demonic cult, I won't start a massacre. The leader jumped in fright, bit his lip, and leaped off his horse. Fine, I'll tell you everything, but please promise me one thing. He knelt before him. I will answer anything you ask. Just please stop killing our people. Tang Yanming looked down at him calmly, his voice icy. I promise. Now speak. Where did those supplies come from? The leader hung his head. I don't know how you sense the demonic energy on my men, but we have absolutely no connection to the demonic cult. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Tang was confused. The opposite? The man told him everything. Yes, the force backing us is the imperial court of the Ming Kingdom. I don't know if it was the emperor's will, but officials from the court came to find us. That was about 2 months ago. An official used the excuse that martial artists and government officials should not mix to say the court was temporarily abandoning the western Chongqing region. Furthermore, to ensure the western martial factions wouldn't have autonomy, they gave us the responsibility of maintaining balance. After saying that, they gifted us supplies and that poison capable of killing transformation realm masters. Since it was a gift, I don't know the ingredients, but the official mentioned the poison is called Zhen poison. His voice cracked as he continued. Other than that, the only other strange thing was an herb called the Other Shore Pill. I swear, we really have no connection. What does that have to do with the demonic cult? He mused. Putting aside the slow-acting poison, why would the imperial court give Bai Nanhoan to a nomadic tribe? He didn't waste any time, concluding that he still lacked enough information. The jerk shrieked in a panic. I really only know that much. He recoiled in terror at the hand he reached out. Even if you're not satisfied, please keep your promise. You can kill me. Just please spare my tribesmen. His screaming was giving him a headache. He needed to stop being so dramatic. Who said he was going to keep killing? He wasn't the same man he used to be. Under his palm, spiritual energy swirled and coiled like a tornado. Blue light rose from the corpses, all of it drawn into his body. It turned out he was activating a skill, a clear light energy to absorb the toxins. His subordinates, who had all thought they were dead, suddenly woke up, looking dazed and confused. Ugh, my head, what happened? I think I was hit by something, but I don't remember anything after that. No one watching could believe their eyes. As the tribal warriors collapsed, he looked at them sternly. Killing all of you would be as easy as turning over my hand, but sooner or later, other tribes would just take your place. Therefore, from now on, you will be my allies in Gansu. As long as you help me rebuild Gansu, I will provide for you so you won't have to worry about food or clothing. Of course, you can try to run away or prepare to invade again, but next time, you'll run into me again, and there won't be a second chance. With that, he turned sharply and walked away. The leader teared up with emotion. Thank you for giving us this chance, sir. He zoomed off like an arrow. While flying, he thought, nomadic tribes riding horses plus the imperial court. Is the war between us and the demonic path not over yet? Back at the main hall, the 2 guards were yawning their heads off. After 3 days of repairs and having to stand guard all night, they just wanted to sleep for a good, long time. Suddenly, a voice echoed out of nowhere, I agree. Both guards jumped out of their skins. They were absolutely startled. Master Min, since when were you standing there? With a furrowed brow and hands behind his back, he remarked. You two can chat, but you can't just stop watching the front gate. Both guards stumbled to explain. It's just that you arrived without a sound, sir. He was just teasing them. Don't be so scared. Where is the strategist? Just then, the old man Zhu Shangxin ran out in a panic, shouting at the top of his lungs. Master, it's urgent. You need to come in quickly. Just seeing him made him feel exhausted. If it's about official documents, can it wait? I just ran all the way back from Gansu and haven't even rested yet. But the old man insisted. No, it's not about documents. It's something even more urgent than that. That surprised him, something more urgent than documents. The old man finally said, "Guests from the imperial court have arrived." Tang Yanming was startled. "What?" The old man recounted everything. "Shortly after you left, an imperial envoy delegation arrived. They are waiting for you in the office right now." Arriving at the right place at the right time, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking. The imperial court is sending envoys to bring supplies to the nomadic tribes. Is it really that much of a coincidence? Zhuji Changshin walked up from behind. "Master, they are from the imperial court. You must be cautious." He retorted, "Aren't you worrying too much?" He grinned to reassure him. "I'm not a child. Don't worry, I won't lose face." But after he said that, the old man looked even more worried. That reply didn't sound cautious at all. Just then, the door opened and a man walked in. "This study is so cramped. Isn't it a bit too humble for receiving an imperial decree?" The fat man sneered with contempt. "Looks like the Zhang Tianmin sect is just full of rude and stupid people." Barely inside and he was already barking nonsense. He felt annoyed, and within 2 seconds, he pulled out his poison needle. Zhu Chengshin, standing nearby, panicked and begged in a whisper, "Please, control yourself." He managed to suppress his anger with great effort. He almost killed the man. He forced a stiff smirk. "So, what exactly is the imperial envoy doing here in my Sichuan?" The fat man tilted his head back arrogantly. "I heard the master is from the Tang family and is an expert in using poison. Since you're an expert in poison, you must be good at detoxifying, right?" He frowned and asked. "By that question, you haven't found the wrong person, but is there someone who has been poisoned?" The man's face turned pale. "Correct. A member of the great Ming imperial family has been poisoned for months." Zhu Changzhen gasped. "An imperial family member. So that's why the court has never interfered in martial arts disputes." The fat man narrowed his eyes. "Humph, you're not as oblivious as I thought. As for who it is, that is a state secret and cannot be revealed. However, master of Zhang Tianmin, you don't need to worry too much. Just come to the imperial palace to help detoxify the victim, and we will pay you handsomely. I promise enough gold to fill this study and a 10-year tax exemption for Sichuan." Hearing about money, both of them changed their expressions faster than flipping a pancake. Seeing they hadn't said anything yet, the fat man sneered again. "So, prepare immediately." Zhu Changxin quickly calculated the imperial reward would definitely help recover the losses from the battle with the Ma Kuangthian sect. But to everyone's surprise, Tang Yanming answered without a second thought, "I refuse." The old man looked visibly disappointed. He knew he wouldn't want to. Tears streamed down his cheeks as the fat man looked arrogant again. "Zhang Tianmin master, do you think I'm joking with you?" He didn't care at all. He coolly took the scroll off the shelf, stood in the middle of the room, and shouted, "By the mandate of the heavens, the great Ming imperial court rules over all people, and now issues this decree, although I dare not speculate on the imperial will, since I have received the order to transmit the decree. You must all listen carefully and respond with loyalty." Zhu Shangxin was still hesitating, but he cold-voiced him first. "Don't kneel." The fat man frowned, but kept rambling on. "The imperial family is protected by the mandate of heaven and is now in danger. Thus we summon the Zheng Tianmin master, Tang Yanming." Tang Yanming is ordered to follow the envoy immediately after hearing this decree. Old man Zhu Changxin kept whispering from behind, "Master, even if this isn't an official decree from the emperor, it's still an imperial summons. If you refuse, it will cause huge trouble for the sect." But he just asked, "An imperial summons? What summons?" The old man's eyes went wide. "What?" Looking up, they saw the scroll in the fat man's hand bursting into flames. The man shrieked. The paper had ignited on its own. Everyone in the room realized it was the Sam Yue-chan fire. It turned out Tang Yanming had seen through him. If it were a real imperial summons, he would have had to show the official seal first, but he had been hiding it. The fat man's face turned dark with fear, his voice trembling. "How could you burn it?" He glared coldly at him. "How could I? I've been sitting at my desk the whole time." Compared to that, in Gansu, I heard the imperial court plans to temporarily abandon the western region of Chongqing. Seeing your reaction, you must already know. That's exactly why the imperial court is inciting nomadic tribes to stir up trouble in Gansu. Yet in this situation, you suddenly tell me to leave Sichuan, right? His face was dark as ink, his eyes glowing with a sinister blue light, and his veins were bulging. "This is too suspicious. What are you planning to do while I'm away?" The chubby man, whose face was whiter than a sheet, was trembling all over. Elder Zhu Changxin finally asked, "Has something like that happened in Gansu?" His face was taut as a bowstring. "Yes. Also, although it's not certain, it seems to be related to the demonic cult." The chubby man finally regained his composure, trying to act calm. "Listen, Alliance leader Cheng Tianming. I don't know what you're talking about, but I didn't come here to declare war. I came to deliver a summons from the imperial family. Before he could finish, he slammed his hand on the table, cutting him off. No. Ever since the imperial court declared that the martial arts world is untouchable, imperial summons no longer concern me. He stood up straight, refusing to let him argue. Of course, it's possible, just as you said, that someone in the imperial family is poisoned and is forced to ask for my help. But shouldn't the person in a rush be the one to come knocking on my door? The chubby man was called out on his weakness, became embarrassed and furious, and started lashing out. He just kept yelling, "You actually expect the imperial family of the Great Ming to visit Sichuan themselves. Even if you're uncivilized and savage, there should be a limit. You're just the leader of a few hundred martial artists, and you dare to ignore the decree of the Great Ming?" He grew more excited as he spoke, pointing his finger to threaten him. "If you keep acting so brazenly, I will summon the imperial army." "Do you really want to see Sichuan burned to ashes right in front of an army of thousands?" He was speaking without even thinking. Tang Yanming couldn't take it anymore. That last remark was truly unforgivable. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how much you're worth, will you? Since you couldn't solve it yourselves, you enticed the demonic sect leader who signed the non-interference treaty. Have you forgotten that I am the one who killed him alone?" A killing intent emanated from him, enveloping the entire room, making the air feel stifling. "If I go to the imperial court personally, it won't just be to detoxify someone." In his eyes, he was just an ant. "Go tell those arrogant royals. If they want to live, they must come here themselves." The chubby man glanced at the general standing behind him, but the old man didn't dare utter a word, his face turning pale as he looked away. That said it all. The chubby man had no support. Sweat poured down like rain, he kept his mouth shut, and they all scrambled away, not daring to stay another second. Inside, Elders Yuji Changsun let out a long sigh. In the end, it turned out like this. "Ha! Another mess to clean up." He stood there, just calmly replying, "I'm sorry." His attitude was too terrible. "I really couldn't help but lose my temper." The old man agreed. "I wasn't happy with their attitude either. They are clearly in a passive position, so let's just wait and see what they do." He smiled. "I'll leave it to you then." Just then, Vi Hiu came to find him. "Alliance leader, are you there?" Seeing the beautiful girl, he recognized her immediately. "Ah, Vi Hiu, why are you here? Has the cleansing of the Chongqing land finished?" She shook her head. "Not yet, but it's almost done. Actually, Dan Jiap wants to see you." He looked at the dragon curled up in Vi Hu's arms, feeling annoyed. Look at this little guy, being able to sleep peacefully in her arms. So enviable. Suddenly, Dan Jiap stretched his body toward him, staring intently. He was startled. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" It asked unexpectedly. "Has little Thian Kuni done something?" He didn't understand. "Just tell me straight. Nothing special. Why?" "This guy is always sharp, even though it's faint. I can feel a spiritual essence inside your body, and it's a high-level one at that." The scene shifts to the imperial court, where a man with strange marks on his body clutches his mouth and asks, "Is that so?" The chubby eunuch stood before him, cupping his hands and bowing. "Yes, our relationship with the martial arts world has never been good, so it's normal that he refuses. You've worked hard. You may retire." But the young man next to him was hot-headed and cursed. "That alliance leader is so arrogant, daring to refuse the imperial decree. Let me go capture him myself." The old man gripped the edge of the bed to stop him. No need. Since the imperial court declared that the martial arts world and the court shouldn't interfere with each other, I already anticipated this. Even if you force him to come, he won't cooperate willingly. Since he wants me to go there personally, it means there is still room for negotiation, right? Now is the time to show our sincerity. As he spoke, he stood up, and the man next to him rushed to support him. "I understand. I will prepare for an official departure." He shook his head. "No, that will attract attention. If the imperial court doesn't send a delegation, but I personally lead an army, those waiting to deal with us will use it as an excuse to frame us. Just you, me, and a few guards, we will move secretly." The green-haired man agreed. "I will protect you well." They were all cunning. The imperial court was rotting to the core. They had to quickly quell the chaos and restore order. That is why he absolutely needed the power of alliance leader Cheng Tianming, who could defeat a demonic sect leader alone. This sick man was the crown prince of the Great Ming, Hian Van Hai. He had made up his mind. "We are going to Sichuan." Back at his place, he sat with his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Van Jiap said, "You only just noticed the spiritual essence. It also told you, luckily you passed the transformation stage, otherwise even a dragon like me wouldn't dare touch you." What happened? He decided to tell it. It's a long story. "In short, I was poisoned." It asked again, "Poisoned by Chim Cham? Is it really that poison?" Chim Cham is a type of supernatural entity. It has the ability to materialize and concentrate toxins from the outside. Aside from me, all these entities were captured by the demonic sect. If there is spiritual essence in its poison, then it must be the work of the demonic sect. Wait a minute. That guy with the regeneration ability we met in Xinjiang, his name was the Immortal Blood Demon, right? The spiritual essence I felt from him is similar to this. Even if it's just a guess, I suspect the demonic sect still has transcendence-level experts. In other words, the war between us and the demonic path isn't over yet. What a shocking piece of news. Upon hearing this, his hand instinctively tightened. He couldn't understand it. Was Chim Cham captured by the demonic sect? First the bygone pill, then this poison. Why do things from the demonic sect always appear in the imperial court? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Alliance leader, a guest from the imperial court has arrived. While his mind was still thinking about how much he needed to investigate, he got up immediately. I'll be right there. What is there to be afraid of? If any remnants of the demonic sect still exist, they must be wiped out completely. Even if the mastermind behind all this is the imperial family, they were waiting at the gate. To his surprise, the man himself had come, but he didn't bring an army, only an elite guard. Was he trying to hide something? And then there was the man leading those guards. He recognized that blue-haired man as Peng Jian, a master from the Peng clan who had reached the transformation realm at such a young age. Peng Jian said aggressively, "Per your request, the distinguished guest has arrived in person. As the leader, the Alliance Master should come out to greet him personally, don't you think? Is he trying to toy with the royalty by purposely not showing his face?" Zhu Jingyang couldn't argue as the words hit too close to home. He trembled slightly. How? How could that be? We are just. Right then, Tang Yanming's powerful voice echoed out. Don't give my subordinates such a hard time. You came here because you need me to treat the royalty, didn't you? Provoking someone who holds the power of life and death over you won't do you any good, will it? His words were enough to make Peng Jian explode with rage. Suddenly, the man wearing a hat standing next to him asked, Sir, are you the Alliance Master of the Zhengtian Alliance? My guard is only acting out of loyalty. Please don't take it to heart. He even took off his hat, placed his hand over his heart, and bowed to introduce himself. I extend my personal greetings to you. I am the Crown Prince of the Imperial Kingdom, Xuan Wenhui. His eyes lit up as he assessed the situation. The poison had indeed spread throughout the man's body, and it was a type that corroded internal energy. He recognized it as slow poison. To be alive after being poisoned by slow poison, the Crown Prince is truly a master. But as soon as he spoke, the prince hurriedly covered his mouth, his body shuddering as blood dripped from his lips, looking up at him with teary, frail eyes. But as you can see, my condition is terrible. I've heard the Alliance Master is an expert at detoxifying. Could you please help me? To everyone's surprise, he calmly agreed. Detoxifying isn't difficult. After all, I've done it once before. But you must tell me how you were poisoned. The venom of the slow bird isn't just ordinary poison. It's linked to the demonic sect. As you know, the demonic sect is the common enemy of the martial arts world. If it's confirmed the imperial family isn't involved with the demonic sect, I will consider treating you. Peng Jian was driven mad with anger again. His hand was already on his sword, trembling as he tried to hold back. How dare you? Are you slandering the imperial family? You've crossed the line. The statement clearly insulted the royalty. In the end, he couldn't hold back and drew his sword. The crown prince, standing nearby, couldn't stop him, but Peng Jian was still shouting. Do you need to let him keep talking? The only reason you're still alive after saying those things is because you have value in treating the crown prince. He even dared to point his sword as a threat. You better be grateful for your petty skills. If you don't start the treatment immediately, not only you, but all of Sichuan could turn into a sea of fire. Tang Yanming sighed. Is everyone in this group just a bunch of hotheads? Seriously, I don't get why they have to make everything so complicated. Just say it, you want to show off through a fight, right? Peng Jian turned and shouted, Guards, prepare for battle. The crown prince was already struggling, but he had to yell, Enough. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the prince's eyes widened, and he collapsed into Peng Jian's arms, gasping for air. But the other man was too busy shouting, Subdue these people for opposing the imperial family. Kill anyone who resists. The whole group charged at him on command. He wasn't afraid at all, standing there with his eyes glowing in a terrifying way. With just a flash of his aura, all the assassins were blasted backward. Before they could even touch his feet, they were all knocked down in a pile. He aimed his gaze at Peng Jian and asked, What are you doing? Didn't you want to fight, sending your subordinates to rush in while you hide like a coward? The man was so humiliated he had no choice but to attack. He lunged forward, shouting, Don't get cocky. Except for the right arm needed for the treatment, I'll hack off all your limbs. Old Zhuge Zhiyong panicked and screamed, Alliance Master, wait. But who was Tang Yanming, anyway? Someone like this wasn't even worth him flicking a finger. He controlled the man in an instant, leaving him hovering in midair. Peng Jian froze, shocked. What? He controlled me just by using his internal energy? On top of that, he flicked his finger toward the ground, and the man was slammed headfirst into it. After this, he was terrified and didn't dare act recklessly again, crying out, "What is this situation? Does he have such terrifying power just by overwhelming me with his cultivation?" The crown prince stared at Tang Yanming, too scared to even open his mouth. Peng Jian was the strongest master of the Peng clan, yet he had been defeated without Tang Yanming lifting a finger. That was the majesty of the Zhengtian alliance master. His eyes glowed with disdain as he stared at Peng Jian. Even the crown prince hasn't spoken yet, but you have no idea how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, yet you dare to show off. Haven't you ever heard of the family code? An eye for an eye. If you dare to threaten my territory, I will make yours disappear. Even after being beaten to this extent, he still dared to curse. You little brat. He was about to teach him a lesson when the crown prince suddenly knelt and bowed his head to the ground. Please, stop. I apologize for my subordinate's rudeness. Please be merciful and give me a chance to explain. Everyone's eyes widened. The crown prince actually did that? He was surprised too. I thought he would just hide behind everyone else, but I didn't expect him to bow. The other man saw his master act this way and felt intimidated, biting his lip and staying silent. The crown prince had bowed until his forehead was bleeding. He meant no harm. He was just acting out of loyalty. I am the one responsible for everything. Please let him go. Whether you want to talk or punish someone, I will bear it personally. Please show mercy. The more the prince spoke, the more confused he became. A royal who would sacrifice his dignity for a subordinate. Well, since the man had spoken, he wouldn't make things difficult anymore. Since he was so sincere, he should take a step back. So, he spared the man under his feet. The man returned from the brink of death, feeling dizzy. Huff. The internal energy has been withdrawn. If the winner has been decided, let's leave it at that. He turned around and walked inside. It's too crowded and complicated here. Let's go inside and talk. They entered the main hall to sit at the round table. Let's talk calmly. Judging by your reaction earlier, it seems you know what kind of poison this is. Tang Yanming asked, "How did you get infected with slow poison?" The prince went blank. You knew without even taking my pulse. You really have experienced this poison before. But this poison reacts with internal energy. For someone in the martial arts world, it's fatal. How did you? He cut him off directly. That's for ordinary martial artists. I'm different. The first time I encountered that type of poison was in Gansu, when I was struck by the nomads. They said it was a poison bestowed by the imperial family. What on earth is going on? He began to explain. First of all, the imperial family and the demonic forces are not allies. On the contrary, we are being threatened by them. He asked further, are they holding your life hostage? Now that he said it, he realized this mess was far more complicated than he had thought. He wasn't the only one controlled by the poison. Even the supreme ruler of the nation, the emperor himself, had been poisoned. And the mastermind behind it all was Consort Chu. Hearing that name alone was enough to terrify anyone. He recounted how, at that time, he had stood before the old king to confront him. Under such circumstances, to say that the government and the Murim world do not interfere with each other. Your Majesty, please forgive this son for his insolence. This is effectively nothing more than bowing to the tyranny of the demonic cult's leader. The old king merely replied, the water of the river does not encroach upon the water of the well. The imperial family has no desire to meddle in the petty squabbles of the lower classes. But the crown prince found those words hard to swallow. Your thoughts are not wrong, but we should only tolerate it out of the imperial family's benevolence, not sign a pact with them. Those words infuriated the old man. The old king reached forward, his eyes flashing with a purple hue. Crown Prince, do you dare to question my judgment? There is no need to discuss this any further. You may withdraw. As soon as he finished, pure demonic energy shot from the old man's hand straight into him. The crown prince winced in pain, his eyes widening in shock, and from that moment, he was infected by the very same poison. Elder Chongshin was horrified. Had the emperor used the power of the Jin bird, even he couldn't fathom it. It was hard to believe the emperor knew how to use the lethal poison of the Zen bird. The crown prince explained further, as hard as it is to believe, looking at the emperor's words and actions, I cannot help but suspect he has fallen into the demonic cult's trap. Although the brocade guards rushed in to protect me, the emperor likely fainted from overusing that power. Consort Chu even claimed that someone had intentionally poisoned him with malicious intent. However, he also vaguely guessed, among those people, the one who profited most was indeed Consort Chu, but could one be sure she was the mastermind based on this alone? That's right. Shortly after the emperor collapsed, Consort Chu began to rule from behind the curtain. She even used the excuse of hunting down the poisoner to manipulate the brocade guards and stir up the internal affairs of the royal court, causing mass panic, and then secretly eliminated her political rivals. As he spoke, he broke into a fit of coughing, and the guard, Bang Jian, hurriedly rushed to support the crown prince. Connecting the dots, he slowly saw the truth. I roughly understand what is happening, but the important thing isn't the situation, it's the evidence. If Consort Chu just happened to gain power, then helping you would be equivalent to interfering in national politics. The crown prince wiped the blood from his lips. That is true. Honestly, besides the poison in my body, I cannot provide any evidence right now. But my younger brother is operating behind the east. Depots back the main force supporting Consort Chu to secretly search for proof. However, before we can resolve this through proper channels, the Emperor and I might be poisoned to death first, which is why the situation is so urgent. If you help, you will surely be able to turn the tide. He was still lost in thought. This Gen poison and spiritual connection must come from the Emperor. The Gen poison and the other sure pill were then given to the nomads. Seeing that he didn't answer, he desperately knelt on the ground. Therefore, please forgive my shameless request. It doesn't matter what happens to me, but please, I beg you to remove the poison from the Emperor. Tears rolled down his cheeks. As a son, the only thing I can do is bow and beg, but if we want to stop the nation from falling into chaos, we must help His Majesty fully recover. The guard, Bang Jian, now knowing his place, knelt as well. As a warrior, I also implore you, please, heal the crown prince. If my rudeness just now displeased you, you may cut off my arm. Elder Chongshin stood by, watching him and chuckling quietly. He hadn't even made up his mind yet. A child who always thinks of their parents, he remembered that in his past life, he wouldn't have cared at all. It seemed he had truly adapted to his current life. This is truly a difficult choice. He sighed and looked at him. Get up. The crown prince lifted his head in astonishment. Did you agree? He leaned toward him. Yeah. Even though I have no interest in imperial power, I do need to learn a thing or two about that, Gen Bird. He spoke seriously. Thank you. I will definitely repay this favor. Suddenly, his hand was placed right on the prince's chest. The prince looked down, confused. Why are you putting your hand there? Obviously, to heal you. Why even ask? Do you intend to walk to the imperial palace in this sickly state? He activated his skill, using green light energy to purge the poison. He had to be careful with everything. I treated this kind of poison before. It's not that hard, but I can feel the consciousness hidden within this deadly poison becoming clearer and clearer. Chonggak said, this thing contains high-level spiritual essence. Just like the inner demons from before, the spiritual essence hidden in the white snow has manifested into a black evil lotus. Is this poison also triggered by sensing spiritual essence? Exactly what kind of existence does this spirit belong to? It seemed he could see the black bird more clearly now. Is it laughing? Ha! It seems it finds me quite laughable. It really ticked him off. Just you wait. I'll find your true form and make you disappear completely. A skull appeared, sucking away the poison, and the poison was finally purged from the crown prince. Although the crown prince's poison was completely removed, because he had been poisoned for so long, he was extremely weak and needed a few days of rest. The prince's protector, Bang Jian, kept thanking him, bowing and scraping. Until the crown prince woke up, he would live under the protection of the Heavenly Alliance. Elder Chongshin reminded him, but there's still no evidence. He heard him and understood the implication. You see that as a problem, too, don't you? The old man nodded. Of course. After all, it's different from the Murim world. In the imperial court's rules, status is greater than strength. Most people in the imperial family don't learn martial arts. I see things like demonic energy, evil techniques, and spiritual essence unless they are displayed right in front of them. They have no effect whatsoever. So, I've come up with a plan. The old man turned around sharply. What? Turns out you know how to make plans, too. He smirked to himself. Of course. After processing countless documents these past few months, I've thought about a lot. Cough. Cough. I estimate that the thing we can use as evidence has already arrived in Sichuan. It was true. Right now, there were some unexpected guests outside. The leader was none other than the chieftain of the horse-riding tribe, Bod Chu Kan. As soon as he saw him, he said, I already packed my luggage and came straight here according to the letter. You could have just had your underlings bring it. Was it really necessary to make me bring it in person? Why would old man Zhu Jicheng see him as a member of the imperial family? The protagonist spoke up to reassure him. I'm the one who called him here. The old man couldn't make sense of it, but the nomad tribe, just like the demonic cult, were considered enemies of the imperial court. The protagonist calmly replied that they were enemies of the imperial court, not enemies of the Murim world. Unable to sway him, the old man sighed and resigned himself to the situation. Ah, very well. You must be confident that you can clean up the mess if you're going this far, right? He wasn't the type to act recklessly. Of course. You'll agree with me soon enough. He then asked the nomad, Did you bring everything I asked for? He had searched for the items and brought them. They worked very discreetly, leaving no evidence behind during the transaction. However, their tribe had been deceived by those officials several times already. On the outskirts of the tribe's territory, he had seen officials handing banknotes and documents to a merchant caravan transporting luggage. He immediately raided the caravan and seized all the documents. He didn't take anything else, holding them out in front of the protagonist. These are the papers they had. Although it doesn't state exactly what was being transported, this is proof that the imperial court has been supplying materials to the nomad tribe through the merchant caravan. The head of the merchant caravan said the seal on those documents belonged to the Inner Palace Bureau. What was it called again? The Eastern Depot. In short, it was the seal of someone with real power in the imperial palace. Tang Yanming opened them to take a look. Is that so? Thank you. This is very useful. He then asked, did you bring the bitchin pills? He placed a box right in front of him, filled with white round pills. Of course. Aside from the one dose we used when infiltrating Gansu last time, basically all of them are here. They say taking them before a fight prevents you from feeling pain. I only let our warriors take them when going into battle, but a few curious ones tried one or two. After that, their condition worsened, and they died halfway through the journey while searching for more Bidian pills. The way I see it, the imperial court intends for us to be poisoned to death as well. Yanming smirked with satisfaction, although he still didn't know if the imperial court and the demonic cult were on the same side. This method was very much in the style of the demonic cult. Very good. Now I have enough evidence. But the nomad seemed impatient. As soon as he handed over the items, he asked, I've done everything you asked. Can I go home now? The protagonist told him it wasn't over yet. No, I'm sorry. You still have to do one more thing. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, what is it? Since it's rare to have such solid evidence and witnesses, you're going to strike a deal with them. Right now, you're coming with us to the imperial palace. Outside the building, the crown prince looked much better. Thanks to your care, I've recovered quite a bit. I truly thank you. And to think, you were the one who provided the important evidence from the nomad tribe. The nomad puffed out his chest, still acting shy. I only did it because the alliance leader here asked me to. I never thought I'd be cooperating with the royal family. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Me neither, but I hope to use today as a starting point to establish a cooperative relationship with the nomad tribe. The nomad seemed quite pleased. Ha ha, you're much easier to talk to than I expected. If you ever come to the western regions, you must visit our tribe. I'll treat you to some horse milk wine. Suddenly, the blue snake poked its head out and asked the protagonist, why didn't you bring the others, but instead ordered me to come along? Tang Yanming looked down at it. Why are you so dissatisfied with this? The snake pouted. Even if we are far apart, I won't lose my mind just because of spiritual resonance. I actually quite enjoy wandering around and purifying miasma with Miss Wei Xiao. The protagonist had planned it all out, which was why he insisted on bringing it along. Suddenly, the snake glanced around and asked, by the way, did the emperor use poison? And in a serious tone, it seemed they had to be extremely careful this time, as they might clash with the original Jin bird or its master. But the protagonist wasn't afraid. He was ready for it. That's exactly what I want. When heroes like Liu Jiejun and Ren Zhonghe appear again, I will never allow them to fall into the hands of the demonic path. He also instructed the old man Zhuji Changxin, while I'm away, everything in the alliance is left to you. The old man bowed immediately. Safe travels, my lord. The protagonist warned them beforehand. I have emphasized this many times. I am not interfering in the power structure of the imperial court, but rather wiping out the demonic forces hiding behind it. Then let's head out. They arrived at the palace, the whole group setting off together. Upon reaching the Forbidden City in Beijing, the protagonist was impressed. The scale here is truly something Sichuan cannot compare to. The crown prince nodded firmly. Indeed. Not to mention Sichuan, you won't find anywhere in the world with a scale larger than this. He then invited the protagonist. It's getting dark, and you must be hungry. Let's go into the palace for a meal. But the protagonist shook his head. No need. Let's eat before going in. The prince was immediately confused. Why? We're almost there. But the protagonist replied, once we're inside, I'm afraid there won't be time to eat. Let's just eat here for now. The crown prince didn't understand but followed suit, pulling his horse up to the eatery. The waiter's hands were shaking like crazy as he brought the food out. Here are the dishes you ordered. Please enjoy your meal. Yanming took a sniff and praised. The scent is good. It seems the chef's skills are excellent. The crown prince was a bit shocked. What was that? Oh, yes, of course. No sooner had he finished speaking than the protagonist's eyes sharpened. Wait, has the waiter been captured? Did the chef have to bring the food out himself? The waiter immediately turned pale and started stuttering. At that moment, a group of assassins dressed in black rushed in to attack Yanming's group. Ha, what a clever move. These guys are just asking for death. The protagonist only pulled out a single needle tube. That was enough. Just like that, before they could even get within half a meter, they were beaten to a pulp. So there are assassins everywhere. I'm afraid there are still some lurking in the shadows. He warned, "Don't touch the food, it's poisoned." The prince couldn't take it anymore, slamming the table and standing up. How bold! Daring to poison the crown prince, this crime is punishable by the execution of your entire family. The chef fell to his knees in terror, begging for mercy. "Spare my life. I was only following orders. Please, have mercy." But no matter how he pleaded, the prince gritted his teeth in anger. "Do you think you can escape punishment just by claiming you were instigated?" The crown prince even stood up to help the chef stand, realizing that if he hadn't obeyed orders, he would have lost his life. Did he even have a choice? His expression darkened visibly. "I should, instead, feel ashamed on behalf of the imperial court. That the common people of the Great Ming have to endure such injustice is because the imperial court has lost its virtue." The protagonist watched from the side, feeling that despite this, he couldn't shield someone involved in an assassination attempt. The character of the crown prince was truly exceptional. If someone like him became emperor in the future, the relationship between the Murim world and the imperial court would certainly improve significantly. He called out to him, "Let's go. There are still many places we need to visit." The crown prince, however, was completely lost. "Leave? Leave where?" He had to explain it to him. "I already told you, this place is crawling with assassins. We need to drag every last one of them out and wipe them out." Over on the other side, someone was pacing back and forth, trembling and biting his nails. Where did he go? Why didn't he just die already? Why is the one who was poisoned still alive? If he returns alive, I'll never be able to become emperor. This man was none other than the second prince, Xuan Wenjin. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "There's no need to be so anxious, Huanger." He jumped at the sound and looked up. "Mother." But this old hag was imperial concubine Chu Jinglan. She told him that her scouts from the Eastern Depot had just reported seeing the crown prince and his guards at the capital's gate. "I've already deployed hundreds of assassins across the capital. Even if he's a master of the transformation realm, even paying the guard couldn't stop that many people." The crown prince left the palace in secret. This will ultimately be his own undoing. As the two were talking, a man entered, bowing timidly. Your Highness." She looked at the eunuch from the Eastern Depot. "What is it?" The old man was drenched in a cold sweat, terrified. Reporting the assassins seemed to have failed. "His Highness the Crown Prince has returned to the palace." This news was like a bolt from the blue, and both of them turned pale. The second prince shook like a leaf. He survived and returned. "Mother, what do we do now?" She still had the presence of mind to reassure him. "Calm down, Wang Heir. First, we need to investigate the situation clearly." The whole group headed out to the main courtyard. Looking down from above, the crown prince stood there, unable to believe his eyes. He's unscathed. He managed to avoid all the assassins. Who are the people with him? She immediately demanded an explanation. "Crown Prince, His Majesty's health is delicate. Where have you been these past few days?" The crown prince replied calmly. "I went to Sichuan to bring back a physician who can cure the emperor." Her eyes widened. A physician? Just for that reason. Now, taking a closer look, she noticed the crown prince's complexion had returned to a healthy glow. Wasn't he on the verge of death from poisoning not long ago? Could it be that he found someone who can neutralize the poison? But then, she tilted her chin up and questioned. "We already have imperial physicians, yet you went to find an outside physician. What is the meaning of this?" The crown prince stood there calmly, as if nothing were wrong, and replied without a single flaw. "I don't intend to hand over His Majesty's health to him immediately. Under the supervision of the imperial physicians, he will merely assist as an expert in detoxification." But his gaze was already cold and sharp, fixed directly on her. "You don't think His Majesty doesn't need a detoxification expert, do you?" Tang Yanming, standing to the side, was getting a headache. Explaining was too long and complicated. "Let me put it simply for you. I am Tang Yanming, the young master of the Tang family and the leader of the Heavenly Alliance. I heard the Emperor and the Crown Prince were poisoned by the demonic cult. Coincidentally, the nomadic tribe invading the Central Plains also received supplies from the demonic cult of the Imperial Court." Upon hearing this, her mouth curled into a sneer. "Huh. Leader of the Heavenly Alliance? You're a martial artist. Didn't you say you invited a physician? Turns out it's just a martial artist. Have you lost your mind?" The Crown Prince's weight, her face changed faster than a pancake flipping. She gritted her teeth. "He even dares to insult the Imperial family, slandering us for colluding with the demonic cult. Crown Prince, there is no proof right now. You won't believe them, will you?" Unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out, loud and clear. "There is proof." He jabbed the paper in front of her face. "This is the seal of the Imperial Intercourt Bureau. I am the great chief of the Toucan nomadic tribe. This is the record of transactions between the Imperial Court and us. At this point, there was no reason to argue with her anymore. Matters have reached this point, please let us inside. Regardless, matters involving the demonic cult are the business of the martial arts world. Even with the evidence right there, she still stubbornly yelled, "Ha! Trading with a nomadic tribe? I know nothing of this. If that's the case, we can just have the Eastern Depot investigate it, right?" The Crown Prince, standing to the side, had to speak up. "This is the seal of the Inner Court Bureau. You are the regent, yet you don't recognize it. Furthermore, without the Eastern Depot's verification, you cannot affix the seal of the Inner Court Bureau." She couldn't argue back and turned sharply to look at the old man beside her, but he just feigned ignorance and looked the other way. A general even looked at her and asked loudly on purpose, "Imperial concubine, if that is the case, should we call the Brocade Guard's investigative team to distinguish the true from the false?" Her face turned as black as a pot, and she quickly cooked up a dirty scheme. "Damn it, unlike the Eastern Depot, the Brocade Guard isn't my people. Matters have reached this point." So, she screamed, "This is treason," and pointed her finger directly at them while shouting, "The Crown Prince is afraid of losing his position, so he brought martial artists here to slander me and my loyal Eastern Depot officials for colluding with the demonic cult." He watched, speechless. This reaction was just too obvious. Xingjiao joyfully appeared. "Looks like it's my turn to shine." Its eyes sparkled as it shouted, "Summoning, subspace." While she was pointing and ordering her guards to arrest them, her eyes suddenly rolled back, and she stood there frozen, stiff as a board. Boom! A stone door appeared in the sky, floating and carved with soaring dragons. The mother and son's faces changed colors like a traffic light. What is that?" After Qingjiao absorbed the divinity of Nian Zhonghe, its dragon abilities were maximized. One of the most astonishing abilities was the ability to deploy the subspace it stored in its stomach. All the black-clad assassins fell from it onto the ground. It was summoned from inside to open and shut. The crowd just stood there, mouths agape, watching. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of assassins who had come to kill the Crown Prince were lying flat across the palace courtyard. He said calmly, "These are the assassins we encountered before entering the palace. Did you just say the Crown Prince is committing treason? The one who ordered them to assassinate the imperial family is the true traitor. Isn't that right?" A man covered in blood scrambled up and shouted, "My lord, eunuch, the Eastern Depot's intelligence doesn't match reality. It clearly said the martial artist protecting the Crown Prince was only that guy from the Peng family in the transformation realm. That person from Sichuan is completely out of our league." A general hurriedly looked at her. Imperial concubine, please give the order." The Crown Prince spoke directly in a cold tone, warning, "Imperial concubine, I do not want this to turn into an internal conflict within the imperial family. The mastermind behind this is an Eastern Depot eunuch. Hand him over to the Brocade Guard." But she wouldn't give in, even if it killed her. "No way. Do you think I don't know your intentions? If I hand that eunuch over, the next one will be me. Crown Prince, you are taking advantage of the Emperor being in a coma, bringing martial artists and outsiders here to threaten me and plot to usurp the throne." As she spoke, she pulled out a tube, and it released a thick cloud of white smoke. Or rather, it was a signal flare. She fired it into the sky and laughed sinisterly. "That is the history you will leave behind for time to remember." Before anyone could understand what was happening, the ground suddenly shook as if there were an earthquake. The protagonist stands to the side, observing, "Hey, I heard only a few people in the Imperial Palace knew martial arts, yet now, countless waves of energy are crashing in. A whole horde of assassins in black, and they've already completely surrounded the palace inside and out. The protagonist surveys them. Every single one is at least a top-tier expert. A force like this is stronger than even the major sects in the Central Plains." The concubine smiles wickedly at the second prince. "Before the Imperial Guards arrive, finish off the Crown Prince and any witnesses. I'll figure out how to clean up the mess later." An assassin suddenly turns back. "Your Highness, the Royal Guards are still here." But she ignores him and gives the order anyway, no exceptions for anyone who isn't her own. She waves her hand and bellows, "Kill them all." The Crown Prince's small group is panicking, their hearts racing. "Damn, I didn't think they'd be this brazen. What do we do now? I don't even have a weapon." He looks at the protagonist standing in front of him. "Leader, just say the word." The protagonist had been hesitant after all. Killing people from the imperial family isn't ideal, but since the concubine is killing her own men, she's no different from the demonic cult. That makes it easy to strike without a shred of guilt. With no more waiting, he makes his move. Just one horizontal slash, and the entire row of assassins in front of him is wiped out instantly. The three people on the high platform look down at the bodies, cut in half, and are absolutely terrified. Their faces turn pale as ash, and their voices stutter. One strike, and he wiped out the Eastern Depot? No, that can't be. More importantly, not a single one of the royal guards mixed in with them died. Is that really a feat humanly possible? The protagonist's face remains stern. Your Highness, I understand you're devoted to your country and value order and peace, but as you can see, villains will stop at nothing. However, you must stay true to your ideals. Leave this place to me. I'll clear every obstacle and pave the way for you. The Crown Prince feels blessed to have such a powerful ally, and he readily agrees. The entire palace goes deathly silent. No one dares to make a sound. In that moment, everyone is left speechless. Hundreds of Eastern Depot agents were taken down in a single blow. Forget the Eastern Depot and the concubine, even the royal guards can't help but think that this man isn't human, but a sword god. Yet the concubine still tries to push the old eunuch standing next to her to the front. What the hell are you doing? You, eunuch, do something. The old man is a bit smarter. He knows how to read the room. Facing a monster like that, running away is useless. Even though unleashing his ultimate technique is a point of no return, he has no other choice. He screams out the order. Everyone, release the restrictions. Sweat pours down his face like rain. Even if the brocade guards find out, I'll take the blame. We have no choice but to use that. The protagonist stands below, watching curiously. What is he planning? He gets a familiar feeling. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's face turns ghostly white, filled with panic and confusion. How could this be? The Eastern Depot can actually use demonic arts. It's the blood-sucking demonic art. The protagonist realizes it now. The technique isn't widely used in the royal family, but the concubine's faction clearly has ties to the demonic cult. A wave of black-clad assassins charges in, surrounding him without a single gap. The protagonist has a plan. Why not test the knowledge he took from the demonic cult leader's soul? He activates his skill, Heavenly Demon Divine Art, controlling the demonic energy. Instantly, the entire group of assassins is lifted into the air, paralyzed and unable to move. Their screams echo throughout the area. Ah, I can't breathe. What is happening? The concubine watches, her face turning green. Why can't they fight back? Why are they all writhing in pain on the ground? It looks like the protagonist's test run was a success. You shouldn't have used demonic arts in front of me. Even that eunuch can barely hold on, right? He exposes their true colors immediately. You aren't just trying to eliminate the Crown Prince here. The Eastern Depot backing you is also involved with the demonic cult. It seems you've run out of hidden trump cards. I'll give you a choice. You decide. The protagonist's eyes are sharp as blades as he stares down the concubine. Do you want to get beaten to a pulp and captured by me, or will you surrender to the brocade guards peacefully? Obviously, falling into his hands means certain death, so she chooses to be cuffed and taken away by the brocade guards. The Crown Prince is immensely grateful. Thank you, leader. Not only did he resolve the issue quickly, but he also turned the criminals over to the authorities. Regardless of how grave the crimes are, handling them according to imperial law is what matters most. The protagonist nods at him. Right, I believe matters like these should be decided by the Crown Prince. Come to think of it, he's made quite a mess of the palace gate. There's a pile of red and black everywhere. The Crown Prince's eyes brighten, and he smiles. You don't need to worry about that. Isn't today a stepping stone to reforming the royal family? He hopes that once this is over, the relationship between the imperial family and the martial arts world can be repaired. Shall we go? Hearing that from him is exactly what the protagonist wanted. Right, maybe now it's truly just beginning. He suddenly stares at the building ahead. Your Highness, can you feel this energy? He obviously can't. He turns around, confused. What? Energy? I can only feel the aura of His Majesty the Emperor. That response is exactly what the protagonist expected. As expected, even the Crown Prince, the guards, or those who have trained in martial arts, even the nomadic tribes, those with abilities different from the martial world can't sense it. A massive, abnormal aura is enveloping this entire palace. It is spiritual energy. It's dark and filthy. Just looking at it makes it clear how dangerous it is. Oh, wait, there's one more thing that knows. You can feel it too, right? The dragon nods decisively. Of course, it turns out the spiritual energy and the poison was just the tip of the iceberg. Based on this concentration, its true form is inside, and it's brazenly calling out to us. The protagonist knows the poison itself isn't the threat. The core issue, the dragon points out harshly, lies in what has been happening inside. Think about it, didn't they say that before the Emperor fell into a coma from the poison, he released that power to the Crown Prince? The Emperor's condition is uncertain. Inside the palace, there's something eating the eunuchs alive. It's the old Emperor. He's a demon now, no longer human. He's holding a eunuch's arm, eating away. The dragon has caught the scent. It's even worse than they imagined. The Crown Prince stands before the Emperor's chambers, hesitating for a long time before entering. He thinks to himself, Your Majesty, I have found a way to save you. Please, just hold on a little longer. Just then, Ban Keem walked up from behind and said, Congratulations, Your Highness. And I apologize. I was blind and failed to recognize the noble personage standing before me. Please forgive my disrespect these past few days. These two looked at each other with deep affection. How could I ever doubt your loyalty? Thank you for always being by my side. Even Than Jiax couldn't help but find it cringeworthy. Ugh, you're the one doing all the heavy lifting, yet those two are fighting over the credit. Our master doesn't care about such cheap fame. Ha ha ha, let it go. That guard has been working hard lately anyway. Seeing his companion sweating profusely, he turned and asked immediately, "Calm, what's wrong?" His complexion looked terrible. Now that they were deep inside, he realized, "Leader, can't you feel that strange aura? I have a bad feeling about this." The master understood exactly what he meant. Hey, it seems that after coming here, the special powers of the nomads have taken effect. Since the crown prince has only just entered, let's head to the main hall. Once inside, something felt off. The room was eerily dark. What was going on? Were there no lamps lit in the main hall? He shouted, "Is anyone there? Your Majesty, I have arrived." Your Majesty, ministers. As the three of them saw the scene inside, their faces turned pale, their eyes widened in shock, and their hearts nearly stopped cold. Only the master wasn't too surprised, having already guessed it beforehand. The crown prince looked at the piles of corpses covering the room, his voice cracking. What on earth is happening here? Are all the eunuchs dead? Suddenly, a voice called out from deep within. Is someone there? The crown prince recognized that voice immediately. Your Majesty. But the old man just sat there with glowing purple eyes, saying only one thing, you're late. Yet, the crown prince still dared to run forward, arms outstretched, trying to explain, Your Majesty, I brought a doctor to treat you. But what is going on here? Are you still safe? But the old man was not pleased in the slightest. A doctor? Unbelievable. The crown prince stood there, looking completely lost. Your Majesty, the old man's eyes were clearly no longer human, yet he could still speak. Crown Prince, do you think I'm a patient? I am perfectly lucid right now. You doing this clearly means you intend to rebel. Go die. After saying that, he struck down. A sphere of demonic energy surged straight toward him. Hien Van Hui didn't know how to dodge and just gritted his teeth, standing his ground. Luckily for him, Dian Ming was there. The master rushed in to block it, glancing back to tell him to fall back. Hien Van Hui just stood there, frozen, eyes staring upward. Your Majesty, why was it only Ban Qian who reacted quickly? Crown Prince, the master had to tell him, look closely. That is no longer the emperor you know. I only had a hunch before, but seeing it with my own eyes confirms it. The emperor wasn't poisoned by the Trong Diu. His body has been possessed by it. The Crown Prince was speechless, staring at the old man in disbelief. Emperor, my father has been possessed? The master ignored him, focused on taking down the old man first. The poison acts differently than anything I've encountered, but I can still handle it. He activated his skill. Azure Light Poison Arts, Myriad Poison Devour. The bird-faced old man was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The master chuckled mockingly. Why so surprised? You didn't actually think it would work, did you? The spiritual energy in your body is indeed strong, but that poison itself is no match for me. Calm. Help guard Ban, take the prince, and hide. The guy watching, though amazed, still nodded. Fine, but are you planning to fight him? He asked, worried. I'm not afraid of you losing, but that is the emperor of the Great Ming. The old man managed to stand up, shaky. Who cares about the emperor anymore? He raised his ghost blade. The master wasn't scared. I know that while I fight the Trong Diu, the emperor might die. If not, just look at him. So, your highness, you must make a choice. Whether you want me to stop or keep fighting, I will respect your decision. Though I will do my absolute best, I cannot guarantee the safety of the emperor and all the ministers. The crown prince wept, looking at his father standing there, a demon looming behind him, feeling utterly helpless. Everything is in your hands. Please help my father. Free him from the Trong Diu. With those words, the master went all out. He nodded. Fine, I will try to finish this in one blow. The two stood opposite each other. That bird looked enormous. It must have been here for a long time. In the room, only Dian Men remained. First, he had to clear the poisonous aura. He reached out his hand, eyes fixed on the bird, and unleashed his technique. Azure Light Poison Arts, Myriad Poison Devour. A blinding light erupted from his body. It blew the old man backward. Even the bird was on the verge of being erased. Ban Qian and the crown prince watched with their jaws dropped. As they watched the aura devouring the emperor shifting toward the master, they wondered, are they guessing that he intends to pull that aura out? The old emperor clutched his head in agony. His face was twisted in pain, but the demon clung tightly. As he tried to rip it out, the old man screamed non-stop. Anyone could see the poison aura flaring up more violently. It wants to challenge me? The master didn't fear it at all and immediately summoned his massive, towering skull. The two sides clashed with intense pressure, causing the entire palace to shake violently. The guards outside were panicked. The palace is shaking. The crown prince and his companions went inside. No one understood what was going on. Inside, what exactly happened? After a brief clash, the tide of battle began to shift to one side. Naturally, it shifted to the master's side. The old emperor couldn't take it anymore. Finally, the bird was forced to exit the man's body. The master seized the opportunity and unleashed his final card, having lured its true form out, Danjiak. The dragon appeared instantly, snapping its massive jaws shut around the bird's neck. Gotcha! Now I can definitely finish it. The three others stood watching in absolute shock, forgetting to even close their mouths. The bird screeched in pain, eyes bulging, revealing rows of sharp, serrated teeth. With a deafening boom, the bird was torn in two, blown to pieces. It was over. The master called Tan Jiak back immediately. Well done, return. He tightened his grip on his weapon, calculating. He didn't need the true form of the Qdiu to survive. I must not injure the emperor. I'll focus all damage on the fiend. He launched a sword strike, the three arts 1 point. The bird's shadow was completely wiped out, leaving only a stone rolling on the floor. The others were still stunned. Even having seen it with their own eyes, it was hard to believe. Bon Kane finally realized how foolish he had been to provoke someone like that. The sight of Dian Men defeating the supernatural horrors of legend was enough to fill anyone with awe and fear. But for the crown prince, there was something far more important. He stared at the old man lying on the ground, screaming, "Father, your majesty. Your majesty, please, wake up. Your majesty, Tang Yanming, pick up that stone on the ground." This is what fell out of the dove's body. The bald guy looked at him, his voice still trembling. Geez, what a mess. I doubt anything else could surprise me at this point, right? Qing Jue glanced at the stone and realized this is the source of spiritual essence. It's an incredibly massive amount of spiritual energy, enough to harness power on par with dragons, yet it was defeated so easily. It seems the owner of this spiritual essence didn't just teach it how to be used. He turned to the bald guy and said, "You've worked hard. Let's check on the emperor and get out of here." But why does he look like a hollow shell? What's wrong with you? He even stepped forward and patted the guy on the shoulder a few times. He just stood there, completely zoned out. He was frozen stiff. Not just his muscles and internal energy, but even his breathing had stopped. It was as if time itself had stood still. Suddenly, Qing Jue looked around in shock. Tang Yanming, look, everyone else is frozen too. Even the crown prince and the guards, I don't understand any of this. What is happening? As they stood there, the orb in his hand exploded, and black smoke poured out. Seeing this, Qing Ju gritted his teeth and warned him immediately. Tang Yanming, this is bad. Throw that thing away, now. He quickly complied and hurled it aside. Even though he didn't know what was happening, that spiritual essence was definitely the cause. He threw it far away, and it exploded. But moments later, everything returned to normal. The two of them were completely confused. Wait, what? Is it back to normal? The stone was still just hovering there. He couldn't understand. Up until now, even I have only borrowed the power of spiritual essence. I've never had to control or deal with it directly. Suddenly, the space began to shatter into pieces. What exactly is this spiritual essence? The space was cracking, with the essence at the center. It was like he had thrown the stone against a pane of glass. Qing Ju's jaw nearly hit the floor. What is that? The crown prince, the guards, and even the guy were cracking too. It didn't feel like their bodies were breaking, but rather that space itself was being distorted. Suddenly, he heard a voice resonate. How strange. To think that you could make this lord descend into this world twice in such a short time. I suppose this is proof that the order of the world is being overturned. A hand reached out to grab the stone. It was the black-haired, muscular man who had appeared before Tang Wenshen earlier. It seems a successor has inherited my legacy, aiming to bring the demonic path to the world, hasn't he? Tang Yanming didn't quite understand and stared at him. Bring the demonic path to the world? Qing Ju realized immediately. Can't you see it? It's him, the owner of the spiritual essence, the true mastermind behind the faction. He was right. It was the heavenly demon himself. The two stood face to face. Tang Yanming knew he was the master of the spiritual essence and the ancestor of the demonic path. Even if I have transcended the mortal realm and reached the void state, I still can't fathom his aura. My instincts tell me he is on an entirely different level than the Black Evil Alliance leader or the demonic Light Heaven Lord. Seeing that he remained silent, the man spoke again. It's rare to find someone who can summon me through spiritual essence. Usually, you need to reach the peak of transcending magic to do that. But you don't seem like one of my followers. This is interesting. Suddenly, he stared at the snake. Wait, is that the azure white snake on your shoulder? When my sect captured the mythical creatures, it was the only one that disappeared. So it was here all along. You sly snake. Even after transforming into a dragon, you were still found out. Even I recognized you. The azure white snake, hidden by the shadowless guest, had appeared. Does this mean you are the successor of the shadowless guest? As I thought, looking closer, you are the person from his memories, Tang Yanming. As soon as he finished, the ground shook violently. Rumble. The snake shrieked. The space around them was twisting. He continued, as for why you, a non-believer, could summon me, we can investigate that later. But your eyes, they annoy me. I think I'll play with you for a bit to relieve my boredom. The space shattered into fragments. The two of them felt like they were floating in deep space. If he wanted to fight, he had no choice but to face him, using his sword skills against the man's overwhelming power. But it felt like hitting thin air. What was happening? He couldn't even touch him. Qingju saw it too. The man was shrouded in a wall of spiritual energy. The man smirked. Interesting. That move is somewhat similar to that old man's techniques. You're the descendant of the shadowless guest, yet your weapon is a sword. I'm looking forward to seeing what else you can do. He flicked his wrist, and a strange black orb appeared in his palm. Tang Yanming frowned. What is that? Suddenly, hundreds of dark, soulless eyes appeared around him. The man had used his spell to shroud the entire area. Qingju poked his head out, terrified. Can you block this? Just as the two were trying to figure it out, they were attacked. A blinding light flashed. Both of them looked like they'd been dragged through the mud. This wasn't just a spell or martial art. It was the heavenly Tao. The man mocked them after the attack. Is that all the skill you have? Not as impressive as I thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened in genuine surprise. Oh? You still have the strength to move? Tang Yanming realized that what he needed to cut was the world that was suppressing him. He struck hard at the man's neck with his sky-breaking needle technique. He sliced through thousands of the black eyes behind him, but the man remained unscathed. Oh, so you aren't just transcending magic? You are an existence that has broken free from the constraints of the flow in both directions, progression and regression. Interesting. His body collapsed, his strength was exhausted, his face covered in blood, barely breathing. I gave it everything I had, and yet the gap is still this wide. Damn it, strong doesn't even begin to describe him. Are you okay? Qingju, the snake glanced over. You look worse than I do. Don't worry about me. It regretted everything now. It seemed they wouldn't survive this. Damn it, if I had known, I would have stayed in Chongqing and hung out with Vi. Tang Yanming was surprisingly generous, saying, if you're scared, just cut the spiritual bond and run. I'll pretend I don't know. Qingju is full of regret. Geez, why didn't you say that sooner? You should have said that before all this stuff spilled out. From among the man's hundreds of eyes, more monsters were pouring out. Even now, the snake said, even if I ran away alone, I probably wouldn't survive. It's better to face this little trouble together. That's what friends are for, right? If the snake was going to be like that, he would fight too. Well said. Just don't come crying to me later. Yeah, well, to regret anything, we have to survive first. The bastard commanded his monsters, go. I want to see for myself just how much potential he really has. Yeah, if he wants to regret anything, he's got to survive first. That bastard is ordering the monsters around. Go, go. I want to see for myself just how much potential he really has. Tang Yanming swung his sword wildly, cutting down every monster that lunged at him. Though they had human-like limbs, these things were absolute monsters, swarming him and pinning him down with a crushing grip. That scumbag just stood back, watching. Just as I expected, he muttered. Not only has he transcended the demonic realm, but his righteous martial arts have also broken beyond the boundaries of the Huajiang realm. Though he hasn't realized it himself, he's already prepared to step beyond the limits of common sense. Even if he isn't one of us in the demonic path, it's a bit of a shame, but that's fine. The fact that he dared to scheme against Tang Yanming, I'll just have to break him completely and make him mine. After that fight, he was completely exhausted, lying flat and gasping for air. Is it over? Suddenly, a flash of light tore through the space, slicing those monsters to bits. Tang Yanming opened his eyes to watch. It wasn't powered by internal energy, but something else entirely. Yet, that technique was unmistakably the heaven-piercing Sunday. Fanjiak suddenly called out, Tang Yanming, look ahead. A massive, glowing sword was lodged right there. His eyes widened in shock. He couldn't fathom how this was even possible. The demon god looked up toward where the strike descended. A challenger has appeared, huh? Waves of blue light swept through. Those strikes slammed into the demon god one after another. He recognized it now. Fanjiak also sensed the aura descending from above. Even if this aura is different from internal energy, I'm certain it's the 10,000 flower petals technique. Its eyes welled up with tears. Are you going to ask why I remember the story of the shadowless guest? It recalled what Tang Yanming had once told it. When I was lost in my inner demon, I saw a remnant of the ancestor. I only saw a fragment of his will, but I believe those were his true feelings. Back then, it was dying of curiosity. What did he say? Tang Yanming told it exactly as it happened. That old man said, Thanjak is protecting you. The shadowless guest must have really valued you. Thanjak thought about it and teared up again. That annoying guy, why couldn't he have been nicer to me while he was still alive? Now both man and beast just stood there, watching the shadowless guest handle the demon god. The overwhelming storm of energy was impossible to look away from a perfect display of the name Flower Petals. 10,000 flower petals. The demon god's voice boomed. A few nuisances have arrived. Unlike me, they only just approached the crack in the heavenly Tao and already expended so much of their spirit. But even so, they still want to save that kid. I suppose so. An existence that has simultaneously experienced both demonic transcendence and superiority has never even appeared outside the heavenly Tao. Since I can't claim you for myself, I'll just have to eliminate you. Tang Yanming decisively grabbed the long sword and charged, landing a clean strike. Die! They clashed in close combat, and with a real weapon in hand, he was cutting through them with ease. He was determined not to let him get near that crack. The demon's hand was slashed, and watching it tremble in rage, Tang Yanming sneered. Ha! That strike really ticked him off. The demon growled a threat. Outstanding. I didn't expect you to adapt so quickly. If it's you, you can definitely reach the realm of the heavenly Tao. Based on the memories of that reincarnated brat, you're the young master of the Tang Clan, Tang Yanming, right? I look forward to the day we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed, and he vanished without a trace. The space returned to normal. Tang Yanming remained on guard, confusedly asking, "Is it over?" But Thang Jiak just kept staring at the crack, waiting to see if that familiar figure would appear again. Tang Yanming looked at it and immediately understood. You don't want to meet him? I mean, the shadowless guest. Don't we already know he's on the other side of the heavenly Tao? The Sundari snake tried to act tough. Humph, that place is no different from the underworld. Why would I go to a place like that to find him? If he wants to see me, he can drag his own carcass here. Truth is, we don't have the qualifications to step in there yet. Tang Yanming understood, but he knew it was a not yet, not never. Yeah, but one day we'll make it. At least I know the truth now that the threat still exists. Because of that, I understand exactly what I need to do. As long as he exists, the menace of the demonic path will never disappear. Both my master and the shadowless guest have reached a level where they can contend with him. Because of that, I must continue to train to become stronger and reach the heavenly Tao realm. The snake also placed all its hope in him. Perhaps one day, they would reach that point together. Suddenly, he spoke to it. Oh, and one more thing. We're going to be really busy from now on. Then Jiak, what happened today might just happen somewhere else in the Central Plains. If we want to find all the remnants of the demonic path or his essence, Tang Yanming politely asked for its thoughts, I'll still need your help in the future. Are you willing to journey with me? Thang Jiak acted all high and mighty, feigning indifference. This great one loves to travel anyway. This little bit of trouble? Fine, let's go. Don't worry, I'll be by your side until we reach the heavenly realm. In the real world, however, he was actually unconscious. Just then, he heard a series of voices calling for the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader finally opened his eyes to see the magnified face of the bald guy. He was frantically shouting, My lord, you're awake? Tang Yanming was so startled, he punched him straight in the face. After throwing the punch, he realized what happened. Sorry, you just startled me. He wondered to himself, am I back in reality? How much time has passed? The bald guy didn't understand, clutching his face in grievance. Time? What do you mean, sir? You just said, you've worked hard. Then suddenly you were covered in wounds, so I was worried and ran over here. Both he and the snake were stunned, had almost no time passed at all. Furthermore, according to the bald guy, the wounds from the battle with that demon had suddenly appeared on his body. What a strange experience. Then he heard the crown prince shouting from the other side, Father, your majesty, you've woken up. The old man who everyone thought was a goner had actually opened his eyes. He recognized the crown prince and called out to him, Your majesty. Thang Jiak was quite surprised. Oh, even after having his life force drained by that leech, he still maintained his reason. Tang Yanming didn't know what to say. I'm a bit surprised too. Regardless of martial arts, human willpower can sometimes create miracles. The old man touched his son's cheek with a trembling hand. You were able to choose the country over your own father. That decisiveness makes me proud. Now, I can pass on in peace. Hien Van Hui sobbed. Don't say such things. Tang Yanming stood beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Listen to him. Those words are for you. The old man warily looked over at him. You're the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, right? Thank you for your help. Because of you, I could end this suffering, and the country was saved. I hope you and the Crown Prince will remain good friends. He won't become a friend or an emperor who will disappoint you. Tang Yanming nodded to let him pass in peace. Yes. Having received his answer, the old man finally let go and passed away right there. The crown prince was devastated, crying out in agony, "Father!" Emperor Haiyan Qin Lam had been freed from the torment of the Judiao poison, closing his eyes in peace. Many policies were signed with the demonic forces, ensuring no harm would come to the imperial family or the common people. Haiyan Qin Lam was recorded in history as one of the saintly emperors. Tang Yanming had nothing left to do there. The crown prince escorted him out and asked, "Must you leave so soon?" He turned and replied, "The task is done, and I cannot stay away from the Zhang-Tian alliance for too long." The prince asked again, "Is that so? Let me prepare a carriage for you." He recalled the moment the dragon swallowed a whole chest of gold and laughed. "No need. I've already received my payment before saving the emperor. I don't want to burden the imperial family any further. Besides, there's another place I must go." The crown prince looked disappointed. "Is that so? It's a pity I cannot repay you." The prince's eyes lit up. "I will invite you to my coronation. You must attend. It will be the moment that restores trust between the imperial family and the martial arts world." He didn't refuse. "I look forward to that day. Then I shall take my leave." Saying that, he flew off and vanished. The two of them turned back inside. "Let's get to work. There's still plenty to do." "Just give the orders, sir." Bang Jiak saw him moving rapidly and didn't quite understand. He seemed to be in a hurry. "Where are we heading?" He replied that he had already said it, to wipe out the remnants in the Central Plains. "Oh, you decided on the first destination that quickly?" It guessed right. "Yeah, I'm sure you remember that place. Xinjiang, isn't that where we left Duong Tang Wenshan?" But the two didn't expect that the orb containing Tang Wenshan had been carried off by a group of people in red robes for a sacrificial ritual. The ones doing this were the former demonic triad, the grand mistress of the Liu family from Fujian, Liu Tuyet Lian. Her eyes wide with excitement. "Ah, I can feel it." Drops of blood from the orb trickled down. "The grace you bestow leads all people to immortality. Please free us from the shackles of death." After 7 days and 7 nights of rituals, Tang Wenshan finally opened his eyes. Blood demon. He's awake. Rewinding to shortly after the heavenly demon god sect in Tianshan, Xinjiang, was completely destroyed. While the demon leader and Tang Yanming were locked in battle, the survivors of the Fujian Liu family had arrived there. Liu Tuyet Lian, the grand mistress of the Fujian Liu family, one of the former demonic triad, along with her cohorts, had been hoping to find a refuge. Among the ruins, they saw a giant orb with blood oozing from its surface. Inside, a bizarre human-like shape was faintly visible, but it exerted an indescribable pull that compelled Liu Tuit Lian to place her hand on it. As soon as she touched it, a stream of red blood from the orb pierced right through her palm. She screamed in terror. "Ah, what is this?" Her whole hand was shaking, and a strange black dot appeared in her palm. She looked on in shock. The wound was healing, and not just healing. Her skin was becoming supple and full of power. Her eyes lit up. She looked back at the orb. It was all thanks to the blood flowing from this mass. No, it was that, since receiving this blessing, Liu Tuit Lian had a premonition that with this power, she could open an era far surpassing the demonic triad or the new era of Nian Zhonghe. And the main character of that era was none other than the weakest of the demonic triad Liu Tuit Lian of the Fujian Liu family. To her, that thing was a savior, restoring her youth and granting escape from death. With these conditions, she began to convince everyone else, enough to mesmerize the innocent people in the neighboring Xinjiang region. From then on, she used Kuang Hai Thuong's wealth to recruit members, expand her power, and establish the blood god demonic sect. Occasionally, a few fools filled with righteous spirit would appear, loudly demanding the destruction of this cult, but in the end, they couldn't defeat the nearly immortal cultists and were turned into diluted ingredients for the blessing. And now, the blood god demonic sect was facing a new situation. She watched the water droplets falling. Was the orb containing the blood god cracking? A head full of white hair poked out first. The whole orb shattered and fell directly into the basin below. She stood there, frozen, eyes wide with surprise. "What's happening? I didn't anticipate this. The cultists are all still here. I can't just pretend I don't see it." 3 seconds later, her mind clicked. She immediately knelt, arms raised to the sky, and shouted, "Ah, the blood god! The blood demon has descended." She said that, but inside she was calculating, observe the situation, use him first, and if things go south, run away. As soon as she saw Tang Wenshan reaching out to crawl, she shouted again, "Immortal Master, we are here to serve you. Please lead us on the new path of the demonic arts." But the first thing he said was, "I am thirsty." She stood there, disappointed. "What?" Her voice trembled. "It's because I feared you were thirsty that I offered you these sacrifices. Yes, if that's not enough, would you like me to prepare more food?" Trapped inside for so long, His whole body had withered to the bone. Sacrifices? No need. This is enough. She nodded immediately. As you wish. Ha ha! Suddenly, his mouth opened wide, and he immediately used the blood-filling, soul-satisfying technique. Instantly, the blood from everyone there flew straight into his mouth. The whole group realized too late that they should have resisted. Our lives. We aren't sacrificial objects. Ah, that woman was also sucked dry. Ha, this was truly unexpected. Damn it. Having said that, she died instantly. Her eyes rolled back, while Tang Wenshin's body began to recover and swell with vitality. He laughed uncontrollably, satisfied. Hee hee. Oh, the joy is indescribable. I've finally returned. I have finally escaped that wretched demonic heart taboo. Luckily, while I was trapped, those people drank my blood, causing my spiritual intuition to constantly increase. Because of that, within the demonic heart, I reached a realm even higher than transcending the demon. Upon waking, his mind immediately went to the protagonist. This time, I will definitely kill that Tang Yanming. As soon as he finished, he heard the protagonist's voice. Are you looking for me? The protagonist stood right there, face to face. What a coincidence, I was looking for you, too. It seems you've already caused quite a scene. He stared at the protagonist. Duong Tang Yanming, you've changed quite a bit. How much time has passed? No, more importantly, you standing there means you escaped the demonic heart before me. He didn't even have to ask. The protagonist flexed to let him know it wasn't just about coming out first. Over the past few months, the demonic forces have been almost completely wiped out. You managed to build a force of this scale in that time. Now he saw even more clearly how important the dragon was. Indeed, it could not be underestimated. If it weren't for Thanjak, it would have been a real headache. On the way here, it had stopped him. Wait, Tang Yanming, were you heading to Xinjiang? Yeah, that's right. Use this opportunity to test my power. Ever since I absorbed the divine core of the Blood Demon Lord, my subspace ability has evolved. I can no longer just open and close it. I can open portals directly to any location I have in my memories. Once we enter the subspace, we just need to create an exit in Xinjiang to teleport instantly. You too can see it through there. Tang Yanming, do you see that? You have to admit it. Yeah, he hasn't just gotten stronger. A spiritual energy, similar to that of a venomous pheasant, is coursing through his entire body. The total amount is several times higher than before. You have the ability to summon the master of the demon arts. It really is him. Tang Wenshin grinned and mocked him. I don't know when, but you've always been ahead of me. Yet, I've persevered through my inner demons for 600 years. Did you think you could just leave me behind so easily? Tang Yanming's hand tightened around his blade. I, on the other hand, am curious to see if you're truly prepared. After all, while you were away, my swordsmanship has reached a whole new level. Both of them erupted with spiritual power, ready to clash. With a loud crash, they lunged at each other, faster than lightning. Both were looking for a quick finish. This fight has dragged on for far too long. This time, no one's going to interfere. They're going to settle this once and for all. Outside the building, powerful light flooded the space, with the destructive force rivaling a nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, Vi Hiu sat on the stairs, gazing at the sky, when she heard a voice. Sister, big sister. Tang Weili had to call her several times before she finally turned around. Huh? Were you calling me? What are you thinking about? I called you so many times. Why didn't you react? Tang Weili sat down next to her, teasing. Is it because of Tang Yanming? Don't you always use that dragon named Fan Jiak as an excuse just to talk to him? Vi Hiu let out a long sigh. Even so, I don't know what happened this time. He's been gone for way too long. Her younger sister was getting restless. You two still haven't made any progress? What exactly did you say when you met? That guy is always overthinking. He won't dare to speak his heart to you. Why don't you just tell him straight up that you have feelings for him? Vi Hiu just sat there, smiling shyly. Tang Weili guessed. Think about it, sister. He's only away for a little while. You don't even need to look to know he's out there, casually doing something earth-shattering, and he'll be back soon. That's true. Tang Yanming is out there fighting the blood demon. A few slashes from him are enough to tear the guy apart. Tang Wenshin, though shredded, was still laughing. Hey, your sword strikes are as fast as ever, aren't they? But you haven't forgotten, have you? How could a master like me be killed by those measly attacks? His body began to regenerate in the blink of an eye. I'll show you that your petty sword strikes are useless against me now. Watch closely. This is the devil transcendence realm I have reached. Blood Calamity Asura Art, Crimson Blood Sea Claw. A massive, monstrous skull appeared right behind him. Tang Yanming didn't flinch, he charged forward without a hint of fear. Tang Wenshan boasted. I was trapped in my inner demons and trained for 600 years. I've reached the level where I can manifest my will through spiritual energy. He still remembered where his power was granted from. Just as that being said, The spiritual energy in my body is reacting to my will, erupting with infinite power. You broke free from your inner demons first, but that's actually your misfortune. With this transcendent will, do you really think you can defeat me? But you didn't expect that Tang Yanming's skills had also improved significantly. Heaven-piercing sight, Tang Wenxian's entire body was shredded, leaving only his head hovering in the air. What? A manifestation of my will destroyed in a single blow. Tang Yanming found it laughable. I've been thinking about one thing this whole time. Why did you assume I hadn't made any progress? Look at the gap between us now. Compared to before you were trapped in your inner demons, isn't the gap even wider? Now, Tang Wenxian couldn't even regenerate his body. He let out a desperate scream. Don't, Tang Yanming. Tang Yanming lunged forward and delivered another brutal blow. Warning, don't use that mouth to call my name again. It just makes me want to hit you harder. You really shouldn't have escaped your inner demons at all. This time, he wouldn't be as lucky as before. Tang Yanming was determined to beat him to a pulp. As the dust cleared, a massive crater appeared on the ground. Tang Wenxian was still alive, coughing up black blood. Tang Yanming's face was dark with rage, but Tang Wenxian was still running his mouth. Tang Yanming, you're furious, aren't you? Ha ha, but what can you do? No matter what method you use, as long as I still hate you, I will never die. Even as I speak these words, I've already recovered. But this time, he was dead wrong. Tang Yanming's Yuan Dan blade was embedded in his chest, and his lower body hadn't grown back at all. What is this? Why is my regeneration so slow? Tang Yanming finally told him, this is the invisible sword, imbued with corruption force. For the next hour, you won't be able to regenerate. Tang Wenxian still tried to argue. Humph, so what? Even if I die, the corruption will dissipate. Tang Yanming had already accounted for that. Do you think I didn't foresee this? I just wanted to solve it at the root. Tang Yanming activated his spiritual extraction skill, and streams of golden fire shot straight into Tang Wenxian's body. Very quickly, he discovered the trick. Every time Tang Wenxian got agitated, the spiritual energy in his blood increased. Meanwhile, Tang Wenxian kept cursing, Tang Yanming, you bastard. He's as persistent as a cockroach, it's so annoying. If I shred him completely, he regenerates. If I try to extract his spirit, it just increases. Then Jiak poked his head out and asked, this is trouble. What are you going to do next? Tang Yanming already had a plan and pulled out a needle. If his speech and reactions, his emotions and thoughts are the source, then I have to make him stop thinking. Tang Wenxian stared at the needle, frozen. Tang Wenxian wasn't scared at all and scoffed. Ha! Have you forgotten that those poisons can't kill me? But Tang Yanming didn't need to kill him. Cerebral stagnation poison, the toxicity is weak, but it will make him lose his sanity. You can regenerate after being poisoned, but you aren't completely immune to it. If I increase the toxicity, you'll lose your mind within a month or two. While he was asking what if, Tang Yanming had already jammed the needle into his forehead. Tang Wenxian's body trembled, and his mouth went silent. He couldn't speak another word. Tang Yanming drew his sword energy again, swinging his arm to slash the massive mountain in front of him thousands of times. My goal is to bury this bastard. By the time you force out the corruption force and the cerebral stagnation poison, you'll have been buried deep underground for a long time. You will be trapped forever in a space with no light, no sound, and no air to breathe. At that depth, I doubt anyone will be able to save you. Now, Tang Wenxian finally looked terrified. You madman, I'll say this much even though I can't finish you off right now. Who knows? Perhaps a long time from now. When you finally break free, a warrior even stronger than me will have appeared in this world. After saying that, he turned and left immediately. Tang Wenxian's eyes rolled back. He couldn't speak even if he wanted to. He could clearly feel his consciousness beginning to fade. Buried deep underground, he couldn't breathe, and he couldn't even use his martial arts. Still, he was stubborn and made a vow. Tang Yanming, I will definitely return. I am the immortal blood demon. Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, I will surely return. And if you're long gone by then, I'll find your descendants, generation after generation, to exact my revenge. The bastard was still running his mouth when the final stone buried him, shutting him up for good. Tang Yanming just thought, if anything, this just makes me even more certain of one thing. I cannot be the only one who grows stronger. My descendants must also become powerful warriors. Meanwhile, near the exit, the two sisters, Vi Hiu and Tang Weili, were pacing anxiously. Old man Zhuge Changshin caught them. How long do you two intend to stand there? They were startled. Ah, forgive us. The sisters asked if Tang Yanming had said when he would return. I have something to tell him. I've been waiting for days. The old man sighed heavily. I don't know either, but surely there's no need to wait all day like this. When the alliance leader returns, I will inform you immediately. As they were talking, a man came running in, shouting at the top of his lungs. Jiakat, sir. The old man jumped in surprise. "What is it?" the man gasped. "An anomaly has appeared. A giant portal just appeared in the sky above our alliance." The whole Tang family rushed out to look. "What is that? A portal out of nowhere. What kind of technique is this? Could it be a remnant of the demonic cult?" Vi Hu recognized it instantly. "That's Than Jack's power." Old man Zhuji Changshin and Tang Wiley stared in wide-eyed shock. Everyone was stunned as they watched him walk out with the dragon on his shoulder. Alliance leader Tang Yanming jumped down and smiled. "Why is everyone gathered here? Isn't this welcome committee a bit too grand?" The moment she saw him, Vi Hu couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed over and embraced him tightly. Tang Yanming blushed furiously. "Huh? Vi Hu." She didn't care at all and spoke clearly. "I've missed you so much." He hadn't prepared for this at all, cold sweat breaking out. "What? No, I missed you too." But why the sudden change? She just buried her face in his chest to express herself. "I'm not saying this on a whim. It's hard to explain in words, but the day you healed my nine yin body, our internal energies merged, allowing me to faintly sense your inner heart. I've always held on to that warmth, and somewhere along the way, I fell in love with you." Being confessed to so publicly, Tang Yanming froze in place, completely dumbfounded. Looking over her shoulder, I could feel Vi Hu trembling. Truth be told, I developed feelings for Vi Hu for the very same reason. But in my past life, I spent my whole life studying swordsmanship just to barely begin to understand the sword. If even swordsmanship is that hard to grasp, how much more so is the human heart? In this life, will I ever be able to understand people? I was so afraid, so I never dared to speak of these feelings. Yet, she felt the exact same fear. Finally, he understood, so that was it. Perhaps people are never meant to fully understand each other, even if we are alone. But Vi Hu looked up at him with sparkling eyes. "So, I'll wait for your answer." He didn't want to miss this chance at all. "I'm sorry, my lady. I should have been the one to speak first. I was too slow." He pulled her into his arms. "I love you too." He wanted to believe that when two people are together, everything would be different. The whole Tang family stood there, both surprised and beaming with joy. They were all different, but they were genuinely happy for him. He thought, if there is a next life, I want to live a normal, simple life. Perhaps it was coming true. After all, isn't a normal life just a life with someone by your side? Just as things were getting sentimental, Dan Jiak poked his head out to tease them. "Geez, how long do you two intend to hug? Why don't you just go back to your room?" He watched as the man grinned from ear to ear. "You brat, we've known each other for months, and this is the first time I've seen you make a face like that." It was a beautiful day with clear blue skies and golden sunlight. The masses were gathered, and heroes from all over the martial arts world had arrived. The Manhwa sect, the Shaolin Temple, and the Zhongnan sect were all present. The sound of drums echoed through the air. A man stood behind the crown prince, shouting at the top of his voice, "Listen well, people. From today, the emperor will usher in a new era. Rejoice and welcome it." Everyone below cheered in unison, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Tang Yanming stood among them. After he and Van Hui became the new emperor, he officially announced the alliance between the Martial Arts Alliance and the Imperial Court. Furthermore, to manage the western trade routes of the northern nomads, both sides had stepped up their cooperation. This was an unprecedented move in the empire's history of territorial expansion. Fang Jiak whispered in his ear, "The martial arts world joining hands with foreign tribes, even though it's just an announcement for now, it's the first time I've ever seen the Central Plains enter an era of peace, especially the detente with the nomads. You played a huge part in this, didn't you?" Tang Yanming knew it. But so what? "I didn't do this to get praised." Suddenly, he turned to leave. Than Jiak immediately asked, Don't you need to have a private word with the emperor? On an occasion like this, as the alliance leader, you should at least pay your respects." He firmly walked away from the crowd. "Even though we are allies, our areas of responsibility are different. Rushing in will only get in the way. As martial artists, we should just stick to martial arts matters. Being friendly allies is enough as it is." Time flew by like a wild horse. 2 years later, the elderly Madame Fuang sat in the main hall of the Tang estate, sighing heavily and tapping the table impatiently. "That boy Tang Yanming, I thought now that he had a family, he'd stay home more. Who knows where he finds so much to be busy with? Wouldn't you agree?" She smiled as she turned back. "Daughter-in-law?" From inside, Tang Willie was helping a heavily pregnant Vi Hu walk out. She replied cheerfully, "Ha ha, my husband said he went to save the world, so please forgive him, mother. Besides, he promised to return on the day the baby is born. He is not a man who breaks his promises. I believe in him." On her finger, she wore a shining wedding ring. Madame Fuang sighed again. "In short, even though you two aren't together often, your bond is truly beautiful. I had times like that once, too. It makes me quite jealous." Fine. Let's just say he really did go to save the world. If my daughter-in-law trusts him, how could I not trust my own son? Since you're here, stay for dinner before you head back. Vi Hiu agreed immediately. Yes, mother. Aunt Fuang waved her hand and headed to the kitchen. Ha ha, it's been a while since I've had a chance to show off my cooking skills. Suddenly, Vi Hiu's belly moved violently. Her face turned deathly pale, and the whole house went into a complete panic. Get a doctor. The Medicine King Hall, or anyone skilled, bring them here right now. On the side of the Hua Xuan sect, after the war with the demonic forces ended, the martial arts world underwent many changes. Aunt Ngakyen was standing there when she heard them, and when she turned around, it was Than Min. He smiled and reported, "The Hua Trung gathering is all prepared. Another year has passed. The friendship tournament between Hua Sun and Trung Nam hasn't been held in such a long time. Since the Memorial Day of Hakdu passed, this place has become a hub for the Thean Te martial arts world. Actually, the two great sects in Thean Te have merged into the Hua Trung sect, and its reputation has spread throughout the entire martial arts world." Aunt looked surprised and asked, "It's called the Hua Trung sect, right? When I was still there, I never imagined we could possess such a title." Than Min stood nearby and replied, "It's like how the ground hardens after the rain. Our previous conflicts were huge, but the relationship after the demonic war has only grown deeper. Just a heads up, don't go getting romantically involved with any of the women from the Trung Nam sect." The boy was startled by that. On the side of the Qin Thean Min, Zhuji Yingying reported on the situation. "Sect leader, the preparations to depart for the Hua Trung gathering are complete." Old man Tu Van turned back and said, "Oh, thank you, Vice Sect leader. So, what kind of talented people have emerged this year?" He wears his hair and beard like a regular martial artist now, no longer sporting that shaved monk's head. Although after the reconstruction of Shaolin, Tu Van wanted to retire, but because Tang Yanming was often away, and the Qin Thi Min needed a central figure to replace Tang Yanming, he took on the role of sect leader. Jia Kat Zhu Jingying has now become the strategist and vice sect leader of the Qin Thi Min, overseeing all operations. Because the Vodang sect once betrayed the Qin Thean Min, they are hard to trust, but by joining late, they can restore their reputation. So they have been assigned many missions. The Kolan sect, to prevent the reappearance of strange cults similar to the Huiyat Taima sect that was recently wiped out, has expanded its territory from Than Hai all the way to Tan Quan. The Vovang sect, thanks to their ties with the nomadic tribes, has become one of the core forces of the Martial Arts Alliance in protecting the western trade routes. But the real disaster remains, those stubborn black dragons. And the one dealing with them is, of course, Tang Yanming. The dragons shrieked at the top of their lungs when he defeated them. How could this be? I am a future divine dragon who will rule the world. How could I lose to an inferior human? Then Jiak, perched on his shoulder, poked its head out and cursed, "Divine dragon, my foot. You've already turned into a 5-element dragon. Persia, the Arab lands, India, and then the South of Nam. Are there dragons everywhere in this world? Could the next one be in Haidong? By the way, why is that ring glowing?" Tang Yanming looked down and said, "Oh, this? I just remembered Vi Hiu must be full term now, right? Even though I'm often away to eliminate the remnants of the demonic sect and the 5-element dragons, I promised her I'd be by her side the day the baby was born. So I cast a spell on this ring. When labor starts, it emits a signal light." He realized what was happening mid-sentence. It's glowing like crazy, and here I am, still standing here instead of going back. Than Jack was even more panicked than he was. It shouted, "Hurry up, you fool." He summoned a portal, both of them sweating. "What should I do? Wait, what can I even do?" Than Jack grew annoyed. "You caught a whole dragon, so what are you afraid of? At the end of the day, why do you want to shoulder everything alone? Families just need you to be there sometimes. You don't always have to provide value to be worthy of being together." That Than Jack says smart things sometimes. Tang Yanming nodded. "You're right. Let's head home quickly before she gives birth." That's it for this recap, everyone. If you want to keep following this series, smash that like and subscribe button right now. Don't make the admin angry. Whoever doesn't hit it hard, just wait until the admin brings a jug of cooking oil to your house